Chapter 1, Me, an ordinary little forensic doctor. Another perfectly ordinary day. Closing the novel's browsing page, Lu Chen stretched with a big yawn. They say the end of the universe is a government job. A position with tenure can withstand an 8-magnitude earthquake. Under the influence of his family, Lu Chen was honored to become a civil servant. A forensic examiner at the Criminal Investigation Brigade of Anjiang County, a professional technical personnel within the system, and a highly sought-after figure in the police department. Originally, with his innate love for detective novels and talent for logical reasoning, he aspired to become a criminal investigator. However, his father, a seasoned detective, adamantly refused to let him follow in his footsteps. Only those who have been through it know just how dangerous and grueling the life of a criminal investigator can be. Helpless, he settled for the next best option. Lu Chen studied forensic medicine and became a forensic examiner at the County Criminal Police Brigade. 2 months ago, he arrived at the Criminal Investigation Technology Department with a heart full of passion, envisioning himself clad in a white lab coat, tackling major cases, solving various criminal investigations, transforming into a white-coated detective, and becoming the second Qin Ming in the forensic field. However, the reality was that since his arrival, he had only handled 5 cases in total. The biggest case among them was conducting disability assessments for 2 individuals involved in a mutual brawl. As for cases involving fatal car accidents that require a forensic examiner, the 2 senior forensic doctors from the same department are usually called in, while Lu Chen mostly assists. Apart from that, Lu Chen's work consists of routine tasks like moving materials and organizing case files, leading a rather leisurely life. I read The Bodyguard of the School Beauty from start to finish. In a county-level city, there might not even be a single homicide case throughout the entire year. So-called corpses, deciphering, and solving cases remain distant prospects. As for the kind of forensic experts frequently encountering homicide cases and rushing to crime scenes as seen in TV dramas, those are high-level professional forensic technicians at the provincial department, with positions no lower than section chief. Someone like Lu Chen, who's just starting out, is far from qualified to work at the provincial department. Thud! At that moment, rapid knocking sounded at the door, which was then rudely pushed open. Xiao Lu, a body has been discovered on Dongxing Street. Old Zhang has already arrived at the scene. Grab your tools and meet up with him immediately. The visitor was none other than a veteran detective from the Criminal Investigation Unit, who spoke urgently. Hearing this, Lu Chen stood up with a serious expression, suppressing the excitement in his heart. After waiting for over 2 months, business had finally arrived. He replied, "All right, I'll get ready and set off immediately. After waiting for so long, work has finally come my way. Woo dee woo dee." With a mix of trepidation and excitement, Lu Chen followed the police car to the scene. The officers had already cordoned off the area with caution tape and set up an open tent around the body, focusing the lighting outward. Forensic investigators were examining the scene, collecting fingerprints and traces, marking boundaries, and documenting evidence through photographs. Grabbing his portable investigation kit, Lu Chen stepped out of the car. Encountering such a professional and solemn scene for the first time made Lu Chen inevitably nervous. Just as he took a deep breath and stepped forward, a mechanical voice abruptly sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has officially entered the main case. The medical detective system has awakened. Does the host wish to bind? Ha! This is a system? Lu Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, both surprised and delighted. As a transmigrator and an avid novel enthusiast, how could he not know what was happening at this moment? This was his golden finger arriving. Moreover, the name of this system sounded tailor-made for him. The Divine Detective, a myth in the forensic world, a legend in crime-solving. Yes, very impressive. At that moment, Lu Chen didn't hesitate and answered firmly, "Bind." Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the Divine Detective system. Host, by uncovering the truth, gathering decisive evidence, solving cases, and apprehending criminals, you can earn corresponding merit points. Merit points can be used to enhance various physical functions and skills, or for lottery draws. Ding, obtained a beginner's gift pack, automatically opened. Obtained 1 professional skill enhancement, upgrading forensic medicine to max. Forensic medicine encompasses basic medicine, clinical medicine, jurisprudence, and fundamental theories of forensic science, representing a highly complex integration of specialized academic disciplines. The original Lu Chen was only at a beginner's level, but after the enhancement, he felt as if he had become a forensic professor with years of experience, effortlessly mastering and applying the knowledge of forensic science. More importantly, despite never having dissected a corpse before, with the support of forensic expertise, it was as if he had personally conducted numerous dissections, like a seasoned forensic veteran. Feeling the changes in both his body and cognition, when facing the scene again, Lu Chen was no longer nervous or uneasy, but instead calm and confident. And this calmness and confidence were brought to him by his newfound strength. Inside the tent, a woman with a fairly attractive figure and a slightly protruding belly lay on her side in a running-like posture, her upper body partially exposed. One of her low-top red shoes was missing, and her legs were strewn with debris like fruit peels and melon seeds. At this moment, forensic expert Old Zhang was conducting a preliminary scene investigation. Without tools, he couldn't perform more complex tasks. The two exchanged slight nods, and Lu Chen handed him the toolbox. As he approached, Lu Chen noticed a deep ligature mark on the corpse's neck. It seemed the person had been strangled to death. Lu Chen pondered this, instinctively shifting his gaze upward, but when he saw the face, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Jiangyi? Chapter 2, I had no interest in you while alive, but after death now that's different. The victim was someone he knew, and they had met not long ago. She was a blind date introduced to him by a bunch of distant relatives. Lu Chen remembered her very clearly. Why? Because shortly after meeting this girl, she started asking if I could buy her a house and a car after we started dating, whether I had savings of over 500,000 yuan, and if so, whether I could let her manage them. It was just baffling. It's so strange. Are we that close? Or did she take one look at me and decide I was an easy target? Does being honest mean being adorable? Meeting someone for a few days and they buy you a house, a car, and even give you savings, or you drop dead gorgeous or incredibly learned? Neither. What's even more bizarre is that during that time, she kept sending Lu Chen suggestive, banana-colored photos of herself as a form of seduction. After Lu Chen rejected her, she even confidently threw out a line, "Don't think just because you're handsome, you're nothing more than a pretty boy. There are plenty of people who want my body, and I'm not even willing to serve you anymore." Honestly, Lu Chen had never been so speechless in his life. Even a highly talented individual would say Xuan Q thank you. A narcissistic woman? A diplomatic woman? Perhaps it was the will of heaven, as divine justice operates in cycles. It truly echoed the words she left behind. You can't have my body? Indeed, under normal circumstances, Lu Chen had no interest in her and could never have possessed her body. But for now, if nothing unexpected happens, her body will soon belong to Lu Chen. When you were alive, I had no interest in you, but now that you're dead, I'm interested in your corpse. Cough cough. Hearing Lu Chen's exclamation, Old Zhang raised his head and arched an eyebrow, asking, "You know her?" Lu Chen didn't hide it either, nodding as he replied, "Not very familiar, but I do know a bit about her. This person is named Jiangyi, a local resident, standing at 1.65 meters tall and weighing approximately 53 kilograms. She returned to Anjiang half a year ago and, instead of living with her family, rented a place for herself in Fenghua residential area. The reason I got to know her is that her family lives next to my granduncle's. She had just returned from a big city, and I had recently graduated and started working in the public sector, so our families arranged for us to meet on a blind date. Judging by her personality, lifestyle, and the strong sense of purpose in her actions, it seems she places great importance on material conditions. Lu Chen's information is helpful in establishing a basic case file, which can save the criminal investigation team a lot of time in gathering details. Therefore, he spoke in greater detail, simultaneously taking out a notebook to jot down the key points. Old Zhang nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. After a brief silence, he slightly inclined his head and said, "I see, no wonder you look so surprised. First, inform Captain Lu about these findings. The neck of the corpse shows repeated wounds of varying degrees, making it impossible to determine the exact cause of death. I need to collect samples from the body immediately. Also, wear the accompanying masks and distribute some to the officers as well." Great! Lu Chen stood up and informed the captain of the criminal police team, Lu Tianpei, about the relevant situation, and distributed masks to the officers who arrived first. The purpose of distributing masks was to prevent contamination of the scene such as vomit, and of course, the most important goal was to avoid inappropriate expressions during the investigation being captured by onlookers, which could lead to unnecessary negative publicity. Many criminal police and forensic experts are accustomed to seeing corpses, and displaying relaxed expressions at the scene could cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Old Zhang performed a puncture on the corpse, drew blood and urine, and collected several samples of biological hair and blood-stained specimens. He immediately called over a few detectives, including Lu Chen, and had the body transported to the funeral home. Old Zhang, did you find anything? In criminal cases, homicide cases are given the highest priority, as they directly impact the KPI of the entire team and even the entire county's public security bureau. No one dared to be careless or negligent. Upon receiving the news of the incident, the leadership immediately set the target, ordering the criminal investigation team to solve the case within 48 hours. Captain Lu Tianpei asked. Old Zhang shook his head and replied, "The victim only had severe injuries on the neck. For now, we can only determine that the cause of death was mechanical asphyxiation due to violent force. The specific cause can only be determined after a detailed examination in the forensic lab, combined with the blood test report." Lu Tianpei nodded. Old Zhang followed the gurney onto the van, handed over the items requiring inspection to the examination department personnel, and then accompanied Lu Chen and the body to the funeral home. Why go to the funeral home? Because the forensic lab in Anjiang County wasn't located at the police station, it was in the funeral home. There was no other choice, county resources were limited. A forensic lab requires refrigeration, ventilation, and storage equipment for preserving bodies, and just the annual cost of operating the corpse refrigeration units alone would run close to 300,000 yuan. Given that the autopsy room saw only a handful of bodies each year, setting up a dedicated forensic lab would have been a huge waste of money. So, the Criminal Investigation Technology Division made arrangements with the funeral home. Whenever a body needed examination, they would rent out an available mortuary space to serve as a temporary autopsy room. The equipment that needed to be used had already been moved over long ago. Chapter 3, Sorry, I recommend an autopsy. At Anjiang County Funeral Home, Lu Chen and Old Zhang transported the body to the dissection room. They moved it from the gurney onto the autopsy table illuminated by white light. Old Zhang put on a medical head cover and rubber gloves. He took out various professional tools from the toolbox and began the secondary cleaning and examination of the corpse. Before long, another forensic expert from the Anjiang City Criminal Police Brigade, Old Wu, arrived belatedly. Without any unnecessary words, he put on a head cover and gloves and came over to assist. Soon, a completely naked corpse, meticulously cleaned, lay before them. When facing the corpse, Lu Chen's mind was completely free of distractions. Rigor mortis had spread throughout the body, indicating a time of death exceeding 12 hours, with signs of relaxation in the eye and ocular muscles. The limbs had not yet softened, leading to a preliminary estimate of approximately 19 hours since death. There were slight lividity marks on the lower parts of the body, and two distinct strangulation marks on the neck, one broad and slanting upward, likely caused by an arm pulling from behind. There was another ligature mark approximately 17 centimeters wide, and judging by its depth and the nature of the cut, it was likely caused by a strip of fabric. After a thorough examination, Lu Chen provided his assessment based on professional forensic knowledge. Upon hearing Lu Chen's analysis, Old Zhang looked up in disbelief. It matched his own analysis almost perfectly, even more detailed than his own, identifying the very object that caused the ligature mark. You must understand, for a forensic pathologist fresh out of school, it's already quite remarkable if they can maintain composure and perform basic tasks when faced with a corpse, let alone conduct professional identification and deductive analysis. Who would have thought that Lu Chen, on his first autopsy, could remain so calm and composed, promptly analyzing and providing professional conclusions? Truly exceptional. I had underestimated him, thinking Lu Chen was just a handsome face with no substance. Old Zhang was also pleasantly surprised by this and nodded approvingly. At the same time, he was somewhat curious and asked in a testing tone, "The body is completely stiff, with a post-mortem interval exceeding 12 hours, and there are lividity marks on the lower parts. Normally, lividity takes over 3 days to form. When these two symptoms appear simultaneously, many forensic doctors who are new to the field would judge the time of death to be over 3 days. How did you conclude that her time of death was 19 hours? Lu Chen knew this was Old Zhang testing him and answered methodically, "That's correct." Normally, lividity does take 3 days to form, but that refers to widespread diffusion. Currently, the body only shows lividity at the bottom, indicating it has just passed the hypostasis stage. Additionally, the body was found in a trash bin behind the residential area, discarded in a semi-upright, bent position. The combined effects of gravity, potential blockage of capillaries in the bent areas, and the mechanical force causing blood to pool and congest the vessels accelerated the formation of livor mortis. This must have occurred within 24 hours. As for why the time can be pinpointed to exactly 19 hours, it's simple. Full body rigor mortis takes 12 hours to develop. Her entire body had already developed rigor mortis, indicating she had been dead for over 12 hours. After 6 hours of full body stiffness, the rigor mortis began to ease. The eye muscles softened, and the stiffness in her eyes had dissipated, but the rigor mortis in her upper limbs still persisted. This suggested that the time of death coincided precisely with the moment the stiffness in her eyes had just dissipated. The dissipation of rigor mortis in the eyes takes 1 hour. In summary, 12 hours plus 6 hours plus 1 hour equals 19 hours. Lu Chen's analysis left Old Zhang and Old Wu wide-eyed, staring at each other in disbelief. So professional? Even considering the environmental factors at the crime scene, are we sure this is a rookie? Seems more skilled than all of them. This single display made the two veteran forensic doctors, with over a decade of experience, never dare to underestimate the young man before them again. Impressive. As expected of a top graduate from the Forensic Medicine Institute. I initially thought this was your first time handling a corpse and planned to guide you through some practical techniques. Seems like my concern was unnecessary, huh? Reassessing Lu Chen, they no longer treated him as a novice but engaged with him as an equal in subsequent medical analyses. These two wounds, one deep, one shallow, were inflicted before death. The deep one, caused by a cloth strip, reached a fatal depth and had been present from the very beginning. The shallow marks from the arm strangulation appeared post-mortem. Judging by the sequence, the cloth ligature marks came first, followed by the arm marks. The fatal injury was undoubtedly caused by a cloth-like tool, using mechanical force to strangle the victim to death. Lao Zhang and Lao Wu reached a conclusion based on the existing evidence. They also called the forensic lab, which examined the DNA at the scene as well as the results from the blood and vaginal fluid analysis, all of which supported their conclusion. The two turned their gaze to Lu Chen, wanting to hear his opinion. If all three agreed, they could finalize the report. But at this moment, Lu Chen did not remove his gloves. Instead, he adjusted the direction of the light, focusing it on a section of blood vessels below her ribs, descending along the esophagus. The blood vessels beneath this patch of skin carried a faint cherry red hue, inconspicuous and only visible upon close inspection. After observing for a long while, Lu Chen took a deep breath and looked up, saying, "Based solely on the depth of the neck ligature marks and the state of the subcutaneous capillary reactions, it is indeed possible to infer that she might have been strangled." However, the capillaries below her esophagus were bleeding, and the blood had seeped to the surface. The amount of blood was not significant, but the location was fatal, and there was still a possibility of death. Therefore, I believe that under the assumption of two possible causes of death, an autopsy is necessary to obtain an accurate answer. Chapter 4. This is the faith of a forensic doctor. Lu Chen has enhanced his forensic skills to the max level, and his current forensic abilities have reached the pinnacle of perfection. When examining Jiang Yi's carotid artery and jugular vein, even without making an incision, he could deduce that they were not ruptured based on his inhuman sense of touch and judgment. Under normal circumstances, mechanical death caused by violence rarely occurs without damage to the carotid artery and jugular vein. More than 90% of strangulation deaths are caused by ruptured blood vessels or blocked venous blood flow. Therefore, if Jiang Yi's death was truly caused by strangulation and suffocation, it would be impossible for both the arteries and veins to remain completely intact. There weren't even complications like pulmonary edema or pleural effusion. Of course, standard forensic procedures require an autopsy to determine whether the veins and arteries were damaged. Lu Chen couldn't provide direct evidence to Old Wu and Old Zhang regarding this point. After all, he couldn't just say he had a system enhancement, extensive forensic experience, and was incredibly skilled, could he? So we can only analyze and propose based on the visible, observable, and detectable suspicious points on the corpse's surface. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Old Zhang frowned slightly without speaking, while Old Wu seemed somewhat displeased. There's no need to go through all that trouble. Dissecting the corpse requires drafting a special case file, reporting it to the municipal bureau and provincial department, and also dealing with the family, convincing them to sign off on it. The workload has unnecessarily increased several times over. The qualitative cause of death has already been determined: the victim died from strangulation. Why dwell on such minor details? The superficial red streaks could be bruises from handling the body or injuries sustained before death. Unlike Old Zhang, Old Wu has spent over a decade in the forensic department and has long grown accustomed to even embraced a leisurely pace of work. With no hope of promotion, he finds it perfectly fine to coast along idly, waiting for seniority to accumulate, enjoying a stable and uneventful life. So his subconscious thought was to simplify work whenever possible, avoiding unnecessary trouble for himself. Just do the basic tasks within one's duty and perform at the expected level, that's enough. Can a small county forensic examiner really be expected to solve criminal cases? Since there were already sufficient external signs indicating the victim was strangled, why not just conclude the case directly? Autopsy? That would be way too troublesome, increasing the workload by several times at least. The salary is fixed anyway, working this hard would be insane. This was his genuine inner thought. Lu Chen replied calmly, "If it were a bruise, the blood under the epidermal layer of the muscle should be dark red rather than cherry red. The appearance of a cherry red color indicates that the victim inhaled a certain amount of carbon monoxide before death. So, do you still think this discrepancy isn't worth scrutinizing?" Faced with Lu Chen's stubbornness, Old Wu sighed. "Xiao Lu, I understand you're new to the police station, full of passion and eager to make achievements. But you'll learn soon enough this kind of thing is just meaningless, fruitless effort. Take my advice, pretend you never saw it. What difference does it make even if we perform an autopsy? The result will most likely still be death by strangulation and suffocation. What's the point?" Lu Chen shook his head. Being irresponsible about cases and rushing to wrap them up with that kind of attitude, it's hard to accomplish anything significant. This is not only irresponsible to oneself, but also to the victims and the criminal investigation team. The deceased are already the most vulnerable existence. If forensic doctors cannot speak for them, who else can uncover the buried truth? Give them justice. Being fair and strict, interpreting evidence and examining bodies, pursuing scientific rigor and meticulousness, these are the most fundamental professional qualities of a forensic doctor. He had lost even these basic qualities, making Lu Chen feel he was not a qualified forensic examiner. It's not about fame or future prospects, it's solely about the professional integrity of a forensic examiner. I'm sorry, but as long as there are unresolved doubts about the body, I cannot hastily provide an authoritative death certificate. We are forensic examiners, the speakers for the dead. The deceased can no longer speak for themselves. If we don't advocate for them now, who will? Lu Chen's words made Old Wu's face turn very ugly, and he looked at Old Zhang beside him. "Old Zhang, what do you think?" "Oh dear, Xiao Lu, why can't you understand? It's perfectly normal for a corpse to have minor injuries. If we have to analyze every little detail like this, isn't that being too particular? This is just a small place, and we might not even have a single homicide case all year. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lu Chen's lips. There might not even be one homicide case in a year. Now that a homicide has occurred, we should be even more cautious and responsible. You're usually quite sharp, so why are you being so stubborn now? Old Wu said helplessly, feeling that Lu Chen was being obtuse. Lu Chen scoffed, you can choose to slack off, you can choose to be idle, but you just don't understand because this is a forensic pathologist's creed. Science is rigorous, life is precious, and on this, a forensic pathologist cannot compromise. Well said. Old Zhang, who had remained silent all along, felt his long dormant heart stirred upon hearing Lu Chen's words. Indeed, over all these years, I had nearly forgotten my original purpose as a forensic doctor and the fundamental ethics of the profession. Forensic science demands nothing but scientific rigor and precision. Even the slightest inconsistency must be explained through scientific means. If there is something that cannot be explained, if doubts exist, they must be resolved. Now, for the sake of habitual ease and convenience, even obvious doubts can be ignored. How shameful. I agree with Xiao Lu's proposal to request an autopsy from the higher authorities. Further determine and verify the cause of the victim's death. Chapter 5. Formation of the Special Task Force. After a homicide occurred and evidence was collected at the scene to establish a case file, the Anjiang County Police Department formed a special task force. Chief Chen Jiawei convened an emergency meeting with all members of the special task force. The attendees included the detectives involved in the operation and personnel from various technical departments participating in the case. The department heads reported the progress and details of the case to Chen Jiawei. Based on witness descriptions and investigations into the victim's social connections, Jiang Yi had frequent contact with 3 individuals, with the prime suspect being Zhang Chen, a male and local resident of Anjiang City. From the victim's chat records, it is evident that the two had an improper financial relationship, with the suspect repeatedly blackmailing and extorting money from the victim. The deceased had registered his name at the residential security office 6 hours before his death. However, the surveillance cameras in the deceased's rental building were under maintenance that day, failing to capture any relevant footage. The head of the criminal investigation team projected the photo and personal information of suspect Zhang Chen onto the screen and said with a serious tone. Chen Jiawei nodded and, after understanding the situation, ordered, given both motive and opportunity, arrest Zhang Chen immediately and bring him in for interrogation. Yes. Upon receiving the order, Lu Tianpei put on his hat and led several police officers to carry out the arrest. The traces and fingerprints at the crime scene were extremely chaotic, making it impossible to determine any valid evidence. However, we extracted traces of coarse fabric fibers from the dumpster where the body was discarded, but no products matching similar traces were found inside the container. Moreover, the residual coarse fabric fibers found on the side wall of the trash bin, as well as on the victim's hair and neck, are identical in fiber traces. From this, it can be inferred that the victim had a coarse fabric item, likely a towel or similar, wrapped around their head before death. At the time of the incident, the victim had recently taken a bath. Additionally, traces of a chemical agent were detected on the facial skin, which was identified as a high-grading facial mask after analysis. This indicates that the incident occurred indoors, not beside the outdoor trash bin where the body was found. The head of the forensics department stated that based on the above analysis, the primary crime scene was not the trash bin behind Dongxing Street, but rather indoors. Indoors? After returning to Anjiang County, the victim rarely went home and had been living alone in a rented apartment. This means it's highly likely that the crime scene was inside the victim's rented apartment. Lao Wang, notify the property management of Fenghua residential community to secure the scene. We need to conduct an immediate on-site investigation and gather evidence. Yes. Chen Jiawei instructed the forensics team to take personnel to the first crime scene for investigation and evidence collection, aiming to obtain new testing materials. Then, he turned to look at Old Zhang. Old Zhang, do you have any results from your forensic team? Faced with Chen Jiawei's questioning, Old Zhang reported the results truthfully. According to the forensic examination, the preliminary conclusion is that the victim died from mechanical asphyxiation caused by strangulation with a cloth-like object. This aligns with the information provided by the inspection department. We believe the murder weapon was most likely a towel used during bathing. Hearing Old Zhang's answer, Chen Jiawei raised an eyebrow and asked doubtfully, if the information aligns, why isn't it confirmed that the towel was the murder weapon, but only a possibility? During the examination of the body's surface, there was still one unresolved doubt. Doubt? What doubt? Old Zhang paused slightly, glanced at Lu Chen beside him, and Lu Chen turned to Chen Jiawei, reporting the doubt he wanted to express. The strangulation marks on the neck were indeed caused by a towel, but that might not be the cause of death. There are cherry-red bloodstains in the subepithelial layer of the deceased's esophagus, indicating inhalation of a certain amount of carbon monoxide before death. Additionally, the possibility of fatal damage to the blood vessels of internal organs cannot be ruled out. Therefore, to determine the exact cause of death, an autopsy must be performed. Seeing Lu Chen's serious expression and noticing old Zhang standing beside him with a look of agreement and verification, Chen Jiawei nodded and said, "Alright, I approve the request for an autopsy. Organize the case files and corpse information, then report them immediately to the Municipal Bureau and Provincial Department. Once the Provincial Department's decision comes down, proceed with the autopsy without waiting to report to me. I will personally handle the communication with the family members." To the outside world, the forensic profession is seen as dealing with corpses, and performing autopsies seems like a routine matter. However, in reality, the procedures required for a forensic pathologist to perform an autopsy are extremely cumbersome. The various documents that need to be prepared afterward are also incredibly complex. In criminal cases, the probability of performing an autopsy is not very high. Essentially, 90% of corpses can provide sufficient evidence for case closure just by examining surface injuries. No autopsy is needed. Only 10% of criminal cases require an autopsy. After all, improper handling of a corpse could lead to lawsuits from the family. So, being able to have the entire team cooperate with the forensic examiner for an autopsy to verify evidence, all for the sake of a rookie examiner, is something that requires courage. Of course, Lu Chen wouldn't let them down either. Initially, he had been a bit nervous, but after hearing the summaries from various departments, Lu Chen was certain that there was something fishy about this case. It's already 2022, and the surveillance cameras in the residential building were broken and remained unrepaired for an extended period, just happening to coincide with the time of the crime? It can't be such a coincidence. What does this mean? It means this wasn't a crime of passion. It's highly likely to be a premeditated murder, and the perpetrator possesses a certain criminal logic. Since the killer is someone with a logical approach to crime, the so-called murder definitely won't be as simple as it appears on the surface. Chapter 6, Something's Wrong, You Even Know About SM? Room 611, Unit 1, Building 4, Fenghua Residential Area. Personnel from various departments of the Anjiang City Criminal Police Brigade arrived at the scene, securing the crime location while technical staff conducted on-site investigations. Soon, a white headscarf was discovered beneath the coffee table and sent to the forensics lab for testing. The material matches the ligature marks on Zhang Yi's head and neck. Moreover, DNA from 2 individuals was found on the towel. Aside from Zhang Yi's, the other biological trace belonged to Zhang Chen, the prime suspect. Lu Chen also arrived at the scene. After completing the forensic examination, he collaborated with the trace evidence team to reconstruct the crime scene scenario. A significant amount of biological traces from Zhang Yi were discovered on the room's floor. After spraying with fluorescent material, the illuminated areas revealed the surfaces she had come into contact with. At the position from the bathroom leading out to the living room, messy footprints were left, indicating the victim was likely attacked here, then fell with the lower half of the body hitting the ground while the upper half remained untouched. The scene suggests the victim was standing with their back turned when the perpetrator grabbed their neck from behind. This is further corroborated by the repeated friction marks of the heels against the floor. After the victim lost the ability to resist, or possibly after being killed, they were dragged to the shoe cabinet area, where a significant amount of biological traces were also found. Using the shoe cabinet as a support point, the perpetrator lifted the victim and moved the body. After gathering this information, Lu Chen calmly analyzed and reconstructed the scene. Moreover, judging by the depth of the marks on the ground, the fluorescent traces of dragging were lighter, indicating that the perpetrator moved the body sometime after committing the crime. Lu Chen's analysis was affirmed by the professional personnel present, and Lu Tianpei couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Good, so it seems the murderer must be Zhang Chen. He strangled Zhang Yi indoors and then dumped her body in the trash bin behind the residential area. Lu Chen shook his head slightly and said, "Captain Lu, although the current evidence does point to Zhang Chen as the murderer, there are still many inconsistencies in this case." Inconsistencies? Yes. Indoors, the signs of struggle are not obvious, which indicates that Zhang Yi was caught off guard when the incident occurred. It happened suddenly. Sudden attacks can be categorized into 2 types, premeditated attacks and impulsive attacks without premeditation. If it were premeditated, the perpetrator wouldn't have waited so long to move the body after killing the victim, nor would they have chosen a residential trash bin, an easily discoverable location, as the dumping site. Because doing so would only expose oneself more quickly. Therefore, this sudden attack can only be classified as an impulsive assault, resulting in the victim's accidental death. The perpetrator used excessive force leading to the victim's death, and the prolonged interval might be due to the perpetrator's fear. As for the choice of the body disposal site, driven by his panicked state of mind, he hastily chose the trash bin behind the residential building to get rid of the hot potato. Lu Chen's series of deductions and conjectures were comprehensively analyzed and reasoned based on various pieces of evidence and professional examinations. Consistent with the crime scene evidence, consistent with criminal psychology, and consistent with criminal logic. However, he merely provided a more detailed reconstruction of the perpetrator Zhang Chen's wrongdoing process and psychology. How does this relate to being unreasonable? The crowd was puzzled, but Lu Chen's next words left them shocked and even somewhat horrified. Since the case was classified as impulsive homicide, the question arises: why would the surveillance wiring in the hallway be deliberately cut in advance? As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Tianpei and a few veteran detectives immediately grasped the implication. Indeed, if it was a crime of passion, why would the surveillance wiring have been severed beforehand? This is clearly a logical contradiction. While inspecting the rental property, officers were dispatched to investigate the cause of the surveillance malfunction that day, which was found to be intentional sabotage. The power line was cut. On the day of the incident, no thefts occurred in the entire building except for the homicide in Unit 1, Room 611. Therefore, cutting the power line must be related to this case, confirming it as a premeditated criminal act. Now, the evidence from both sides presents the most severe logical conflict. Everyone fell into deep thought, trying to come up with a reasonable explanation. Yet, Lu Tianpei couldn't make sense of it no matter how hard he thought. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen pressed on. There's one more point, I wonder if you've noticed it, Captain Lu. What is it? The props in Zhang Yi's room. Mentioning these props, many female inspectors present couldn't help but blush slightly. The so-called props are some of Zhang Yi's personal items, including various shackles and whips. People who buy these props couldn't possibly just use them for decoration, right? They must be using them themselves. Looking at such a wide variety of props, it's not hard to see that Zhang Yi has strong SM tendencies. Someone with such strong tendencies would have strict rules about the order and placement of these props. Look at this whip, the leopard print outfit, and this feather insert. Aren't their positions all wrong? The whip should be next to these shackles, and wouldn't the feather look better if it were diagonally inserted into this fur-lined garment? Lu Chen's words made everyone widen their eyes. A detective wearing white gloves stepped forward and rearranged the items as Lu Chen had instructed. After restoring the positions, they discovered, hey, it was indeed correct. Consequently, pairs of eyes filled with either shock or bewilderment turned uniformly toward Lu Chen. It was as if they were saying, damn, this young forensic pathologist Lu is seriously impressive. Not only is he skilled in crime scene investigation and case analysis, but he even knows this much about props? Ahem. Facing so many gazes, Lu Chen stood with righteous dignity. After clearing his throat softly, he presented his conclusion. The props weren't returned to their proper positions in time, which indicates that the victim had used these props on the day of the incident and was killed before having the chance to put them back. As for these props, they were returned by the murderer after the killing. Chapter 7, the police never wrong an innocent person, nor do they let any evildoer escape. Lu Chen's 2 points of suspicion caused a huge uproar. Since someone had used these tools, all that was needed was to check the fingerprints on them to identify the user. But to everyone's astonishment, there were no fingerprints at all on these tools. Not even Zhang Yi's fingerprints were found. However, although no fingerprints could be found on the tools, this only further proves the correctness of Lu Chen's speculation. Why were there no traces left on them? Because someone had tampered with them, wiping away the fingerprint evidence. Outside the crime scene, Zhang Chen's fingerprints and traces were found everywhere. Someone who doesn't even know how to destroy the tools of the crime would bother wiping fingerprints from such detailed spots? How is that possible? So the criminal investigation team came up with a bold hypothesis: what if there exists a perpetrator in the case who is highly knowledgeable about criminal investigation, deliberately entered the crime scene to commit the offense, and after the act, erased all traces left behind? Of course, this assumption is a linear one, with the main focus of the criminal investigation team still on Zhang Chen's crime of passion. The case has a deadline for resolution, with a countdown of 32 hours remaining. The suspect, Zhang Chen, was successfully apprehended by the police. At 8 in the morning, Lu Tianpei entered the interrogation room of the Criminal Investigation Division to question Zhang Chen. A short-haired man was handcuffed to the interrogation room chair, visibly terrified and trembling slightly, his bloodshot eyes darting nervously with nowhere to rest. Zhang Chen, male, 28 years old, unemployed, suspect. The arrest process was relatively straightforward. He was found in a small, dark room in the basement of his home. When discovered, he appeared extremely frightened and offered no resistance, simply being escorted by the police all the way to the interrogation room. Tell me, why did you kill Jiang Yi? Lu Tianpei calmly placed a case file in front of him, his expression stern. It was as if the police already knew everything, as he asked from a scrutinizing perspective. Zhang Chen nervously swallowed hard before replying, Officer, I didn't kill anyone, I really didn't. I'm innocent. Wronged? The police never wrong an innocent person, nor do they let a guilty one go free. Zhang Chen, where were you on the morning of October 13th? Zhang Chen dared not look Lu Tianpei in the eye. Lu Tianpei snorted coldly and said sharply, You were in Zhang Yi's rented apartment. Before heading to room 611, Unit 1, Building 4 of Fenghua residential area, you repeatedly threatened and even intimidated her on messaging apps, demanding money from her. But she refused you on the messaging apps, and in a fit of rage, you went there in person and argued with her in the living room of the apartment. Then you strangled her to death in the living room using the headscarf she was wearing. Lu Tianpei's words sent a shiver down Zhang Chen's spine, leaving him collapsing weakly backward with a tearful expression. All details of the incident were accounted for. Interrogation is also an art form, and from the moment he entered, Lu Tianpei had been observing every subtle change in Zhang Chen's expression and demeanor. Human body language and facial expression shift in response to psychological changes. Judging from Zhang Chen's series of reactions, he was genuinely terrified and panicked. At the same time, after receiving the police's confirmation of the murder, the relief on his face transformed from prolonged tension was absolutely impossible to fake. "I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to kill anyone. In the early hours of the 13th, I was gambling on a mobile betting app and lost all my money after playing all night. At that point, I was completely hooked, so I went to Jiang Yi to ask for money. I had leverage over her and had asked her for money many times before, and she always gave it to me obediently. But this time, she refused and hurled a string of insults at me. Unable to contain my anger, I went to confront her in person. Here's how it went down. She had just stepped out of the bathroom at the time, and then, through Zhang Chen's account, the police learned many previously unknown details. It turns out Jiang Yi had previously worked at a foot massage parlor in Hangzhou, specifically in the so-called soft service shift. Those familiar with foot massage parlors would know that soft service is essentially a euphemism for improper massage services. They usually provide customers with selective massage services, and even more, there are services to help customers release their little spirits. Zhang Chen and Jiang Yi met at a foot massage parlor. During the time Zhang Chen was working in Hangzhou, he visited the foot massage parlor where Jiang Yi worked several times and patronized her services. Later, Zhang Chen was fired from his job due to a gambling addiction and returned to his hometown to start over. More than 4 months ago, at a blind date, he encountered Jiang Yi and discovered they were actually from the same hometown. At this, Zhang Chen instantly had wicked thoughts. Women who stray into prostitution while working away from home fear nothing more than having their secret exposed to people back in their hometown. So Zhang Chen exploited this very point, repeatedly blackmailing and extorting Jiang Yi. It had become a habit for Zhang Chen whenever he was short of money, he would demand it from Jiang Yi. This time, when she refused, his original plan was to confront her and issue threats on the spot. Just extorting some money to keep his gambling going would be enough. But unexpectedly, during the struggle, he grabbed a towel and strangled her neck, demanding money. In a moment of excessive force, Jiang Yi suddenly stopped moving. Checking her breath, he realized she was no longer breathing. Terrified by what he had done, Zhang Chen scrambled out of the rental house in panic. After a long while, he thought leaving the body there wasn't safe, so he returned to the rental house and dumped the corpse downstairs in the residential area. In the interrogation room, Zhang Chen confessed to his criminal acts without reservation, with the only difference being his insistence that it was not a crime of passion but rather manslaughter. He never had any intention to kill. The motive for the crime was established, the process of the crime and the evidence gathered all matched up, and there was also the suspect's own confession admitting to the criminal acts. Essentially, this was already a closed case. If handled by a less meticulous investigator, the case could be concluded as soon as the head of the Criminal Investigation Department gave the nod. However, this case still has several suspicious points, which are exactly the doubts raised by Lu Chen. The hallway surveillance was deliberately destroyed, and the scene had been wiped clean of fingerprints and traces. And then there's the unusual cherry red color on the corpse. Lu Tianpei walked out of the interrogation room. The sounds from inside could be heard outside, and Lu Chen had been observing the entire situation throughout. "What do you think about Zhang Chen's situation?" Lu Tianpei asked. Based on Lu Chen's previous performance, Lu Tianpei knew that Lu Chen was a forensic expert with strong logical reasoning skills. Not only was he accomplished in the field of forensics, but he also had his own insights into criminal investigation. In the Criminal Investigation Division, what matters is whether you are talented and capable. No matter your age, as long as you have the skills and ability, others will recognize and value you. Lu Chen was exactly like this. In Lu Tianpei's eyes, he was a highly talented young man. Therefore, after the criminal investigation interrogation, he wanted to hear Lu Chen's opinion. Throughout the entire process, Zhang Chen's words and expressions were consistent. He wasn't lying and spoke nothing but the truth. Lu Chen's expression remained calm as he gave his answer. Lu Tianpei nodded, his brows furrowed tightly as he said, indeed. If not for a few major unresolved points in the case, it should have been concluded by now. But now, another significant discrepancy has emerged. Zhang Chen's alleged time of the crime doesn't match the victim's time of death. If it really happened as Zhang Chen said, that he acted around 9 a.m., then the time of death should be about 22 hours ago, which clearly doesn't match the time determined by the autopsy. Either Zhang Chen is lying, or there's more to this case than meets the eye. I agree with you. I think Zhang Chen is telling the truth. Glancing at his watch, he looked at Lu Chen and said, "This case indeed has too many inconsistencies, just as you mentioned." From a criminal investigation logic standpoint, the more inconsistencies there are, the more it suggests that the main direction of the case might be wrong. There are still 30 hours left before the deadline to solve the case, so we still have ample time. We'll conduct a secondary investigation into Jiang Yi's social connections and leave the 2 suspicious points at the scene to us to handle. The anomalies on the corpse are yours to deal with. This case still has more to uncover. Chapter 8. How can a sparrow understand the ambition of a swan? At 2 p.m., there were still 26 hours left before the deadline for the case. The provincial department approved the autopsy application from the forensic department of Anjiang County and successfully obtained the signed consent from the family. The 3 forensic experts in Anjiang County, dressed in professional attire and gloves, proceeded to perform the autopsy on the body. Even with a mask on, Lu Chen could tell that old Wu, the forensic expert, didn't look well. To be precise, it was impatience and complaint. Lu Chen's series of actions undoubtedly increased his workload, and even though Zhang Chen in the interrogation room had already confessed, Lu Chen still insisted on performing an autopsy. This left old Wu, who had little involvement in the case, quite puzzled and annoyed. The criminal had already confessed, yet he still wanted to perform an autopsy. It was truly unnecessary. But there was no other way. Both old Zhang and the captain of the criminal police team supported Lu Chen. No matter how uncomfortable he felt inside, he could only endure it. To examine the wounds on the head and neck of the corpse, use the straight-line dissection method, starting from the abdomen all the way up to the throat. The entire surface of the corpse has softened, making it suitable for a number 12 scalpel. The dissection instruments are ready, the container liquid meets the standard. Begin the autopsy. Lu Chen and old Zhang ignored old Wu's emotional work demeanor beside them. The 2 professionals cooperated seamlessly, performing the autopsy with the lead surgeon making the incisions, opening the 3 body cavities to extract internal organs from various parts for a meticulous post-mortem examination. Opening the chest, taking the bone forceps and osteotome. After cutting through the ribs to open the thoracic cavity, Lu Chen carefully removed each organ one by one, placing them into containers to be sent for examination in the lab. During the transportation process, Lu Chen could faintly hear some lab technicians murmuring complaints. You say this new guy Xiao Lu is really something, why does he have to be so stubborn about everything? The case has already been solved, and the criminal himself confessed to the murder. Yet he still insists on performing an autopsy and conducting a series of tests. Dragging so many of us into overtime with him, honestly, it's exasperating. Exactly. A rookie forensic doctor who won't listen to his senior's advice and just charges ahead single-mindedly. Ugh. What's the point of all this back and forth? What real change can it bring? I just can't understand what's the meaning of doing so many thankless tasks. Faced with such comments, Lu Chen didn't feel discouraged, nor would he let their words shake his resolve. How can a sparrow understand the ambition of a swan? At the same time, this made him deeply realize that working in a county-level city's institution was simply not the right fit for him. These individuals have limited professional competence, only matching the capabilities and qualities of small localities. To truly unleash one's potential, one must go to places like provincial departments or even state security agencies. Only there could Lu Chen fully unleash his capabilities and display his talents. Setting aside distracting thoughts, Lu Chen cleaned the corpse's internal organs before examining the neck area. He noticed traces of bleeding in the veins and bronchi beneath the head and neck of the corpse, slightly furrowing his brow. He switched to a smaller scalpel to cut open the bronchi and, in the process, made an incision in the nearby esophagus. Multiple lacerations were found at the crossing point between the cricopharyngeal muscle in the esophagus and the left bronchus. Xiao Lu, look there! Old Zhang exclaimed in surprise. As the incision along the esophagus was extended downward, a gleaning blade came into view. A blade? The presence of a blade in the deceased's esophagus undoubtedly shocked them greatly. It also made the cause of death increasingly mysterious. The esophagus showed numerous lacerations extending down to the left bronchus, with significant tracheal rupture. This had led to pneumothorax and mediastinal emphysema below. While the external manifestations weren't severe, they were sufficient to cause breathing difficulties or even death by asphyxiation. Lu Chen used tweezers to extract the blade and drew 1 milliliter of coagulated venous blood. Old Zhang, do you still remember the strangulation marks on the deceased's neck? Old Zhang nodded and said, I remember, one was a deep mark caused by a cloth strip, and the other was a shallower mark made by an elbow. Yes, the sequence of the strangulation marks was first the cloth strip, followed by the elbow. The previous external examination concluded that the ligature marks from the cloth strip reached a degree sufficient to cause asphyxiation, while the marks on the elbows were not severe enough to cause asphyxiation. Thus, the preliminary determination was death by mechanical asphyxiation. However, the current discovery of a blade near the bronchial tube in the esophagus changes the situation entirely. Forceful pressure from the elbows could have caused the blade to sever the bronchial tube internally, potentially leading to the victim's death by asphyxiation. Although both cases involve death by suffocation, the methods of committing the crime are entirely different, leading to completely distinct outcomes. After hearing this analysis, Old Zhang and Old Wu were horrified, exchanging stunned glances. Old Wu wanted to say something more, but seeing Lu Chen and Old Zhang so solemn and fully absorbed in examining the corpse, he swallowed his words in the end. He was also a forensic examiner, and he knew all too well what it meant to extract lethal blades from inside a corpse. There should be fingerprints left on the blade. Be careful when the forensics team collects them, and send them to the Municipal Bureau's fingerprint comparison room immediately after successful collection for matching. Test the carbon monoxide concentration in the bronchial coagulated blood. Additionally, based on the internal wounds, conduct an examination of the internal organs to verify the time of death caused by internal injuries. At this moment, Lu Chen's logic was rigorous, his reasoning clear, and the directions he provided were very precise. Forensic experts differ from criminal investigators. Their most crucial role is to provide evidence. Even if the existing conclusions are sufficient to prompt the Criminal Investigation Division to re-examine the entire case, hypothetical inferences must be supported by scientific methods. The waiting time was excruciatingly long. There were only 16 hours left before the case's deadline. The fingerprint comparison results from the blade and the bronchial blood coagulation results came in. Only the victim Jiang Yi's fingerprints were found on the blade. The bronchial blood coagulation did contain a certain amount of carbon monoxide, though the concentration wasn't particularly high. The tests suggested that the victim had inhaled a certain amount of carbon monoxide before death, which remained in the bronchial tubes and dissolved into the bloodstream. There are only 12 hours left in the case's time limit, and the detection time for venous closure has also been determined. The time of death was 19 hours apart from the first forensic examination, with a margin of error of plus or minus 30 minutes. This matches the time of death from the external autopsy of the corpse. This means Jiang Yi died from asphyxiation due to internal bronchial rupture, with the culprit being the blade inside her body rather than external mechanical strangulation marks. Chapter 9. The killer is the third person at the scene. During the time Lu Chen was busy, the criminal police brigade was not idle either. By retrieving surveillance footage from several street corners around Manhwa community on October 13 and conducting inquiries within the community, they narrowed down the target to the second suspect, Lu Minghui. At 8:15 a.m. on October 13, Lu Minghui was spotted in the surveillance footage at the intersection of Longsheng Road leading to Manhwa community. On that day, Lu Minghui was wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses. The investigating officers verified with the residential security that Lu Minghui had indeed entered the community. Additionally, elderly residents returning from morning exercises had seen him at the stairwell entrance monitored by the surveillance system. Most crucially, according to the landlord, Lu Minghui also knew Jiang Yi and had visited her rental apartment multiple times. He usually came in the evening and left by noon. But on the day of the incident, the other party came in the morning, and it was clear they had prepared in advance, loitering in the hallway for a long time before going upstairs. The timing and location made them the prime suspect for tampering with the surveillance. As a result, the police immediately detained Lu Minghui and brought him to the interrogation room. Upon arriving at the interrogation room, Lu Minghui admitted to tampering with the surveillance. But he claimed that his purpose in disabling the surveillance was to ambush Zhang Chen. Because he received a call from Jiang Yi, saying that Zhang Chen had threatened and harassed her, and even intended to harm her at her home. So he planned to arm himself fully and take the opportunity to beat Zhang Chen black and blue in the hallway, to teach him a lesson. Cutting the surveillance was to avoid leaving any video evidence of his assault. But when asked what he was doing after destroying the surveillance, he gave an answer that once again puzzled the police. His response was that while he was hiding in the stairwell, someone ambushed him, knocking him unconscious with a blunt strike. By the time he woke up, it was already afternoon. He heard police sirens behind the residential area, saw a group of officers through the stairwell window, and even spotted Jiang Yi's corpse. At that time, he thought of the principle of avoiding trouble and went straight home. Now, being brought to the police station, he feels both regret and guilt towards Jiang Yi, believing his cowardice led to her death. He firmly insists that the murderer is Zhang Chen. With no evidence, the criminal investigation team cannot determine whether Lu Minghui's statement is true or false. Moreover, there were no fingerprints or traces of Lu Minghui at the scene, and he indeed had an alibi. For a moment, the criminal investigation team's leads ran dry. Just as they were struggling, Lu Chen brought the latest forensic examination reports. "Xiao Lu, any new leads from the forensics team?" Seeing Lu Chen approach, Lu Tianpei hurriedly asked. Lu Chen nodded and informed Lu Tianpei of the scientific conclusions drawn from the autopsy. Although the results of Lu Chen's autopsy couldn't directly confirm the murderer, they could prove that Zhang Chen was not the killer. First, the time of death didn't match. Second, the manner of death doesn't match either. This is really strange. The scene only showed traces of Zhang Chen in Jiang Yi. Could it be that Zhang Chen forced Jiang Yi to swallow the blade and then used his elbow to cause the internal injuries? But that doesn't make sense either. If he really wanted to kill her, strangling her would suffice. Why go through such unnecessary complications? Judging from Zhang Chen's behavior, there was no indication of any attempt to remove fingerprint traces. The blade only bore Jiang Yi's fingerprints. Would Jiang Yi have been so compliant as to swallow the blade under Zhang Chen's instructions? This means there must have been a third person present at the scene, and this third individual is the actual murderer. After receiving the scientific forensic results, Lu Tianpei's mind raced at high speed. Pacing back and forth, he finally reached a conclusion that troubled him deeply. The real culprit is someone else, but who could this murderer be? Lu Tianpei glanced anxiously at his watch. At this moment, there were less than 10 hours left before the deadline for solving the case. The municipal bureau had inquired about the progress of the case more than once. Lu Chen remained calm, because he understood that the more anxious one was in such a situation, the harder it would be to crack the case. Captain Lu, any progress on the suspicious points at the scene? Yes, Xiao Wang, bring Lu Minghui's interrogation record over for forensic Dr. Lu to review. Soon, a freshly prepared interrogation record was placed in Lu Chen's hands after he learned about Lu Minghui's situation. Lu Chen understood why Lu Tianpei was so anxious, as this case was indeed extremely challenging. Now all their evidence points to a third person at the scene. But who is this third person at the scene? There were no fingerprints at the scene, and the suspect had strong counter-surveillance skills, making it impossible to verify. The most frustrating part is that Lu Minghui, who is under police control, has only provided statements that ultimately lead to the third person at the scene. But who exactly is this person? There's no way to start. With less than 10 hours left, how easy could it be to find new leads and locate the third person at the scene within such a short time? From a god's eye view, analyzing it this way indeed yields no clues whatsoever. Then, from the killer's perspective, if I were the killer, why would I kill Jiang Yi, and what purpose would that serve? There are only 3 people closely associated with Jiang Yi: Zheng Chen, Lu Minghui, and the matchmaker who introduced her to potential partners. Zhang Chen's motive for murder was money, but what was Lu Minghui's motive? And what about the matchmaker's motive? Is there no motive for murder? The matchmaker had a solid alibi for that day, while Lu Minghui appeared near the scene precisely at the crucial time. He is highly suspicious. His explanation aligns with logic and matches the current evidence. Only pointing to an unknown third party could clear him of suspicion. But is there a possibility that everything Lu Minghui said was fabricated by him? According to Lu Chen's understanding of this third person, this is a very intelligent criminal with investigative logic. Since he could devise such meticulous methods to erase his traces and fingerprints, he could also identify loopholes in reasoning and come up with a perfect explanation for himself. Captain Lu, may I take a look at Lu Minghui's file information? Chapter 10, Jiang Yi, another fish in your pond, right? Lu Minghui, male, 43 years old, was released from Jindian prison half a year ago after serving a 7-year sentence. The reason for his conviction: fraud. There were also detailed notes about the process, how he packaged himself, pretended to be wealthy, moved among hundreds of women, swindling money and exploiting them emotionally. A cumulatively defrauded property worth over 6 million yuan. After being released from prison, Lu Minghui remained unemployed and had multiple records of renting luxury cars and designer clothing. Having served 7 years in prison, how could he live so lavishly for so long without a job after his release? Moreover, over the past 6 months, the police have not maintained detailed records of his activities. This Lu Minghui is definitely up to something. Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided to apply to meet Lu Minghui and interrogate him. In homicide cases, forensic doctors also frequently interact with suspects during the process of verifying and understanding clues. Therefore, it is relatively common to communicate with criminals in the interrogation room. Creak. The door opened, and as Lu Chen entered the room, Lu Minghui looked up in confusion. Officer, didn't we just finish questioning? I've already told you everything I know. Lu Chen made a stop gesture without any expression, waited for Lu Minghui to stop speaking, then pulled out a chair and sat opposite him. Crossing his hands on the table, he then smiled slightly and said, "Hello, I'm Lu Chen from the Criminal Investigation Team. Regarding the Jiang Yi case, Captain Lu and the others have indeed already looked into it. But I came to ask you about something else." Lu Minghui paused, suspiciously saying, "Something else?" "That's right, I wanted to ask you about the details of the case from 7 years ago, regarding your fraudulent activities. That's all in the past, there's nothing worth knowing about that case. The relevant case files should be accessible at the police station, as they contain all the details." Lu Chen had been observing Lu Minghui's facial expressions and noticed a fleeting, unusual look in his eyes when the case was mentioned. He continued with a smile, "Well, retrieving the detailed case files takes some time, and since you're here in person, I thought it would be more convenient to ask you directly." "Oh, I see. Then go ahead and ask." Lu Chen lied right in front of Lu Minghui. In truth, reviewing the case files would only take a short while. He wanted to observe Lu Minghui's reaction. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the other party visibly hesitated for a moment. In a state of slight tension, subconsciously aware that Lu Chen was lying, he wanted to refute it. But the main consciousness understood his current persona and situation, and couldn't reveal his knowledge of the police station's internal affairs. Therefore, after a brief confrontation, he paused for a moment, not showing any suspicion towards Lu Chen's words. He cooperated with Lu Chen's subsequent questioning. As a result, Lu Chen concluded in his heart that Lu Minghui had indeed been hiding his true self all along. Outwardly appearing carefree, but in reality, a person with deep thoughts. The police officer at the time said you were proficient in psychology, able to make a strange woman willingly go to bed with you in just 3 hours. She even opened her heart and provided you with money. How did you manage that? Lu Chen asked. I'm not really an expert in psychology or anything, I just did some quick online research and applied it in practice. Sometimes I can't quite figure it out myself, but it's a fact 3 hours is completely sufficient. From meeting someone to getting intimate, it never takes more than 3 hours. When talking about this, Lu Chen could clearly detect a tone of pride in the other person's voice. Following his interest, Lu Chen pretended to be amazed, slightly furrowing his brows to show disbelief. So, you're saying you know women very well? But even with that knowledge, it's impossible to achieve something like this, right? Lu Minghui looked up, a glimmer of light shining in his eyes. No, I can say I understand them thoroughly, and I can do it. First of all, the people I target are not ordinary, normal individuals. They are women I meet through online chats. Generally, those who engage in casual online conversations tend to feel emotionally empty or melancholic. All I need to do is soothe their emotions, listen to their stories, and once we become somewhat familiar, I then tell a story, carefully crafting a persona to present myself. As long as I portray myself as a single wealthy man, invite them to meet, rent a luxury car to take them to high-end restaurants, and follow this routine, they will almost always believe it. At this point, with a bit more sweet talk, all that's left is to wait for the harvest. The two detectives behind him in the interrogation room were completely dumbfounded. None of the statements sounded like they came from someone who looked plain and honest. As if to prove the accuracy of his words, Lu Minghui added, "Don't you dare doubt it, there are plenty of vain women like that in society. Their intention in approaching me wasn't pure to begin with. If they weren't greedy for wealth, they wouldn't have been deceived." Lu Chen smiled faintly and said, "I believe you. I believe what you're saying. But there's one thing I really can't figure out. You used the pretense of being wealthy to deceive women for sex, so how did you also manage to swindle money from them? Were these women willing to spend money on you?" At this point, Lu Minghui sneered and said, "That makes it even simpler. Once they believed I was wealthy, I would tell them that today's dining expenses exceeded the withdrawal limit back then, there were no payment apps, and everything had to be paid in cash. If they wanted to continue spending, they would immediately withdraw their own money. Most of this money was for shared use, and they fantasized that I would repay them double or even several times over. From their perspective, why not enjoy themselves while making money? But in reality, I would gradually trap them, using various excuses to continuously swindle their money away. They don't deserve my gifts at all. With the money they give me, I can spend lavishly every day and live a carefree life." This is the most glorious experience of Lu Minghui's life, and also his proudest moment. Especially under Lu Chen's guidance, he gradually became excited, even somewhat carried away while reminiscing about his past glories. Impressive, truly impressive. Managing to deceive over 100 women is no small feat, something most people couldn't pull off. So, after your release from prison, in this era where digital payments are so prevalent, how did you manage to swindle money? Lu Minghui chuckled. Even online payments have limits now. I just needed to come up with a different excuse to get them to withdraw cash. Mid-sentence, Lu Minghui suddenly realized something was amiss. His words faltered, and his expression changed abruptly. He looked at Lu Chen, who was smiling at him, feeling as if needles were pricking his back. "Go on, Lu Minghui, why did you stop?" "Officer, Lu Minghui swallowed hard, his expression growing tense as he prepared to make excuses. But Lu Chen suddenly stood up, his expression turning stern as he sharply said, "Looks like you've gone back to your old ways after getting out of prison. No wonder I couldn't find any online transfer records. You were moving money offline. Lu Minghui, Zhang Yi must be another fish in your pond, right?" Chapter 11, Justice Has Long Arms. Lu Minghui stared at Lu Chen in disbelief, his lips trembling. I. Lu Chen knew the other man was cunning, so he had designed a series of conversational traps to expose his flaws. At this moment, Lu Minghui's thoughts were in disarray. Lu Chen pressed forward relentlessly, aiming to extract more information while his opponent's mental defenses were weakened. Every word of our conversation just now was recorded by the machines outside. You can't talk your way out of this, you admitted it yourself. You've continued committing fraud even after being released from prison. Tell the truth, why did you kill Zhang Yi? Lu Chen's eyes flashed with ferocity as he slammed both hands on the table. Staring at Lu Minghui, he demanded angrily. Lu Minghui widened his eyes, feeling somewhat confused by Lu Chen's abrupt questioning. "Officer, you must be mistaken? Even if I did cheat Zhang Yi out of her money, I didn't kill her. I've told you everything I know. You can't wrong an innocent person." Lu Chen sneered, "Wronging a good person? In your previous statement, you claimed that you and Zhang Yi were online lovers who met on the internet, and that you went to her house on the morning of October 13th because Zhang Chen was harassing Zhang Yi. You were there to stake out Zhang Chen. You're a fraud. How could you possibly think about protecting someone else?" Lu Minghui's eyes darted around as he stammered, "So what if I'm possessive? The money Zhang Chen took from Zhang Yi was originally money I could have scammed from her. Can't I just go over in the morning and beat him up to vent my anger? Besides, Jiang Yi keeps letting me swindle money and take advantage of her. Why would I kill her? Where's the motive for murder? Lu Minghui fired off a series of rhetorical questions. Lu Chen chuckled lightly and said, by that logic, you truly have no motive for murder. But if the victim, Jiang Yi, found out you were a fraud deceiving her and intended to report you to the police, could you still claim to have no motive for murder? Thud. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Minghui stood up excitedly. You're talking nonsense. Where's your evidence? How did I kill Jiang Yi? Can you explain that? Plus, I have an alibi for the time of the incident. At this point, Lu Minghui completely shed his facade of honesty and began to defend himself in a calm and organized manner. Lu Chen remained calm and composed, clasping his hands together. You are indeed clever, having fabricated a very convincing alibi. We have no way to verify whether what you said is true, and that is precisely why we cannot take any action against you. Moreover, you have provided the police with a hypothetical third party, shifting all blame onto him. But remember, the net of the law is wide but does not miss anything. Even the most perfect crime leaves traces. After saying this, Lu Chen stood up and left the interrogation room. After this conversation, he was now certain that Lu Minghui was the murderer. Did you hear everything that was said just now? My intuition tells me we don't need to look for anyone else. This Lu Minghui has serious issues. Lu Tianpei, who was at the door, saw Lu Chen and went up to greet him. Lu Chen's words made him nod in agreement. He hadn't expected Lu Chen to possess psychological interrogation skills, using dialogue and exploiting the other party's psychological weaknesses to extract crucial information. His logic was clear, and he dug a trap step by step, ultimately forcing Lu Minghui to drop his facade. It must be said, this was truly remarkable. The murderer at the crime scene was a meticulous thinker with exceptional criminal investigative logic and a certain ability to create characters and stories. All of these characteristics match Lu Minghui, and I also believe that Lu Minghui is the murderer. However, the key issue is that we do not have any direct evidence. As he said, without evidence, we can't do anything to him. Lu Tianpei stood with his hands on his hips, looking troubled. Lu team leader, I have some ideas about the follow-up investigation of the case. To save time, could you temporarily have the Criminal Investigation Division follow my instructions? Lu Chen asked seriously. Lu Chen asked earnestly. Although Lu Tianpei was the head of the Criminal Investigation Division, he was ultimately just the captain of the County Criminal Investigation Division. He can handle ordinary homicide cases without issue, but when it comes to more complex cases, his capabilities are somewhat limited. In such cases, we would request assistance from the Provincial Bureau, and their criminal investigation team would handle the case, with us providing support. He had originally wanted the Provincial Bureau to get involved in this case, but every time they were just a hair's breadth away from solving it, and letting such a sure thing slip away was simply too frustrating to accept. Especially now that the suspect has been almost definitively identified as Lu Minghui, and all that remains is to find the evidence to convict him. If this effort were to fail at the last moment, he would likely be unable to sleep for days on end. As for Lu Chen and the team, though he's young, he's a top-notch forensic science graduate and possesses exceptional criminal investigation instincts. The fact that such an extraordinarily complex case could be advanced to this stage in such a short time is largely attributable to Lu Chen. He has demonstrated extraordinary personal abilities. Additionally, providing clues is also part of a forensic specialist's job, and Lu Chen has some professional experience in this area. After some consideration, Lu Tianpei glanced at the time. With less than 8 hours remaining until the case deadline, he agreed to Lu Chen's request, hoping against hope that it might work. Upon taking command, Lu Chen immediately dispatched a team of police officers to search Lu Minghui's residence. He then dispatched another team to investigate Jiang Yi's withdrawal records, demanding detailed information including the corresponding transaction codes for each withdrawal. Using the corresponding transaction codes, the cash given by Jiang Yi was identified, and fingerprints were taken for comparison. Meanwhile, Lu Chen arrived at the interrogation room where Zhang Chen was being held. Chapter 12, The Murderer Can Only Be You, Lu Minghui. Zhang Chen, according to the police investigation, on October 13, besides you, someone else entered Jiang Yi's room. And this person may be the real murderer of Jiang Yi. Lu Chen cut straight to the point, stating the crux of the matter, which instantly revived Zhang Chen's flagging spirits. Has anyone else been in the room? So that means I'm not necessarily the murderer. I still have a chance? Zhang Chen asked excitedly. Lu Chen nodded firmly and said, that depends on whether you can answer the next few questions I ask you honestly. Yes, of course I can. Alright, the first question, on the morning of October 13th at 9 a.m., you used a towel to strangle her, and she fell to the ground. You checked her breathing with your hand, but you didn't use any other methods to confirm her death, correct? Zhang Chen answered solemnly, yes. That's how they investigate on TV. If there's no breath, it means they're dead. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly and said, all I can say is that the pseudoscience on TV is harmful. In medicine, there are only 3 definitions of death: clinical death, biological death, and brain death. In the situation you encountered, clinical death is the only reliable indicator. Death can only be confirmed when the individual has completely lost consciousness, ceased breathing and heartbeat, and has a blood pressure of 0 that cannot be restored. If you are merely checking for nasal breathing, even if you can detect it accurately, it is possible that the individual has only experienced temporary asphyxiation or a brief fainting spell, and may recover quickly. Zhang Chen suddenly understood. So you're saying that Jiang Yi wasn't dead at the time? Zhang Chen. Lu Chen, that's correct. According to the autopsy report, he didn't die until around 11 o'clock. Moreover, the cause of death was not mechanical asphyxiation, but rather internal injuries caused by a blade, which led to severe bronchial rupture and asphyxiation due to external compression. Zhang Chen muttered, I returned to the room at 11:30. So someone must have committed the crime while I was out. I'm innocent. Second point, I would like you to recall the condition of the stove from the moment you entered the room until you left. And when you entered the room for the second time to move the body, what was the situation like then? Zhang Chen fell into deep thought, pondering for a moment as if recalling something. He exclaimed excitedly, I remember now. When he first entered, Jiang Yi was simmering something. There was also a mobile phone on the stove. When I went back in the second time, the gas stove was turned off, and the phone on the stove was gone. Lu Chen pulled out a transparent bag containing a mobile phone. Is this it? No. Lu Chen asked, are you sure you didn't get it wrong? Yes, I'm sure. Okay. After obtaining this crucial information, Lu Chen went to the door, leaned against the wall, and thought deeply, trying to connect the key clues together. Finally, a sudden insight struck him, and he came up with a wild hypothesis. He quickly pulled out his phone and typed a question into Baidu. What kind of person would swallow sharp objects like razor blades? The first answer that appeared on the homepage made Lu Chen ecstatic. It was provided by professional psychiatrists. When a certain tendency towards self-harm reaches a relatively deep level, normal objects can no longer satisfy the desire for pleasure, leading individuals to swallow sharp objects in search of stimulation. However, such ingestion practices often involve safety techniques, such as placing the blade in physiologically narrow areas, the pharyngeal muscles, or the left trachea. No wonder the autopsy revealed that the majority of blade injuries were concentrated in these two areas. It turns out they were caused by repeated blade ingestion as a means of seeking stimulation. So that's how it is. Now all the clues make sense. As Zhang Chen fled in shock, Jiang Yisu, who had briefly fainted, regained consciousness. The murderer then entered the room, and the two engaged in a sexual act. The murderer was aware of her habit of swallowing knife blades, so he waited until she had swallowed one, then used his hands to strangle her from the outside, causing her internal windpipe to be severed and leading to her suffocation and death. This is also why there were only Jiang Yisu's fingerprints on the knife blade. As for the props, the murderer wiped off the fingerprints after using them and put them back in place, but they were placed in the wrong spots. At the time of the incident, the gas stove was left on. During her labored breathing, Jiang Yi inhaled carbon monoxide. After her death, the killer turned off the gas stove, which is why the area of cherry red discoloration on Jiang Yi's body was so small. The killer noticed the gas stove because there was something very important to him on it. A cell phone? That's right, it's Jiang Yi's phone. She also has another phone she uses to contact the killer. No wonder we couldn't find many crucial online chat records. They were on the other phone. The only person who could accurately exploit these gaps to complete the investigation and convince Jiang Yi to voluntarily engage in a relationship with him is Lu Minghui. Chapter 13, The Genius Forensic Doctor of Anjiang County. The countdown to solving the case is now 4 hours. The Criminal Investigation Division seized approximately 300,000 yuan in cash from Lu Minghui's residence. Following fingerprint analysis, a significant amount of Jiang Yi's fingerprints were found at the scene. After the results came out, Lu Chen brought the test report to Lu Minghui's interrogation room, placed the report in front of him, and then, in front of Lu Minghui, combined a series of evidence to verbally reconstruct the murder scene at the time. Lu Minghui's expression darkened, but he refused to give up and still tried to fight back. Although Lu Chen's deductions were well-reasoned, they were not yet conclusive, as there was no decisive evidence. However, Lu Chen's next words completely shattered his defenses. Without conclusive evidence, I naturally dare not stand before you like this. Lu Chen gestured to the police officer beside him to hand over a transparent plastic bag, which contained 2 old-fashioned mobile phones. Knowing your suspicious nature, you would never keep such important evidence on you. So I had someone retrieve your recent travel records. On the night of the 13th, you went to a small forest on the mountain in Huyang village. You went there to bury the phones, didn't you? What else on the phone? I don't need to say more, do I? Seeing that the truth had been exposed, Lu Minghui's lips twitched with anger as he stood up angrily. Damn it, my flawless plan was ruined. Damn it, my perfect plan was ruined. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Lu Minghui, even the most meticulous plan has its flaws. Lu Minghui ignored Lu Chen's words, looking somewhat. It was all that damn woman's fault. If she had just behaved herself, things would have been fine. But she had to be so sneaky, peeking at my phone while I was asleep and discovering my secret. After finding out about my affairs, she actually dared to think about gathering evidence to report me to the police? I've had enough of prison life. I finally got out, and after enjoying myself for less than half a year, she wants me to go back for fraud? Dream on. So, this woman must die. I'll kill her and make her shut up. I've been waiting for this opportunity. Zhang Chen's appearance made me think of a brilliant plan, a perfect scheme to frame someone else. The police should never have been able to solve this case. Why? Why? I erased all traces of myself. Even with so much evidence pointing to Zhang Chen, they still suspected me. How could they untangle so many complicated leads in such a short time and determine that I was the murderer? It's hard to believe, too hard to believe. However, despite all your analysis and reasoning, you missed one crucial point. Jiang Yiming knew I was a fraudster, so why did he still have a relationship with me in the room? Do you know the reason? Let me tell you. That's because I placed the 30,000 yuan in front of her and told her that if she would come with me one last time and satisfy me, I would give her the money. That woman agreed, but in the end, she was still deceived by me. While we were in the D position, I grabbed her from behind and choked her. I knew she had swallowed a razor blade, so choking her like that was certain death. This woman had her eyes on the money from start to finish. She was clutching the money with her hands, which is why there were her fingerprints all over it. I couldn't even wipe them off. How despicable. She loved money so much she was willing to die for it. It's just a pity for me. After studying psychology for so many years, I never thought I'd end up in such a situation. How tragic. The heavens are unfair. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Lu Minghui screamed hysterically, showing clear signs of losing his mind. At that moment, Chen Jiawei, the county bureau chief who had been standing outside the door, walked in. Upon seeing Lu Minghui's state, he waved his hand, and the two police officers behind him forced him back into his seat. Lu Minghui, accept reality. Conspiring to murder is a heinous crime. You will face the full force of the law. The case is complete, the evidence is irrefutable, and the suspect has confessed. I hereby declare this case fully solved. The detectives cheered. This is the biggest case solved in Anjiang City in recent years. The criminal investigation team had solved the case, a major achievement, and anyone who had participated in the investigation would be rewarded. How could one not be happy? Lu Chen, I heard all about the details of this case from Tianpei, and your performance was outstanding. Not only did you fulfill your duties as a forensic pathologist by providing the criminal investigation team with crucial evidence and leads, but you also played an indispensable role in the interrogation and overall handling of the case. That's fantastic. The complexity of this case is far beyond that of an ordinary homicide. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it ranks among the top 10 most challenging homicide cases in recent history. To put it bluntly, if this case were handed over to any other county-level criminal investigation team, 99% of them would be unable to solve it within 48 hours. In fact, there is a high likelihood of wrongful convictions or miscarriages of justice. Solving this case within 48 hours can truly be called a miracle. I will immediately report this achievement to the Municipal Bureau, which will then forward it to the Provincial Department. In particular, I will have a separate report prepared highlighting your outstanding performance. Just wait for the official commendation to be announced. Lu Chen stood at attention and saluted. Thank you, Director. Serving the people is our duty. Upon hearing Lu Chen's response, Chen Jiawei laughed heartily. Such a tough case had been solved, and the Anjiang County Police Bureau had truly made a name for itself. It would undoubtedly be regarded as a model case by the city authorities, and perhaps even by the provincial government. At that time, Anjiang County's reputation and status will undoubtedly rise significantly, and resource allocation will also be more favorably tilted toward the county. At the thought of this, Chen Jiawei couldn't help but feel delighted. And all of this was thanks to the Criminal Investigation Division, thanks to the forensic team in Anjiang County, and thanks to Lu Chen's tireless efforts. He was deeply grateful that the Forensic Medicine Department of Anjiang County had such an outstanding forensic pathologist like Lu Chen. Chapter 14, Reconstruction of the Case. On the morning of October 12 at 6 o'clock, Zhang Chen, with dark circles under his eyes, a cigarette hanging from his lips, and disheveled hair, looked extremely irritable. He stared at the gambling app on his phone, scratching his head and pulling at his ears. Damn it! Lost again. What a terrible night. Every time I had a big pair, it got beaten by a straight. I'm so frustrated. Damn it, this isn't going to work. I've got to win this back. He got up and rummaged through the drawer, searching everywhere under the dirty bed. All he found were a few scattered small bills. Ugh, no money again, damn it. Zhang Chen held his head in his hands, looking very frustrated. After much deliberation, he came up with an idea. Right, ask that Jiang Yi for more. He called Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi hadn't woken up yet and was awakened by the ringtone. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's voice, she realized he was calling to extort money. Jiang Yi started cursing angrily. Then she hung up the phone. Oh my god, you dare block me, you jerk. After repeatedly calling several times, Jiang Yi didn't answer, but she was so disturbed that she couldn't sleep either. After tossing and turning in bed for a while, she finally got up, made some kanji, and while it was cooking, she thought about her relationship with Lu Minghui. She realized that he was a complete and utter love scammer, so she called him. Lu Minghui, I know everything you've done. Give me back my money, or else I'll call the police. As long as you return my money to me, what you've done to others is none of my business. Lu Minghui on the other end of the phone was also speechless. Give you money? You're telling me to give you money? Zhang Yi, you only gave me 10,000 yuan, and now you're demanding 30,000 yuan? Do you think that's reasonable? How is that unreasonable? Just transferring the money to you was already 10,000. I accompanied you eating, drinking, and playing, and even slept with you. None of that was free, was it? Asking for 300,000 is already very reasonable, isn't it? Hurry up. I'm not giving you much time. I've been driven crazy by Zhang Chen lately. Hurry up, you don't have much time left. I'm about to be driven crazy by that kid Zhang Chen. If you don't pay up, I'll really call the police. Zhang Yi's words and the other party's attitude made Lu Minghui's face turn icy cold. He had always been the one demanding money from others. He had never been extorted by a woman, let alone asked for such a large sum. 30,000? Ha, what gives him the right? Threaten her? Call the police. Let her try reporting it. Besides, once you've done it once, you'll do it again. Lu Minghui's life is ruined by Zhang Yi. This Zhang Chen was someone Zhang Yi had mentioned to Lu Minghui before, a man who had been harassing and extorting her. Suddenly, Lu Minghui had a brilliant idea, and a sinister plan formed in his mind. Since you want to destroy me and send me back to that cold, damp cell, don't blame me for being ruthless. After formulating that evil plan in his mind, Lu Minghui fully understood Zhang Yi's greedy nature. Therefore, he lured her with the following words: alright, I agree to give you 30,000, but I have two conditions. First, you must never ask me for money again. Second, before we part ways, let's have one last wild night together, one last dance of love. Upon hearing the other party agree so readily, Zhang Yi was also delighted. Alright, but you must let me see the 30,000 yuan with my own eyes before I agree. No problem, I'll come right over. Alright, dear, I'll take a shower and wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi went to take a shower, while Lu Minghui, with a dark expression, began preparing his evil plan. He had arrived before Zhang Chen, cutting off the communication devices, and then crouched by the staircase door in the hallway, waiting for the right moment. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen put on a pair of shorts, grabbed a short-sleeved shirt, bought a steamed bun from a breakfast stall, and stormed all the way to Zhang Yi's residence. Open the door! Open the door! At that moment, Zhang Yi had just finished her shower. Hearing the knocking, she didn't want the neighbors to be woken up by this madman, lest they all complain about her. When she opened the door, the person immediately started yelling at her. You, Zhang Yi. What's the matter? You're already fed up with me so soon? I already told you, I'm not asking you to give me money, I'm asking you to borrow me some. You won't lend it to me? Do you believe me or not? I'll go to your village right now and expose all the dirty things you've been doing at that foot massage parlor in Hangzhou. Zhang Yi glared at Zhang Chen. You bastard. I've given you money several times already, and you're still asking me for more. Do you really think I'm a pushover? If it comes to that, so be it. If I can't get married, I can't get married. From now on, I'll live off money and never give you another penny. What did you say? You're this kind of person? What kind of person am I? Make yourself clear. I remember clearly that when I came to the foot massage parlor, you kept calling me VIP and serving me in such a lowly and servile manner. Zhang Yi sneered. Pfft. A 3-second performance, what a disgrace. Having a physical defect is Zhang Chen's lifelong pain, and now he's being humiliated like this. Zhang Chen, who had already been seething with anger, suddenly lost control. He lunged forward to attack, but Zhang Yi, who had a fiery temper, wasn't the least bit intimidated. At that moment, as they pushed and shoved, her headscarf fell off. Zhang Chen suddenly grabbed her and, as if possessed, choked her. Damn it, apologize to me. Apologize now. If you don't apologize, I'll strangle you. Zhang Chen just wanted to scare the other person into apologizing, but he didn't expect Zhang Yining to refuse to give in. After a struggle, the other person suddenly stopped moving. Zhang Yi, Zhang Yi? Zhang Yi. Realizing something was wrong, Zhang Chen quickly let go. Seeing Zhang Yi fall to the ground, he checked her nose and found she had stopped breathing. She's dead? Zhang Chen was immediately terrified, feeling completely disoriented. His mind went blank. In the end, he was so terrified that he fled out the door. But just as he ran out, Zhang Yi woke up groggily. Lu Minghui, who was at the corner of the hallway, witnessed the entire scene. He had already planned to eliminate Zhang Yi using his own methods. Now, Zhang Chen's unexpected arrival had given him an even more perfect plan. That plan is to frame Zhang Chen for the crime, since even Zhang Chen himself believes he killed Zhang Yi. Thinking of this, Lu Minghui slowly walked out and entered the house. Zhang Yi saw Lu Minghui and instinctively frowned. What are you doing here? Where's Zhang Chen? Lu Minghui lied to her. When I arrived just now, I saw him choking you. I stopped him and chased him away. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi looked around and saw no sign of Zhang Chen, so she believed him. She scolded, "This. You almost strangled me to death." She walked over to the mirror, examined her neck, applied some water to it, and then put a face mask on her face. As she stepped out, she saw Lu Minghui standing motionless in the living room. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that he was still wearing disposable shoe covers on his feet and leather gloves on his hands. She asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Lu Minghui used a pre-planned excuse, "I arrived early this morning, and the road was muddy, so I was afraid of dirtying the room." "What about the gloves?" Lu Minghui smiled lightly, "We're about to break up and draw a line between us. Why are you still so concerned?" Jiang Yi snorted lightly and didn't ask about that anymore. Instead, she asked about the money, "The 30,000 I asked for, did you bring it?" "Of course." Lu Minghui smiled and took out a red envelope containing 300,000 yuan, the envelope filled with red banknotes. Seeing so much money, Jiang Yi's eyes widened, and a seductive smile appeared on her face. "So much money, and it's the last time we'll be together, it's only fair, right?" Lu Minghui laughed. Jiang Yi's voice softened immediately, "That's reasonable, of course it's reasonable. Don't worry, I know you're someone who enjoys this. This will be the last time, and I'll make sure it's unforgettable for you." The two had already agreed on the terms beforehand, and after playing the game, it would be over. Jiang Yi had already put in so much effort. She still had some feelings for Lu Minghui, and now he was willing to offer 30,000. I might as well play along with him one more time, just to have some fun. So, I took the initiative throughout the entire game and grabbed the game props. When the emotions ran deep, she swallowed a razor blade seeking deeper stimulation, especially when she saw the stack of money on the sofa. She felt every cell in her body was filled with joy. That's the allure of money. Lying on the sofa, money right in front of your eyes, watching the money. A pair of elbows wrapped around her neck from behind, choking her. At first, it didn't feel like much. But when she realized the other person's strength was growing stronger, gradually causing the blade in her throat to cut her, and she felt the pain, she finally realized something was wrong. But by then it was too late. Lu Minghui increased his strength. The sudden force caused the blade to slice through her trachea, and she felt a sweet taste in her throat as she was unable to make a sound. She tried to resist, but her hands were held firmly, and the other hand was tight around her neck. This went on until she gradually lost consciousness in despair. Watching the other person collapse, Lu Minghui moved Jiang Yi's body and placed it on the living room floor. He then used the tools he had brought with him to wipe away any traces he had accidentally left behind. To ensure a cleaner result, I also wore disposable gloves over the leather gloves. Finally, upon entering the room, I saw where the props were supposed to be placed. After thinking about it for a while, I put them back where I thought they belonged. Then I picked up my phone from the stove and, out of habit, turned off the stove. After finishing all this, he went to the hallway, picked up a stick, hit himself on the head, and collapsed on the ground. After Zhang Chen fled home, he was anxious and restless, unable to eat or sleep. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He had killed someone, and he was doomed. He was terrified that the police would discover him. He was just a lazy good-for-nothing with no real skills. He also lacks knowledge, and the only thing he can think of to do is not to sit idly by and let things happen, but to dispose of the body. Thus, he returned to the room, saw Jiang Yi lying on the ground, dragged her to the shoe rack by the door, and then hoisted her onto his shoulders. His underdeveloped mind was simple. Perhaps he could just throw her into the trash bin. When the garbage truck came to collect the trash, maybe it didn't notice the body and just took it away? With this same gambler's mentality, he threw Jiang Yi's body into the trash bin. Then he rushed back home and hid in the darkest corner of the house, hoping for good news. But the truth was that the body, so obvious, was discovered immediately, and the person who found it called the police. The police arrived, and the forensic team was on the scene. As for Lu Minghui, he lay on the ground for over 10 hours, leaving sufficient time for evidence to be fabricated as justification for his subsequent actions. He waited until the police car arrived before getting up and leaving, taking the phone he had on him with him. He then went to a mountainous area and buried the two phones he had used to communicate with Jiang Yi in a bamboo grove on the mountain. The criminal investigators first identified Zhang Chen through fingerprints. Although Zhang Chen confessed to the crime, through meticulous investigation and analysis by Lu Chen, he was exonerated, and the true culprit, Lu Minghui, was ultimately identified. Key evidence listed: cherry red bloodstains, erotic props, and a knife blade. Case closed. P.S. I originally didn't want to write this case reconstruction, but the first case was a bit complicated, so I wrote a separate reconstruction for better understanding. Mainly because my writing skills aren't up to par yet. Please forgive me. All subsequent plot developments and cases are original. Subsequent cases should be easy to understand without the need for any further explanation. Once you've written one case, you'll have experience. Chapter 15. The case is solved already? The capabilities of forensic pathologists can generally be divided into three categories, from lowest to highest. The first category consists of forensic pathologists who understand the fundamentals of forensic medicine and diligently perform their duties within the forensic laboratory. Pathologists at this level are considered qualified forensic pathologists. They are also the most basic level of forensic pathologists. The second category consists of forensic pathologists who, in addition to mastering the fundamentals of forensic science, can promptly provide critical clues and evidence for cases. These forensic pathologists are classified as intermediate-level forensic pathologists. The third category consists of forensic pathologists who not only provide critical evidence and clues but also possess strong logical analysis and case reasoning abilities, enabling them to lead the direction of case investigations. These forensic pathologists are akin to the level of forensic pathologist Qin Ming in TV dramas and are the core members of the criminal investigation team. They hold higher professional titles and have comprehensive expertise, typically working at the provincial department level, and are undoubtedly senior forensic pathologists. From observing this case, it is clear that, in addition to his professional title, Lu Chen possesses strong overall capabilities and a strong ability to influence the direction of the case. He is the most talented and capable senior forensic pathologist in the field. Although his professional title has not yet been officially recognized, his demonstrated capabilities indicate a promising future. Achieving the title of senior professional is merely a matter of time, a true rising star. The case was solved, and Lu Tianpei expressed his gratitude to Lu Chen. He was the one who knew the entire case inside out. Without Lu Chen, this case would have been impossible to solve. Lu team leader, we're all brothers in the same team, and you're my superior. It's only natural for subordinates to help their superiors. Saying too many thank yous is just being too formal. Although Lu Chen is extremely meticulous, even rigid, in forensic science and criminal investigation logic. However, in his social interactions, he is far from lacking in tact. He understands all the ins and outs of human relations. Lu Tianpei's response made Lu Tianpei feel at ease in every way. Lu Chen's response made Lu Tianpei feel completely at ease. Alright, it's just me being formal. Ha! This round of polite banter instantly brought the two closer together, and even their way of addressing each other changed without them even noticing. By the way, Lu, there's something that's been bothering me. I thought it would take you a long time to find that phone, but you found it in no time at all? Oh, that one? To be honest with you, Lu, that phone wasn't the one Lu Minghui buried. It was just two similar phones that I asked the investigating officer to find at the mobile phone market based on Zhang Chen's memory. The entire course of the case has been reconstructed in detail. Lu Minghui is a smart man. Once these details were pieced together, he knew he was trapped. I was actually taking a gamble, betting that both phones were purchased by Lu Minghui. They were couples' phones, so they should look similar. I brought out the phone to prompt him to confess his crimes during the interrogation. I never expected it to go so smoothly. Lu Minghui broke down and confessed everything. It should only take some time to find a phone in the mountains. But the criminal investigation team has a time limit for solving cases. We can't just let the case go unsolved. Otherwise, if they fail to complete it within the specified timeframe, the Criminal Investigation Division will face certain penalties, won't they? Lu Chen's words left Lu Tianpei speechless. Wow, so that phone was fake after all. That's typical of old Six, but using it on a criminal to make them confess and solve the case sooner is indeed a clever strategy. To be honest, in that situation, not only Lu Minghui but even Lu Tianpei and others who were unaware of the situation believed it was a real phone. In response, he sincerely raised his thumb and said, "That's brilliant. Truly brilliant." Soon, news of the case's resolution spread throughout the entire police station. Especially Lu Chen's performance was being talked about as if he were some kind of superhero. Whether they were police officers with different roles or technical specialists from various departments, everyone expressed their admiration. Having only been at the police station for such a short time, he had already taken the lead in a case and achieved such a significant accomplishment. You have so much potential. They don't show off their abilities on a daily basis, but they turned out to be so talented. I've made up my mind to build a good relationship with them. Who knows, they might become my superiors in the future. As for the forensic technicians and the old forensic pathologist who were working on the case with me, while feeling relieved, there was also a sense of shame. After all, if it weren't for Lu Chen's insistence on performing an autopsy to resolve the doubts. Otherwise, this case would have become a miscarriage of justice long ago. Zhang Chen would be in prison, Lu Minghui would be at large, and there would be no glory at this moment. In the name of the people, where have fairness and justice gone? Ding ding ding. Just then, the phone rang. Lu Chen looked and saw that it was his father, Lu Chengfeng, calling. "You little brat, where are you now? I told you, you little brat, how could you be so irresponsible? When we left, I told you to listen to the senior staff in the technical department and the senior forensic expert. As a newcomer, the most important thing in this system is to learn how to get along with people. But you, on the other hand, when you encounter a case, you don't care about anything. I heard it's all because of you, you show off, causing the entire criminal investigation team to stay late with you. In this situation, if you can manage to make something out of it, that's fine. But if you end up wasting everyone's time, you'll just end up offending everyone again, won't you? As soon as the call connected, Lu Chengfeng unleashed a tirade on the other end of the line. Lu Chen's ears were almost ringing from the shouting. Lu Chengfeng was usually laid back, but when he heard that a newcomer like Lu Chen had insisted on an autopsy at the police station, causing everyone to work overtime afterward, he was furious. He was completely furious. As a newcomer who hasn't even established themselves yet, offending so many senior members, how will they ever manage to get by in the future? However, to his surprise, Lu Chen scratched his ear and replied casually, "Dad, your information is a bit outdated, isn't it? The case has already been solved. Are you really calling me now to confront me? Is that appropriate?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Chengfeng was taken aback and immediately stopped. All the reprimands he had prepared vanished from his mind, leaving his thoughts in disarray. It took him a long time to come to his senses. "What did you say? The case is solved?" Lu Chen nodded and said, "Yes, I also received the first merit for your son. I believe the city bureau will have news soon. Our chief Chen said he'll personally award me a medal. If everything goes smoothly, a third-class merit award is definitely in the bag. If we're lucky, we might even get a second-class merit award if the application is approved." Upon hearing this, Lu Chengfeng felt his head spinning, his mouth wide open, and his face filled with disbelief. He's done something commendable, and it's all his own doing. My goodness! He touched his shiny forehead in astonishment, feeling a dizzy, dream-like sensation. Lu Chengfeng, though he held a position within the municipal bureau, was just an ordinary veteran detective. After all these years, he has received numerous awards and commendations, including several second-class and third-class merits. However, most of these were collective awards, and he has only received a few individual commendations. He has never received a personal merit medal, as such awards are only granted for exceptionally outstanding performance in major cases, and obtaining one is by no means an easy feat. Lu Chen, who has just entered the system, managed to secure a personal merit award on his first homicide case. Chapter 16, Combat Power Rankings. Lu Chen proudly recounted the series of events to Lu Chengfeng, who listened intently, as if he were watching a science fiction film, not daring to breathe a single breath. "Wow, my son, is that amazing? He turned the case around and solved such a difficult murder case?" Lu Chengfeng slowly came to terms with reality. His son was truly remarkable. Solving such a major case and earning personal credit, his future was limitless. However, there are no issues within the police department. Solving a major case is commendable. However, there is another critical issue. As a forensic pathologist, this profession is inherently unsettling to most people upon first hearing about it. Now Lu Chen has even performed an autopsy on his own blind date. Although it was for the case, to uncover the truth and clear Jiang Yi's name and ensure justice. But a normal person wouldn't think that way. When Jiang Yi's family went to the village and town to spread the word, they could make white look black. Even the matchmaking candidates are being dissected who would dare to go on a blind date with Lu Chen now. Condemned to a life of solitude? Is the Lu family really going to die out like this? Suddenly, Lu Chengfeng was overcome with sorrow. "Ah, my son, you've suffered so much. If only I had known you were so talented at solving cases, I never would have stopped you from becoming a detective." Actually, for Lu Chen, he couldn't care less if the neighbors spread rumors about him, making him look as bad as possible. Because then, his parents wouldn't force him to go on blind dates anymore. Those who haven't experienced it truly don't know how terrifying arranged marriages can be. Finally free! Finally free! Lu Chen was overjoyed. But he couldn't show it in front of Lu Chengfeng. Instead, he forced a reassuring smile and said, "Dad, it's okay. Being a forensic doctor isn't so bad. After all, forensic pathologists can also participate in solving cases, and they don't have to work as hard as criminal investigators, who work year-round without days off. At least forensic pathologists get weekends off. Hey, you, that's enough. I've got work to do. Let's talk later." "Alright." After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen greeted Lu Tianpei, and the two returned to the office area together. Upon returning to his desk, Lu Chen hurriedly opened the combat strength rankings within the public security system. He discovered that the public security system had already uploaded the case and converted it into points, which were then distributed among the team and individuals. My own ranking has also risen from outside the top 100 all the way to the top 20 on the Anjiang County Combat Power Ranking, reaching the 17th position. What is the Combat Power Ranking list? In simple terms, it is the most important metric in the performance evaluation of police department personnel. The selection of the top 10 in the province is based on your individual combat effectiveness score, with the top 10 being chosen from the combat effectiveness rankings, provided that the hardware requirements are met. How is combat power determined? That naturally depends on solving cases. Directly solving cases or indirectly assisting in solving cases will earn corresponding points. Additionally, the size of the case solved determines the number of points awarded. Small cases, such as civil mediation, award 0.1 to 0.5 points per case. Medium cases, such as apprehending a thief, award points ranging from 5 to 1 points per apprehension. Major cases, such as apprehending robbery suspects or drug traffickers on the run, can earn between 2 and 5 points. Solving major cases, particularly homicide cases, typically earns a score of 10 points or more for the entire case evaluated based on the complexity of the case and whether it was solved within the specified timeframe. Extraordinary cases resulting in the deaths of 3 or more people are assigned a total score of over 30 points based on the complexity of the case and whether it was solved within the specified timeframe. Take the case recently solved as an example. The base score for this homicide case is 10 points, with a complexity rating of first class, earning an additional 5 points. It was completed within the specified timeframe, earning another 5 points. If it had not been completed within the specified timeframe, no additional points would have been awarded, and 25 points would have been deducted. A total of 20 points were earned, with the Criminal Investigation Division receiving an additional 20 points, which were distributed to individuals. Lu Chen was recognized as the primary contributor and received an additional 4 points. Lu Tianpei received an additional 2 points, and Old Zhang also received an additional 2 points. The rest of the team members mostly received 1 point or 0.5 points. Don't underestimate these few points, they require a tremendous contribution to achieve. Earlier, Lu Chen worked hard for over 2 months, assisting with numerous cases, yet his points were pitifully low, totaling only 0.9 points. He ranked well outside the top 100 on the Anjiang County Combat Power Rankings. However, by solving this complex murder case in one go, he was awarded 4 points, propelling him directly into the top 20 in Anjiang County. Therefore, the more outstanding one performs in major cases, the more points they can accumulate, enabling them to rapidly increase their personal KPIs. With higher personal KPIs, the path to promotion naturally becomes smoother. Moreover, even setting aside personal career prospects, the combat power rankings are a symbol of honor within the system. The higher one ranks, the stronger one's abilities are proven to be, and the greater one's contributions have been. This is proof of your commitment to upholding justice and rewarding the virtuous. It is the accumulation of your inner faith. Therefore, countless police officers and forensic scientists are drawn to it, using it to motivate competition and improve themselves. 17, haha, not bad. After seeing the changes in the rankings, Lu Chen closed the computer screen with satisfaction. Then, as if he had thought of something, he focused his mind, and the scene shifted. The system interface appeared. Congratulations, host, on solving a major criminal case. You have been rewarded with 2,000 merit points usable for enhancement and 1 lottery chance. Lu Chen paused for a moment, then decided to exchange the 2,100 merit points for 20 free attribute points. 100 merit points can be exchanged for 1 attribute point. The average attribute points for an ordinary person are 10, while Lu Chen's are around 105. Seeing that his physical condition was only slightly better than that of an ordinary person, Lu Chen felt a bit embarrassed. So, he allocated all 10 attribute points to his physical fitness, distributed evenly among strength, agility, and endurance. The average attributes instantly surged significantly, breaking through the 15 mark. A physical condition above May 15th not be considered top tier, but it is certainly on par with that of a special police officer. Chapter 17, 100% groin kick. Feeling the explosive power surging through his body, Lu Chen was utterly captivated. Is this what it feels like to have such incredible physical strength? It's amazing. Oh, and there's also one more chance to win a prize. System, start the raffle. Ding, the lottery is starting. As a flash of light appeared, a skill manifested. Ding! You have obtained a 100% leg kick to the groin. Hitting the opponent with this skill will cause them to immediately kneel on the ground. Upon seeing the above skill, Lu Chen, who had been full of anticipation, couldn't help but feel a bit down. These skills seem completely unrelated to his profession as a forensic pathologist, don't they? Why on earth did Lu Chen go and kick someone in the groin for no reason? Sweat. Lu Chen was extremely depressed. His mood, which had been fairly good earlier, plummeted instantly. Well, it's done now. It's all up to luck. Maybe next time I'll win something good. Rubbing his temples, Lu Chen could only comfort himself in this way. After working for a while longer, he finished the final documents and closed his computer. It was time to go home. After working continuously for 48 hours, he was thoroughly exhausted. Finally, he could go home and get a good night's sleep. After saying goodbye to Old Zhang and the others, Lu Chen left the office. Stepping out of the police station, he hailed a shared bicycle by the roadside and rode along the quiet autumn path, feeling utterly at ease. Suddenly, the sound of shouting from the corner ahead caught his attention. It was a woman urgently calling out to passers-by for help. Lu Chen realized that the woman must be in urgent need of help. He immediately stopped the car, parked the shared bike by the roadside, and ran over to her. "Ma'am, what happened?" Seeing someone approaching, she pointed down the alley and said, "There. Someone just snatched my bag." A female police officer who was passing by saw it and chased after him. There are his accomplices in the alleyway, and they're fighting inside. Following the direction she pointed, Lu Chen saw a female police officer in uniform struggling with 3 men. Following the direction of the person's finger, Lu Chen saw a female police officer in uniform engaged in a struggle with 3 men. This female police officer was extremely skilled. It was clear she was a trained fighter. She executed a sweeping roundhouse kick, a side elbow strike, and a powerful punch. She beat 3 men until their faces were bruised and swollen. Ouch! At that moment, one of the men was thrown over the shoulder and slammed heavily onto the ground. The female police officer restrained his hands, pulled out a pair of silver handcuffs, and arrested him. Hurry up! She's alone. What are you afraid of? The other 2 accomplices saw how fierce the female police officer was and, upon hearing their companion's words, immediately hardened their expressions. They pulled out butterfly knives from their pockets and stabbed at the female officer on the ground. The female police officer reacted quickly and dodged the knife by leaning backward, but at that moment, another person kicked her. Even with both hands raised in front of her, she was knocked to the ground by the force of the kick. Seeing this, the 2 accomplices hurriedly pulled their fallen comrade to his feet and fled deeper into the alley. Don't run! The female officer stood up and stubbornly gave chase. Oh my, this person is really persistent. Let's go, quickly, get rid of this crazy woman. The 3 of them ran forward, intending to turn into an alleyway. Just as they were about to turn the corner, suddenly, a black foot struck from the side. Slap! That kick didn't hit the face or the body, it hit the groin. The man with the knife's legs gave way, and he knelt forward, leaving a trail on the ground. The knife in his hand flew out of his hand and landed with a clang on the ground in front of him. The 2 accomplices beside him reacted belatedly. Turning his head, he finally noticed that there was someone lurking around the corner. This person was none other than Lu Chen. Seeing that the 2 hadn't fully reacted yet, Lu Chen acted swiftly. He kicked another criminal. Don't kick the face or the body, aim for the groin. 100% leg kicks to the groin. Lu Chen's kick landed squarely on the left groin of his opponent, causing his leg to give way, and he immediately collapsed to his knees. Thud! After kneeling on the ground, his left leg completely lost sensation, and he couldn't get up no matter how hard he tried. Then, another kick landed on the other person's right foot. Plop! Another sound, and his right knee hit the ground again. This left his accomplices by his side speechless. What are you doing kneeling on the ground? Get up quickly. Get up? How can I get up? Damn it, my legs are numb from being kicked so much, I can't move them. The popliteal fossa, the hollow area behind the knee, is one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Even a kick from an ordinary person can cause significant injury. Moreover, Lu Chen's current physical condition far surpasses that of an ordinary person, and he also possesses the skill effect of kicking the groin with 100% accuracy, leaving the opponent unable to get back up. A single kick to the groin can instantly render someone unable to move their legs, forcing them to kneel obediently. Is that true? Is that kick really that powerful? The remaining man who was still standing was half believing, half doubting. He had been in many fights in his life, but he had never encountered anything so bizarre. Could one kick really take someone out like that? The man in front of him, Lu Chen, looked like a polite and refined gentleman. He didn't seem like the type of person who could be so ruthless. Damn it, I don't believe it. As he spoke, he suddenly grew fierce and charged at Lu Chen, delivering a punch. Lu Chen sneered with contempt. With his current physical condition, dodging was too easy. Lu Chen gave a dismissive laugh. With his current physical condition, dodging the punch was too easy. He jumped slightly to the side, turned his body, and dodged effortlessly. Then, he raised his leg and kicked again. Get on your knees. Smack! A kick to the opponent's right knee sent half of his body crashing to the ground, his right knee hitting the floor. Ah! At the same time, there were screams like pigs being slaughtered. Then another kick landed on the left leg's popliteal fossa, completely rendering it immobile. At that moment, the female officer who had been chasing from behind arrived just in time to witness the shocking scene. 3 criminals were kneeling on the ground in various positions, emitting sounds of either wailing or complaining. You fool! I told you this guy's legs are tricky. Why did you go for it like that? Damn it, it's so numb. One kick like that and my leg is completely ruined. Damn it, that hurts so much. That kick just shattered my leg. I've seen people who specialize in attacking the lower body, but I've never seen someone who only kicks the groin. Brother, you're not playing by the rules. The female police officer approached Lu Chen. To avoid any misunderstandings, Lu Chen proactively stated, I am from the Criminal Investigation Division of Anjiang County. The female police officer paused for a moment before responding, I'm from the South City Police Station. My name is Bai Shui. After speaking, she used handcuffs to restrain one of the criminals and then tied the other 2 with a rope made from trash picked up from a garbage bin. She then looked at Lu Chen with an expression of disbelief and asked, how did you do that? How did you subdue 3 people by yourself? As a police officer in South City, Bai Shui had received systematic martial arts training since childhood. For her to take on 3 people alone was already an extraordinary feat. However, subduing 3 people is far more challenging than fighting them alone. Now, Lu Chen had subdued these three criminals so effortlessly, and the fact that the three of them were kneeling motionless was truly puzzling to her. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Just a moment ago, he was complaining about how useless the skills he had drawn were, and now he was being proven wrong. This skill came in handy at just the right moment. Lu Chen scratched his head and thought for a moment before answering. As a forensic pathologist, I know some of the vital points in the human body. The popliteal fossa, which is the area behind the knee, is the weakest point in the human body. A single kick to that spot, with enough force, could instantly paralyze someone, leaving them unable to stand. Fortunately, I had been training regularly, so I instinctively chose to hide here and ambush their groin. After succeeding, that's their current situation. Lu Chen spoke casually, but to Bai Shui, his words sounded like thunderclaps ringing in her ears. Are you kidding me? This is possible? And what did he just say? What is he? A forensic doctor? A forensic pathologist? What are you saying? You're a forensic pathologist? Chapter 18, truly deserving of the title Police Flower. Aren't you the one who said you're from the Criminal Investigation Division? Yes, I'm from the Criminal Investigation Division, the forensic doctor of the Criminal Investigation Division. Looking at the other person's terrified expression, Lu Chen blinked. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Bai Shui widened her beautiful eyes and couldn't speak for a moment. Yes, when he first introduced himself, he only said he was from the Criminal Investigation Division of Anjiang City, but he didn't specify that he was a detective from the Criminal Investigation Division. As soon as she heard Criminal Investigation Division, she automatically assumed that Lu Chen was a criminal investigator. However, even if she believed he was a detective, she still found it hard to believe that one person could subdue three criminals. And to make matters even more astonishing, the person in question was a forensic pathologist. That's even more astonishing. A forensic pathologist isn't supposed to be in a forensic lab studying materials, performing autopsies, and collecting evidence? Forensic pathologists are professional technicians who work in offices and stay indoors. Now you're out on the front lines, bravely taking on three criminals all by yourself? What's going on here? Even if it was just a chance encounter and he happened to intervene, his combat prowess is that strong. Is this really the forensic doctor she remembered? It must be said that this incident completely shattered Bai Shui's worldview. Woo 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 woo. Woo woo woo. Soon, the police car from Anjiang County Police Bureau arrived and took the three criminals away in the police car. After returning the woman's bag, she tearfully thanked them. Thank you. Ma'am, we need you to come with us to the police station to make a statement. Alright, sure. Lu Chen and Bai Shui, as the main participants, also went to the police station together. At that moment, Lu Tianpei had finished some final paperwork from the previous case and was about to leave work. He bumped into Lu Chen, who asked in confusion, Hey, Lu, you just got off work, right? Why are you back already? Lu Chen sighed and rubbed his nose, saying, It's a long story. Just now, on my way home from work, I came across a few thugs trying to snatch a bag. I ended up helping Officer Bai Shui catch them all. Behind him, Bai Shui heard Lu Chen's words and corrected him without hesitation. That's not helping at all. If you hadn't shown up, those three criminals would have escaped right under my nose. Moreover, it was you who subdued them. The credit for this goes entirely to you. Lu Tianpei's eyes widened, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Wow, Lu brother, did you catch a few more criminals on your way home from work? The last case was just wrapped up this afternoon. How long has it been, and you've already done something commendable again? Moreover, isn't arresting people the job of the police? You're blatantly trying to take our jobs. These days, it's all about internal competition, way too much of it. Lu Chen didn't know what to say either. Lu team leader, seeing injustice, as a member of the Criminal Investigation Division of Anjiang City, even though I'm a forensic pathologist in the Forensic Science Department, no one said we can't step in, right? Besides, even if it's just a bystander, wouldn't you help if you saw the police making an arrest? Ha! Lu Tianpei laughed heartily. That makes sense. You've brought honor to our Criminal Investigation Division again. And so, Lu Tianpei stayed on to lead the investigation of the case. After completing the interrogation, transferring the case from a civil matter to a criminal case, and bringing the suspect to the Criminal Investigation Division, Lu Tianpei arranged for someone to handle the necessary procedures. Meanwhile, he exchanged a message with Bureau Chief Chen Jiawei. The two walked out of the office together, with Chen Jiawei leading the way and Lu Tianpei following behind. As they approached, Chen Jiawei smiled and patted Lu Chen on the shoulder. These three were all repeat offenders, and one of them was wanted by the police for a jewelry store robbery, classified as a B-level fugitive. We've been searching for him for a long time, and we've finally caught him. This time, you've done a great job. But unfortunately, Lu Chen, as a forensic pathologist, arresting people isn't your primary responsibility, so personal credit might not come your way. However, personal commendations are inevitable, and having more of them isn't a bad thing either, hee. Chen Jiawei smiled and looked at the white snow behind him. Chen Jiawei laughed, then turned his gaze to the snow-white figure behind him. Bai Shui stood at attention and saluted. Chen Jiawei nodded. You did an excellent job on this arrest case. Thank you for your praise, Chief Chen. Chen Jiawei smiled slightly. Alright, let me introduce you all. This is Officer Bai Shui from the South City Police Station of Anjiang County. She is also one of the most outstanding young police officers, having worked in the field for less than a year. She has solved a total of 43 cases of varying severity, including participating in the investigation of 7 criminal cases, where she made significant contributions. She has been awarded 2 collective third-class merits and 2 individual third-class merits. If everything goes as planned, this latest third-class merit will bring her total to 3 individual third-class merits. 3 individual third-class meritorious service awards are equivalent to 1 individual second-class meritorious service award. Chen Jiawei's introduction left Lu Chen speechless. This was indeed impressive. Although he had seen her in action during the fight and knew she was no pushover, Lu Chen hadn't expected her to be this ruthless. Having achieved so many accomplishments in less than a year on the job, and being a female police officer at that, this is truly remarkable. You should know that for ordinary police officers, especially those at the county level or in local police stations, their entire career achievements don't even match what she's accomplished in less than a year. Thinking about this, Lu Chen recalled that he had seen Bai Shui's name on the combat rankings list before. She was a consistent top 3 contender on the Anjiang City Combat Power Rankings and the only one in the top 5 who wasn't from the county bureau but instead a police officer from a small local police station. This clearly demonstrates just how formidable her abilities are. Outperforming a group of male police officers, even criminal investigators, she is truly the police flower. Chapter 19, Personal Award of 2,000 Yuan, Third Class Merit Award of 5,000 Yuan. After being commended by Qin Bureau and introduced to each other, Lu Tianpei was in a good mood today and treated Lu Chen and Bai Shui to a boxed lunch out of his own pocket. By the time they finished eating, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. On the way from the police station to the entrance, the moonlight was bright, shining on the white police uniforms. Bai Shui, true to her name, has fair skin and is very beautiful. She stands at 1.7 meters tall, and if she were not wearing her police uniform, she would stand out on the street. From any perspective, calling her a big star would be hard to argue with. Yet here she is, a girl like her, ending up at the police station and becoming a police officer. Oh, wait, to be more precise, she's about to become a detective. Due to her outstanding performance in the past, she came to the county bureau today to process the transfer procedures. On the way, she encountered someone trying to snatch her bag, which led to the incident this afternoon. Bai Shui, I guess we can say we're friends now, right? And since we'll be colleagues in the same team from now on, can I ask you a question? Lu Chen walked behind him, thinking for a long time, but couldn't resist his curiosity and decided to ask. She stopped in her tracks, turned around, and gave him a smile. Her teeth were very white, and she looked beautiful when she smiled. There was none of the seriousness and determination she had shown when catching criminals during the day. At this moment, she was more like a girl, naturally playful and lively. Is it a personal issue or a work-related issue? Well, I guess it's a personal issue. Alright, go ahead and ask. That's what I'm curious about. Why did a girl like you choose to become a police officer? And why did you choose to work in the most dangerous criminal investigation unit? Lu Chen's question made Bai Shui burst out laughing. Goose. Lu Chen furrowed his brows slightly. What are you laughing at? Bai Shui realized she had lost her composure. She placed one hand on her waist, struggling to control her smile, and waved her hand, saying, I'm sorry. I just thought it was funny when you asked that question so seriously. Really? Ha ha. Lu Chen gently scratched his head, and infected by the other person's laughter, he also laughed. At that moment, the two were very harmonious. Soon, Bai Shui gradually stopped smiling, her index finger touching her chin, her eyes looking upward, as if deep in thought. She hummed softly, This question, I think, if I were to answer you, it's because I've always had a strong sense of justice since I was a child, wanting to punish the wicked and reward the good. Would you think that's insincere? Bai Shui looked at Lu Chen seriously and asked. Lu Chen looked her straight in the eyes, equally serious. No way. Upon hearing Lu Chen's response, Bai Shui smiled gently, removed the hat from under her arm, put it on, tossed her long hair back, and tidied it up, saying, This is my answer because of my passion, because of my beliefs. Just causes always require someone to stand up for them. Why can't that person be me? And, Dr. Lu, you're also quite handsome. With your qualifications, why did you choose to join the criminal investigation team? I believe you must know the answer to that question yourself. After speaking, 2 dimples appeared on Bai Shui's face. She slightly bowed her head, extended her hand in a farewell gesture, and bid farewell to Lu Chen. Watching the other person's figure grow increasingly distant until it vanished from sight, Lu Chen suddenly realized something, and a smile curved the corners of his mouth. This snow is quite interesting. The next day, Lu Chen's commendation and personal third-class merit award were announced. In addition to the medal, he was also awarded an extra 7,000 yuan in cash. The personal commendation was worth 2,000 yuan, and the third-class merit award was worth 5,000 yuan. Lu Chen also became rich overnight. Additionally, the system awarded 800 merit points as a reward, though not as many as the previous case, but 800 points is still quite decent. As for Bai Shui, after successfully joining the Criminal Investigation Division, she received a third-class merit award. With 3 such awards accumulated, she was promoted twice in rank, advancing from first-class police officer to third-class police inspector, a significant leap in rank. Following this, life at the Criminal Investigation Division returned to its usual routine. Until October 23, the day of the Frost's descent. In a residential complex in Yuanshan County, a middle-aged couple returning home from outside nodded to each other, rubbing their hands together and breathing out puffs of steam, their faces frozen stiff. This year's weather is so unpredictable, changing so quickly. Just a couple of days ago, I was wearing short sleeves and sweating profusely, but today, if I don't wear a coat, I'll freeze to death. You're right. Look at your feet, your ankles are exposed and they're turning blue from the cold. In the hallway, the two of them huddled together, complaining about the weather as they made their way toward their own door. Ha! When she reached her front door, the woman saw a package delivered to her doorstep. How did we get an extra package? The man asked in confusion. Isn't it yours? The woman exclaimed in surprise. No, it's not mine. I've been out all day. When would I have time to buy anything? What? If it wasn't you, then who bought it? I never shop online. Maybe you bought it and forgot about it. The man took out his keys and opened the door. The woman bent down to pick up the package, walked into the house, and looked at the sender's address written on it. It was indeed our address, but it wasn't something the merchant had sent, it was something someone else had sent to us. However, it doesn't have either of our names on it, and there's no phone number either. The woman frowned and placed the package on the table. The man casually grabbed a pair of scissors from the kitchen and cut off the plastic tape on the delivery box. Oh, has a friend mentioned they're going to send you something recently? The woman asked. The man shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. No, what is it? Just open it and see. Guessing and speculating won't get you anywhere. As he spoke, the man opened the paper box, revealing a dark-colored bag inside. It was the kind of bag used to carry fish after they had been cleaned at the market. The two looked at each other in confusion and asked, "Did someone send us seafood?" With this guess in mind, they opened the plastic bag. But when they opened the plastic bag and saw what was inside, both of them were terrified. They screamed loudly. Ah! Chapter 20, Forensic Pathologist, the profession that tests mental resilience the most. Anjiang County, County Police Bureau, Conference Room. Chief Chen Jiawei convened an emergency meeting and assembled a task force by selecting officers from the Criminal Investigation Division. All members of the task force were outstanding personnel from the Criminal Investigation Division. Among the younger generation, Lu Chen and Bai Shui, who are among the most outstanding, are also prominently featured. This morning at 9 o'clock, the Dongqing Police Station in Yuanshan County received an emergency call. The caller reported receiving an anonymous package containing dismembered human body parts, with the scene described as extremely bloody and brutal. Shortly after receiving the initial report, police in Shanxi City and Nanchur City also received similar emergency calls. The reports were identical to the morning's, with anonymous individuals delivering dismembered body parts to their homes. Currently, all 3 packages have been delivered to the forensic department in Yuanshan County. However, as you are all aware, Yuanshan County is relatively underdeveloped, and its medical facilities lack the necessary resources to extract useful information from the remains. Therefore, higher authorities have ordered us in Anjiang County to form a special task force and immediately proceed to Yuanshan County to investigate the case. Chen Jiawei said, glancing at his watch. I have already asked Xiao Lu to print out a copy of the case-related materials for each of you. You can review the details on your way there. Additionally, please remember that you only have 24 hours to solve the case. This is the opportunity one secured for you from the Provincial Bureau. Whether you can seize it and help the Anjiang County Criminal Investigation Division achieve new glory depends entirely on you. All members of the Special Task Force, stand at attention and salute. Yes. Chen Jiawei glanced down at the group below and ordered, let's go. Beep, beep. The police force was dispatched to Yuanshan County. Just a few days ago, Lu Chen was still thinking about when he might get another big case. Little did he know it would come so soon. However, this case isn't in our county, but in the neighboring county. Yuanshan County, both in terms of population size and economic development, is far inferior to Anjiang County. Furthermore, the Yuanshan County Police Department does not have a criminal investigation division. After all, under normal circumstances, except for counties of a certain size, most other areas do not have criminal investigation divisions. Only cities at the municipal level have criminal investigation brigades. Yuanshan County is one of those counties that does not have a criminal investigation division, and the probability of a homicide occurring in the county is also quite low. Even if a major case were to occur, it would be reported to the Provincial Bureau, which would then dispatch a special task force to investigate. As for the county police, they would only select a few capable officers from the ranks to form a temporary task force to provide auxiliary support. This time, instead of sending someone from the provincial department, they chose to have the Criminal Investigation Division of Anjiang County take charge. Firstly, the Provincial Criminal Investigation Division is too far from Yuanshan, with a driving time of over 5 hours. Meanwhile, Anjiang County is adjacent to Yuanshan County, and it used to take only 2 hours to get there. Secondly, Anjiang County had recently solved a complex murder case with outstanding results. The Provincial Bureau believed that the Criminal Investigation Team in Anjiang County had the necessary capabilities, and with Chen Jiawei's strong recommendation, it was ultimately decided to give the team a try. It's a chance for them to prove themselves. In other words, this case isn't just being watched by the Municipal Bureau, even the Provincial Bureau is keeping an eye on them. If they can solve it smoothly, it will be a huge achievement, worth more than years of quiet hard work. Of course, if it fails, the Provincial Bureau will take over immediately, and the Anjiang County Criminal Investigation Brigade will miss out on this golden opportunity. 2 hours later, the task force arrived at the police station in Yuanshan County. After completing the necessary handover procedures, Special Task Force Team Leader Lu Tianpei officially took charge of the case. During this period, the Yuanshan County Police Bureau had already identified the origin of these packages as a delivery point located on Nanshan Street in Yuanshan County. Bai Shui, using this delivery point as a central location, visited several nearby residential areas and reviewed case records from the surrounding area to determine if there had been any recent reports of missing persons. If any are found, immediately confirm the missing person's information, organize it, and submit it to the forensic department for the forensic pathologist to identify the deceased. Yes. Old wine, send someone to bring all the staff at that delivery point back to the police station and question them one by one. Especially the staff members who were on site on the day the package was sent out. Yes. After Lu Tianpei had arranged the main investigative tasks for both sides, he turned to Lu Chen and Old Zhang. The body parts and fragments inside the several delivery boxes have already been sorted and placed on the bed in the forensic medicine room. The clues on the bodies are now in your capable hands. Lu Chen and Old Zhang nodded solemnly, put on their white gloves, and began their work the moment Lu Tianpei announced the meeting was adjourned. They turned and left, entering the forensic laboratory without delay. The two followed the principles of human anatomy, sketching a rough outline of the human body on the bed, then carefully arranging and piecing together the fragments, managing to roughly reconstruct 3 partial areas. The murderer's methods were extremely brutal. From the traces of the cuts, it did not appear to be the work of a machine, but rather the result of manual cutting with a knife or axe. And the killer must have been very strong, otherwise, even if they had used a large knife or axe, or even a long saw, they wouldn't have been able to create such clean and even cuts. Forensic work is extremely challenging for one's mental resilience. Actually, encountering a corpse is manageable under normal circumstances. What's truly terrifying is encountering decomposing bodies or, even worse, bloody fragments of remains. That's what's truly deadly. In such a situation, even a seasoned forensic pathologist with years of experience would be unable to suppress a sense of dread upon seeing it, and might even find it difficult to sleep for days afterward. Take Old Zhang, for example. Although he still maintains his composure, wrinkles involuntarily appear on his face. After all, the pile of mangled flesh before him wasn't pork or anything like that, it was human flesh, from people just like him. Seeing such things inevitably brings to mind some very unsettling images. To say there was no reaction at all would be a lie. However, Lu Chen remained as calm as ever, his expression unchanged. Old Zhang couldn't help but admire him. He was so young and talented, a natural-born law god. Soon, the preliminary forensic report was also released, and as expected, it wasn't particularly useful. In other words, based on the forensic examination, the only 2 key pieces of information they could currently determine were as follows. First, the body was that of a female. Second, each body in the packages weighed 10 pounds, accounting for 1/10 of the human body. Second, each body in the packages weighs 10 pounds, accounting for 1/10 of the human body. This means that, in addition to the package already obtained, there are 7 more packages containing the remaining parts of the body. Chapter 21, Securing the First Crime Scene. In the interrogation room, the staff members from the delivery station that received these packages on the same day provided an introduction. Before the station opened, these packages had already been packed into boxes and neatly arranged in an area near the delivery station. Next to them was a stack of money and a piece of paper with the following message: I don't know how much it costs to send a package or how the price is calculated, so I left $1,000 there. I think it should be enough. Each box had the recipient's address written on top, but there was no information about the sender's name or phone number. Normally, according to the current strict procedures, packages cannot be shipped without a mobile phone number. The regulations in Yuanshan County are relatively lenient, and many shipment numbers are still handled manually. The delivery person at the site used a detector to scan the package outside and confirmed that it did not contain any prohibited items. Considering that the customer had already paid, they decided to proceed with the delivery. It was probably an elderly person who didn't know how to send a package and was in a hurry, so they left the package and money at the door. 1,000 yuan after sending all these packages, there'll still be plenty left over. Why not do it? At the time, the staff at the site also had a little mischievous idea, so they didn't say anything and just sent the package. There were a total of 11 boxes, 3 of which were sent to the county seat of Yuanshan County. As for the remaining boxes, some were sent to other cities, and others were sent to other provinces. Upon receiving the news, to avoid unnecessary panic, the police immediately mobilized all available resources. They ordered the courier company to immediately return these packages. After receiving this information and combining it with the results from the forensic team, the criminal investigation team gathered together during this period to analyze and discuss the case. Based on the information provided by the delivery service, it appears that the individual dismembered a body into 11 packages and sent them to 11 different locations. Since the packages within the county were closer, they were received first, while the remaining packages are still en route. The delivery company has indicated that they can intercept the packages before they arrive. You mentioned that the suspect killed the victim and then dismembered the body before transporting the parts to different locations. I believe that these 11 locations are somehow connected. Perhaps these locations are places the suspect has visited before, or they are somehow related to the motive for the crime? Therefore, I believe the next step should be to begin investigating the 3 households in Anjiang County that received the packages. Let's see if there are any commonalities among these 3 households. Bai Shui compiled a list of missing persons from the surrounding areas and found that none of the neighborhoods near the delivery center had any corresponding missing persons. The case had now reached a dead end. Despite the passage of time since the incident, neither the identity of the body nor the identity of the deceased had been determined. 24 hours? That's nowhere near enough time. Therefore, Lu Tianpei was quite anxious and dared not waste a single minute. He immediately set out to find the next breakthrough and assigned the task of questioning the 3 households to an experienced senior detective. After making the necessary arrangements, Lu Tianpei turned his attention to Bai Shui. Officer Bai, you may have to make another trip. Within 3 hours, compile a list of all individuals who have gone missing in Quanyuan County in recent days. We must identify the deceased before midnight. Holding the case files in her hands, Bai Shui spoke firmly. Yes, Lu Team Leader, you can count on me. I will complete the task within the specified time. Alright. After the snow stopped falling, only a few professional forensic experts and 2 veteran police officers remained at the scene. Lu Tianpei rubbed his temples and muttered, the victim wasn't from the area, so why did the killer choose to send the body from the delivery point on Nanshan Street? Even risking being detected by surveillance cameras on the road, they still chose to send it here? That's not right. Whenever he needed to think quickly and analyze things, Lu Tianpei felt like his brain cells weren't enough. Time flies when you're thinking, and the clock on the wall ticks away. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and he still had no clue. What was even more devastating was that the veteran detective had questioned and thoroughly investigated the 3 households in Yuanshan County. In the end, he confirmed that these 3 households had no prior connection or common ground whatsoever. They were completely unrelated. This left Lu Tianpei even more baffled. They were completely unrelated, so why would he send the body to them? It can't be that the murderer just sent it randomly, right? What was the meaning behind sending it? To expose themselves faster? To let others know they killed someone and have the police investigate? Come on, that's not reasonable. I can't figure out the killer's motive at all. I have no idea what he's trying to achieve, let alone his motive. I'm completely stumped. How on earth are we supposed to solve this within the given time frame? It's way too difficult. The clues in the case have once again come to a dead end. At this point, in a moment of desperation, Lu Tianpei sighed and turned his gaze toward Lu Chen. Lu Chen's deductive reasoning and case analysis skills were well known, and Lu Tianpei felt that this was the right time to seek his advice and see if he had any ideas. Glancing around and seeing no one nearby, Lu Tianpei walked over to the table next to Lu Chen, sat down, and leaned in close, lowering his voice as he asked. Lu brother, what are your thoughts on this case? Lu Chen, you're the one who's been working on this case. What do you think? Lu Chen smiled lightly. Lu team leader, deductive investigation is your job as a criminal investigator. I'm a forensic pathologist responsible for submitting reports for the criminal investigation team to reference. I've already given you the report analysis. Plus, didn't you say last time that I shouldn't be taking over your work? Upon hearing this, Lu Tianpei smiled wryly, found a secluded spot, clasped his hands together, and looked pleadingly at him. It's just a joke. Those who are capable should take on more responsibilities. Just consider it a favor for your brother. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. Then I'll just share my humble opinion? What foolish opinion? You're being too modest. Alright, then I'll share my thoughts, Lu. Just 2 points. First, I believe the murderer is someone who is meticulous about measurements. This can be inferred from the 3 packages we received earlier. Each package contained the same number of fragments of the victim's remains. Additionally, before the packages were shipped, the delivery personnel weighed them and found each package to be 10 pounds in weight. Based on the current state of the remains and calculations using the formula, the weight of the body should be around 100 pounds. Based on my estimation, the body should require 10 shipping boxes, but in fact, there were 11 shipping boxes. Following Lu Chen's line of thinking, Lu Tianpei asked in confusion, "There's an extra shipping box? So you're suggesting that this delivery box might have been used by the killer to hold something else?" "Yes. And the items fit perfectly into a shipping box, weighing around 10 pounds. What do you think it could be?" Lu Tianpei rolled his eyes, thought carefully, and recalled that many women nowadays like to carry certain items with them. He suddenly realized, it's a cat, or maybe a dog. Lu Chen nodded and added, "To be precise, it's either a larger cat or a smaller dog. It's more likely to be a dog, as adult cats typically weigh around 6 pounds, with very few reaching 10 pounds. There are many options for small dogs, such as Pomeranians, Pekingese, Pomeranians, Chihuahuas, and Pomeranians." Lu Chen's analysis instantly opened up Lu Tianpei's perspective. That's very thorough. In other words, when searching for missing persons, we can add a pet option, which will greatly narrow down the search area. That's right. Next is the second point, which is also very crucial. Why did the murderer choose this delivery point on Nanshan Street to send the package? The logical assumption is that the crime scene is nearby, so the victim must live in the area. But what if we reverse our thinking? Is it possible that the murderer is staying nearby? Perhaps he lives near Nanshan Avenue, or maybe he works there? Another possibility is that the delivery point on Nanshan Avenue is conveniently located between his workplace and his home, making it the most convenient place for him to send packages. Since the victim was not in the area near the Nanshan Avenue delivery point, could they have been living along the route between the suspect's workplace and their residence, with the first crime scene also located within that area? Chapter 22, A Major Discovery at Lu Tingting's Home. Lu Chen's analysis and reasoning left Lu Tianpei speechless. Mastering the details and presenting a well-reasoned argument. And the approach to problem solving is highly strategic, directly addressing the core issues. It immediately extracts the core content. The victim was a woman living within the route between the murderer's home and her workplace. She owns a small dog that has recently gone missing. With these key clues, once Bai Shui identifies the missing persons, we can pinpoint the victim. Once the victim is identified, mark her residence and places of activity on the map, connect them to the delivery point on Nanshan Avenue, draw a circle around the area, and search the circle area to find the first crime scene. With Lu Chen's guidance, Lu Tianpei instantly understood, his thoughts became clear, and his direction was set. He looked at Lu Chen excitedly, gripping his shoulders tightly. This is great. Coincidentally, this scene was witnessed by Bai Shui, who had just finished reviewing the missing persons list and was on her way to report. "Officer Bai, it's not what you think." Cough, "Officer Bai, it's not what you think." "Officer Bai, it's not what you think." Bai Shui smiled dismissively, "I know. This is the list of missing persons in Yuanshan County over the past decade. A total of 732 women have gone missing across the county, with 16 reported missing in the past 3 months. Lu Tianpei examined the information provided by Bai Shui with great care. 16 people. Which of these 16 keep pets? Are there any missing persons, along with their cats and dogs? Bai Shui Xiaomei furrowed her brows slightly, unsure why Lu Tianpei was asking such a question, but she still followed his instructions and retrieved the information of those who met the criteria. There were a total of 3 people who met the criteria. One is Mrs. Wang from Donghong Community, who is 53 years old. She went missing 2 months ago along with her cat, and there has been no news of her since. The other is Miss Cheng from Yuanhua Town, 35 years old, who went missing 7 days ago along with her teacup dog. The last case involves Ms. Liu from Jianxi Road, age 30, who went missing 2 days ago along with her teddy dog. Bai Shui's response left Lu Tianpei stunned. Even with such detailed criteria, there are still 3 people who meet the requirements? However, Lu Chen spoke up at this moment. No, only one person meets the requirements. Only Ms. Liu from Construction Road. Although the body parts found in the 3 packages lack teeth, collarbones, and toe bones which could have helped determine the victim's age, the condition of the skin indicated that the victim was definitely under 45 years old. Therefore, it could not have been the 53-year-old Mrs. Wang. Additionally, my previous assumption was that the 10 pounds of items in the 11th box were most likely a small dog weighing 10 pounds. Adult teacup dogs weigh only 2 to 4 pounds, far short of the 10-pound requirement. Therefore, only Ms. Liu from Jianxi Road meets all the requirements. Lu Chen identified the victim's target, and Lu Tianpei listened in stunned silence. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, that's amazing. Just a moment ago, I had no clue at all, and it felt like finding the victim would take forever. But after Lu Chen's thorough analysis, we found the victim right away." Lu Tianpei heard Lu Chen's complete analysis, but Bai Shui did not. She looked completely bewildered. What's going on? She just went to look up some information, and now they've already identified the victim? What the heck is going on here? Despite her confusion, she maintained her professional demeanor, suppressed her doubts, and continued with her duties. She retrieved the detailed information of Ms. Liu from Jianxi Road. Liu Tingting, female, 30 years old, resides in a commercial and residential building located at the intersection of Jianxi 4th Road and Fenghua Avenue, on the 3rd floor, room 303. She has a brown teddy dog, which is almost always by her side when she goes out. She treats it like her own son. Liu Tingting comes from a well-off family and doesn't need to work. She spends her days at home shopping online and taking care of her dog. This dog seems to be quite mischievous, having received multiple complaints, but Liu Tingting has ignored them all, and the matter was eventually dropped. The missing dog case was reported by a dog owner. Due to their pet, they usually stay in touch and go for a walk together every evening after dinner. However, since the day before yesterday, Ms. Liu has suddenly gone missing without any explanation, and she has not responded to any messages on her chat account. As a result, someone reported the incident to the authorities. After understanding the details of the situation, Liu Tianpei nodded to indicate that he was aware of the case. He then opened an electronic map, drew a straight line between the delivery point and Ms. Liu Tingting's home, and centered the circle on Ms. Liu Tingting's home, with the straight line between the 2 points as the radius. Old Wang, immediately lead the team to Liu Tingting's home to investigate the situation. Old Jean, start investigating the residents in this building who have had conflicts with Liu Tingting, and look for clues leading to the murderer. Then expand outward, and within this radius, investigate anyone suspicious. Liu Tianpei followed the pre-planned strategy and divided the team into 2 groups to carry out the operation. Yes. The police car was dispatched, and the sound of sirens grew louder as it approached. Next, they only needed to wait for news from Lao Wang and Lao Zhan, and then await further instructions. At that moment, seeing Bai Shue's brows still furrowed, Liu Tianpei laughed heartily and explained Liu Chen's earlier deduction in detail. Bai Shue finally understood. She looked at Liu Chen, and her eyes couldn't help but hold a hint of an unusual expression. It must be said that his analysis and reasoning were indeed impressive. Half an hour later, Old Wang called. Liu Tianpei answered the phone on speaker. "Hello, Old Wang, how's the situation?" "Captain, there's been a major discovery at Liu Tingting's house." Chapter 23, A Gruesome Scene. Chapter 23, A Horrific Scene. At 1 a.m., Liu Chen and the others arrived at Liu Tingting's home. Non-essential personnel were instructed to evacuate the area and ensure the crime scene remained secure, allowing professional forensic investigators to conduct their examination. Liu Tianpei stood at the door, greeted by a strong smell of blood. He instructed Old Wang's men and the assisting police officers to set up a cordon and erect warning signs before waiting outside. The forensic examination team entered the scene. Looking around, the room was in complete disarray, with obvious bloodstains on the walls. On the floor and the sofa, there was not only blood but also a significant amount of dog hair scattered about. From the scene, it can be determined that this is the first crime scene. On the wall closest to the door, blood was sprayed upward in large patches. It is likely that after the victim entered the room, the perpetrator struck the victim's head with a round, blunt object. This caused blood to spray upward at an angle, splattering onto the walls. Behind Liu Chen, Bai Shue, who witnessed the horrific and bloody scene inside the house, felt visibly unwell. She clenched her teeth to suppress the urge to vomit, her brows furrowing slightly. "What did you say? The victim entered the room, not the murderer?" Liu Tianpei was equally curious and thought Liu Chen had made a mistake. "Dr. Liu, you must have made a mistake." Liu Chen shook his head confidently and said, "There was no mistake. The murderer was already inside the house and attacked the victim as soon as they entered. This can be determined from the direction of the bloodstains on the wall. If the direction of the blow was from the outside in, the bloodstains on the wall would be lower on the inner side and higher on the outer side. However, the current situation is completely the opposite. Furthermore, judging from the amount of blood and the height of the bloodstains, this blow must have struck the head, and it was a fatal wound. Therefore, there was no counterattack by the victim against the perpetrator. From this, we can infer that there is only one possibility: the murderer was already inside the house beforehand. The standing position indicates that the murderer was inside the house, and the victim was near the door. Upon hearing Liu Chen's analysis, everyone finally realized what had happened. So that's how it was. But another question arises: how was the murderer able to appear at the victim's home in advance? Was it an inside job? Liu Chen continued his on-site investigation and analysis, arriving at the location of the doghouse. Looking at the clear bloodstains on the ground, Liu Chen instructed the forensic team to collect and test the evidence. He also conducted DNA biological analysis on the bloodstains on the walls and at the entrance. Working overtime, by 6 a.m., the on-site investigation and case file preparation were nearly complete. Liu Chen took a sip of water outside the door to quench his thirst, while several local police officers had already purchased fresh breakfast for the special investigation team. Someone like Liu Chen, with his strong mental resilience, simply started eating right there at the door. Those with weaker mental resilience, whose physical reactions to such an environment are more intense, go downstairs or into the hallway to eat. He quickly ate a few buns, opened the mineral water bottle, and drank several big gulps, finishing the entire bottle in no time. That was refreshing. High-intensity work, especially when solving cases with a deadline, makes sleep a luxury and eating the happiest moment of the day. After eating his fill, Lu Chen planned to dispose of the trash in his hands and immediately get back to work. Upon reaching the trash bin at the corner of the hallway, Lu Chen noticed Bai Shui sitting alone in the corner. She held a bottle of mineral water in her hand, and anti-nausea medication was placed on the ground beside her. Upon seeing Lu Chen, she hurriedly picked up the medicine from the ground, afraid that Lu Chen would see it. A pair of beautiful eyes stared straight at Lu Chen. Lu Chen scratched his head and said, "I really don't feel well. There's no need to force yourself to go in. At the door is fine." Bai Shui stood up, bit her lip, and shook her head firmly. "It's okay, don't worry about me. I'll take some medicine and I'll be fine. I'll get used to it slowly. It's getting late. We only have 10 hours left before the deadline to solve the case. Let's hurry up." After speaking, Bai Shui tidied herself up and stepped out of the corner, rejoining the team at work. Watching her depart, Lu Chen couldn't help but be moved by this strong woman. As a rookie detective, this was her first time at a crime scene. Witnessing such a gruesome scene was indeed a significant challenge for a girl who valued beauty and cleanliness. It was truly a tough ordeal for Bai Shui. Let us not even talk about girls in real life. Many men would vomit uncontrollably upon seeing such a scene. It's not easy for anyone, huh? After organizing his thoughts, Lu Chen shook his head and tried his best to stay in the best possible state. After organizing his thoughts, Lu Chen shook his head to try to stay in the best possible state. He then arrived at the scene and re-entered the house. At 7:20 a.m., all the forensic examination results sent to the forensic department were available. Upon receiving the test results, Lu Chen conducted a definitive analysis based on the comparison of the traces found at the scene. There were 3 areas inside the house where bloodstains were concentrated. The first was where the victim's body had fallen, the second was the location of the family's teddy dog's bed, and the third was the kitchen where the murderer had disposed of the body. Bloodstains extend from the dog bed to the kitchen, following the path from the dog bed to the location where the victim's body was found. Between the doghouse and the kitchen, there were only bloodstains left by the teddy dog, but from the victim to the kitchen, there were bloodstains of varying shades. Additionally, the depth of the bloodstains is slightly shallower than those left by the teddy dog, indicating that the perpetrator first attacked the teddy dog. Then, the perpetrator attacked the victim. Why did he kill the dog first before killing the person? Could this indicate that his original target was the teddy dog? Lu Chen was analyzing the existing clues through deduction, while Bai Shui took notes of everything he said with paper and pen. Lu Tianpei listened attentively, extracting key clues from Lu Chen's words for practical use. "I understand, old Wang. Focus on investigating anyone who harbors a grudge against this teddy dog." "Yes." Lu Tianpei looked at Lu Chen and asked, "Forensic Dr. Lu, are there any other leads?" "Yes, based on the bloodstains left by the victim, the time difference between the earliest and latest bloodstains exceeds 10 hours. This means that the murderer entered the room multiple times. I suspect that he must have had a key to this room." Upon hearing this clue, an experienced detective nearby remarked, "Being able to enter the room in advance and then enter multiple times after the crime without being noticed suggests it was an inside job?" However, according to our investigation, the security guard downstairs said that no outsiders had visited Ms. Lu recently. Additionally, Ms. Lu has a certain degree of OCD and does not allow anyone into her home. After the veteran detective finished speaking, everyone fell into silence. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen asked, "What did the neighbors next door say? Did they see or hear anyone opening the door and entering the house?" "I've already asked them, and they didn't see anyone opening the door. As for hearing? The building has been under renovation recently, and there are often people working in the hallway. It's so noisy that you can't even hear someone opening the door." Chapter 24, Su Dunyan, You're Surrounded. Surrender. Construction crew? Has construction been done in this building? As if he had caught hold of some important information, Lu Chen asked urgently. "That's right. The construction crew was still working here on the day of the incident. They finished all the work yesterday and left." The veteran detective replied. "Were construction workers on this floor on the day of the incident?" "Yes, construction was taking place on this floor and the floor above." "Do you have any detailed information about this construction team?" "Yes, this construction team is from Hongfei Development Company. They were brought here by a subcontractor to take on some private jobs, such as renovation work." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen widened his eyes slightly. "Hongfei Development Company? I remember their construction team was right on Nanshan Street, wasn't it?" As soon as Lu Chen spoke, everyone immediately reacted. "Quick, retrieve the detailed reference materials." Lu Tianpei immediately called his men to open the police system's specialized map on the tablet. If it was a straight line between 2 points, the suspect's movements would have been between the crime scene and the area near Nanshan Street. The construction crew is staying at the construction site, which is not far from the Nanshan Street delivery station, only about 200 meters away. The conditions are suitable. On the day of the incident, they were near the scene and had the opportunity to commit the crime. Most importantly, the construction crew returned to the area near Nanshan Street yesterday, and coincidentally, the packages from the Nanshan Street delivery station were also sent out yesterday. All the timelines align perfectly. Soon, the detectives incorporated the known information into their investigation of the new suspect and made a series of deductions. They discovered that all the clues pointed to the likelihood that the murderer was among the construction crew. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Tianpei made a decisive decision. Lao Fong, leave a few people behind to secure the scene. Forensic Dr. Lu, you guys go back to the station first. The follow-up work is our responsibility. Leave it to us. Everyone, move out immediately and head to the Hongfei construction site to apprehend the suspect. Based on their relevant investigative records, 5 suspects have been identified. At 10:30 a.m., the criminal investigation team arrived at the construction site entrance. Upon seeing the large contingent, the security personnel guarding the gate immediately. They were startled. Oh my goodness, so many police cars. There are even police officers with guns. They're clearly not ordinary police officers, are they detectives? The police are investigating a case. We need your assistance. Do you recognize any of these people? 2 detectives stepped forward and showed the identity information of the 5 people to the staff member at the entrance. He nodded nervously. I know. The 5 of them are in the same work crew and all live in that area. Lead the way. Okay. The security guard at the entrance dared not slack off for a moment and hurriedly led the police officers to the scene. Although fights and thefts occasionally occurred on the construction site, they were minor incidents, and only regular police officers would respond. But this time was different. 4 police cars arrived, with 10 officers armed with weapons. Sigh. Anyone with eyes can see that this is clearly a major investigation. So he dared not take it lightly. With a large beer belly, he led Lu Tianpei and the others around the rugged terrain and arrived at a flat-roofed house. Officer, it's right there. Those few houses are where they live. Officer, that's it, those few houses are where they live. Lu Tianpei drew his pistol, chambered around, and waved his hand, signaling the officers to advance. They surrounded the area in an orderly fashion. 2 people emerged in a daze, and upon seeing so many police officers, they immediately dropped to the ground and covered their heads. Following Lu Tianpei's signal, they searched the room and found a person inside. Seeing that all 3 men looked dazed, he immediately informed Lu Tianpei that none of them were the murderers. What about the other 2? They went to the cafeteria to eat. Where is the cafeteria? Take us there. Under their guidance, Lu Tianpei had the 2 plainclothes officers enter the canteen first to check if the 2 suspects were present. They saw the 2 suspects sitting at a table eating and were about to make the arrest. One of the suspects, who had a sharp nose and a monkey-like face, noticed the 2 undercover police officers. He dropped the bowl and chopsticks he was holding and started to run away. Stop, don't run. Realizing they had been exposed, the 2 plainclothes officers no longer bothered to disguise themselves and immediately gave chase. Snap. Clang. The suspect overturned the table and ran into the bathroom. By the time the plainclothes officers arrived, the bathroom window was wide open, and the bathroom was empty. Lu team, he ran out through the window. The 2 reported to Lu Tianpei over the walkie-talkie. Lu Tianpei had already set up a tight perimeter outside. Upon receiving the information from the 2 undercover agents, he immediately ordered his men to tighten knee and head toward the restroom. As soon as the suspect ran out of the house and saw that the area was surrounded by police, he tried to flee but realized there was no escape. Su Dianyan, you're surrounded. Give up your resistance. Su Dianyan gasped heavily, and in the moment he was dazed, 2 detectives rushed forward, 1 on each side, and pinned him to the ground. Click. Handcuffs were placed on him, and the arrest was declared complete. Under the escort of a group of police officers, he was loaded into the police car. Chapter 25, Can you really get away with murder like that? In the interrogation room, Lu Tianpei sat in the interrogation chair, facing the murderer Su Dianyan. Since the suspect was an extremely brutal murderer, both of his hands were bound behind his back and his feet were shackled. Come on, attack me. What's the matter? Are you bullying me because there are more of you? If you're so tough, why didn't you just shoot me earlier? After being taken back to the interrogation room, Su Dianyan showed no signs of fear or anxiety. On the contrary, he was arrogant and defiant. I thought that no matter what, it would take the police at least a few days to track me down. But I never expected that you'd catch me so quickly. Hey, what bad luck. In response to the other party's explanation, Lu Tianpei clasped his hands together in front of him and said, So, you're admitting that you committed the crime of murdering Lu Tingting, right? Upon hearing this, Su Dianyan's face twisted into a hideous grimace, even tinged with a hint of excitement. Oh, so her name was Lu Tingting? The name is quite elegant, isn't it? Unfortunately, when I dealt with her, I wasn't nearly as gentle. She won't be so elegant after she's dead, haha. Lu Tianpei sneered, having committed such heinous crimes, you still end up like this. It seems you don't regret a single thing you've done. Regret? What is there to regret? Once I did this, I never once thought of regretting it, nor did I ever consider fleeing. Suddenly, his smug expression changed drastically, turning into a flushed, angry expression. Seeing this, Lu Tianpei's expression remained calm and composed. He leaned back slowly and said, since that's the case, then tell me. What deep-seated grudge do you have against her? What could possibly drive you to do something so outrageous? Upon hearing this, Su Dianyan wore an innocent expression, deep-seated hatred? Ha, why would there be any hatred between us? There's no enmity between me and her. If there's no grudge, why did you break into her house and kill her? You even dismembered the body? Is this something a person could have driven out? Lu Tianpei said indignantly. Su Dianyan remained silent for 2 seconds, exhaled through his nostrils, and began to laugh to himself, continuing for over 10 seconds. He then slowly raised his head, his face betraying a look of ruthlessness. Yes, I have no grudge against that woman, but I have a grudge against this world, and I have a grudge against the wealthy. Why? Why do some people get to be born into privilege, looking down on others with disdain? Ah! We, on the other hand, are forced to speak softly and humbly, unworthy of even a single glance of respect. Ha, indeed, we are truly unworthy. Life is inherently unfair. But being looked down upon is one thing, being despised is another, but even a dog dares to bully me. It's just a little dog, all curly and ugly, yet it eats and drinks better than I do. There are beautiful women who pamper and spoil it. When I encounter them on the stairs, they look down on me for being dirty and can't wait to get as far away from me as possible. That dog, taking advantage of the situation, barked wildly at me. The onlookers not only thought the dog was in the right, but also found it cute and amusing. Even now, the scene in the elevator is still vividly etched in my memory. Su Dianyan recounted the story, his eyes wide with shock, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. He was now a hideous sight, his lips trembling as he spoke. Originally, having been bullied all his life, I thought it didn't matter. After all, I was just a temporary worker sent from the construction site. But what I didn't expect was that one day, I happened to be working on the floor where that woman lived. During the midday break, I was sitting on the ground eating my boxed lunch. That damn dog suddenly charged over, barking and pulling at me, and even knocked over my lunchbox. Although the woman apologized to me afterward, I had already made up my mind I must kill that dog. So, I kept secretly observing the woman's living situation and waited for an opportunity. When she went out alone, I entered her house. As soon as I entered the room, the dog recognized me and started barking wildly. I rushed forward, grabbed it, and killed it with the trowel I used for work. Just as I had finished dealing with the dog and was about to take it to the kitchen to cut it into pieces and put it in a garbage bag to dispose of it, the woman came back. Ha, she actually came back. I had no ill will toward her at first, I just wanted to quietly kill the dog. But she came back and saw me kill her dog with her own eyes. This woman loved her dog more than her own life. She would never forgive me if she saw what I did. So, I decided to go all the way. I picked up the hammer I used for work in the living room and struck her once, killing her instantly. Officer, I swear, I never intended to kill her from the start. If anyone is to blame, it's her own bad luck for seeing something she shouldn't have. Lu Tianpei snorted disdainfully, you killed someone and now you're trying to justify it by saying you didn't want to kill her? And yet he can be so open and honest, thinking he hasn't done anything wrong. You are the first person I've ever encountered in my career as a detective. I have a few questions for you. The first question is, how did you get into the victim's house? Su Daching sighed. Earlier, when I was working on her floor, I saw that she had a spare key, which she would leave in a hidden compartment on the fire hydrant outside the door when she went out. That's the key I used to get in. Lu Tianpei nodded. No wonder, judging from the evidence at the scene, you were able to enter and exit the room multiple times so easily. You had the key all along. Second, and most crucially, you claim you had no intention of killing anyone, yet after committing the murder, you dismembered the body and then had the audacity to send the remains to various locations? Tell me, what could possibly be the reason? Chapter 26, A Perfect Finale, awarded the collective second-class merit award. Lu Tianpei's question made Su Dianyan laugh, laughing wildly. Lu Tianpei frowned. Su Dianyan, be serious. Why dismember the body? Send it by courier? What? Even you cops think I can't send it by courier? Do you think someone like me shouldn't know how to shop online and shouldn't be allowed to use modern things? Ah. I've worked hard my whole life. I started working on construction sites when I was just a teenager, cut off from the world, with nothing to do but work and sleep. It was no different from being in prison. They laugh at me for being old-fashioned, for not keeping up with the times, and even for not knowing how to shop online, which is the latest trend. Yes, I don't shop online. I don't understand the world of young people today, but I have money and I can work. I don't shop online, I can't receive packages, but I can send them. I've killed people. This is something I've never done in my life, so of course I'll give it a try. I just want to send packages to all parts of the country. I thought of the places where I've worked and randomly filled in the house numbers. Some are within Yuanshan County, some are from other cities or provinces, there are all kinds. Ha ha. Just thinking about all these packages traveling such a long distance to the place where I once lived makes me feel so fulfilled. Su Dianyan's response left all the police officers present speechless. Su Dianyan's actions could only be described with one word: madness. Too crazy. Later, Su Dianyan revealed the tools he used in the crime, including the tools and gloves, which he had discarded in a foul-smelling ditch behind the construction site. At 12:30 p.m., the police successfully recovered the crime tools from the foul-smelling ditch. All the tools were sent to the forensic department for analysis. The results showed traces of blood belonging to Lu Tingting, which became direct evidence in the case. Additionally, the courier company gradually delivered the intercepted packages to the Yuanshan County Police Bureau, where Lu Chen pieced the bodies back together into complete corpses. Notify the families to claim the bodies. Relatives were vomiting, crying, and the scene was a heart-wrenching display of human suffering. At 3 p.m., the last delivery box arrived, containing the body of the teddy dog. The phone rang. The case was solved, and Shen Jiawei was the first to call Lu Tianpei. Shen Jiawei was beaming with joy. The smiles he'd had over the past year didn't even add up to as many as he'd had in the past few days. His own criminal investigation team had just solved another major murder case. Ha, Tianpei, your criminal investigation team did an excellent job on this case. Such a complex case, even if a special task force from the provincial bureau were assigned to solve it within 24 hours, it would be an impossible task. Yet you managed to crack it in just 18 hours. With all the evidence, witness statements, and confessions in place, you presented a flawless case in front of the city leaders and the provincial bureau officials, securing a decisive victory. Just now, the municipal bureau called me and specifically commended the work of the Anjiang County Police Bureau. Additionally, the Criminal Investigation Division of Anjiang County has been awarded the second-class Collective Merit Award. Lu Tianpei's phone was set to external speaker mode. He knew that Chen Jiawei was calling specifically to commend the work of the Criminal Investigation Division. Such praise from a superior, with such positive words, could certainly motivate people. When superiors acknowledge their work, they come to believe that all their efforts are worthwhile. Did you all hear that? We've brought honor to the Anjiang County Police Bureau again, a collective second-class merit award. Lu Tianpei exclaimed joyfully to the people around him. Yay! Wow, that's awesome. All the team members cheered and jumped for joy. As for Bai Shui, she simply smiled and clapped her hands, showing little else. In the midst of the joyful atmosphere, she couldn't help but glance at Lu Chen. Noticing her gaze, Lu Chen smiled back. At 4:33 p.m., Lu Tianpei approached Lu Chen alone to hand over the evidence information to the forensic team. Lu Chen documented all the evidence in the case file, providing additional proof to support the entire deductive analysis process of the case. After reviewing it, Lu Tianpei praised him sincerely. I said, Lu, my friend, this case was solved in time, and it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, no matter how much effort we put into it, we wouldn't have been able to solve the case within 24 hours. The Criminal Investigation Division owes its current glory to you. Lu Dianxian replied, the Criminal Investigation Division's current glory is largely thanks to you. Lu Chen humbly replied, Captain Lu, you're overpraising me. This is the result of the collective efforts of all our brothers. It's inseparable from everyone's hard work. Oh, come on, Lu brother, there's no one else here but the two of us. Lu Tianpei suddenly hooked his arm around Lu Chen's shoulder and leaned his body against him. What's the deal with this entire case? Do you think I don't know? Without your crucial analysis and deductions, who would have known there was a dog's body in that delivery box? If we had to wait for the delivery company to intercept the package and open it before obtaining this crucial information, it would have been too late. Your on-site analysis was absolutely brilliant. According to Su Dianyan's confession, his real purpose was to kill the dog, and he did indeed have the key to the victim's room. This includes the tools used in the crime and the positions he took during the attack, all of which match up. Such an accurate assessment is the most professional I've encountered among the forensic experts I've worked with. Additionally, you are the most capable individual in terms of criminal investigation and case-solving abilities, logical reasoning skills, and overall comprehensive capabilities. There's no doubt about it. Lu Tianpei couldn't stop praising Lu Chen. There was some flattery involved, but most of it was genuine praise from the heart. Indeed, without Lu Chen, this case would have been impossible to solve in such a short time. In response, Lu Chen shrugged his shoulders. Alright, since you, Captain Lu, have said so, I'll reluctantly admit it. This answer was clearly unexpected for Lu Tianpei. He looked at Lu Chen with an even broader smile, adding, plus, you're the most communicative forensic expert I've ever encountered. This response was clearly unexpected for Lu Tianpei. He smiled even more broadly at Lu Chen and added, still, you're the most communicative forensic expert I've ever encountered. Handsome yet humorous, cold yet profound. In short, you're not as boring as the other forensic pathologists, you're way more interesting. Ha! Chapter 27, a mixture of grains, each with its own flavor. Chapter 27, a medley of grains, each with its own flavor. After finishing all the work, before heading back to Anjiang County, Lu Tianpei pulled Lu Chen aside and invited him to dinner. The location was a small restaurant in Yuanshan County. We had agreed to treat him to a meal, but in the end, it was just a round table. Lu Chen and the plainclothes officer, Bai Shui, stared at each other in disbelief. Captain Lu, is this the private dinner you said you'd take me to? Lu Chen was completely confused. At that moment, Lu Tianpei no longer resembled the serious police officer from the station. He looked like a commoner from the streets. What's the point of just the two of us eating? Having a beautiful police officer join us for a meal is a blessing we've earned. Hee, Lu Lao Di, Officer Bai, when you come to Yuanshan, you must try the famous local specialty dishes. This place may look old and small, but it's the most authentic spot for Yuanshan cuisine. He opened the drinks on the table and filled everyone's cups. Raise your glasses. Actually, I invited you two over for two reasons. First, I wanted to treat you to a meal. Second, I must say that the criminal investigation team relies on you two for everything, big or small. Without you two, our team wouldn't have the honor it has today. You could say that in the future, you will be my right-hand men, indispensable to me. Therefore, I also hope that we can continue to work together as we do now, solving various cases, and together, we will create new glories and make the name of the Anjiang Criminal Investigation Brigade known far and wide. Come, let me toast to you all. The three raised their cups, clinked them together, and drank them all in one gulp. Lu Chen and Bai Shui, though young, were indeed the strongest in the criminal investigation division in terms of overall abilities. As the squad leader, Lu Tianpei establishing good relations and maintaining close ties with them is both reasonable and appropriate. No wonder the usually stingy Lu Tianpei was so generous, even paying out of his own pocket to treat everyone to a lavish meal. Lu Chen and Bai Shui exchanged glances, and both could read the meaning in each other's eyes. Perhaps this was just part of the dining culture, but Lu Tianpei's actions did not offend either of them. Compared to the drinking culture of many other leaders, this was already much better. At least they're sincere. Soon, a variety of dishes were served, with 3 main courses in total. It seemed that Lu Tianpei had really gone all out this time. The food was delicious and had local specialties. The three of them ate while chatting. Just then, the TV hanging outside happened to be airing the news. The news report was about the very case in question. The local police department has announced that the burglary and murder case in our city has been successfully resolved within 24 hours. The suspect, Su Momu, has been apprehended and brought to justice. Currently, all the bodies that Su Momu had sent out have been recovered. The case originated from an incident involving a pet dog falling into a well, which triggered Su Momu's feelings of inferiority and hatred, leading him to commit the murders. After killing both the person and the pet, Su Momu dismembered the bodies and sent them via express delivery to vent his desires. According to reports, the addresses in question were locations where Su Momu had previously worked or stayed. Case reminder: be vigilant, take precautions, and do not give criminals an opportunity to act. At that moment, the guests at the nearby tables were also paying close attention to the news broadcast on the television. This case had garnered significant public attention from the moment it occurred. Now that the investigation had reached a conclusion, upon learning the details of the incident, one couldn't help but feel a mix of sorrow and regret. At the same time, one cannot help but be amazed that the case was solved so quickly. This case was only reported yesterday, and it's already been solved? Impressive, the police are quite efficient. Normally, solving a case within 48 hours is already quite impressive, but I didn't expect the police to do it in just 24 hours. Indeed, these police officers deserve admiration. Behind the visible results lies their relentless efforts day and night. When I first heard about this case, I found it brutal and utterly unimaginable that someone could commit such an act. Yeah, the murderer was just a construction worker. Such methods are utterly inhumane. What a pity for that young girl in the prime of her life, and her pet dog. Even if the teddy bear did something wrong, there must be a way to talk it out. No matter what, killing someone is unacceptable. The world is full of all kinds of people, and this reason for murder is truly bizarre. Amitabha Buddha, may the heavenly officials bestow blessings and remove all taboos. May all evil spirits retreat. That's way too extreme. From the perspective of ordinary citizens, opinions vary widely, with everyone expressing their own views. Lu Chen and the other two, as the lead investigators of the case, upon reviewing this case, set aside their roles as forensic experts and criminal investigators and instead evaluated the situation from a purely human perspective. They too felt a mix of emotions, each with their own unique experiences. Su Dianyan, a man who was insecure to the core, appeared honest and straightforward on the surface, but his mind had long since become twisted. Rather than saying he killed the dog out of anger, it would be more accurate to say that it was his own wounded pride, his self-loathing twisted psyche, that destroyed him. However, none of these should serve as justification for murder. Those who commit crimes and act against the principles of humanity must face the consequences of their actions under the law. Listening to the news broadcast on the television, feeling the colorful lights on the screen change and alternate, Lu Chen shook the cup in his hand and drank it all in one gulp. Chapter 28, The mountain remains unseen, but the snow bears the tracks of horses. Anjiang County Police Bureau, Chief's Office. Lu Chen stood upright at the desk, while Chen Jiawei sat in his seat with a cheerful expression on his face. Looking at Lu Chen, Chen Jiawei's eyes were filled with satisfaction. It was as if an old father-in-law had seen his son-in-law who had fulfilled all his expectations. Lu Chen felt so uncomfortable under that gaze that he started to sweat. Lu Chen, come sit down, don't stand there. Chen Jiawei gestured for Lu Chen to sit on the chair where he received guests, and Lu Chen sat down, feeling both honored and surprised. Lu Chen, the Municipal Bureau has already notified us. Due to your outstanding performance in Yuanshan County, they have secured another third-class merit award for you. As he said this, Chen Jiawei couldn't hide the admiration in his eyes. In just half a month, there was one collective second-class merit award, one collective third-class merit award, two individual third-class merit awards, and one verbal commendation. This record is probably the best in Anjiang County in recent years. What's more, all these awards were earned by professional technical staff. This is even more remarkable. Within the system, professional technical personnel are already more sought after than police officers, especially forensic experts, who are the cream of the crop in the police department. And now, Lu Chen's performance is so outstanding that it's even more remarkable. As the saying goes, it's not the autopsy that's scary, it's the forensic pathologist who can solve the case. Lu Chen was a smart man. He naturally knew that Chen Jiawei had summoned him to the police station for far more than just a simple reprimand. Sure enough, after the praise, Chen Jiawei composed his expression and sighed softly. Lu Chen, I admire you greatly, and I am proud that the Anjiang County Police Bureau has someone like you. But, the mountain remains unseen, and only the tracks of horses remain on the snow. The county police department is ultimately just a small place. There are broader horizons awaiting you in the future, where you can soar like the outstanding professional you are. I'm sure you'll be promoted soon. Oh, I don't want to. Although Chen Jiawei also wanted to keep Lu Chen by his side, the boss was personally recruiting him. How could he refuse? Moreover, this would be more beneficial for Lu Chen's career development. After all, Anjiang is just a small place, and there are too few cases to handle. The municipal bureau, and even the provincial department, are where he truly belongs. Now, talking to Lu Chen, on one hand, I truly feel moved, and on the other hand, I know I can't keep him here. I hope that when Lu Chen eventually moves on to a bigger stage in the future, if there are any talented technical personnel, I would also like to recommend them to Anjiang County. Lu Chen is young but has a clear mind. He stood up and saluted, speaking solemnly, Director Chen, rest assured. No matter where I am transferred in the future, I will never forget the Criminal Investigation Division of Anjiang County or the nurturing I received from the Anjiang County Police Bureau. Seeing this, Chen Jiawei nodded with a smile and gestured, sit down, sit down. Cultivation is out of the question, but there is still some affection. After all, this is your first stop. As he spoke, Chen Jiawei smiled and poured 2 cups of tea. It was a very appropriate way to divert the emotional intensity, stopping just at the right moment. After drinking tea, Chen Jiawei chatted about some trivial matters before saying something that surprised Lu Chen greatly. By the way, given your performance on the 3 cases in October and your consecutive awards of 2 individual third-class merits, the Bureau has decided to promote you beyond the normal ranks and elevate your police rank to first-class police inspector. His rank had been promoted. This is a huge blessing for him. It holds significant implications for his career prospects. Lu Chen graduated with a master's degree from the Forensic Medicine College, so he was able to obtain the rank of second lieutenant upon graduation. Under normal promotion procedures, ranks are promoted every 3 years. Unless one obtains a PhD in forensic medicine, the standard path requires 3 years of experience as a forensic pathologist before becoming eligible for promotion. However, there are regulations within the agency stipulating that personal achievements can shorten this timeframe. A second-class merit award can shorten it by 3 years, and a third-class merit award can shorten it by 1 year. Lu Chen had received 2 third-class merits, and even with the verbal commendation, he should not be eligible for early promotion according to the rules. The fact that he was able to be promoted successfully now clearly indicates that some backdoor influence was involved, effectively amounting to a special promotion for him. And Chen Jiawei deserves credit for that. Anyway, given Lu Chen's abilities, he would eventually be promoted. It would be better to go with the flow and do him a favor now. Everyone understood this logic, but Lu Chen was still quite grateful for Chen Jiawei's support. Everyone understands this logic, but Lu Chen is still quite grateful for Chen Bureau's support. Police rank has nothing to do with your position or authority, but it is closely tied to your grade and salary benefits. Furthermore, for some higher-level positions, having a police rank does not necessarily mean you can compete for them, but without a police rank, you will definitely not be considered. Police ranks hold no actual power, but they are a prerequisite for obtaining such power. And this prerequisite is precisely the most challenging aspect. Now that Lu Chen's police rank has been promoted, his official position will soon follow suit. The transition from clerk to section chief is merely a matter of time. If he continues to perform well and achieves more merits, he might even be promoted to the rank of deputy section chief. Note, in the TV series Forensic Dr. Qin Ming from the Provincial Bureau is referred to as Qin Section Chief, and he holds the rank of section chief. A deputy section level position is already very high. For ordinary people in the system, after decades of work, the end of their career is roughly at the section level rank. The ranks within the police force, from lowest to highest, are second-class police officer, first-class police officer, third-class police sergeant, second-class police sergeant, first-class police sergeant, third-grade police superintendent, second-grade police superintendent, first-grade police superintendent, third-grade police inspector, second-grade police inspector, first-grade police inspector, third-grade police inspector, second-grade police inspector, first-grade police inspector, deputy chief superintendent, deputy chief police superintendent, chief police superintendent. Professional technical staff, bachelor's degree graduates are directly appointed as third-grade police inspector, master's degree graduates as second-grade police inspector, and doctorate degree graduates as first-grade police inspector. Chapter 29, Anjiang County Combat Power Ranking, 3rd place. After leaving Qin Jiawei's office, Lu Chen hurriedly opened the internal system website to check the changes in his points. The dismembered body delivery case in Yuanshan County had earned a total of 25 points. Anjiang County was allocated 15 points, with Lu Chen receiving the primary credit, earning 20% of the points. 20% multiplied by 15 equals 3. After the conclusion of the Lu Minghui case, Lu Chen's total personal points were 49, ranking him 17th in Anjiang County. In the previous operation with Bai Shui to apprehend a robbery suspect, he earned an additional 5 points, bringing his total to 54 points and ranking him 13th in Anjiang County. With the newly added 3 points, Lu Chen's total score has reached 84 points, directly replacing Bai Shui's 3rd place position. Currently, he ranks 3rd on the combat power rankings in Anjiang County. First place is held by Captain Lu of the Criminal Investigation Division, with a combat strength score of 133 points, far ahead of the rest. Second is Deputy Captain Lao Wang of the Criminal Investigation Division, with a combat effectiveness score of 102 points. Third is Lu Chen, with 84 points. Fourth is Bai Shui, with 81 points. Fifth. The first 10 people, the first 5 are all from the Criminal Investigation Division. Especially in the event of a homicide case, once it is solved, the points earned by the Criminal Investigation Division's meritorious personnel can instantly pull them ahead of the rest. A regular case only earns a fraction of a point, while a homicide case is worth at least double digits. Of course, when it comes to the increase in points, Lu Chen's metrics are by far the most extreme. In just half a month, he went from outside the top 100 to 3rd place. Others have spent nearly a year accumulating such a high score, but Lu Chen achieved it in just half a month. This clearly shows that when it comes to KPIs measured by units of time, Lu Chen is undoubtedly the strongest. After all, major criminal cases that may not even occur once a year have been handled by Lu Chen on 2 separate occasions, and he was the primary contributor in both cases. How could this not cause his combat effectiveness index to skyrocket? Already 3rd? I wonder if I can make it to the top of the Anjiang County Combat Power Rankings by the end of year KPI review? We're already in 3rd place. Saying we don't have any aspirations for 1st place is simply impossible. Lu Chen muttered to himself, thinking about the case points he hadn't redeemed yet. He hurriedly opened the system page. Solving the parcel dismemberment case, earning 2,000 merit points. Cumulative merit points, 2,800 points. Combined with the 800 merit points earned from the previous arrest of the robbery suspect, Lu Chen now has a total of 2,800 merit points. Merit points can be used to enhance abilities in exchange for lottery chances. Lu Chen thought for a moment. His current physical condition, professional skills, and case-solving abilities were all exceptionally outstanding. Continuing to enhance them would only make a difference of a few points, from 90 to 95. For him at this stage, there wasn't much practical benefit. What he needs now are more effective skills to expand his business. An outstanding forensic expert's expertise is by no means limited to medicine and forensic examination. For instance, evidence collection, forensic examination, laboratory analysis, biology, psychology, natural sciences, and human behavior studies are all areas that can further expand and enhance their expertise. Many forensic scientists are multi-skilled, capable of performing at least 3 or more of these roles. Therefore, after careful consideration, Lu Chen decided to use his merit points to enhance his fingerprint analysis skills. 100 merit points can increase the ability to identify a single fingerprint by 10%. Lu Chen did not choose to enhance the fingerprint comparison capabilities for all types of fingerprints, but instead selectively enhanced the types of fingerprints that accounted for the largest proportion. Ding, 100 merit points consumed, enhanced combat pattern recognition by 10. Ding, consume 100 merit points to enhance combat pattern recognition by 10. Ding, consume 100 merit points to enhance formation pattern recognition by 10. Ding, consume 100 merit points to enhance prominent pattern recognition by 10. Lu Chen had studied fingerprint detection as a minor during his master's program and had reached a basic level of proficiency. He can identify at least the 12 basic types of fingerprints and perform complete comparisons. However, for fingerprints that are slightly damaged, with damage exceeding 10%, he is unable to restore them. He has now spent 1,800 merit points to enhance his technical identification capabilities for the following types of fingerprints: combat type, formed, distinct, latent, and ordinary bow-shaped. After the enhancement, as long as any of these 5 types of fingerprints are present, even if they are damaged to over 40%, Lu Chen can now perform technical reconstruction and achieve successful matching. Following the dismemberment case in Yuanshan County, in the subsequent period, the criminal investigators quickly got back to work on new criminal cases. While murder cases are rare, ordinary criminal cases still occur from time to time. Overtime remained the norm, though it had shifted from being extremely busy to just generally busy. As for Lu Chen, a specialized technical expert and one of the most scarce forensic pathologists in the police department, tasks like apprehending criminals and organizing litigation documents are naturally not his responsibility. He had returned to his former leisurely lifestyle. I clock out promptly at 5 p.m. every day and enjoy weekends off. The difference is that in the past, Lu Chen would use his free time to read novels, but since enhancing his fingerprint identification skills, whenever he has nothing important to do, he heads straight to the forensic examination department. He fiddled with the 2 fingerprint analysis machines, comparing the fingerprints he had taken with those in the database. Fingerprint comparison is the core skill of forensic examination, and the work involved is far more difficult and complex than it sounds. After all, not all crime scenes yield complete fingerprints, and even if complete fingerprints are found, issues such as fingerprint displacement or overlap are not uncommon. The first step in fingerprint comparison is to perform meticulous processing to restore the true fingerprint. After manual pre-processing, the fingerprints can be sent to the instrument, which can then identify them and match them with the fingerprints in the database. As for the past few days, no cases have been reported in Anjiang County. What fingerprints is Lu Chen comparing? He is comparing the fingerprints with those from cases accumulated in the archives over the years in Anjiang County. Chapter 30, The Forensic Fingerprinting Unit's Specialty Fingerprint Matching Succeeds, Suspect Apprehended. A few days ago, he familiarized himself with the basics of fingerprint analysis. He then went to investigate unsolved cases that had been accumulating in the case files of Anjiang County over the years. He wanted to start with these cold cases to get a feel for the work. If he could solve them, that would be best. He could earn credit while also boosting his confidence. If it can't be solved, there's nothing we can do. After all, a case that has remained unsolved for so long must have its reasons for being unsolvable. When selecting cases, Lu Chen was quite self-aware and chose second and third category cases. After all, first category cases, such as homicide cases, are always given the highest priority within the police department. In cases where fingerprints or other evidence at the crime scene cannot be identified, the case is forwarded to the municipal police department or even the provincial bureau for analysis by specialized technical personnel. Even fingerprints that these highly skilled technicians cannot match are the toughest nuts to crack. Lu Chen didn't want to start off with a setback. Therefore, with a clear understanding of his own capabilities, he chose second and third category cases as his primary targets for fingerprint comparison, and the fingerprints must be from one of the 5 categories he had specifically strengthened. In the first case he compared, he discovered that fingerprints had been collected at the scene, but they were extremely damaged, with over 30% of the prints missing. Moreover, the damage was not due to a missing section, but rather scattered fragments here and there. Even in areas where fingerprints were partially intact, they were blurred and difficult to discern. The fingerprints originated from a robbery case that occurred years ago. Although the case was not as high profile as a homicide, it was still given significant attention by higher authorities. Therefore, the forensic police officers who handled the case at the time would have certainly not taken it lightly. The incomplete fingerprint should be the best one that could be obtained from the crime scene. Indeed, cases that remain unsolved for years must have their reasons. Thankfully, I didn't choose a homicide case. Even the incomplete fingerprints left behind in this robbery case are so difficult to match. Lu Chen downloaded the fingerprint patterns uploaded to the database and began the process of reconstructing the fingerprints based on his professional expertise. Fortunately, I was clever enough to enhance the comparison accuracy of bow-shaped patterns to 40%, so any patterns with a damage rate below 40% could be successfully restored. Although the damage level of this fingerprint exceeds 30%, it should still be below 40%, so I should be able to do it. With that, during his free time, Lu Chen began his attempt to restore the fingerprint traces. After the first attempt, the system matched 20 fingerprints, but none of them were successful. After the second trace supplement, the system sent him several more sets of fingerprints. This time, 3 fingerprints were selected, and all 7 matching features were found. This gave Lu Chen a glimmer of hope, but he was still one step away from success. There is a saying in the world of traces: 7 die, 8 survive. This means that during fingerprint comparison, when 7 matching features are identified, there is still a certain probability of error, and the police will not arrest you rashly. However, once 8 matching feature points are identified, it is virtually certain that you are the owner of the fingerprint, with an error rate of 1 in several million. Law enforcement can use the fingerprint to bring you to the police station for further verification and investigation. However, the 3 fingerprints currently selected all have 7 distinctive points, which has not yet reached the required 8. To take it further, Lu-Chen needs to fill in the gaps, making the data more detailed and complete, so that the machine can effectively scan and identify the feature points for comparison. After the 3rd round of refinement and restoration, with meticulous attention to detail, a fingerprint meeting all 9 feature points was finally selected. Success! Lu-Chen shouted excitedly. If 9 matching features are identified, it means that an arrest warrant can be issued for the suspect, and the Provincial Bureau will take the lead in reopening the case. The fingerprints obtained from the successful comparison are uploaded to the database. Once submitted, the comparison chart will be sent to experts at the Provincial Bureau for verification. Once confirmed, the provincial department will contact the local authorities to arrange for the arrest. Next, we just wait for the results. After all the hard work over the past few days, we've finally completed one. Lu-Chen stretched lazily, confirmed the submission, and then relaxed, waiting for the workday to end. 2 days later, Lu Tianpei received a call from the Criminal Investigation Division. Is this Captain Lu? This is the fingerprint unit of the Criminal Investigation Division. Your county has just received the results of a fingerprint comparison. After a review by the department, the match has been confirmed. We can proceed with the arrest of the suspect. All details are recorded in the email. Please check your email. When Lu Tianpei first heard the news, he found it utterly unbelievable. The fingerprint match was successful, allowing for the immediate arrest of the suspect. When did the forensic team become so efficient? With this thought in mind, he received the email, opened it, and after reviewing the detailed case file, he was even more astonished. Was it the robbery case from the old rural service center 2 years ago? This case has been delayed for so long due to insufficient leads and incomplete evidence at the scene. How come there's suddenly a resolution now? Lu Tianpei found it hard to believe. But this was indeed the notice issued by the provincial department, and it included detailed records of successful fingerprint matching. The information about the suspect is also included in the notice. Lao Wang, you guys from the first squad, put your work on hold for now. 5 minutes, assemble in the outer hall, and round everyone up. Chapter 31, what did you say? These fingerprints were matched by Lu Chen? The robbery at the business office that occurred last year caused quite a stir in the old village at the time. The suspect entered the premises armed with a homemade firearm, making the nature of the robbery particularly heinous. The 2 suspects, wearing hoods and silk gloves, ransacked the store and took all the valuables. The reason fingerprints were left behind was that one of the robbers, while handling a phone, was unaware that the counter on the other side contained a display model. The silk gloves on his hands were torn, leaving incomplete fingerprints on the sample phone. Following the incident, the county police department was shaken and dispatched a large number of officers to investigate. However, due to the remote location of the business premises, there were no surveillance cameras available in the vicinity. Even if footage had been captured, it would have only shown 2 armed suspects. Their faces and physical characteristics are unclear. Additionally, there were too few traces left at the scene, and forensic examination failed to detect fingerprints, leaving the case unsolved for an extended period. Even when the police offered a reward for any crucial leads, there were still no results. Who would have thought that the forensic team would discover fingerprints 2 years later? They never gave up, continuing to work tirelessly in the background all this time? Lu Tianpei was quite curious and told Old Wang about it. Old Wang was also very curious. However, no matter how curious he was now, he would have to wait until after the arrest and return to the forensic department to ask for more details. Drip, drip. Lu Tianpei led his team to the designated location and launched an operation to apprehend the suspects. The suspect was a man of average build with a slightly balding head. At that moment, he was sitting at home eating a meal. He has the appearance of an honest, harmless rural peasant. Don't move, police. As soon as the detective got out of the car, he grabbed his bowl and chopsticks. He was stunned. What was going on? He couldn't recall doing anything wrong recently. He kept his head down, eating his meal, unable to look up. The detective wrapped his arms around his hands and placed handcuffs on him. As they led him to the police car, Old Wang explained, "Wei Gui, we're arresting you because we suspect you're connected to the robbery at the business office on June 15th last year. Come with us for questioning, give a statement, and undergo a detailed fingerprint verification." Upon hearing that it was related to the robbery case from years ago, Wei Guifeng's face turned pale in an instant. Robbery case? After the robbery case was closed back then, wasn't it said that there were too few leads, and the case had made no progress, with the police department having long since given up on it? How is it possible that they can still track them down now? Lu Tianpei and Lao Wang, as seasoned criminal investigators with years of experience, knew immediately from the change in Wei Guifeng's expression upon hearing about the case. This man was almost certainly one of the main perpetrators. They had the right man. Without further ado, they took the suspect to the police station and immediately conducted fingerprint comparisons. With the person present in targeted verification, it was much simpler than searching for matching fingerprints in a sea of possibilities. The forensic examiners conducted on-site verification and identified 15 distinctive points. What do these 15 characteristic points represent? The probability of error is 1 in 10 trillion, so it can be concluded that this person is the robber who left the fingerprints at the scene. Regardless of whether the suspect admits it or not, as long as the re-examination reveals that more than 13 matching fingerprint characteristics are found, the criminal investigators can file criminal charges against them. Now there are already 15, so based solely on this fingerprint, the entire judicial process can be completed smoothly, and Wei Gue will be convicted. At first, Wei Guifeng was still trying to defend himself, pretending to be innocent. However, faced with irrefutable evidence, he eventually had to admit to his crimes from years ago. In an attempt to reduce his sentence, he also revealed the identities of his accomplices from back then. Under his identification, his accomplices were also arrested and brought to justice. Seeing that their scheme had been exposed, the two confessed the entire process, including the subsequent disposal of the stolen goods. It turned out that in order to safely convert these valuable items into cash, the two had disassembled the new devices into parts and sold them in small batches to contract manufacturers in Huiqiangbai and the Pearl River Delta region, where they were then distributed by collaborating intermediaries. In this way, the case was successfully concluded, and Wei and his associates received the appropriate punishment. Lu Tianpei was overjoyed. The robbery case was one of the major cases, and it had been pending for 2 years without resolution. Solving it so effortlessly not only earned the team points but also boosted the Anjiang County Criminal Investigation Team's ranking in the points standings. Moreover, it allowed them to bring the criminals who had been evading justice to justice. Is there anything more satisfying than that? Of course, all of this is thanks to the Forensic Science Department. So, after the case was solved, he must have come to the Forensic Science Department with a smile on his face. You guys in the Forensic Science Department did a great job this time. The fingerprints matched those from a robbery case 2 years ago. Old fan, you've been talking about that case nonstop for the past 2 years, trying to match the fingerprints, right? Old fan, the veteran forensic technician from the Forensic Examination Division. He looked completely bewildered. Lu's team? This fingerprint wasn't matched by anyone in our Forensic Examination Division. Over the past 2 days, Xiaowan and I have been busy matching fingerprints from the theft case a few days ago. We didn't have time to match fingerprints from a case from several years ago. Moreover, I've tried multiple times, but with my current skills, I can't reconstruct such incomplete fingerprints. Old fan's words left Lu Tianpei and the elderly man behind him even more puzzled. Not you? Then who could it be? The provincial department told me that it was the forensic examination room in Anjiang County that uploaded and requested the fingerprint comparison. Lao Fan's eyes darted around. This suddenly seemed to think of something and said, lately, forensic Dr. Lu has been frequently coming to the crime scene to compare fingerprints with those of the suspect, and he's also reviewed a lot of old cases. Do you think this might be? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Sigh. You mean this fingerprint was matched by Lu Chen? Chapter 32, awarded a reward of 30,000. At Lu Chen's desk, Lu Tianpei and Lu Chen stared at each other intently. He rested his chin on his hand, sizing up the handsome young man. I said, Lu brother, I'm finding it harder and harder to figure you out. You're good at crime scene investigations and criminal logic, but now you're even skilled at forensic examination? That's just too much to handle. After investigation and questioning of the individual, it was confirmed that the fingerprints were indeed matched by Lu Chen. Lu Tianpei went to Lu Chen's office and found him there. He stood there silently, staring at him as if he were looking at a monster. I said, Lu team leader, fingerprint comparison is a basic requirement for forensic scientists, isn't it? When there's no body, the entire criminal investigation team is the busiest, except for us forensic experts. Idle hands are the devil's workshop, so why not delve into forensic examination techniques and try to break through some barriers? Surprisingly, things started off smoothly, and before I knew it, I successfully matched one. Lu Chen said with a smile, not forgetting to gloat a little as he spoke. Listen, is that even human speech? Even Old Fan and all the technical staff at the Municipal Bureau couldn't restore those fingerprint traces, but you managed to do it. You call this just a casual study? Accidentally matched successfully? If they heard that, they'd be so angry they'd spit blood. Lu Tianpei was deeply shocked and severely shaken. The feeling inside him was just like when Mr. Saw heard Mr. Ma say that he wasn't interested in money. Lu Chen shrugged and said, maybe, perhaps, that's just talent. Comparing people to each other is truly frustrating. Some are naturally gifted with technical skills, while others are naturally gifted at solving cases. Whether you're doing technical work or criminal investigation, you're top-notch, and the kind of person others can only look up to. Lu Chen smiled slightly. Captain Lu is too kind. It is my honor to serve the criminal investigation team and make a contribution. To receive the captain's praise is an even greater honor. Lu Tianpei smiled and nodded with his finger. You little rascal. You've learned to play by the rules, haven't you? Lu Chen chuckled. I dare not. You're still not daring? You've already said it, haha. This unsolved case will earn the criminal investigation team a total of 5 points. You're the main contributor. Without your fingerprints, this case would never have been solved. Therefore, in cases like this, the technical division, which provides crucial evidence, can receive 40% of the points. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was overjoyed. That means I can earn 2 points for this case? Lu Chen nodded in agreement. Lu Tianpei smiled and nodded. Yes, not only that, but this case also had a reward bounty back then. Whoa! As soon as he heard about the reward, Lu Chen immediately perked up. Ha! The forensic Dr. Lu, who was acting so aloof just now, what's going on? He's interested as soon as he hears about a reward? Lu Chen sighed helplessly. Of course, within the system, salaries are fixed, but bonuses are flexible. Who wouldn't love bonuses? Seeing the other person's expression, Lu Tianpei snorted lightly. Finally, there was something he could use against Lu Chen. Otherwise, as the squad leader, I wouldn't have any face left in front of Lu Chen. The reward money totaled 30,000 yuan, with 20,000 yuan coming from private sources at the business office and 10,000 yuan from within the police department. It was initially stated that anyone who provides useful information would be eligible for the reward. Before Lu Tianpei could finish speaking, Lu Chen interjected, the provincial bureau's database is also open to the public. Anyone can go and compare fingerprints. As long as they match and pass the application process, it will be credited as your case. So does that mean I'm just an amateur doing this? Don't treat me like someone from the criminal investigation division at a critical moment. Lu Tianpei laughed heartily. You're such a money grabber. Don't worry, what's yours is yours. Lu Tianpei laughed heartily. You're such a money grabber. Don't worry, what's yours is yours. But that's not what I wanted to say. What I wanted to say is that this case has been going on for too long. The private reward of 20,000 yuan is definitely not an issue, but the 10,000 yuan from the police department is a bit troublesome, as it requires various cumbersome proofs, especially the procedures of the criminal investigation division are extremely complicated. Lu Tianpei said this with a slight smirk, as if hinting something to Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled helplessly. I'll treat you to dinner. Really? Upon hearing this, Lu Tianpei immediately adopted a smug expression. I want to eat a seafood feast? Sure. Hey, Lu brother, I'll take care of the application for the 10,000 bounty within the bureau. If they don't pay on time, I'll go there every day to remind them. I'll keep at them until they're driven to the brink of madness. This was supposed to be a reward. Not giving it is really heartless, isn't it? Lu Chen agreed to treat him to a meal, and Lu Tianpei immediately adopted a stern and righteous demeanor. Lu Chen teased, this captain of mine is a good guy. He's authoritative and decisive when handling cases at the Criminal Investigation Division, but in everyday life, he's just a goofball with no airs about him. Better to seize the moment than wait for the right day. Besides, the money would come eventually, and today was a good day to celebrate solving the case. Shall we go out for seafood tonight? Lu Chen shook his head. The money hasn't even come in yet. Treating someone to dinner? You're dreaming. Besides, there's not much seafood to eat in Anjiang County. If you want to eat seafood, there's a decent place in the city. Next time you have some free time, let's plan a trip together. Lu Tianpei crossed his arms and gave him a disappointed look, saying, alright, you little miser. Chapter 33, Lu the forensic doctor has lost his mind. 3 days later, Lu Chen's bonus arrived a thick stack of red bills. 3,000 yuan in total. Holding the heavy prize money in his hands, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Having worked as a forensic pathologist for several months since graduating from university, after deducting social insurance and housing fund contributions, his monthly take-home pay was still less than 20,000 yuan, yet the reward for a single accumulated case amounted to 30,000 yuan. This is far better than just collecting a fixed salary. He felt he had found a path to wealth and prosperity, so he focused on solving ordinary cases with bounties. Buying a house and a car with bounty money, that's not a dream. With a clear goal in mind, Lu Chen worked with renewed vigor during the day, tackling fingerprint analysis with renewed enthusiasm. Soon, he successfully matched another case, a 6-year-old serial theft case that had occurred during a heavy snowstorm. By the time the victim reported the crime and the police arrived at the scene, the footprints and other evidence had already been covered by the snow. In the end, only a few incomplete fingerprints that had been moved were recovered near the window. Such shifted and incomplete fingerprints are extremely difficult to identify. At the time, Anjiang County even invited experts from the municipal bureau, but none of them were successful. Additionally, since this case was relatively minor, merely a theft, and due to its high difficulty, it did not receive much attention and was eventually set aside. I had assumed this case would remain unsolved for the rest of my life, but to my surprise, Lu Chen successfully matched the DNA. This fingerprint was simpler than the one from the old village. After Lu Chen successfully matched it and uploaded it to the database, there were 13 matching fingerprint points. No further verification is needed. The criminal investigation team can directly apprehend the suspect and file criminal charges. As for this case, it will naturally be handled by the Criminal Investigation Division of Anjiang County. The detectives assigned to the case were thrilled. Arresting suspects at the scene and bringing them back would earn them a major commendation. They had never experienced anything like this before, such an easy way to earn credit. And all of this is thanks to Lu Chen. Lu Chen continued his efforts, focusing on solving the case, and became increasingly skilled at fingerprint analysis. One by one, robbery cases, theft cases, civil disputes, economic investigation cases, and economic crime cases were all solved by him through fingerprint analysis, leading to the identification of the suspects. The Criminal Investigation Division only needs to go out and make the arrests. Having tasted the sweet rewards, the criminal investigators of Anjiang County, who knew this was a plum assignment, rushed forward eagerly, competing fiercely until their faces turned red and their necks were strained. Dr. Lu, please let us handle this case. We will definitely handle it perfectly for you. Forget it. When it comes to efficiency, our second squad is the most efficient. This job is best suited for us. Hey, didn't you guys just go there last time? You scored so many KPIs for free. This time it's definitely our turn. Do you understand the concept of sharing the benefits? All the good stuff goes to you guys, leaving nothing for the rest of us to do? Exactly. If that's the case, let's go to the boss and ask for a fair evaluation? Hey, stop arguing here. Old Jean has already gone to arrest them with his men. What? What? Oh my gosh, this kid is stealing chickens. Go after him. Don't let him steal the credit. In response, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. For him, he had always taken the credit for the cases, earning 40% of the points and the bounty. That was more than enough for him. He was the one who reaped the rewards. As for who among the subordinates will get the soup, that doesn't matter. Whoever is caught, it's all the same. What he needs to do is diligently continue comparing fingerprints, watching the pile of unsolved cases slowly get cracked, and Lu Chen is feeling pretty good about it. Some might be wondering, with so many unsolved cases offering opportunities to prove oneself, why don't others take on the task? Good question. The answer is because only Lu Chen can do it, and only Lu Chen is willing to do it. The difficulty of these fingerprint reconstructions is on par with provincial-level standards. Keep in mind that there are only a handful of true experts in this field. Even if they could crack these fingerprints, would they spend limited time trying to solve an old case from a small county? They're specifically assigned to solve major cases. In the same amount of time, solving bigger cases means he can earn more. As for non-provincial level cases, there are also people at the municipal bureau who have the ability to solve them, but they would only study them briefly. If they find them too difficult, they would give up. Who has the time and resources to focus on a county-level case and compare fingerprints? As for the county-level officials like Old Fan, they have the time, but they lack the capability. So these incomplete fingerprint cases can only be solved by Lu Chen. At this stage, he's still a junior forensic pathologist. While these minor cases can still bring him decent income, he should hurry up and solve them. Solve as many as you can. Thus, he became obsessed, solving an unsolved case almost every 3 days. The technical staff in the office, especially those from the forensic examination department, were filled with envy and resentment. However, the provincial database is shared by everyone, so it's not like you can't access it for comparison. Unfortunately, you just don't have the skills, so all you can do is watch others solve cases, collect money, and earn points. What a disgrace. Dr. Lu, you're not even human anymore. Oh, yeah, a forensic doctor is taking our forensic evidence collection work. Within a month, Lu Chen successfully matched 13 fingerprints, solving 13 unsolved cases. This was an unprecedented achievement in the history of the Anjiang County Police Bureau. It would not be an exaggeration to call it unprecedented and unparalleled. I can't believe it. This is way too bizarre. I've been living outside the law for 7 or 8 years, and they still managed to catch me? Are you kidding me, sir? They're still coming after me for a theft case from 4 years ago? Are you guys just looking for something to do? Why are you digging up old cases like this? I just want to know what's going on with your forensic team. How did you manage to reconstruct my damaged fingerprints? What? These fingerprints weren't from the forensic team? They were done by a forensic pathologist? What are you talking about? The criminals who discovered the truth were about to cry. They had planned so carefully for so long and enjoyed their freedom for so long. In the end, they actually fell into the hands of a forensic pathologist? And it was a rookie, no less. How could they possibly handle that? Especially since many of the thieves involved in theft cases are seasoned criminals who have never been caught before. Now, they've been caught by a forensic expert who matched their fingerprints, and they're being arrested out of the blue. What a disgrace! This is so unfair. Chapter 34, Leadership Conference, Learn from Anjiang County. Soon, news of this matter reached the Municipal Bureau. On that day, the Municipal Bureau leaders were holding a meeting with several county bureau chiefs. At the meeting, Anjiang County was highly commended. Old Chen, I hear that your Anjiang County has produced an outstanding professional technician who resolved 13 pending cases in just 1 month. That's an astonishing record. If it weren't for the provincial department officials to vouch for you, I would have thought you were just bragging to me. At the meeting, Chen Jiawei also laughed and said, blowing your own trumpet? Zhang Bureau Chief, you know what kind of person I am, don't you? Faking things like that is something we in Anjiang County simply wouldn't do. Everything is backed by concrete evidence. But to be honest, when I first heard the news, I found it hard to believe as well. It feels a bit surreal. But facts speak louder than words. In Anjiang County, there is indeed a professional technician who successfully matched 13 critical fingerprints. This enabled the police to successfully apprehend a criminal who had been at large for many years. Chen Jiawei shouted so loudly that he could be heard all the way downstairs. After all, this was an honorable matter, especially in front of other county bureau chiefs. It was a chance to show off and feel proud. It was simply exhilarating. The bureau chiefs from other counties couldn't help but feel a bit envious when they saw Chen Jiawei's arrogant demeanor. However, Anjiang County's outstanding performance also contributed to Jinjiang City's overall achievements, enabling it to rank higher within the provincial department. Everyone is delighted that Anjiang County has such outstanding talent. These accumulated cases were so complex that even many technical experts from municipal bureaus and provincial departments were unable to resolve them back then. The fact that the technical personnel in Anjiang County are capable of handling this task speaks volumes about this individual's exceptional talent. Indeed, successfully matching one case might be a matter of luck, but successfully matching 13 cases in a row is sufficient proof of their capabilities. Right, I heard that this person is a technical appraiser, but not a forensic expert, just a medical examiner? When mentioning Lu Chen, Chen Jiawei looked extremely proud. He recounted, yes, when he was in school, he specialized in forensic examination. After graduating and starting work, he didn't let the skill go to waste. He initially just wanted to give it a try, but it turns out he has a real talent for it. Could this forensic expert be the same one who recently solved those 2 major murder cases? Chen Jiawei nodded. Besides him, who else could it be? Chen Jiawei nodded and said, who else could it be? The county bureau chiefs were all shocked and exclaimed, wow, this man is a true genius. The forensic experts are top-notch, with exceptional case-solving abilities, and now even their fingerprint matching skills are so outstanding. Such forensic experts have unlimited potential and a bright future ahead. They are undoubtedly the most promising elite forensic experts. Although Lu Chen is not a local talent from his county, his achievements speak for themselves. They couldn't help but praise him sincerely. Having been in the police force for so long, I can't remember the last time I encountered such outstanding talent. And he's a technical expert to boot. The Criminal Investigation Division has many people and many talented individuals, but it is not easy for the Professional Technical Division to produce a talented individual. Especially in the field of forensic medicine, a skilled forensic expert can make an enormous contribution to a case and to the police department. And now, Anjiang County has produced one such individual. It's fate. You people of Anjiang County are truly blessed to have such an outstanding forensic pathologist. That's right. Thanks to these cases, your county's points are accumulating rapidly. Currently, except for the Municipal Bureau, you're ranked first among all counties. While learning from Anjiang County is commendable, talent is indeed valuable, but this achievement is also closely tied to the efforts of the Police Bureau. Everyone is congratulating Anjiang County. Of course, the purpose of this meeting was not merely to award praise. The focus was on discussing issues related to resource allocation. Originally, resources were allocated to each county and district based on performance. This year, Anjiang County performed the best, not only solving a murder case within its jurisdiction but also assisting in solving a dismemberment case involving a delivery package in the neighboring county of Yuanshan. Additionally, it has recently resolved a series of pending cases, significantly improving the county police department's case clearance rate. This is undoubtedly due to the most generous allocation of resources. Therefore, when the Municipal Bureau sent a batch of police cars this time, the Anjiang County Police Bureau naturally took the lion's share. This time, the Municipal Bureau has prepared a total of 30 police cars and 16 motorcycles, with priority given to Anjiang County for allocation. Seeing that the mood was right and no one had any objections, Zhang, the bureau chief, brought up the matter of resource allocation for this operation. Old Chen, given the performance of the Anjiang County Police Bureau, we are granting you 10 police vehicles. How about that? Isn't that generous enough? Jinjiang City has 8 counties under its jurisdiction. Zhang Bureau has already allocated 1/3 of the total to Anjiang County, which is already a very generous gesture. This is effectively the same as allocating 1/3 of the police vehicles to Anjiang County. Chen Jiawei was also delighted by this. Of course he had no objections. However, the 2 motorcycles in our Anjiang County district are also quite old. If we could get 2 more motorcycles, that would be even better. Chen Jiawei said without a trace of shame. If this had happened on any other day, Chen Jiawei would have been scolded for being so pushy. But things are different now. With Lu Chen in Anjiang County, both performance and reputation have significantly improved, and he even made a name for himself in the city bureau during the dismemberment case in Yuanshan County. Zhang, the bureau chief, is also pleased with Anjiang. Well, considering your recent good performance, I've approved it. But let me make this clear, if you take the police car and then become lax in handling cases or see a decline in performance, I'll take the car back immediately. Chen Jiawei smiled broadly, patted his chest, and assured him, rest assured, Chief Zhang. The Anjiang County Police Department will redouble our efforts and not let you down. In response, Zhang Bureau Chief also laughed heartily. As for the bureau chiefs from other counties, they were all envious to the point of drooling. But envy won't help them, they have a skilled forensic expert, and they don't. But upon further reflection, such highly skilled professionals and outstanding forensic pathologists are sure to receive a promotion next year. A small place like Anjiang County simply cannot retain such talent. Lu Chen is bound to end up at the municipal bureau, which is also one of the reasons why Zhang Ju is being so generous. It's all about trading resources for people. Everyone knows it, but no one says it outright. Thinking about it this way, the county bureau chiefs feel a little better. Chapter 35, Anjiang County tops the combat power rankings. In these cases, Lu Chen accumulated 63 points and received a bounty of over 80,000 yuan. He is now firmly ranked first on the combat power list of Anjiang County. That day, just as he was shutting down his computer and preparing to go home, Lu Tianpei blocked his way. You're something else, kid. You're already at the top of the combat power rankings with 17 points. Impressive. I've been at the top of the combat power rankings in Anjiang County for 9 years, and I was just about to enter my 10th year. I never thought you'd surpass me. Last month, I was still thinking that even if you were as skilled as you claim, you couldn't possibly accumulate that many points in such a short time. Because even if you have the ability to solve cases, without any cases to work on, you're helpless. I never would have imagined that in just 1 month, you'd solve 13 unsolved cases. You forced your way to the top of the combat rankings. Lu Tianpei couldn't help but sigh, his face filled with sadness. The blue comes from the indigo, but the indigo is bluer than the blue. Oh, no, that's not right. It's the waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward, and the old waves die on the beach. Looking at Lu Tianpei's overly dramatic expression of tragedy, it's clear he's just putting on a show. With your magnanimity as the squad leader, you wouldn't stoop to arguing with a lowly forensic doctor over the combat rankings, would you? You even went out of your way to emphasize that this year marks your 10th consecutive year at the top. Have you finished all the recent work at the Criminal Investigation Division and have some free time to come over for a meal? Lu Chen's words caused Lu Tianpei to immediately compose his expression. Look at you talking. What do you mean crash a meal? This is something you owe me, right? How long have you been putting it off? TSK, look at you talking. What do you mean freeloading? This is what you owe me, right? How long have you been putting this off? Having his true intentions exposed, Lu Tianpei wore a smug expression. Then, with a mischievous smile, he whispered, you have no idea how much I've been craving this seafood feast. I haven't been able to eat or drink properly for ages. All I could think about in my dreams at night was seafood. Lu Chen found what he said quite amusing. This Lu Tianpei, when he's off duty, is a real chatterbox, a master of words. After spending some time together, the two had become good friends. Alright, but I'm not paying for the taxi fare to the city. Don't worry, I've got a car, huh? Police car? What are you thinking? Who would drive a police car out to eat a big meal? Of course it's mine, my private car. Lu Tianpei was overjoyed, twisting his neck and arms as he dragged out the last syllable. I didn't expect you to have a car. Hey, don't look down on me. I've been a detective for so many years, I can afford to buy a car. The two continued bickering as they made their way to the garage. He pulled out the keys and unlocked the door. On the second floor of the parking lot, a striking Tank 300 with its headlights on caught their attention. Please come in. Please get in. Be careful when getting on the car, it has a high ground clearance. Lu Chen had some knowledge of the vehicle and was quite familiar with the legendary Tank 300 model. Its bold and imposing exterior design, coupled with its exceptional value for money, makes it a favorite among many rugged men. However, the drawbacks are also evident. The rear seats are hard, and it's a gas guzzler. The car is nice, you can't tell, it's quite tasteful. Lu Chen rarely compliments Lu Tianpei. Lu Tianpei drove out of the garage and set the navigation for a seafood restaurant in the city center. Of course, when has he ever had bad taste? If my taste were bad, I wouldn't even bother with you, my so-called good brother, would I? Lu Chen laughed. If I had known you were this kind of person, I wouldn't have wanted to be your brother. Hee hee, a seafood meal isn't worth getting upset over. Compared to your bonus this month, it's peanuts. Although Lu Chen's bonus and salary this month are almost 100,000 yuan, these accumulated bounty cases will eventually be resolved. For him, it's just a one-time income. Now he has no house, no car, and no wife, so he naturally has to spend the money carefully. After all, he spends no more than 50 yuan a day on 3 meals. A seafood meal at that restaurant in the city would cost at least 500 yuan for 2 people. Poor. So poor. But, it's just a fleeting thought. When I actually get to the store. Seeing the luxurious seafood restaurant and the wide variety of dishes inside, I completely forgot about the price. This rotating seafood hot pot looks great. Let's get one. Lu, there are 2 good spots over here. Let's sit there. At around 6 p.m., this is the busiest time of the day. When the 2 arrived, the shop was packed with customers. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe the scene as a sea of people. After preparing the condiments, Lu Tianpei found a spot and then helped Lu Chen secure a seat next to him. The 2 of them looked at the dazzling array of dishes in front of them, a mix of meat, vegetables, and seafood, and couldn't help but smile. Feasting, feasting. Ah, what a feast. With eager anticipation, the 2 of them picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. As the food entered their mouths, they couldn't help but show expressions of pure happiness. After taking several big bites, Lu Chen said, "Hey, can you stop calling me old brother Lu? It sounds too old. How about calling you Lu brother? That's too embarrassing too. That's way too awkward. My friends all call me Lu Chen. Just call me Lu Chen. But won't that make us seem too formal? No, everyone at the bureau calls me Forensic Dr. Lu. Oh, now that you mention it, that does make sense, huh? Come on, Lu Chen, here's to you. What are you doing? You drove here. Oh, right. What should we do? Don't worry. It's a rare happy day, so let's get a designated driver." Lu Chen rolled his eyes, clinked glasses with Lu Tianpei, and downed a glass of draft beer. Ha! That's refreshing. Just as he was about to pick up some food from the rotating hot pot, he suddenly noticed that the person sitting to his left had been fiddling with his phone the entire time, too engrossed to even pick up his chopsticks or eat. Lu Chen found this odd and glanced at the content on his phone, his eyes widening slightly. Isn't this Telegram? This is a software frequently used by criminals overseas. And judging by how busy he looks on his phone, isn't he just running benchmarks? What is benchmarking? In professional terms, it refers to the process of converting illicit funds obtained through online fraud into legitimate funds through a series of steps. In layman's terms, it's money laundering. Chapter 36, next time I run a benchmark test, I'll definitely buy a privacy filter. Lu Chen nudged Lu Tianpei, who was stuffing his face with food on his right. Lu Tianpei's mouth was full of oil, with a strand of his unkempt beard dripping with a red chili pepper. He chewed thoughtfully, then turned his head with an innocent expression. Lu Chen calmly ate his meat, his back turned toward the suspect. He signaled to Lu Tianpei with his eyes. Lu Tianpei furrowed his brows slightly, noticing the strange behavior of the person beside Lu Chen. With all this seafood on the table, he's not eating and is instead engrossed in his phone. That's a sin. Lu Tianpei muttered softly, took out his phone, opened the chat app, and tapped on Lao Wang's profile. Are you busy? Old Wang replied immediately, Lu, what are your instructions? Lu Tianpei chatted while eating, and the conversation didn't distract him from enjoying his meal. I'm having a rotating seafood hot pot with Dr. Lu at the XXX seafood restaurant in the city bureau. The person sitting to his left seems to be running a speed test. It's not easy to catch someone cheating on a test. I don't think our county has handled any such cases this year, has it? I want to handle one. Besides, not eating enthusiastically is a sin, and you should be punished. Lu Tianpei's words made Lao Wang send a helplessly amused emoji, then he replied, got it, I'll bring someone over right away. To keep the suspect calm, Lu Tianpei didn't forget to use his social skills. He engaged the suspect in casual conversation, which left the suspect, who already had little time to eat, even less time to do so. Soon after, Old Wang teamed up with police officers from the city bureau's police station and arrived at the scene, where they apprehended the young man involved in the money laundering operation. The young man looked completely bewildered. What the heck? I'm just having dinner, why did the police show up? I'm running a speed test in such a crowded place, and they can pinpoint me directly? He couldn't figure it out. When he finally reacted, he tried to resist and threw the phone he was holding. Lu Tianpei put down his chopsticks, grabbed his wrist, and slammed him to the ground. 2 police officers approached from behind and placed handcuffs on him. The suspect, who had been lying on the ground like a dog eating feces, finally realized that it was the 2 people sitting next to him who had informed on him. Lu Chen picked up the phone and handed it to Lu Tianpei. Lu Tianpei said regretfully, from now on, when it's time to eat, just eat properly. Don't play with your phone. Take it away. As the other person glared at him with a stubborn and angry expression, Lu Tianpei used a toothpick to pick his teeth. Watching the suspect being led away, he turned to Lu Chen and joked, "You know, the two of us really are model workers in this industry, aren't we? Even during a meal, we're still busy catching criminals." Lu Tianpei smiled as he handed the keys to old Wang, asking him to drive his car back to the police station and drop him and Lu Chen off at home on the way. Lu Tianpei smiled and handed the keys to Lao Wang, instructing him to drive his car back to the police station and drop him and Lu Chen off at home. Lu Chen noticed Lu Tianpei's ulterior motive and laughed. "Looks like you saved the money for the designated driver today." "Shoo." Lu Tianpei smiled and made a shushing gesture. Then he walked over to the police car and said, "Take this guy back for questioning. Interrogate him thoroughly." "Yes, Captain Lu." The ordinary people in the police car were even more angry when they heard several police officers still refer to Lu Tianpei as captain. "What? You're still a captain? Pfft, you're just a shameless little scoundrel, despicable and shameless. Damn it, this time I'll just take the loss. Next time, I'll definitely buy a privacy screen protector." As he said this, the police officer sitting next to him gave him a sharp tap on the head. "Hey! You dare to do it again?" The criminal immediately fell silent, while Lu Tianpei gave a smug grin. "Right, I remember now. He's been busy all night running errands and hasn't even had a chance to eat a hot meal yet. When you go to the office later, remember to get him a boxed meal." After saying that, Lu Tianpei smiled and waved, and the police car drove away. Looking at Lu Tianpei in the rearview mirror, he felt like crying. Not mentioning the meal was one thing, but bringing it up now was like pouring salt on a wound. "You bastard. Oh, God, I'm so unlucky. I got arrested just for eating a meal, and I didn't even get to finish a single bite. This is so tragic." After a night of interrogation, the test-running personnel confessed to the crimes and revealed the whereabouts of their accomplices hiding in Jinjiang City. This group was from Shangnan and had traveled all the way to Jinjiang specifically to engage in fraudulent test-taking activities. The entire gang consists of 7 people, 3 men and 4 women, with a total involved amount of 15 million yuan, and over 800,000 yuan in ill-gotten gains were seized. Additionally, over 100 mobile phones were successfully seized. 7 criminals were apprehended, and the police officers in charge of the case were specially commended by the county government of Jinjiang County for their outstanding work. When Chen Jiawei heard the news, he was deeply moved, and his face, already radiant with joy, now brimmed with even greater delight. Going to the municipal bureau for a meeting was already quite prestigious and face-saving. Little did I expect that Lu Tianpei and Lu Chen would give me another surprise by solving a major case within the jurisdiction of the municipal bureau. It was the most challenging case among the many cases they had handled, a money laundering case involving the use of a run-point scheme. The case was handled swiftly and efficiently, with the suspects apprehended within a few hours, and both witness testimony and physical evidence were fully secured, enabling the authorities to apprehend all the criminals involved. This was a source of great pride for Chen Jiawei. Ever since Lu Chen arrived at the Anjiang County Police Station, good news has been coming in every few days. Lately, I've been sleeping like a baby at night. Chapter 37, Bounty, 300,000. Lately, Lu Chen has been solving unsolved cases by comparing fingerprints, and the system has rewarded him accordingly. Additionally, he solved a benchmarking case while having dinner last night, bringing his total to 10,300 merit points, with a cumulative total of 11,200 points. The majority of these points, 8,000 merit points, were allocated by Lu Chen to further refine his fingerprint matching skills. The 5 common types of fingerprints, which previously could only be identified and matched at a 40% damage tolerance rate, now achieve an 80% identification and matching rate. Additionally, Lu Chen has improved the recognition rate for 7 uncommon fingerprint types to 60%. It can be said that, at present, one who can fully master all 12 types of fingerprints and achieve such a level of recognition capability is truly remarkable. Lu Chen, in the field of fingerprint identification, may not be the absolute best, but he is undoubtedly a master of the highest caliber. No matter what type of fingerprint left behind by a human being, Lu Chen can identify it alone and has over a 90% chance of reconstructing it and successfully matching it. What does that mean? It's like he's an entire provincial-level forensic examination department all by himself. Looking back at the fingerprints he had compared earlier, they were now child's play for Lu Chen. With his current skills, he was capable of deciphering even the most complex and difficult fingerprints in unsolved cases. With his current skills, he was now capable of deciphering even the most complex and poorly preserved fingerprints in unsolved cases. Lu Chen was quite satisfied with this. Coincidentally, the simpler accumulated cases had all been solved, and it was now time to take on more challenging cases. He retrieved a category of case files from the backlog archive. He selected 2 cases with the highest bounties, which also required the most comprehensive forensic expertise. The first case involves a series of drug trafficking incidents, with a reward of 100,000 yuan. The second case involves a human trafficker, with a reward of 300,000 yuan. Lu Chen first reviewed the case files, gained a thorough understanding of the details, and decided to take on the human trafficking case first. Drug trafficking cases are far too complex, requiring multiple layers of verification of personnel, and even if fingerprints match, the criminal investigators would be unable to solve the case in a short period of time. In human trafficking cases, although numerous highly damaged fingerprints are left behind, they are ultimately just technical tasks requiring specialized expertise. Once a successful match is made, the human traffickers can be arrested immediately. In this case, the fingerprints were of various types, difficult to identify, and over 60% were damaged. Under normal circumstances, a team of fingerprint experts would need to collaborate to conduct a comprehensive comparison. After all, simply classifying these fingerprints and identifying their categories is a challenging task in itself. Different experts specialize in only a few types of fingerprints and are not very familiar with the rest. Therefore, fingerprint classification alone requires a great deal of effort, let alone the subsequent fingerprint reconstruction process. If the damage exceeds 60%, only experts at the provincial level have the expertise to restore it. Moreover, there were 7 fingerprints left at the scene, and the damage rate of all 7 fingerprints exceeded 60%. It is easy to imagine how difficult it will be to restore these 7 fingerprints. At the time, the police made every effort to assemble a team of highly specialized professionals, but ultimately, the case was closed without resolution. After all, it was merely a case of human trafficking and the disappearance of individuals. Dispatching so many specialized technical personnel is more elaborate than the setup for a serial murder case. It's not worth it. As a result, this case has been classified as a difficult case and has been piling up at the police station. The parents of the missing child have repeatedly appealed, even going so far as to repeatedly increase the reward, all in the hope of finding their child. In the end, these parents have lost all hope in the police and no longer rely on the police department. They took matters into their own hands, posting notices everywhere and offering a large reward. 2 parents even sold their cars and homes to embark on a journey to find their children. No lead is too small to ignore. Based on several human trafficking cases, Lu Chen decided to restore and compare fingerprints one by one. The restoration process is lengthy and requires time and patience, especially for fingerprints that are highly damaged or incomplete. Even if you are highly skilled, patience is essential. A day passed quietly, and Lu Chen managed to restore and match only 1 fingerprint. The results showed that the fingerprint belonged to a missing child. Undeterred, Lu Chen decided to continue his efforts the next day. After packing his things and loosening his neck, Lu Chen remembered something. After deducting the merit points earned from fingerprint comparison enhancement, he had 3,200 merit points remaining. 1,200 merit points are saved for emergencies, and 2,000 points can be exchanged for 1 lottery draw. Let's see what I can win this time. I feel like my luck has been pretty good lately. The system has given me another chance to enter the lottery. Ding, deducting 2,000 points to redeem 1 lottery chance. Proceed with the lottery? Yes. After receiving Lu Chen's affirmative response, a flash of light appeared, followed by a response. Congratulations, host. You have obtained practical combat techniques. Given your current physical condition, once mastered, you'll be able to take on 3 opponents with ease. The system's voice announcement was complete. Lu Chen felt a warm current surge through his veins, and his bones and muscles crackled with sound. Many practical techniques and scenarios felt as though he were experiencing them firsthand, deeply etched into his mind. Lu Chen, who had undergone intensive training, now possessed physical prowess on par with that of the armed police. Now, having acquired practical combat techniques, his combat capabilities have been significantly enhanced in an instant. As a technical expert in martial arts, why am I always getting these combat-oriented skills? Well, it's not too bad. At least it's more reliable than underhanded moves like groin kicks. At least it fits my upright demeanor, cough cough. With my current strength, if I were to face a robber in a one-on-one fight, I could easily defeat them, right? Lu Chen clenched his fists, exuding confidence from every pore. Chapter 38, Balloon Trap. The human traffickers tried and true trick. In winter, on a rare sunny day, people love to go out and enjoy themselves. Especially in parks, amusement parks, and public lawns in front of many residential areas, the streets are bustling with crowds of people. On this day, at 9:30 in the morning, a young couple arrived at the Anjiang County Police Station. The woman, upon seeing the police, began crying and shouting, clearly very distressed. "Officer, my child is missing. I can't find my child." "Alright, ma'am, please stay calm. Take a deep breath and tell us what happened. We'll do our best to help you." The police officer who received the report recorded the woman's account. The officer then handed the file to a colleague nearby and whispered, "Take this to the Criminal Investigation Division." The colleague nodded and quickly walked toward the Criminal Investigation Division, handing the documents to the criminal investigators. Before reporting the incident to the police station, the woman first went to the property management office in her residential complex and retrieved the surveillance footage there. She made a copy of the footage and brought it along with her. At the Criminal Investigation Division meeting, Lu Tianpei instructed the technical staff to play the surveillance footage brought by the parents at double speed on the screen. After showing the footage to the team members repeatedly 3 times, they finally paused the video at the moment just before the child disappeared from the surveillance camera's field of view. The person who reported the incident is a resident of Dongfeng Community, living in Unit 1402 of Building 22 in the community. The children are usually taken care of by their grandmother at home, and their activities are limited to within the community. Today is the weekend, and the child's parents are at home resting. Additionally, the weather is nice, so they took the child to the playground located directly south of the residential area for some fun. This playground is less than 50 meters from the main gate of the residential area, featuring a basketball court, a badminton court, and a green lawn area of approximately 500 square meters. A series of playground equipment has been installed on the grassy area, and children love to play on these facilities. Additionally, many vendors have recognized this opportunity and set up temporary stalls on the lawn. They sell various toys that appeal to children, such as ring toss dolls, flying toys, toy guns, balloons, and stuffed animals. The area has a very complex mix of people and high foot traffic. Look, the children were originally resting near the playground equipment, but suddenly they walked over to the side of this small alley and, without much hesitation, ran inside. From that point on, they were never seen again. In other words, this alley is the crime scene where the criminal abducted the child. The technical police officers briefly outlined the sequence of events based on the video footage and the information provided by the parents. Old Wang nodded and said, judging from the child's demeanor when he ran into the alley, there must be something ahead that attracted the child. Is it someone they know calling them, or are they using toys to lure the child inside? Old Wang asked the technician to play the final segment slowly. Lu Tianpei, who had been resting his chin on his hand, spoke up. It doesn't seem like someone who knows the victim. If the child was familiar with the people in the alley, he wouldn't have made that backward glance before entering the alley. Look, before entering the alley, the child clearly hesitated for a moment, looked back, and the direction he looked was where his father and mother were. This unconscious behavior indicates that the child felt uneasy, as a stranger was calling out to him, and he was unsure whether to go inside. But children are children, and this sense of danger is quickly forgotten. They run into the alley with great enthusiasm. Lu Tianpei used his detective pen to point at the screen, circling the scene where the child turned around and the location of the child's parents. At that time, the child's parents had only been playing with their phones for a moment. Upon realizing they couldn't see the child on the slide, they began searching for the child on the playground. In just a moment, the child was abducted by a stranger. Lu Tianpei's analysis was endorsed by the team of detectives. Based on Lu Tianpei's deductions, Lao Zhen continued, in other words, the criminal used something that children are very interested in to lure them into the alley. The police officer taking the statement added, according to the children's parents, their children were very interested in balloons and would insist on buying them whenever they saw them. Xiao Zhu, immediately rewind the video and check who was selling balloons before the incident occurred. Yes. Technical police officer Xiao Zhu adjusted the video playback speed backward, and the criminal investigators focused intently on the footage. The video played quickly, but each frame flashed by even faster in their eyes. Stop! Lu Tianpei suddenly shouted stop, and Xiao Zhu immediately pressed the pause button. Rewind 2 seconds. Following the instructions, Xiao Zhu adjusted the time back by 2 seconds. The above footage shows that there were 3 people selling balloons in the amusement park, and one of them was walking toward the grassy area to the south. He turned into a forest path and then disappeared. Meanwhile, the other 2 balloon sellers remained at the scene, continuing to sell balloons even after the parents reported the incident to the authorities. Capture all the footage related to this person. I need to see her clearly. Although the direction this person is heading is opposite to the alley, the tree-lined path in front of the residential area is well connected, and it is entirely possible to go around the path to the back of the residential area. Moreover, the alley where the child disappeared is located just a short distance behind the alley. The surveillance footage did not capture the suspect, indicating that the criminal took the alley and was familiar with the terrain, choosing a route that avoided the surveillance blind spots. Chapter 39, Identifying the Suspect, Pursuit in the Imperial City. Soon, the technicians retrieved the suspect's image and zoomed in to capture his face. Lu team, we've checked everyone. Except for this individual, who meets all the criteria for criminal activity, the others have some conditions that do not fully meet the criteria. After a thorough investigation by professional criminal investigators, it was ultimately determined that this individual is the criminal. Alright, find out her address, locate her, and apprehend her immediately. Lu Tianpei ordered. Before long, all the information that could be found about this person had been uncovered. Lu team, the suspect's name is Lu Aihua, from Shangcheng, and he came to Anjiang 6 years ago. He has no steady job and has been making a living as a street vendor. 3 years ago, I was detained at the South City Police Station for selling counterfeit mobile phones. A year ago, I was detained at the East City Police Station for selling counterfeit power banks. I have no fixed place of residence and move to a new location every few months. My temporary residence permit has expired and is now nearly 3 months overdue. Upon hearing this information, it was already clear that Lu Aihua was a human trafficker. Human traffickers often work 2 jobs in densely populated areas, selling counterfeit goods while also abducting children. To conceal their criminal activities, they frequently change locations, making them highly mobile. Furthermore, prior to committing the crime, she did not obtain a temporary residence permit, making it impossible to determine her residence address. Less than 3 hours have passed since the incident occurred. Old Jean, go immediately and disable the traffic surveillance cameras at the intersections surrounding Dongfeng residential area. You must find out where she went. Old Wang, take your men and search for everyone who appeared in the video, especially these vendors. Ask them carefully if they recognize Lu Aihua. If you obtain any useful information, notify us immediately. Lu Tianpei instructed. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the detectives didn't hesitate for a moment, didn't even bother to eat lunch, and quickly set off. Child trafficking, while not considered a particularly severe crime under the criminal code, does not seem as critical as cases involving homicide. However, it is one of the most challenging cases for investigators, as they must race against time to solve it. If the optimal time is missed, there is a risk that the child may be sold to mountainous areas, and once there, it becomes extremely difficult to recover the child. This is a deeply distressing case. Both professionally and personally, the detectives are all on the same page. They will spare no effort to solve the case as quickly as possible. After contacting the traffic police to review surveillance footage from the surrounding areas, the criminal investigation team quickly identified a lead. They spotted a van at the intersection of North Peak Avenue and Lianyu Avenue. Upon zooming in on the surveillance footage, they confirmed that the suspect was sitting inside the van. Sitting beside her, in addition to the child of the person who reported the incident, was a girl around 3 years old. Target identified. Have the second team follow them. Lu Tianpei sat inside a police car. After receiving the transmission map from an internal source, he immediately used the walkie-talkie to instruct the nearest second squad to give chase. To avoid alerting the target, the police car from the second squad did not activate its lights. Instead, they followed at a safe distance. At the command center, technicians quickly retrieved all the information about this van. The van has a temporary license plate, and the owner of the license plate number is Wang Taofeng, a resident of Ningqing who works as a mason on construction sites and supplies materials. We contacted the vehicle owner, who stated that he sold the vehicle through the black market over a year ago. He does not know the specific buyer but only the name of the intermediary car dealership. The command center promptly relayed the information to Lu Tianpei. Lu Tianpei instructed the driver to drive safely, then had Bai Shui assist in recording key points, while he personally coordinated and directed operations from the passenger seat. Do everything possible to contact the car dealership's owner and obtain the buyer's information for me. Yes. Following Lu Tianpei's orders, the command system shifted into high gear. After several attempts, they finally managed to contact the owner of the car dealership. After identifying myself as a detective and explaining the seriousness of the situation, the other party dared not hide anything and provided a detailed account of the incident. As for the second squad ahead, the voice of the co-pilot's radio operator came over the radio. Reporting to the captain, the target ahead seems to have spotted us and is moving away from the main road toward a side road. Should we abandon our cover and pursue them? Upon hearing this news, Lu Tianpei took a deep breath, pursue them immediately and find a way to stop them. We're right behind you. We can provide support at any time. Go ahead with confidence. We absolutely cannot let them escape. Also, make sure the children in the car are safe. After Lu Tianpei conveyed the instructions, the police officer in the front passenger seat turned on the siren, leaned out the window, and placed the siren on the roof of the car. Meanwhile, the officer driving the police car also accelerated at the same time and began the pursuit. Beep beep. Drivers who can operate police vehicles at the Criminal Investigation Division are carefully selected, and their driving skills are professionally trained. Additionally, the speed of the van is limited, making it less agile and slower than a police car. Soon, the police car appeared behind the van. The officer in the passenger seat took out a megaphone and shouted, "Pull over immediately and stop for inspection. You are surrounded. Don't resist." The man driving the van is a long-haired man with a scar on his face. The human trafficker Lu Aihua behind him kept glancing nervously at the police car behind them. "Hugu, what should we do?" The scarred man spat and said, "What the hell can we do? With the situation in our car right now, can we let the police check it? We only have one option now. I'll drive to the small dam, abandon the car, and we'll split up and run. Don't follow me. Got it?" Lu Aihua was already panicking, her fingers trembling. "I understand. Good to know. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been targeted. I'm really annoyed right now. Make these 2 kids shut up." The 2 kids in the car were screaming and crying. Lu Aihua didn't know whether to comfort them or not. Finally, the scarred man drove onto a rugged path, and the car swayed violently. He turned around and shouted, "Cry? Cry some more, and I'll kill you all." Being chased by a police car was already enough to drive him crazy, and now he had to hear a child crying, making his head feel like it was about to explode. He glared angrily and shouted, but it was just a momentary distraction. His steering wheel veered slightly, and the car accidentally drove into the ditch beside the road. Seeing this, the scarred man cursed under his breath. Not bothering with Lu Aihua and the others, he opened the car door and ran up the small hill. Chapter 40, Attacking the Police with a Knife? Are you crazy? The detectives chasing him stopped their car and began the pursuit. Don't run, stop. Lu Aihua, holding her child, hesitated, stepped out of the car, and took a few steps before being chased by the detectives who had caught up from behind. Don't move. Get down on the ground. The detectives showed no mercy. One kicked her from behind, sending Lu Aihua crashing to the ground. Another detective quickly pinned her down from behind, subduing her and slapping a pair of shiny handcuffs on her wrists. The other detectives nearby acted swiftly, grabbing the two children and holding them in front of them. Don't be afraid, kids, you're safe now. Xiaowu, take the human traffickers and the children back to the car. I'll go with Xiaoli to chase the remaining criminals. Yes. The police officer, known as Xiaowu, handcuffed Lu Aihua to the front passenger seat and placed the two children in the back seat. Beep beep. After about 3 minutes, several more police cars arrived one after another. It was Lu Tianpei and his group who had arrived. Upon seeing that Lu Aihua had been arrested and the two children were unharmed, Lu Tianpei couldn't help but sigh in relief. Reporting to the captain, the suspect fled toward the eastern mountains. Captain Wang and Officer Li have given chase. Alright, Xiaowu, take 2 men with you and follow them to provide backup for Wang and his team. Bai Shui, bring me the map of this area. Yes. After Xiaowu led his men to provide support, Bai Shui unfolded the topographical map. Lu Tianpei located their position on the map. This should be where we are. He ran eastward, continuing eastward, over this low mountain, to an abandoned factory. Could this be the place the fugitive is heading to? Lu Tianpei marked these 2 locations on the map and was about to send someone to investigate the abandoned factory. A message came from headquarters. After connecting the walkie-talkie, Lu Tianpei said, "Hello, this is Lu Tianpei. Please speak." "Captain, we've identified who purchased the vehicle. It was bought by a procurement officer from a factory. At the time of purchase, it wasn't just this one vehicle, a total of 5 vehicles were purchased. The factory in question is called Fut Factory, which ceased production 2 years ago due to financial difficulties. However, since the lease had not yet expired, the factory remained abandoned, with only a few security guards staying there occasionally." After receiving the information from the command center, Lu Tianpei looked at the red circle he had marked earlier. He had already reached a conclusion in his mind. The fugitive was heading to this abandoned factory, the Fut Factory. Clearly, the Fut Factory has a high probability of being a human trafficking den. Having reached this conclusion, there was no time to waste. Lu Tianpei dispatched a police car to escort the 2 children back to the police station. The rest of the team were dispatched to take the main road to the back of the mountain and head toward the Fut Factory. Here, 2 human traffickers who were taking a break at the foot of the mountain were smoking and playing mahjong. Just then, shouts came from the mountain peak. They looked up and saw it was Scarface. "The cops are coming. Quick, go tell the boss." He was panting heavily, exhausted, shouting down the mountain. The 2 didn't hear clearly at first and didn't react, but when they saw the 2 police officers chasing them from behind, the cigarette in their mouths dropped to the ground without them even noticing. "Damn it, the cops are here. Let's get out of here." The 2 dared not linger any longer and hurriedly turned around to run away, making sure to stomp out the cigarette butts on the ground before they fled. Drip, drip. However, before they could run very far, the sound of sirens grew louder and closer. No matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun the police car. The police car speeding toward them came to a stop in front of them, and Bai Shui got out first. With a back kick and a side sweep, both criminals fell to the ground. "Don't move." 2 detectives quickly moved forward to restrain the 2 individuals. Lu Tianpei got out of the car, saw Bai Shui's exposed body, and couldn't help but raise his thumb in admiration. "Officer Bai, you're really skilled. But for dangerous situations like this, it's better to leave it to the male officers. Otherwise, it would make the others look clumsy." Lu Tianpei blinked and said. Bai Shui remained in her fighting stance, not responding to Lu Tianpei. Seeing that Bai Shui completely ignored him, Lu Tianpei felt as though a crow had flown over his head. Forcing a smile, he awkwardly zipped his lips shut. Then, looking at the male detective, whose movements were somewhat clumsy compared to Bai Shui, Lu Tianpei cursed angrily. "Get your hands moving. You're all grown men, and you can't even handle this as well as a female officer. Are you ashamed of yourselves?" After being scolded by Lu Tianpei, everyone fell silent, burying their heads in their work and dared not utter a word. Meanwhile, the scar-faced man had just run down from the mountain and saw that his 2 accomplices had been captured. Behind him, the police were relentlessly pursuing him. And in front of him was a crowd of police officers. Lu Tianpei was waving at him from a distance. How about that? Surprised? Unexpected? The scarred man revealed a look of despair. He gave up, collapsed on the ground, and began to pant heavily. Lu Tianpei arrived with 2 men, who cuffed the scarred man lying on the ground like a dead dog and dragged him away. After arresting the 3, the 1st and 2nd platoons led by Lao Wang and Lao Zhan surrounded the abandoned factory from 2 directions. The security guards at the entrance saw the police arriving. One after another, they scrambled to flee, with a few more stubborn ones attempting to draw knives and swords in resistance. They were slapped across the face by more experienced criminals. Are you stupid? We're accomplices of human traffickers. If we get caught, we'll just end up in jail. But you attacked the police with a knife. If something happens, if someone gets killed, your life is over. We'll all suffer because of you. Chapter 41, The Savior Driving a Tank at 300. Chapter 41, The Savior Driving a Tank at 300. After several days of investigation into the human trafficking case, Lu Chen from the Forensic Identification Division of Anjiang County Police Bureau finally matched all the fingerprints. Among the matched fingerprints, the majority belonged to children, while 3 were from the suspect human trafficker. Furthermore, one of the individuals identified through the comparison is none other than Lu Aihua. That is the suspect currently being pursued by the Criminal Investigation Division. Originally, according to the procedures for unsolved cases, after Lu Chen identified the criminal's fingerprints, he could have the Criminal Investigation Division arrest the suspect directly. However, through several human trafficking cases, Lu Chen discovered that the conclusions drawn from the fingerprints did not align with the current classification of this ongoing case. Based on the accumulated cases, it was clear that there was a large human trafficking organization operating in the area. Furthermore, this human trafficking organization is divided into different business sectors. These form 3 distinct categories of human trafficking operations: minor, medium, and major. Lu Aihua represents the simplest form of abducting children for resale. However, based on the investigation into their backgrounds and cases, the other 2 suspects may be involved in more significant business activities. For this reason, Lu Chen specifically looked into several methods used by human traffickers to make a profit. They can be primarily divided into 3 categories. And these 3 types happen to match the 3 methods that Lu Chen had deduced. The first method involves abducting children and selling them to remote mountainous areas for profit, selling them to families who are unable to have children but desperately want them. The second method involves rounding up children, subjecting them to intensive training, or even maiming them, and then forcing them to beg on the streets to generate profits for these criminals. In fact, even those human traffickers with a shred of conscience mostly resort to these 2 methods. However, there is a third type, the last and most despicable, the most inhumane way of profiting from human trafficking. It is the trafficking of children's organs, using their organs for profit. It was precisely this possibility that made Lu Chen feel uneasy. Therefore, after obtaining the relevant scientific evidence, Lu Chen applied to join the criminal investigation team handling the human trafficking case. After obtaining the location from Lu Tianpei and his team, Lu Chen drove his private vehicle away from the police station. The scene shifts back to the crime scene, where the criminal investigation team, armed with firearms, advance forward in an orderly manner, even firing warning shots. The human traffickers stationed outside were just a disorganized group of stragglers. When faced with the formidable Criminal Investigation Division, they all surrendered in no time. Raise your hands and don't move. The detectives drew their guns, and everyone crouched on the ground, following instructions to place their hands on their heads. Following the guards' instructions, they broke into the central area. The interior was spacious, containing various tools and equipment. It was not only a place to eat but also had dedicated training areas. In the corner, where piles of cotton jackets and blankets are stacked, a group of dirty, disheveled children huddled together. Their eyes betrayed a look of anxiety and pity. After making a round, the team members reported their findings. Several fugitives were discovered in the southeast. They escaped through the window. Looking at the human traffickers in the distance who were still struggling to escape, Lu Tianpei instructed the security personnel at the scene to identify them. It was confirmed that those individuals were the core members of the human trafficking ring. Looking at the disheveled children before him, Lu Tianpei felt a surge of anger welling up inside him. Old Wang, you arranged to contact the parents of these children. There are too many children at the scene, and the police cars can't take them all back at once, especially with so many children together. If that happens, the police station will be too chaotic, which will inevitably disrupt normal operations. Moreover, the parents are anxious to find their children. It would be better to reassure them and let them come to pick up their children. Come on, a few of you, follow me. Lu Tianpei took off his coat and led the group straight out to give chase. Bai Shui was the first to follow, and Lu Tianpei glanced at her. Bai Shui said, I'll go. I'll make sure you're safe. Lu Tianpei shrugged and glared at the male detectives again. Take a look? He's the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division, and he still needs a female officer to protect him. What are the others doing? Good for nothings. That look, you figure it out yourself. With a snort, Lu Tianpei immediately gave chase. When it came to physical fitness and endurance, could a few petty thieves really outrun a detective? Lu Tianpei was extremely confident and immediately led his men in pursuit. However, after chasing for a while, he realized he had overestimated his physical abilities. He had originally estimated it would take 5 minutes to catch up, but ended up chasing for over 10 minutes before finally catching up. Stop right there. These people are all core members of the human trafficking ring, desperate criminals. Knowing they would face a harsh sentence if captured, they fought back with all their might. Brush! Brush! There were 5 criminals fleeing, and the last 2 suddenly turned around, their faces twisted with cruelty, and swung their knives backward. Lu Tianpei dodged to the left, blocking the side kick with his left elbow, then swiftly swung his right fist forward. The punch landed squarely on his face, causing him to stumble backward 2 steps. Taking advantage of the moment when the other was stunned, he lunged forward, grabbed his wrist, and twisted it downward, causing the knife in the criminal's hand to fall to the ground. He then turned his back to the criminal, grabbed his right hand with both hands, and executed a shoulder throw, sending him flying through the air. He then pulled out a pair of handcuffs and cuffed him. All this commotion had left him exhausted, gasping for breath after the long chase and the fight. Getting old is tough, my stamina is shot. Turning around, he saw Bai Shui, who didn't even breathe heavily, kick the knife out of another criminal's hand with a few long kicks, then swiftly disarmed him with a few more kicks, grabbed his hands, and arrested him. Seeing this, Lu Tianpei's lips twitched. They say women are no match for men. This Bai Shui is really fierce. Of course, Lu Tianpei wasn't ready to give up just yet. As he handed the 2 criminals he was holding to the detectives behind him, he continued to chase after Bai Shui. Due to the delay caused by the 2 criminals, the 3 criminals ahead had already crossed the mountain ridge and were quickly running down to the flat ground below. Chase them! Just as he thought catching the criminal would require more effort, a powerful off-road vehicle suddenly sped up on the road ahead, then executed a sharp drift. Squeak, squeak! A deep tire mark was left on the road surface, and at the same time, the car swayed and came to a complete stop right in front of the 3 criminals. The 3 criminals, who had been running down the mountain, were unable to stop in time and collided with the car door in a chaotic scene. With a loud clang, they were flung backward and landed on their backs, their buttocks hitting the ground in a humiliating dog-eating position. Chapter 42, Old Lu, who knew the truth, shed tears. The 3 people lying on the ground shook the dust from their heads, looked at the Tank 300 in front of them, and rose angrily. Who the hell are you? Are you looking for trouble? Lu Chen got out of the car, glanced around, and immediately noticed a bald man leading the crowd. He Jingtao, the leader in charge of training children to beg. I've finally found you. Lu Chen wasn't wearing a police uniform, and his appearance was that of a scholarly gentleman. Upon hearing that the other party recognized him, coupled with the urgent situation at hand, He Jingtao had no time to waste on idle chatter. He grabbed his knife and charged at Lu Chen. In the past, when faced with such a ruthless criminal, Lu Chen might have backed down. But the current Lu Chen, with the physical fitness of a paramilitary police officer and the practical close combat skills of a special forces unit, he now fears nothing. The opponent's movements appeared to be slowed down by half in Lu Chen's eyes, and he dodged the attack with ease. He then raised his foot and kicked the machete out of He Jingtao's hand. He then delivered an elbow strike to the opponent's jaw, causing He Jingtao to collapse unconscious. 2 people behind him, who knew some martial arts, tried to come to his aid, but Lu Chen used his combat skills to fend them off, while the opponent intentionally tried to create some distance between them. He swung his whip horizontally, kicked sideways, and blocked, doing his best to avoid the opponent's machete. During the ensuing clash, Lu Chen suddenly used a sneak attack. A 100% kick to the groin. The real reason Lu Chen dared to confront the criminal wasn't because he was so skilled in hand-to-hand combat. After all, even the most skilled martial artist fears a kitchen knife. The reason he dared to confront them head-on was that he had a surprise tactic the criminals never saw coming. As long as he can draw the opponent's attention through direct combat, he can take them by surprise and deliver a 100% effective roundhouse kick to the groin, instantly rendering them unable to fight. Slap. Snap. Lu Chen kicked him in the groin, and the sound of bone shattering could be heard from the hollow behind his knee. It was clear how ruthless and powerful Lu Chen's kick had been, striking the vital spot with such force. With a single kick, the person in front of him collapsed to one knee, his face pale and bloodless. Before he could recover, Lu Chen delivered a side kick, sending the man crashing to the ground. The last remaining person tried to run? With 3 against 1, Lu Chen still needs to be cautious. Now it's one-on-one, can he really escape? Lu Chen charged forward, leaped high into the air, and kicked the opponent from behind, knocking him to the ground. With the opponent facing him, he didn't bother with any fancy moves. He delivered a direct kick, striking the man's vital area. The sound of shattered eggs echoed continuously. The pain was so intense that the other person clutched their vital areas, rolling on the ground, their face contorted in agony, as if they had lost all will to live. But Lu Chen showed no mercy, and proceeded to disable both of his legs. He wasn't a police officer, he didn't need to hold back during the arrest of a criminal. He's just a forensic pathologist, he doesn't know any rules. Such a wicked person who commits such heinous crimes deserves far worse than being cut off from his family line. When Lu Tianpei arrived with his men, Lu Chen had already subdued all three of them. The scene was somewhat comical. One was lying down, another was on his stomach, and the third was kneeling. When Bai Shui saw the criminal kneeling, the scene felt strangely familiar, triggering some memories. Back then, when she first met Lu Chen, he had used the same technique to force three robbers to kneel on the ground, unable to move. Take them all away. Lu Tianpei ordered the men behind him, then walked over to Lu Chen's side, looking back repeatedly to ensure no one else was around. He then asked in disbelief, "You handled all three of them?" Lu Chen nodded and countered, "What else could it be?" Lu Tianpei stared at him in disbelief. "Just you, a weak technical staff member?" "Lu Captain, don't underestimate me. Officer Bai Shui has seen my skills before. We caught a robber together. It was the same situation back then. I took down three robbers by myself." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Tianpei suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Being humiliated by Bai Shui and the team was one thing, but why did he suddenly realize that Lu Chen was also so strong? All along, he had regarded Lu Chen as a highly skilled criminal investigator, someone who should be physically weaker and less capable in combat compared to a bookish intellectual. But the reality is that even in terms of practical combat skills and physical fitness, he is this strong? Is that reasonable? Are you going to let old Lu live or not? Old Lu, who knew the truth, shed tears. After a moment of sadness, Lu Tianpei finally came to his senses and asked, "By the way, how did you end up here?" Lu Chen took out the evidence he had compared and the case analysis files from the car. "It's a long story, so I'll make it short. Before your human trafficking case even began, I had already started comparing it to several unsolved human trafficking cases from previous years within the Bureau. Based on my data analysis, this is a very large human trafficking organization. Moreover, they are extremely cunning. If I'm not mistaken, they have likely established a human organ laboratory, hidden within an abandoned factory. Based on the fingerprints I compared, He Jingtao is the leader responsible for training children to beg, and there is another man named Wang Yu, who is the leader responsible for human organ trafficking." Lu Chen matched Wang Yu's fingerprints and obtained his records. He took out a 1-inch photo from the file folder and handed it to Lu Tianpei and the others to look at. After taking a look, none of them recognized the person in the photo. This means that this person has not yet been caught. He is still hiding in a secret laboratory within the factory. Chapter 43, Dust, I really appreciate you gritting my teeth. Lu Chen's words sent a chill down everyone's spine. Earlier, during the raid, they had indeed only discovered one hideout. From the scene, it was clear that it was a place where children were being trained and trafficked to be sent out to beg. As for the so-called organ laboratory, none was found. Originally, Lu Tianpei and his team had planned to apprehend these fugitive criminals, then wrap up the case by processing the crime scene, thereby concluding the investigation successfully. At that point, once the police cordon is relaxed, if there are indeed any criminals hiding in the shadows, they will be extremely easy for him to escape. Therefore, this reminder was like a wake-up call for them. Lu Tianpei quickly opened the walkie-talkie to contact the troops controlling the hideout. All units, there may still be a hidden hideout inside the factory. Do not let your guard down. Remain vigilant. First platoon, commence reconnaissance and search operations. After finishing his communication over the walkie-talkie, Lu Tianpei waved his hand and ordered his men to take the three criminals back. Just before leaving, he glanced at Lu Chen. Glancing back at the car behind him, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. This car, where did you drive it from? Is it also a Tank 300? He looked at Lu Chen suspiciously and said, I feel like it looks just like my car. Lu Chen waved his hand and said, Old Lu, be more confident. Drop the word feel. That's your car. This is an emergency, and I can't borrow your police car, so I'll just use yours for now. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianpei's expression froze. He pushed Lu Chen aside and looked back at the deep tire mark on the ground. Looking down at the scratches on the tire and the pile of yellow mud, he forced a smile, his eyes brimming with tears. Dust, I really appreciate you. He sniffed, wait until I get back, I'll settle the score with you. With that, he turned and followed the group back without looking back. Lu Chen sighed helplessly, got into the car, and took a detour via the main road to the factory. When he arrived at the factory, Lu Tianpei was already leading a team and searching for clues to the criminal's hidden laboratory. As he approached, Lu Chen asked, any leads? Lu Tianpei shook his head and said, we've searched everywhere inside. There were no traces in the basement or the underground passages. We asked the children, and they said they hadn't seen anyone entering or exiting any secret passages either. Do you think you might have misjudged the situation? Lu Chen was certain, no, when I compared the fingerprints, Wang Yu's fingerprints were mixed with those of many children. This type of combined fingerprint is extremely rare, especially in human trafficking cases. There is only one possibility, the perpetrator was involved in the trafficking of human organs. During the process of handling the organs, they came into contact with blood and, when touching their palms, transferred the child's fingerprints, leaving behind the combined fingerprints. Other than that, I can't find any other scientific explanation. Moreover, and most importantly, based on the descriptions of several cases, the operating room for these human organ surgeries is located very close to the hideout. Based on clues gathered from accumulated cases, the location identified is also this factory. Lu Chen's words caused Lu Tianpei to ponder deeply, even though the two of them usually teased and argued with each other. However, when it came to serious matters, especially those involving professional expertise and deductive reasoning, Lu Tianpei remained highly serious. And he has complete trust in Lu Chen. Alright, I'll take some people and look around again. Lu Chen nodded and followed by Shui and the others outside to wait. Soon, the parents began to arrive one after another. When they saw the children they had been longing for, a task as tough as steel, they too could not help but shed tears of joy. My child. Mother has finally found you. It's all my fault for making you suffer so much. It's all my fault. I deserve to die. Ton, how did you end up like this? Do you have any idea how your father has been living these past few days? Every night I wake up, and when I do, I find my pillow soaked with tears. I spend every day hoping and praying that I'll find you soon. Heaven has finally opened its eyes. I've finally found you. One by one, the parents claimed their children and hugged them, weeping bitterly. A child is the pillar of a family. Without a child, the family loses its soul. Fortunately, despite the hardships they endured, these children ultimately returned safely to their parents' arms. Some parents were very emotional, and many expressed their gratitude by kneeling before the police and bowing their heads in thanks while holding their children. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, police officers, for helping us find our child. Thank you so much. Thank you. There are no fancy words to express how I feel right now. All I can say is thank you. Please get up, please get up. This is what we should do. As long as the child is safe, that's all that matters. Bai Shui, who was always as cold as ice when faced with such a scene. Human traffickers are despised by all, deserving of the harshest punishment. To treat innocent children with such cruelty is nothing short of monstrous. Bai Shui sighed softly and said, for the sake of the children being reunited with their families, all the sacrifices are worthwhile. Lu Chen wholeheartedly agreed with this, and it was also one of the reasons he admired Bai Shui. A girl who is beautiful, has upright values, harbors kind intentions, and abhors evil. Such girls are rare in this society. Looking at Bai Shui, Lu Chen couldn't help but become lost in thought. Suddenly, he noticed a patch of overgrown weeds ahead, located directly in front of where the snow lay. A gentle breeze blew outside, causing the dogtail grass to sway slightly, and a rusty manhole cover came into view. Chapter 44, Let him give me nightmares? He doesn't deserve it. Lu Chen hurried forward and approached the patch of grass. Upon seeing the sign left on the house panel, he immediately realized what had happened. Right, who said the secret experimental site had to be inside the factory? It could also be outside the factory. I almost let that preconceived notion throw me off track. He slapped his forehead and hurriedly called out to Bai Shui, Officer Bai, I found something. Please call Captain Lu over here. Bai Shui nodded and called Lu Tianpei over. Lu Team, take a look over here. Lu Tianpei walked over with his men, examined the area carefully, and exclaimed in surprise, this is an air raid shelter? Normally, only centrally constructed factory areas are required to have such air raid shelters. Why would a factory like Futu, built against a mountain, need to build one? Lu Tianpei nodded and said, that's right. Lu Chen added, unless they have another purpose for it. Lu Tianpei suddenly understood. That made sense. No wonder they had turned the place upside down and found nothing. Old Wang, take 2 men down there and turn on all the flashlights. Yes. Old Wang led 2 skilled detectives cautiously toward the air raid shelter. Before long, the lights below turned on. Lu Tianpei drew his pistol from his waist and waved his hand backward, let's go. Several people followed behind, with Lu Chen and Bai Shui also heading down together. The air raid shelter was extremely dark, and even with the lights turned on, it still felt deep and desolate. Captain, there's a room here that's locked. There were 3 small rooms inside the air raid shelter, 2 of which were unlocked. The detectives went in and shone their flashlights around but did not find anything unusual. Just as they were about to open the 3rd room, they discovered that the door had been locked from the outside. Everyone immediately grew alert and scattered around the door. Lu Tianpei gave a nod, and the 2 detectives understood immediately. One of them stepped forward and fired several shots at the door lock. Bang! The detective beside him kicked the door open with a single kick, entered first with his gun drawn, and the others followed closely behind. Tense, they scanned the surroundings and found no suspicious individuals, but the dim, yellowish light inside revealed something terrifying. The room contained 2 beds, both stained with blood of varying degrees, along with surgical instruments, organ containers, and other tools neatly arranged. This place is indeed a surgical operating room, specifically used for organ trafficking. What about the children whose organs are being trafficked? Just as everyone was puzzled, Bai Shui noticed movement under the bed and kicked it. At that moment, a menacing figure emerged from beneath the bed, brandishing a knife and swinging it wildly. The nearest detective was accidentally slashed. Bang! Bang! Lu Tianpei remained calm and composed, firing his gun without hesitation. 2 shots hit his back, one of which struck near the heart. He spat out blood, his eyes wide open, and collapsed in a pool of blood. Lu Chen recognized him immediately. This was the very person they had been tracking, Wang Yu. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Under the bed, besides Wang Yu, there was an old man with white beard, wearing a white lab coat and leather gloves. He raised his hands, looked terrified at the detectives, and obediently crawled out from under the bed. 2 detectives stepped forward, grabbed him, and handcuffed him. They asked, "Is there anyone else in this room besides the 2 of you?" "Ouch, be gentle. Hurry up and tell me." "That's it. There's only me and Wang Yu in the operating room. Wang Yu is the one you just beat to death." Bai Shui shouted angrily, "What about the children whose organs were removed? Where have you taken them?" "They're right in there." One of the detectives stepped forward and saw a curtain at the partition wall. He pulled it open forcefully, and the scene inside left everyone speechless. Behind the curtain, there was a secret iron cage. Inside the cage were children in a filthy and disheveled state. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be deeply moved, their hearts feeling as though they had been torn apart. "Don't move. Contact the police and medical personnel and have them come over immediately. The children in the cage are all quite weak, and several of them need immediate medical attention." Lu Chen checked on the children's condition, and it was quite dire. Many of the children's wounds had been left untreated for a long time, and without proper medical equipment, it was impossible to determine the extent of their injuries. Soon, the police and medical personnel arrived. After carefully transporting the children away, they checked Wang Yu's pulse, covered him with a white sheet, and then carried him away on a stretcher. Lu Chen documented the scene, taking photos and preserving any evidence at the location. During the process of collecting evidence, he noticed Lu Tianpei's worried expression and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Are you discouraged? That's not like you. Or do you think accidentally killing someone will give you nightmares?" Upon hearing this, Lu Tianpei snorted disdainfully. "Such a heinous criminal deserves to be executed by firing squad. It's just a matter of whether he dies sooner or later. To make me have nightmares? He doesn't even deserve that. And to protect my team members, firing a gun was a necessary action." "Then what's with that look of deep sorrow on your face?" Lu Tianpei sighed deeply and said, "As the saying goes, what makes you succeed is also what leads to your downfall. This gun is a good thing, but sometimes it's also a bad thing. For example, just now when I used it, it felt great, but then it immediately made me feel bad. Oh, now I have to write a bunch of reports and go through a bunch of reviews. It's such a hassle. You know I hate writing reports the most." Chapter 45, Lu Chen? What are you doing here? Lu Tianpei's response left Lu Chen speechless. So he'd been frowning all this time just for this? Damn it! After cleaning up the crime scene, the criminal investigation team brought the criminals from the organ surgery room to the interrogation room. The suspect cooperated fully and confessed to the crimes in detail. It turns out that the real mastermind behind this human trafficking ring was Wang Yu. He was once just a doctor in a small town, but he was blinded by greed and lust, leading him down this path with no return. In their main business, the profits from harvesting organs for sale were the largest. Second is training children in begging. Only after they have exploited the children to the point where there is little value left do they sell them to remote mountainous areas, where they can be exploited further. Hearing such heartless descriptions, the detectives in the interrogation room all clenched their teeth in anger. If it weren't for their professionalism, they might have lost control and attacked the suspect. After conducting individual interrogations and handling appeals for the criminals, ensuring they received the punishment they deserved, the Anjiang County Police Department then contacted police departments across the country to collaborate and attempt to locate the children who were far away from home. This incident has drawn significant attention from higher authorities. It is reported that upon hearing the news, leaders from the provincial department were deeply outraged. There is a demand for strict punishment of those involved in this case, and justice must be served for these families and these innocent children. On December 3rd, the city bureau leadership personally met with the personnel involved in solving this case. At the conference, amid applause, an award was presented to the Criminal Investigation Division of Anjiang County. In this case, the entire Criminal Investigation Division of Anjiang County was awarded the second prize for collective achievement once. Additionally, Lu Tianpei, Bai Shui, Lao Wang, and 6 other criminal investigators were each awarded the third-class merit award. As for Lu Chen, his role in this case was also extremely significant. Had it not been for his timely reminder, the criminal police team might have overlooked the mastermind behind the crime, Wang Yu. In both practical operations and professional technical expertise, he made significant contributions. Additionally, prior to the human trafficking case, he successfully solved over a dozen unsolved cases, receiving multiple awards for his efforts, and was awarded the second-class merit medal once. Amidst the applause of leaders from various counties and districts in the audience, Lu Chen and others stood tall and proudly received their awards, saluting with respect. Chen Jiawei looked up at Lu Chen, Lu Tianpei, and the others on stage, overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. What a glorious moment! Anjiang County Police Bureau, we are proud to have you. The award ceremony was attended by leaders from the Municipal Bureau and various counties and districts. Many frontline police officers did not attend this commendation conference. Upstairs, the commendation ceremony was underway. Downstairs, Lu Chengfeng and several veteran detectives were eating lunch, crouched beside Xiaohei. Xiaohei is a highly decorated police dog from the criminal investigation team of the Municipal Bureau, and he usually eats meals with the criminal investigators. Moreover, the allowance for a single dog is better than that for a human. In other words, they eat better than humans. Oh my, what's going on? There are colorful flags hanging at the entrance and a commendation ceremony is being held upstairs. I don't think anyone in our city bureau has solved a major case recently, have they? Lu Chengfeng bit into a large chicken drumstick, his mouth full of grease, as he ruffled Xiaohei's head and asked in confusion. He had just returned from an assignment outside and hadn't even had time to catch up on the latest gossip before it was time for dinner. I said, old Lu, your information is really out of date. We're criminal investigators, getting information is part of the job. You're not cutting it here, haha. Enough with the teasing. Just tell me what's going on. Don't keep me in the dark. Hee hee, the ones outside the door and upstairs are for the Anjiang County Criminal Investigation Team. His colleague's words caused Lu Chengfeng's brows to furrow slightly. For them? You bet. Just a few days ago, they cracked the largest human trafficking case in the province in recent years. Not only did they recover the missing children, but they also dismantled the human trafficking ring led by Wang Yu. You must know that this organization not only trafficked humans but also trafficked organs. Their crimes are heinous. The provincial bureau had been searching for them for some time, but due to their unpredictable movements and cunning methods, they had never been able to track them down. This time, however, the Criminal Investigation Division of Anjiang County successfully cracked the case and brought it to a successful conclusion. The provincial department leaders can finally rest easy. You know, the higher-ups have spoken. How could the city bureau's commendation be anything less than generous? So, Director Zhang personally awarded commendations to the deserving members of the Criminal Investigation Division. Look, they're doing it upstairs right now. Upon hearing this, Lu Chengfeng's face turned pale with shock. They had actually cracked such a major case. No wonder it was causing such a stir. The Criminal Investigation Division of Anjiang County is really impressive. Lu Chengfeng couldn't help but think to himself. Suddenly, he snapped out of it. Right, his son was working as a forensic doctor in Anjiang County, and he was also under the jurisdiction of the Anjiang County Criminal Investigation Division, wasn't he? But this time it's a human trafficking case, which has nothing to do with forensic medicine. Thinking about Lu Chen, it had been a while since he last heard about him since the case of Lu Minghui's home invasion murder. It was said that he was the one who solved the case, and they had agreed to have dinner together that evening. However, on the same day, he was suddenly assigned to an urgent task and became so busy that he completely forgot about it. He shook his head to himself, thinking he would call his son after dinner to check on him and show some concern. A father's love and concern are always important. After clearing the dishes and wiping his hands, he was about to make a call. The award ceremony upstairs had ended, and Zhang, the bureau chief, led the group of awardees downstairs. However, by the side of their bureau chief, Lu Chengfeng spotted a figure that was very familiar to him. He rubbed his eyes and shook his head, wondering if he was seeing things. But when he looked closely, it was still the same shocking scene. The director of the municipal bureau, the only second-grade police superintendent in the police station, the only person authorized to wear a white shirt, was now smiling broadly, with his arm draped over a young man's shoulder, wearing an expression of admiration. And this young man was none other than his own son. Lu Chen? Chapter 46, awarded the second-class merit award. Lu Chen, I've heard about you for a long time. Meeting you in person today, you're even more handsome than I imagined. Ha! When Zhang Ju saw Lu Chen, he was thoroughly impressed from head to toe. Such a versatile technical expert, who has repeatedly solved major cases, is truly a treasure for Zhang. Zhang Bureau was paying him too much credit. Director Zhang is too kind. Not at all. Your performance has been noticed by the Municipal Bureau. You're exceptionally talented. A young person like you should aim for bigger stages where you can truly showcase your abilities. Make even greater contributions to the people. Zhang Zhendong laughed heartily and directly extended an olive branch to Lu Chen. Chen Jiawei, standing nearby, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, looking utterly helpless. He had seen other counties poaching each other's staff before, but this was the superior leader doing it right in front of him. What was going on here? If someone from another county office said that, Chen Jiawei would definitely mock them with a few sarcastic remarks. But now, the one openly poaching his subordinates was Chen Jiawei's direct superior, Zhang Zhendong, the head of the municipal bureau. The baby is so upset. Zhang Bureau, you promised me that we would consider personnel adjustments after the new year. Chen Jiawei grew impatient, though he knew deep down that someone as talented as Lu Chen would eventually leave Anjiang County. But at least let Lu Chen stay for the rest of the year. After all, every moment Lu Chen spent at the police station meant more cases solved for Anjiang County, more honor earned, and the longer he stayed, the better. After all, the longer Lu Chen stays at the police station, the more cases Anjiang County can solve, the more glory they can earn, and staying a little longer is also a good thing. Zhang Zhendong smiled and waved his hand, saying, Jiawei, there's been a promotion for the city's personnel, especially for technical staff. Zhang Zhendong smiled and waved his hand, saying, Jiawei, personnel are being promoted in the city, especially technical personnel. We're following democratic principles. Before issuing the promotion order to Dr. Lu, we should at least try to get his consent first, right? If he's unwilling, even if he comes to the municipal bureau, won't he be unhappy at work? As someone in a position of authority, we must never allow our subordinates to harbor any grievances. Zhang Zhendong's words left Chen Jiawei speechless. Wow, a job transfer is just a matter of a word, isn't it? When did you ever consider your subordinates' wishes? Only true talent gets such treatment. This is just a forced explanation to justify poaching talent. Zhang Zhendong's meaning was clear to Lu Chen as long as Lu Chen was willing to agree and show a strong desire to join the municipal bureau. He could immediately remove all obstacles and promote Lu Chen directly to the municipal bureau. Of course, if Lu Chen agreed, he could indeed immediately transfer to a better conditioned workplace. However, doing so would mean severing ties with Anjiang County outright, and there are still several cases he is currently handling there. If he leaves, all the materials we've prepared so far will be rendered useless. Moreover, when he graduated from the Forensic Medicine College, Lu Chen had some unpleasant incidents at school. At that time, only Chen Jiawei from the Anjiang County Police Bureau overlooked the past and gave him an opportunity to be hired. Therefore, both professionally and personally, Lu Chen felt that now was not the time for him to leave Anjiang County. Moreover, there was the most important point: his rank had not yet been evaluated. Rank must be evaluated after working at an organization for at least 6 months. If he were to transfer to the municipal bureau now, the time would have to be recalculated. Therefore, Lu Chen wouldn't be so foolish as to accept the offer just because his superiors were smiling and extending an olive branch, without considering the overall circumstances, and agree rashly like a naive rookie. These people are all seasoned veterans. Once they take the position, it will be difficult to change their minds later. In response, Lu Chen also smiled respectfully and said, Director Zhang, I have always aspired to a technical position at the municipal bureau. However, I feel that I am still young and lack sufficient work experience. I would like to gain more experience under Director Chen for a while longer. On the one hand, this will help me accumulate experience, which will enable me to perform better when I eventually transfer to the municipal bureau. Secondly, I would like to apply for a promotion after the new year. After all, I have been waiting for this opportunity for quite some time, and starting over from scratch would be a pity. Secondly, I would like to apply for a promotion after the new year. After all, I have been waiting for this opportunity for quite some time, and starting over from the beginning would be a pity. Lu Chen's refusal was quite clever. He praised the municipal bureau while also expressing his strong desire to go there. At the same time, he also expressed his own difficulties, giving Zhang Zhendong face while presenting a substantive reason. Chen Jiawei listened to Lu Chen's response and his eyes lit up. He was deeply moved. He hadn't misjudged this person. Zhang Zhendong laughed heartily and said, Alright, then we'll wait until after the new year. You behave yourself and earn some more merits. Maybe you can be promoted to a deputy section level position next year. Zhang Zhendong's words made Lu Chen overjoyed. He had been quite concerned about the rating process, even though he believed his contributions were sufficient. After all, he had only been with the company for a short time. There was a high likelihood that he would only be rated as a section chief. But since Zhang Zhendong has said that, Lu Chen knows that, barring any unexpected circumstances, the deputy section level position after the new year is as good as his. When leaders speak, especially when discussing matters related to one's future, they never speak so bluntly. However, those with connections in officialdom and business circles could understand what Zhang Zhendong meant. As long as no major incidents occur, matters related to the deputy section level position would be handled by him. This can also be seen as a token of goodwill from Zhang Zhendong to Lu Chen for his future appointment at the municipal bureau. Lu Chen was very pleased, as he had indeed been planning to come to the municipal bureau to take on more significant cases, which aligned with his career development goals. After saying that, everyone chatted as they made their way to the canteen to prepare for their meal. Just then, they happened to run into Lu Chengfeng and the other veteran detectives. Chief. These detectives are all veteran police officers and have good relationships with Zhang Zhendong. Upon seeing Lu Chengfeng and the others, he casually introduced them with a smile. This is Chen, the bureau chief from Anjiang County, and Lu, the bureau chief from Zhentu. These are members of the Anjiang Criminal Investigation Division. Old one, you've worked with them before, so you should know them. The main point is to introduce you to this young man, Lu Chen, the forensic doctor. He's the top expert in the technical division of Anjiang County. No, make that the entire city. Less than 6 months on the job, he's already cracked several major cases, and the accolades are pouring in. This time, he utilized his professional forensic expertise and outstanding criminal investigative deductive skills to apprehend the entire criminal gang. Having previously won multiple third-place awards, this time he was honored with a second-place award. The series of introductions left Lu Chengfeng speechless, his mouth agape and eyes wide with astonishment. He and Lu Chen stared at each other in disbelief, with Lu Chengfeng's face filled with astonishment. Is this really happening? Second prize in the individual category. My goodness. He's been a detective for most of his life and hasn't even won a second prize yet. Lu Chen has only been at the criminal investigation team for a short time, and he's already received a second-class award medal? Wow, that's way too much. Moreover, listening to the account of Zhang Jindong's achievements, his heart was pounding. Is his own son really that strong? Has he done so many impressive things? Chapter 47, The Joy of the Criminal Investigation Team's Day Off. You can't possibly understand. Facing Lu Chengfeng's intense gaze, Lu Chen stood tall and straight, looking quite imposing. It seemed as though he was saying, "Old man Lu, take a good look. You won't let me be a detective? Even if I become a forensic pathologist, I'll still shine just as brightly. I was born to do this job." Lu Chengfeng paused for a moment before realizing that his son was indeed quite exceptional. It must be said that, amidst all the flowers, applause, and glory, Lu Chengfeng couldn't help but feel an urge to acknowledge his son. Lu Chen is outstanding, isn't he? Yes, that's my son. But upon further consideration, being in the same system, working in the police department, and being related could easily lead to unnecessary complications. Especially since they are father and son, it would only fuel speculation. People fear fame as much as pigs fear fatness. If someone with ulterior motives were to use this to their advantage, it could cause trouble. Therefore, Lu Chengfeng merely followed the group of veteran detectives, smiling and mimicking their gestures, casting flattering glances at Lu Chen. Lu Chen knew his father's intentions, so he smiled and didn't say much, joining Zhang Jindong and the others for a simple meal. The Criminal Investigation Division of Anjiang County still had official duties to attend to and had to leave first, so Lu Chen hitched a ride with them and left together. The next day, the Criminal Investigation Division held a special discussion regarding the reward money obtained from the human trafficking case. The focus was on planning how to allocate the funds. After all, this case is quite complex. It is the first time in many years that we have encountered a case involving both current and pending cases being merged for investigation, and the case involves claiming a reward. If Lu Chen had acted first and presented the fingerprint evidence for comparison, the criminal investigation team would have launched an operation to apprehend the suspects and successfully solved the case. In that case, the reward money would rightfully belong to Lu Chen. However, the current situation is that the sequence of events in this case is as follows. The criminal investigation team, while apprehending the human trafficker's accomplices, accidentally discovered the human trafficker's hideout. Then, Lu Chen arrived promptly, armed with various technical evidence, and located the secret operating room where the ringleader Wang Yu was hiding. In other words, each party played a crucial role in this case. The criminal investigation team, after working tirelessly for so long, also made significant contributions through their investigative channels. We can't just let all that hard work go to waste, can we? If all the reward money is given to Lu Chen alone, it would deal a severe blow to the confidence of the criminal investigation team members and be unfair. In response, Lu Chen also felt that it was inappropriate for him to claim the entire reward alone. After all, in this line of work, one relies on the support of fellow brothers in the future. Such unspeakable merits, he could accept with a clear conscience. In a collaborative case like this, if he were to claim all the credit for himself, that's just not very considerate. Finally, after deliberation, it was decided that the reward would be distributed according to the magnitude of the contributions and the proportion of points earned. The Criminal Investigation Division received a total of 10 points for this case. There were 29 participants, with Lu Chen receiving 2 points, the remaining 7 individuals receiving 0.5 points each for third-class merit, and the remaining points distributed among the others. 2 points account for 20% of the total score of 10 points, meaning that Lu Chen is eligible for a reward of 60,000 yuan. Including the 10,000 yuan reward for the second-class merit award, Lu Chen will receive a total of 70,000 yuan in bonuses. A county-level police station not only received commendation from the municipal bureau leadership, but also awarded so many individual merit awards at once. This can truly be considered the highest honor. This is undoubtedly the most glorious day since Chen Jiawei took office. In response, Chen Jiawei was more than generous, granting the entire Anjiang County Criminal Police Brigade a day off with the exception of those assigned to critical tasks. The Criminal Investigation Division erupted in cheers. Today is truly a good day. Everything I had hoped for has come true. Today is a good day. I opened the door and welcomed the spring breeze. Ah! As the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division, Lu Tianpei was overjoyed that the bureau had granted them a day off. Once the official news came down, he took out his phone and started contacting his friends without restraint. Police officers typically have two phones, one personal and one for work, and they usually use the work phone with a SIM card. He was as excited as a student who had been attending school continuously for a month and finally got to go home. "Hey, Lu Chen, it's vacation time. Vacation time. Vacation time. Why don't you seem excited at all?" Lu Tianpei danced around excitedly in front of Lu Chen for a while, only to realize that Lu Chen couldn't match his emotional rhythm. Lu Chen sniffed lightly and said calmly, "I have 2 days off every week, plus statutory holidays and annual leave. I find it hard to understand the kind of happiness you're trying to express." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianpei's expression fell. He blinked and said, "Can you please not be so cruel to me? Just cooperate a little, my forensic Dr. Lu." Lu Chen let out a faint "oh," forced to smile for a second, then immediately returned to his expressionless, cold face. "Ugh, that's too cold-hearted, too unfriendly. As expected, you can't understand the joy of a detective getting a day off. Lu De, the forensic doctor, I look at you, spending all day in the office studying fingerprints and such, you're going to drive yourself crazy. I remember you weren't this boring before. You used to be pretty chatty." Lu Chen was packing his things as he spoke. Lu Chen said while packing his things, "There's nothing I can do. Forensic scientists are technical experts, they have to deal with science. Dealing with science requires rigor, and over time, one becomes somewhat to external stimuli." Lu Tianpei nodded in agreement, "So we decided to give you some advice. Go out more often to get some fresh air and interact with people from the outside world. Otherwise, you'll end up out of touch with society. Tomorrow, I'll take you to see the scenery of the mountains and introduce you to a few friends. How about it?" Lu Chen looked at Lu Tianpei for a moment, then asked, "Are there any girls?" Lu Tianpei gave him a look that only men understand. "Of course there are girls. How could there not be girls in my old Lu's social circle?" Lu Tianpei gave him a look that only men would understand. "Of course there are. In my social circle, how could there not be girls? That's impossible." As Lu Tianpei said this, his eyes darted around nervously. Lu Chen's piercing gaze, "Really?" Lu Tianpei pondered for a moment. Does Officer Bai Shui from the Criminal Investigation Division count? Chapter 48, the City Bureau's Forensic Team. Yo, Sheka now, you say happy, I say hi. Happy. Hi. Happy. Hi. Amidst the rugged mountains and winding mountain roads, a 7-seat business vehicle was traveling along the road. In the back seat, Lu Tianpei and a short-haired woman were enjoying themselves. Both of them were swaying their heads rhythmically from side to side, their fingers moving nimbly back and forth, creating a lively atmosphere inside the car. "With me here, you're not alone. I'm your little treasure, Lu Dada. And I'm here too, I'm your Tunin Nan, Grandpa Nan." Among the people accompanying us, besides these two lively characters, the others participating in this rural tour include detective teams Old Wang and Old Jean, Bai Shui, Lu Chen, and a young man who came with a woman with short hair. The two people behind them were friends of Lu Tianpei. The short-haired woman seemed to have been dragged along by the others, including Old Jean, because they complained there were no women in the group. It is said that these two are also forensic pathologists and work at the municipal bureau. I had thought this trip would be a bit boring, but who knew this female forensic pathologist wasn't just lively, she was incredibly lively. We chatted the whole way there, and it was a lot of fun. It's clear that he's also someone with a personality similar to Lu Tianpei's, a funny, cheerful person who brings joy to others. This type of girl can easily become friends with strangers, but she is not suitable as a romantic partner. Lu Chen still prefers girls who are gentle and calm. At the thought of this, he couldn't help but turn his gaze to Bai Shui sitting next to him. Had Bai Shui applied a touch of light makeup today? Her already beautiful face now looked even more refined. She wore a pair of jeans, paired with a floral pattern knitted sweater. Her curvaceous figure made the little squirrels on the sweater's sleeves puff out like cheeks. To be honest, Bai Shui is indeed very beautiful and has a timeless charm. But ever since that night when we first met, after revealing the tenderness, intelligence, and cuteness that were usually hidden from him. At work, she always maintained a serious demeanor, never smiling or joking around. Rarely does one see her engaged in personal matters during her free time at work. She pursues her own hobbies. It's as if no matter what, I can't seem to get close to her, she always keeps a certain distance from others. This sense of distance makes it hard to get close to her, like an icy beauty, giving off a cold vibe. Feeling someone watching her, the snow-white figure by the window turned her head and locked eyes with Lu Chen. She paused slightly, her eyes flashing with an unusual expression, 3 parts nervousness, 3 parts panic, and 4 parts anticipation. Daring not to meet Lu Chen's gaze for too long, she lowered her head and turned away, continuing to look out the window. Soon they arrived at their destination, a natural grassy area deep in the mountains. It is known as the first oxygen bar of Jinjiang for its lush green grass. The group unloaded all the tools from the car and set up the tents. Old Wang and Old Jean even brought out their portable folding barbecue grill and the ingredients and seasonings they had brought along. They immediately started grilling on the spot. Wow, it smells so good. Old Jean and Old Wang, they look pretty professional. Lu Tianpei was setting up a tent with Lu Chen and the others, fiddling with the sound system. He pointed to the barbecue stall behind him and said, "That requires professional skills. Otherwise, why would I bring them alone? They should at least contribute a little, right?" Old Lu is easy to deal with, but he really lets his teammates down. After laying out the picnic mats, camping mats, everyone gathered around, and old Wang brought batches of grilled food to the center. Everyone basks in the sun, enjoying nature, while eating barbecue and listening to music. What a delightful and carefree scene. In this joyful atmosphere, everyone gradually loosened up. On the picnic blanket, the female forensic doctor sat cross-legged with everyone gathered around her. She spoke openly and loudly, "Let's officially introduce ourselves. My name is Tu Sainan, and I'm an intern forensic doctor with the Criminal Investigation Division 2 of the Municipal Bureau. Because I usually dress like a boy and am outgoing and love making friends, the people in the team call me Nan Gu or Nan Yi. This one here is Liang Nang, from the same department as me, but he joined a week later. This guy, Liang Nang, is in the same department as me, but he joined a week after me. He's a complete newbie, but don't let his shy appearance fool you, he's a real genius. He skipped grades, so even though he's only 22, he's already graduated with a master's degree. Unlike me, who is just a bachelor's graduate." Tu Sainan introduced himself generously. As he spoke, the shy boy with the pot-shaped head beside him timidly interjected, "Who's the clumsy one? I'm just being well behaved, okay?" He then turned to the crowd and smiled, "Hello everyone, my name is Liang Nang." Liang is the same as in the Liang dynasty, and Nang is the character 4 bear with 4 dots removed. At this point, Lu Tianpei interjected with a joke, "Actually, I think the name Liang Xiong is pretty good too." Everyone burst into laughter, and Liang Nang blushed and scratched his back. "Hee, to tell you the truth, my nickname is Xiong Xiong." It does sound like a teddy bear, cute and adorable. Xiong Xiong is a great nickname. Lu Chen had a strong liking for this guy. He had a good personality, and someone who could skip grades in forensic medicine must be highly intelligent. However, what piqued his curiosity even more was Tu Sainan. He looked at Tu Sainan and asked, "You said you only have a bachelor's degree, but the city bureau's minimum requirement for forensic doctors is a master's degree. How did you get in?" Chapter 49, Highly Developed Sense of Smell, Human-Shaped Police Dog. How did you get in? With this, Tu Sainan wrinkled his nose. Lu Chen asked in confusion, "Sense of smell?" Tu Sainan nodded, "Yes, my sense of smell is extremely sensitive. I can detect scents that most people cannot perceive." The expert explained that it's because my nose is covered with several times more olfactory nerves than the average person, so that's how I was specially recruited. Lu Tianpei added, "You might not fully understand what she means, so I'll give you a more vivid example to help you visualize the intensity of her sense of smell. Let's conduct an experiment." Saying this, he stood up and, without anyone noticing, took out a black cloth and covered Tu's and Nan's eyes. "Alright, now you can bring anything for Sainan to smell, and she'll be able to identify it." Upon hearing this, the seasoned detective Lao Wan was the first to express his disbelief. "Is that true?" he said, then went to the barbecue stall and brought back a skewer of ingredients, holding it in front of Sainan's nose. She sniffed it, then calmly uttered 3 words, "raw eggplant." Everyone was surprised, and old Wang exclaimed in shock, "No way, I don't believe that." He then pulled out another string of uncooked enoki mushrooms, some of which had accidentally been coated with seasoning. If I wasn't mistaken, there was pepper powder and chili sauce on them. Lao Wang widened his eyes, looked left and right, and signaled to Lao Zhan. Lao Zhan picked a blade of grass from the ground and held it under Sainan's nose. "What is this?" Sainan sniffed it and said confidently, "Grass." At that moment, even Bai Shui couldn't resist verifying it. She quietly pulled a blade of grass, roots and all, and held it under Sainan's nose. The grass with soil still clinging to it. At that moment, an exclamation of wow couldn't help but escape everyone's lips. "Wait, let me get something." Lu Chen was also taken aback by Tu Sainan. He got up and went inside the car to fetch a small box. The box contained various forensic tools and commonly used solutions. He opened the solution, dipped a piece of test paper into it, and held it up to his nose. Butanol solution. Lu Chen replaced it with another one and dipped it into another bottle. Phenethyl alcohol solution. Lu Chen switched to another bottle, added the liquid from one bottle to the other, dipped a test strip into it, and held it to his nose. A solution of phenethyl alcohol diluted with water. This time, even Lu Chen was stunned. Being able to smell the solution was one thing, but being able to smell it even after it had been diluted with water? He instinctively waved his hand in front of Tu Sainan. Realizing that the other person truly couldn't see him. And an involuntary remark slipped out. "This nose is more sensitive than a dog's." Lu Tianpei joked with a smile, "That's not true. Our Nan sister has a highly developed sense of smell. She's like a human police dog. She's the one and only in the Criminal Investigation Division." Tu Sainan snorted, "I'm a dog, I can't just bite you to death. But there's one thing you still haven't noticed." "What is it?" "It's the thing covering your eyes." Aren't you curious about what this black cloth is? Upon hearing Lu Tianpei's words, Tasanen snapped out of it and focused his senses, sniffing with his nose. He flew into a rage, tore off the blindfold, and saw that it was indeed a sock, a long men's sock. I'll kill you. Tu Sainan stood up in a rage and charged forward, while Lu Tianpei laughed and ran backward. One ran, one chased. Nan Yi, I was wrong. I was just joking with you. I was just kidding. These socks are brand new, I've never worn them before. Alright, I wore them once, really, I swear to heaven. The two chased each other for a while, and Lu Tianpei was quickly pinned to the ground and rubbed. After the roughhousing, they returned to the picnic blanket and got back to the main topic. This is Old Wang from the Criminal Investigation Division, Old Jean, and this is Lu De, the forensic doctor who's been in the spotlight lately. When Lu Tianpei introduced them, Tu Sainan remained unfazed. After smiling and nodding, she couldn't wait to look at Bai Shui. She asked with interest, what about that pretty young lady? What's your name? Bai Shui smiled gently and said, my name is Bai Shui, and I'm also a member of the Criminal Investigation Division. Oh my goodness, a female detective? This is the first time I've ever seen such a beautiful female detective. Lu Tianpei said, pretty, isn't she? She's my subordinate. Jealous? Su Sainan rolled her eyes, not a bit. With your attitude, even the beautiful ladies wouldn't give you a second glance. Tu Sainan rolled her eyes, not at all. With your attitude, no beauty would even give you a second glance. I'm telling you, a woman's intuition tells me you don't stand a chance. She then silently looked at Lu Chen, and her meaningful gaze made everyone present understand. Lu Chen and Bai Shui were both startled, and for some inexplicable reason, they found themselves looking at each other. It was precisely this exchange of glances that allowed Lu Chen to notice a faint blush on Bai Shui's face. Seeing this, the crowd grew even more rowdy. Oh yeah. He's handsome and she's beautiful, they're both young and promising. I think they're a good match. You think so too? Ha, what a coincidence, I think so too. Making such a joke didn't bother Lu Chen much, but he noticed that Bai Shui had already lowered her head. He cleared his throat softly, coughing a few times. Alright, that's enough. I see you all are very gossipy. I'm just a colleague of Officer Bai. Don't get any ideas. If you're not thinking nonsense, then don't. Your sister Nan doesn't want to gossip anymore. You don't want such a beautiful policewoman? Leave her for me. Saying this, Tasanen stood up, called out to Bai Shui, and the two girls went to the barbecue stall with great interest to select their favorite ingredients to grill. Meanwhile, on the field, only the boys remained. Lu Tianpei nudged Lu Chen's arm. He whispered to him, tell me, how far have you gotten with Bai Shui? Lu Chen sighed helplessly, you're so nosy. Lu Tianpei smiled, giving him a look that said, you just now realized I'm this nosy? It's really just a colleague relationship. Lu Chen answered honestly. Lu Tianpei looked skeptical, how is that possible? I invited Bai Shui to come out with me this time, but she refused. Later, I told her to come too, and she finally agreed to come along. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen looked utterly surprised. Wow, he really didn't know that. Was Bai Shui here because she knew he was coming? Chapter 50, The Bamboo Forest Snake Venom Case. Seeing Lu Chen's astonished expression, Lu Tianpei realized, so you really didn't know. Did I say something I shouldn't have? Lu Chen smiled and said, I don't think so. Lu Tianpei nodded as if in agreement, then said solemnly, this matter. Don't worry, I won't mention it to Officer Bai. That's good. From what I can tell, Bai Shui is interested in you, buddy. Don't miss this chance. I believe in you, keep it up. Lu Tianpei whispered quietly, then slipped away to the barbecue stall, acting as if nothing had happened. As for Lu Chen, he simply lay back and stretched out under the open sky. He glanced to the left at the spot where Bai Shui had been sitting, then recalled her expression when she had faced him. Lu Chen couldn't help but think about it a little more. Whether in his previous life or this one, it was quite difficult to encounter a girl whom he found appealing in every way. You have to consider the sweetness of romance between a man and a woman. Let your hormones run wild for once. Besides, I'm not exactly a spring chicken anymore, and my parents are constantly nagging me. Having such a beautiful wife would make my parents over the moon. If it's really worth a try, he thinks it might be a good idea. However, Bai Shui, it's still a bit difficult to take it down. Lu Chen didn't think too deeply about it. After all, besides his career development, he also had to consider things like a house and a car. These were the real priorities. After all his hard work over the past few months, he has successfully saved up 200,000 yuan. With a little more effort, he'll have enough for the down payment on an apartment in the city center. As for love and relationships, he's decided to just go with the flow. If it comes, accept it. If it doesn't, don't force it. Yeah, that's how it is. Happy times always seem so short. The sky has grown dark. Before it got completely dark, everyone packed up their things and descended the mountain. They checked into the guest house they had booked in advance, which was located in a village halfway up the mountain. Although the village is accessible by road, most of the houses are made of earth and wood, and the guest house where they stayed was also quite simple. In one room, there is only simple furniture and 2 small single beds. Lu Chen shared a room with Lu Tianpei. Lu Tianpei collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep immediately, snoring loudly like someone playing the erhu. The next morning, it was still barely light out. Lu Tianpei opened his eyes and sat up abruptly, scratching his ears and rubbing his cheeks. He took down the mirror hanging on the wall, a relic from the 1990s, and suddenly noticed that his head was covered in red spots. Oh my goodness, what's going on? In just one night, my scalp is all messed up? Lu Chen, who was sleeping leaning against the wall, was startled awake by Lu Tianpei. He murmured, I forgot to tell you, there are lice on the pillow. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Tianpei furrowed his brow in confusion. What? You know the pillow isn't clean and there are lice on it, and you didn't tell me? Lu Chen said, I only noticed it in the middle of the night, and you were asleep earlier than a duck and sleeping as soundly as a pig. Will I have a chance to tell you? Lu Tianpei slapped his forehead. Indeed, he had slept so soundly last night that he had no idea what had happened. There was no point in saying anything now. He hurriedly got up and ran into the bathroom to wash his hair. Lu Chen found it somewhat amusing and shook his head. Just as he was about to go back to sleep, suddenly, a woman's loud cries echoed from outside the village. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Gu-ernia was bitten to death by a snake. Immediately, a commotion erupted, and many villagers came out of their homes one after another. Upon hearing the shouts, Lu Chen could no longer sleep. He quickly got up and listened carefully. Someone outside was shouting that someone had died. He immediately opened the door and walked out onto the balcony. Lu Tianpei, who was in the bathroom, also heard the commotion and asked, What's going on outside? It's so noisy? Lu Chen ran into the room, found his toolbox, and replied, Someone has died in the village. What? Someone died? Before Lu Tianpei could react, Lu Chen had already slung his toolbox over his back and headed downstairs. Wait for me. Lu Tianpei was halfway through washing his hair when he realized he didn't have time to continue, so he just rinsed it off, wiped himself with a towel, and tossed it aside. He hurriedly put on his pants, didn't even bother to fasten his belt, grabbed his jacket, and rushed out the door. At that moment, a crowd of villagers had gathered in a bamboo grove near the village. Make way, make way. Lu Chen pushed his way through the crowd and arrived at the scene, only to find that the situation had already been effectively controlled. Old Wang, Old Zhan, and Bai Shui had set up temporary warning signs outside and stretched a rope to mark the boundary. At the center of the crime scene, Tasenan and Xiong were performing initial cleanup on a body lying on the ground. The face of the corpse was pale, and there were highly exaggerated bruises and swelling on the right forearm. Lu Chen set down his toolbox, took out his tools and reagents to help with the cleanup, and asked at the same time, What's going on? Tu Sainan cleaned up while relaying the key information to Lu Chen. This morning, a villager got up as usual to pass through the bamboo grove, only to find villager Gu-ernia lying on the ground. His hands were severely swollen, and his face was pale. She was so frightened that she rushed back to the village to call for help. At that time, I happened to be getting up in the middle of the night. Upon hearing the cries, I rushed to the scene immediately and had Officer Bai notify Old Wang and the others. When I arrived, the person was already dead. Judging from the stiffness of the body, the time of death had exceeded 10 hours. There were no obvious wounds on the body surface. However, there were 2 sharp small holes at the swollen areas. Based on the spacing between the holes and the severe signs of poisoning on the deceased, these were likely caused by a snake. After obtaining first-hand information, Lu Chen nodded and got to work cleaning the area. The two divided their tasks and worked together, carefully examining the deceased's body surface. After a thorough observation, they did not find any other wounds. The only injuries on the body were bite marks on the arms. Dr. Lu, Ms. Nan, the biological trace analysis from the crime scene is complete. No bloodstains or evidence of a second person were found. Xiong is truly a genius. Without any trace detection equipment, he managed to prepare a phenol solution using simple materials. He then loaded the solution into a spray bottle and sprayed it, achieving the desired fluorescent tracking effect. Based on the initial examination of the traces on the body, it appears that the victim was bitten by a highly venomous snake in the bamboo grove and died from the poison. Furthermore, forensic analysis revealed no signs of human presence around the body, which further corroborates this hypothesis. So, is this a case of natural accidental death? Of course not. Chapter 51, Multiple Loop Toxin, the toxin enzyme of the bamboo leaf snake. Ding, snake venom murder case detected. Solving the case successfully will earn you 2,000 merit points. The system's alert made Lu Chen realize that this case was far more complicated than it appeared on the surface. Bai Shui, have you contacted the local police station yet? Lu Chen looked at Bai Shui and asked. Bai Shui nodded and said, We've made contact. They're already on their way and should arrive in about 20 minutes. A hearse from the funeral home is also on its way to transport the body. Alright, I'll follow the funeral home vehicle with Sainan and Xiongxiong to the forensic lab to conduct further examinations on the body using advanced equipment. You will be responsible for assisting Captain Liu and his team with their work and coordinating with the local police and residents. Upon receiving notification of the case filing, you will collaborate with the criminal investigators assigned to the case to conduct the investigation. Alright. The place they came to visit was a small county town within the city called Feng County. Like Yuanshan County, Feng County is characterized by rolling hills and relatively underdeveloped economic conditions. The county police bureau does not have a criminal investigation division. This case occurred suddenly and was coincidentally encountered by the Criminal Investigation Division of Anjiang County and the 2nd Criminal Investigation Team of the Municipal Bureau, who reported the matter to higher authorities. If there is evidence to prove that the death was not natural, the case will be classified as a criminal investigation. This will be a collaborative case, with the Anjiang County Criminal Investigation Brigade taking the lead and the forensic experts from the Municipal Bureau's 2nd Criminal Investigation Team providing assistance. Therefore, Old Wang and Old Zhan have already returned to the County Bureau to prepare materials, while Bai Shui remains at the scene to coordinate and gather more investigative information, which will facilitate a more efficient resolution of the case. 15 minutes later, a convoy of police cars from Feng County Police Bureau arrived at the scene. The hearse led the way, transporting the body back to the county funeral home. The remaining police officers stayed behind to conduct an investigation. First, they verified the basic information with Bai Shui and Lu Tianpei. After understanding the situation, they spoke with the villagers to gather information about the deceased. Bai Shui accompanied them throughout the process. Sometimes, because the local residents spoke in a dialect that Bai Shui couldn't understand, she would ask the police officers for clarification and immediately record the information in her notebook. As for Lu Tianpei, having been the head of the Criminal Investigation Division for so long, he had no habit of taking notes. He leisurely followed behind, constantly scratching his head until his scalp was raw. Due to the unbearable itching, he had completely lost his ability to think about the case. Lu Chen and Tu Sainan extracted blood samples from Guerniu and conducted various blood tests. They also conducted more precise instrument examinations on his body surface. During the process, Bai Shui sent 3 videos to Lu Chen. Xiong, project the videos onto the screen. Yes. The first video is a compilation of police officers investigating villagers, which summarizes several important points. First, Guerniu does not have a job in the village and does not have a wife or children. He makes a living by growing vegetables in the fields and hunting wild game in the mountains to sell for money. Though their life wasn't exactly luxurious, they had enough to eat and drink, played cards and chess, and lived an extremely carefree and enjoyable life. Second, Guerniu was a great lover of alcohol and had been drinking with several villagers on the day of the incident. Third, according to several people who were drinking with him, Guerniu had been drinking when he suddenly remembered he had an appointment and left the drinking session. Fourth, snake bites in the mountains are a common occurrence in the village, and many people have grown accustomed to them. Additionally, there is a highly venomous snake in the bamboo grove known as the bamboo leaf green snake. The first segment of the video primarily consists of footage of the handwritten notes recorded by Bai Shui in her notebook. 4 important pieces of information were obtained. The second video shows a conversation between Guerniu's older brother, Feng Xingxiang, and the police. According to the report, although Guerniu was adopted by the family and has no blood relation with Feng Xingxiang, the 2 brothers have always had a harmonious relationship, even closer than that of biological brothers. Upon hearing the news of Guerniu's death, Feng Xingxiang bowed his head in sorrow. Later, Feng Xingxiang's wife wept uncontrollably, wailing in grief. She shouted that Guerniu couldn't have died under such suspicious circumstances, someone must have killed her. Feng Xingxiang tried to comfort her. However, when the police asked her why she said that, she remained silent for a long time, only crying. After crying for a while, she stubbornly said, "This is my intuition. I feel that there must be more to this than meets the eye." The third video is surveillance footage from the village entrance, showing Guerniu walking quickly from the main road toward a small path leading into the bamboo grove. After watching the 3 videos, Lu Chen and the others were all deep in thought. After finishing all their tasks, the appraisal results were also released. The conclusion reached was that this death was highly unreasonable. Following clinical testing, a certain amount of alcohol was detected in the deceased's body, confirming that they had consumed alcohol prior to death. Additionally, the body contained multiple lethal polypeptide enzymes, characteristic of polycyclic toxins derived from the venom of the bamboo leaf green snake. Both of these points have been confirmed by information obtained by the police. The most critical point is that, apart from the 2 snake-like holes, there were no other wounds, not even any skin abrasions or bloodstains. Based on this evidence, it can be concluded that the victim died from the venom of a bamboo leaf green snake, having accidentally entered the bamboo forest and been bitten by the venomous snake. However, the peculiarity lies here. If it was indeed Guerniu who was bitten by the bamboo leaf snake while inside the bamboo grove, why didn't he react at all in the first place? There were no traces of movement on the ground or marks from friction against the stone bench. After being bitten by a snake, he remained completely motionless, showing no signs of reaction? This is utterly inexplicable. Unless the person himself had already accepted his fate and, after being bitten by the bamboo leaf viper, lay down obediently to await death. However, Coroner showed no signs of suicide. Both his condition in the surveillance footage and the reactions of the villagers indicated that he was alive and well, there was no way he would want to die. Sainan analyzed the information he had gathered so far along with the technical findings. After a thorough analysis, significant inconsistencies remain. Just lying there waiting to die without resisting, etc., besides being a matter of self-will, it could also be non-self-will. For example, what if you're drunk? Xiong suddenly said. Impossible, the alcohol concentration in his body couldn't have caused him to lose consciousness like that. Moreover, he was bitten by a bamboo leaf snake, and his arm was so swollen that even if he was drunk, he would have woken up with a start. Lu Chen immediately dismissed his guess and said, alcohol is definitely out of the question, but I think your line of thinking is correct. Since the other person is a normal human being, a normal person bitten by a snake would definitely react. If they didn't react, it means they couldn't react. They were in a state of unconsciousness. Sainan and Xiong found this reasonable and continued to think along these lines, saying, external means that can immediately put someone into a comatose state. It must be a sedative. Chapter 52, there's something fishy about this wound. However, we did not detect any halogen compounds produced by the metabolism of inhaled anesthetics on the deceased's body. Sainan asked doubtfully. In response, Lu Chen shook his head and said, the absence of detection does not necessarily mean that the deceased did not inhale anesthetics before death. Anesthetics are divided into halogenated and non-halogenated types. Halogenated anesthetics are metabolized by the liver, and their metabolic byproducts, halogens fluorine, can be detected through testing methods. Non-halogenated anesthetics primarily contain nitrous oxide, commonly known as laughing gas, which is not metabolized in the body. After inhalation, the nitrogen produced is expelled through the respiratory tract and does not leave any chemical residues in the body. Our testing methods cannot detect it. Sainan said, however, things that cannot be detected by technical means can only remain in the realm of speculation. We cannot use this as evidence to request the Criminal Investigation Department to initiate an investigation. Lu Chen nodded and said, so, this is where our technical capabilities are put to the test. This case has significant discrepancies. If we don't make some progress in the forensic investigation and establish a direction for the case, this would significantly delay the investigation process and prolong the time required to uncover the truth. From a professional standpoint, this is a clear indication of incompetence on our part. Lu Chen's words moved Sainan and Xiong deeply. Sainan smiled gently, Dr. Lu, rumors don't compare to meeting in person. Today, I finally understand. Why were you able to shine so brightly in the industry in such a short time? Even the usually arrogant old Lu treats you with respect. In response to the flattery, Lu Chen merely smiled faintly and shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Although I'm just an intern forensic pathologist, my professional skills are quite decent. If there's anything you need help with, just let me know. I'll assist you. Lu Chen put on a brand new pair of gloves and nodded. I actually do have something I need your help with. Prepare a set of mirror tubes, get the beaker instruments, take some tissue from the wound, and prepare for flushing the mirror. I need to perform a lateral subcutaneous tissue incision surgery. Lu Chen mentioned this, but it's a highly precise and challenging surgical procedure, involving the creation of a clean incision within the epidermal layer. Observe the specific shape of the subcutaneous wound. This requires extremely high forensic technical skills. Even the slightest mishandling can damage the shape of the wound, making it difficult to fully expose the incision wound. It is essential to be meticulous in every detail, ensuring that each step is executed with precision and care. Even experienced forensic pathologists at provincial-level departments dare not claim a 100% success rate. Therefore, Sainan and Xiong also showed expressions of shock on their faces. Do you think there's something fishy going on below the wound? Yes. But performing this surgery under these conditions is likely to be. Rest assured, just follow my instructions. I have a clear understanding of my own capabilities. Lu Chen spoke with confidence and authority. Sainan was also deeply impressed. In the forensic lab, Lu Chen seemed to possess a special charm that instilled a strong sense of trust in him. Without saying much, Sainan immediately sprang into action. Xiong, go prepare the camera and film the entire process, especially the cross-section of the wound. Make sure to capture it clearly. Alright. Xiong went down to prepare the filming equipment. Once everything was in place, Lu Chen began to work diligently. During the surgery, Lu Chen's hands were steady, and every step was performed with precision. Sainan assisted by his side, not daring to breathe a word. Soon, Lu Chen skillfully used his expertise to extract the debris from the subcutaneous layer through a mirror tube, then made a precise incision with a single stroke. The side profile of the wound, where the bite marks were located, was clearly visible before him. Xiong, hurry up and record it. Yes. While recording the video, Xiong took several photos of the wound from different angles. After the successful surgery, upon reviewing the photographic evidence, they noticed that one of the two holes caused by the snake bite had a larger diameter. Additionally, when viewed from the side, the larger hole exhibited an additional linear, deeper mark extending inward. This is a major discovery. After all, normally, snake teeth are curved, and when they bite, they form curved, deep marks under the skin. However, in one of the holes, a straight line entry mark was discovered, and this mark is deeper than the curved marks that penetrate into the body. A sharp object with a diameter similar to that of a snake's fang entered the body in a straight line. What could this object be? It's a needle. The deceased was bitten by a snake and simultaneously used the needle to inject something through this hole. But what did he inject? Was it a lethal substance? Seinen and Xiong speculated on the significant discoveries made after the surgery based on the wound traces. Based on the depth and length of the object entering the hole, it is highly likely that the object is a needle hole. Based on the degree of blood clotting at the wound, the time between the snake bite and the needle entering the body is no more than 3 seconds. Therefore, it is impossible to conclude whether the individual was bitten by the snake first or administered the injection before the bite occurred. The preconceived notion is that the person was bitten by the snake first, and then the injection was administered. But where is the shot? It wasn't found on the deceased or at the scene. Moreover, why inject a needle into the snake bite wound and make it so hidden? Is it to avoid being discovered? Chapter 53, Wow. I've never heard of such a way to kill someone before. The emergence of new clues has made this case even more mysterious. The number of unreasonable clues is growing, leaving Seinen and Xiong momentarily overwhelmed, unable to effectively utilize and connect these clues. As they analyzed further, they realized that something was amiss everywhere. And this was Lu Chen's specialty. He gestured for Seinen to calm down first, then organized his thoughts and spoke. Seinen, your analysis was wrong from the very first step. The conclusions drawn from the body indicate that the needle marks and bite marks were made at approximately the same time. We are unable to determine the sequence of events, so we must now engage in hypothetical discussions based on different scenarios. In the first scenario, as you mentioned, Gu Erniu was bitten by a snake first, and then needle marks appeared. In this case, the most likely scenario is that Gu Erniu had an antidote on him and administered it to himself. Alternatively, the second person at the scene administered the injection to him. However, based on the existing on-site evidence, Gu Erniu was in a comatose state at the time, and the only possible scenario was that the second person, who left no traces at the scene, administered the injection. Since the injection was administered by a second individual who left no traces at the scene, the substance injected into Gu Erniu could not have been an antidote. Lu Chen said, then took out Gu Erniu's test report from the side. In his body, we only detected alcohol and the toxins from bamboo leaf venom. The alcohol was from drinking before he entered the bamboo grove, and there was no reason for the second person at the scene to inject him with alcohol after Gu Erniu had lost the ability to resist. Therefore, it can be concluded that the substance injected through the needle hole must be the toxin from the bamboo leaf snake. Following Lu Chen's line of reasoning, it was concluded that the substance injected through the needle hole was indeed the toxin of the bamboo leaf viper. Seinen and Xiong both widened their eyes in astonishment. If the substance injected was the toxin from the bamboo leaf snake, then this case wouldn't be an accidental death, it would be a murder case. Seeing the shocked expressions on their faces, Lu Chen did not stop. Seizing the moment, he continued, the first conclusion we can draw is that this was a murder committed by human hands. However, there is still an inconsistency. Since Gu Erniu had already been bitten by a snake, why would the murderer go to the trouble of injecting the venom of the bamboo leaf snake through a needle hole? Lu Chen's words made the two of them realize the truth. Right, why is that? Seinen scratched his face with his index finger and asked in confusion. Lu Chen didn't respond immediately but instead used the other person's unreasonable point to present a second hypothesis. So, this brings us to the second possibility. Let's consider whether this possibility might be more reasonable. Lu Chen smiled lightly and said, the second possibility is that there was a needle-like wound first, followed by the snake's bite marks. The needle hole is easy to explain. The perpetrator had planned from the start to murder Gu Erniu in the bamboo grove. Since the crime was classified as murder from the start, following the killer's logic and the information we have, Gu Erniu left the main road in a hurry. He had an appointment with someone and came to this bamboo grove intentionally, rather than arriving there by accident. There were no signs of another person at the scene, nor any traces of a struggle. Could it be that the person who made the appointment with Gu Erniu secretly used an inhalable anesthetic non-halogenated, such as nitrous oxide, to render Gu Erniu unconscious? While he was unconscious, they injected a toxic substance into his hand with a syringe, intending to poison him to death. Then, he used the fangs of a pre-prepared bamboo leaf snake to bite the needle hole. This explains why the needle hole and snake bite were aligned. The suspect wanted to conceal the actual wound. The disguise as Gu Erniu was intended to create the false impression that he had been accidentally bitten by a snake and died from poisoning. Lu Chen's analysis left Seinen and the others speechless. What had previously seemed like a confusing jumble of information was now clear as day, and their minds suddenly felt refreshed. Moreover, Lu Chen's second hypothesis perfectly explained numerous inconsistencies. Tu Sainan looked at Lu Chen with admiration. Lu Chen, I'm starting to wonder if you're a forensic pathologist or a detective. At that moment, Xiong seemed to still be a bit confused. He hummed and asked, Dust brother, there's one thing I still don't understand. Why didn't the murderer of Gu Ernia take advantage of Gu Ernia's unconscious state and have the bamboo leaf snake bite him directly? Wouldn't that have been a more perfect plan? It must be said that Tu Sainan and Xiong are both quite intelligent. Lu Chen's line of thinking is so intricate that the average person might not even be able to keep up. However, the two of them were able to fully follow Lu Chen's line of thinking and even offer their own insights. This is truly remarkable. Snakes do not attack stationary targets, especially those under human control, as they have very little aggression. Gu Ernia was drugged into unconsciousness, and the snake couldn't sense his movement, so it wouldn't attack him. Moreover, the most critical point is that the bamboo leaf green snake is extremely difficult to capture and poses a significant danger. Therefore, the bamboo leaf green snakes that are typically kept in captivity have had their venom extracted. They are not inherently toxic. Lu Chen's words made Xiong suddenly realize. You mean the real deadly snake venom comes from the syringe, not the venom injected from the snake's fangs? Lu Chen nodded with a smile, exactly. Xiong understood immediately, revealing a row of white teeth, his joy evident on his face. This feeling was akin to solving a difficult problem, the excitement and joy that comes with finding the answer. That's fantastic, Chen Gu. I know exactly what to do next. I also understand why you deliberately separated the capillary residues into two parts when cutting the cross-section. Because if the traces of the bamboo leaf snake's bite contain toxins, an enzyme reaction can be detected conversely, if there are none. It would indicate that Gu Ernia died from the injected toxin, confirming that all these inferences are correct. This is a murder case. Lu Chen smiled and nodded in praise, smart. However, to be on the safe side, remember to perform an enzyme detection test on the needle hole traces as well. In this way, we can truly ensure that there will be no mistakes. 3 hours later, the inspection results were out. Consistent with Lu Chen's hypothesis, the enzyme reaction was detected in the direction of the needle marks, while no enzyme reaction was detected in the direction of the poisonous fang's bite marks. After receiving the report, Lu Chen handed the report he had prepared in advance to Tu Sainan. This one is for your municipal bureau. Please call the municipal bureau leadership immediately. I will also immediately notify the county bureau and inform Bureau Chief Chen of our forensic team's conclusions. Alright. Upon receiving Tu Sainan's report, the municipal bureau immediately ordered the county bureau to investigate. Chen Jiawei had already been informed of the details by Lu Chen, so he immediately instructed the Criminal Investigation Division of Anjiang County to investigate the case. Ding ding ding. Ding ding. Soon, Lu Tianpei's phone rang. It was Chen Jiawei calling. Lu Tianpei had been lurking around the village for some time, but since the case had not yet been classified, there was nothing for him, an out-of-town detective, to do. So during this waiting period, he spent his time figuring out how to get rid of lice. After using the old man's traditional method, his scalp finally started to feel better. Lu Tianpei, here we go again. The municipal bureau has issued an order. After confirmation by the forensic department, this homicide has been determined to be a homicide case and classified as a major case. The homicide case in Gejia Village, Feng County, has been assigned to our Anjiang County Criminal Investigation Division for investigation. The deadline is 48 hours. Chen Jiawei's words startled Lu Tianpei, who then exclaimed in disbelief, What? Isn't this case supposed to be prioritized as a natural death? How could it be upgraded to a criminal homicide case in such a short time? Has the Feng County Police Department already obtained substantial evidence? Chen Jiawei laughed. Just 20 minutes ago, Lu Chen and two forensic experts from the Municipal Bureau provided strong evidence proving that the deceased did not die of natural causes. He indeed died from poisoning, but the source of the toxin was not from the bamboo leaf snake, but from an intentional injection. Upon hearing this answer, even Lu Tianpei, with his extensive criminal investigation experience, couldn't help but be utterly shocked. Wow, you can kill someone like that? I've never heard of this in all my years. Yeah, that's all thanks to Lu Chen and his team for their keen insight and professional expertise. Otherwise, this case would have been difficult to resolve in a short period of time. Alright, I won't bother you anymore. I'll have someone send the detailed information to your phone. Old Wang and Old Zhan have already arrived with their teams. Once you've reviewed the materials, immediately launch the criminal investigation. Within 48 hours, I want this case solved neatly and efficiently. Lu Tianpei stood at attention and shouted, Yes, Chief Chen, rest assured, I will complete the task. Chapter 54, What? The murderer has been found? After hanging up the phone, Lu Tianpei opened the documents on his phone and looked at the forensic report. Lu Tianpei read the deductions inside and couldn't help but praise, "Impressive, Lu Chen, you're quite the one. No wonder I picked him, he's truly exceptional. Your logical analysis is spot on." Since I'm not particularly familiar with the case, and given that the criminal investigation team includes Lu Chen, who is a forensic expert of legendary status, Lu Tianpei's first thought at that moment was naturally to call Lu Chen and seek his advice. If Lu Chen already had a direction and plan for the investigation, that would be even better. After listening to the plan, I feel it is feasible and we can simply follow Lu Chen's approach. Hey, anyway, old Wang and the others haven't arrived yet. Investigating on my own won't get me anywhere, so I might as well ask Lu Chen. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Having made up his mind, Lu Tianpei called Lu Chen. To his delight, Lu Chen not only answered the call but also volunteered to assist with the case, and he was already on his way. In response, Lu Tianpei couldn't stop praising him. Sigh, with Lu Chen around, being the squad leader is so easy. Soon, Lu Chen and the other two arrived at the village, following the local police car. Upon arriving, they immediately joined Lu Tianpei and Bai Shui without exchanging much small talk. Instead, they got straight to the point: the reconstruction of the crime scene, how the murderer committed the crime, and a dynamic simulation of how Gu Erniu was killed have already been prepared. Now, the investigation needs to focus on identifying the murderer. And to find the murderer, one must naturally seek out the motive for the crime. Gu Erniu had a wide social circle in the village and was generally well liked. As for those who have a grudge against him, it seems that the only ones are Gudato and his three brothers. Coincidentally, Gudato happens to be a snake catcher who makes a living by raising snakes and selling their venom. This individual had a motive for the crime, as well as the time and means to carry it out. Therefore, he will be listed as the prime suspect. Lu, you will be in charge of leading the investigation. Meanwhile, I'll go with Bai Shui and the others to Feng Shengxiang's house to gather more details about Gu Erniu. In response to Lu Chen's suggestion, Lu Tianpei made an okay gesture with his hands. He then turned to the criminal investigators and said, "You all heard what the forensic doctor said. Act quickly and split up to investigate." Yes. Lu Tianpei arrived at Gudaito's home with his men. At that moment, Gudaitu had just returned from catching a nest of snakes of various species and was throwing them into the enclosure where he kept venomous snakes. Gudaito's younger brother and several women skillfully used tools to lift the venomous snakes from their respective enclosures, grasp their heads, and make them bite onto glass cups to extract the yellow venom from their bodies. The onlookers were left speechless by the sight. The venomous snakes, which seem like nightmares in everyday life, were as weak as paper in these people's hands, offering no resistance at all. They obediently surrender their venom. Especially the tactic of luring the venomous snake to bite the glass cup caught the attention of the detectives. After all, based on the reconstruction of the case, the murderer had indeed used the venomous snake to attack the victim. Moreover, the three brothers of Gudaitu had a significant grudge against Gu Erniu. While working, Gudaitu heard footsteps in the distance. He looked up and saw a group of police officers in uniform. He stared in shock for a moment, then instinctively threw the snake he was holding away. He stood up straight and asked in a dazed voice, "Officer, what's going on here?" Old Wang said, "You're Gudaitu, right? We're from the Criminal Investigation Division. We're here to ask you a few questions. Is it related to Gu Erniu's death?" Old Wang nodded. "Alright, you guys go inside and wait for me. I'll finish up what I'm doing here." Saying that, he called out toward the inside, "Kid, pour some tea and invite the police officers in to sit down." Soon, in Gudaito's living room, everyone was seated on chairs. Before the detectives could ask any questions, Gudaito couldn't hold back any longer and exclaimed excitedly, "Officer, everyone in the village is saying that Gu Erniu was killed by a poisonous snake in the bamboo grove. It was premeditated. They say someone instructed the snake to bite Gu Erniu to death. Just because I had a feud with Erniu and my family raises snakes, they accused me of doing it. Don't listen to those people. I, Gudaitu, do raise snakes, but I raise cobras, not bamboo vipers. And they turned me into some kind of monster. I don't have the magic to make snakes obey me like that. We snake keepers have techniques for catching snakes, but making them obey isn't like those foreign folks who can play a flute or something." Lu Tianpei reassured him, "Gudaitu, don't be nervous. We're here to verify some details about the incident that occurred on the day in question. Rumors stop with the wise. The facts will be investigated by the police. We will not wrong an innocent person." Upon hearing Lu Tianpei's words, Gudaitu, who had been agitated and restless, finally calmed down a little. Seeing that he had calmed down a bit, Old Wang asked, "Can you tell us about the feud between you and Gu Erniu? What exactly happened that caused the feud?" "Erniu and I are from the same clan. If you trace it back, he's actually my great-grandfather's brother. Back then, our relationship wasn't great, but it wasn't so bad that we had any major conflicts. It was 2 years ago when Gu Erniu set traps in a pond in Shitong and caught some eels and crayfish. On the way, he accidentally bumped into the snake trap I was using, and a snake slipped into the cage, causing him to be bitten by the snake. However, that snake was one whose venom I had diluted, so it was non-venomous. Because of this, he felt very upset, and the next day, he scattered real snake venom all over the cage of snakes I had hanging on the tree by my front door. All the snakes in the cage died, and this led to a huge argument between us, even coming to blows. From that day on, I never spoke to him again. Old Wan listened to Godido's introduction and recorded the key points. Meanwhile, Lu Tianpei closely observed Godido's words and actions, as well as his facial expressions and demeanor while speaking. Alright, next question. You mentioned that you had a decent relationship with Gu Erniu before. Do you know who he is close with? Well, he was definitely close with the Feng Xingxiang family. Though they weren't biological brothers, they were closer than brothers. Gu Erniu not only regarded Feng Xingxiang as his own older brother in everyday life, but also treated Feng Xingxiang's son as his own. He treated them just like his own son, with no difference at all. As for the rest of the family, those so-called friends who only care about drinking and eating, they're neither close nor distant, there's no real bond between them. Could you elaborate on the specific qualities that made Feng Xingxiang and Gu Erniu such good friends? What is the reason for their good relationship? Godado thought for a moment and then said, well, this goes back to the time when Feng Xingxiang was about to have a child. Originally, the two of them weren't particularly close, but during that time, Feng Xingxiang was working away from home, and the entire family relied on Gu Erniu to take care of things. Feng Xingxiang was deeply grateful for this, and upon returning to his hometown, their relationship quickly grew much closer, becoming as close as brothers. The two families rarely had any conflicts and always lived in harmony. Alright, next question. The two asked and answered questions, and the QA session concluded. As Godido and his brothers watched Lu Tianpei and the others leave, Lu Tianpei said, I observed Godido's language state throughout the entire process. His facial expressions matched his words. This proves that he did not hesitate while speaking. Moreover, judging from his facial expressions, it did not seem like he was acting, he was genuinely excited and afraid of being wrongly accused and misunderstood. Therefore, I believe he is not lying, he is telling the truth. Old Wang nodded in agreement with Lu Tianpei. Moreover, the most critical point is that in the case, snake venom was first injected into the wound using a needle, and then the venomous snake was guided to bite the wound accurately. However, I noticed that earlier, when they used the venomous snake to extract the venom, they were able to easily make the snake attack a specific target, which is different from what we had previously imagined. If it was indeed one of the three brothers led by Godido who did this, then the needle injection would be superfluous. After knocking someone unconscious, simply have the venomous snake attack them directly. Other detectives shared the same approach, first use the needle hole, then use non-venomous snakes to cover the wounds. This indicates that the perpetrator was not familiar with snakes, effectively ruling out the suspicion of the Gu family's three brothers. If it wasn't them, then who could the murderer be? At the entrance to Feng Xingxiang's house, his wife was squatting outside washing clothes. Meanwhile, Feng Xingxiang was using some kind of bruise ointment to wipe his hands. Upon seeing Lu Chen and the other police officers arrive, Feng Xingxiang quickly lowered his sleeves to cover his arms and stuffed the ointment on the table into his pocket. Bai Shui had previously accompanied the police to Feng Xingxiang's home, and Feng Xingxiang and his wife recognized her. Officer Bai, has there been any progress regarding my brother's case? Feng Xingxiang approached and asked with concern. Bai Shui replied in official language, the police have opened an investigation and determined it was a homicide. Furthermore, the murderer administered a lethal dose of poison via an injection using a syringe. Upon hearing Bai Shui's words, Feng Xingxiang's eyes flashed with panic, but he quickly realized he had lost his composure and turned angry. He shouted, my brother was murdered. There's no doubt about it, it was those three brothers from the Gu family who did it. The three of them have always been at odds with my brother, and their family raises snakes, so they have a large supply of snake venom at home. Lu Chen furrowed his brows slightly, observing Feng Xingxiang's every move with a scrutinizing gaze. Was his behavior a bit too extreme? It's like he's always on edge, hiding something deep down that he's afraid of being discovered. Moreover, although Feng Xingxiang moved quickly just now, he still noticed the large and small bite marks on his arms and hands. Was he afraid someone would see? If he hadn't done anything wrong, why would he be so nervous? Moreover, the most important point is that when he heard that Gu Erniu had been murdered, Feng Xingxiang's first reaction was not anger or sadness, but panic. These reactions indicate that Feng Xingxiang, who was like a father to his younger brother, had serious issues. If it weren't for the lack of a motive, Lu Chen would have been 90% certain that Feng Xingxiang was the murderer based solely on his recent behavior. But the crux of the matter lies here, as Gu Erniu's best older brother, why would Feng Xingxiang kill Gu Erniu? Without revealing his true thoughts, Lu Chen deliberately paid attention to the reaction of Feng Xingxiang's wife behind him. When she heard that Gu Erniu had been injected with poison and died, her hands paused noticeably. It seemed both unexpected and as if she had anticipated it all along. Thinking back to when Lu Chen first saw the video Bai Shui had sent him. At the time, she wanted to say something, but was comforted and stopped by Feng Xingxiang. Watching that video back then didn't seem particularly noteworthy, but looking back now, the issue is much more serious. What are these two hiding from us? Mr. Feng, please calm down. I know Gu Erniu's death has been a huge blow to you. However, as law enforcement, we cannot make arrests or close cases without proper evidence. Everything must be based on facts. We are here today to solve this case as soon as possible and give Gu Ernia the justice he deserves. Lu Chen smiled, calmed the other party down, and then had Bai Shui question Feng Xingxiang. Meanwhile, he took the opportunity to walk around the courtyard. While the fire was being lit, he discreetly motioned for 2 detectives to come over, then instructed them to check inside Feng Xingxiang's house and the backyard. Shortly afterward, the 2 detectives emerged and informed Lu Chen that there were signs of disturbed soil in the backyard. They searched the area but found nothing buried there. Lu Chen nodded to indicate he understood, then went to take a look around Feng Xingxiang's neighbor's house. After some inquiries, he learned that Feng Xingxiang had left early that morning and gone to the hill at the village entrance. As Lu Chen made his move, he noticed that Feng Xingxiang's attention had been fixed on him the entire time. This only confirmed Lu Chen's suspicion that Feng Xingxiang was up to something. Feng Xingxiang is very likely the murderer. He hid the murder weapon in the courtyard but probably felt it wasn't safe, so he moved it to the hill. You 2 stay here and keep watch. I'll go with Xiao Zhang and Xiao Lu to search the mountain. The 3 arrived at the hill where the villagers had pointed, and it was reported that Feng Xingxiang had left on a tricycle today. Following the tracks of the tricycle, they tracked it down to a secluded thicket. This is it. Dig. Upon discovering the location, it was immediately evident that the soil below had been tampered with. The 3 dug for a while and soon uncovered a small pit, where they found a bag of red plastic bags. When they opened the plastic bag, they found various tools inside, including syringes and needles, as well as nitrous oxide medication. Among them was a bamboo chopstick engraved with several snake tooth marks. There is no doubt that these are the tools used in the crime. Great, we found the murder weapon. A forensic police officer exclaimed excitedly. Lu Chen also smiled and said, You 2, take these tools back immediately to collect fingerprints and conduct fingerprint comparisons. Alright. On his way back down the mountain, Lu Chen ran into Lu Tianpei and the others. Lu Tianpei asked, Lu Chen, what are you doing here? What's the situation? Any new leads? After conducting an investigation, we have ruled out the 3 brothers from the Gu family as suspects. They are not the murderers. This case isn't as straightforward as we thought. It looks like we'll have to find new leads and start over from scratch. Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, I don't think that's necessary. Because the murderer's tools have all been found. All that's left is to wait for the fingerprint comparison results to close the case. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianpei and the others stared in disbelief. Lu Tianpei? What did you say? Chapter 55, Oh no! Officer Bai, you've been drugged. Lu Chen's response left Lu Tianpei speechless with shock. Ha? What happened? Did you find the murder weapon? Isn't that a bit too fast? Who is the murderer? It's not certain yet, but I suspect it's Feng Xingxiang. Feng Xingxiang? Isn't he Gu Erniu's older brother? Brothers going at each other like that must have a reason. What could it be? The interrogation room will provide the answers you seek. Beep beep. Soon, Xiao Lu and his team called back, confirming through fingerprint analysis that the murderer was Feng Xingxiang. Feng Xingxiang was handcuffed and taken away in a vehicle. His wife did not cry or make a scene, but turned her head away coldly. Feng Xingxiang, with tears welling up in his eyes, resolutely looked away. In the interrogation room, Feng Xingxiang hung his head, his face ashen. Tell us, why did you kill Gu Erniu? Feng Xingxiang slowly raised his head and let out a self-deprecating snort. He asked, Can you give me a cigarette? The detective refused, saying, Do you think this is someplace you can just smoke? Lu Tianpei gave him a look, and the detective retracted his words, handing him a cigarette. Da! He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled gently. He slowly explained the reasons behind his crime. Gu Erniu and I were once the best of friends, even better than brothers. I cared for him more than I did for my own younger brother. But he? He kept it all from me. He's been having an affair with my wife for 10 years, 10 whole years. That day, I went down the mountain to work and was supposed to return in the evening, but due to a problem with the boss's schedule, I had to come back early. When I came back, I saw Gu Erniu sitting on the bed with my wife. Seeing their disheveled appearance, I knew they had just finished having an affair. I had planned to burst in and catch the adulterous couple red-handed. But their subsequent conversation made me abandon that idea, leaving me utterly disheartened. When he mentioned this, Feng Xingxiang's face showed a look of despair. It turned out that 10 years ago, this man surnamed Gu took advantage of me while I was away working to rape my wife. My wife had conservative values, and coupled with my prolonged absence from home, her initial hatred gradually turned into love. Since then, they have been together. What's even more despicable is that the son I raised for 10 years is not my biological son. I've been raising someone else's son for 10 years. I hate him so much that I'd rather cut him into 1,000 pieces than let go of this hatred in my heart. No wonder my son doesn't look like me. No wonder Gu Erjuan treats Gooden like his own son. He's his favorite, after all. The home I've worked so hard to build, only to discover in the end that I'm the real outsider. What's the point of my life? I must kill this. Feng Xingxiang spoke with tears streaming down his face, his hands trembling as he held his cigarette. Finally, he tremblingly put it into his mouth and took a drag. After he had calmed down a bit, Lu Tianpei asked, "So you came up with the series of methods to kill him in the bamboo forest?" Feng Xingxiang did not deny it. He didn't know I already knew about his affairs, so when I invited him to the bamboo grove, he had no suspicions. I drugged him with a sedative and injected him with the venom of the bamboo leaf green snake. Then, I covered the wound with detoxified bamboo leaf green. This snake was very aggressive and difficult to control. It bit my hand several times, and I finally managed to subdue it by pressing a bamboo chopstick against its upper jaw. Afterward, I had intended to harm my wife and her son as well, but I simply couldn't bring myself to do it. We had spent 10 years together, and he had called me father for 10 years. At this point, Feng Xingxiang could no longer contain his emotions and broke down in tears. Lu Chenbai and the others, who had witnessed everything outside the door, could only shake their heads helplessly. Pitiful people, how tragic. A once happy family, only to end up like this in the end. If you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. In this matter, there is no longer a question of right or wrong. From an outsider's perspective, it is difficult to judge from anyone's standpoint. However, the law will not spare any criminal. Those who take a life must pay a heavy price. After expressing their feelings, the two decided that further action was unnecessary. They would simply hand over the case to the civilian criminal investigators responsible for liaising with the court. In any case, the case had been successfully resolved. Who would have thought that just going out for a bit could lead to a murder case? It's like they won't even let us enjoy our days off. Back at the office, Lu Chen found a recliner and lay down on it. Lu Tianpei also emerged from the interrogation room at that moment. Yes, but it was another murder case. They had solved a snake venom murder case they had never encountered before. This time, our criminal investigation division has really made a name for itself again. Especially you, Dr. Lu, you're sure to get a commendation from higher-ups. Lu Chen rolled his eyes, already accustomed to it. Compared to that, I'd rather have a peaceful time now. Taking a sip of water, Lu Tianpei smiled. Heaven will bestow a great responsibility upon this person. Heaven has given you such great abilities, you must not slack off. Just look at these recent murders, they're the best proof. Wherever you go, there's a case waiting for you. What does this indicate? It means that you, Lu Chen, have the Conan physique. My young detective. Go to hell. The Feng County case has been successfully resolved, and the Anjiang County Criminal Investigation Team has once again been commended. Their reputation within the municipal bureau and even at the provincial level has skyrocketed. In this snake venom case, due to its unique modus operandi and unprecedented nature, the case files from the investigation process were honored to be included in the provincial bureau's case file library as one of the model cases. The primary investigators of this case were also honored with equivalent recognition, receiving a third-class merit award, and were invited to attend the provincial department's leadership conference. He will deliver a related speech and report to everyone. For a time, the Criminal Investigation Division of Anjiang County was the talk of the town. That day, Chen Jiawei arrived at Lu Chen's office. Lu Chen, I have good news. Xiang, the bureau chief, called me. He said that this time, within our police department, you've been selected as the youth representative to participate in the government-organized Jinjiang City Top 10 Outstanding Youth event. The Top 10 Outstanding Youth of Jinjiang City? This event was no stranger to Lu Chen. In fact, his family had been watching it on TV every year. This program is organized by the provincial government and sponsored by well-known companies within the province. It is divided into two categories, the Top 10 Outstanding Youth of the province and the Top 10 Outstanding Youth of the city. Participants will be selected from various industries to represent the leading figures of the younger generation in their respective fields. Lu Chen was truly surprised that the city bureau's spot would fall to him. After all, he was just a county-level forensic doctor with little experience. Jinjiang, one of the top 10 outstanding youths, am I representing the municipal bureau for the nomination? Lu Chen asked. No, it's not a nomination, he was directly elected. Elected? Lu Chen sucked in a sharp breath. That's right. We're a government agency. Young people selected from within the agency don't need to be voted on, they can be elected directly. But to stand out among so many police officers is no easy feat either. Chen Jiawei said happily. But why is it my turn? There must be many people in the police department who are more qualified than me, right? Ha, Lu Chen, even though you've only been on the job for a short time, you've recently solved several cases in a row, and your achievements combined are far greater than those of others in several years. Especially with the evaluation period approaching, you've also solved the bamboo forest snake venom murder case, securing a legendary case. You've set a fine example. If they don't choose you, how could the municipal bureau make a better choice? Moreover, Lu Chen, your KPIs have consistently ranked first in Anjiang County and among the top 10 in the entire municipal bureau. Besides, Lu Chen, your KPIs are consistently ranked first in Anjiang County and among the top 10 in the entire municipal bureau. Apart from those few old-timers in the Criminal Investigation Division and the Narcotics Bureau of the Municipal Bureau, among the younger generation, there is no one who can match you. Chen Jiawei praised him generously. But this isn't really a compliment, it's just the truth. Being selected for this award is like getting a gold seal of approval, which will be highly beneficial for your future development. Make sure to perform well at the conference. Chen Jiawei's words were full of encouragement. Chen Jiawei's reasoning was clear to Lu Chen, who had been selected as one of the top 10 young talents of Xinjiang. Whether within the system or in the real world, his status would be significantly elevated. More importantly, he will also be entitled to benefits and perks that are typically unavailable to others. For example, when purchasing a home in this city, with the status of one of the top 10 youth, he received significant discounts. Though the honor came too quickly, leaving him a bit uneasy, but upon thinking about it, Lu Chen had no reason to refuse. Take some time to prepare, step onto the stage, and deliver the speech. It's just a formality, nothing too difficult. Alright, Director Chen, I'll do my best and won't let you or Director Zhang down. 2 days later, the program agency's minibus arrived at Xinjiang University after picking up the top 10 young participants and their entourage for the conference. The venue was inside the indoor sports hall of Xinjiang University. As soon as they entered the campus gates, they were greeted by a crowd of students lining both sides of the path. Meanwhile, on the side representing the police department, there were also many accompanying representatives from various counties and districts. Upon seeing Lu Chen step out of the minibus, they greeted him enthusiastically. Dr. Lu, we've been waiting for you like we were waiting for the stars and the moon. Finally, you've arrived. I am Deputy Captain Wan Fei Hung from the Economic Crime Investigation Division of the Criminal Investigation Team at our Municipal Bureau, and I have brought along some police officers from our bureau to support you. Officer Wan, it's a pleasure to meet you, and we are deeply grateful for your support. The two shook hands with a smile, and Wan Fei Hung added, in the future, if we need to solve any cases, we'll help each other out. If you ever need anything from the Criminal Investigation Division, just let us know. Certainly. Hello, Forensic Dr. Lu. I am Jiang Saija, the Deputy Director of Yuanshan County. Thanks to you, we were able to solve the dismembered body case in such a short time. This helped calm the panic among the citizens and restored public trust in the police department. I have always wanted to find an opportunity to express my gratitude to you in person. Oh, it's you, Director Jiang. You're too kind. These are all just part of my duties. If there are any major or difficult cases in Yuanshan in the future, please feel free to contact me, and I will come immediately. Ha ha. That's great, Dr. Lu. With your assurance, I feel much more at ease. Hello, Dr. Lu, it's me. Representative of the police force, visiting each county to greet Lu Chen one by one. This is a great opportunity for us to meet each other. It also provided Lu Chen with the chance to build relationships with many colleagues, which would be advantageous when handling cases in various counties in the future, as he would have more allies to turn to for assistance. Having a wide network makes it easier to get things done. The second delegation was from Anjiang County, led by the county magistrate, accompanied by several police officers. The next delegation was from Anjiang County itself, led by Mr. Wang, accompanied by Bai Shui and several female police officers from the Anjiang County Police Bureau. Old Wang, what's going on here? Lu Chen glanced at the situation behind Lao Wang, where several female police officers were smiling and waving at him. Old Wang explained helplessly. The female police officer was more considerate, taking care of Lu Chen in many ways, and her voice was more penetrating when calling out names. Therefore, Lu Chen's lips twitched, and he said without a word, no need to say it. It must be that idiot Lu Tianpei's idea. He shook his head, straightened his clothes, and, greeted by the cheers of the audience on both sides, made his way into the sports arena. Inside the venue, most of those sharing the stage with him were dressed in suits and ties. There were young entrepreneurs who had amassed fortunes worth over 100 million at a young age, scientists who had received energy contribution medals for their work benefiting the public before the age of 30, a musical prodigy who had won an international award at the age of 25, and others. Lu Chen looked at himself again. Besides being more handsome and taller than them, in terms of achievements, he seemed to be completely outclassed. But at that moment, Lu Chen was like an arrow on a fully drawn bow. He had no choice but to go forward. He stood tall and walked onto the stage after the host called his name. This man is a forensic pathologist at the Anjiang County Police Bureau. During his tenure, he utilized his exceptional forensic skills to assist in solving numerous major cases, including a burglary and murder case, the Yuanshan Express dismemberment case, the Feng County venomous snake murder case, and the recent human trafficking case that shocked the entire province. He was the primary contributor to the resolution of all these cases. Despite his seemingly fragile appearance, this medical professional has achieved the impossible, creating one miracle after another. Let us give a warm round of applause for Dr. Lu Chen, the forensic pathologist. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, the applause from the audience was unexpectedly enthusiastic. Especially when the host began to recount Lu Chen's various achievements, the crowd went wild. So this was Dr. Liu, the forensic pathologist whose name had been mentioned frequently on the city news channel lately, in connection with the resolution of several major cases. A true hero of the people. Because of you, society can be more stable and harmonious. You are the pride of our municipal bureau and our heroes. My younger brother was abducted by human traffickers a year ago. Thanks to you, he has returned safely. You have saved our family. I've heard a lot about Dr. Liu, the forensic doctor, and I thought he was an old man, but I didn't expect him to be so young and handsome. He is a representative of the younger generation. I hope he continues to shine and make contributions. Lu Chen never expected the audience to be so enthusiastic. He was quite nervous at first, but the moment he stepped onto the stage, he actually relaxed. Then, using the speech he had prepared, he delivered a profound address, bowed, and walked off the stage to applause. Ha! Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief after going down the back passageway. He took a sip of water and headed toward the guest room. He planned to change clothes and sit outside to listen to the second half of the program. However, when he reached the door, he noticed a man dressed entirely in black also preparing to enter. He turned his head and saw Lu Chen. After shouting something, he left in a huff from the other direction. It was as if he had originally planned to do something underhanded, and Ben Lukun had accidentally ruined his plans. At that moment, Lu Chen didn't think much of it. He furrowed his brows and pushed open the door to the guest room. As he entered the room, a figure suddenly lunged toward him without warning. Soft and faintly fragrant? He looked closely and realized it was snow. At that moment, the snow was scorching hot, and her little face was flushed red. She stared intently at Lu Chen, breathing out gently, and the air she exhaled was blazing hot. Officer Bai, snap out of it. Lu Chen's eyes widened. He had finally realized what was happening. Bai Shui had been drugged. Chapter 56, This is way too fragrant. Bai Shui's gaze was fixed intently on Lu Chen, her eyes slightly dazed. Huff. It smells so good. She inhaled the masculine scent on Lu Chen's body, feeling her entire body tremble. Her legs grew weak instinctively. Facing this situation, Lu Chen's heart was racing. You tell me, in this situation, if the other person was Bai Shui and didn't react at all, that would be absolutely impossible. He loosened his tie and tried his best to calm down. Ice water, where can I find ice water? He helped the temporarily weak and disoriented Bai Shui to the nearby sofa and laid her down. Lu Chen hurriedly rushed to the small refrigerator under the counter and took out a bottle of ice water. After taking the spring medicine, the best course of action was to drink a large amount of ice water to stimulate the stomach and induce vomiting. Just as she found the ice water, she turned around and saw that Bai Shui had already removed the upper part of her outer garment. Her proud figure and stunningly beautiful posture left Lu Chen speechless, feeling a rush of blood to his head and a slight warmth in his nostrils. Goodness, who could resist that? Only someone as upright as me. Lu Chen shook his head wildly to snap out of it, then opened the iced water and made Bai Shui drink it. Ugh! After drinking a large amount of ice water, Bai Shui soon had a strong reaction. She stood up and ran into the bathroom. Vomiting. Splash. Amidst the sound of vomiting, the flush of the toilet echoed through the bathroom. Lu Chen knew that Bai Shui must have regained consciousness by now. He slowly walked toward the door and saw Bai Shui sitting on the floor, leaning against the ceramic wall of the bathroom. When she saw Lu Chen enter, she slowly raised her head. Her hair was disheveled, and her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, looking so pitiful that it was hard not to feel sympathy for her. At that moment, there was no trace of her usual stubbornness and bravery. All that remained was the fragility of a young girl. Seeing Bai Shui like this, Lu Chen originally intended to comfort her. But before he could speak, Bai Shui unexpectedly lunged forward and wrapped her arms around Lu Chen's neck, sobbing softly. Lu Chen didn't say anything either. He gently placed his hand on her and patted her. After about 5 minutes, there was a noise outside the door, and Bai Shui hurriedly pushed Lu Chen away. She quickly wiped away the traces on her face, stood up, and returned to her usual state. It turned out that it was just a staff member passing by. The two stood awkwardly facing each other. Bai Shui didn't dare to look at Lu Chen and lowered her head shyly. Especially when she thought back to the scene from earlier, Bai Shui felt her face burning with embarrassment. In truth, at that moment, although Bai Shui was in a dazed state, her mind was still somewhat lucid. It was only when she recognized the person entering as Lu Chen that she relaxed her guard and lost her final defenses. Therefore, she was fully aware of what she had done. That's why she feels ashamed. Lu Chen, what happened today was a complete misunderstanding. Lu Chen reacted quickly, waving his hand and saying, What happened? What happened today? I don't even remember. Bai Shui looked at Lu Chen for a moment, then stopped talking and finally said, Thank you. After gathering her thoughts, Bai Shui straightened her police cap, picked up a cup of milk tea from the makeup table, and said, It must be this milk tea. Someone put that disgusting thing in it. He dared to put such a thing in a bottle. Even the police would find it hard to imagine. How bold must this person be? He must have committed countless crimes already. Lu Chen nodded in agreement with Bai Shui's assessment. At the same time, he recalled the young man he had seen before entering the house. If there were no surprises, the person who had drugged him was him. However, to get a clearer picture of the situation, Lu Chen still asked Bai Shui for more information. Bai Shui said, after you went on stage to perform, Chen Jia and the others went to cheer you on at the venue. There were quite a few things left in the guest room that needed someone to watch over them. I said I'd stay behind to watch over them and wait for them to return. But just as I had been in the room for a short while, a group of female college students burst in. They said they were your fans or something, and there was also a very stylish female police officer who liked me. She even bought me a cup of milk tea. The students bought me milk tea and urged me to drink it and tell them if it was good. Their eager expressions made it impossible for me to refuse, so I took a few sips. Shortly after finishing, they stayed to chat for a while. After they left, I realized something was wrong, but by then the effects had already kicked in. I felt dizzy and disoriented, my body was uncontrollable, and then you walked in. Following Bai Shui's train of thought, Lu Chen could roughly piece together the entire sequence of events. It seems like these female college students are accomplices. And the mastermind behind this must be a seasoned veteran. He knows that if he were to handle it himself, the vigilant female police officer would never drink tea from a stranger. But he exploited the fact that you were of the same gender and a student, making you lower your guard and unable to resist the warmth of the milk tea. It seems like this guy is indeed an old hand at this sort of thing. Lu Chen said, then told Bai Shui about what he had seen before entering the house. Before entering the house, I saw a man come in. The criminal must have calculated the time carefully before committing the crime. Therefore, the person who intended to enter the house at that time must have been the criminal. At the time, I found it odd that when he saw me return, his face showed signs of impatience, as if I had disrupted his plans. Now that I think about it, I really did ruin his plans. Lu Chen couldn't help but snort coldly, though the lighting was rather dim in this environment. But he had seen the young man's face clearly. As long as he returned to the police station and described the man's appearance to the forensic artist, they could create a composite sketch of him. Someone who dares to target the police in such an important situation is truly audacious. It's like digging up the ground under the king of hell's feet asking for death. After the event concluded, Lu Chen obtained the phone number of the captain of the criminal investigation team from Wan Feihung at the municipal bureau and immediately reported the incident. Woo 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 woo. Woo woo woo. Upon learning of the situation, especially with all the evidence present, the city police were furious. The captain of the criminal investigation team even stated that they would definitely provide an explanation. The criminal investigation team 1 immediately mobilized, retrieved information on several female university students from the school archives, and arrested them. They demanded, "Who told you to bring this milk tea inside? Do you know what's in it?" When several female college students were arrested and taken to the police station, they were all crying uncontrollably. But the criminal investigators showed no mercy, shouting angrily, "We don't know either, we really don't know. If we had known there was something like that inside, we definitely wouldn't have given it to the young lady." You don't know anything. A stranger asks you to deliver milk tea, and you just do it? Taking advantage of the students' emotional turmoil, the detectives continued to use harsh methods to get the college students to tell the truth. These college students had not yet entered society, they were still innocent and had never encountered such a situation before. They all confessed immediately. "We're freshmen in college. Today, the school asked us to come for attendance, saying it was to help with an activity and we'd get credit for it, plus free meals, so we all came together. Then, during the activity, a young boy who was fully covered in protective gear approached us, handed us a cup of milk tea, and asked if we could help him with something. He asked us to go to the guest backstage room and deliver a cup of milk tea to a young woman he liked. He said he's liked that girl for a long time, and even if she doesn't like him, he'd be satisfied just knowing she drank the milk tea he made himself. Moreover, he said he wouldn't let us give it to him for free, he'd give each of us $100. At the time, we didn't think much of it. We had already come all the way to help out, and getting paid while doing a good deed seemed like a win-win situation. We never expected him to put that in the milk tea. Officer, please believe us, we really had no ill intent. We're all girls. If we had known that man was such a bad person, we would never have done anything like that, no matter what. We're all college students, we know this is illegal. Dawn. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Lu Chen walked in. He held an image in his hand and showed it to the female college students, asking them, "Is this the man you were talking about?" While the criminal investigation team was conducting the interrogation, Lu Chen had already collaborated with a forensic artist to create a composite sketch of the suspect. After carefully examining the sketches for a moment, several female college students nodded in agreement. Yes, that's him. However, during the conversation, part of his face was obscured by the collar of his shirt. However, based on his build, silhouette, and the clothes he was wearing, there was no doubt that it was him. After confirming with several university students, Lu Chen put away the sketch and left the interrogation room with the captain of the criminal investigation team. What these college students said should all be the truth, they truly had no knowledge of the matter. Based on their descriptions and identifications, the suspect should be the man in the image. The captain of the criminal investigation team took the sketch, examined it carefully, and nodded. Alright, I'll send someone to investigate immediately. Oh, right, Captain Wang, when I bumped into him outside the door, I noticed that his pants looked like school pants. School pants? Yes, it's school pants. They don't match the black clothes he's wearing at all, so I must have seen correctly. Alright, I understand. With a detailed description of the suspect and key information such as the school pants, the criminal investigation team of the Municipal Bureau quickly identified the suspect's personal information. It turned out to be a second-year high school student from the first high school in Iwu County, Jinjiang City. This result left the detectives speechless. How could a student from a county come all the way to the city of Jinjiang to attend university? Isn't this supposed to be school hours? How did he manage to get out? Most importantly, Iwu First Senior High School is one of the top high schools in the city. The students there are all top-notch, with excellent academic and moral standards. So why would this student do something so out of the ordinary? The Criminal Investigation Division continued their investigation, instructing the Electronic Information Team to continue digging deeper into the records. However, they were surprised to discover that his past records had been encrypted with a password program, and the internal IP address of this password program was traced back to the Provincial Bureau. This means that to obtain the student's detailed information, one would have to call the provincial department and obtain their permission before accessing the records. Wow, a student requires such a high-level procedure? What's going on here? The Criminal Investigation Division grew increasingly suspicious as they investigated further. Team leader Wang frowned and said, Xiao Wu, contact the Provincial Bureau and find out what's going on. Xiao Chao, Xiao Shen, you two come with me to Iwu First Senior High School. Go to the school and talk to the teachers and students to find out what's going on. Make sure to handle things properly with the school administration. This matter is no small matter, so keep it as low-key as possible. If necessary, apprehend the suspect and bring them to the Iwu police station for interrogation. Yes, sir. However, as soon as their car left Jinjiang City, the city bureau called. It was the administrative staff member who had previously contacted the provincial bureau for information. Xiao Wu, have you found out what the situation is? Wang didn't think much of it and asked. The situation with this student of Wang's might be a bit complicated. The provincial department has instructed us to transfer this case to the Iwu police station for further investigation. Upon hearing this response, Officer Wang was completely taken aback and took a moment to come to his senses. What? Don't get involved and hand the case over to the Iwu police department? Are you kidding me? This case happened in the city, at a conference of the top 10 youth, and the person they were planning to harm was a police officer. Such a serious matter, and you're handing it over to the Iwu police station? Are you kidding me? Moreover, we have already begun investigating this case. As soon as we are granted the authority to investigate, the case will be solved immediately. What is the intention behind transferring the case to the Iwu police department at this point? Wang was furious, seething with anger, when suddenly someone snatched the phone from Xiao Wu's hand, and a deep male voice rang out. The person answering the phone was Deputy Director Wei, the head of the Criminal Investigation Division. Wang Dehua, do I need to repeat the orders from above? Get your ass back here immediately. This matter is none of your concern. Upon hearing Wei Bureau's harsh outburst, Wang Dehua, despite his reluctance, could do nothing but comply. Yes, I'll obey orders. After hanging up the phone, Wang Dehua's emotions remained unsettled for a long time. Finally, he cursed loudly and angrily said, "Turn around and go back to the bureau." At the city bureau, Lu Chen and Bai Shui were waiting for good news from the criminal investigation team when they saw Wang Dehua approaching. However, Wang Dehua approached with an expression of reluctance on his face. "I'm sorry, but this case is no longer under my jurisdiction." Lu Chen and Bai Shui frowned and asked, "What happened?" "I cannot disclose the specifics, but I can only say one thing." Wang Dehua leaned close to Lu Chen's ear and whispered, "There's resistance from above. This guy has some powerful connections." After saying that, Wang Dehua straightened up, tipped his hat, and headed to Deputy Director Wei's office to report for duty. Watching his back, Lu Chen's face also showed signs of difficulty. The resistance from above is so strong that they can even interfere with cases from the Municipal Bureau? And this isn't a minor matter. With all the evidence and certification in place, they could overlook such an incident in such a high-profile setting and still protect him? In other words, this case involves the interests of many people. I think we might have stumbled upon something serious. Lu Chen didn't seem too down about it. He turned his head and smiled at Bai Shui. Bai Shui asked, "Are you afraid?" Lu Chen shook his head. "This is a mess, and besides, you're just a forensic doctor. This matter has nothing to do with you, right?" Bai Shui exhaled deeply and forced a smile. "Officer Bai Shui, please don't look down on me like that. After all, I'm a member of the Criminal Investigation Division. I have a personal responsibility. Besides, you bullied the flower of our Criminal Investigation Division. Think you can just run away? No way. No matter how much resistance this case faces, I guarantee that the criminal will be brought to justice. Chapter 57, with no home left, how can one speak of serving the people? Being a criminal investigator isn't so great either, they're constrained by higher-ups. But I'm a forensic pathologist. I just need to complete the work within my professional expertise, and the rest of my time is free. They have no authority to restrict me. Lu Chen spoke with righteous indignation, while Bai Shui looked at Lu Chen's serious expression. Her heart warmed, and for the first time in all these years, she felt that a man could be so charming. From her perspective, she hasn't really been hurt. If it were just a personal issue, she wouldn't be so persistent. The reason she is so determined to catch the criminal is rooted in her sense of justice. Such a young person could commit such an outrageous act, and even the police couldn't do anything about it. If this were allowed to continue unchecked in society, how many innocent people would be harmed? What is the most important duty of the people's police? It is to protect the people and uphold fairness and justice. If she can't even do that, then what's the point of her being a police officer? Therefore, she must persevere and fight against the forces of evil to the very end, no matter how dangerous the path ahead may be. What she didn't expect was that Lu Chen, who could have stayed out of it, shared the same resolve. Although Lu Chen had originally said it as a joke about the policewoman, she knew in her heart that he was just trying to lighten the mood. He is a person with a strong sense of justice, and she believed that if it had been anyone else, Lu Chen would have stepped forward as well. Of course, these are all just Bai Shui's inner thoughts. A towering figure slowly emerged. Lu Chen was unaware of this. If he were to find out, he would be so proud he'd be walking on air. But what Lu Chen was thinking at that moment was, the system shows that the merit points for this case are much higher than those for ordinary murder cases, which means it's not a simple case. This young man, though not yet of age, has likely already committed numerous heinous crimes. If this task isn't completed, the subsequent cases can't proceed. We must come up with a proper plan. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Yiwu High School, where evening study hall has just ended. In an uninhabited corner of the greenbelt outside the teacher's building, Li Hui is leading a group of thugs, cornering a girl against the wall. One of the female thugs grabbed the girl's hand and kept slapping her face. We've already said it in this area, it's Li Gu who calls the shots. If Brother Li takes a liking to you, it's your good fortune. You should feel fortunate. Don't turn down a kind offer. Take the night off and go out with Mr. Li. The girl in the corner struggled, Najia, please spare me. Let you go? What about this week's protection money? You haven't paid it yet. If it weren't for your looks, I wouldn't even bother talking to you. Here's another chance for you, are you going or not? Najia, please spare me. I'll definitely pay the protection fee next week. The girl pleaded again, but Li Hui, who had been smoking all along, angrily threw his cigarette on the ground. He rushed forward, grabbed her hair with his right hand, and yanked her head toward him. Do you know how bad my mood is today? I've been holding all this anger inside me. Don't wait for me to lose my temper. As he spoke, his face contorted in anger. He had already thrust his head into the girl's clothes. Hui Gu, don't. The girl cried, revealing a helpless and desperate expression. This Li Hui was none other than the young man who had appeared at Jinjiang University today intending to poison Bai Shui. Failing to carry out his plan today has left him feeling extremely frustrated, with a pent-up anger that needs to be released. Stop it. Just then, two female students passing by witnessed the scene. One of them was so frightened that she tried to leave, pulling her companion's sleeve and signaling her to mind her own business and hurry away. Zhouing, don't go. But another female classmate stood up for justice, fearless and unwavering. Let her go. If you don't leave, I'll call for help. Zhouing walked up to the girl in the corner, pushed Li Hui aside, and spread her arms to protect her. Who is this wild girl? Is she looking for trouble? The female thug sneered. Li Hui's lips twitched. He had already felt unlucky enough today, and now someone was coming to bother him at this moment. His lips twisted as he looked at Zhouing. Go ahead and shout. If you're brave enough, try shouting once. Shout. Before she could finish speaking, Li Hui grabbed her chin with one hand and twisted it violently. Ugh. The girl struggled fiercely, but Li Hui's strength was too great, and she couldn't break free. She bit down hard. Ah. Li Hui, in pain, swung his arm violently, landing a punch on Zhou Ying's head. He then gritted his teeth, pinned her to the ground, and struck her repeatedly. Finally, when Zhouing stopped moving, the other thugs nearby realized something was wrong and hurriedly intervened, shouting, Brother Hui, stop hitting her. This little girl seems off. At that moment, Zhou Ying's face was severely swollen on both sides, blood was trickling from the corners of her eyes, and she had already lost consciousness. The female thug checked her pulse and found that Zhou Ying's breathing had become extremely weak. This is bad. Something's wrong. Several people were panicking, but Li Hui remained standing straight, breathing lightly and saying, What's the panic for? If anyone needs to go to the hospital, send them to the hospital. In this area controlled by the righteous house, no one can touch me. Hoof. You're so weak, you're such a letdown. After saying that, Li Hui turned around and headed back to school without looking back. The group of thugs exchanged glances and then dispersed as well. In the end, it was Zhou Ying's classmate who called the hospital, and an ambulance arrived shortly after. The next day, the sky was overcast, with dark clouds hanging low. A flag bearing Audi A8 with license plate number Guangye 0001 was on its way to the first senior high school in Yiwu County, followed by 3 red flag vehicles arranged in a reverse T-shape. In the back seat of the Audi is a middle-aged man dressed elegantly and exuding an air of distinction. He held a box of exquisitely packaged osmanthus sugar in his hands, gazing out the window, even though the weather was not particularly pleasant at that moment. However, his mood was filled with joy and anticipation. Because today he would finally be able to see his beloved daughter whom he had been longing for. "Secretary, you seem in a good mood today. It's been a long time since I've seen you this happy." The driver in front, Secretary Xiao, spoke through the rearview mirror. "Really? Is it that obvious?" Well, I've been so busy with work that I haven't had time to spend with her. This time, the 10,000 mu, 10 billion yuan project is being implemented in Yiwu, so I'm able to come back for work and bring my daughter some of her favorite osmanthus cakes." He approached a middle-aged man referred to as the secretary, unable to hide his joy, and spoke with a broad smile. Whenever he mentioned his daughter, his heart was filled with sweetness. "Your daughter must look a lot like you and be just as wonderful. This child is smart and sensible. She's never been a trouble since she was little. Oh, right, when we get to the street outside the school, drop me off there. I'll walk the rest of the way. It's too conspicuous for all of you to go together like that. Then I'll accompany you there later? For your safety." The middle-aged man raised his hand and said, "Hey, this is a school. It's where children live. I'll be back in a moment, there's no danger. Besides, it's been so long since I've seen the kids, and I want to spend some time alone with them. Alright, let's stop up ahead." "Yes, secretary." The car pulled up smoothly by the roadside, and the middle-aged man got out with the pastries in hand. After getting out, he walked to the intersection and didn't forget to check his dashboard in the reflective mirror at the intersection. After taking care of everything and ensuring he looked presentable, he finally walked slowly toward the school. He had agreed with his daughter to meet at 7:30 a.m., which was the end of morning self-study. Students had 30 minutes of free time afterward. To meet his daughter earlier, Zhou Haiyang arrived at the school gate at 7:20 and waited there. Tick-tock. As time ticked by, the closer it got to the agreed time, the more excited Zhou Haiyang became. He paced back and forth at the door, occasionally glancing into the campus. Ding ding ding. When the bell rang, the students in the classroom walked out and headed toward the school gate. There were quite a few others there to see their children, just like Zhou Haifeng. After reuniting with their parents and older siblings, the students chatted and laughed. Meanwhile, Zhou Haifeng was searching the crowd for Zhou Ying's figure, but he couldn't find her anywhere. Time slowly passed, and as he watched, the parents waiting at the entrance all found their children, but Zhou Ying was nowhere to be seen. This time, Zhou Haifeng was completely panicked. He rushed into the school and saw a teacher coming down the stairs. He immediately approached and asked, "Hello, teacher. I am the parent of a student in class 3 of grade 1. I made an appointment with my child to meet here at this time today. However, my child may have forgotten, so I would greatly appreciate it if you could kindly remind them for me. Or you can tell me which class they are in." The teacher glanced at Zhou Haifeng, looked him up and down, and said, "First year, class 3? Okay, what's your child's name?" "Zhou Ying." Upon hearing this name, the teacher thought to himself, it really is Zhou Ying. Sure enough, what he feared had come to pass. At that moment, her expression changed instantly. She pushed her glasses up and said, "You're talking about Zhou Ying, right? She's my student, and I'm her homeroom teacher." "Oh, that's convenient. You're Zhou Ying's homeroom teacher? Hello. I'm Zhou Ying's father, Zhou Haiyang." "Oh, what a coincidence. You're Zhou Ying's homeroom teacher? Hello. I'm Zhou Ying's father, Zhou Haiyang." Zhou Haiyang smiled politely. To be honest, it's usually the other way around. People are always smiling and crowding around to get to know me and flatter me. It had been a long time since he had been so proactive and enthusiastic. However, since his daughter is the homeroom teacher, it is only natural to maintain a good relationship. After all, she doesn't like special treatment, and right now, he's just a father. As a father, of course he wants to build a good relationship with his daughter's homeroom teacher and leave a good impression. But what Zhou Haiyang didn't expect was that his efforts were met with cold shoulders. The female teacher looked indifferent. It turned out she was Zhou Ying's parent. Zhou Ying wasn't at school. The female teacher's words caused Zhou Haiyang's smile to fade gradually. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Not at school? Then where is she?" "At the hospital." The female teacher's calm response left Zhou Haiyang feeling as though his heart had been plunged into an ice cellar. "What did you say?" "Zhou Ying is in the hospital. She's fine. Why is she in the hospital?" Zhou Haiyang has seen it all. He can remain calm even if a mountain collapses before him. But everyone has their weaknesses, and Zhou Ying is his weakness. Upon hearing that Zhou Ying was in the hospital, Zhou Haiyang lost all his previous composure. He was frantic with worry and urgently asked, "Which hospital is she in? Why haven't I received any news?" This happened last night. Zhou Ying must have gotten into a fight with some troublemakers outside the school after evening self-study and was beaten up. An ambulance took her to the county's first hospital. The school only kept Zhou Ying's grandmother's phone number and has already called her. Upon hearing the news, Zhou Haiyang hurriedly took out his phone from his briefcase and called his mother. After several rings, the call finally connected, and on the other end was the weary voice of an elderly person. "Mom, is Ying at the hospital?" "Oh, it's you, Haiyang. Has your meeting finished? I was just about to call you. Woo, Ying had just come out of danger, but she's been sent back to the ICU." The elderly person had clearly been crying, their voice weak and hoarse. Upon hearing that Zhou Ying was now in the ICU, Zhou Haiyang felt his heart shatter into pieces. It's over. It's all my fault. If only I had known sooner. ICU, how could this happen? Who did this? Who could be so heartless to do something so cruel? Ying was always so obedient. How could some thugs from the streets target her? At that very moment, Zhou Haiyang's hands were trembling as he held his phone. He was afraid of losing her and filled with anger. Her face was covered in wounds, with blood in her eyes and around her ears. "Oh, my poor granddaughter, poor thing." Even while unconscious, she was still muttering, "Dad, you must seek justice for me. I'm still waiting for Dad to give me some osmanthus cake." The old man's voice was trembling as well. "Ocean, I know you are an honest official. Without mountains, I know you are busy, working hard for the greater good and for the people. But you must think about it, this is your daughter. You know her better than anyone else. To end up like this, she must have endured such injustice and cruelty. If you can't even protect your own daughter, what right do you have to serve the country and the people? You have power and influence, what meaning do all your actions hold? You've lost your home, how can you possibly claim to be working for the people? I'm just an old woman. I don't ask for anything else, I just want my granddaughter to be safe and sound. Is that so difficult?" Zhou Haiyang stood frozen in place, speechless for a long time, with tears welling up in his eyes. He took off his glasses, took a deep breath, put them back on, and resumed his decisive and ruthless demeanor from the political arena. "I understand, Mom. Leave this matter to me." After saying that, he hung up the phone and turned to look coldly at the female teacher. "Go get the principal for me." Chapter 58. "Ha, you ask me who I am?" Zhou Haiyang's sudden attitude left the female teacher speechless. What kind of commanding tone is that? Just telling you this and wasting my time here is already generous enough. You want the principal to come down? Are you kidding me? The female teacher crossed her arms in front of her chest and said in an official tone, "Parent, I can understand how you feel right now. But in this situation, what good would it do to see the principal? Isn't it more urgent to rush to the hospital and check on your daughter first? If there's something important, you can talk about it later once your daughter is better." Zhou Haiyang glared at her coldly and retorted, "Is that how your school handles things? You should know that protecting students' safety is your school's responsibility. When something happens, you just ignore it and shift the blame, is that right?" Zhou Haiyang has been in office for many years. The aura he exudes is not something a teacher can handle. Seeing that she was being intimidated, the female teacher knew she was in the wrong and didn't want to argue with Zhou Haiyang about this issue any further. After all, no matter how the school tries, its capabilities are limited, it can't possibly manage everything so thoroughly. "So, is this the school's problem? My purpose in seeking the principal is simple, I want an explanation. What exactly happened? And the police haven't even gotten involved yet." Don't tell me you didn't even call the police after my daughter was beaten up by some thugs outside the school." Upon hearing this, the female teacher pushed her glasses up, let out a soft sigh, and then glanced around nervously, her eyes darting back and forth. "Call the police? Of course they did, but maybe they didn't act on it right away. Who is Zhou Haiyang? He's a powerful figure who commands respect in the region." At a glance, he could tell the other person was lying. The case wasn't reported immediately, which suggests there's something fishy going on here. The school is either covering something up or afraid of something. Alright, I guess there's no point in me explaining it to you. Let's just go see your principal. Exposed like this, the female teacher let out a deep sigh. She also crossed her arms, adopting a defiant posture, ready to confront and obstruct. "Our principal isn't at school. He has gone out on business." The female teacher rolled her eyes and looked down on him. "Who do you think you are? Do you think you can just see the principal whenever you want?" The reason this female teacher is acting this way is obviously because someone higher up instructed her to do so. The purpose is to help cover up the truth and shift the blame elsewhere, since they have connections at the police station anyway. Once this matter is pushed aside, it will eventually fade into obscurity over time. When dealing with ordinary people, they truly have no solution, but unfortunately, the person standing before her is Zhou Haiyang. A figure so powerful that even Guangning province trembles at his every step. Such tricks were child's play in Zhou Haiyang's eyes. He snorted lightly and said, "It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin. Since you refuse to take me to the principal's office, fine. I'll make your principal come out and find me," Zhou Haiyang said arrogantly. Then, he dialed a phone number. Due to his high position, even county-level mayors were not qualified to keep his contact information. The lowest-ranking officials who could do so were at the city level. Therefore, he called the top official in Jinjiang City. At that moment, a city-level meeting was underway in Jinjiang City. The top official, Fan Xuanlong, had just finished the meeting and took a sip of tea. Beep. His phone vibrated. He picked it up and glanced at it. "Hey, it's Zhou Haifeng's call." He immediately answered the phone, stood up, and walked out to a quiet place. "Hello, this is Secretary Zhou, right?" "Yes, this is Fan Xuanlong." Fan Xuanlong said respectfully. "Xuanlong, I am currently within the jurisdiction of Jinjiang City under your authority and have encountered something that has greatly angered me." "Oh, I'm so angry, my teeth hurt." Zhou Haiyang spoke softly, his words calm, but the coldness in his tone sent a chill down Fan Xuanlong's spine on the other end of the phone. Generally, when leaders speak, they emphasize artistry, with hidden meanings behind their words. Being able to understand the subtext is just the basics. Zhou Haiyang is Fan Xuanlong's former superior, and Fan Xuanlong understands Zhou Haiyang's temperament. The fact that he could directly express his anger in such a way indicates that the matter has reached a very serious stage. He dared not delay any longer. "Oh my, boss, what's going on? What has caused you to be so upset? Please tell me, and I will handle it immediately." Zhou Haiyang sighed and said, "This matter? What can you, a mere city bureau official, do about it? This is Yiwu County's turf." Fan Xuanlong's eyes darted around. He could tell Zhou Haiyang was speaking sarcastically. A county is just a place under the jurisdiction of a city, and the city is responsible for managing the counties. Now Zhou Haiyang was saying that the city couldn't manage the counties, which was essentially saying that he was incompetent in his duties. He must have encountered some incompetent local officials and committed a major faux pas. "Secretary, please calm down. I'll call the county magistrate of Yiwu County immediately." Zhou Haiyang snorted coldly and said, "Tell him I'm currently at the entrance of the teaching building of Yiwu First High School. My child was beaten up at school and sent to the hospital. I want to see the principal to demand justice, but I've been blocked at the door." These words made Fan Xuanlong's heart skip a beat. "What? Such a thing happened? This?" Before Fan Xuanlong could say anything else, Zhou Haiyang had already hung up the phone. Fan Xuanlong realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately walked to the conference rooms of each department with a solemn expression. A meeting was being held at the city level, and the top two officials from the county had also come to attend. "Lu Rulong, come out here." People from various counties were originally exchanging ideas, engaged in lively and harmonious discussions. However, Fan Xuanlong's sudden change of expression startled everyone, especially Lu Rulong, who had been called by name. He immediately suppressed his smile, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Dragging the person into an empty room in the corner, Fan Xuanlong began to curse furiously. "Lu Rulong, look at the mess you've made. Do you know what happened? Secretary Zhou, I went to visit her family this morning, and she's standing downstairs in the school office building right now." Fan Xuanlong unleashed a torrent of abuse, leaving Lu Rulong completely disoriented. Especially when he heard about Secretary Zhou's situation, he completely lost his composure. "This? Are you kidding me? Who is Zhou's secretary? He's Fan Xuanlong's direct superior. A single word from him could cost him his position. Now his family members have gotten into trouble in their own territory and have been treated unfairly. This is unacceptable. Secretary Fan, you must save me. I don't know if Secretary Zhou will go to the charity shop this week. And those damn people, don't they have eyes? Can't they tell who Secretary Zhou is?" The most critical issue is that such a major incident has occurred at this school, and these people are truly irresponsible. Lu Rulong sighed deeply, flustered and at a loss. He looked at Fan Xuanlong, seeking help. "You're looking at me? What are you looking at me for? What good will it do? At this point, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and call the people below." Fan Xuanlong scolded angrily, disappointed in them. Lu Rulong hurriedly pulled out his phone and flipped through his contacts, only to discover that he didn't even have the high school principal's number. After all, he was a high-ranking official in the county. How could a high school principal possibly have his phone number? He thought about it for a moment and finally found the phone number of the director of the Education Bureau. After getting through, Lu Rulong didn't beat around the bush and started yelling right away. "Now, immediately notify the principal of Yiwu High School and tell him to get out there and greet Secretary Zhou. 1 minute late, and your career is over." The person on the other end of the phone was also taken aback. "What? Secretary Zhou? Which Secretary Zhou? In Guangming Province, who else could it be? Go!" Upon hearing this, the other party dared not delay for even a moment and immediately used their own landline to call the principal of Yiwu High School. While Zhou Haiyang was on the phone with Fan Xuanlong, he mentioned the municipal bureau several times. He even acted like a high-ranking official. This made the female teacher in front of him look down on him with disdain, glancing at him sideways. What are you trying to be, an elephant with a pig's nose and a green onion? A leader? A city leader? That's impossible. Not even the county or town leaders have their own cars. And Zhou Haiyang? Besides looking like an educated person, he didn't have a single trait that made him look like a leader. How could the daughter of a leader be attending such a small school? And there's no special car or secretary either. It seems like they're really panicking. They're starting to talk nonsense, and they're even trying to act convincing. But no matter what they do, it won't work. Today, he's definitely getting the cold shoulder. She thought to herself, then casually called over 2 security guards to escort Zhou Haiyang out. After all, it was time for class, and she didn't have time to waste. But what he never expected was that a desperate shout came from the staircase of the office building. Stop! Everyone, stop! On the stairs, a middle-aged man of slightly short stature and slightly overweight rushed down the stairs in a hurry. He was panting heavily from the rush, but he dared not delay for a moment, rushing over as quickly as he could. The female teacher's eyes widened. The principal? She never expected the principal to come down, and after being at the school for so long, this was the first time she had ever seen him so flustered. Zhou, the party secretary. The principal was exhausted, barely able to catch his breath, but when he approached Zhou Haiyang, he still managed to put on a professional, ingratiating smile. This scene left the female teacher speechless, her eyes wide with astonishment. The secretary? The 2 security guards beside him exchanged glances and each took 2 steps back. Dar. The principal's face was as sour as a bitter melon, and he was so furious he could have killed the female teacher on the spot. He was frantically winking and making faces. He clenched his teeth and said, "Look at what you've done. This is Zhou, the secretary of the provincial committee." Upon hearing the principal's words, the female teacher froze in place, her hair standing on end. The secretary isn't from the city or the county, he's a provincial-level official. The female teacher was completely stunned. Are you the principal of this school? Though this female teacher is a snob, she's ultimately just a small-time figure. Zhou Haiyang doesn't need to go out of his way to make things difficult for her. What he needed to do now was to figure out the entire story from start to finish. Who is pulling the strings behind the scenes? Who is shielding the criminals? Yes, it's me. Humph, you're so full of yourself. Zhou Haiyang turned his body and flicked his sleeve. No, I didn't know you were coming. If I had known, I wouldn't have. You're saying that if it were another parent, you wouldn't have shown up, right? Are you suggesting we let this matter drop and allow the student to suffer injustice and humiliation? It's a good thing I, Zhou, still hold some position of authority. Otherwise, if this had happened to an ordinary citizen, how painful would it have been? How helpless and despairing would they have been? The principal's face looked like he had eaten something disgusting, and he couldn't defend himself. Principal, Zhou Haiyang gestured with his hand and said, "Enough, don't say anything else. I've got this under control. Just stay here and wait." Soon, several black cars and a police car arrived at the school gate. It was Secretary Xiao and others, along with the head of the Yiwu County Police Bureau. Secretary Zhou. All right, everyone is here. Now I want to hear what you have to say. My daughter, Zhou Ying, was beaten up and is currently in the ICU. I want to hear the entire story. Especially answer my 2 critical questions. First, why has the school not reported the incident to the police immediately after it occurred? After the report was filed, why did the police department immediately dismiss the case? Zhou Haiyang's 2 questions hit the nail on the head. The 2 of them stammered and didn't know how to respond. What? Can't answer? Do you want me to tell you that your school and the police colluded to cover this up? Who is the criminal? Is it your principal's relative or your bureau chief's relative? The 2 were so frightened by this question that they were speechless. Secretary, no, how could this be our relative? Even if you gave us 100 dares, we wouldn't dare. Then why are you covering for a criminal? The 2 couldn't answer, as if a lump of phlegm was stuck in their throats. This isn't us, it's the higher-ups. The 2 of them stammered, wanting to speak but not daring to. Zhou Haiyang nodded angrily. All right, you've really learned something new. He pointed at them. You 2 better not have done anything heinous, or else I'll skin you alive. After saying that, Zhou Haiyang turned and walked toward the school gate without looking back. Xiao, the secretary, followed closely behind. Immediately establish a provincial-level special investigation team and a municipal-level special investigation team. Conduct a thorough investigation. I won't rest until this is thoroughly investigated. If we don't root out these parasites, I'll change my last name. Chapter 59, 3 meals a day plus chicken legs. That very afternoon, the provincial and municipal disciplinary inspection teams were established. All individuals involved in the case were suspended from their duties for investigation. The scale of the operation is staggering. But even in such circumstances, Zhou Haiyang received a message from Secretary Xiao. Secretary, despite the stringent measures we have implemented, there is still significant resistance from the provincial department. It seems like there's a group of deeply entrenched corrupt officials at play here. Zhou Haiyang nodded and said, desperate last stand. Having learned the lesson from Zhou Ying's blood, I will never allow these people to undermine the people's fairness and justice. In the past, I was unaware of these matters, which was a dereliction of my duties. Now, none of them will escape. Zhou Haiyang said sternly. Matters within the system should be handled by the Disciplinary Inspection Task Force. What is the status of the case that was forwarded to the provincial department? Secretary Xiao replied, Secretary, the illegal forces within the province have managed to infiltrate the public security authorities. Investigations conducted by the provincial department and the municipal bureau may not proceed smoothly. Zhou Haiyang snorted coldly and said, I knew they'd pull such a move. In that case, let's not involve the provincial bureau and municipal bureau's criminal investigation department in this case at all. If the provincial bureau and municipal bureau aren't involved, then what about this? Secretary Xiao was puzzled, then quickly realized and exclaimed, Secretary, what do you mean? Are you planning to have the county-level criminal investigation team get involved? Zhou Haiyang nodded and said, I heard about it a few days ago. There's a county-level criminal investigation team that's been performing exceptionally well. They've solved several major cases in quick succession. I want them to handle it. Zhou Haiyang's words made Secretary Xiao flash a row of white teeth. You mean the Criminal Investigation Squad from Anjiang County? That's fast. The Anjiang County Criminal Investigation Brigade is a county-level unit and has no connection with Yiwu County, allowing it to bypass the resistance of the provincial and municipal police forces' criminal networks. It can ensure complete fairness and justice in its investigations. Zhou Haiyang laughed, so, don't just stand there. Contact the Anjiang County Police Bureau immediately. Yes. In the office of Chen Jiawei at the Anjiang County Police Bureau, Chen Jiawei stood beside Lu Tianpei, staring intently at his phone. Lu Tianpei, on the other hand, stood upright, his expression respectful and serious as he made a phone call. Lu Tianpei, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division of Anjiang County, right? Yes. What are your instructions, Secretary? All right, listen carefully. I am ordering you to immediately assemble a task force comprising the most elite members of the Anjiang County Criminal Investigation Division and proceed to Yiwu County to investigate the incident involving social miscreants from Yiwu High School assaulting students. During the investigation, no matter what comes up, you must investigate it thoroughly. The more you uncover, the better. Can you handle this? Lu Tianpei stood tall and answered confidently, yes. I promise not to disappoint the Secretary's expectations. Very good. Your demeanor is impressive. I hope that when it comes time to report on the case, you can present results that live up to this momentum. That's good. You have a strong presence. I hope that when it comes time to report on the case, you will be able to present results that live up to this level of determination. Remember, for this mission, you are only accountable to me and must follow my orders. No one else should interfere with your work. Ignore them completely. Focus solely on conducting a thorough investigation and use your most advanced criminal investigative techniques to uncover the truth behind this matter. Even if the sky falls, I'll be here to support you. Zhou's words made Lu Tianpei realize the unusual nature of this case. However, the more extraordinary the case, the more it posed a challenge and an opportunity for the Anjiang Criminal Investigation Brigade. The fact that they were able to find this county-level criminal investigation team under such circumstances speaks volumes about their capabilities. He was proud and felt honored, and he absolutely could not let down the trust placed in him by his superiors. Yes. All criminal investigators of Anjiang County will never forget their duties. All right, with that assurance, I can rest easy. We're waiting for your good news. With that, Zhou Haiyang hung up the phone. The pressure now fell on Anjiang County. Chen Jiawei asked anxiously, Tianpei, what did the secretary say? What kind of case is this that even the provincial bureau and municipal bureau can't handle it, and even I can't take it on? Lu Tianpei turned to Chen Jiawei. I'm sorry, Chen Bureau Chief. I'm not yet fully informed about the details, and the party secretary has explicitly stated that this case must be handled by the Anjiang Criminal Investigation Team. I'm not at liberty to disclose any further details to you at this time. Chen Jiawei sighed softly and said, well, this is Secretary Zhou's decision, and he must have his reasons. I have nothing to say. Since that's the case, Tianpei, don't delay any further. Return immediately to form a special task force and head to Yiwu County. The higher-ups are placing such importance on this case you must perform well. Just to be on the safe side, bring Lu Chen along too. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianpei gave a sly smile, rubbed his nose, and said, Chen Bureau Chief, you don't need to tell me that. I would have done the same anyway. Such an important case, how could we not bring Lu Chen along? Without him, I have no confidence in this case. Chen Jiawei looked at Lu Tianpei, and the two shared a knowing laugh. He patted Lu Tianpei on the shoulder, you know what to do. All right, go ahead. Yes. After leaving Chen Jiawei's office, Lu Tianpei returned to the Criminal Investigation Office and clapped his hands. All departments are holding meetings, and the technical department is also participating. Lu Tianpei convened a meeting and formed a special task force. Lu Chen had originally planned to take it easy, but Lu Tianpei specifically named him and ordered him to join as well. With no other choice, he had to put aside his current tasks and attend the meeting. Now, let me first introduce the special nature of this case. This case is directly under the jurisdiction of the provincial leadership. The victim is named Zhouing, a first-year student at Yiwu High School, having only been in high school for less than 3 months. According to information provided by Yiwu High School, Zhouing was attacked by local thugs near the school after evening self-study. The exact cause and the identities of the perpetrators are still unknown at this time. A thorough investigation is required. Next, I will assign the tasks. Old Wang, you take 2 people to investigate the surveillance cameras in the vicinity and identify those thugs. Bai Shui, take a few people to the school to gather information. The rest of you follow me to the rental house to secure a temporary office. Let's go. At Lu Tianpei's command, the entire criminal investigation team sprang into action. Everyone had left, and Lu Tianpei noticed that Lu Chen was still sitting at his desk without any reaction. He walked over and asked, "What are you thinking about? Why aren't you coming with us? Isn't this just an ordinary criminal case? And it's even a cross-county case. What am I, a forensic pathologist, doing there? There is no body, and no need for an autopsy or anything like that, right?" Lu Tianpei snorted, "You can come along and have some fun too." "Play? What's so fun about that? It's such a long way to go. Won't you get tired?" Lu Chen said helplessly. Lu Tianpei peeked out the door and saw no one. He turned around, clasped his hands together, and said, "Master Lu, my ancestor, please have mercy and help your brother out. This case is extremely critical, the leadership is paying close attention to it, and it involves many parties. I'm afraid my abilities are limited, and there are some things I just can't wrap my head around. You're the team's top detective and the smartest guy around, please help out." Lu Chen glanced at Lu Tianpei and asked, "Are you bringing lunch?" "Sure, of course I'll pack it. 3 meals a day, and I'll make sure to add chicken legs for you." "Alright, deal. Hee, good buddy, it's all set." Lu Tianpei wrapped his arm around Lu Chen's shoulder and got into the police car together. On the way to the police station, Lu Chen looked out the window, but his mind was still on the previous case. Since the last case was interfered with by some unknown force, it had been left unresolved. At the time, he realized that this student named Li Hui must have some powerful connections and was hiding many unsavory secrets. Lu Chen naturally couldn't just let it go. The system alerted him that the case involving Li Hui was a serial case, with a higher point value than ordinary homicide cases. If this case is not solved, no merit points will be awarded for solving subsequent cases. This case must be solved at all costs. Therefore, I have been researching the case involving Li Hui recently, preparing materials to file another lawsuit against him, and applying to the provincial department for handling. To my surprise, the case was dismissed today at noon. Just as he was at a loss, his superiors assigned a major case to the Anjiang County Police Bureau. And the school under investigation was precisely the one where Li Hui was stationed. This coincidence was too much to be a coincidence, and Lu Chen even began to wonder if the case at the charity shop might also be the work of Li Hui. Then someone with connections had the matter suppressed. Choosing the Anjiang County Criminal Police Team to investigate is the most reasonable solution. It also reflects Zhou Haiyang's determination. Therefore, this case holds great potential, and Lu Chen will come no matter what he says. As for why he's acting like he doesn't want to come? Because he knows Lu Tianpei's devious intentions. At such an important moment, he wouldn't dare leave him behind. If he just followed along quietly without saying a word, he wasn't a detective, so he wouldn't get overtime pay during the investigation, and he'd have to pay for his own meals out of his own pocket. That SA total loss, isn't it? Therefore, even if there's no pay, at least provide room and board, right? When the group arrived at the charity house, it was already completely dark. The temporary office they set up was located in a rented house near the school. Phew! Xiao Lu, bring a few people to clean up. The table and chairs look like they haven't been wiped in centuries. Old Wang, go coordinate with the police at the charity house, then make another trip to the traffic police station. Bai Shui, when you go to the school, remember to change your clothes. The students are all in evening self-study at this time. Wearing a police uniform will draw too much attention. Don't cause any unnecessary trouble. After finishing his instructions, Lu Tianpei rolled up his sleeves and prepared to wipe the table with the damp cloth himself. He had originally intended to ask Lu Chen, who was idle, to lend a hand as well. But who knew he'd just follow Bai Shui and leave? Hey, you little brat. You sure can run fast. Lu Chen, Bai Shui, and the 2 accompanying detectives arrived at Yiwu High School. After showing their credentials, they obtained the address of Zhou Ying's class from the person at the door. According to reports, the principal of Yiwu High School and the teacher involved in the incident have both been suspended from their positions. The school is currently being managed by the vice principal, who informed the teacher responsible for Zhou Ying's class about Lu Chen and his group after learning of their arrival. Subsequently, Lu Chen and Bai Shui arrived at the front of the classroom. Students, please put down your test papers first. Come on, lift your heads up and look at the podium. The teacher who was supervising the evening self-study session clapped his hands. The students all put down their pens and turned their attention to him. Let me introduce you all. These are the detectives from the Special Task Force. They are here to investigate the matter concerning Zhou Ying. If any of you know what happened last night, please do not withhold any information and inform the police officers immediately. The students in the seats were discussing the matter animatedly. The police? Why the police again? Didn't they come and ask questions last night? Yeah, I heard they've already determined it's related to some troublemakers from outside the school. Why are they back again? How is Zhou Ying doing now? To be honest, I still don't know what happened. The students below were discussing it heatedly, but not a single student raised their hand. The teacher shouted, "Quiet! Is there anyone who doesn't know what's going on? If so, please raise your hand and let our police officers know, okay?" Throughout this process, Lu Chen kept a close eye on the expressions on the students' faces below the stage. Most of the students looked confused and curious. When faced with the stares, they did not react much either. However, when he looked at one of the girls, he noticed that her eyes were avoiding his. Furthermore, when the teacher asked for volunteers, most students were looking at the podium, with only a few glancing at their test papers. She alone, however, kept her head down, clenching her teeth tightly, with her fingers interlaced and rubbing against each other. This is a classic example of self-isolation to avoid external stimuli, indicating that she is currently in a state of intense inner conflict and anxiety. Seeing that no one responded, Bai Shui said, "Everyone, please don't be afraid. We just want to understand the situation. The information you provide may be of great help to our case. We hope that any students who know about the situation will not hesitate to share it. Zhou Ying is your classmate. You must also want justice for her, right?" Bai Shui's words caused a stir among the students below, but no one responded. Even a few who had wanted to speak up hesitated, glancing at the silent crowd before deciding to remain silent. Bai Shui and the others also noticed this, furrowing their brows. But the students refused to speak, and there was nothing they could do about it. At that moment, Lu Chen-Kei smiled and spoke up. "Everyone, it's okay if you don't know. How about this, would you mind doing something for me? Alright, I'll hand out a blank piece of paper to everyone shortly. If any of you know what happened but don't want to speak up or have your name associated with it, please write down what you know on the paper, okay? Additionally, there is one more thing that must be written. Please list the names of the students you believe to be the worst in the school. Whether it's something you've experienced firsthand or rumors you've heard from other classmates, you can write about it." Lu Chen gave the two detectives behind him a nod, and the two detectives distributed blank sheets of paper to the students. 10 minutes later, the white papers were collected back. After organizing the blank papers, Lu Chen scanned the students. "Everyone, I won't keep you any longer. Teacher, please continue. We're leaving." After saying goodbye, the four of them walked down the stairs of the classroom building. The accompanying detective asked in confusion, "Dr. Lu, what's going on? Aren't we here to investigate the relationship between Zhou Ying and the thugs? Why are you having the students write this?" Lu Chen didn't answer. Instead, he flipped through the blank sheets of paper one by one. He arranged the sheets into a fan shape and placed them in front of him. To their surprise, they saw that the students had, in perfect unison, almost uniformly written the same name in the name column. Li Hui. Chapter 60, maybe this is just scum. Li Hui? It's him. Bai Shui also recognized the name and exclaimed in surprise. This left the two accompanying detectives puzzled. What's going on here? Do you know him? In response to their questions, Lu Chen told them about what had happened at Jinjiang University a few days earlier. Upon hearing this, both of them were equally shocked. This Li Hui is way too bold and reckless. And it's obvious that this student has powerful connections protecting him. Lu Chen nodded and said, "That's right. And the case we're investigating this time is also being obstructed by powerful forces. If the criminals were just a few thugs, would Secretary Zhou really need to personally order the Anjiang Criminal Investigation Team to come here specifically to investigate?" Lu Chen's words were like a wake-up call. "Are you saying that this case is also related to Li Hui?" "Yes. So our investigation should not focus on the thugs, but on the students. Students are the ones who know the most about school affairs. They dare not speak out because Li Hui's influence is too great. He has been bullying others and dominating the school for a long time, and everyone fears him. They fear that if they speak out, not only will Li Hui not be punished, but they themselves will suffer the consequences. I believe this has already happened before. Otherwise, students of this age are full of vigor and vitality. They would never act this way. This is precisely why I asked the students to write everything down on paper. If you write it on paper, no one will know who wrote it. They can also feel at ease about their anxiety and distrust. Let the justice and indignation in their hearts be expressed. Lu Chen's words left the few who heard them feeling deeply pained, and they nodded in agreement. Who would have thought that in this day and age, there would still be such a severe school bully? Bastard! One of the detectives exclaimed angrily. Bai Shui said, so, Li Hui has become our primary suspect, and we should focus our investigation on him? Should we arrest him directly and take him into custody? Lu Chen shook his head and said, arrest and detention only allow for 24 hours. At present, we don't have enough evidence. Lu Chen shook his head and said, arrest and detention only last for 24 hours, and we currently have insufficient evidence. It's just a matter of clarifying the entire course of the case. Now is not the time to arrest him. What should we do now? Lu Chen glanced at the wristwatch on his left wrist and said, wait. Wait? That's right, wait until after evening self-study. Ding ding ding. At 9 o'clock in the evening, as the bell rang to signal the end of evening self-study, the quiet school building suddenly became noisy. Students packed up their belongings, some heading toward the dormitory building, others toward the school gate. For a moment, the scene was bustling with people and filled with the sound of voices. Xiao Ai, you said you were pretty close with Zhou Ying, yet you didn't even know what happened last night? Yeah, Zhou Ying was seriously injured and hospitalized. I suspect this incident is somehow connected to that senior student Li Hui. Such a severe beating, with someone ending up in the ICU, and yet the school can sweep it under the rug without taking any action or releasing any information? Only Li Hui has the influence and connections to pull that off. As they walked up the stairs, several students from class 3 of the first year were discussing Zhou Ying's case. Two girls were curiously asking the short-haired woman in front of them. This woman was Zhou Ying's best friend, named Fan Ai. It was precisely the girl whom Lu Chen had noticed earlier in class, whose expression had seemed off. When several classmates were discussing matters related to Zhou Ying with her, Fan Ai remained silent with her head down. She walked quickly, not wanting to discuss the matter with anyone. She hurried downstairs, away from the group of students. But when she reached the corner of the first floor exit, someone called out to her. Hey, hello, classmate. She paused slightly, looked up, and found Lu Chen and Bai Shui standing in front of her. Upon seeing Lu Chen and the others, Fan Ai's eyes betrayed a look of panic. She instinctively took a step back, clearly resisting any contact with them. Don't be afraid, we mean no harm. We just have a few questions we'd like to ask you privately. You've been studying all night, you must be hungry. I have some KFC coupons. Let us eat while we talk. Lu Chen took out 2 KFC meal vouchers from his pocket and waved them around. Fan Ai gripped the 2 straps of her backpack tightly, pulling them even tighter. Glancing back at the staircase, she saw her classmates were about to reach the first floor. After a moment of hesitation, she bit her lip and said resolutely, all right, I'll go with you. Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, all right, let's go. Inside a KFC restaurant on the second floor of the Yiwu department store. Lu Chen and the others were enjoying their KFC meal with Fan Ai. Wow, this new burger tastes amazing. I'm giving it a big thumbs up. And these chicken wings are so fragrant and tender. To be honest, I never expected that on Crazy Thursday, you could get 10 pairs of chicken wings for just 29.90. Ha, it seems like fate had it planned all along, letting us enjoy this delicious treat. Lu Chen was enjoying himself at the table, eating meat heartily and cracking jokes with a playful smile. From the outside, there was not a single trace of a police officer on them. Originally, Fan Ai had been quite nervous, but after seeing Lu Chen and the others' behavior, her serious expression, which had been as sour as a bitter melon, softened slightly. These police officers seemed different from what she had imagined. She slowly ate her hamburger and suddenly looked up and asked, can you tell me what's going on with Zhou Ying right now? Is she okay? Lu Chen dipped a French fry in tomato sauce and popped it into his mouth. He composed himself, his playful expression fading, and replied with a hint of gravity, she's been seriously injured. She is currently in the ICU undergoing emergency treatment and has not yet been taken off life support. Upon hearing this, Fan Ai's expression grew somber, and she clenched the burger tightly in her hand. Judging by her reaction, Lu Chen knew that Fan Ai must know something. She seized the moment and continued, Zhou Ying is a girl who loves to look good, especially her hair, which she takes great care of. But in the hospital's ICU, she was bruised and swollen, with no part of her skin that looked presentable. Her nose was broken, she had lost her hearing, and most heartbreakingly, her head was covered in lacerations. Those lacerations were caused by someone dragging her by the hair, resulting in permanent injuries. Lu Chen spoke sorrowfully, his voice filled with anger. The person who did this to her is utterly despicable, they have no humanity at all. How could he bring himself to harm such a young girl in the prime of her life? He's truly scum. If I ever find out who you are, I'll have you arrested and brought to justice, and teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Lu Chen said these words while closely observing Fan Ai's facial expressions. Everything he said was spoken spontaneously, following the escalation of the other person's emotions. It's not hard to see that Fan Ai and Zhou Ying have a good relationship, but due to certain reasons, Fan Ai finds it difficult to speak the truth. However, upon hearing about Zhou Ying's situation, he recalled the events of that night. Fan Ai could no longer hold back her emotions and tears streamed down her face. Joing, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Seeing Fang Ai's emotional state, Lu Chen quickly added, it seems like you were there at the time. We can understand how you feel right now. Watching your best friend being beaten like that, you were powerless to help and even too afraid to step in. Do you remember her desperate gaze, the pleading look she gave you for help? Fang Ai was trembling all over, and the hamburger in her hand fell to the ground. She covered her ears with both hands, tears falling one by one. Lu Chen removed her hands and sneered, you don't deserve to be her friend. She thought you were her best friend. But you, at the moment of crisis, didn't care at all. Even now, you don't even have the courage to speak up for her. And what are you doing now? This is a sign of cowardice. You don't even respect yourself, that timid version of yourself. Lu Chen's words completely shattered Fang Ai's mental defenses. Just a moment ago, she had thought this man was easygoing and humorous, unlike the serious police officers she was used to. But now she knew she had been wrong. This man, with his quiet and handsome appearance, was the most terrifying. In just a few words, he had stirred up the worst memories deep within her, causing her emotions to collapse and plunging her into endless self-blame. I didn't mean to. I was truly afraid, so afraid. At the time, this had nothing to do with us, but Zhou insisted on acting tough to defend that girl. Upon hearing Fang Aisong reveal the crucial clue, Bai Shui hurriedly asked, who is that girl? She's a senior in the second year of high school. I heard she owes a lot of money to someone, and some thugs from outside the school often come looking for her to collect the debt. Thugs, as they say, were the ones demanding money from the girl and planning to bully her at the time. You happened to pass by with Zhou, who stepped in to help, and then you were beaten up by this group of thugs? The detectives from the Criminal Investigation Division have exceptional skills in piecing together clues, even though Fang Ai's account was disjointed. However, by combining her key descriptions, the detectives were able to reconstruct the sequence of events in a clear and orderly manner. When Fang Ai heard this, she glanced at the detective in surprise, and Lu Chen knew they had hit the nail on the head. That's the general outline of what happened. However, it's not entirely accurate, because if it were a thug, Fang Ai would have already revealed the truth. So at this point, he added, the real culprit who carried out the attack probably wasn't an outsider, was he? Fang Ai widened her eyes, looking at Lu Chen in disbelief. Lu Chen smiled lightly and continued, the person who beat Zhou and sent her to the ICU is Li Hui from the second year of high school, right? As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Fang Ai lost her composure entirely. Her tears stopped abruptly, turning into panic as she shook her head frantically. I didn't say that. You're the ones who guessed it. Guess? Do you think we can guess that accurately? Fang Ai, since we were able to find you, it means we have certain evidence in our hands. And rest assured, this time the police have come to investigate and have accurately identified Li Hui. This alone proves that the influence behind Li Hui cannot overpower us. We will investigate this matter thoroughly and bring Li Hui to justice. Fang Ai stared blankly at Lu Chen and asked timidly, is that really true? Bai Shui said solemnly, perhaps earlier, the local police in the school may have left a bad impression on you. But as the Criminal Investigation Division of Anjiang County, I can guarantee it with my life. We will never collude with criminals. Please trust us. Please also believe in yourself. You are a brave child. Perhaps in the past, you retreated out of instinctive fear. But now, in a clear state of mind, please overcome your inner demons and take that brave step forward. I believe this is also what Zhou, who is currently in a coma, would want to see. She hasn't let you down. Even while unconscious, she was still murmuring your name and worrying about your safety. Lu Chen's words caused Fang Ai to burst into tears once again. She looked at the chicken wings on the table and said, originally, we had agreed to come here together after Thursday night study hall to buy a 10-wing bucket. She had been looking forward to eating this for a long time. She never expected it. Fang Ai choked back her tears. This time, Lu Chen and Bai Shui didn't continue speaking. Instead, they handed her tissues so she could wipe away her tears and snot. After a long while, Fang Ai calmed down and looked at Lu Chen and the others. Take me with you. I'll go back with you to give a statement. I'll tell you everything I know. The Anjiang County Criminal Police Brigade rented a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room house next to Yiwu School, and all the corresponding equipment was also brought over. The 2 rooms without windows are used as interrogation rooms. Fang Ai was in the interrogation room and revealed the detailed information that Lu Chen and his team wanted to know under the recording of the video camera. At the time of the incident, Fang Ai was at the scene, and Li Hui was about to commit an indecent act against a female student in the second year of high school. The girl owed them money, and coincidentally, Li Hui had just returned from outside that day, presumably because something hadn't gone smoothly, leaving him seething with anger. He wanted to assault the girl right there. At that moment, Zhou saw what was happening. Ignoring my pleas, she stepped forward boldly and stood in front of the girl. Since it was a matter involving Li Hui, he immediately attacked. By the time he grew tired of beating her, Zhou Ying's breath was already very weak, yet even then, he showed no sign of mercy. The thugs were scared, but in the end, they didn't do anything. I was the one who called the ambulance. On the way to the hospital, I informed the school, who called their families. That evening, our homeroom teacher summoned me to the office. He told me to forget everything that happened that night. If anyone asked me about it, I shouldn't say anything. If someone insisted on an answer, I should say it was those troublemakers who did it, and under no circumstances should I mention Li Hui. When Fang Ai recounted the details of Li Hui's crime, the detectives in the room were all stunned. Following the interrogation procedure, the detective asked, "All right, we understand the details of what you've said. Can you explain in more detail why you are so afraid of Li Hui? Is it because of threats from the school counselor, or has Li Hui been causing trouble at school, making you afraid of him?" Fang Ai nodded and said, "Both are true. First, Li Hui's influence is too great, I can't afford to provoke her, and I fear her retaliation. Second, the homeroom teacher said that if I spread rumors, I might have to withdraw from school. My family isn't well off, and it was already a struggle to get into a regular high school. If I had to withdraw because of this, my parents would be heartbroken." Chapter 61, I suspect they're doing drugs. According to Fang Ai's account, the criminal investigation team learned of 2 previous incidents. The first incident involved a high school sophomore who got into a fight with Li Hui. In front of everyone, Li Hui used a broomstick to break the student's arms and legs. Everyone saw that Li Hui had provoked the other student first, but after the school intervened, all the statements were changed to mutual assault, with each party claiming some fault. Furthermore, the announcement stated that it was that student who provoked Li Hui. In the end, Li Hui was given a minor disciplinary warning, while the student was expelled from the school. Since then, the entire high school has been abuzz with rumors about Li Hui's domineering personality and his powerful background, and no one dares to provoke him. The second incident involved Li Hui and a few classmates smoking or using some kind of banned substance at school, and they were caught by a new freshman student who was conducting an inspection. He reported the incident to the school, but the school did not take any action. Instead, they replaced the disciplinary inspection personnel. In response, the disciplinary inspection department personnel at the school have largely turned a blind eye to Li Hui's dormitory. These 2 incidents have spread widely throughout the school, and only the few students who frequently associate with Li Hui are aware of the full extent of the absurdities that have occurred. To thoroughly investigate the matter, one must start by questioning these students. No wonder the students are so afraid of Li Hui. The school is so protective of him, siding with him no matter what he does. How could anyone not be afraid of him? If you offend him, getting beaten up is one thing, but you might also face school discipline, or even expulsion. Is there any justice in this world? Is there any law to speak of? It seems that the issues within the school's teacher system are also quite significant. Let's start by investigating the suspended principal and the homeroom teacher of Class 3. They are the ones openly shielding Li Hui from committing crimes at school. Lu Tianpei learned about the progress on Lu Chen's side and, upon hearing the details, also expressed his deep outrage. At the same time, he helplessly informed Lu Chen and the others. Old Wang and the others had gone to the local police station to request surveillance footage from the surrounding area for that night, but the footage had already been deleted. They repeatedly evaded responsibility, insisting that the video could not be found. It seems that not only the school authorities but also some members of the local police department are covering for Li Hui. One of the detectives was so angry that he punched the wall and exclaimed, "No wonder he's so arrogant. At such a young age, he's already committed so many illegal acts. They're all spoiled by these corrupt elements." Lu Tianpei nodded and said, "I suppose that's why Secretary Zhou asked us to come here to investigate. Since that's the case, we must investigate thoroughly, leave no stone unturned, and get to the bottom of this. Although we have no surveillance footage, we do have Fang Ai's testimony. She saw those people and can describe their physical characteristics. We'll find them sooner or later." After a night of hard work, we also went to the traffic police station to compare the surveillance camera footage of the intersection at the time of the incident. They spotted these thugs at a barbecue stall. After Fang Ai confirmed the information, the criminal investigation team launched a swift operation. Not only did they bring back all the thugs, but they also brought back the female student who had been assaulted that day. They were taken to separate rooms for questioning. I said, "Sir, have you made a mistake? We're with Brother Hui. Why did you arrest us?" The leader of the thugs, looking extremely annoyed, shouted loudly, "Hui Gu, you mean Li Hui, right? Yeah, what's up? Don't you guys know Hui Gu? We know him. He's the prime suspect in a complex joint case, isn't he? We called you here today to take your statements regarding the incident that occurred the night before last, when Li Hui assaulted Zhouing in front of you." Upon hearing the detective's questions, the thugs realized something was wrong. "Are you serious?" No one answered them, they just stared at them with serious expressions. "I advise you to answer honestly. Be honest and you will be treated leniently, resist and you will be dealt with severely. This matter has little to do with you, you did not directly participate in the incident. If you come clean, you'll be detained for a few days and then released. However, if you conceal any information, you will be considered an accomplice and face joint criminal liability." The leader of the gang leaned back in his chair. Officer, you're just trying to scare us. I don't understand what you're saying. Li Hui, we do know him, but you're saying that Li Hui beat Zhou in front of us the night before last? To be honest, we didn't see it. You were there, and you didn't see it? The detective slammed the table angrily, stood up abruptly, and said, the young woman who was with them has already stated clearly that you were there at the time. The detective placed the video of Fang AI recounting the incident in front of them for them to watch. They then handed them the medical report's test results, which showed biological traces belonging to Li Hui and a female gang member. So what if we were at the scene? It was so dark at the time, how could she possibly see clearly who did it? I said I did it. Do you believe me? The female gang leader said nonchalantly. Lina, you better know what you're talking about. We only detected biological traces from Li Hui and you on Zhou Ying's wounds. If you want to admit that you did all of this, do you understand the criminal liability you will face? Non-school personnel intentionally assaulting students on school premises resulting in serious injury carries a minimum sentence of 3 years. The female troublemaker named Lina smirked, shook her dirty braids, chewed gum, and replied fearlessly, listen up, one person does the deed, one person takes the blame. This girl was beaten by me. She meddled in other people's business, she asked for it, she deserved it. This has nothing to do with Li Hui. Li Hui was just trying to stop me, and in the process of trying to stop me, he accidentally bumped into Zhou a few times. As for why there are his biological traces on her face, I guess he was worried she might be seriously injured and wanted to check her injuries. The interrogating detective angrily replied, nonsense. Lina, you are blatantly lying and showing contempt for the law. You will regret this. In another interrogation room, the girl being interrogated was named Gong Lu, who owed money to Li Hui and his group and had been bullied by them. Gong Lu looked extremely nervous as soon as she entered the interrogation room, but when asked about what happened that night, she vehemently denied the fact that Li Hui had attempted to assault her. Especially after learning that the police were already aware of the events that had occurred that night, she lied without batting an eyelid. That evening, Hui Ge and a few of his friends from the underworld invited me over. Hui Ge and I had originally planned to get intimate. But then a girl suddenly rushed out, saying that what we were doing was inappropriate and that she wanted to film us. At that moment, several of Hui Ge's friends from his social circle became angry, especially the leader, a tough-looking woman, who immediately went over and hit the girl. Hui Ge stepped in to stop them and checked the girl's injuries. If Hui Ge hadn't intervened in time, the girl would have been beaten even worse. While speaking, Gong Lu's eyes darted sideways, and her fingers were picking at the threads on her clothes, clearly indicating that she was lying. Gong Lu, you're lying. Li Hui was clearly assaulting you and humiliating you. The wounds on your mouth and face are the best proof. How can you say that the two of you were just being affectionate? Gong Lu is still a female student, after all, and her mental resilience is nowhere near as strong as Lina's. Under the serious threats of the detective, she was completely intimidated on the spot. That's because you're lying. You and Li Hui aren't even in that kind of relationship. You owe Li Hui money, and Li Hui called you out to force himself on you, right? Then that girl showed up. She stepped forward to protect you. She bravely stood in front of you, disregarding the danger. The detective's words caused Gong Lu's face to turn pale, especially when she realized that the girl had stood in front of her to protect her. In her mind, she saw herself being violated, and the girl appeared before her like an angel. If it weren't for her, she would have been. She risked her life to save you, yet you're lying for a criminal and perverting the course of justice. How can you face her? Doesn't your conscience hurt? The soul-searching question from the detective made Gong Lu hang her head in shame. The detective took a deep breath and said, if you want justice for that girl, you want us to punish Li Hui, this despicable criminal. Then please tell us the truth. I'm sorry, what I said earlier was the truth. The detective furrowed his brows and slammed the table in frustration. Why? Why won't you tell the truth? We're a special task force directly assigned by the provincial authorities. You don't need to be afraid of any threats from them. We will protect you. Feel free to speak openly. Gong Lu still raised her head and said weakly, I'm sorry. In the two interrogation rooms, Lu Chen and Lu Tianpei were listening outside. Lu Tianpei said, it's clear that both sides are covering up the truth for Li Hui. I can understand why Li Na is willing to lie for Li Hui, as investigations have revealed that Li Na is Li Hui's mistress. Their relationship is as close as glue and lacquer, and this Li Na is willing to do anything for Li Hui. Moreover, Li Na was aware of some of Li Hui's background and understood that by taking responsibility for him, Li Hui would not abandon her. What I can't figure out is Gong Lu. Even after everything has been said, she still insists on covering up the truth for Li Hui. I just don't understand that. After all, she's also a victim, even if she owes Li Hui and Li Na money. But that doesn't mean she would go so far as to risk her reputation and lie against her conscience in this matter, does it? In their views on these two individuals, Lu Chen and Lu Tianpei shared the same perspective. This Li Na is determined to side with Li Hui, and her social connections are complicated. Investigating her and getting her to recant her testimony will not be easy in the short term. Therefore, we can only find a breakthrough by focusing on this Gong Lu. From her expressions and reactions, it is clear that she is also deeply conflicted inside. She can distinguish between right and wrong, and between good and evil. But why does she feel compelled to cover for Li Hui? Did Li Hui and his group foresee that we would find Gong Lu and threaten her in advance? Lu Tianpei immediately responded, "That's impossible. Ever since we took over this case, we've had informants inside the campus. Apart from Li Hui not coming to school these past few days, everything else on campus remains normal. Especially these key individuals, who are under surveillance to ensure they have not come into contact with Li Hui's associates or anyone other than their classmates." Lu Chen stroked his chin and followed this line of reasoning. So, what she needs to do isn't actually cover up the truth for Li Hui. Could it be that she's covering up something shameful for herself? She's worried that if Li Hui is caught, these things will come to light, and she'll be punished too. Therefore, she chose to continue helping Li Hui provide false evidence she was actually doing it for herself. As the saying goes, a single word can awaken a dreamer. Lu Chen's words left Lu Tianpei unable to suppress a cold shiver. He struck his left palm with his right fist. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Human nature is selfish. As the victim, Gong Lu must also deeply hate Li Hui, who violated her. After being clearly informed of the actual situation, she still chose to lie, which suggests that she might be doing so for her own sake. What could be the reason for that? What secret is she trying to hide? Lu Tianpei looked at Lu Chen, who shrugged his shoulders to indicate he didn't know either. Then focus the investigation on Gong Lu and find a breakthrough in her. Lu Chen, who do you think would be the best person to handle this matter? Let Officer Bai Shui handle it. She's also a woman, and she's so beautiful. She'll have a higher level of rapport with the students. It will be easier to conduct the investigation. Lu Tianpei agreed, that's true. The subjects of the investigation are all Gong Lu's roommates, and it's unavoidable to go to the girls' dormitory. Oh well, but if Bai Shui and the others are going to investigate, what about you? You're not just trying to slack off, are you? Lu Chen sighed helplessly. Captain Lu, do I look like the kind of person who would do that? You're just afraid I'll come over and not do any work, aren't you? You can rest assured. All meals are covered, and you even applied for triple overtime pay for me. You're so generous I certainly won't let you down. Lu Tianpei chuckled. Chen, I'm just being nice to you. I'm a loyal friend, aren't I? You better perform at your usual level. Based on your past performance, you should be able to solve this case by now. Lu Chen rolled his eyes and said, You really think I'm some kind of god? Lu Chen rolled his eyes and said, You really think I'm some kind of god, don't you? He waved his hand and said, This case isn't as simple as we imagined. It's quite complicated. It'll take a while to investigate everything. Lu Chen sat down, unscrewed the teapot, and took a sip of water. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianpei's face broke into a smile. Hee, from the way you're talking, you must have noticed something, right? Is there any crucial clue? Lu Chen had water in his mouth, making a gurgling sound, as he looked at Lu Tianpei and hummed. He spat the water into the trash can and said, You figured it out. I really do have a lead. Lu Tianpei grinned and rubbed his hands together. I knew it. Hurry up and tell me. Lu Tianpei chuckled wickedly and rubbed his hands together. I knew it. Hurry up and tell me. Lu Chen took a deep breath, closed the lid of the kettle, and said, I suspect they're doing drugs. Chapter 62, 5 kilograms? That's a minimum sentence of 15 years. Drug use? Are you sure? If you said Li Na and her friends were using drugs, I could understand, but you're saying Gong Lu is using drugs too? You know, she's still a high school sophomore, that's just too shocking to believe. Lu Chen's speculation caused Lu Tianpei to widen his eyes in disbelief. But upon further reflection, if Gong Lu was indeed using drugs, that would explain why she would help Li Hui conceal the truth. Because if she were to reveal the truth to the police, her drug use would be exposed. At that point, she would inevitably face the consequences of her actions. And this also explains why a high school student would be so short on money. Although this conclusion is quite shocking, when put into the context of Gong Lu's role, Lu Tianpei realized that all of Gong Lu's actions suddenly made sense. Wow, could she really be on drugs? If drugs are involved, the severity of this case will go up a notch. Lu Chen shrugged and replied, That's why I said this case is far more complicated than we initially thought. We can only take it slowly and not rush things. All our leads are pointing to Gong Lu. To confirm the accuracy of our assumptions, we need to present evidence. Therefore, my dear and respected Captain Lu, may I request permission to conduct a urine test on Gong Lu? This response was unexpected for Lu Tianpei. He furrowed his brows slightly and asked, Are you planning to conduct a urine test on her right now to determine if she has been using drugs? However, for a urine test to detect drugs, the testing must be conducted 5 to 8 hours after the individual has used drugs. It's almost 8 a.m. now. Even if we go back 8 hours, it would still be the middle of the night. Do you really think a normal person would use that stuff at that hour? Wait, right, she's a boarding school student. The school turns off the lights at 11 p.m. If she wants to sneak around and get high without her roommates knowing, she'd have to wait until they're all asleep. If you factor in time for washing up and chatting before bed, by the time everyone is asleep, it'll definitely be past midnight. Lu Tianpei jolted awake. Oh my gosh, that means I can still make it to the urine test at this hour. Lu Chen greeted the detectives in the interrogation room, who explained the situation to Gong Lu. Upon learning that they needed a urine sample, Lu Chen gave a nod to the detective in the interrogation room, who explained the situation to Gong Lu. Upon learning that they needed a urine test, Gong Lu's face clearly showed signs of unease. However, when she was taken to the women's restroom and a sample was collected under the supervision of a female police officer, Lu Chen tested her urine. The test results were compared. On the urine test strip, a purple-red band appeared in Zone C, while Zone T showed no purple-red band, which is a typical positive result. This confirms that Gong Lu has used drugs within the past 8 hours. As soon as the results came out, Gong Lu collapsed into her chair, covering her face with both hands, her last shred of hope gone. Once it was revealed that she had lied because of drug use, the subsequent interrogation became much easier to handle. Gong Lu, you've seen the test results, haven't you? You've been using drugs. I think that's also why you chose to help Li Hui cover up the truth, right? You don't want to expose the fact that you're using drugs, do you? Now that the die is cast, lying won't benefit you in any way. As I said before, honesty will be rewarded, and resistance will be met with severity. If you come clean now and tell us everything you know, you are still a student, and we will handle your case leniently. As for how lenient the leniency will be, that will depend on your behavior moving forward. Seeing that her own affairs had been exposed, Gong Lu knew she could no longer escape the consequences of her actions. As the detective had said, it would be better to confess to the crimes committed by Li Hui and his accomplices and atone for her sins. Soon, she confessed that she had helped Li Hui cover up the truth because she was afraid of being exposed for her drug use, and that she had purchased the drugs from Li Hui. If Li Hui got into trouble, her involvement would also come to light, and she would face severe punishment as well. Officer, I'm not an adult yet. I'm only 17 years old. I took that substance. Will I go to jail? Gong Lu burst into tears with a loud wail. The detective crossed his arms on the table and said seriously, those under 14 years of age are not criminally liable. However, once they reach the age of 16, they will be held criminally liable to a certain extent. Rest assured, as long as you are not involved in trafficking, the criminal liability is generally not severe. If you can assist the police in solving the case and apprehending the drug traffickers, you may be able to offset your criminal liability to some extent. Gong Luli's tear-streaked eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. Is it true? Of course it's true. Tell us who your supplier is, and regardless of whether we can catch him, you'll still be credited with a successful arrest. Hearing this tempting offer, Gong Lu no longer hesitated and revealed everything she knew. Gong Lu's confession provided them with two crucial pieces of information. The first piece of information was that there was a group of people using drugs at the school, with few girls and mostly boys. Moreover, these boys are all close associates of Li Hui, the troublemakers at school. And all of these individuals were admitted to Yiwu High School through the sports recruitment program, having attended sports schools during their junior high school years. Their academic performance in the humanities is abysmal, but their athletic abilities are exceptional. Additionally, they come from wealthy families with connections, and the school has a commuter student program. Therefore, these students are able to enroll in the school and study alongside full-time students. The second point is that the person selling them items is someone known in society by the nickname Yellow Hair. Although this individual is involved in drug trafficking and holds a certain position in society, he obeys Li Hui's orders. In reality, Li Hui is one of the masterminds behind the operation, meaning he is the one directing activities in society and also involved in drug trafficking. It is important to note that drug use and drug trafficking are two entirely different concepts, and the legal penalties under criminal law are vastly different. One could even say they are worlds apart. Additionally, I have heard that these athletes not only use drugs but also seek out other forms of entertainment in various places. They have numerous ways to get girls of all ages from various places and then. Additionally, they possess illegal drugs such as sedatives, which they also sell, primarily online. In an effort to reduce her sentence, Gong Lu went to great lengths to cooperate with the police, revealing all the information she knew to the detectives. Lu Tianpei, who was outside the door, heard the information from the confession and shouted, "Well done. With these confessions, we now have sufficient grounds to arrest Li Hui. To say nothing else, the drugs and the sale of those illegal medications alone are enough to land him in serious trouble." Originally, due to the limited time for detention and interrogation, only 24 hours, they feared alerting him, so they had not directly gone to find Li Hui. Now that they have these confessions, they have the authority to detain Li Hui until the case is fully investigated. Lu Tianpei tapped Lu Chen on the shoulder and said, "Lu Chen, you really did it. You were able to deduce that Gong Lu was using drugs? That's incredible. I didn't infer it, I saw it with my own eyes." Lu Chen replied indifferently. "You noticed?" "Yes. Not only did she inhale, but if nothing unexpected happens, Li Na inhaled as well. Long-term drug users often develop multiple ulcers on their feet, legs, or elbows without any obvious cause. Additionally, their complexion may appear dull, and their eyes may lack luster. Although Li Na had applied smoky eye makeup, her eye bags were prominent, and beneath the pattern on her neck, there were signs of infection. Her feet and legs also had several small scars. These are not bruises from a fall, nor are they surgical scars. The only thing I can think of is localized ulcers caused by long-term drug use. Lu Tianpei sighed. Wow, so you've been staring at their legs the whole time. You really were paying close attention. Lu Chen replied speechlessly, cough, cough, normal men would look, you idiot. Besides, I was looking at her to solve the case. Lu Tianpei shrugged his shoulders and said, alright. What about Gong Lu? What are her characteristics? Gong Lu is in her prime, not even an adult yet, but have you noticed that the inner sides of her teeth have already turned black? At her age, there are only two possibilities for teeth turning black to this extent. First, she doesn't like brushing her teeth and has been eating a lot of candy recently. Second, she is using drugs. Do you think it's a bit far-fetched that a girl who dresses so beautifully and looks so pretty doesn't like to brush her teeth? Moreover, her family isn't wealthy, but they're not poor either, a middle-class household. They probably give her plenty of pocket money. High school students aren't exactly short on cash, are they? If it's not a designer handbag, then what else could it be? Lu Tianpei clapped his hands. Excellent, truly outstanding. You truly live up to your reputation as our legendary detective, Lu. Bao Lu was investigated fairly. Lu Tianpei said, then suddenly realized another issue. Wait, since you've already figured out that Gong Lu is using drugs, why did you send Bai Shui to investigate her dorm? To be honest, Lu Chen had no idea how Lu Tianpei had become the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division. His mind just doesn't work fast enough. Oh, no, it's just that he feels like everyone else is thinking slowly, and he's the only one who's quick. That seems to be the case. Lu, you didn't mention earlier that the effective time for a urine test is 5 to 8 hours. What if we miss the window by a little and the test doesn't detect anything? I need to have a backup plan, right? If Gong Lu was really using drugs in the dorm, there would definitely be traces left in the bathroom. All you'd need is a drug detector to find them. More importantly, if she goes to the dormitory where the incident occurred to investigate, she might stumble upon some unexpected clues. Lu Tianpei responded with his signature fake smile, it's just that I'm shallow. Alright, I'm not worthy. I think, as the chief of the Criminal Investigation Division, I should really let you take my place. Ha ha. Come on, being the head of the Criminal Investigation Division is so tiring. I wouldn't even want to do it if you offered it to me. Lu Chen said coldly. In response, Lu Tianpei also burst into laughter and didn't say anything else, instead urgently convening a meeting. The Criminal Investigation Division is primarily composed of two teams, the Narcotics Squad and the Economic Crime Investigation Squad. The current case involves both drug enforcement and economic investigation cybercrime-related economic cases. Old Wang, the narcotics task is assigned to you. Proceed with the arrest of Li Hui and other suspects. Especially that guy called Huang Mao, he's the middleman between the criminal organization and the school. We absolutely cannot let him escape. Old Jean, Li Hui, and the others selling illegal items online, I'm handing that over to you to handle. Lock down their websites and find the IP addresses of the administrators. Understood. After issuing instructions on two fronts, the criminal investigation team began the arrest operation. After apprehending several of Li Hui's associates at the school, they were unable to locate Li Hui's whereabouts. They then went to Li Hui's home to search for him, but he was not there either. A county-wide search was launched for Li Hui, but he seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. As for the henchmen who were captured, they quickly broke down under the interrogation of the detectives and confessed to their crimes. On Old Jean's side, the technical team also made significant progress, breaching the back-end website and apprehending all the individuals involved in the operation. Do you know where Li Hui went? Tell the truth, don't refuse a gift and then complain about the punishment. Don't even think about saying that Li Hui is so powerful that he has powerful connections to get you out of this. Now even he himself is like a clay Buddha crossing the river, he can't even save himself. Here's the deal, whoever tells me where he is first, I'll write an extra letter to the police on his behalf. It'll mention his good behavior, and I'll try to get him a reduced sentence. Lenient treatment. Leniency. Although the group was willing to confess to the crime, the idea of betraying Li Hui still evoked some psychological fear and a sense of loyalty. Therefore, no one was willing to be the traitor. But now that the detective mentioned the possibility of a reduced sentence and lenient treatment, two people began to reconsider their stance. Noticing their active thinking, the detective separated them and took them to the interrogation room individually. Sure enough, once they were alone, they completely let their guard down and revealed Li Hui's whereabouts. Recently, a motorcycle team from Yang County next door arrived to have a friendly competition with our motorcycle team at the charity house. Li Hui has gone to participate in the motorcycle exchange race. And this time, he's not just going to ride motorcycles, he's also going to trade. He was carrying 5 kilograms of ketamine on him. Upon hearing this news, the members of the criminal investigation team all looked shocked. A single transaction involving 5 kilograms of drugs? That's a pretty big drug trafficking case. You should know that just 5 grams of drugs can result in a direct sentence, and 1 kilogram is considered a major drug trafficking case. 5 kilograms? That's already considered a super large drug trafficking operation. When it comes to sentencing, the minimum is 15 years. Chapter 63, this isn't just driving fast, it's flying low. Upon learning of Li Hui's whereabouts, Lu Tianpei immediately assembled a team to apprehend him. He decided to lead the team personally. He also specifically called one of his friends to ask for help. Since it's a drug bust, wouldn't a police dog be essential? This trip to Anjiang is too far, and the police station is closer to the city. I borrowed a police dog from the city bureau. These were Lu Tianpei's exact words. Lu Chen had assumed that someone from the city bureau would bring the police dog to handle the case. What he never could have imagined was that only one person came from the municipal bureau. This person was none other than the forensic pathologist who had gone camping and picnicking in Feng County with them earlier, Tu Sainan. Upon seeing Tu Sainan for the first time, Lu Chen looked at Lu Tianpei with a puzzled expression and asked, "You call this a drug-sniffing police dog?" Lu Tianpei replied nonchalantly, "What else would it be?" Lu Tianpei replied calmly, "What else would it be? A humanoid police dog, she's just a dog, isn't she? And you wouldn't believe it, but our forensic expert, Tu Sainan, not only has an exceptionally keen sense of smell, but is also a provincial-level athlete. Whether it's running or mixed martial arts, he's really skilled." Lu Tianpei shifted his position to stand beside Tu Sainan, proudly wrapping his arm around her shoulder and saying. Tu Sainan also exclaimed, "Old Lu, you've been praising me since you arrived. You've made me so embarrassed." Lu Tianpei knew exactly what Tu Sainan was thinking. "I'm just praising you. I'm just stating the facts." These words were music to Nan's ears. Tu Sainan laughed heartily, then turned to Lu Chen, smiled, and extended her hand. "Dr. Lu, it's good to see you again." Hello. We're planning to go on a drug bust. Are you sure you can handle it?" Tu Sainan wiped his nose and said, "Don't worry, my nose is used for drug busts, this isn't my first time." 3 vehicles were dispatched and followed Li Hui's instructions to arrive at a junction on a side road. Li Hui's motorcycle team would pass through this road to access the highway. Do you know the exact time they agreed to meet? It should be at 2 p.m. today. They should be there by now, right? While talking in the car, the police car ahead spotted the target. "Lu, it's the motorcycle squad." The intercom inside the vehicle rang. Lu Tianpei frowned, stopped his conversation inside the vehicle, and turned his head to look ahead. At the same time, he spoke into the intercom, "Check if Li Hui is anywhere in the group." "Yes, the target is sitting on that red motorcycle." "All right, proceed with the arrest immediately." Their vehicle did not have its emergency lights activated, intending to accelerate and force Li Hui's motorcycle to stop. However, the vigilant Li Hui noticed the vehicle behind him and reacted immediately. He stepped on the gas and accelerated forward. "Oh no, he spotted us. Hurry up and chase him." The motorcycle squad received Li Hui's instructions and began to approach the police car, attempting to block their path. The 2 police cars at the front were originally able to catch up with Li Hui and force him to stop, but due to the obstruction of the motorcycle squad, the 2 police cars in front were forced to brake. Lu Tianpei and his team drove their police car around the large curve, scraping past the road signs from the side and breaking through the complex traffic barriers. Chase. Leaving the people behind, their police cars immediately gave chase. "Damn it, I'll see how far you can run now." Lu Tianpei ordered the driver to step on the gas and give chase, but the location was only a few hundred meters away from the highway. By the time they arrived at the highway exit, Li Hui's motorcycle had already entered the highway. "Stop him! Stop him!" Tu Sainan, sitting in the back seat, opened the window and waved frantically at the traffic police officer standing beside the highway exit. The traffic police officer noticed something was wrong and hurriedly responded. Upon understanding the signal, he looked back at the fleeing motorcycle and immediately realized what was happening. Squeak! Brake! The police car braked, and everyone got out of the car. They then took out their police IDs and briefly explained the situation to the traffic police. Immediately, the traffic police from the temporary station arrived, and the motorcycle set off. There was no way around it on a highway like this. Trying to race a motorcycle in a sedan was simply ridiculous. Therefore, they had no choice but to abandon the cars and requisition the traffic police's motorcycles. Fortunately, the temporary motorcycle station had 2 motorcycles, one of which was being used by a traffic police officer on duty. He led Lu Tianpei in pursuit. As for the other vehicle, is it unattended? Lu Chen volunteered at this point. "I'll go." The autumn-named mountain racing legend, it's time to make a comeback. Lu Chen spoke as he confidently put on his helmet, gesturing for Lu Tianpei to get in the car and sit behind him. Lu Tianpei looked confused and pointed at himself. "Me? What else? We're all on the same team at the Anjiang Criminal Investigation Team. We can't let anyone look down on us. Buzz. Squeak. The roar of the vehicle and the restless sound of the exhaust pipe after accelerating made Lu Chen feel intoxicated. After testing the motorcycle's performance, a smile curved his lips. The feel, the power perfect. Lu Tianpei's eyes widened. He couldn't help but feel that getting on that thing was going to be life-threatening. That expression, that posture, is his right eyelid twitching? But the situation was urgent, so there was no time to think about it. He got on Lu Chen's motorcycle, and the other person immediately accelerated. Whoosh! With a loud noise, the motorcycle suddenly sped off. I'm going. So fast? Lu Tianpei really didn't expect this. Lu Chen was being way too reckless, speeding off like that. Is this really the same Lu Chen who was always so polite and refined in the forensic lab? Hey, bro, aren't you going a bit too fast? Listening to the wind whistling past his ears, even with a helmet on, he could feel the rush of air. This speed was clearly off. What did you say? I can't hear you. I said, did you speed? Lu Tianpei shouted at the top of his lungs. What he didn't expect was that Lu Chen replied in a very casual tone, yes, so what? Oh, nothing. Behind them, Tu Sainan and the traffic police watched Lu Chen speeding away, unable to resist exclaiming, wow. Officer, what's your take on this? Why were they able to drive so fast? They're not driving fast, they're flying low. They're already going 150 miles per hour. You should know that police motorcycles can only go up to 150 miles per hour. The motorcycles those young guys are riding are ordinary models, which can only reach a maximum speed of 125 miles per hour. Anything faster requires a special modification to increase the engine displacement. Models with 500 cubic centimeters or more can reach over 170 miles per hour, but on a high-speed starting section like this, anyone driving at 150 miles per hour is either reckless or a professional racer. Your male friend has good driving skills. He must have received professional training before. Upon hearing the traffic police officer's explanation, Tu Sainan remained silent. It seems that our comrade Lu Chen is quite the tough guy. This arrest operation will depend on them now. After entering the highway, Li Hui shouted loudly and drove calmly ahead at high speed. With your junk cars, you actually think you can chase motorcycles on the highway? You're dreaming. If you can even see my taillights, you're pretty impressive. Li Hui sneered disdainfully. He didn't forget to step on the gas pedal again. However, as soon as his boastful words had left his mouth, he looked through the rearview mirror and was startled to see a traffic police motorcycle speeding toward him. The distance between them was closing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Li Hui looked utterly astonished. Is this real? On this busy highway with so many vehicles, a motorcycle is going that fast? Are they trying to get themselves killed? Normally, motorcycles on the highway are required to maintain a speed of no less than 60 and no more than 80 miles per hour. Li Hui's speed had actually exceeded the limit by a significant margin, reaching 110 miles per hour. In a situation with heavy traffic, using this speed to overtake on a highway requires quite a bit of skill when riding a motorcycle. But what on earth is that vehicle behind me? Even at 100 miles per hour, it's closing in at a speed visible to the naked eye. It must be going at least 150 miles per hour. On a highway with such heavy traffic, driving at 150 miles per hour? That's insane. This person is risking their life just to catch themselves? He sped up, reaching 120, 130, 140, 150. However, even on a highway where traffic wasn't as congested as on city roads, once his speed exceeded that of the other vehicles by too much. The number of vehicles encountered in a short period of time increases significantly, forcing them to swerve left and right and constantly weave in and out to avoid collisions. The danger level and operational difficulty have significantly increased. Li Hui felt that his vehicle was becoming unstable. However, Lu Chen, who was riding a motorcycle behind him, was handling it with ease, showing no signs of panic. Moreover, under such circumstances, he was still able to drive closer, gradually moving toward his position. Damn it, how did he do that? Li Hui lowered his body and accelerated to shake them off, but was soon blocked by the traffic ahead. Meanwhile, Lu Chen maintained a steady speed of 150 miles per hour, smoothly and steadily catching up to him. Lu Tianpei saw that the time was right. He removed the glass visor from his helmet and urged Li Hui to stop and surrender. Who would have thought that as soon as he opened the helmet's visor, a gust of wind blew in, causing his face to contort. Ah bah ah bah ah bah. He tried to open his mouth, but the wind blew directly into it, making his white teeth and gums look lifelike. Li Hui glanced over and thought Lu Tianpei was making a funny face at him. Damn it, are you looking down on me? Damn it, I don't believe it. Li Hui's motorcycle was a high-end custom-made 1000cc model, capable of reaching a top speed of 400 miles per hour. However, due to current traffic flow restrictions, he cannot reach such speeds on the highway. But now, faced with provocation, Li Hui, a young man full of vigor and passion, couldn't possibly hold back. He immediately turned on the electric pump, lowered his body, and accelerated, shooting forward in a flash. The speed instantly surged to over 200. Wow, the wind is blowing so hard. I didn't mean it like that. I'm just. Lu Tianpei struggled to speak in the wind and quickly closed the windshield. Lu Chen, are you sure you can catch up? Don't worry, with the current traffic, it's hard to maintain over 200 miles per hour. Driving like that, he can maintain 200 miles per hour on good stretches of road, but in areas with heavy traffic, he has to brake suddenly, causing the speed to drop sharply below 100 miles per hour. Overall, the speed won't exceed 150, so let's maintain a steady 150. Will definitely be faster than him. Lu Chen said confidently. Sure enough, less than 2 minutes later, several large trucks appeared ahead, and Li Hui's speed dropped significantly. Lu Chen easily caught up with him. This time, with experience under his belt, Lu Tianpei first flexed his jaw muscles as the motorcycle approached Li Hui, then opened the windshield. Li Hui, give up struggling. The criminal investigation team has already notified all highway checkpoints. You can't escape. A tight net is waiting for you ahead. In response to Lu Tianpei's shout, Li Hui didn't respond but kept driving forward. Lu team, this thing is a gas guzzler. We're using the traffic police department's motorcycle. We'll have to pay a lot to refuel it later. Lu Dichen's reminder made Lu Tianpei suddenly growl with anger. Lu Chen's reminder made Lu Tianpei suddenly grow fierce. Damn it! He pulled out a gun from behind and pointed it at the other person, saying, I order you to stop the car immediately, or I'll shoot. Li Hui stabilized the car's speed, raised his middle finger while gripping the steering wheel, and made a contemptuous gesture of defiance. Hey, you really thought I wouldn't dare to shoot, didn't you? Lu Tianpei snorted with a smile. You're just a young bull who doesn't know its own strength. As he spoke, he placed his left hand below his right hand at the rear of the vehicle to steady the gun, then aimed at a certain part of Li Hui's body and fired a shot. Bang! Although the wind resistance generated by the motorcycle moving at high speed was enormous, the shot actually hit Li Hui's buttocks. Li Hui let out a sharp scream, and blood immediately began to flow. Stop the car! Lu Tianpei shouted again. If you don't stop the car, I won't just hit your butt. Don't think I'm joking. Don't shoot. I'll stop. I'll stop. Li Hui had always been so brutal to others, but this was the first time he had been treated so harshly by someone else. Just pull the trigger and shoot? The braking procedures for motorcycles are quite complicated, and since the other person's buttocks were injured, it took 3 or 4 minutes to come to a complete stop. After the motorcycle came to a stop, Li Hui collapsed onto the ground, screaming in agony. Ambulance! Quick, call an ambulance! Lu Chen stopped the car, looked at Li Hui's bloody wound, and said with a sigh, Don't worry, this area has the thickest layer of fat. You've just had your flesh blown to pieces. It's not life-threatening. There's no need to call an ambulance for you either. Soon, the traffic police arrived with Toussaint and Shanshan. Lu Chen glanced at Toussaint and smiled, Here comes the doctor. Chapter 64, So it was that little punk after all. After removing the bullet and bandaging Li Hui, Toussaint took on the role of a police dog and sniffed around Li Hui and the motorcycle. After completing all this, they patiently waited for the arrival of the subsequent vehicles. Upon their arrival, the criminal investigators detained Li Hui and escorted him to the police car. Watching the police car drive away, Toussaint crossed his arms and said, I'm both a doctor and a police dog, shouldn't I get 2 paychecks? Lu Tianpei laughed, I'll add a chicken leg to your lunchbox. Toussaint said helplessly, Forget it, men, none of them are reliable. Tell me, have you found any clues? There was definitely the smell of drugs on him, and it was quite strong, especially in the inner pocket of his denim jacket. It appears that the area was previously used to store drugs. There's no smell in the car, just a faint odor of gunpowder on the bodywork. It must have been from the bullet fragments grazing the chassis when you fired the gun. Toussaint relayed the information she had smelled to them. Lu Tianpei looked pensive and said, That's strange. According to Li Hui's men, he came here to conduct a drug deal. Why doesn't he have any drugs on him? Could it be that when he saw us, he realized he wouldn't be able to escape once he got on the highway, so he hid the drugs somewhere? Toussaint said, That's highly likely. The scent of drugs lingers strongly, and it wouldn't have been more than 6 hours since they left his pockets. Lu Tianpei said. Since we caught up with him, we haven't seen him make any movements to discard anything. That means he must have thrown the drugs out before we caught up with him. Where could he have thrown them? Lu Tianpei looked at the patches of wildland beside the highway. It seemed like he'd have to search thoroughly here. This was going to be a major undertaking. Such a long stretch of road, heaven help him. Lu Chen added, he might not have thrown the drugs by the roadside. He could have taken the opportunity to toss them into a truck, which then left the highway without knowing it was carrying drugs. Therefore, we need to collaborate with the traffic police department to review all the highway surveillance videos along this entire section of the road. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianpei sighed, pulled out his phone, and said, No time to waste. I'll call Xiao Lu and the others right now. Additionally, have old Jean handle the investigation of Li Hui. If they can figure it out, that's best. If not, we'll just have to keep looking. After making the phone call to arrange the details, Xiaolu arrived and coordinated with the traffic police department to handle the matter. Finally, they conducted a search at the scene together. On the large grassy area along the highway, Lu Tianpei handed Lu Chen and Tu Sainan each a boxed meal. When they opened the boxed meals, Tu Sainan's box indeed had an extra chicken drumstick. Alright, old Lu, you kept your word. This chicken leg is pretty juicy. It was worth coming all this way to help you out. She was in a good mood, but when she saw Lu Tianpei and Lu Chen open their lunchboxes one after another, she noticed that everyone had a chicken drumstick. Her smile froze instantly. You promised to give her extra chicken legs. Why does everyone else have some? Isn't this the big chicken drumstick she earned by working so hard while holding 2 jobs? Lu Tianpei saw through her thoughts and explained, as the team leader, giving myself an extra chicken leg is perfectly normal, isn't it? Look at Lu Chen, he's worked hard too, you know. He's a forensic pathologist and the king of the road on Xiuming Mountain. If it weren't for him today, I might never have experienced what it feels like to speed on a motorcycle on the highway. Without Lu Chen, could we have caught Li Hui so smoothly? Of course not. So, I added a 5 yuan chicken leg for him. Is that too much? Of course not. Lu Tianpei spoke with righteous indignation, while Tu Sainan snorted in disdain. He angrily stabbed his chopsticks into the rice and glared at the two of them with hatred. I've figured it out. You're just a scoundrel. You're a scoundrel. I can see right through you. All you care about is Lu Chen. Our relationship is nothing but a superficial facade, isn't it? Lu Tianpei smiled and said, It's not that bad. It's not that bad. You two are my best friends. Hey, Lu Chen, you did pretty well, but if you had a driver's license, that would be even better. I never expected you to be so confident riding a motorcycle and taking me out for a spin. You don't even have a license? Well, you're just a freak genius. You can drive a motorcycle so well even though it's your first time. Otherwise, old Lu would have been in big trouble today. That's right, Lu Chen had never ridden a motorcycle before, so he naturally couldn't have taken a motorcycle exam. The reason he was so confident wasn't because he was impulsive. Rather, it was because after solving the previous bamboo forest snake venom murder case, Lu Chen obtained 2,000 points, which he immediately used to enter a lottery after receiving them. The result of the lottery was that he obtained the skill of motorcycle riding. His riding skills are on par with the world's top motorcycle racers. Therefore, upon seeing the traffic police's motorcycle, Lu Chen hesitated not a moment before choosing to take control of the motorcycle and give chase. That's pure confidence. World-class motorcycle riding skills, and you can't even keep up with a little punk? What kind of joke is that? Impossible. In the interrogation room, Li Hui sat on a chair, his legs shaking like a sieve. When facing the criminal investigators, his face was filled with disdain. What's the matter? Are the injuries on your buttocks too severe that you can't stop your legs from trembling while sitting? The detective mocked him without mercy. Li Hui snorted coldly and said, Officer, you arrested me without cause. That's illegal. And you even fired at me on the highway? You were speeding and resisting arrest. Those 2 charges alone are enough to send you to jail. And, I advise you at your age, you should focus on your studies. When arresting criminals, police officers have the right to use their firearms. At that time, you were all in a high-risk driving situation, so firing at you was undoubtedly the best choice. At this point, you should consider yourself fortunate that Captain Lu's aim was precise, and he hit your target with a single shot. Otherwise, if the bullet had struck another part of your body, the consequences would have been far more severe. Whether you'd even be sitting here right now is anyone's guess. The detective's words filled Li Hui with indignation. For him, this incident was utterly humiliating. However, upon further reflection, he considered his current situation and managed to suppress his temper. He leaned forward slightly. He said to the detective, Officer, from the look of you, you must be just a rookie in the detective squad, right? Your monthly salary is probably around 5,000 yuan, isn't it? Here's the deal, I'll give you 50,000 yuan, and you let me go. As for your captain, I'll have someone handle things with him. My family background is quite influential. Dealing with a criminal investigation team is no big deal. It's all up to you. Just let me go, and I'll give you 50,000 yuan. I promise nothing will happen afterward. Neither of us will be harmed. Consider my family background and my age. I'm still a minor. If you pursue this, it will cause you a great deal of trouble. What do you think? Consider it? Li Hui isn't very old, but he already possesses a maturity that belies his years. Moreover, this maturity has developed in some less than admirable ways. The detective merely glanced at him, shook his head, and added another entry to his notebook with a serious expression. Now there was another entry for bribing the police. Upon hearing the detective's words, Li Hui was so angry that his face turned pale. You bastard, you think I'm giving you face, do you? Do you know who the hell I am? Ah, you're just a small fry. I can crush you in a minute. Li Hui had been holding back all along, but seeing that the other party wasn't giving him any face, Li Hui had never been treated this way before. He lost his temper on the spot and started cursing loudly. The detective remained completely unfazed by the other man's insults. This is just one of the crimes you committed today. You are also suspected of assault causing serious injury and of attempting to bribe a public official. Once these two cases are combined, even if you are a minor, you'll face a 10-year prison sentence. The detective's words caused a flash of surprise to cross Li Hui's angry face. Hadn't the school already handled the assault case? And the matter involving Jinjiang University, how did they find out about that? Just as he was puzzled, Bai Shui walked in holding a notebook. The moment he saw Bai Shui, Li Hui froze in place. Let me introduce you. This is Officer Bai Shui from the Criminal Investigation Team, and she is the person you were trying to harm at the time. All the relevant evidence has been delivered to the Criminal Investigation Division, transferred from the Municipal Bureau to our unit. That bottle of milk tea is the best evidence, and our forensic expert Lu personally saw you at the scene of the crime. Furthermore, today we seized the illegal drugs your small organization was selling online. According to your subordinates, you are the leader. In other words, taking all this into account, your sentence will have to be extended further. Li Hui stared in disbelief. Bai Shui said coldly, Li Hui, are you very curious now about why your family's energy isn't protecting you? Let me tell you the truth, the forces associated with you have been suspended from duty and are undergoing secret interrogations by various supervisory departments. Without their protection, arresting you and framing you would be as easy as pie. This time, it's not just you, every single criminal connected to you won't get away. This is a complete and thorough reckoning. We will not overlook a single one of the crimes you have committed. Bai Shui's words were unbearable for Li Hui. He muttered, impossible, absolutely impossible. My family has such a powerful background and deep-rooted connections. How could you possibly handle this? You're lying to me, aren't you? The veteran detective twirled his pen in his hand and said, Li Hui, you know very well that we're telling you the truth. After all, you've lived this long and made so many mistakes. Has there ever been a time when you were brought into an interrogation room and detained like this before? And when have you ever had your crimes listed one by one and read back to you like this? This is enough to prove that you can't turn back now. You must take responsibility for the mistakes you've made. The veteran detective spoke sternly, slamming the pen he held in his hand onto the table. And I didn't bring you here to discuss these established facts of the case. I'm here to question you about drug trafficking. The police have already confirmed that you are involved in drug trafficking. Be honest and tell us the location of the drug trafficking and the members of the drug trafficking gang. You still have the opportunity to redeem yourself by cooperating with us. Otherwise, once we uncover all the evidence, I assure you that these charges will be combined, and life imprisonment or the death penalty will be your final fate. The detective's words did not faze Li Hui in the slightest. He laughed, his laughter growing increasingly maniacal. Ha! Drug trafficking? Officer, please don't joke with me. I admit I use drugs, but you're saying I'm trafficking them? Do you have any evidence? Or did you catch me red-handed while I was trafficking drugs? You're accusing me of drug trafficking without any evidence? I can sue you for defamation. Also, don't talk about those cases as if they've already been decided. Do you really think I'm stupid? If you could have already determined the nature of this case, why would you be speaking to me in this manner? The reason you're saying this is just to trick me into admitting it, isn't it? Oh, you're treating me like a child? But unfortunately, you've all been fooled. How about that? How was my acting just now? Pretty convincing, right? Li Hui laughed wildly, making faces at the camera inside the room as he laughed, taunting the criminal investigation team. The short video of Li Hui's interrogation was captured by Bai Shui and sent to Lu Tianpei. After watching the video, Lu Tianpei, Lu Chen, and Tu Sainan. Lu Tianpei said, "This guy is really arrogant. If I had known he'd still be so arrogant in the interrogation room, I should have fired a few more shots." Lu Chen analyzed, "We searched the entire scene and reviewed all the surveillance footage, but we found no traces of drugs. Combining the video footage from the interrogation room, I believe Li Hui likely had prior knowledge of our operation. The drugs must have been disposed of before we found him. Additionally, this individual confessed to the Bai Shui case because he knew the evidence was irrefutable and no one could defend him, but he remains confident that the Zhouing case cannot be conclusively resolved." Where does his confidence come from? Is he so certain that Li Na will take the fall for him? Is there really such a foolish woman who would willingly go to prison for such a worthless man? Lu Chen's words gave Lu Tianpei an idea. Are you saying that Li Na also has a secret? Lu Chen nodded. Li Na also uses drugs. Do you think it's possible that she might be connected to a drug trafficking ring? Chapter 65, S-Class Most Wanted Criminal Li Chaowu. With this hypothesis in mind, Lu Tianpei immediately shifted the focus of the investigation and assigned part of the police force to look into Li Na. What they didn't know until they started investigating was shocking. In recent days, Old Wang has been investigating and searching for Huang Mao, the middleman who supplies goods to students at schools. He has been staying at Li Na's home. Based on evidence found at the scene, the man with yellow hair was still staying at Li Na's home the day before. The man with the yellow hair is actually named Ding Lang, a jobless vagrant who frequents the Yiwu area. He lives in a rural area on the outskirts of Yiwu with only his mother. In other words, there is no blood relation between Ding Lang and Li Na. Therefore, Ding Lang's residence at Li Na's home is merely a temporary arrangement. The Criminal Investigation Division convened a new meeting regarding the drug case, during which a detective proposed. In that case, Ding Lang was staying at Li Na's home merely to have a place to stay, which also served as a cover. As for Li Na and Ding Lang, they are merely seller and buyer. Allowing Ding Lang to stay at her place is likely just an attempt to get him to sell her the goods at a lower price, isn't it? The detective's analysis was based on the situation at the scene and the relationships between the characters. Although this Ding Lang is considered a second-tier distributor in society, he is merely a middleman who obtains the goods. Moreover, within this network of relationships, Li Hui holds a higher position than Ding Lang, and Li Hui and Li Na are in a romantic relationship. To put it simply, Li Hui is like Ding Lang's older brother, and Li Na is like his older sister-in-law. Therefore, no matter what, Li Na looks down on Ding Lang, and the daughter of the older brother's subordinate would never dare to get involved with him. Therefore, there is no deeper connection between Ding Lang and Li Na at most. They might have a slight connection due to business dealings. Right, the fundamental issue remains, why would Li Na be willing to take the blame for Li Hui and go to prison? What is she after? Based on previous assessments, it has been ruled out that the two are motivated by emotional reasons. They're all young boys and girls, to talk about deep emotional ties is nonsense. Furthermore, based on the information gathered below, Li Hui's attitude toward Li Na wasn't particularly good, and Li Hui isn't just dating Li Na. Li Na is aware of this, so there is no question of taking the blame for love. If not for Li Hui, then for whom would she do it? Investigate. Keep digging deeper. The Criminal Investigation Team has now identified the key points, which is their crucial breakthrough. The Criminal Investigation Team has now identified the core issues, which represent a crucial breakthrough for them. Whether it's to clear Li Na of the charges or to apprehend the drug trafficker's middleman Ding Lang, this investigation is an essential step in their case. The Criminal Investigation Team searched Li Na's home, investigated her past history, and conducted door-to-door interviews with neighbors. Upon compiling the information, they uncovered something that left them stunned. That was that Li Na had an older brother who had been on the run for 6 years and had been classified as an S-level fugitive in China. What is an S-level fugitive? Only those who have taken at least 3 lives or committed acts that pose a significant threat to society are classified as S-level fugitives. This Li Chaowu, like us, was once a criminal investigator and was known as the Tiger of the Criminal Investigation Team. However, after meeting the drug lord Lao Gui during a mission, he gradually descended into a life of crime, eventually becoming a major drug trafficker. Their organization was codenamed Spring, a transnational criminal network. According to reliable sources, to evade domestic authorities, Li Chaowu had been operating abroad for years. The last time any information about him was heard was 2 years ago, and in the past 2 years, the police have had very little information about him. Lu Tianpei explained. When Li Chaowu was mentioned, Bai Shui had a bold idea. Lu Team, Li Chaowu is Li Na's older brother. Do you think the person Li Na is trying to protect might be her brother? Bai Shui's idea is very bold, but it makes sense. It is highly likely, according to the neighbors, that Li Chaowu has always doted on his younger sister since childhood. Li Na also deeply loved her brother. Originally, Li Na was an outstanding student with excellent grades, but after her brother left, she dropped out of school and stopped studying. Now, she has also taken the path of no return. If Li Chaowu returned and began drug trafficking in the Yiwu area, and Li Hui's superior is very likely Li Chaowu. Li Na doesn't want her brother to be exposed, so she chose to take the blame. Upon hearing this analysis, everyone found it quite reasonable. From Li Na's perspective, she currently has no knowledge of the evidence the police have gathered regarding their drug use and trafficking activities. Her understanding is still stuck on the campus assault case. As a drug addict, she had very few leads, and as a member of society, she simply resorted to violence. However, if Li Hui were arrested, the situation would be different. If the police conducted a thorough investigation, they might uncover a series of drug trafficking evidences. At that point, it could very well implicate her older brother, Li Chaowu. Therefore, she chose to take the blame herself. That makes sense. Additionally, to confirm this conclusion, let's test Li Na. Yes. Lu Tianpei sent 2 detectives to the interrogation room. The so-called probing involved hinting around the subject, casually mentioning drug trafficking, and bringing up her brother. During the interrogation, pay attention to Li Na's reactions. By observing her reactions, they can determine the accuracy of their assumptions. As expected, during the interrogation test, Li Na became particularly tense upon hearing information about drug trafficking and Li Chaowu. This fully confirms that their suspicions were correct. This case is indeed connected to an S-level fugitive, and Li Chaowu may indeed be returning to the country and is currently hiding within Yiwu County. This is a major discovery. I never expected this case to involve so many people. Even an S-level fugitive who's been on the run for years has surfaced. If we can solve this serial case, the Criminal Investigation Division of Anjiang County will truly make a name for itself. Everyone was well aware that the nature of the case was becoming increasingly serious. The larger the case, the heavier the responsibility and burden on their shoulders. Similarly, the more complex and challenging the case, the more arduous the investigative process becomes. However, upon successful resolution, the sense of accomplishment is immense. Now, we have figured out the reason why Li Na took the blame, and we have also raised the possibility of Li Chaohu's existence. The next steps for the criminal investigation team are straightforward. They will approach it from two angles. First, based on the clues Ding Lang left behind at Li Na's home, they will intensify their efforts to apprehend him. On the other hand, pry information out of Li Hui to obtain useful intelligence. After the new work arrangements were implemented, the entire criminal investigation team began operating efficiently. The task of apprehending Ding Lang is currently quite challenging. Based on the existing leads, it will not be possible to capture him in the near future. Therefore, the focus of the criminal investigation team remains on the interrogation of Li Hui. Oh my goodness, officers, you let me rest, but how many times are you going to interrogate him today? I've already told you, I'm just a troubled teenager. I do drugs, and I have bad habits. I admit all of that, but you insist on slandering me, accusing me of drug trafficking and assaulting people without cause, causing them serious injuries. I deny all of those charges. Why would I admit to something I didn't do? Li Hui remained as carefree as ever, looking quite arrogant. Li Hui, behave yourself. We have witnesses who saw you injure someone, and there's also biological evidence your biological traces are on the scene. Even if someone is willing to take the blame for you, after investigation and verification, you will still be identified as the main perpetrator. The detective shouted angrily. Oh? I'm so scared, officer. Do you really think I've never studied the law? I'm a minor. Drug use and assault, the most I'll get is 6 months, right? Ha? Oh, even if you add that I intended to use a sedative, I can say I was just momentarily confused. It's normal for minors to have limited self-control, right? Alright, add another charge of speeding on the highway. 3 years at most. And that's only possible for someone as poor as them. My family is so wealthy I can hire the best lawyers. 3 years? That's not happening. Besides, I'm only 17. If I go in and come out, I'll still be under 20. I might as well go in and experience life there. Facing the stern reprimands of the criminal investigators, Li Hui paid no heed. He looked like a complete rogue, fearless and reckless. The most critical aspect is that he showed contempt for the court, which is also punishable by an additional sentence. However, as Li Hui pointed out, if a minor hires a high-profile lawyer, this charge can be easily avoided by arguing that the minor lacks the mental maturity to understand the consequences of their actions. Therefore, it must be said that this is truly disgusting. Don't get too cocky. Once we have evidence of your drug trafficking, whether you're a minor or not, you'll face a minimum of 15 years in prison. Drug trafficking? You need evidence to make such claims. Where's the evidence? Where are the drugs? You're accusing me of drug trafficking without any evidence. That's defamation, officer. And if you could find the drugs, you wouldn't be bothering me here. Li Hui, with his hands cuffed, lowered his head, stretched it forward, and used his little finger to dig in his ear. He was determined not to give in, as if to prove that the police wouldn't find any drugs. Moreover, as things stand, Li Hui has no obvious weaknesses and possesses excellent mental resilience. Ignorance breeds courage, and when this courage reaches a certain level, it can actually become a powerful tool. Wave after wave of detectives went in to interrogate him, but all returned empty-handed. When they came out, they shook their heads in frustration. That kid, I really want to beat him up. During this time, Lu Chen had nothing to do and kept watching the interrogation from outside. He noticed that Li Hui seemed flawless and fearless. However, upon closer observation, one would notice that his occasional air of arrogance seemed somewhat forced. In other words, he is not truly fearless, rather, he is fully aware of his current situation. As long as the police can't find the drugs, everything will be fine. But if they find drugs, he's really finished. So he must hold on at all costs. After all, once he found out that all his protectors had been suspended and his charges were listed in full, he knew he was going to prison. How could he not be afraid or panicked? Such a huge disparity would make anyone feel uneasy and panicked. Especially since Li Hui knew he had lost his backing, yet he still dared to act this way? It couldn't be a genuine reaction. There's only one possibility, he's putting on an act. But even if it's fake, his intense resistance is genuine. The probability of getting any information about drugs from him is virtually zero. Since we can't get any information from him, let's try a different approach: psychology. Lu Chen had studied basic psychology during his school days, and it should be sufficient for dealing with ordinary criminals. However, when faced with a difficult inmate like Li Hui, basic psychology was definitely insufficient. As a result, he accessed the system interface. After winning the motorcycle skill in the last lottery, his merit points were now down to 900. 900 points should be enough to enhance his psychology skills. Lu Chun used all 900 merit points to enhance his psychology skills. Ding! Ding, 100 merit points consumed. Basic psychology upgraded to intermediate. Ding, 200 merit points consumed. Advanced psychology upgraded to expert level. Ding, consume 200 merit points to upgrade intermediate psychology to advanced. Ding, consume 200 merit points to upgrade intermediate psychology to advanced. Ding, consume 600 merit points to upgrade advanced psychology to top-tier psychology and master the Shaozhuang case solving method. Chapter 66, Underhanded and cunning tactics. When used well, they become masterful strategies. Chapter 66, Underhanded and cunning tactics. When used well, they are brilliant strategies. Old Lu, let me go. After enhancing his psychological abilities to the highest level, he looked back at Li Hui's performance. These displays were child's play in Lu Chen's eyes, and the things he was trying to hide were plain for all to see. Moreover, he had also acquired the renowned Shaozhuang case solving method from psychological crime investigation. When facing Li Hui, he has ample opportunity to demonstrate his abilities. Upon hearing that Lu Chen was also going in to interrogate the prisoner, the detective in charge of the interrogation asked, "Forensic Dr. Lu, this guy isn't just a tough talker. And he's not like the previous prisoner, Lu Minghui. Are you sure you can handle him?" Lu Chen shrugged and said, "Let's give it a try. We're just hanging around anyway. I was just about to try out my psychology techniques." Psychology? Psychology sounds pretty sophisticated, but when you say it like that, it sounds like some kind of cult. Tu Sainan, who was watching the commotion from the side, crossed her arms and looked utterly disbelieving. Whether he's a charlatan or not, we won't get into that. If he can deceive people and find out where the drugs are hidden, isn't that a good method? Just then, Lu Tianpei happened to walk over from a nearby spot. Alright, let him go inside and try. This kid has plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Whenever Lu Tianpei thought about the interrogation case, he couldn't help but recall the scene where Lu Chen had outwitted Lu Minghui. Now that the interrogation was not going smoothly and the case had reached a stalemate, letting Lu Chen give it a try wouldn't hurt. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. What kind of evaluation is this? A charlatan? Full of underhanded tricks? No need to say it, this picture proves that Sainan and Lu Tianpei are indeed two troublemakers. Lu Chen's face showed a look of utter speechlessness. He shook his head and didn't bother to explain further. He walked straight into the interrogation room. Inside the room, Lu Chen exchanged a brief greeting with the detectives before they all left the room. At that moment, only Li Hui and Lu Chen remained inside. Seeing this, Li Hui wore a mocking smile on his face, clearly eager to see what tricks Lu Chen had up his sleeve. Hey, when did the criminal investigation team get so short-staffed? What's going on? Desperate times call for desperate measures? They're having a forensic doctor interrogate me? Ha, that's really laughable. Li Hui had planned to target Bai Shui Jinjiang University. His original plan was to go to the university and target female college students, but upon catching a glimpse of Bai Shui at the conference, he was struck by her beauty. He changed his plan and decided to target Bai Shui instead. Therefore, before taking action, he made sure to find out which team Anjiang County was participating in, and naturally recognized Lu Chen, who was scheduled to take the stage for the selection. So when he first saw Lu Chen in the interrogation room, he recognized him immediately. And this bastard was the one who had been chasing him relentlessly, leading him into a gunfight. How could he not recognize him? Such a great opportunity, of course he had to mock him. Looking at the police officers inside on the screen outside the door, they saw Li Hui's provocative words. Two hot-tempered individuals immediately expressed their intention to rush in and teach Li Hui a lesson. How dare he be so arrogant? He doesn't even bother to acknowledge me, but now it seems like the entire criminal investigation team doesn't even acknowledge me. That's right, Captain. Can't we let Dr. Lu go in for the interrogation? It makes us look like we have no one here. We're letting the forensic doctor in. If they can figure out something, that's fine. But if they can't figure out anything, that'll be a total embarrassment. A group of people were red-faced and neck-strained, and one person even wanted to go inside and turn off the screen recorder. They were ready to get physical. In response, Lu Tianpei snorted coldly and scolded, "What are you all doing? Is there no discipline left? Know your place. You're police officers, not thugs. You resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Using force is precisely a sign of your incompetence. And what about the forensic doctor? Can't they interrogate? Who made that rule? Whoever is capable should take the lead. Everyone has seen how well forensic Dr. Lu performed. It was he who uncovered the truth in that murder case where the suspect broke into the house. Let him give it a try. They're counting on his abilities. Do you really think it's for no reason? You let a criminal provoke you with a few words and lost control of your emotions. What kind of quality do you have as a criminal investigator? Go reflect on your actions. Lu Tianpei was usually gentle with others, but when it came to solving cases at the Criminal Investigation Division, he was a capable leader who could handle anything on his own. Within the team, he commands a certain amount of respect. After being scolded by Lu Tianpei, the few people in charge of the criminal investigation team suddenly came to their senses. They silently lowered their heads. Seeing this, Lu Tianpei snorted and said, "All of you, be quiet and just watch. Don't make a fuss." In the interrogation room, after mocking Lu Chen, Li Hui became even more arrogant and said, "I'd like to see how the forensic doctor conducts an interrogation." A forensic doctor conducting an interrogation? I've never encountered that before either. In response to the other party's arrogance and mockery, Lu Chen's face showed no sign of emotion. He remained silent, pacing back and forth in the room with soft, careful steps. Seeing that Lu Chen hadn't responded for a while, Li Hui's smile gradually faded from his face. "Hey! What are you doing? Are you going to review it or not? Are you trying to pull a fast one on me?" Li Hui shouted, then saw Lu Chen still moving around the room mysteriously, looking deep in thought. Li Hui nodded and said, "Alright, you're deliberately ignoring me, aren't you? Then none of us will speak. Let's see what you can do to me." Suddenly, Lu Chen, with a solemn expression, suddenly took a step forward and rushed to Li Hui's front. "Shoo! Put a finger to your lips and make a shushing sound." Li Hui was startled and cursed, "Are you out of your mind? Crazy? That's a good word for you right now, isn't it? Being tied to a chair and unable to move, terrified inside but forced to act tough to hide your fear. In psychology, this is a classic example of a second personality disguise. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Li Hui snorted and laughed, "Afraid? Are you telling me a joke? Of course not. I'm being completely serious about this matter. Your facade is telling me you don't want to tell me the truth. But behind your disguise, that vulnerable, fearful persona is willing to tell me everything." Lu Chen spoke without expression, his eyes fixed on Li Hui. His eyes seemed to pierce straight into the soul, seeing through one's very heart. Li Hui was about to deny it, but Lu Chen quickly interjected, "Don't believe me? Then try it yourself." Li Hui paused for a moment, then stared straight at Lu Chen and said, "Alright." Lu Chen smiled slightly, and the expression on his face gave the impression that Li Hui had already fallen into his trap. Even Li Hui felt the same way. Originally, he didn't believe it at all, but after Lu Chen did that, he began to have some doubts. In psychology, this is called guidance. Immediately, Lu Chen sat upright in front of him and began flipping through the documents. At this point, Li Hui, who was eager to verify whether Lu Chen truly had the ability and wanted to see if he had any hidden tricks up his sleeve, impatiently asked, "What are you doing? Aren't you supposed to ask about my second personality? Go ahead and ask." Lu Chen remained calm as he flipped through the papers, speaking softly, "Relax. Right now, you're experiencing significant emotional fluctuations, you're a bit impatient, a bit tense, and even a bit worried." As Lu Chen spoke, he put down the book, and when he mentioned the word worry, he suddenly looked at Li Hui. Li Hui instinctively averted his gaze. Lu Chen quickly flashed a smile, giving him no time to react. Seeing Li Hui's state, Lu Chen knew that the psychological setup he had planned was complete. "Alright, let's play a game. This game is simple, I ask, you answer. I ask you a question, and you tell me the answer. That's it." Li Hui snorted lightly, "You ask me, and I have to answer? I'm not that cooperative." "Shoo." Lu Chen made the shushing gesture again, staring into Li Hui's eyes. He whispered, "I'm not asking you. I'm asking the other person inside your body." Lu Chen's words sent a chill down Li Hui's spine. He stared at Li Hui and asked seriously, "Li Hui, I'm asking you, did you join the motorcycle gang to deal drugs?" Li Hui's expression was unsettled, but his tongue unconsciously licked the inside of his cheek. Currently, the criminal investigation team's evidence was based on Li Hui's involvement in drug trafficking, along with the testimonies of his subordinates. Therefore, when Lu Chen asked him about this, he did not find it particularly surprising. Very good. So you went to traffic drugs." Seeing Li Hui's subtle movements, Lu Chen felt as though he had heard someone's response and nodded slightly. "I have no idea what you're up to." Seeing Lu Chen's strange behavior, Li Hui laughed. "You don't need to know, because I'm not asking you, I'm asking your second personality. Get lost." In response, Lu Chen merely smiled confidently and then asked, "Tell me, where are the drugs hidden?" "What? You want me to guess? I guess you transferred the drugs under the highway. Before getting on the highway, we estimated your route based on the map, and there were 4 possible routes you could have taken. The Ganchi line, the Chang'an line, and the Liuda line." "Oh, it's the Liuda line." When Lu Chen mentioned the first 2 lines, Li Hui didn't react much, but when he heard Liuda line, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Judging from your driving patterns, the Liuda route has very few places to hide from surveillance cameras, only 7 in total. The section of North Hill Road, the abandoned gas station area, and the road connecting the public restroom and the wooden house. It seems like you were in the area between the restroom and the wooden house. When mentioning the section between the public restroom and the wooden houses, Li Hui's pupils contracted slightly, though not noticeably, but it did not escape Lu Chen's keen observation. "It's on the east side, south side, north side. Oh, it's on the north side." Li Hui's already furrowed brows tightened slightly. If you go north from the public restroom and the wooden house area, turn in and you'll find Wangsuan, Jiangsuan, and Fengshuxia village. It's Fengshuxia village. Li Hui looked up, his brows furrowed, and his eyes betrayed a look of shock. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead unconsciously, but he forced a smile and said, "What are you talking to yourself about? I have no idea what you've been muttering about for so long." Lu Chen made the shushing gesture again and said, "I told you, I wasn't asking you. I was asking your second personality." This time, Li Hui couldn't hold back any longer, and his smile gradually faded. Lu Chen, without Li Hui, continued to ask questions. Every time he presented an option, Li Hui's facial expressions would change slightly when the correct answer was mentioned. "Which row of houses in Maple Tree Village?" "I'm in the third row, the first house, the second house, or the third house?" "Oh, it's the third house." When Lu Chen successfully located the building, Li Hui's psychological defenses completely collapsed. "Damn it, I won't listen, don't ask me. Li Hui twisted his body wildly, the sound of the handcuffs and chains clanging loudly. He couldn't figure out how Lu Chen had found out. Could it really be that there is such a thing as a split personality? Is there really such a bizarre thing? But if it's not, how did he know that directly? It wasn't just him, even the detectives outside the interrogation room were stunned. One after another, they exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. "You just asked that out of the blue?" But Li Hui didn't say a single word. "How did you know that?" At this point, a detective who was knowledgeable about psychology said he deduced it from Li Hui's body language. No wonder he wanted to be alone in the room and acted so erratically earlier. It was all to create a psychological scenario. Focusing Li Hui's attention on the issue of personality sounds bizarre, but it makes people believe it and leaves their brains no time to react. This way, the prisoner will exhibit physical reactions. Especially in a state of doubt, as Lu Chen's questions became increasingly difficult, step by step, when Li Hui answered the first question correctly, he panicked. And the further he went, the more panicked he became. When sensitive topics were mentioned, his external reactions became increasingly evident. In this way, all the key information was gradually extracted from him. I came across this method in a famous psychology crime-solving book earlier. It's called the Xiaozhuang case solving method, named after the Xiaozhuang case. Upon hearing the detective's explanation, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. This is way too bizarre. But to be fair, this technique is really impressive. Yeah, just look at Li Hui's performance. He must have gotten everything right, otherwise there wouldn't be such a reaction. Chapter 67, Ding Lang is dead? After seeing Lu Chen's behavior in the interrogation room, Lu Tianpei and Tu Sainan exchanged a knowing smile. Even Bai Shui, who was usually serious and never smiled, said with a smile, "I knew he could create a miracle." Once is a miracle, but multiple times isn't a miracle anymore. Lu Tianpei spoke eloquently, flashing a mysterious smile. "That should be called. Tu Sainan, strong enough? No, the underhanded tactics are too dirty." Tu Sainan heard this, extended his palm, and the two of them happily clapped hands. "I also think that's pretty mean. It's impressive, but deceiving children like that is cruel. Look how scared they are. Ugh." Lu Tianpei laughed and looked at Tu Sainan, saying, "With Lu Chen's move, we've got him cornered." Lu Tianpei laughed heartily and looked at Tu Sainan, saying, "With Lu Chen's move, our subsequent work will be much easier to carry out. Nan, it's your time to shine." Based on the information provided by Lu Chen, the criminal investigation team conducted an investigation in Maple Tree Village. They discovered that the house had been long-term leased to others. According to villagers, there were rarely any visitors during normal times. Occasionally, a few young people would come by for a short while, but they never stayed long and would leave quickly. The criminal police showed Li Hui's photo to the villagers. And they recognized him immediately. Yes, that's the young man. After confirming this, the criminal police broke down the door and conducted a thorough search of the house. Lu Tianpei and Tu Sainan were the first to be targeted. "Nan Yi, go ahead. It's time for you to step up and make a difference." Tu Sainan growled angrily, "Shut up, or I'll bite you to death." After giving Lu Tianpei a disdainful glance, Tu Sainan sniffed the air, detecting the scent of drugs. Tu Sainan had a naturally keen sense of smell, and during his university days, he had specifically trained his nose to recognize and remember the scents of various substances. She has already memorized the smells of various drugs. Moreover, she had already smelled the scent of the drugs once before in Li Hui's pocket. So conducting a scent search inside the house wasn't difficult. She followed the scent, moving forward, and there it was behind this closet. And here, open the toilet lid, it's in the pump. Soon, Tu Sainan made a discovery, finding two hidden locations where drugs were concealed. The drugs were all packaged and stored in black burlap sacks. After obtaining the drugs, the inspectors behind them immediately weighed them using scales. One weighed 23 kilograms, the other 17 kilograms, totaling exactly 4 kilograms. Lu Tianpei nodded and asked Tu Sainan, who was continuing the search inside the room. "Mr. Nan, have you found anything else?" Sinan had thoroughly searched every corner of the room, both inside and out, and had checked all the areas that needed to be investigated. The other search personnel had also not found any more drugs. But she still detected a strange odor. The smell was faint, but she confirmed it was still there. "Give me a little more time," she said, then lowered her body, searching the floor while sniffing the air. Lu Tianpei and the others followed slowly behind her. Suddenly, she stopped moving, her nose twitched, and she took a deep breath. "This is it, it's under the floor." The forensic team tapped on the floor nearby and found that one of the tiles was hollow. Upon opening it, they discovered a hidden compartment inside. Inside the hidden compartment was an orange-red plastic bag containing a bag of K powder. The testing personnel picked it up, sniffed it, and weighed it, stating, "This bag contains a full 5 kilograms of drugs." Moreover, the black bags and orange-red bags contained different batches of goods. This batch of red ones were recently produced and should be what Li Hui brought from somewhere to prepare for the transaction. Lu Tianpei smiled and said, "This matches the statement provided by Li Hui's accomplice. He said that Li Hui brought 5 kilograms of drugs this time. It must be this shipment. 9 kilograms of drugs. Maybe not the death penalty, but life imprisonment is definitely on the table." The team member beside him added, "With such a large quantity of drugs, it means there must be a drug manufacturing facility of comparable scale in the Xinjiang area. Yes, we need to locate this drug manufacturing site as soon as possible and aim to apprehend them all at once. Pack and organize all the drugs, then take them back to the forensic analysis team for testing, analysis, and molecular comparison." On the way back, Lu Tianpei gave Sinan a big commendation, saying, "Well done, Nan Yi." Sinan kept his hands in the pockets of his jeans and said, "After all, I'm only human. No matter how sensitive my nose is, it can't compare to a dog's nose. Therefore, to ensure nothing is missed, it's best to have the police dog come back and check again." Lu Tianpei blinked and said, "Don't worry, the police dog is already on its way." As he spoke, he looked up at the sky and sighed with satisfaction. Finding the drugs means this case is almost solved. The weight on my shoulders has suddenly become much lighter. The credit is as good as mine. Sinan sneered, "You're already thinking about your promotion dreams?" "Dreams? Sorry, but with all these drugs and the recent string of solved cases, how can this still be just a dream?" Lu Tianpei patted Sinan on the shoulder and whispered, "Just wait and see. By this time next year, I'll definitely be working with you at the city bureau. Just thinking about seeing each other every day, doesn't that make you a little excited?" Sinan said solemnly, "Sorry, there isn't any." The criminal investigation team returned with a full load, having conducted a series of scientific examinations and obtained relevant information and evidence. Lu Tianpei strode confidently into the interrogation room. He was holding a pile of items in his hands. Upon reaching Li Hui's desk, Lu Tianpei placed each item one by one in front of Li Hui. These are photos of drugs found in a small Western-style house under a maple tree. There are 3 locations in total, totaling 9 kilograms. Additionally, these are fingerprint traces extracted from the plastic bags containing the drugs. After verification and comparison, they have been confirmed to match your fingerprints, Li Hui. Additionally, there are these field investigation reports, which include records of conversations with local villagers who identified you. In summary, this is sufficient evidence to prove that you are involved in drug smuggling. Although there is no evidence of drug trafficking, smuggling and trafficking are considered the same crime. Li Hui, I regret to inform you that even if you are a minor, the amount of drugs alone is sufficient to sentence you to life imprisonment. Additionally, there are previous charges of online fraud, trafficking in obscene materials, attempting to sexually assault public officials, assaulting students resulting in serious injuries, and reckless driving leading to arrest. Once these cases are thoroughly investigated, they will all be included in the proceedings. Our criminal investigation team will make further efforts, write a letter of complaint in the litigation process demanding severe punishment, and will certainly strive to secure the death penalty for you. Lu Tianpei spoke in a calm and leisurely tone, with a hint of arrogance. This caused Li Hui's emotions to spiral out of control. He grabbed his hair with both hands, his eyes red and swollen. An overwhelming sense of helplessness swept over him. He was afraid he finally knew what fear felt like. He no longer pretended, for there was no point in doing so. A low, choked sob, freely releasing their emotions. Then, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Tianpei, just like a child who had lost a fight as a kid, blaming the adults for not being more generous and letting him win. However, Lu Tianpei showed not the slightest trace of sympathy. Even though the other party was a minor, everything he had done had already caused severe harm to society. He is responsible for his own actions. I prefer seeing you as you were before, rather than how you are now. Lu Tianpei sat down calmly, watching Li Hui seethe with anger, wanting to explode and hit someone but unable to do so because he was restrained. Li Hui said nothing, his neck stretched out, his eyes red and glaring. "Why are you looking at me like that? What? Didn't you think about this before you committed the crime? You've always said you're a man. If you really are a man, then don't struggle. It's all in vain. A real man is someone who takes responsibility for his actions. Now that you've confessed everything, everyone will save time and effort. We won't have to keep bringing you to this interrogation room, and you won't have to endure this repeated abuse and torture. Why not? Moreover, you still have the opportunity to come clean and receive leniency. Whether you speak up or not is entirely up to you. If you wait until everything is out in the open, you won't even have the chance to come clean. Take some time to think it over. After saying that, Lu Tianpei put on his hat and prepared to leave. At that moment, Li Hui called out to Lu Tianpei, "Wait." He slowly raised his head, looked at Lu Tianpei, and said slowly, "I'll tell you everything. You're right. I've lost. I admit defeat. I've said my piece. You must keep your promise and let me stay inside in peace. Stop bothering me." Lu Tianpei grinned and said, "Sure." He then put his hat back on and sat back down in his original spot. Next, Li Hui began his personal account. Lu Tianpei occasionally asked some key questions, and Li Hui answered truthfully. After finishing the recording, Lu Tianpei closed the notebook. "This is the only time I truly admire you. Rest assured, if everything you've said is true, we won't bother you again in the near future." Lu Tianpei finished speaking and left the interrogation room with a satisfied expression. With Li Hui's confession and admission of the criminal facts, all the cases that had been piling up were now officially solved. Lu Tianpei called Zhou Haiyang and reported the entire situation to him. Over the phone, Zhou Haiyang laughed heartily and repeated the word "good" 3 times. At the same time, Zhou Haiyang also brought some good news to Lu Tianpei. The corrupt and criminal forces in the province had all been eradicated. All the wrongdoings and mistakes committed in the past will be thoroughly settled. The operations at the provincial department have all returned to normal, and 2 criminal investigation teams have been coordinated to come down and conduct a cleanup of the municipal bureau's internal affairs. As for the E-House side, Zhou Haiyang instructed Lu Tianpei and his team to assist in handling the police officers who made mistakes, removing those who should be demoted from their positions and arresting those who should be detained. In an instant, the power behind Li Hui was completely destroyed, restoring order within the system. However, all the previous cases had already been declared solved, with Li Hui identified as the main culprit. However, the drug trafficking cases linked to Li Hui have not yet been fully resolved. Although Li Hui has been apprehended and the drugs involved in the transactions have been seized. However, based on the clues they had gathered, there was still a massive drug supply and processing operation operating within the city. Additionally, the S-level fugitive Li Chaowu and the fugitive Ding Lang had yet to be apprehended and brought to justice. Therefore, this case is not yet closed. After reporting to higher authorities, the higher authorities have instructed the Criminal Investigation Division of Anjiang County, the Criminal Investigation Division of the Municipal Bureau, and the Criminal Investigation Division of Iwu to jointly investigate the case. According to Li Hui's confession, he does not know the true identity of the contact person and has never seen his full appearance. The meeting location was the back area of Jinjiang University, and the time was during the Jinjiang Outstanding Youth Top 10 Award ceremony. During the meeting, Li Hui only saw a man who was approximately 1.7 meters tall, wearing a baseball jacket that covered his face. No wonder he suddenly rushed to Jinjiang that day. It was for smuggling goods. While waiting for the shipment, he spotted Bai Shuan and developed lustful intentions, intending to take advantage of the situation. That's probably how it went down. In other words, this Ding Lang Li Hui's subordinate is just a minor figure, acting as an intermediary. The person who actually has access to the core industry is the man wearing the baseball uniform. However, based on our on-site investigation, no information about this baseball-clad man has been collected so far. To identify this man, we need to find someone who frequently interacts with him and gather more details. That's right. The top priority now is to find a way to apprehend Ding Lang as soon as possible and get him to reveal the clues about the man in the baseball uniform. Several criminal investigation teams are collaborating on the case, exchanging information, and sharing analysis for reference. At this point, someone suggested an idea. The man dressed entirely in baseball attire always dresses so discreetly. Could it be that he is afraid of being recognized? Do you think he might be a fugitive on the run? Are you suggesting that this man is the very person we're looking for, Li Chaowu? It's highly likely. And since the agreed-upon location is now at the university, there must be a reason for that. The drug manufacturing site is extremely likely to be within Jinjiang City, and even more likely to be near the university. Alright, immediately launch a cleanup operation around the university and conduct a door-to-door investigation. In this manner, all major criminal investigation teams were dispatched swiftly and worked together in a coordinated effort. However, at 1:20 p.m. the following day, the Iwu Police Department received an emergency call. The caller reported that a body had been discovered at a stone stall under the Iwu River Bridge. The police immediately responded, arrived at the scene, and upon seeing the body, were shocked to discover the body was none other than Ding Lang, who was currently being hunted down by the entire city. Since the previous drug case was still ongoing, the case was being led by the Criminal Investigation Division of Anjiang County. As a result, upon identifying the body as Ding Lang, the on-site criminal investigators immediately contacted the dedicated personnel of the Anjiang County Criminal Investigation Division via a dedicated hotline. Lu, someone found Ding Lang's body by the Yiwu River. The special line personnel immediately reported to Lu Tianpei. Upon hearing the news, Lu Tianpei couldn't help but widen his eyes. What? Ding Lang is dead? Chapter 68. The murder took place at the seafood market. By the time the criminal investigation team arrived at the scene, the forensic team from the police station had already conducted a thorough examination of the area. Based on the evidence at the scene, the victim appears to have drowned. Additionally, no traces of other individuals were found in the vicinity, indicating that the victim drowned in the river and was subsequently washed by the current onto the rocky area beneath the bridge. Old Jean, investigate the nearby surveillance cameras to see if there are any leads. Lu Chen, Nan Yi, this body is all yours. Alright, don't worry about it. After mobilizing both sides, Lu Tianpei stood with his hands on his hips, muttering to himself, this is a nightmare. They are currently investigating a drug trafficking case, and all leads point to this Ding Lang. A thorough search has been conducted, but so far, there have been no leads. Who would have thought that he would just die like that? Moreover, there were no severe external injuries on his body, and the cause of death was drowning. It's unlikely that he drowned accidentally while hiding from pursuers, is it? With this doubt in his mind, Lu Tianpei felt his thoughts suddenly become chaotic. It seemed that the only way to determine the exact outcome was to wait for the forensic pathologist's report. The funeral home's vehicle transported the body to the funeral home, where it was subjected to preliminary processing before being handed over to the forensic department for further examination. The external body surface primarily exhibits abrasions and contusions, none of which are fatal injuries. It is highly likely that the body collided with rocks and debris while being carried ashore by the current. Therefore, I believe that before deciding whether to perform an autopsy, a CT scan with contrast should be conducted on the lungs. Check the condition of the lungs. During the transportation of the body, Lu Chen instructed the forensic examination personnel under his command. Alright. Upon receiving instructions from Lu Chen, the inspection personnel immediately proceeded to set up the various instruments required for the CT scan. 2 staff members in protective gear then entered the room and pushed the stretcher containing the body into the examination area. Soon, the CT scan results were ready. The deceased's lungs showed severe alveolar hyperinflation, with alveoli rupturing, a classic sign of drowning. In other words, there is no evidence that the deceased was killed and then dumped. The cause of death was drowning. After seeing the image, Tseinen stated the corresponding result. Lu Chen took the presented image, examined it repeatedly, and frowned deeply. Multiple organs are filled with edematous fluid, and the bronchi are all ruptured. Lu Chen took the printed image, examined it carefully, and frowned deeply. Multiple organs are filled with edema fluid, and the bronchi are all ruptured. This indicates that the victim struggled violently before drowning. He was conscious. Being conscious while in water is consistent with the characteristics of drowning. However, what is strange is that, as a fugitive being pursued, why would Ding Lang go to the riverbank at this time? And to make matters worse, he died precisely when we were investigating Li Chaohu and had reached a critical stage in the drug trafficking case. Isn't this a bit too much of a coincidence? Tu Sainan had previously collaborated with Lu Chen and was aware of his expertise in combining relevant evidence for criminal investigations. Following Lu Chen's line of thinking, she said, "Are you suggesting that Ding Lang was likely forced to jump into the river under duress?" Oh my, now that you mention it, a scene suddenly popped into my mind, someone on the bridge pointing a gun at Ding Lang and forcing him to jump into the river. But if that's the case, aren't they afraid that Ding Lang can swim and won't drown? Why not tie him up or weigh him down with some stones? That would be more effective for covering up the crime, wouldn't it? Tu Sainan's words suddenly struck Lu Chen, and he looked at Tu Sainan. Tu Sainan smiled faintly and said, "Your imagination is quite vivid. You should consider becoming a screenwriter." He smiled slightly and said, "Your imagination is truly remarkable. It's a shame you didn't pursue a career as a screenwriter. So your guess is incorrect." Since this guess is incorrect, and the other party did not use the method mentioned, such as tying ropes around Ding Lang or adding stones to him, let his body sink to the bottom. Is there any possibility that it wasn't that they didn't want to, but that they simply didn't have enough time? Not enough time? Dr. Lu, what do you mean by that? Lu Chen didn't answer directly but said thoughtfully, "I think we still need to perform an autopsy. I want to measure the actual weight of the organs." Tu Sainan looked at Lu Chen. Though he didn't know what Lu Chen was thinking, he assumed that there must be a reason behind his decision. Thus, the operating table was set up, the lights were turned on, gloves were put on, and all the necessary tools for the autopsy were prepared. The autopsy began. We opened the chest cavity, removed the lungs, and made sure to be careful not to damage any of the delicate blood vessels inside. Understood. After the 2 lungs were removed, just holding them in his hands, Tseinen could clearly sense something was wrong. This lung is so heavy. Lu Chen gestured for her to place the lung in a clean container for weighing. Upon weighing, it was discovered that the weight of Ding Lang's lungs had reached an astonishing 3,000 grams, which is commonly referred to as 3 kilograms. What does it mean for one lung to weigh 3 kilograms? Under normal circumstances, the weight of the human lungs ranges from 1 kilogram to 14 kilograms. Currently, the weight of Ding Lang's lungs is more than double that of an average person. Even if his lungs were completely filled with water, the weight would not exceed 28 kilograms. And if it exceeds 28 kilograms, it can only mean one thing: his lungs contain not only water but also other substances. Tu Sainan looked at Lu Chen in shock. That's impossible. The CT scan of his lungs showed that there was only water inside them. How could it be so heavy? Facing Tu Sainan's confusion, Lu Chen merely smiled lightly, as this was consistent with his own hypothesis. If the lungs were entirely filled with river water, it would indeed be impossible to reach such a weight. But what if Ding Lang's lungs also contained a large amount of salt water? Lu Chen's words made Tu Sainan's eyes widen in shock. She looked at Lu Chen in disbelief and exclaimed, "It's seawater." Before he died, Ding Lang inhaled seawater into his lungs, not river water. Seawater has a higher density than river water, meaning that the same volume of seawater is heavier than the same volume of river water. Therefore, it is possible to reach 3 kilograms. However, Ding Lang's body was found by the riverbank. How could there be seawater in his body? Could it be that the E-House River was not the first crime scene, and someone had disposed of the body there? This Ding Lang was actually drowned in the sea and then dumped into the ocean. Tu Sainan snapped out of it and stared blankly at Lu Chen. Now I understand why you said earlier that the other party might have done it because they didn't have time. Because after dying at sea, the body is transported and thrown into the ocean, which is a very dangerous process and time-sensitive. However, another question arises: since the person died at sea, why not simply dispose of the body at sea instead of specifically dumping it into this river? Lu Chen couldn't answer this question. He simply made a brief analysis of the time of death. Based on the analysis of the fluid in the lungs, the time of death was determined to be no more than 18 hours. Additionally, the external appearance of the body, particularly the hands and feet, exhibited edema consistent with a time of death of at least 16 hours. In other words, the deceased had been submerged in the river for at least 16 hours or more. If Ding Lang was indeed drowned in the sea and then his body was moved to the E-House River, he would have had at most 2 hours. Lu Chen's analysis of the circumstances of his death caused Tu Sainan to exclaim, "I'll go." He immediately pulled up the location map on his phone. After converting the distances using satellite maps and calculating the time, she arrived at a shocking paradox. The nearest sea to Iwu River is Ningxing Sea, and the fastest possible drive from Ningxing Sea to Iwu would take at least 3 hours. That's impossible to accomplish. Lu Chen nodded and said, "That's right." This indicates that the first crime scene was not in the sea either. If it's not in the sea, then where else could there be seawater? Oh, I get it, it's the seafood market. Chapter 69, Forensic Science Department, well done. After the forensic team reached a scientific conclusion, they immediately reported the situation to Lu Tianpei. Being able to obtain so much information in such a short time, and even directly understand the direction of the investigation, Lu Tianpei couldn't help but praise. "Lu De, the forensic expert, you're the one for the job. An ordinary forensic pathologist would only give me the cause of death. But you've gone and done this. You've even told me how the case should proceed, what the criminal investigators should do, and where they should investigate. All the clues have already been uncovered. Then we detectives really have it easy. If all forensic experts were like you, the case clearance rate would definitely skyrocket." When he received this case, Lu Tianpei was still unsure. Now, however, the forensic team had made a significant discovery, providing a direction for the investigation and saving them a great deal of time. Hearing Lu Tianpei's lavish praise for Lu Chen, Tu Sainan couldn't help but roll his eyes. "I said, Captain Lu, they say that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but it seems like you can't stand anyone else. What's going on with you now? You keep mentioning Lu Chen, but I'm right here in front of you, and you don't even notice me?" Although the entire forensic examination and criminal investigation analysis were mostly led by Lu Chen. But Tu Sainan is at least an assistant, and she is a forensic expert, right? And she is quite capable herself, but Lu Chen is just too powerful, overshadowing her brilliance. The highly emotionally intelligent criminal investigation team, when faced with such a situation, would never directly acknowledge Lu Chen's contributions, even if they were fully aware of them. Instead, they would say, "The forensic team did an excellent job. If you want to praise Lu Chen, at least bring Tu Sainan along too, okay? Just ignoring her is ridiculous. This is driving me crazy." Hearing Tu Sainan's complaints, Lu Tianpei finally noticed her temper and scratched his head in embarrassment. "Sorry, Nanyi, I forgot about you. It was just a moment of excitement, no hard feelings. And you're so outstanding, you wouldn't hold it against me, would you?" At this dismissive response, Tu Sainan snorted derisively and rolled her eyes, saying, "All you see in your eyes is Lu Chen. Scumbag." Tu Sainan's expression at that moment was like that of a bitter woman. Lu Tianpei was completely taken aback, especially by the last phrase, "scummy guy," which made him snap out of his daze. Lu Tianpei wanted to say something else, but Tasanen urged him, enough, my Captain Lu. I'm not angry. There's no other meaning to it, I just wanted to vent a little. Now that I've vented, it's all good. Don't mind me. Hurry up and organize people. We need to go investigate. Lu Tianpei was like a mute-eating bitter melon, he had no way to express his suffering. Then, with a helpless shake of his head, he used the walkie-talkie to call out over the channel, Command Center, investigate which seafood markets are near the charity house. Conduct a covert investigation and bring back some seawater. With a life in our hands, the nature of this case has once again escalated. And currently, all leads are concentrated at this seafood market. Therefore, the criminal investigation team will not act rashly but will first determine which seafood market the victim died in before proceeding with further investigations. As for these detectives, they will disguise themselves as customers and purchase some seafood from various seafood markets. Of course, buying seafood requires seawater, and the seawater they bring back is the most important thing. Using this seawater, we can compare its composition with the seawater from the deceased's lungs to determine which seawater it belongs to. After all, the so-called seawater used in these seafood markets is mixed by the vendors themselves in the back areas according to the type of seafood they sell, and the proportions of various minerals and salts are different. Additionally, the halide fermentation process undergoes a series of chemical reactions, which can be used to determine the freshness of the seawater in the deceased's body compared to the seawater in the market. By comparing the results, it is possible to determine which seawater belongs to the deceased's body. Soon, seawater samples from all the major seafood markets in Iwu were brought back. The pressure then shifted back to the forensic team, though this time the examination was relatively straightforward, simply a chemical comparison. Not only forensic experts but also scientific testing personnel from other departments can assist in the process. During the process of chemical extraction, purification, and comparison. 3 hours later, the results were out, and the seawater from 3 sources matched the seawater from the deceased's lungs. Furthermore, all 3 seafood shops were owned by the same person and sourced their seawater from the same back-end factory. Based on the series of documents currently in the possession of our criminal investigation team, Ding Lang was deliberately murdered. As a drug dealer, those responsible for his murder must be individuals involved in the drug trade. They knew we were investigating Ding Lang, and to avoid getting into trouble, they killed him. Now that our investigation has narrowed down to this back factory, we need to make some bold assumptions. This location could very well be where they are trafficking drugs. Before the criminal investigation team arrived, Lu Tianpei convened a meeting and said during the meeting, therefore, during the investigation, Old Wang, you will lead the first squad and collaborate with the Iwu County Police Department to conduct a thorough investigation and a thorough search. The police dogs from the Municipal Bureau have arrived. Bring them all along and search thoroughly, and question everyone thoroughly. Especially that boss. Additionally, second squad, divide your men into 3 teams and go to those 3 seafood shops. After all, we also need to rule out the possibility that the deceased died inside the shop. The fish tanks inside the seafood shop are mostly larger than coffins, filled with enough seawater to easily drown a person. Yes. After the instructions were issued, all parties began their actions. At the back of Genoa Seafood Agency Company, Limited, where seawater is processed, the area outside the entrance was filled with police cars. One by one, narcotics detectives, accompanied by police dogs and Rottweilers, were conducting a thorough search inside. The boss, Wu Genoa, looked nervous and said with a bitter smile, "Officer, this is just a legitimate seafood processing plant. We just buy and sell some seafood. You've seen the premises. Most of the workers are women, and there are no underground facilities. It's all above ground, with seawater tanks built on the ground." Old Wang said indifferently, "Whether they're running a legitimate business or not, we'll find out once we finish the investigation." He looked at the workers standing by the seawater tanks on the site and asked, "Are these the ones who usually do the work?" "Yes, officer. These people are mostly my relatives. The seawater tanks in front of us are as tall as a floor, filled with specially prepared seawater. People above are using various tools to stir and mix the solution. At such a height, if someone were to accidentally fall, wouldn't they drown? There are no safety measures?" Old Wang looked at the seawater tanks, furrowed his brow, and asked. As he spoke, he could clearly sense the panic in Wu Genoa's eyes. "Oh, officer, most of us work during the day, and these workers are all experienced. Accidents rarely happen. Even if someone falls, there's an escalator nearby that they can use to climb back up. I've been doing this job for so many years, and I've never encountered such an accident," Wu Zhenhua explained. "Really?" Old Wang said doubtfully. "Yes, it's absolutely true, officer." Old Wang nodded, glanced at Wu Zhenhua, then stood with his hands behind his back, waiting quietly for the search team to continue their search. After searching for a while, he walked over casually, came to the bottom of the seawater tank, climbed the ladder, and looked up from below. "This tank is pretty clean. Do you usually use it to keep fish?" Old Wang asked the workers above. "Not just fish, but shrimp and other things as well. Most of them are transported from Ningxing, with a small portion imported from abroad. such as Australian shrimp and the like. Old Wang nodded. Oh. But you're not selling seafood lately, are you? The water in the tank looks like it's been freshly changed. The worker didn't think much of it, she just answered whatever old Wang asked. Oh, the boss told us to change it. Usually, we change the water every 3 days, but for some reason, he wanted us to change it last night. We need to prepare a new batch of seawater. As the saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. Ding Lang's death occurred last night. And Wu Genhua suddenly decided to change the water in the pool last night. Needless to say, there must be something seriously wrong here. Chapter 70, Fatal Wound. After a thorough search of the scene, the narcotics squad found no drugs. In the interrogation room, Wu Genhua was handcuffed to a chair, facing away from the window. Old Wang paced back and forth in front of him for a moment before turning to ask, Wu Genhua, tell me, why did you change the water in the pool last night? Sir, the timing for changing the water is not fixed. Sometimes it's every 3 days, and if we're more diligent, it could be every 1 or 2 days. You're lying. Your employee said that there are strict internal company regulations requiring water to be changed every 3 days. Wu Genhua, you're a businessman, not a philanthropist. Changing the water must also be a significant expense for you. Why would you do it for no apparent reason? Wu Genhua blinked wildly. I just suddenly felt like changing it yesterday. There's no particular reason. Officer, what's the big deal about changing the water? Oh. But changing the water is one thing, but why did you have the employees scrub the bottom of the pool with bamboo brushes after draining it? You think there's something in the pool that we can't see? Lao Wang's words made Wu Genhua's eyelids twitch. No, officer, really, no. Wu Genhua is just an ordinary person. When asked these two critical questions, his facial expression betrayed him. He's lying. He's hiding something. Old Wang snorted and slammed his palm heavily on the table. You still say there's nothing? Wu Genhua, did you kill someone? Did you have your workers clean up the traces left behind by the body in your seawater pool? To prevent the police from finding out? Do you think that by disposing of the body and cleaning the floor, we won't be able to find anything? Don't forget, you moved the body to the river and left it there. If I'm not mistaken, you used the truck from your warehouse, didn't you? There are traces of the bodies left on the truck, and there's a whole pile of them. Lao Wang's words made Wu Genhua tremble all over, and finally, he exhaled deeply. Seeing that he had given up resistance, Lao Wang sat back down and asked calmly, Speak. Why did you kill Ding Lang? What was your relationship with him? Wu Genhua shook his head and said, I don't know him, and I didn't kill him. Old Wang frowned and said, You didn't kill him? Yes, I only moved his body, but I didn't kill him. That evening, after work, I came to patrol as usual and noticed something unusual at the seawater pool. It seemed like something was floating on the surface. At first, I didn't think much of it, assuming it was something that had been accidentally left behind. After all, sometimes the staff accidentally leave things like nets behind. But when I got closer and shone a flashlight, I realized that what was floating inside was actually a person. I was terrified at first, but after a moment of composure, I regained my senses and decided to move the body out and dispose of it in the river. Due to the panic at the time, once I reached the riverbank, I simply threw him in. Wu Genhua's explanation made it easy for Lao Wang to understand. You say someone died in your pool, yet not only did you not call the police, you also moved the body and destroyed the evidence? Oh, officer, you don't know the whole story. Over the years, due to the pandemic, the shop has been unable to operate normally for a long time, and I've been struggling to keep it afloat under enormous rental pressure. Now I'm deeply in debt, but thankfully things are improving, and I can finally reopen the store and resume normal operations. Although business isn't great, at least we're making some money. It helps cover my losses. But there's a dead person in my saltwater tank. If this gets reported, who in the neighborhood would dare to buy fish from my store? So, in a moment of panic, I just... At this point, Wu Genhua crossed his hands tightly and pressed them against his forehead, bowing his head in shame. Upon hearing this explanation, and considering the findings of the on-site investigation, it indeed made perfect sense. After organizing the documents, Lao Wang left the interrogation room. Outside, Lu Tianpei had been waiting for a long time. What Wu Genhua said must be the truth. It seems that this case has once again reached a critical turning point. Wu Genhua's fishing grounds are not the drug trafficking location we are investigating, and they have no connection to Ding Lang. Then, why did Ding Lang die here? Was he murdered? Lu, how's the investigation at the 3 fish shops going? No findings. Ding Lang hasn't been to the fish shops. In that case, I believe there is only one possibility left. Ding Lang likely made an arrangement with the criminal to meet at Wu Genhua's fishing ground last night. The criminal then used the pretext of killing Ding Lang. Lu Tianpei nodded in agreement with this viewpoint. But why had the other party invited him to this place? This indicates that the criminal is very familiar with this area and likely lives nearby, or even works at Wu Genhua's store. After summarizing these 2 key points, Lu Tianpei instructed the forensic science team to lead Wu Genhua back to the scene. Under Wu Zhenhua's guidance, he confessed the entire process of his actions and demonstrated how he had resisted arrest. Technical personnel conducted trace evidence collection at the locations he indicated. Lu Chen and Tu Sainan, wearing white gloves, assisted with the trace evidence collection. While inspecting the seawater tank, Lu Chen noticed a scratch on the inner glass of the tank. He immediately called for someone to bring Wu Zhenhua over. Lu Chen pointed at the glass and asked, "What's this mark?" Wu Zhenhua was also puzzled by this mark. "Ha? How did this scratch get here? I've never seen it before." Seeing Wu Zhenhua's expression, Lu Chen continued to ask, "Was this scratch not here before? Then think carefully about how this scratch came to be." Wu Zhenhua thought hard, but he couldn't remember at all. Lu Chen asked, "When you were retrieving the body, did you find anything in the water?" Wu Zhenhua thought carefully and replied, "Oh, right. While retrieving the bodies, I noticed something shiny at the bottom of the water." "Something shiny? So there was something in the water at the time?" "That should be the case, but I'm not sure. You can ask my employees if they found anything during the salvage operation." Lu Chen nodded and immediately called over the staff who had cleaned the pool at the time. When the issue was brought up, the employee paused briefly before saying, "When I was cleaning it, there didn't seem to be anything in the water." "Do stones count?" "Stones? Yes, there are several large stones under the water." "Where are the rocks?" "The ones that fell off this platform, the stones used to build the earthen walls, have deteriorated severely and many have fallen out. However, in the past, only small debris would fall in, but this time it's large stones." Lu Chen took out his pen and recorded the employee's statement, then returned to Wu Zhenhua's side. "Did you notice any heavy objects inside his body while you were retrieving the body?" Wu Zhenhua thought for a moment and said, "No." Upon receiving this response, Lu Chen had someone take Wu Zhenhua away, then returned to the side of the seawater tank and looked through the glass at the inside of the tank. "At first, I didn't think much of it, but now it seems that the drugs remaining in Ding Lang's body are trying to tell us that his death is somehow connected to this." After obtaining these clues, Lu Chen's mind was working overtime, piecing together the clues and reconstructing the case. Tu Sainan thought to himself, Ding Lang is a drug dealer if he uses drugs, that should be pretty normal, right? Yes, but that was precisely the most fatal factor leading to his murder. Ding Lang's body had only minor abrasions and no fatal wounds, nor any wounds that could have caused him to lose consciousness. How did the criminal convince him to go willingly and then get him into the water tank? I think that any normal person, under police pursuit, would not accept an invitation from a contact person to come up here for a conversation. There must have been precautions in place, so it's absolutely impossible that they were lured up there and then pushed off. I suspect that after the two met, Ding Lang took drugs and was in a euphoric state, and the perpetrator took advantage of the situation, carried him up, and threw him down. Chapter 71, Match Confirmed, Suspect Identified. Chapter 71, Match Confirmed, Suspect Identified. Lu Chen's words made Tu Sainan's eyes widen. Indeed, if that were the case, this suspicious point could be explained. But this was merely speculation, with no evidence to support it. Lu Chen, of course, was well aware of this, so he continued. In the dream, he was pushed into the water, and Ding Lang suddenly woke up. He wanted to get out of the water. However, the criminal on the shore threw the stone at Ding Lang in the water and hit him. During the attack, one of the stones accidentally grazed the glass, leaving a mark that was likely caused by the stone. Do you remember that Ding Lang's upper body had bruises caused by a blunt object, not very deep? We've been trying to figure out what caused them. Now it all makes sense. It was a round stone thrown down from above. When it hits the body, it causes oblique bruising. Lu Chen spoke eloquently and continued, of course, if he had relied solely on the stones, he wouldn't have been able to stop Ding Lang from continuing to come ashore. Therefore, he must have used the bamboo brush above him at that time. He used the bamboo brush to push the person back into the water until he was submerged and drowned. This also explains the origin of the multiple bruises on his arms and body. Lu Chen's deductions left Tu Sainan speechless. Lu Chen looked at Tu Sainan and said, "Do you know what key conclusion we can draw from reconstructing this case?" Tu Sainan shook his head slowly. Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, "This indicates that the criminal is familiar with this place, but they are not the staff responsible for cleaning and maintaining it. If it were the staff, they would have experience and instinctively use a bamboo pole directly, rather than first wasting time with stones and then using a bamboo brush." This response left Tu Sainan speechless. Every time she worked on a case with Lu Chen, her admiration for him grew even deeper. Though sometimes she can't help but feel a bit resentful. Some of the methods he uses don't seem very professional, and he even comes off as a bit of a charlatan. But the results achieved in solving the case are truly remarkable. Moreover, setting aside other aspects, the forensic expertise and criminal investigative reasoning skills are simply too extraordinary. She's been at the city bureau for quite some time and has encountered some of the most seasoned criminal investigators in the city. But compared to Lu Chen, he still feels much more terrifying. At least he couldn't have deduced and analyzed things to this extent in such a short time, and even if he had, that would have been enough. What's most absurd is that after completing the analysis, they were able to list the most important point. This gave the entire criminal investigation team a clear direction for their work. Although the members of the criminal investigation team each have their own strengths and specialties, the one who shines in every operation may not always be the same person, but in a team with Lu Chen, he is the core. It feels like the team follows his lead, and he truly has the ability to do so. Hey, what's wrong? Are you stunned? After Lu Chen finished speaking, he saw that Tu Sainan hadn't responded for a long time and thought she had zoned out. Tu Sainan turned her head toward Lu Chen in a daze, shook her head vigorously, and said, "No, I just think it's pretty amazing. Or maybe it's just that you feel like a superhero or something." Tu Sainan dragged his chin, staring at Lu Chen, his eyes fixed on him as if he were looking at a monster. "Superman? What on earth are you thinking about? Can you be Superman? It feels like your brain is different from ours. Such a difficult case, but in your hands, it seems so easy and effortless. It makes me feel like you can do anything." Lu Chen smiled awkwardly. "That's probably just your imagination." Lu Chen smiled awkwardly and said, "That must be your imagination." Lu Chen turned around, and Tu Sainan was about to follow him, but suddenly, he turned back and said with a touch of self-admiration, "By the way, don't get too attached to me. I'm just a legend." Lu Chen turned around, and Tu Sainan was about to follow him when suddenly he turned back and said with a touch of self-admiration, "By the way, don't get too attached to me. I'm just a legend." After speaking, Lu Chen flashed a mischievous smile and left behind a lonely silhouette. Tu Sainan's lips twitched, and the towering figure he had painstakingly built up in his mind crumbled to pieces in an instant. This brat must have learned to be bad from that old man Lu Tianpei. After Lu Chen deduced the process of the case, the criminal investigation team narrowed down the scope of their investigation and began to rule out employees within the company. During the screening process, the technical department asked the employee who had discarded the stones to retrieve them. Since these stones were all pulled out from inside the wall, there is a high probability that the criminal's fingerprints remain on them. Furthermore, these fingerprints should be unique. Sure enough, after bringing the stone back for testing, the testing department discovered minute fingerprints on it. These fingerprints had been significantly smudged and were partially overlapping and incomplete, making it difficult to verify and compare them in a short period of time. Additionally, the stone was stained with water, and there were many debris in the grass pile. Simply removing these and extracting the fingerprint from the stone is a technical challenge. I believe this task should be handled by senior forensic experts from the provincial bureau. Otherwise, I am concerned that the forensic personnel from Anjiang County or the municipal bureau may not be able to handle it properly. Tu Sainan said with concern. However, Lu Chen smiled and said, "There's no need to go to such trouble. I've dealt with this type of fingerprint before and am confident I can match it." You? Lu Chen, are you serious? This is highly specialized fingerprint extraction and restoration. Without advanced expertise in this field, it's simply impossible to handle. Lu Chen replied calmly, "Just wait at the door for my news. When I'm conducting fingerprint extraction and comparison, I prefer to work alone." Lu Chen remained calm, "Just wait at the door for my news. When I'm conducting fingerprint extraction and comparison, I prefer to work alone." Inside the laboratory, Lu Chen put on white gloves and smiled at Tu Sainan, but his smile hid a pleading expression. "Tu Sainan, I'll do it. You should know that in Anjiang, even fingerprints with a damage rate as high as 70% can be matched. This fingerprint is barely 60%, isn't it? Give me 2 hours, and I'll handle it." Tu Sainan's eyes widened in disbelief, but she couldn't say a word in response and was half pushed out of the laboratory. Once outside the lab, Lu Tianpei noticed her gloomy expression and approached her, asking, "What's wrong? You look so down." Tu Sainan told Lu Tianpei what had happened earlier, and Lu Tianpei laughed it off. "Tu Sainan, you also have such embarrassing moments?" But Lu Chen was right, he does have that ability. "I said, Mr. Nan, you also have moments like this." However, Lu Chen is correct, he does indeed have that ability. Tu Sainan exclaimed in shock, "Do you have any idea how difficult this is? Is he really that confident? Let me put it this way, when he says try, he means the success rate is about 99.9%. When he says he can do it, it means this problem is a piece of cake for him, a walk in the park. He's definitely going to succeed." Tu Sainan looked utterly disbelieving, but this is fingerprint matching. Even forensic experts from the provincial bureau would hand this over to specialized forensic technicians for handling. And he actually told me he could handle it easily? You have no idea how difficult this is. I've been studying this for so long, I know so many forensic experts, and I've seen the most skilled ones, including a forensic expert with 20 years of experience, but he can only compare fingerprints of a certain level, specifically those with at least 50% of the details intact. But this Lu Chen, he just comes in and says he can handle fingerprints with a 60% damage rate, and he does it effortlessly? Seeing Tu Sainan's expression of astonishment and disbelief, Lu Tianpei's smile grew even wider. "If this had happened to someone else, I think your expression would be normal. You would doubt and question it, and that would be understandable. But if it happened to Lu Chen, it would be the most normal thing in the world. He is a god. What a divine being can do is beyond the comprehension of a mere mortal like you. Lu Tianpei said, nudging her elbow, do you feel your self-esteem is being hurt? Yes, very much so. This person is way too twisted. That's right, he's a pervert. Sai, take it slow. The more you interact with him, the more you'll get used to it. Lu Tianpei's words eased Tu Seinen's anxious mood considerably. The two chatted idly outside the door. Less than 2 hours later, Lu Chen opened the laboratory door. The comparison results were in. Here are the detailed findings. Chapter 72, no need to look any further, the drug manufacturing site is right here. Tu Sainan ran up and took the report from Lu Chen's hands. As she looked at the reports one by one, she couldn't help but show a look of shock. Wow, they really did compare them all. This is a bit too much, isn't it? Lu Tianpei isn't a technical expert, he doesn't understand the ins and outs of this. He has no idea how difficult it is to match something like this, especially in such a short amount of time. That's truly impressive. But Tu Sainan knew, and she was absolutely terrified. This is way too exaggerated. This comparison result is correct. Based on these fingerprints, the suspect has been identified. The suspect is named Wang Jun and is the owner of a pig farm. Tu Sainan said that the pig farm is located in the city bureau area, but Wang Jun frequently visits Yiwu City because he has business dealings with the owners of the local fishing farms. The pigs are fed the remains of these fish and shrimp, and dead fish and shrimp are brought to the pig farm to feed the pigs. Upon hearing this information, Lu Tianpei couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Pigs eat this too? Lu Chen replied, pigs are omnivores like humans, they can eat anything. Moreover, these dead fish and shrimp, or rather the remains of their bodies, are useless to the fishmongers anyway. They would have to find someone to clean them up, so it's better to just give them to the pig traders. Oh. Ha? But why didn't he collect from the city office? Why did he come all the way to the charity shop? Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, the old man's true intention isn't the wine, you know. His true intention wasn't to collect dead fish and shrimp, he was here to traffic drugs. Lu Chen's words gave Lu Tianpei pause for thought. Based on our previous investigation, the first lead pointed to the city bureau as the location of the drug manufacturing site. However, after searching the commercial and residential buildings at Jinjiang University, we found nothing. If Wang Jun is indeed involved in drug trafficking, he may have killed Ding Lang at this location. Is it possible that the drug manufacturing facility is actually located at the pig farm? Following this line of reasoning, the moment the words were spoken, all three of them were taken aback. Immediately notify the task force, assemble, and proceed to apprehend Wang Jun. Originally, they had planned to investigate Wang Jun's social connections first, but now they will inquire about his actions at the fishing ground. However, with the fingerprints, combined with the previous information and their current deductions, they felt it was no longer necessary. There is a high probability that the drug manufacturing site is located at the pig farm. With that, the drug enforcement team immediately set off for Jinjiang University under the city bureau. Wow, I wondered why the search took so long, it was hidden in such a place. These drug dealers are really sneaky. Old Wang couldn't help but say angrily. Wang Jun's pig farm is located near Jinjiang University. Everything is overlapping with the main storyline from before. Woo woo woo. The police car arrived quickly. Outside the pig farm, people saw the police car and rushed inside to call for help. Oh no, boss, the police are here. After getting out of the car, the criminal police did not act immediately but instead had them call Wang Jun out. When he heard the police had arrived, Wang Jun did not show much panic on his face. He walked out from inside with over a dozen employees behind him. He smiled and said calmly, officers, what's all the commotion about? What's going on? Before he could finish speaking, Lu Tianpei signaled behind him, and two detectives stepped forward and handcuffed him. Before he could finish, Lu Tianpei gestured behind him, and two detectives stepped forward and handcuffed him. Wang Jun looked puzzled and asked, hey? Police officers, what are you doing? I haven't broken any laws, have I? Not broken the law? I'm sorry, but the police already have evidence linking you to a murder case. Upon hearing this, Wang Jun's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. But he feigned surprise and asked, a murder case? How did I end up getting involved with a murderer? Don't try to deny it. It's the Ding Lang case. We found your fingerprints at the crime scene. You're the one who killed Ding Lang. Upon hearing this, Wang Jun suddenly shivered. It really was that. He had considered the possibility that the police might find him, but he thought the chances were very slim. After all, he had dealt with the county police department on numerous occasions, and their standards and investigative efficiency were both very low. But now, how did they solve the case so quickly? How did they find me so quickly? He really didn't expect that. But until the very last moment, he couldn't admit it. He continued to deny it vehemently. Officer, you've got the wrong person. I don't even know anyone named Ding Lang. Why would I know him out of the blue? In that case, I'll cooperate with you and go back to investigate and explain everything clearly. Lu Tianpei sneered and didn't listen, instead ordering you to enter the pig farm. Wang Jun's eyes darted around. Officer, what are you doing? Even if you suspect me of being the murderer, why are you going into my pig farm? Because we suspect you're manufacturing drugs here. Lao Wang said solemnly. Wang Jun let out a cry and shouted, we're innocent. The dozen or so employees he had brought along were now looking at each other in confusion, unsure of what to do. Move aside. A few people tried to stop the police, but they were scared away by a single shout. The police entered in single file and began searching the pig farm. The narcotics squad even brought along several police dogs, but after a thorough search, the officers noticed that the dogs were all visibly agitated. Strange, they should have detected the scent of drugs, but they couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the drugs. Could it be that the smell of pig manure inside is too strong, affecting the police dogs' performance? After the drug enforcement team conducted a search upon entering the premises, all the police dogs exhibited this behavior, showing signs of agitation, which clearly indicated they had detected drugs. However, it was impossible to pinpoint the exact location. All that can be seen with the naked eye are separate pigsties, with pigs and pig feed inside. The rest of the area consists of 2 small warehouses, but the items stored inside are all food for the pigs. Therefore, after searching for a long time, they couldn't find the drugs they were looking for, let alone any drug manufacturing sites. Strange. A drug manufacturing site requires a lot of equipment, yet there was no place in this pig farm that could meet their needs for drug production. The drug manufacturing site must be somewhere else. Old Wang's words caused a look of confusion to appear on Lu Tianpei's face. As for Lu Chen and Tu Sainan, the two stood in front of the pig pen, observing the pigs' reactions inside. Tu Sainan sniffed the air and stated confidently, the smell of drugs is lingering here, which means this place must have been used for large-scale drug activities. I sniffed around, and this place had the strongest drug odor of all. Tu Sainan said, facing a pigsty in the corner of the wall. But in the pigsty in front of him, there were only pigs, a trough, and pig feed. Lu Chen observed the pig's behavior inside, furrowing his brow slightly. Where could the drugs be? I can't find them anywhere. The police were puzzled, and even Tu Sainan found it strange. They had clearly smelled it, but the scent was very scattered. Finally, she looked at the pig trough the pig was eating from, then climbed right in and sniffed the trough. That's it. There's a strong smell in this pig trough. Chapter 73, that's ridiculous. You can analyze that? Lu Tianpei, after searching unsuccessfully with a group of people, approached Lu Chen and his companions. He saw Tu Sainan currently inside the pigsty. Nan Yi, why are you in the pigsty? What's going on? Are you going to fight the pigs for food? Tu Sainan glared at him angrily, then said seriously, you're the one who needs to fight with pigs for food. I smelled the scent of drugs in this pig trough. Upon hearing her words, Lu Tianpei also recalled the earlier reactions of the police dogs. Now that you mention it, it seems like those police dogs were also barking at the pig trough the whole time. Could they be using the pig trough for drug production? That's ridiculous. Where's their lab? Tu Sainan said, I don't know where the lab is, but I can sense the smell of drugs lingering in the air. It's because almost every pig trough in the pigsty is stained with the smell of drugs. Upon hearing this conclusion, Lu Tianpei exclaimed in surprise, are you saying that there's no place to make drugs here, but that these people are feeding drugs to the pigs? Then the question arises, drugs are such valuable substances, far more valuable than these pigs, especially to drug traffickers. Why would they feed drugs to pigs? In their eyes, that's nothing short of wasting a precious resource. This fundamental logic leaves everyone speechless. Yeah, 1 gram of drugs can fetch a fortune. Using drugs to feed pigs is just too outrageous. But just then, Lu Chen suddenly spoke up, the drug lab is right here. I think I know exactly where it is. Lu Chen's words left everyone stunned. Ah? Lu Chen, you found the drug factory? Where is it? Lu Chen calmly pointed toward Tu Sainan. Tu Sainan looked confused and pointed at himself, saying, me? Lu Chen shook his head and pointed behind her. Tu Sainan realized what he meant and turned around to look at the wall behind her. The members of the criminal investigation team also turned their gaze toward the wall behind them. If I'm not mistaken, the drug manufacturing site is behind this wall. Old Wang led 2 men inside to investigate the wall below. Lu Chen said, no need to go to all that trouble. The entrance should be right where I'm pointing. A few people looked at Lu Chen suspiciously, then went to the spot he was pointing at and knocked carefully. Hey! I really found a clue. It's empty inside. Soon, the sharp-eyed police officer noticed a crack in the wall, then found a mechanism. After pulling it, he scraped along the crack. The hidden door opened. The door was only 50 centimeters high, just enough for a person to crawl through, but there was a hidden space below. Captain, there's a lot of space inside. Looking down, Old Wang shouted excitedly. Lu Tianpei looked at Lu Chen and shouted, I'll go. Then he immediately ordered, Old Wang, take some men down and check it out. Yes. Old Wang, armed with a gun, led his men down one by one. Soon, several criminals emerged with their hands raised. Following closely behind them was Old Wang, holding a gun. Lu team, there's a drug manufacturing plant down there. It's quite large, he said happily. Hearing this, Lu Tianpei also shouted with joy. After apprehending all the experimental personnel inside, the scientific testing personnel immediately conducted tests on the drugs. Following the analysis, it was confirmed that these drugs belong to the same category as those found at the warehouse. The drugs used by Ding Lang and Li Hui are all of this type. This means that the source of the drugs is here. The case has been successfully solved. As he watched the drug-making tools being carried out by the staff and loaded into the police cars at the entrance, Lu Tianpei's smile grew even broader. Each additional piece of contraband meant an extra point toward their achievements. This was simply too satisfying. Ha ha. He glanced at Lu Chen, who was calm and composed, and asked curiously, Lu Chen, how did you know there was a trap here? How did you know there was a trap here? And how did you directly point out the entrance to the poison-making site? Tu Sainan also wanted to hear more and walked over, saying, I'm all ears. Lu Chen smiled lightly and said, Sainan, didn't you say that the drug smell here is the strongest? Lu Chen smiled lightly and said, Sainan, didn't you say that the drugs here have the strongest smell? Tu Sainan nodded and said, that's right. Then, Lu, you said that the smell of drugs was found in many pigsties, right? That's right. So, that's great. Lu Tianpei? Tu Sainan? Just based on those 2 points, you can tell where the entrance is? Lu Chen spread his hands helplessly and said, with these 2 key pieces of information, isn't that enough? This indicates that these pigs have been consuming drugs, right? You all just said that they wouldn't feed drugs directly to the pigs. What does that mean? It means that what they're feeding the pigs isn't the finished product meant for human consumption, but rather the failed batches, the drug waste. Upon hearing this, the 2 of them suddenly understood. Right, that's right. The process of making drugs involves a certain failure rate, and there are also many chemical residues that are difficult to clean up. If discarded outside, they could easily be discovered, so the best solution is to feed them to the pigs to eliminate any traces. Wow, thinking about it that way, these drug dealers are really clever. No wonder they've never been caught. Lu Tianpei remarked with a sigh. But even if you figured that out, how did you know the secret door was here? Tu Sainan and Lu Tianpei still didn't fully understand. Indeed, their minds weren't as sharp as Lu Chen's. Lu Chen continued, take a look at the ground near the wall. Isn't there unusually little pig dung on the ground? This indicates that when feeding the pigs, the person stands in this position to feed them. Waste materials are also fed from this position. You think that when entering the pigsty from the outside, how could he possibly be standing inside? He must have come out from inside to be standing there. Additionally, pigs are very intelligent animals. Although they are messy, they know to keep the important places where they eat and where their owners come to feed them clean. In simple terms, this place will have less feces. The floor and walls here are cleaner than other places. Furthermore, when these pigs approach the walls, they do not voluntarily stand in front of them. What does this indicate? It indicates that, in their consciousness, this is an area they can enter and exit freely. As soon as Lu Chen uttered these few reasons, Lu Tianpei and Tu Sainan froze in place, unable to recover for a long time. I see, that's the analysis. Is way off the mark. How could anyone come up with that? Chapter 74, First Class Merit Award. Chapter 74, Personal First Class Merit. Snap. The 2 clapped their hands, staring blankly at Lu Chen as if he were a monster. My dust, my god. Tu Sainan bowed with both hands clasped. Forgive me, forgive me. I should never have doubted you. It was nothing short of humiliating. I promise, from today onward. Whatever you say goes. Everything you say is the truth to me, and it's all correct. You say what you say, and I truly am. How could I even doubt a god? Question a god? I can't believe I did that. In response, Lu Tianpei laughed heartily and said, that was well said. In response to the 2 men's flattery, Lu Chen merely gave a fake smile and nodded, saying, keep it low-key, keep it low-key. I'm just a legend. Now that the person has been captured, let's interrogate him thoroughly. Lu Chen noticed that Li Chaohu was not among the group of people who had been captured. Rather than dwelling on the achievements that had already been secured, it would be better to focus on bringing the case to a more perfect conclusion. Li Chaohu was not apprehended, and this remains an unresolved issue. News of the arrest quickly spread throughout Yiwu County, and even Jinjiang City reported on the incident. Recently, our city successfully cracked a major drug trafficking and manufacturing case. The suspects, Wang Mao, Li Mao, Zhang Mao, and others, have all been apprehended, and the drug manufacturing site has been dismantled. This is the largest such case in the past 5 years. Reading the report, Lu Tianpei took a sip of hot tea. He put on his hat and walked into the interrogation room. Inside the interrogation room, Wang Jun sat there with a very grim expression. As the boss of a supplier, his role was to supply drugs to the major drug dealers under Jin Jiang. In other words, whether he spoke or not, whether he confessed or not, he deserves the death penalty. Therefore, he is now unyielding, indifferent to everything. Since he has already been caught, he can only consider himself unlucky. I told the police officer, "You're wasting your breath. Since you've caught me, I'll just accept my fate. But if you want me to say more, I can only say, no way. It's a very simple principle, put yourself in my shoes. As someone who must be severely punished, there's no way I can escape death. My current goal and request are straightforward, just don't involve my family in this. My family members have not done anything wrong. I know that you police officers are good people. My family members have not committed any illegal acts, so you will not cause them any trouble. But those who live by the sword are different. If I betray them, they will definitely come after my family to seek revenge. So, officer, you should understand. No matter what you say, I'll just act like I don't care and won't say a word." Wang Jun said this to everyone who came over. This forced the criminal investigators to shift the focus of their interrogation to other individuals. For example, those who had only recently entered the field, such as those working at a pig farm. Among these people, there are a few core members who are aware of the existence of the underground drug manufacturing facility, and many of Wang Jun's business dealings have also passed through their hands. Their crimes are not as severe as Wang Jun's. If they confess truthfully, they may still be eligible for reduced sentences. Therefore, when these individuals were questioned about drug trafficking, they generally weighed the pros and cons and confessed what they knew. The police gathered their information, compiled it into a single file, and then held a meeting within the criminal investigation team. Lu Tianpei stood at the front of the room and addressed the assembled criminal investigators. The purpose of this meeting is to provide a summary of the recent Xinjiang drug bust case. Based on the information we currently have, this drug supply chain primarily supplied drugs to Yiwu and did not distribute them to other areas. The reason is straightforward: the shelter has a high population turnover, and many law enforcement officers are complicit in the activities, leading to rampant drug trafficking in the area. Especially the group led by Li Hui, they are truly despicable. Furthermore, based on the confessions of those below them, this Wang Jun is likely the mastermind behind this case. Of course, this is only the leader on the surface. According to reliable sources, Li Chaohu did participate in this drug trafficking operation. However, Li Chaohu himself never returned to the safe house. He was using a phone from abroad to communicate with Wang Jun, instructing him to act on his behalf. Therefore, Li Chaohu is the true mastermind behind this operation. However, our leads on Li Chaohu have now dried up. No matter what we do, Wang Jun refuses to reveal Li Chaohu's whereabouts. Moreover, even if he did, since Li Chaohu is abroad, we would have no way of dealing with him. Therefore, after communicating with our superiors, this case has been concluded, and it has been successfully resolved. As Lu Tianpei finished speaking, a round of applause erupted from the audience. After the applause died down, Lu Tianpei continued, "Additionally, regarding the murder of Ding Lang, Wang Jun has confessed to the killing without reservation. Furthermore, the evidence at the scene is highly conclusive. As a result, the case can be closed immediately, and the Criminal Investigation Division will merge these two cases and file a joint appeal." In summary, these are the two key points I wanted to highlight. After discussing the case's aftermath, Lu Tianpei also mentioned the key contributors to the case's resolution during an internal meeting. Over the past few days, we have all been working together, and I believe everyone is well aware of the outstanding colleagues within the team. The fact that these cases have been solved so efficiently and quickly is largely due to Dr. Lu, the forensic expert. I don't think anyone would disagree with that, right? After Lu Tianpei finished speaking, the audience below erupted into a chorus of applause. The sound was very uniform. Indeed, Lu Chen had already conquered them with his overwhelming strength. And there wasn't a single trace of resentment in his heart. Actually, the psychological process behind this is quite an interesting phenomenon. When someone is at a similar level to you but outperforms you, you feel jealous and unwilling to admit defeat. However, once someone is far ahead of you, to the point where you can't even begin to catch up, for such people, you won't feel a shred of jealousy or envy. All you'll feel is admiration and respect. Because, deep down, you know there is no competition between you and them. You exist on entirely different planes. Since there is no competitive relationship, why would I feel jealous or envious? It doesn't exist, right? Everyone turned their gaze toward Lu Chen, and the applause thundered. Although Lu Chen felt that this was simply his duty, and that with great ability came great responsibility, the sense of accomplishment he felt when everyone acknowledged him was truly exhilarating. Chapter 75, we agreed to watch a movie, but it turned out to be a little movie? The investigation of a series of interconnected cases culminated in the successful dismantling of a drug trafficking operation. This operation shook the provincial police department, and the entire Anjiang County Police Bureau was awarded the First-Class Merit Award. Among them, Lu Chen stood out and was awarded an individual First-Class Merit Award, while Lu Tianpei, Tu Sainan, Lao Wang, and Bai Shui were all awarded Third-Class Merit Awards. Originally, higher-ups were not fully aware of Lu Chen's contributions and had planned to award him and Lu Tianpei each a Second-Class Merit Award. However, after Lu Tianpei submitted all the relevant documents and provided a detailed explanation of the situation to the higher-ups, The leadership finally realized that the real driving force behind this project was Lu Chen. Basically, every case has been solved so smoothly because of Lu Chen. Therefore, the higher-ups awarded Lu Chen a first-class merit award, while Lu Tianpei's second-class merit award was naturally downgraded to a third-class merit award. It must be said that, under normal circumstances, as a company commander, one would naturally prioritize one's own interests. Wouldn't you want a second-class merit award? But Lu Tianpei felt he didn't deserve it. His contributions weren't that great, and getting an award was already pretty good. Getting the same second-class merit award as Lu Chen felt like he was taking credit he didn't deserve. Therefore, he requested a re-evaluation from his superiors. After reviewing the detailed case handling process, the higher authorities agreed to Lu Tianpei's request. He was awarded the first-class merit, along with a reward of 30,000 yuan. Moreover, having this first-class merit is equivalent to offsetting 9 years of hard work for an ordinary person. A third-class merit award allows for an early promotion of 1 year in police rank, a second-class merit award allows for an early promotion of 3 years, and a first-class merit award allows for an early promotion of 9 years. Considering the second-class merit award Lu Chen had previously received, he could now advance at least 12 years. In other words, with this first-class merit award, Lu Chen would be able to advance by 1 year in the rank evaluation at the beginning of next year and by 1 year in future police rank promotions. Taking into account the second-class merit award Lu Chen had previously received, he could now advance at least 12 years. In other words, with this first-class merit award, Lu Chen would be able to advance rapidly in both the rank evaluation at the beginning of next year and future police rank promotions. Originally, Lu Chen could only be considered for a deputy section-level position, but with this first-class merit award, he now feels that he might even be eligible for a full section-level position next year. What does Zhengke level mean? It refers to a rank that 99% of people within the system will never achieve in their entire careers. Once selected for the rank of section chief, Lu Chen would be able to advance rapidly in subsequent job transfers. Of course, all of this is yet to come. A few days later, the Criminal Investigation Division of Anjiang County was awarded the title of Advanced Division by the provincial authorities. It became a model for countless criminal investigation brigades within the provincial department to emulate. And over the past few days, members of the Criminal Investigation Division have been treating each other to meals, with everyone feasting and enjoying themselves to their heart's content. As for Tu Sainan, he has also been frequently visiting the Criminal Investigation Division in Anjiang County. He was just there to eat and drink for free. That day, after finishing a series of social engagements, Lu Chen finally had some time to himself. The office gradually returned to its usual laid-back atmosphere. He opened the system page and accepted the merit points from the cases. A total of 5,100 merit points. System, start the lottery. Ding. Ding, 2,000 merit points deducted. Congratulations, host, you have obtained advanced hacking skills with this skill. As long as you have a computer, you can do anything you want. Ding, 2,000 merit points deducted. Congratulations, host, you have obtained advanced hacking skills with this skill. As long as you have a computer, you can do anything you want. What? Hacking skills? When he heard about the skill-based prize for the lottery, Lu Chen paused for a moment. Although he had finally won a professional technical skill this time, what use was hacking technology to him? Use it to make money? Or use it to watch uncensored adult videos online? Cough cough. But this is definitely more useful than fighting or anything like that. Lu Chen didn't think too much about it and moved on to the next draw. System, let us try another draw. Ding. Ding, 2,000 merit points deducted. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Divine Memory Search ability, which allows you to access 3 crucial memories of the deceased. Obtaining the memories of the deceased is a rather mysterious ability, and such mysterious skills are generally quite powerful. 3 segments of memory, this is exactly what I'm suited for, something with clues. Being able to provide clues is fantastic. I love it. Lu Chen was quite satisfied with these 2 skills. After drawing the lottery, he closed the system page with a satisfied smile. He had thought his leisurely days would last for a while, but to his surprise, less than 2 weeks later, a new case arose. December is the month with the most holidays, as everyone knows. However, there is one thing many people may not be aware of: December is also the month when the spread of online pornography reaches its peak. Why is that? Because the strictest month is October, and there are still some lingering effects in November. Many videos have already been released, but the number of viewers is relatively low. December is different. With numerous holidays, there are more people going out on dates. Many young women, seeing so many couples out celebrating, are easily led astray. They are deceived by those with ulterior motives, and unfortunately, their videos are uploaded online. Such incidents are common in December, prompting public security authorities to assemble a team of experts to review online videos during this time each year. What is a pornographic content reviewer? This profession was established through collaboration between multiple internet companies and public security authorities to combat pornographic websites, articles, and videos online. The severity of the content in the videos must be assessed to determine its nature, and professional evaluations and analyses must be conducted. This case is also related to pornographic content reviewers. Among this year's batch of reviewers, one noticed during the review of an explicit video that the female lead was lying motionless on the bed. Although the man was drunk, the woman may have been brought in while intoxicated as well. But even if she was drunk, it's impossible for there to be no noise at all, right? Even if you were drugged into unconsciousness, there would still be some kind of reaction. However, the woman in the video showed none of that, appearing extremely stiff. As a result, after several porn experts watched it together, they all felt something was off about the woman's state. She looked like a dead person who had just stopped breathing. But they weren't professionals and couldn't tell if the girl was dead or alive. So, they sent the video to the forensic department in Anjiang County, hoping that the forensic experts could determine what had happened to the woman in the video. Among the forensic medicine department in Anjiang County, the most renowned expert is undoubtedly Lu Chen. Moreover, when it comes to something like H-rated films, younger forensic pathologists are undoubtedly more adaptable than their older counterparts. Therefore, this video naturally ended up in Lu Chen's hands. To be honest, after hearing the details of the incident, Lu Chen also found it absurd this was a mandatory requirement to watch adult films. Damn it! Damn it! But there's nothing I can do about it. After all, I'm a forensic doctor. Woohoo! But this kind of thing isn't something you can just openly look at, and besides, if you're looking at it alone, it's easy for your colleagues to misunderstand. So before watching the movie, Lu Chen specifically called Lu Tianpei over to join him. Of course, he said he was inviting Lu Tianpei over to watch a movie together, not a short film. For this, Lu Tianpei even went to a small store to buy popcorn, potato chips, and cola, eagerly looking forward to watching the movie with Lu Chen. Being able to watch a movie during work hours because of work, is there anything better than that? But when he excitedly walked over to Lu Chen's desk with a bag of chips, he froze in his tracks upon seeing the movie Lu Chen had opened. He stared at Lu Chen in disbelief. What, a porn movie? You called me over here to watch this together? Chapter 76, oh my gosh, Officer Bai Shui, seeing isn't always believing. Oh my gosh, you called me over here just to see this? A porn movie? Lu Tianpei's eyes widened, staring at Lu Chen with a look of sheer horror. Lu Chen, seeing the others' overreaction, sighed helplessly. Could you please not shout so loudly? It's as if you're afraid others can't hear us. At that moment, Lu Tianpei still had his eyes wide open. He lowered his voice and said, no, it's not that we can't watch this kind of movie, but why don't we wait until we get home to watch it together? I thought you were talking about some new movie that just came out, that's why you called me over to watch it together. I even brought some snacks like potato chips and soda. Watching a movie, eating potato chips, and popcorn? That's just plain sick. Lu Chen said speechlessly, hey, can you just let me finish speaking? And you misunderstood me. I told you from the start that it was about a recent case and I invited you over to watch a movie. And you just happily came over, even bringing potato chips? Lu Chen said, so angry that he tore open a bag of potato chips and stuffed a few into his mouth. After tasting them, he quickly put them back on the table and shot Lu Tianpei a disapproving glance. Pointing to the video on the computer, he said, this video was sent by the porn detection team. They said there's something wrong with the female lead in the video and asked me to take a look. What kind of problem? They suspect that the female lead in the video may not be drunk but already deceased. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianpei's brows furrowed slightly. A murder case? It's highly likely, but I haven't watched it yet, so I can't confirm whether the female lead is already dead. Then why don't you watch it? I'm waiting for you to come and watch it together. Why wait for me to come and see it? Isn't this the job of the forensic department? I'm just a detective, how would I know if someone is dead or not? Lu Chen cleared his throat and said, in broad daylight, and in the office, even though we were indeed working, watching a movie like that could easily be misunderstood by colleagues. Therefore, oh, so you dragged me along to watch it too? What else could I do? Two people watching together, and I even asked you, Captain Lu. Even if our colleagues see us, we can explain ourselves and avoid any misunderstandings. Lu Tianpei was at a loss for words. Why didn't you say so earlier? You wasted my expectations and all these potato chips and snacks. Just watch it first, then eat. It's the same. Lu Chen smiled slightly. Lu Tianpei could only force a smile in response and then stopped paying attention to the snack issue. Discovering matters related to a murder case is more important than a murder case itself. There's no time to waste. Let's get on it. Okay. Lu Chen opened the video playback, and soon the screen switched to the content filmed on the phone. The video began with a man entering a room that looked somewhat like a hotel but also had a homey feel to it. The decor and furniture are all quite luxurious. The woman was on the bed, and after the man took off his clothes, he got on the bed and began his inappropriate actions. Since this video was filmed by the man using the rear camera of his phone, only the front parts of the woman and the man are visible in the video. A beer belly and some parts of the legs. I can't see clearly or make out what this man looks like. The two men focused their attention on the woman, who was moving but not reacting. This movement was clearly initiated by the man's force. Lu Tianpei wondered, could this girl have been drugged? Lu Chen shook his head and said, someone under the influence of a love potion wouldn't be in her condition. From the state of this man's abdomen and legs, it's clear that he's quite heavy. With such a heavy weight on top of him, it's impossible for him to feel nothing at all. Even if he's been knocked out by the drug, there should still be some facial expressions or details visible. But this girl shows absolutely none. Most importantly, if it were a sedative, during the assault, her mouth would have been open, and she would have snored or had irregular breathing due to insufficient oxygen. Therefore, the possibility of a sedative can be ruled out. From this, we can only conclude that the girl is unconscious, but unconsciousness does not necessarily mean she is unconscious. Lu Chen pressed the spacebar to resume the paused video. The sounds from the video behind them echoed in succession, and Lu Chen and Lu Tianpei observed more closely. Especially Lu Tianpei, who was standing with his back bent over, almost pressing his eyes against the computer screen. He was so focused on what he was doing. Just then, Bai Shui walked in holding a report, only to find Lu Tianpei and Lu Chen intently focused on something. With a puzzled expression, she slowly approached them. Because the two were so engrossed in what they were doing, they didn't notice the snow falling behind them. The snow shouted, Lu Team. What? Lu Tianpei was startled and stood up straight. Lu Chen was also startled by the sudden shout. Seeing their extreme reactions, Bai Shui grew even more puzzled. What are you two looking at? She instinctively looked at the computer screen. When she saw the explicit scene on the screen, even the usually composed Bai Shui blushed instantly. You guys? She stared at the two of them in shock, her expression filled with disbelief. Lu Tianpei hurriedly explained, Officer Bai Shui, please don't misunderstand. We're just working, really. Bai Shui glanced at the potato chips on the desk, then looked at Lu Tianpei, her expression saying it all. How perverted. Watching this kind of movie and eating potato chips at the same time? I never would have guessed that the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division was like this. It was a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. This case was sent over by the pornographic content reviewer, who discovered that there was something wrong with this video. After Lu Tianpei's persistent and heartfelt explanations, Bai Shui finally believed them. However, there was still a hint of contempt in the way she looked at Lu Tianpei. Especially these snacks, they were always a bit hard to explain. After explaining the situation of the case, Lu Chen didn't bother with Bai Shui and Lu Tianpei anymore and continued watching the video on his own. The others who had been drawn over also joined in to watch together. Duh. After all, this is a video, not a live scene, so it's hard to tell if someone is dead or not. Therefore, Lu Chen first used a computer to reduce the noise in the video. After noise reduction, only the man's voice could be heard in the video, with no sound from the woman. Not even the faintest sound can be heard. Additionally, in a clear video frame, he noticed that the woman's body was rigid, with her limbs showing slight stiffness at the joints, making them difficult to bend. Lu Chen pressed the pause button. He sighed heavily and said, this girl is already dead. Chapter 77, I have a friend. Actually, from the moment Lu Chen saw the woman's facial expressions, he had already reached this conclusion: her face had turned pale. This was highly unusual for a young girl. However, as a professional forensic pathologist, he couldn't jump to conclusions, he needed absolute certainty. But when he observed the rigidity of the limbs, he knew that the girl was definitely dead. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Bai Shui and Lu Tianpei both looked at Lu Chen with a slightly heavy gaze. They remained silent, and Lu Chen continued, judging by the stiffness of the body, the time of death should be between 12 and 24 hours before the filming. Additionally, there were no other bloodstains or injuries on the body's surface. The color of the nose and jaw area differed slightly from the rest of the skin. Based on this, I conclude that the young woman was likely suffocated to death by a pillow or similar object. As a legendary forensic pathologist, Lu Tianpei naturally questioned his judgment. Taking a deep breath, Lu Tianpei immediately turned to Bai Shui beside him and said, notify old John and the others, convene an emergency meeting immediately. Soon, the task force was formed, and before the meeting began, the technical and administrative staff from the Criminal Investigation Division had already prepared all the relevant materials. At the meeting, they explained the entire process of the case to everyone, especially the origin of the video. This video is a member video on a browser website named XXX. This website is labeled as a pirated website, and the videos available for viewing are mostly popular TV series and movies. The content does not contain any illegal or inappropriate material. However, once you pay to become a member on this website, you gain access to content that regular members cannot view, including explicit videos. These videos are all real-life footage, with new videos added daily, exclusively available to members. This particular video was uploaded to the platform on December 20th, and the time between the girl's death and the filming of the video ranged from 12 to 24 hours. In other words, even if the video was filmed and uploaded immediately, by now, at least 2 days have passed since the girl's death. The forensic technicians shared the key information they had gathered with everyone present at the scene. Lu Tianpei asked, "Can you find the IP address of this website?" The criminal investigators replied, "The police have been monitoring this website for over a month, but these websites are all registered overseas, and the suspect has implemented 2 layers of protective measures. It is extremely challenging for our technical team to capture his ID." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianpei frowned and said, "So, not only can we not determine the source of the video, but we can't even access the website's backend information? We haven't even figured out who set up this website yet?" Lu Tianpei's series of questions left the technical staff of the Criminal Investigation Division feeling rather ashamed and lowering their heads. "Yes, I'm sorry, Captain. I don't want you to apologize to me. What I want is progress on the case. I want the technical department to do everything in their power to find out who is behind this website." Yes. Since this case originated online and is classified as an information network warfare incident, obtaining leads will entirely depend on the expertise of network technicians. The people under them can only wait and see. They can only take action to apprehend the criminals once they have leads. Therefore, at this point, all the pressure falls on the Criminal Investigation Network technicians. Time ticked away, and all the network technicians in Anjiang County were working together to try to find the people behind the website. However, this is no easy task. The website was established in an illegal location, and the IP address used to set it up was randomly generated. Locating the login page is also no simple feat. This has left everyone feeling frustrated. At this moment, Lu Chen was also pacing back and forth in one spot, looking rather restless and anxious. His restlessness was different from that of the technical staff who couldn't solve the case. His restlessness stemmed from the fact that he knew exactly how to find the criminals, but he had no idea how to approach them. Just recently, he had acquired advanced hacking skills. Not only could he handle cases at the county level, but even international cybercrime cases could be resolved using his hacking expertise. However, hacking is a computer-related skill, and it has nothing to do with forensic science. Moreover, at this moment, numerous network technicians are busy racking their brains to uncover the mastermind behind this operation. If Lu Chen were to showcase his hacking skills at this moment, that would truly be too flashy. However, the case was urgent, and although he knew the method, he couldn't reveal it. It was simply too difficult. After much deliberation, Lu Chen clapped his right hand against his left, and he had an idea. Currently, there is a popular phrase circulating online called, "I have a friend." So Lu Chen immediately returned to his desk, began writing code, and registered an account using an empty IP address. He then used this account to chat with his own account, crafting the image of a high-tech hacker. After successfully establishing the persona, he transferred the program on his desktop to his own account. After successfully reading the program, Lu Chen copied it from the desktop and returned to the office. He approached Lu Tianpei and said, "Old Lu, I met a tech genius online. I didn't tell him much about the case, just some of the things I needed. Based on what we needed, he created a virus. I think this virus should help us find the people behind the scenes controlling this website." "Oh? Someone you met online?" Lu Chen nodded and said, "Don't worry about how I met him. All you need to know is that he's a very skilled hacker." Lu Tianpei, leaning on his cheek, nodded, "Alright, go tell them to try this." "Alright." Lu Chen approached the criminal investigation technicians and handed them the USB drive he was holding. After inserting the USB drive, they copied the relevant virus programs. Lu Chen got straight to work, opened the website's backend program, and after modifying a few lines of code, the code began to parse. The work backend was immediately exposed to them. Although the IP traces were clear on this backend, traces of login and modifications could still be seen. Based on the modification traces, the backend operator logs into the backend once every 2 days, with the last login occurring at 3 p.m. the day before yesterday. According to the weekly schedule, today is the day he logs into the backend to check. While he hasn't logged in yet, we need to hurry up and implant this virus into the website. The technical staff were puzzled. Plant a virus? Lu Chen nodded and said, "Yes, this is a worm virus created by an international hacker friend of mine. It can directly attack and infiltrate any website worldwide. It will launch millions of attacks on the website within an hour." However, hacking into the backend system was ineffective as there was no information available, and we were unable to trace the video source or identify the individual controlling the web page. In response, Lu Chen merely smiled confidently and said, "This virus may seem highly aggressive, but its primary purpose is not to compromise his backend. It's designed to make the person controlling the website appear as though the virus is powerful. The goal is to trigger the alarm system on his backend, then perform an IP lockdown. Once the alarm sounds, he'll have to address the virus's intrusion. During the process, he needs to log in using his IP address. Even if he deletes the IP address later, the virus has already recorded his IP address during the battle against the virus and transmitted it back to the terminal." Chapter 78, They Can Track Me Down Like This? When everyone heard about the virus's effects, they were all speechless. In fact, the network technicians at the police station are also capable of writing virus programs. They also know how to use this method to extract information from others, but the criminals nowadays are also very clever. They are also well informed about the methods used by the police. As a result, when they encounter many viruses, they can immediately identify the virus's purpose and know that it is a trap set by the police department. This type of virus is essentially harmless and is solely designed to extract the user's IP address. Therefore, operators of such malicious websites that use implanted viruses simply choose to ignore them. However, the Luchin virus is different. It is genuinely aggressive. In other words, it cannot be detected by mere intuition, and it can even trigger the back-end alarm system. A virus that can both have strong offensive capabilities as a disguise and potentially reveal real location information is not something just anyone can create. Even within the police system, there are individuals capable of creating such a virus, but it requires a significant amount of time, and the technicians involved are typically high-ranking cybersecurity advisors at the provincial level. Yet, at this moment, Luchin claims that one of his hacker friends was able to create something like this on short notice for this case? How could this not shock them? Don't just stand there, get moving. Oh. A female police officer debugged the program provided by Luchin. After debugging, it was found that the program performed excellently in all aspects. Additionally, during penetration testing, the program demonstrated outstanding performance, even leaving specialized personnel unable to discern the true purpose of the virus. After testing and confirming that there were no issues, the police officers brought their own laptops from outside, logged into an external IP address, and used that IP address to launch a virus attack on the H website. Tick-tock. Time passed second by second, and everyone waited quietly for the other to come online. Luchin's heart was also filled with anxiety. Although the criminal had to log in every 2 days, the exact time was unpredictable. What if he happened to have something important to do today and didn't log in? All of this is possible. If you don't log in today, this virus attack will be like stirring up a hornet's nest. Even if we can capture the IP address, the other party will be alerted, potentially allowing them to escape in advance, which would significantly increase the difficulty of offline apprehension. At 2:27 p.m., a technician observing the computer suddenly shouted, "He's online." Upon hearing the news, everyone immediately became excited. A crowd gathered behind them, watching the technician operate the machine. At this point, the suspect should be using patches to fix the vulnerabilities. This virus is quite sophisticated. The target has not detected it at all, and most importantly, the process of fixing the vulnerabilities gives the criminals a sense of accomplishment. They mistakenly believe that it is a fellow hacker or someone with malicious intent attacking their website. As a result, he never suspected that it was the police testing him. A senior technical police officer behind him said, "Look, the camera is coming." On this virus, Luchin also implanted a mode that secretly activates the camera. Once the virus comes into conflict with the antivirus patch, it will immediately transform into another data format and silently infiltrate the computer used by the criminal. It secretly activates the target's camera and hides the entire camera interface, leaving the target completely unaware. The footage transmitted back does not show the other person's entire head, only the upper body wearing a white baseball jersey and a red armchair are visible. The surrounding environment was noisy and crowded with people coming and going. It looks like the other party is surfing the internet at an internet cafe. "Captain, we've also traced the IP address. It's from an internet cafe in Southeast Province." "In Southeast Province?" "Yes." "Alright, I understand. I will immediately contact the provincial department and instruct the local police department to apprehend him. We have identified the IP address, which means we know which device the individual is using to access the internet. Nowadays, everyone must use their real name registered ID to access the internet. We saw their clothing, and since the internet cafe has real name ID information on file, the suspect can't escape." Shortly thereafter, police from the Southeast District responded and headed to the corresponding internet cafe to apprehend the suspect. After patching the system and removing all viruses, the perpetrators stretched lazily, completely unaware that they had been exposed. All of his information had already been obtained by the police. Woo woo woo. The sound of police sirens could be heard outside, followed by a group of police officers entering the building and patrolling the lobby area, as if searching for someone. The criminal remained calm, showing no signs of panic. It's likely that another violation occurred inside the internet cafe, such as a fight or drug use. Who knows? Anyway, it can't be me, he thought to himself, but was surprised to find that all the police officers' gazes were fixed on him the moment they saw him. They then walked straight toward him with serious expressions on their faces. "Don't move. Stand up and raise your hands." The police officer hadn't even fully drawn his gun yet, but the two officers at the front had already stepped forward and grabbed his hands. At that moment, he felt his head buzzing. What the hell? Am I being arrested? He had always been so meticulous in his work. What had happened? How could the police possibly find him? Or did they arrest the wrong person? He looked at the police officers in confusion, but all he got in return was indifference. He was forced into a police car with a headband on. After calling to notify the Southeast region, the Anjiang County Criminal Investigation Team had been waiting for news from there. Half an hour later, news came from the Southeast that the suspect had been apprehended. During the interrogation, the suspect confessed to the crime and also revealed the identities of his accomplices who had helped him set up the website. At 6 p.m., the two criminals were taken to the Anjiang County Police Station together. Lu Tianpei personally interrogated the two. "Officer, we're the ones who spread obscene information. You don't need to go to all this trouble to arrest us, do you? I always thought we were discovered by the police from the Southeast. I never imagined it would be in such a small county town. And the nature of our case isn't exactly major, but it's not minor either. You've gone to such great lengths, and I really can't figure out why. I wonder what we did to deserve this." From the two people's complaints, Lu Tianpei could tell that they were unaware of the girl's death in the video. But he still stared coldly at the two and said, "Who said this case is just a simple sweep-up operation? This is a murder case." Upon hearing the word murder case, both of them froze. "A murder case? Officer, we were just trying to make a profit. We didn't harm anyone. How could this be a murder case?" Chapter 79, The Real Murderer. In response, the two criminals were also puzzled. They were merely the operators of an online website, earning money through video views and membership fees. In essence, they were merely middlemen providing a platform. How did they get involved in a murder case? The two of them couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they tried. Lu Tianpei showed the video to the two of them. After watching it, they exclaimed in surprise, "This is a video from our website. What's wrong? Is there a problem? You still know it's your website's video, right? Let me tell you, the girl in the video had already died before the video was filmed." Lu Tianpei's words made both of them's eyes widen in shock. "What? Dead?" The two looked at each other, both able to see the shock on the other's face. Lu Tianpei suddenly snapped, "Speak. Is the man in this video one of you? Or do you have other accomplices? Tell me the truth." Upon hearing this, the two were so frightened that they quickly said, "No, police officer, we didn't film this video. We're just a vocational school platform. All the videos on the platform were purchased from various sources at our own expense. However, we know who the author of this account is." "Oh? Then hurry up and tell us who it is." The criminal stared straight at Lu Tianpei, not saying a word for a long time. "I told you to tell me who he is. Why are you looking at me?" "Officer, I don't know him in real life. I said I know who he is because I added his contact information and I can find him on the chat app for you. Additionally, during the video transaction, I intentionally left a backdoor on his phone, implanting a virus that allows me to track his IP address, remotely control his phone, and access various information on his device." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianpei looked utterly astonished. "The reason I did this was because I figured this guy likes to use his phone to record videos, and he'll definitely record something in the future. Then I won't need to buy it from him, I can just hack into his phone's backend and take it directly. Steal these videos for free and upload them to a website to make money, hee." The criminal with better technical skills awkwardly laughed. Lu Tianpei shook his head helplessly and scolded, "If only you could put that kind of ingenuity to good use. But isn't this just a way of redeeming myself by doing something good?" Lu Tianpei didn't deny it, nodded, and then had a detective take him away. The police returned the phone to him, and he quickly found the corresponding person through the mobile app. To confirm it was the right person, he also specifically searched for transaction records and video upload records. "That's right, officer, it's this person." He showed the detectives the suspect's social media posts on his phone. The man's online name was Uncle Chin. The videos weren't numerous, but they were mostly high quality. This person enjoys seeking thrills and used to be very into the Xiao Fu series and Goda series. He specifically sought out women with families, even those who were much older, and then, you know what I mean, like mom's friend or something like that. He was talking enthusiastically, especially when he mentioned that you all understood, looking very pleased with himself. But when he noticed the detective staring at him with a scrutinizing gaze, he quickly shut up and continued, "But I really didn't expect that." He had become so twisted that ordinary thrills were no longer enough for him. He had actually gone and done such a thing. Oh my goodness. Alright, stop being so dramatic. At least he filmed the video, otherwise, we wouldn't have discovered the truth about his crime. You said you could access his phone's background, right? Do it now and retrieve his electronic ID. Upon hearing Lu Tianpei's request, the criminal hesitated. "Sir, the electronic ID card requires facial recognition." "That's impossible." "Then what can you do to help the police confirm his IP address?" "Call him?" "Sure, but there's no need to go to all that trouble. I just need to open my personal phone number on this device." Lu Tianpei patted his head. "Alright, you're pretty smart. If you don't go down the wrong path, you'll definitely be a talent." After obtaining the other party's phone, hand it over to the technical staff for verification. "Lu team, the IP address and phone number match, and both are commonly used on this phone. According to the information retrieved from the phone number registration, the owner of the SIM card is named Wang Xiaofeng, male, 32 years old, residing at number 33, Longwan Village, Tansong Town, Anjiang County. Alright, the identity has been confirmed. Proceed with the arrest immediately. The Criminal Investigation Division immediately deployed to the designated location to carry out the arrest operation. Dong. Dong. The door was closed, and fully armed detectives were standing guard outside. One of the detectives approached and knocked on the door. With a loud click, the door opened slightly. Upon seeing that it was Wang Xiaofeng, the detective hiding behind the door kicked it shut with all his strength. Using the force of the door, he sent the person behind him flying to the ground. The front door swung open, and the detectives rushed in, pointing their guns at Wang Xiaofeng. Wang Xiaofeng, lying face up on the ground, saw the detectives and, despite his initial panic, a smile appeared on his face, followed by a burst of laughter. Amidst the laughter, Wang Xiaofeng was taken back to the police station by the detectives. In the interrogation room, Old Wan looked at Wang Xiaofeng with a serious expression. He tossed a stack of documents onto the table. Wang Xiaofeng, all of these were found in your home, various perverted toys and dolls. There are also many personal items belonging to women. Tell me, whose belongings are these? Are they the victim Lu Yu's? After viewing the video, the police launched an investigation into Lu Yu, who was identified in the footage. It was discovered that Lu Yu is an out-of-town resident working at a foot massage parlor. She went missing on December 16 and has not returned to her dormitory since. Before going missing, Lu Yu received a phone call from Qin Shu, an online acquaintance she had known for less than 3 days. Now, at the scene, the location where the video was filmed has been confirmed to be Wang Xiaofeng's home. When confronted by Lao Wang, Wang Xiaofeng gave a sinister smile for about 10 seconds before seeming to reminisce about something, then said with a satisfied expression, "That's right, it's all Lu Yu's." "What about her body?" "In an abandoned well behind my house." "Why did you kill her?" "Why? Ha, there's no reason. I just felt really excited at the time, got carried away, and accidentally killed her." "Excited? Killed her? Don't tell me you have a mental illness. I'm telling you, that won't work." "Mental illness? No, I'm not sick, and I don't want to escape this charge. When I sent that video, I knew this day would come. I just didn't expect it to come so soon." Wang Xiaofeng tilted his head back slightly and exhaled softly. He recounted the entire incident, starting from when I was very young. Chapter 80, Mission Accomplished. When I was very young, my teacher told me I was different from other people. The pictures I drew, the words I wrote, and the clothes I wore were all different from others. Others call me an oddball, a freak. What do they know? This is art. Ha! Ever since I saw the body of a mature woman 3 years ago, I'd been obsessed with it like crazy. This is a gift from nature, a natural work of art bestowed by God. After that, I began my dating career. My purpose was clear, to get their XX. This period was happy but also empty. I suddenly realized that this was all art. How could I not preserve it? Once it's gone, and I'll never have the chance to reminisce about it later. So, I started filming videos. These videos aren't just for me to watch, I want others to enjoy them too. Oh, the beautiful body of this woman. As he spoke, Wang Xiaofeng had completely lost himself in the moment. It captivated me and left me longing for more. Old Wang was speechless, seriously asking, "Is this why you filmed the video and uploaded it? Everyone else is doing it for the money, and you're doing it for this?" Wang Xiaofeng burst into laughter. "Don't compare me to those dirty people. I'm different from them. They're in it for the money, I'm in it for the art. Let art live on forever." Old Wang, the interrogator, heard this and snorted coldly. What a fine excuse for art. For art, one can break the law and spread obscene material? For the sake of art, you can kill innocent people and end lives? If you truly believe these beautiful girls are gifts from nature, you should protect them even more, not destroy them for your own selfish desires. Old Wang scolded angrily, but for Wang Xiaofeng, whose mind was already corrupted beyond redemption, his words had no effect. "Then why did you kill Lu Yu?" "According to our police investigation, she was willing to be your girlfriend and wanted to live with you. Why did you have to kill her so brutally?" Wang Xiaofeng shrugged it off with a dismissive laugh. "You're talking about her? She had it coming. I told her long ago that I was just playing around with her. I have videos of us together, and I can watch her most beautiful moments anytime I want. Why would I want to face her every day? But she actually dares to think she wants to spend the rest of her life with me? Oh my God, spending the rest of my life facing her? She wants to bind me, bind my soul. How could I possibly allow that? So you killed her at home, smothered her with a pillow?" Wang Xiaofeng looked arrogant, breathing heavily through his nostrils. "That's right. In my opinion, she deserves to die. With her around, how am I supposed to spend spring nights with other girls? How am I supposed to take better photos? Oh well." He sighed heavily, then greedily inhaled a breath of air. "When I realized she wasn't breathing, I was a bit scared at first, but when I saw her lifeless body lying there motionless, There was no more tantrums, no more hostile glances, just peace and docility. In that moment, I found her utterly captivating. Like an angel emerging from hell. I felt it, the elevation of my soul. In that moment, an idea for creating perfect art emerged in my mind. I will do something no one has ever done before. I will make her shine brightly at her most beautiful moment. Listening to Wang Xiaofeng's description, those sinful words spoken so grandly. Whether they were the detectives inside the room or the people outside, everyone who heard these words couldn't help but think that Wang Xiaofeng was a psychopath. And a psychologically extremely twisted one at that. Such individuals are utterly devoted to evil, committing heinous acts without even realizing it, and pose a significant threat to society. The sooner they are exposed, the sooner many others can be spared from harm. Such people, I will do everything in my power to ensure they are sentenced to death. Even if they manage to survive, I will make sure they spend the rest of their lives in a mental institution. Lu Tianpei has always been someone who likes to joke around, even in serious situations, to lighten the mood within the team. He always adopts an extremely optimistic attitude, helping others to feel more at ease in the shortest possible time. But this time, he was unusually angry, with several bloodshot veins visible in his eyes as he stared intently at Wang Xiaofeng in the interrogation room. Lu Chen and Bai Shui looked at Wang Xiaofeng inside the interrogation room, remaining silent for a long time. Yes, someone like him truly does not deserve forgiveness. However, the subsequent matters are unrelated to the forensic department. The criminal investigators and the court should handle the follow-up communication. It is not his responsibility. According to Wang Xiaofeng's confession, the police went to the designated location and found Lu Yu's body in an abandoned well behind Wang Xiaofeng's house. The case was successfully solved, along with two others, one involving the dismantling of an online pornography distribution ring, and the other a murder case. The Criminal Investigation Division of Anjiang County has once again excelled in completing its mission. Currently, overall, the combat strength ranking of the Anjiang County Criminal Police Brigade has skyrocketed, reaching third place in Jinjiang City, and the gap in combat strength with the second place unit has never been so narrow. In the past, the two criminal investigation teams under the Municipal Bureau had to compete with the strongest units at the provincial level, and there was a significant gap between them and the criminal investigation brigades of the county-level cities behind them, a gap that could be described as a chasm. They were far ahead of them. There was nothing they could do. Whenever a major homicide case occurred in the city, it was always their team that was dispatched to handle it. How could their points not be high? Even if many cases remain unresolved, the sheer volume of cases they handle is overwhelming. But now, a county-level team's combat strength has actually caught up, and the gap with the second-place team is less than 30 points. This has never happened before, as the smallest gap has always been over 150 points. Now, with a gap of just 30 points, this is truly the first time in history. As for individual combat strength, it's even more astonishing. Anjiang County's Lu Chen has seen his personal points skyrocket at an unprecedented rate, propelling him into the top 5 in the entire city. His ranking is only behind the few most experienced detectives in the city. But it's important to note that they've been working hard for an entire year, while Lu Chen has only been on the job for half a year. That's the most outrageous part. If the current case-solving rate and points accumulation pace continue, Lu Chen might actually secure the top spot on Jinjiang City's combat power rankings within just half a year. That's simply unbelievable. Due to Lu Chen's outstanding performance, on December 22, a person wearing a special uniform met with Lu Chen. Chapter 81, The Radar Murder Case? The individual's attire resembled both SWAT team uniforms and military Air Force attire. Lu Chen examined him from head to toe and concluded that he appeared to be a high-ranking official. Hello, I'm Yang Wei, the general manager of XX Airlines. As expected, the other party's introduction left Lu Chen speechless. It turned out to be a big shot from the airline company. The XX Airlines he mentioned was a company established by the Film City Group in collaboration with Trade City Yiwu, and it had gained significant international recognition. The two companies maintain close trade ties, and the airline's air freight capacity and talent pool rank third in the country. As an ultra-large enterprise, anyone who holds the position of general manager must be an exceptional individual with significant achievements in both business and government affairs. Hello, I am Lu Chen, a forensic pathologist from the Forensic Medicine Department of Anjiang County. The two smiled and shook hands, then sat down. I'm sure you're curious as to why I asked you to come over here. Yang Wei smiled and spoke first. Yes. The other party got straight to the point without any beating around the bush, and Lu Chen really enjoyed dealing with people like that. Naturally, he didn't beat around the bush either, and directly expressed his thoughts. Here's the situation, we've come to see you because our airline has encountered a tricky situation. To be precise, when we communicated with the police, the report was filed as intentional murder. The reason we approached you is because the police recommended you, stating that this complex case requires someone with meticulous criminal investigative thinking to handle it. Lu Chen was completely confused. A premeditated murder case? Shouldn't they be calling the criminal investigators? Why are they calling me a forensic pathologist? Mr. Liu, there was no death at our company, but the victim suffered severe injuries. We would like to request your assistance in investigating and collecting evidence to determine the nature of this case. Yang Wei explained that since the case was not yet determined to be intentional murder and no lives had been lost, the criminal police could not be deployed. Typically, such cases require the involvement of private investigators. However, there are no outstanding detectives in the city. In comparison, I believe you, Dr. Liu, are more like an outstanding detective. Therefore, I would like to request your assistance in investigating and finding evidence of premeditated murder. Lu Chen heard this and thought, oh, so that's what it's about. It's a private matter. He crossed his arms and leaned back. Mr. Yang, from the way you're talking, it seems like you have a strong personal bias. Since this case hasn't been confirmed as intentional yet, you've already concluded that this is a premeditated murder case. It seems like you know some details, right? Yang Wei crossed his arms as well and replied bluntly, of course. The victim was very familiar with me, we were very close friends. So this investigation is considered private. What price are you willing to offer? Since it's a private investigation case and Yang Wei has already negotiated with the police and they agreed to let Yang Wei find you. This indicates that the police also hope that I can assist in investigating this case. Given that, Lu Chen naturally had no reason to refuse. Why not use public time to take on private work and make some extra money? Especially since airlines are always so generous. Not to mention the company itself, even professions related to aviation rarely have poor people. If Mr. Liu can thoroughly investigate this case, the airline is willing to pay you 10,000 yuan as an investigation fee. Personally, I will add an additional 50,000 yuan. Upon hearing the other party's words, Lu Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. Wow, he's really rich. He's asking for hundreds of thousands right off the bat. Lu Chen was quite shocked inside, but on the surface, he remained calm and composed. Alright, I'll take it. That's refreshing. I love doing business with someone as straightforward as Mr. Liu. Lu Chen smiled in agreement, took a sip of tea, and then asked, Mr. Yang, why don't you tell me the whole story? Yang Wei leaned back on the sofa, looked at Lu Chen, and told him the entire story. There is a very experienced maintenance technician at our airline named Wu Xiao, who has been with the company since its inception. He has made significant contributions to the company's growth, and it is truly thanks to his dedication and countless hours of hard work that the company has achieved its current success. However, just 10 days ago, he faced the darkest moment of his life. While sitting on an empty patch of ground in front of the plane, preparing to have dinner, the plane's radar was suddenly activated. At the time, Wu Xiao felt a bit dizzy but didn't think much of it. It wasn't until later, when he went for a checkup due to feeling unwell, that he discovered his internal organs had undergone mutations and were now failing beyond control. Just 2 days ago, to save his life, the hospital had no choice but to amputate both of his legs. Yesterday, he suffered massive internal bleeding, and he is currently in the ICU undergoing emergency treatment. According to the doctors, the chances of survival are less than 1%, and even if he survives, he is unlikely to live for more than 2 weeks. At this point, Yang Wei's eyes turned red, clearly showing how deeply he felt for Yang Wei's situation. Whether viewed from a professional perspective or a personal one. Dr. Liu, as a technical expert, you should be aware of the hazards of electromagnetic radiation. If a person is exposed to radar radiation from an aircraft at close range, even for just 1 second, it is sufficient to damage the most critical DNA in the human body, and such damage is irreversible. Therefore, the harm caused to our airline engineer Wu Xiao is no different from murder. Among the members of the flight crew, radar can cause fatal injuries to people, which is basic common knowledge for everyone. Given this common knowledge, I don't believe that turning on the radar was an accident. I think this was a premeditated murder. After listening to Yang Wei's explanation, Lu Chen roughly understood what had happened. In other words, what you want me to do is to thoroughly investigate the entire incident, determine who was at the scene at the time of the incident, who activated the radar, and under what circumstances and in what state of mind the radar was activated. Lu Chen's words made Yang Wei nod in agreement. Mr. Liu, you're truly impressive. You were able to analyze my request so quickly. Exactly, that's precisely what I want to uncover the truth and resolve this emotional burden. If there is a murderer, I will make sure they are brought to justice. Yang Wei furrowed his brows, narrowed his eyes, and revealed a determined expression. Alright, but I cannot guarantee that I will be able to solve the case in a short period of time. No, Mr. Liu, I need it done quickly, and you only have 3 days because I'm being transferred to another branch in 3 days. I need to settle this fairly with Wu Xiao while I still have some influence. Lu Chen rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Yang Wei noticed Lu Chen's concerns and said, Mr. Liu, please rest assured. I will contact all departments of the airline company. As long as you come, you can enter and exit freely. Whatever requests you have, they must comply unconditionally. Oh, right, here's the deposit. I trust your ability. Once the job is done, I'll give you the rest of the money. Yang Wei took out a stack of money from his pocket, which was roughly around 5,000. He placed it on the table and pushed it toward Lu Chen. Chapter 82, Money can make the devil grind the mill, let alone a person? They say money can make the devil grind the mill, so how much more so for people? Besides, as a righteous criminal investigator, solving cases is one of his primary responsibilities. Even without compensation, solving this case would earn him points in merit. He has no reason not to take it, does he? 3 days is 3 days, I'll take it. Alright, I'll go back and prepare today and come over later to investigate. After collecting the deposit from the table, Lu Chen smiled and stood up, taking his leave. Yang Wei was quite satisfied. He liked this kind of efficient detective and felt he had made the right choice. After leaving the airline, Lu Chen called the Anjiang County Criminal Investigation Team. Hello? This is Lu Chen. Is Captain Lu available? I need to speak with him. A moment later, Lu Tianpei answered the phone. Hello, this is Lu Tianpei. Lu Chen, you were looking for me? It's me, my captain. I have a private detective case here at the charity house, the XX Airlines case. It's me, my captain. I have a private detective case here at the Righteous House, the XX Airlines case. I need some extra help with the investigation. Could you assign a few people to me? Lu Chen needs to effectively carry out this investigation and clarify the matter within 3 days. Relying solely on him is definitely not feasible. He will definitely need assistance. As a result, he called Lu Tianpei to request that he send a few people to assist him. What the heck, Lu Chen, are you kidding me? Sneaking out to take on a side job? You're a forensic doctor, can't you leave some work for us criminal investigators? People? No, the criminal investigation team just received several difficult cases that need to be resolved immediately. I don't have enough manpower, so how can I give you any? Lu Chen sighed and said, although this case was commissioned to me in a private capacity, it has already involved a homicide. As a forensic pathologist, I do not hold a professional detective license. Therefore, this case must be assigned to a police station. Upon completion, any rewards or points earned will naturally be awarded to the corresponding police station. As the forensic pathologist of Anjiang County, I naturally thought to prioritize our own police station first. However, since the Criminal Investigation Division is short-staffed, I will seek assistance from another police station instead. Lu Chen said this and was about to hang up the phone when Lu Tianpei immediately changed his expression. Oh, no, don't. I'm just joking with you, just joking. The Anjiang Criminal Investigation Division has a few cases that need some extra manpower recently, but they're all minor cases that can be handled by the police officers working together. Your case is urgent, especially since it involves a homicide. I'll have to assign a few people to assist you. How many people do you need? Lu Chen had known Lu Tianpei for quite some time and was well aware of his nature. He never got up early without a good reason. He didn't say much about it, but instead stated his own demands. I need 4 people, preferably detectives with experience in interrogation and questioning. Lu Tianpei thought carefully and said, there aren't many people available right now, and it seems like only a few meet your criteria. By the way, Officer Bai is available, and there's also Xiao Lu and Xiao Zhu. After thinking it over, I can only think of those 3. We're 1 person short. Is that okay? Alright, just the 3 of them. With them, it should be enough. Alright. This case has a time limit, and time is tight. Tell them to hurry over. Once the case is solved, I'll treat you to a meal. Alright. After making a good first impression, Lu Tianpei was also highly efficient and generously dispatched a police car directly. Lu Chen, upon their arrival, didn't bother with formalities and immediately put them to work. These 3 were indeed professional detectives. The information and crucial items Lu Chen needed were all obtained within just 2 hours. The airport surveillance footage showed that at the time, Wu Xiao was sitting on the steps in front of the elevator platform eating. According to infrared footage, the radar signal was detected from the front of the Airbus aircraft. However, at this point, there should be no one on the aircraft. The captain and first officer have already finished their shifts, and the maintenance crew scheduled to arrive at this time have already left the area. To investigate the case, Lu Chen specially borrowed the lounge from the airline. In the lounge, Lu Chen displayed the videos he had collected on the large screen. That's right. In other words, as long as we clarify the timeline and identify everyone who was still inside the airport at that time, we can conduct a thorough investigation to uncover the truth. Bai Shui continued with her analysis based on Lu Chen's findings. Lu Chen nodded and pulled up another video. This was a video obtained from another location, showing the 2 hours before and after the incident. There were a total of 27 people present at the time, including 5 engineers, 3 pilots, and the rest were flight attendants performing cleanup duties. However, the flight attendants can be largely ruled out as suspects, as they are not familiar with the aircraft's equipment and have little opportunity to enter the cockpit, where they would also lack knowledge of the equipment. The most likely suspects remain the engineer and the pilot. Especially this guy. Lu Chen flipped to the next page, and a middle-aged man dressed in a green aviation engineer's uniform appeared before everyone. Below is his information. This individual is named Wang Haifei, and like Wu Xiao, he is a second-class engineer at the Yiwu Aviation branch. He is also one of the most experienced and technically proficient members of the team. The reason for focusing on him is that he has a history with Wu Xiao. Additionally, the airline is currently undergoing internal personnel adjustments, and an engineer is being promoted to a senior engineer position to work at the headquarters. The selection is between Wu Xiao and Wang Haifei, and it is said that Wang Haifei is very eager about this matter. However, according to those below, among the two, Wu Xiao has stronger professional skills and better relationships with people in the department. Therefore, the most likely choice is Wu Xiao. As a result, Wang Haifei now has a strong motive for murder. Moreover, at this exact time, he happened to be nearby, on this Airbus aircraft belonging to various departments, conducting maintenance and repair work. However, that was the engineers' break time, when their boxed meals arrived, so most of them had gone to find places to eat and rest. What exactly did Wang Haifei do during his break? Did he sneak into the plane across from Wu Xiaojiang and turn on the radar? All of this remains to be investigated. After reviewing the above brief slides, the three immediately understood the core point Lu Chen was trying to convey. Got it. I'll start gathering all the information available on this Wang Haifei right away. I will also contact the relevant authorities to request access to the footage and gather detailed videos from other angles. I will visit the maintenance engineering department and inquire about relevant information from people close to Wang Haifei. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction and said, "Alright, once we've gathered all the detailed information, we'll take it all and go see Wang Haifei." Chapter 83, There's a big problem with the flight attendants. The next day during lunch break, Lu Chen and Bai Shui went to the engineer's office and found Wang Haifei. After presenting the relevant documents and whispering something to Wang Haifei at the front desk, Wang Haifei gestured for the two to follow him into his office. "You two are here at Mr. Yang's request to investigate the matter involving old Wu, aren't you? Feel free to ask any questions, I will answer them all honestly." Sitting in his office chair, Wang Haifei adopted a posture that suggested he was prepared to see things through to the end. Lu Chen smiled slightly, sat across from Bai Shui, and then handed a document to Wang Haifei. "Mr. Wang, please take a look at these materials first and verify whether the information we have collected is accurate." After taking the materials, Wang Haifei examined them carefully in his hands. In order to help Wang Haifei understand the investigation situation quickly, while the other party was reviewing the documents, Lu Chen spoke up. "According to our investigation, during the period when Wu Xiao was exposed to radiation, you were conducting repair work on the aircraft next to him, correct?" Wang Haifei looked at the documents and nodded, "Yes. May I ask what you were doing while everyone else was eating and resting?" Wang Haifei replied without hesitation, "Oh, my wife brought me a pancake that day, and I ate it on the airplane seat. After finishing, I sat there and scrolled through Douyin for a while." "On a plane? Which plane was it? Was it the one directly across from Wu Xiao?" Wang Haifei shook his head and said, "No, I've never been on that plane. I was on the plane I was repairing." "Can anyone confirm this?" Wang Haifei nodded and said, "Yes, old Feng from the maintenance room can prove it. At that time, he happened to have an upset stomach and was using the restroom. My desk was not far from the restroom. He was constipated, had forgotten to bring his phone inside, and was feeling really uncomfortable, so he kept coming over to chat with me. We kept chatting the whole time. After we finished talking, we got off the plane together and returned to our workplaces together. After work, we went back home. Here, take a look at this. These are the surveillance screenshots you requested. This screenshot shows us getting off the plane, and this one shows us returning to the office after completing the repairs." After hearing Wang Haifei's confession, Lu Chen nodded. He then instructed the assistant outside to call the so-called old Feng to another room in advance. Lu Chen continued to talk with Wang Haifei, while Bai Shui left the room and headed to another room. 2 hours later, Lu Chen and Bai Shui gathered the relevant documents and took their leave. On the way back to the conference hall, the two exchanged words. Old Feng's confession matches Wang Haifei's. The two continued chatting the entire time and never left the area. If Wang Haifei had the opportunity to activate the radar, he could only have activated the radar of the aircraft he was on. He would not have had the time or opportunity to go to another aircraft to activate the radar. The two hurried along the road. Lu Chen asked, "Does that sound like a lie?" "No, it doesn't." After pondering this for a moment, Lu Chen also said, "Wang Haifei's demeanor doesn't seem like he's lying either. In other words, Wang Haifei has a motive for the crime, but no motive for the crime. Furthermore, there is sufficient alibi evidence. If one must conclude that he is the murderer, there is only one possibility, that old Feng is providing false testimony." However, based on the screenshots and timestamps from the surveillance video, everything they said seems to align with the facts. Could it be that the murderer isn't Wang Haifei after all? If it's not Wang Haifei, then who else could the murderer be? Lu Chen walked quickly while muttering to himself. Upon returning to the conference room, he immediately said, "Xiaolu, is there anyone else who doesn't get along well with Wu Xiao, or anyone who is suspicious?" Xiaolu shook his head and said, "Wu Xiao is very well liked at the airline. Apart from Wang Haifei, there was no one else who had ever had a conflict with him." Upon hearing this news, Lu Chen felt a bit flustered. Oh my god, so that means, from an interpersonal perspective, only Wang Haifei is a suspect? The key is that Wang Haifei also has an alibi. If it wasn't Wang Haifei, then this person is a hidden operative. Finding such a hidden operative within 3 days would be extremely difficult. Lu Chen hurriedly paced back and forth. The current situation clearly indicated that their direction was wrong. Lu Chen paced back and forth anxiously. The current situation clearly indicated that they had taken the wrong direction. After thinking for a moment, he said, I think we might have fallen into a misconception. From the very beginning of the investigation, we have been treating this case as a murder. Therefore, the focus and main efforts were directed toward identifying the motive for the killing. Do you think it's possible that this was just an accident? Lu Chen's thoughts returned to the initial location, ruling out the possibility of the engineering maintenance department. If they were to investigate it as an accident, then these flight attendants, as well as Wu Zhao's apprentice, could not be ruled out either. Xiaolu, Wu Zhao's apprentice, have you talked to him? Yes, I have. There is an alibi. At the time, he was eating with several staff members at a spot near the plane, and they all have alibis for each other. Furthermore, during the rest period, none of them left the area. I also looked into their interpersonal relationships. Apparently, these individuals all greatly admire Wu Zhao, especially his disciple, who regards him as a father figure. Upon hearing about Wu Zhao's accident, he lost all interest in work and has been looking gloomy every day. After understanding the situation, Lu Chen nodded to indicate he understood. He then reorganized his thoughts on the case and said, from now on, we'll focus on investigating people closely associated with Wu Zhao to see if we can uncover anything. Over the next few days, the team spent an entire day organizing and collecting information on the social connections of Wu Zhao's disciple and several individuals with whom he had close relationships. Without exception, all possibilities of criminal activity were ruled out. Now, the case has reached a stalemate. That day, Lu Chen found Wu Zhao's disciple, Wu Nang. I've already said everything I needed to say. Why are you still asking? The aircraft maintenance work has been quite hectic recently, and your inquiries are causing me some inconvenience. Unlike the first inquiry, this time when Lu Chen came over with several photos of the flight attendants to ask about their situation, Wu Nang's attitude had clearly changed. Judging from his facial expressions, he appeared impatient. However, in Lu Chen's view, Wu Nang was clearly feigning impatience. It was all an act. If that's the case, then Wu Nang must know something. Moreover, when they came to ask the maintenance team earlier, Wu Nang was still very calm, but when asked about the flight attendant's attitude, his demeanor was completely different. It seems there's a major issue with the flight attendants. Chapter 84, Women really do understand women better. Having identified the key focus of the investigation, their work became much easier. Stop the investigation into Wang Haifei and the others. We don't have much time left. If we conduct a comprehensive investigation, this task will definitely not be completed. Therefore, it would be better to take a bold approach and shift the focus of our work to the flight attendants. Judging from Wu Nang's expression, he must be certain of it. He knows the most critical details of the case. Moreover, the murderer is highly likely to be connected to the 3 flight attendants in the photo. After Lu Chen made up his mind, the others also began investigating the 3 flight attendants. Cabin crew members are strictly prohibited from entering the cockpit without permission. Moreover, at the time of the incident, the cockpit door was locked, and the flight attendant could not have entered unless someone had access and helped open the cockpit door. So, do you think there's a possibility that this flight attendant colluded with Wang Haifei or the captain who has the keys, or someone responsible for managing the keys, obtained the keys, entered the cockpit, and then turned on the radar? Yes, that's possible. If that's the case, then Wang Haifei's suspicion cannot be ruled out. After all, he was chatting with Old Feng through the door, and Old Feng wouldn't have known what was happening outside. If during this time, the flight attendant came in and obtained the cockpit key that Wang Haifei had given her, she could have easily done so without Old Feng knowing. By focusing on the flight attendants, many key points from the previous investigation automatically came to light. In an instant, Wang Haifei was once again thrust into the spotlight. Setting aside whether this incident is connected to Wang Haifei, we can confidently say that there is definitely something amiss with these 3 flight attendants. By Shui, contact the HR manager and have her provide us with the profiles of these 3 flight attendants. Then contact them and have them come to the conference room at the end of their shift tonight. Alright. After obtaining their information, Lu Chen compared it with the surveillance footage. In the surveillance footage we have, these 3 individuals are only seen from a distance, and there are no usable video recordings of the area directly opposite the aircraft's cabin door. Therefore, it is impossible to determine their suspicious behavior based on facial expressions or body language at the time. However, according to the records from that day, all 3 flight attendants had previously worked on that flight. Jiang Cece, 30 years old, with 3 years of work experience, was on duty for 8 hours on the day in question and clocked out at 6:30 p.m. During the time of the incident, she was cleaning up trash from the seats. Yu Chang, 29 years old, with 4 years of work experience, was on duty for 6 hours on the day in question. He clocked out at 6 p.m. and also conducted cleanup work after finishing his shift. However, he arrived at the airport earlier than Zhang Cece. Wei Jialing, 26 years old, an intern flight attendant, had been working at Yiwu Airlines for less than 6 months. She clocked in at 6:30 p.m., assisted Zhang Cece with her duties, and disembarked from the plane alongside her. When Zhang Cece and Wei Jialing were the last two to leave the plane, the radar had not yet been activated. When the surveillance footage captured them, they were in the corner of the cabin, and it would take 6 or 7 minutes to walk from where the plane had parked to that location. The time displayed on the surveillance footage also matched the 6 or 7 minutes that had passed, meaning that nothing had occurred during that time, and they had mutual alibis for each other. This indicates that the only person who could have used the radar during the time of the incident was Yu Chang. Xiaolu reviewed the surveillance footage while drawing conclusions based on the relevant information. Xiaolu furrowed his brows slightly and said, "That's not right. Yu Chang left earlier than the two of them. Although she wasn't seen in the machine room, I saw her in the elevator surveillance footage on my end. Moreover, the time displayed on the elevator surveillance footage matches the time the radar was activated on the plane, which is the time of the incident. Therefore, it couldn't have been Yu Chang." Xiaolu's words made Lu Chen's eyes widen, and he hurried over to watch the video. "How did Yu Chang manage to avoid the airport surveillance and make it to the airport?" Xiaolu replied, "It seems that after getting off the plane, there was a small path on the southwest side that could also lead into the airport. At that time, it was blocked by the aircraft's fuselage, so the surveillance cameras couldn't see Yu Chang from that angle." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen seemed to think of something and immediately adjusted the surveillance system's video to a few minutes before the incident occurred. He then focused intently on the area where the obstructed pathway was located. "Found it!" Suddenly, Lu Chen shouted excitedly, then zoomed in on the video. In the darkness, there was a human head that was difficult to distinguish in the angle difference between the planes. Only a small portion was visible. It's barely visible unless you look closely, and even if you manage to find the head, the image quality remains extremely blurry when zoomed in. Professional processing is required to identify it. Of course, Lu Chen possesses top-notch hacking skills, so this is no challenge for him. He began adjusting the settings, intending to use external software programs to frame-by-frame restore the footage. After a series of operations, the enlarged sections successfully became clear. Upon seeing half of the head clearly, Xiaolu exclaimed in surprise, "It's Wei Jialing." Lu Chen looked at Xiaolu with a hint of confusion. With just half a head visible, she recognized her at a glance? Facing Lu Chen's suspicious gaze, Xiaolu hurriedly explained, "Wei Jialing's hair texture is quite unique. It has a faint yellowish tint, which is a sign of slight malnutrition. And look here, the upper part of her hair has a slight downward curve, which indicates that her hair was permed over a month ago, and the top part has just grown out. Therefore, there is a noticeable difference compared to the other two girls." Xiaolu's explanation made Lu Chen look at her with a hint of admiration. After all, women do understand other women better, don't they? "You can tell that?" Lu Chen nodded and then said cheerfully, "So that means that among these 3 flight attendants, Wei Jialing had the opportunity to commit the crime. Moreover, after she finished her shift and went to the airport lobby, she deliberately came back. She must have had something important to do. By Shui, don't question the other two. Just focus on questioning Wei Jialing. Alright. Now the case is starting to take shape, and based on the evidence collected so far, it is highly likely that Wei Jialing assisted Wang Haifei in committing this act. Based on this hypothesis, the investigation team will continue their inquiry." At 7:50 p.m., Wei Jialing arrived at the reception room as invited. Upon entering the reception room and seeing the scrutinizing gazes of Lu Chen and the others, Wei Jialing appeared quite uneasy, her entire demeanor tense. Seeing her like this, Lu Chen knew he had found the right person. Chapter 85, The Truth Comes to Light. At Lu Chen's gesture, Wei Jialing sat down on a chair, with Lu Chen sitting beside her. Xiaolu brought over a cup of tea, and Wei Jialing took it and said thank you. Although she was smiling as she spoke, it was clear that she was still quite nervous. Especially when she took the teacup, her awkward manner clearly showed that she was highly guarded. Why does she have such a guarded attitude toward Lu Chen and the others? There can only be one reason. She knows that Lu Chen and his group are here to investigate matters related to Wu Xiao. She has something to hide. Wei Jialing, right? "Hello, I'm Detective Lu Chen, specially hired by Manager Yang to investigate the Wu Xiao incident. You were the flight attendant on Flight XXX, right? What did you do at the time of the incident?" Lu Chen cut straight to the chase and asked the most critical question directly. Hearing Lu Chen's question, she grew even more nervous, clutching the hem of her skirt and avoiding his gaze. That day, I finished work as usual and went straight home. I don't know exactly what happened." Upon hearing her explanation, Lu Chen nodded in sudden understanding. "Oh. I get it. You're lying." As soon as Lu Chen accused her of lying, she suddenly raised her head, widened her eyes, and shook her head wildly. "No, Mr. Lu, I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth." In response, Lu Chen merely smiled confidently and said, "Miss Wei, you're just not very good at lying. If we were to define a standard for lying, yours doesn't even meet the basic level. Calling it poor would be an understatement. The reactions you are currently displaying, whether through your facial expressions or body language, are all conveying a single message to us. Wu Xiao's accident is closely related to you. In fact, it can be said that you are directly involved in this matter. Lu Chen spoke calmly, but his words struck Wei Jialing like a thunderclap, causing her head to ring. Mr. Lu, Lu Chen made a stop gesture, then adopted a earnest and well-meaning tone and said, Wei Jialing, from the moment I first saw you, I could tell that you were a good child from a young age. You don't lie, and deep down, you must be a kind person. So, please tell us the whole truth, okay? Don't lose your last shred of dignity. Wei Jialing looked at Lu Chen, her almond-shaped eyes flickering several times as tears gradually filled her gaze. I wail. As if she had thought of something, she began to sob with grief, and her entire body trembled as she cried. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to. I feel so guilty and scared. I really don't know what to do. Wei Jialing was crying uncontrollably. Lu Chen handed her a pack of tissues. After she had finished crying and calmed down, he spoke softly, Now, can you tell us what happened? Why are you saying you're sorry? Wei Jialing wiped away her tears, with traces still lingering at the corners of her eyes. She lowered her head and sobbed as she recounted everything that had happened. The course of this case was highly unusual and had no connection to Wang Haifei. It was not a premeditated murder. It was merely an accident. Wei Jialing is still an intern who is constantly learning. She only recently began working on flights and lacks experience in many areas. Additionally, she has had limited opportunities to enter the cockpit. Despite this, she continued to work tirelessly because she had always dreamed of flying since she was a child. Due to the nature of her work, she often had the opportunity to interact with the maintenance crew during the time the aircraft was parked. This is how Wei Jialing became acquainted with Wu Xiao and the others. Wu Xiao found Wei Jialing to be a nice young woman with a good personality and a diligent work ethic, and he grew quite fond of her. However, Wei Jialing can be quite stubborn at times and has some typical teenage girl traits, but Wu Xiaozhen finds these qualities charming as well. After all, girls should have their own unique personalities. Wu Xiao also took good care of her. Originally, according to her position, she wasn't allowed to enter the captain's cabin. The cleaning of the captain's cabin was assigned to maintenance personnel, and Wu Xiao would usually have his apprentice do the wiping. However, Wu Xiao knows Wei Jialing's dream, so he allows her to go and do the cleaning. The first few times went smoothly. Under their guidance, she learned the proper technique, and she was able to do it fairly smoothly. But just before the incident, Wei Jialing had a falling out with Wu Xiao. The reason was that she felt Wu Xiao looked down on her. She wanted to follow Wu Xiao to learn about the structure of airplanes, but Wu Xiao said it was too difficult and that it wasn't suitable for a girl like her. This made her very unhappy and resentful. Wei Jialing, who had always been spoiled, couldn't help but argue with Wu Xiao, then stormed off in a huff. Wu Xiao didn't take it to heart, as he was well aware of Wei Jialing's temper. With that, Wei Jialing, still seething with anger, went to the cockpit to clean and tidy up. Still thinking about how she refused to accept defeat and wanted to learn about aircraft structure, she accidentally pressed the radar button during her routine cleaning. The radar was activated, and at that moment, Wu Xiao was sitting on the steps in front of the plane, eating her meal. Upon seeing the radar activated, Wei Jialing was terrified. She immediately turned off the radar and then looked in disbelief at Wu Xiao, who was still eating his boxed meal in front of the radar. She then burst into tears and ran off the plane, telling Wu Xiao about what had happened. Wu Xiao was first shocked, then frightened, but eventually broke into a smile. He comforted Wei Jialing, and then went to the hospital for a checkup, where he discovered that his genes had undergone irreversible changes. There were no issues in the days leading up to it, but a week later, she fainted suddenly. After being examined at the hospital, it was found that much of her DNA had already broken down. As a result, the airline launched an investigation. The reason why the investigation failed to uncover the truth was because Wu Xiao decided to help Wei Jialing cover it up. He's really a good person. I was the one who acted so selfishly. I really shouldn't have done that. He said that I had worked so hard to get the qualification to board the plane, and if the incident with the radar was discovered, I would never be able to fly again in my life. No airline would hire me, so I'm really sorry. Upon hearing the other person's description, Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh helplessly. You really are being stubborn, and you're also quite foolish. If all maintenance staff had your temperament, things would be in chaos. Working on an airplane requires strict discipline. From an outsider's perspective, this woman really deserves to be scolded, and some might even think she deserves to die. However, from a legal perspective and from the perspective of human emotions, her actions were driven by ignorance, and her harm to others was unintentional. She should compensate for her actions but should not be sentenced to imprisonment. However, the victim chose to forgive her and decided to keep the matter confidential for the sake of her future career. This indicates that Wu Xiao does not want compensation. What he wants is to give this young woman an opportunity. He believes that after this lesson, she will remember it for the rest of her life. Chapter 86. I believe you already have the answer in your heart. By this point in the case, Lu Chen had finally discovered who Wu Xiao's disciple was. Despite their apparent devotion to their master, they showed no reaction when he was in trouble, and even went so far as to help cover up for the criminal. It seems that all of this must have been orchestrated by Wu Xiao. After thoroughly investigating all the details, Lu Chen had finally unraveled the mystery. He asked Bai Shui to stay behind to comfort Wei Jialing, while he stepped out of the room and called Yang Wei. Lu Chen informed Yang Wei that everything had been thoroughly investigated, and Yang Wei instructed Lu Chen to discuss it in person. In an office, Yang Wei sat upright in his office chair, with a box placed on the desk in front of him. "Mr. Lu, I knew you wouldn't let me down. Here's all the bonus money. I brought it all for you. Tell me, what exactly happened?" Pulling out the chair opposite Yang Wei, Lu Chen slowly sat down, then pushed the money box on the desk to the side, and began to recount the entire case, from its origins to its progression and conclusion, in a calm and detailed manner. After listening, Yang Wei's face was completely somber. His lips twitched, and he wanted to tear Wei Jialing to pieces. "You good-for-nothing scoundrel. Old Wu was just too kind. What's the point of keeping someone like this around? If it were me, I would have fired him long ago. You bastard. Even if it costs millions in legal fees and tens of millions in compensation, I will make her pay the price, compensate me, and go to jail. I will ruin her life." "No, ruining her life isn't enough. How can her life be compared to old Wu's?" "Ah." He was so furious that he went mad, slamming both fists on the table with a flushed face. After a long while, Lu Chen waited for him to calm down slightly before speaking slowly. "Mr. Yang, I understand how you feel right now. However, after our investigation, we are confident that the person who has been protecting Wei Jialing all along is none other than Wu Xiao. In Wu Xiaoliang's heart, he has likely forgiven Wei Jialing, and everything he has done is to protect her." Yang Wei looked up and stared intently at Lu Chen. After a long moment, he managed to squeeze out a sentence. "Old Wu is just too soft-hearted. He's too kind to everyone. He just feels sorry for this young girl, but people like her aren't worth pitying or feeling sorry for. I don't care, I'll show her what's what." Yang Wei was still in a highly emotional state, and Lu Chen didn't feel it was appropriate to say much. He was merely fulfilling his duty by informing the employer of all the facts and the truth. "As an outsider, from my personal perspective, I share your view. However, there is one point I must raise. If you have a close friendship with Wu Xiao, I believe you should also consider his feelings at this time. He is the victim, and he chose to protect himself for his own reasons and out of his own will. Respecting his wishes is also a good choice." Lu Chen's words left Yang Wei feeling unsatisfied. He questioned, "Everything you mentioned earlier has factual basis, but regarding Wei Jialing's protection, was it truly out of Wu Xiao's genuine intentions? Are you sure he wasn't being manipulated or coerced by someone else for moral reasons? Are you sure he wasn't coerced by someone using moral pressure?" Lu Chen shook his head. "In truth, you already knew the answer deep down, you just didn't want to accept it. If you insist on verification, I have a way." Yang Wei's eyes lit up and he asked, "What method?" Lu Chen smiled slightly. "Tonight, come with me to a place and you'll find out. At 6:30 p.m., Eastern Armed Police Hospital, 3rd floor of the Biochemistry Department." Lu Chen and Yang Wei were waiting at the corner of the hallway. At that moment, there was movement outside room 309. Wu Xiao's apprentice entered the ward carrying a meal box. Lu Chen motioned for Yang Wei to come forward and listen outside the ward. Inside the ward, Wu Xiao's disciple brought out the meal. Wu Xiao's condition had been relatively stable lately, and he took out the boxed meal. "Wow, what's today's dish? It smells so delicious. Master, it's chicken stewed with mushrooms. The doctor said your digestive system is having some issues, so the chicken is stewed until tender." Wu Xiao let out a sigh, sat up with his apprentice's help, then waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. Your master isn't that hard to please. By the way, how's the crew been lately?" "Everything is fine, everything is normal." "Oh, that's good." Wu Xiao sipped his soup and then smiled and said, "Hey, why are you looking so gloomy? Your master isn't dead yet. But the doctor said your genes have mutated severely, and your leg might not be saved. They'll have to amputate it to save your life. Without your leg, you have such a kind heart. That little girl, even though she usually causes trouble, at a time like this, she actually. Haha, don't blame her. She didn't mean it. In this world, who is without fault? And after going through this, she will grow a lot. In my opinion, I think it was worth it." "Master, I don't think it's worth it. She's not related to you by blood or marriage. Why do you keep defending her?" Wu Xiao smiled and shook his head. Because she seems kind to me. She looks just like my late daughter, the same face, the same personality, exactly the same. In the past, you might have seen me smiling all the time on set, but in reality, I wasn't happy. But ever since she came along, life suddenly became much more interesting. Spending time with her every day and watching her grow up gives me a great sense of accomplishment. My greatest wish now is to see her fulfill her dreams and become a capable flight attendant. And one day, she will stand before me and proudly declare that she has succeeded." Wu Xiao said with a look of longing, while her apprentice by the bed wiped away tears. "You're a grown man, why are you suffering so much? Oh, really? Oh my back is so sore, I don't want to move. Come, feed me. Wu Xiao said with a smile, and his disciple stopped crying and fed him. Yang Wei, standing outside the ward, witnessed this scene. His expression was complex. Then, as if he had lost his soul, he slowly turned around, let out a soft sigh, and moved his body, slowly making his way toward the hallway stairs. Lu Chen didn't follow her. He believed that Yang Wei had seen this and already knew what to do. Chapter 87, Christmas turned into a day of gunfire. Lu Chen had completed all his tasks and naturally had no further involvement in the subsequent matters. After collecting the money and packing his belongings, he left the airline, and his mission for this trip was successfully completed. Carrying the suitcase filled with $60,000, Lu Chen felt its weight pressing heavily on his shoulders. And from this incident, he had come to realize a truth: if one truly sought money, staying within the system was a complete waste of time. In the end, it's all about the power that comes with a position. If it's really about money, wouldn't this kind of side hustle be more lucrative? Completing a single large-scale task can earn as much as several years' wages. In total, I received 60,000 plus the bonus I received this year, which, compared to that, seems rather insignificant. Lu Chen now had more than enough to buy a house in the city center. Of course, the transaction is divided into public and private components, with the majority of the income still coming from Yang Wei. The only visible income is the 100,000 yuan from the airline. This time, Bai Shui and the others also put in a lot of effort to clarify the entire incident. Lu Chen, of course, would not shortchange them. He gave them a generous red envelope. A few people danced with joy, exclaiming things like, "Dr. Lu is so awesome." There was nothing to be done about it. After all, they were able to handle personal matters during work hours, receive their regular salary, and earn an extra income on top of that. For them, it's even better than paid leave. Lu Chen kept his achievements and fame to himself and led them back to the police station. As soon as they arrived at the police station, Lu Tianpei greeted them with a smile. "Ha, Lu Chen, it's always you." Earlier, the police station had received a thank you letter from the airline company, and the company's CEO had personally expressed gratitude to the Anjiang County Police Bureau. They also specifically mentioned you, saying that your performance was outstanding. Lu Chen smiled slightly and didn't say much else. Over the past few days, he had heard more praise and compliments than he could count. He had long since grown accustomed to it. An outstanding person must make excellence a habit, so that they can continue to maintain excellence, progress within excellence, and become even more outstanding. This is Lu Chen's motto, and it is also the driving force that keeps him dedicated to his work as a forensic scientist. Back in his office, Lu Chen didn't rest. Instead, he continued his side work, using his advanced fingerprint analysis skills to compare fingerprints from unsolved cases. Under his analysis, one cold case after another was solved. Soon, it was Christmas Day, and snowflakes as light as goose feathers began to fall in space. Unlike Christmas in previous years, the holiday had lost its original meaning. Young people now referred to it as Fireworks Day. This phenomenon is particularly prevalent among college students and recent graduates. The process is as follows: have a candle at dinner together, watch a movie, choose a location far from the school, timing it to be before the dorms close. After watching the movie, exchange some sweet words, set the mood, and get close under the slideshow. After the movie ends, glance at the time. Everyone knows what's on the agenda. The guy speaks up, "We don't have time. Why don't we just sleep over tonight?" The girls shyly nodded in agreement. Thus, the major hotels were fully booked, many cars were parked along the dark side streets, and the riverbank was deserted, with even more people gathering in the open fields. Under a blizzard, the sky was filled with gunfire. Lu Zhenshang, a young police officer at the Anjiang County Police Bureau, had followed the trend of the times and, after work, had gone through all the necessary procedures with his girlfriend, whom he had only known for less than 3 months. By midnight, after taking a shower, he looked at his girlfriend lying on the bed and scratched his head awkwardly. "I'm sorry, Hua Hua, I was too rough." Hua Hua, lying on the bed, looked at Xiao Lu, pouting and sulking. After a long while, she frowned and said, "Zhenshang, I think there's something wrong with your sensitivity. Normal men don't last that long. You didn't feel anything at all? Is it because I'm not attractive enough?" "No, it's not." Lu Zhensheng hurriedly explained, "It must be my perception that's off. I feel like there's too much skin covering me." Hua Hua placed her index finger on her lips, thinking of something, and said, "This issue is probably related to your foreskin." "Oh, that's perfect. My cousin is a doctor at XX hospital. They're having a promotion there, and circumcision surgery only costs 600 yuan. Her technique and skill are top-notch. I guarantee there won't be any issues." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhensheng felt a bit embarrassed. "Hua Hua, this isn't quite appropriate. After all, this surgery is somewhat private. Having your cousin do it might be a bit awkward, don't you think?" Hua Hua covered her mouth and laughed, "We're all family. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Hua Hua covered her mouth and laughed, "We're all family. What's there to be embarrassed about? The hospital does this surgery well, and all the doctors are women. I wouldn't feel comfortable having someone else do it." This. Lu Zhenxing was at a loss for words, but upon seeing Huahua's stubborn expression, coupled with the fact that he did indeed have some issues in that area, he realized that for the sake of his future happiness, he would eventually have to undergo the surgery. So, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Huahua smiled sweetly. Alright, I'll call my cousin right now and have her skip you tomorrow so I can make it for you first thing in the morning. But isn't that a bit late? It's already this late, hasn't your cousin gone to bed yet? No, my cousin and her husband are both night owls. As she spoke, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Beep, beep. The phone rang continuously for more than 10 rings, but no one answered. Huahua glanced at the time on her phone and said in confusion, that's strange. My cousin is a very organized person. At this time, unless something unexpected happens, she would normally be at home applying a face mask and watching a live stream. Why isn't anyone picking up the phone today? Huahua said as she hung up the phone and dialed another number. However, after ringing 7 times, the phone finally connected. But instead of my cousin's voice, there was a lot of noise on the other end. And amidst the commotion, the sound of sirens could be heard. This sound was very familiar to Lu Zhenxing. He was so startled that he rushed forward to listen carefully. It was the sound of a police siren. Hello? Cousin? The two looked at each other, then Huahua asked over the phone. There was no response from the other end, so Huahua looked at Lu Zhenxing. Zhenxing, could something have happened to my cousin? Are you sure that's a police siren and not an ambulance? Lu Zhenxing affirmed, I'm certain. At that moment, there was a sound on the other end of the phone, a woman's voice trembling with tears. Cousin? Cousin, what's wrong? What happened? Say something. I'm getting really worried. Oh no, something's wrong. Your brother-in-law, he's in trouble. Chapter 88, Officer, a medical dispute doesn't warrant murder, does it? On the other end of the phone, a hurried female voice rang out. From the sound of it, Huahua knew it was her cousin's voice. Something's wrong? Cousin, what happened to your husband? He had a sudden heart attack today and was rushed to the emergency room. When he was brought in, his heart had already stopped beating. Looking at his condition, it seems like he's in a critical state. My cousin, who works at the hospital, is a doctor. She knows exactly what a patient's condition is like before being taken into the operating room and the chances of survival in that state. Based on her husband's current condition, the chances of saving him are less than 20%. Therefore, even though she is a doctor and has seen life and death many times before. But at that moment, she still panicked. Cousin, don't worry, I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, Huahua relayed the message to Lu Zhenxing. Upon learning of the situation, Lu Zhenxing immediately got dressed, checked out of the room, and rushed to the hospital with Huahua. When the two arrived, they finally understood why they had heard the sound of police sirens on the other end of the phone. Huahua's cousin is named Niu Hua, and her husband is Wu Chaogun. Both of them are doctors at the hospital. Tonight, both she and her husband have to work the night shift. Wu Chaogun is a doctor in the neurology department. Tonight, he got into an argument with a patient's family member, and during the argument, both sides pushed each other. Subsequently, Wu Chaogun suddenly clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground, unresponsive. The hospital promptly called the police, who arrived on the scene. By the time the police arrived, Wu Chaogun had already been taken to the emergency room. The family members who remained at the scene were being questioned by the police. The police who arrived were none other than officers from the Anjiang County Police Bureau. Lu Zhenxing also learned the details of the incident through his colleagues. This time, the team was led by Captain Old Zhang, accompanied by Lu Chen and Bai Shui. Lu Chen and Bai Shui had originally planned to go out together after work today to take a stroll and admire the street scenery. Old Zhang happened to be on his way and had already agreed to give them a ride, but halfway there, he received a notice from the bureau. There was nothing they could do, so Lu Chen and Bai Shui came along as well. Officer, I really didn't hit him. We got into an argument about my brother's illness, and I suspected the hospital was overcharging me. We went to confront the attending physician. At first, we didn't intend to cause a scene, but I couldn't stand him repeatedly telling us to trust him, to wait for the results, and that he would help report it. He kept passing the buck, so I blocked his path and told him that we needed an explanation today. He pushed me, and I lost my balance, so I pushed him back. The force of the push wasn't strong, not even a young girl would find it too much. It was just a light push, because I knew he was a doctor, and no matter what, I couldn't really hit him. But who would have thought that this one push would make him stumble twice, his eyes fixed on me, about to charge at me. He grabbed my collar with both hands, as if he was going to punch me. I was already prepared to take his blows, but to my surprise, his fist didn't come down. All I saw was his raised hand suddenly clutching his chest, as if in great pain, followed by heavy breathing, and then he collapsed to the ground. As the other person described the incident, several onlookers stepped forward to corroborate the account. Old John asked a few critical questions. Are you certain that you did not misjudge your strength due to emotional excitement at the time? Also, did you push him with your left hand or your right hand? If it was your right hand, that would correspond to his heart. The family member paused for a moment, then grew fearful and replied nervously, "I didn't really notice that. It must have been very light. He's a grown man, he shouldn't be that fragile, right?" I pushed him with my right hand, and the point of contact was on his left shoulder. A normal man is indeed not that fragile, but if he is a patient, especially one with a serious heart condition, he may not be able to withstand such force. Lao Zhan's words made the family members lift their heads awkwardly. "No way, isn't he a doctor? Who told you that doctors can't get sick or be patients?" This statement left the family speechless. So, could it really be that his own shoving caused the other person's heart attack? If something happens to the other person, wouldn't I be charged with murder? Thinking of this, he swallowed hard and panicked. "Officer, I didn't mean to do it. I didn't know he had a heart condition. If I had known he had a heart condition, I definitely wouldn't have gotten into a fight with him. Oh my goodness." At this point, a deep sense of regret welled up in his heart. He didn't know what to do, so he sat down on the ground, hugged his head with both hands, and looked distressed and regretful. At that moment, even the police officers present were unable to comfort him. Based on the information currently available regarding the case, Wu Chaochuan does indeed have a serious heart condition, and it is highly likely that the argument with his family members triggered the episode. Even if the family members were unaware of the situation, they would still bear significant responsibility and consequences. Subsequently, Lu Chen asked about the condition of the other party when the illness first manifested, such as whether the mouth was open, the state of the eyes, and the details of the facial expressions. After a thorough inquiry, it was determined that Wu Chaogun had suffered an acute heart attack. However, Lu Chen found it odd that Wu Chaochuan, as a neurologist who was fully aware of his heart condition, still allowed his emotions to become so agitated? All over a minor dispute about medical fees? You should know that such incidents frequently occur within hospitals. Having worked as a doctor for so many years, I have handled numerous incidents of varying severity. Wu Chaogun shouldn't be so lacking in mental resilience, should he? It seems a bit hard to believe that a medical bill dispute, which is something he is used to dealing with, could lead to an acute heart attack. Moreover, even if this were the cause, it would at most be a contributing factor. What is the true cause? There is no clear conclusion. Was he too ill, or was he already emotionally agitated and had been provoked before the argument with his family? Or perhaps he forgot to take his medication, etc. These factors are all crucial assumptions for judgment and possibility. As Lu Chen was deeply engrossed in his thoughts during the waiting period, he inadvertently caught sight of Wu Qian's wife, Niu Hua, not far away. Niu Hua was indeed crying, but there was no sign of worry or tension on her face. On the contrary, Lu Chen felt that she seemed to be acting. Indeed, when something happens to one's family, even a doctor might lose control and cry, but such cases are rare. Moreover, as a seasoned doctor at the hospital, isn't it a bit too early for Niu Hua to be crying like this? Isn't this the time for concern and prayer? But her reaction was as if she had already decided that Wu Chaogun was doomed. Noticing this peculiar detail, Lu Chen shifted his gaze to the two people in front of her, a man and a woman. He didn't recognize the woman, but the man. Hey, isn't that Xiao Lu from the criminal investigation team? Chapter 89, Wu Qian's death is far from simple. Lu Chen sent a police officer over to greet Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu turned around and saw Lu Chen. Lu Chen waved him over. Lu Zhencheng exchanged a few words with the woman beside him before jogging over to Lu Chen. "Dr. Lu, you were looking for me?" Lu Chen nodded and asked, "Do you know those two women?" Lu Zhencheng hummed in acknowledgement and truthfully explained the situation to Lu Chen. It turned out that this guy was dating their cousin, and now that Wu Chaogun had gotten into trouble and was in the emergency room, he had a valid reason to go comfort her as her cousin's husband. Meanwhile, the police needed to inquire about the family's situation, so Lu Zhencheng volunteered to handle both matters at once. "Alright, you youngster, no wonder you were in such a hurry to leave as soon as the clock struck. So you had a date, did you? But this is pretty unfortunate for you just had to run into this annoying situation." Lu Zhencheng remained silent, unable to deny it, and scratched his nose. "Since you're already in charge of the investigation into Wu Qian's family, just keep following up on it. Ensure that all matters are handled professionally and impartially, especially regarding the detailed circumstances of Wu Qian's wife, Niu Hua. Make sure all information is documented accurately. Once the report is completed, submit the materials to me immediately." Lu Chen instructed. Although Lu Chen was not a direct superior in the Criminal Investigation Division, he had already earned the respect of everyone in the Anjiang County Police Bureau through his abilities. Everyone knows who the real leader of the Criminal Investigation Division is. Lu Chen's words aren't just something he has to follow, even the captain has to listen to him. Therefore, Lu Zhencheng said solemnly, "Understood. Alright, go ahead." Lu Zhencheng returned to Niu Hua and the others, continuing to comfort them while investigating the situation. As for Lu Chen's side, the two police officers first took the family members causing the commotion back to the police station, while Lao Zhan and Lu Chen went to the entrance of the emergency room. They waited for the hospital's findings. An hour later, the emergency room doors opened, and fully equipped emergency personnel emerged. Niu Hua and her cousin Lu Hua, who had been waiting in their seats, hurriedly stood up and approached to ask what had happened. "Mr. Wang, how is Chao Chuan doing?" The attending physician removed his mask, revealed a sorrowful expression, and shook his head. "I'm sorry, we did our best." After speaking, he put his mask back on and went to the restroom to wash his hands. Upon hearing the news, Niu Hua collapsed onto the ground, while Lu Hua beside her cried uncontrollably. Her makeup was smudged from crying, and she looked like a demon. Wu Chaogun is dead, which completely changes the nature of the case. It has been elevated to the highest level and severity. Lao Zhen sent 2 female detectives to comfort Niu Hua and the others, then had them escorted to the police station. At the police station, Lao Zhen first poured them each a cup of water before beginning to ask them questions related to the incident. "I said, what are you police officers doing? We are the victim's family members. You should be punishing that brutal man who pushed and shoved my sister-in-law, instead of harassing the victim's family members." Lu Hua's eyes were red and tearful as she spoke. Old Zhen smiled slightly and said, "Madam, please don't get so worked up. The police haven't fully investigated the matter yet. Therefore, we would like to inquire about the specific circumstances from you. Don't worry, it's just a statement. You know how serious this is. We can't take it lightly. We're doing this for the sake of the case." At this point, Niu Hua had completely calmed down. She nodded gently and said, "The police officer is right. Given what happened, as the family of the victim, we should cooperate. If you have any questions, please ask, and we will answer honestly." "Okay." Lao Zhan was recording the statement, while Lu Chen was observing the body of the deceased, Wu Chaogun. Lu Zhensheng was standing right behind him, relaying the information he had gathered during the interrogation to Lu Chen. From the outward appearance of death, Wu Chaogun did indeed die of acute heart disease, a sudden cardiac death. However, strangely enough, a sufficient amount of lidocaine was detected in his blood. Lidocaine is a medication used to prevent acute heart attacks and has shown excellent clinical efficacy. Once this medication is taken, the likelihood of experiencing an acute heart attack in the short term is extremely low. Based on Lu Chen's blood test results, he reached a conclusion that contradicted the actual findings. The deceased's blood contained sufficient levels of lidocaine, indicating that the deceased had taken anti-anxiety medication prior to the heart attack, and that the concentration of this medication in the blood was very high at the time of the attack. At such high concentrations, even emotional agitation would not have caused high blood pressure leading to a heart attack. Based on this, Lu Chen was able to conclude that the trigger for the heart attack was not the argument over the medical dispute. Furthermore, considering Niu Hua's unusual behavior, Lu Chen had a hunch that Wu Qian's death was likely connected to this Niu Hua. Soon after, Bai Shui also walked in from outside. She was still holding a pile of documents in her hands. She handed the relevant documents to Lu Chen, who took off his gloves, took the documents, and began flipping through them. These documents were obtained from Wu Qian's office, and many of them were photos taken at the scene and surveillance footage screenshots. The surveillance footage includes timestamps indicating the exact time the images were captured. Flipping through page by page, Lu Chen soon noticed a surveillance screenshot. The screenshot was taken 20 minutes after Wu Chaochuan had taken his medication after dinner. Upon zooming in, the medication he had taken was clearly identified as a heart disease medication. Bai Shui, investigate this video immediately and send me the results. Okay. Bai Shui operated the tablet in her hands, found the original video, and immediately paused it before handing it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen pressed the play button, and the surveillance footage began to play in reverse. As the person on the screen took the medication, Lu Chen paused the video, zoomed in, and clearly identified the medication as a blood pressure-lowering heart medication. The primary active ingredient was lidocaine. The medication should be administered half an hour before the sudden death of the patient. From the time Wu Chaochuan took the medication until now, at least 4 hours have passed. Within that 4-hour period, the concentration of lidocaine in his body was equivalent to the entire dose of the medication. This is definitely not right. As you know, the therapeutic dose and lethal dose of lidocaine have a very narrow range. The therapeutic dose is just 1 tablet. Even taking half a tablet more than the recommended dose can cause the lidocaine concentration to exceed safe levels, which can be fatal for patients with heart disease. Currently, Wu Chaochuan's blood contains a lidocaine concentration nearly equivalent to an entire tablet. This indicates that prior to the heart attack, the lidocaine concentration in his blood had already exceeded the normal dosage for a single tablet. The true cause of the heart attack was his heart medication. In the video, they observed that Wu Chaochuan did not take an excessive dose of the medication. He only took 1 pill, which was the normal dosage. Additionally, after reviewing previous video records, no instances of him taking medication were observed, confirming that he only took 1 pill after dinner that evening. And it was precisely this single pill that led to his untimely death. The production of the medicine itself requires strict control, especially for such a critical drug. The dosage must be precisely controlled, with an error rate of 0. That means someone must have switched his medication. Someone maliciously increased the dosage of his medication. Chapter 90, with a clear conscience, why feel guilty? Based on the scientific methods already available, Lu Chen had established the investigative approach for the case, and the subsequent steps they needed to take became clear. Since there was suspicion that Wu Chaogun had been drugged, the first suspect to be investigated was naturally someone close to him. That would be Niu Hua. Considering his unusual reactions, Niu Hua should be kept under observation. Lu Chen reached his conclusion, and Lu Zhenxing found it hard to believe. No way, I've always heard my girlfriend say that her sister and brother-in-law have a pretty good relationship. It can't be that Niu Hua wants to harm Wu Chaogun, can it? Lu Chen walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and said, "What you see isn't necessarily the truth, and besides, this is just something someone else told you. As a police officer, you must believe in science and evidence. Don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. Remember, as a criminal investigator, you must always keep a clear head." Lu Chen's words left Lu Zhenxing feeling deeply ashamed, causing him to lower his head in embarrassment. "I understand. Well, good to know." After saying that, Lu Chen gave Bai Shui a look, and Bai Shui instructed Xiao Lu to go to Wu Chaiyan's office to send the medication to the forensic department for analysis. Lu Chen then walked out. At that moment, Lao Zhan had finished questioning Niu Hua and the others, exchanged some polite small talk, and was about to have someone send them back. At that moment, Lu Chen walked over to Old Zhan's side and whispered a few words in his ear. Old Zhan's expression remained unchanged. However, when he turned back to face Niu Hua and Lu Hua with a smile, he said, "Sorry, Dr. Niu, Miss Lu, there's been a new development in the case. You may not be able to leave the police station for now." Upon hearing Old Zhan's words, the expressions on both their faces froze instantly, especially Lu Hua, who was so angry she could have exploded. "Wait, you just said everything was fine, that we could leave after giving a statement. Why did you change your mind so quickly? Do you police even keep your word?" In response, Old Zhan said helplessly, "I'm sorry, Miss Lu, there have been new developments in the case. We cannot rule out the possibility that you and Dr. Niu are suspects, so you cannot leave the police station." "What do you mean? Are you implying that the police investigation suggests my brother-in-law's death is connected to us, that we were responsible for his death? That's ridiculous. You. Miss Lu, please don't get so worked up. It's just suspicion, nothing more. There's nothing we can do about it. This is the current situation. Once the case is fully investigated, we will clear your name." Lu Hua wanted to say something else, but Lao Zhan signaled to two police officers to come over, then left the scene himself. "This way, please." Two police officers escorted them into a small room for a talk. Lao Zhan looked at Lu Chen and said, "Lu Chen, what do you think of this case? Do you think Niu Hua and Lu Hua are the murderers?" Lu Chen replied, "Lu Hua is definitely not the murderer, and she also didn't have enough time to commit the crime. Niu Hua, on the other hand, is a strong suspect. She had ample time to commit the crime and was at the crime scene when it occurred. Most importantly, ever since I saw her at the hospital, the more I looked at her, the more she seemed like the killer. Take sides. Did you notice the expression on Niu Hua's face when you said you wanted them to stay? It was a complex expression of helplessness, mixed with a hint of fear. With a clear conscience, there is no fear, just like Lu Hua, what is there to fear from the police? But she dared not speak out. She felt guilty, for she had something to hide." Lu Chen's analysis made Lao Zhan nod in agreement. Indeed, in that case, we'll have to focus on investigating this Niu Hua. What kind of conflict exists between her and Wu Chaogun? What was her motive for murder, and what method did she use? Lu Chen smiled and said, I've already instructed Bai Shui to send people to investigate." "Ha, Lu Chen, you're always so quick." Lu Chen nodded in agreement, waiting quietly for Bai Shui's message. At 3 in the morning, the results from the forensic department came out, leaving everyone speechless. All the medications in the bottle Wu Chaochuan had taken were normal. The criminal investigation team discussed the results of the analysis. The forensic examination revealed that the deceased died from cardiac arrest caused by an overdose of ricardoin. Based on the evidence we have gathered, the deceased had only ingested this single dose of the drug within a short period of time. If the drug tests come back negative, then how did Wu Chaochuan end up ingesting an overdose of lidocaine? Zhang Ke raised this critical question at the meeting based on the current situation. Bai Shui shared her thoughts. What if the murderer only used one dose of the drug that exceeded the limit and mixed it into a batch of normal drugs? Wu Chaogun has to take medication every day. When he takes this medication, that's when he'll suddenly die? In this way, the murderer could establish an alibi, and the time of death would be highly unpredictable. After Bai Shui presented this hypothesis, it gained widespread support. That's right. If that were the case, the forensic department wouldn't have been able to detect any issues with the batch of drugs, and the problematic pill would have already been consumed by Wu Chaogun. There's no way to prove it either. We can only rely on the forensic conclusions, which indicate that the blood concentration was above the permissible limit, to support this conclusion. It seems that this is the only possibility now. The murderer is indeed a cunning one. to have such knowledge of pharmacology and the time to administer an overdose of medication into the bottle? The person must be a doctor. There are two possibilities: either they are a doctor who has a grudge against Wu Chaogun, or they are his wife. You should know that this guy is also a doctor. They all had the opportunity to put this medicine into the medicine bottle, and there's no way to know exactly when it was put in. After much discussion, the group finally reached a conclusion: they would negotiate with the hospital and conduct an investigation in the pharmacy. The investigation would focus on the medical supply records from the past 3 months. After all, for a drug like lidocaine, obtaining a large quantity of granules requires the doctor to have proper authorization within the hospital. Whether it's prescribed for a patient or for personal use, it requires registration. As for making it yourself, that's simply impossible. Even if a doctor had the technical expertise, it would be impossible to make the medicine exactly the same every time. If it's not perfect, Wu Chaogun will definitely notice it in the medication. Therefore, the murderer had only one option: to obtain a large quantity of lidocaine granules from the hospital. Chapter 91, The medical industry is truly eye-opening. Since the murderer claimed to have obtained the drugs from the hospital, we should be able to trace them by checking the records. After some investigation, the criminal police team discovered that within the past 3 months, 3 doctors had prescribed large doses of Lyrica granules. None of these cases involved Manhwa. Among these 3 doctors, only one is associated with Wu Chaogun, and there is no competitive relationship or conflict between this doctor and Wu Chaogun. Furthermore, the doctor in question can provide detailed explanations regarding the use of those medications, and patients have come forward to vouch for him. The patient has already taken all of these medications. As for the other 2 doctors, they have no connection whatsoever with Wu Chaochuan. The medications they prescribed were for their own family members and were not shared with others. Now, the case has once again reached a stalemate. So where did this large dose of lidocaine granules come from? Who put the medicine in Wu Chaochuan's mouth? According to their initial speculation, the most likely suspect was Wu Chaochuan's wife, Manhwa. However, Manhwa had not administered a large dose of lidocaine granules within the hospital. In her prescription records, there is only a record of her prescribing a small dose of the medication. Moreover, this bottle of medication is precisely the one that Wu Chaochuan has been taking, and she prescribed it for him. This is strange. If we follow this line of reasoning, Wu Chaochuan couldn't have ingested a large dose of lidocaine granules. Then why did the level of lidocaine in his body rise above the permissible limit after he took the medication? Everyone was taken aback. They couldn't figure out the logic behind it. Even Lu Chen, in that moment, had a blank mind. Based on all the signs he had observed, this cowflower was definitely problematic. However, all the evidence currently available does not point to the cowflower, and in fact suggests that it is innocent. Even if we were to pursue the suspects, we would have to thoroughly investigate the 3 doctors who prescribed large doses of lidocaine granules. However, his intuition told him that these 3 doctors were not at fault. No matter how thoroughly they were investigated, no issues would be found. He rested his chin on his hand and reorganized the various clues in the case. Wu Chaogun suffered an acute heart attack after taking the medication, as the liquidine in the drug dissolved into his bloodstream, causing the liquidine levels in his blood to exceed safe limits. In other words, this medication was the key factor. Without this medicine, Wu Chaoyun's heart attack would not have occurred. It was this medicine that took Wu Chaoyun's life. Our previous logic was that it was simply the amount of lidocaine in this pill that caused Wu Chaochuan's death. Given the current circumstances, this line of reasoning makes it difficult to proceed with the case. What if Wu Chaochuan had already ingested a certain amount of lidocaine before taking this medication? In that case, even if he had taken a normal dose of lidocaine, the concentration of lidocaine in his body would still have exceeded the safe limit. Upon realizing this, Lu Chen felt as though he had unlocked a new way of thinking and continued to explore further. However, according to the video footage currently available, Wu Chaochuan had only taken 1 medication during his time at the hospital. Furthermore, as a doctor himself, he had no suicidal tendencies and would not have taken a second pill. By reviewing the surveillance footage from previous days, it is easy to see that he always took the medication around 20 minutes after dinner, which had already become a habit. Then, how did he manage to take the medication without even realizing it himself? If it wasn't at the hospital, then it must have been at home? Only family members would know that Wu Chaogun has heart disease and that he takes the medication lidocaine. In that case, the suspicion would naturally fall on Manhwa. Lu Chen pondered, his mind racing faster and faster, while his thoughts grew increasingly clear. If I were Manhwa, and I wanted to kill Wu Chaogun, I would definitely use my medical knowledge and then create a clever coincidence to kill Wu Chaogun in a way that no one would suspect. Wu Chaochuan has heart disease. As a doctor, I am well aware that an overdose of lidocaine can easily cause the death of a heart disease patient. Additionally, I know when Wu Chaochuan was on duty and approximately when he took the medication. In this way, I only need to administer the drug to him in advance, and then wait for him to take his medication naturally, which will lead to his death. In this way, the cause of death can be attributed to the disease, and I will have a solid alibi. Those who are careless in their work won't even be able to trace it back to her. No, even if you're meticulous, it's still hard to definitively conclude that she did it. At this point, Lu Chen was already certain that the person who murdered Wu Chaogun was Niu Hua. However, these were all deductive assumptions and reasonable judgments. To support these assumptions, the most critical factor is evidence. Even without evidence, one must still articulate the motive for the murder. Based on the information they have, Niu Hua and Wu Qian's relationship has always been good, with no signs of a breakdown. As for the motive for the murder, it remains unclear at this time. Since it's unclear, we need to investigate thoroughly. At least it's better than doing nothing and just waiting around. Having a plan and a direction for the investigation means there's a chance of success. By Shui, Xiaolu, go investigate the detailed records on Wu Qian's phone. But Dr. Lu, investigating private information requires an official case to be filed first. Additionally, the consent of the family is required. Currently, the case is only provisionally classified as a homicide under investigation, and there is insufficient evidence. Moreover, Niu Hua is still at the police station. Should we seek Niu Hua's opinion at this point? Lu Chen shook his head and said, just the forensic examination alone is enough to prove that this was not a normal death. You can investigate with confidence. If there are any issues, I'll take responsibility. As for Niu Hua, make sure she doesn't find out what's going on. Okay. Bai Shui contacted the technical department of the police station and had them retrieve all relevant chat records. After careful screening and review, they eventually discovered some highly significant information. Bai Shui handed the printed chat files to Lu Chen. This Wu Chaogun holds significant influence in the neurology department, and the approval of many medical device products requires his signature. As a result, numerous sales representatives and executives from medical device companies maintain frequent contact with him. Every time he goes on a business trip or attends a meeting, the sales representatives from these medical device companies rush to flatter him and offer to pick him up and drop him off. After the meetings, the medical representatives would take Wu Chaogun to entertainment venues, primarily a high-end karaoke bar. It is rumored that this KTV operates some questionable businesses and has extremely high prices. A single visit there, if one wants to have a good time, would cost at least 6 figures. Chapter 92, whether human or ghost, everyone is putting on a show. According to the information above, Wu Chaogun had already visited an entertainment venue 2 days prior, accompanied by a salesman named Wang Chuanfu. In addition to Wu Chaochuan, the salesperson also brought along the head of a foreign invested company. Most importantly, Wu Chaochuan has significant financial ties with this group, especially with the medical representative company where Wang Chuanfu is based. The amount involved is as high as several $1 million. However, this money has never been transferred to Wu Chaochuan. Wu Chaochuan has repeatedly urged the medical agency company to make the payment, but the company has consistently refused. Based on the aforementioned information, significant leads have emerged in the case. This influential doctor has colluded with an external company for personal gain, which is explicitly prohibited by the hospital's regulations. However, the temptations are too great, and virtually no one with real authority can avoid being involved in such matters. Based on this information, the police have reason to suspect that the medical company may target Wu Chaogun. After all, the amount owed is several million, and killing someone for several million is a logical and reasonable motive. Let's inform old Jean about this and also notify Captain Liu, though he has a meeting to attend recently. But after all, it's a murder case, a major case. He should at least be informed, right? Even if he's not directly involved, he still has the right to know. Lu Chen's words made Bai Shui smile faintly, then she nodded and said, all right. Upon learning of the situation, Lao Zhan immediately launched an investigation into the medical company and summoned Wang Chuanfu. Upon learning of Wu Chaochuan's death, Wang Chuanfu was also deeply shocked. He expressed deep shock over the news of Wu Chaochuan's death. Wow, Director Wu is dead? This is so unexpected. He was fine just 2 days ago. He didn't seem to have any health issues. How could he just pass away like that? Wang Chuanfu looked utterly astonished. But after the initial shock, he quickly realized why the police had come looking for him. Especially when old Jean showed him a pile of messages, Wang Chuanfu swallowed hard and hurriedly explained, Officer, you don't suspect that his death has anything to do with me, do you? That's impossible, officer. I'm just a pharmaceutical salesman. To put it bluntly, this Mr. Wu is my client, my sugar daddy. He brings me 1 or 2 million in sales every year. I get a 3% commission, which means I make tens of thousands of dollars a year from him. I couldn't possibly kill him. My job has always been to please him, cater to him, and then follow him around, enjoying the good life at the company's expense. There is no reason for me to kill him. To be honest, the medical representative industry is a rather obscure field in the market, and few people truly understand its inner workings. Lao Zhan and his team have been investigating cases for many years and have seen a lot, but when it comes to the inner workings of this industry, they are still quite unfamiliar with it. So when Wang Chuanfu mentioned this, they were completely baffled. So he looked at Wang Chuanfu and said, tell me in detail about your relationship with Wu Chaogun and your company. especially the financial relationship and the matter mentioned in the information about your company owing him several $1,000,000. The more detailed the information, the better. Alright. This has nothing to do with me, it's my boss's responsibility. Wang Chuanfu was also visiting the police station for the first time, facing so many police officers, and it involved a homicide case. He dared not withhold any information. He laid everything out on the table. In our line of work, to put it bluntly, we are an intermediary company that purchases medical equipment from foreign companies and then sells it to hospitals. Our company specializes in procuring certain types of neurological instruments, such as meningeal membranes, surgical forceps, and medical tweezers. The procurement of these medical devices at Anjiang County Hospital is entirely decided by Mr. Wu, the director. As you know, the market is tough right now, with intense competition and a lot of internal pressure. Let's not look too far, just take Anjiang County, for example. There are already 7 or 8 medical device companies specializing in surgical forceps. So why should hospitals use your company's equipment when everyone else is sourcing their products from foreign companies? So, medical companies have specially formed a sales team, calling them salespeople, but in reality, they're just yes men for hospital leaders, coming when called and leaving when told to. Whatever they need, we have to be there immediately, attending meetings, providing transportation, taking them to luxurious dinners, and if they want to go to a KTV, we take them there to enjoy themselves. If you take good care of him, the hospital orders will naturally come your way. What Wang Chuanfu said left Lao Zhan and his group utterly amazed. Wow, is that even possible? You're taking him out for big meals and driving him around. Isn't that a bit too expensive? Wang Chuanfu sighed and then said, compared to the benefits he can bring to the company, this is just a small amount of money. And for that doctor, it was just the most basic service. Think about it, eating, drinking, and having fun for a month would only cost a few $100,000 at most, and the company would reimburse that, so it's basically the boss's money. If the director and his team have a good time, they'll get your company's products into the hospital, and you'll make it all back in no time. Take the simplest example, a pair of ordinary pliers. If you sign with our company, our profit margin is 10,000% per pair. A pair of pliers that costs $1 can be sold to hospitals for $100. Don't even mention meningitis membranes, they cost just a few dollars to produce but sell for tens of thousands per piece. The boss is making a killing. Of course, the costs here aren't material costs. For a medical representative company like ours, the costs are in the patent fees. The annual patent fees for a single product can amount to several $1,000,000. When factoring in patent fees, the overall cost of the product is not just a few dollars, but rather a few $100s. However, when sold to hospitals for tens of thousands of dollars, the profit margin is self-evident. As for what you want to know about the several million yuan owed to Wu Chaochuan, that pertains to the issue of kickbacks from these products. Why do I say that those basic high-end entertainment services are just the basics? It's because what they really care about isn't that, it's the rebates. When a hospital uses the company's products, 40% of the profit from each product sold goes to Wu Chaogun. Otherwise, do you think he would so readily give all the orders to our company? As for why our company has been dragging its feet, it's simple. After all, it's a lot of money, and 40% of the profits go to Wu Chaogun. That's a hefty demand, and the boss isn't willing to part with it. Of course, we'll drag it out as long as possible. In fact, with the poor market conditions over the years, our boss has even been considering defaulting on the payments altogether. Anyway, the market is bad, and this is a shady deal. If we don't pay, Wu Chaochuan can't do anything about it. At worst, he'll just cut off our company's equipment supply. Chapter 93, Forensic Dr. Liu, what are you doing checking the deceased's crotch? So, officers, given our relationship with Wu Chaogun, we're the ones in control. We're the ones holding on to Wu Chaochuan's money, and even if we don't give it back, we're not afraid of what he can do. Wu Chaochuan can't do anything to us, so there's no need for us to kill him. Anyway, I really have no reason to, because whether our boss gives us the money or not, it doesn't affect my performance. My sales commission is paid to me as usual. For me, continuing to work with Mr. Wu would definitely be better, as Anjiang County Hospital uses a significant amount of medical equipment, with tens of thousands of items required annually. After Wang Chuanfu explained everything clearly, Lao Zhan and the others were all speechless. This was simply unbelievable, there were actually such shady dealings going on. No wonder the government has introduced a series of social security policies. If they hadn't, the people would have been ruined. Selling something that costs a few dollars for tens of thousands, is that even fair? That's heartless. The difficulty of accessing medical care lies precisely here. Lao Zhan snorted coldly, then said to his men, "You stay here and verify the information. I'm going to call the clinic right now." How outrageous. Old Zhan has been fussing around here for half a day, creating another infuriating side case, but no clues about the murder of Wu Chaogun have been found. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was in the forensic lab, staring blankly at the objects inside Wu Chaoyun's stomach cavity. Based on his new hypothesis, Wu Chaochuan had ingested a certain amount of lidocaine before taking the medication. And his suspect is Niu Hua. Manhwa managed to make Wu Chaogun take the drug without anyone noticing, and it wasn't that difficult. There was already some ready-made drug in the bottle. He could crush it and mix it into the food, or dissolve it in a liquid like milk and have him drink it. However, the problem is that Wu Chaogun was in the hospital for several hours before taking the medication. To achieve the cumulative effect of the medication, it must be taken within those few hours. Manhwa did not bring Wu Chaogun any food or anything else. Unwilling to accept this, Luchan switched the video again and watched it repeatedly. No matter how many times he looked, he couldn't make head or tail of it. If it wasn't ingested, then how did the lidocaine get in? Injection? That's impossible. There are no needle marks on the skin. Then how could it have gotten in? Are there other ways to ingest lidocaine? Luchan pondered, torn, staring blankly at the corpse. What other uses does licoroni have besides treating heart disease? Does it help with neurological disorders or numbness and sensitivity issues? Wait, isn't compound licidine gel a medication used to treat premature ejaculation? It's a local anesthetic, right? It can numb sensitivity and prolong sexual pleasure. Could Wu Chaochuan have used this? No, that can't be right. This gel medication is applied to the skin, and only a very limited amount enters the body. But what if it's volatile lidocaine? Pharmaceutical lidocaine, when applied to that area, has strong volatility and highly invasive properties, allowing it to enter the body through the lower body. Within a certain period of time, it can maintain the concentration of lidocaine in the body at a specific level. This level is not fatal, but if a patient takes the medication, the level could exceed the safe threshold. Thinking of this, Luchan couldn't help but let out a sharp gasp. He quickly regained his composure and, staring at the naked corpse before him, bolted out the door. The female forensic examiner from the Forensic Identification Department, Xiao Chen, saw Luchan rushing in and asked, "Dr. Lu, what's the matter?" "Xiao Chen, where's the deceased's underwear?" Female forensic expert Xiao Chen was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Crotch? Dr. Lu, why are you looking for the deceased's crotch?" "Don't ask. It's important. It's in the storage room. Hurry up and get it out for pharmacological testing." Seeing Luchan's urgent expression, Xiao Chen dared not delay, quickly took the sample with Luchan, and rushed it to the forensic department for examination. While the staff in the forensic department were conducting the examination, Luchan paced back and forth outside with his hands in his pockets. Soon, the test results were out. The head of the forensic department walked out holding the report. "Dr. Lu, the results show that there is a certain amount of volatile lidocaine present. Based on pharmacological analysis, the substance found matches the heart medication taken by Wu Chaochuan with a 98% match rate." Upon hearing this, Luchan's face lit up with a smile. "Great, we have the evidence. This Manhwa is indeed the murderer." However, he never imagined that this cow would be so ruthless and come up with such a murderous plan. To smear poison in her own husband's pants. Wow, I have to say, medical students are truly terrifying. They plot your death, and you don't even know how you died. Luchan walked up to Lao Zhan with the forensic report in hand. "Old Zhan, the case is solved. Let's interrogate Manhwa." Upon hearing Luchan's words, Lao Zhan looked surprised. "The case is solved?" This case was in a deadlock with no crucial leads at all. How could it suddenly be solved so quickly? Luchan handed the forensic report to Lao Zhan and explained the details of the murder to him. Upon hearing that the perpetrator had applied the volatile ricin-laced agent to his underwear, Old Zhan felt a sudden chill in his groin. They say the heart of a woman is the most poisonous, but this is just too cruel. It turns out that Wu Chaogun was wearing underwear, and the drug continued to evaporate, so there was always lidocaine in his body. Once he took the drug, the lidocaine in it entered his bloodstream, and the concentration was definitely excessive. Impressive. The logic behind this murder is clever. No wonder he's an experienced doctor. The use of pharmacology is truly masterful. Now that we know the method of murder, the case is clear. The only person who could have applied that substance to Wu Chaochuan's underwear was Manhwa. Lao Zhan brought the results report inside and placed it in front of Manhwa. Manhwa frowned, and when he picked up the report and finished reading it, he turned his head away. "I'm sorry, Dr. Nyo. Besides you, we can't think of any other suspects. Apply volatile lidocaine to his underwear. The only person who could have turned the solid lidocaine into a spreadable substance and applied it to Wu Chaochuan's underwear is you. You intentionally murdered Wu Chaogun." Manhwa tilted her head and said nothing. Lao Zhan didn't think much of it either and continued, "As a major suspect in this case, the police will take compulsory measures against you. Please hand over your phone. We will retrieve the relevant information from it." Upon hearing that the police wanted to take her phone, Manhwa immediately panicked. "Why do you want my phone? It's my privacy. What right do you have to investigate me?" Lao Zhan smiled lightly and said, "Because you are the prime suspect in your husband's murder, we have the right to do so. Xiao Wang, Xiao Zhang, get the phone." Chapter 94, Follow Forensic Dr. Lu, Live the High Life. Manhwa struggled and resisted, even trying to bite Xiaolu and the others with her teeth, but she was, after all, a woman with no strength to lift a chicken. She was quickly subdued and pinned down on the table, then handcuffed. Xiao Wang took the opportunity to grab her phone. After delivering the phone to the information office, an investigation revealed that just last week, Niu Hua had discovered that her husband was having an affair. However, she never told anyone about this and instead secretly searched for clues, including on her browser, where there were search results related to how to kill someone secretly. As a result, a motive for murder was established. All the evidence in the case points to Niu Hua. Seeing that he had been exposed and could not explain himself, Niu Hua buried his head in his hands and wept bitterly. Then a sharp voice rang out in the interrogation room. He said he would love me forever. He said it. He swore he wouldn't touch any other woman besides me. He betrayed me. He deserves to die. He deserves to die. This kind of situation was nothing new for an old detective. After suppressing and hiding his emotions for so long, it was inevitable that the criminal would react violently when they finally erupted. The best course of action at this point is to let her speak her mind quietly. Once her emotions have subsided, we can resume our work, which will be far more efficient. Half an hour later, after Niu Hua had calmed down, Lao Zhen sat down across from her. He then took out a notebook and pen and said softly, "Dr. Niu, please tell me the details of the case. Why did you kill Wu Chaogun, and how did you kill him?" With bloodshot eyes, Niu Hua glanced sideways at Lao Zhen before speaking slowly. "We swore an oath when we got married. Whoever betrays the other will meet a terrible end. Why did I kill him? He was the one who broke the oath first. Ha! After 30 years of marriage, I always thought we would grow old together and be a loving couple. I never imagined that this would be the outcome," Niu Hua said, her expression dazed. Her heart was dead, she was exhausted, and she had no attachment to this world. "We met and fell in love in college, and after graduation, we walked down the aisle to get married. From being inseparable to leading a simple life, we have supported each other through thick and thin and lived happily together. After starting work, although we were busy, during our free time we discussed academics and enjoyed life together, and our days were also wonderful. But I don't know when it started. Oh, it must have been after he gained some influence at the hospital. He changed. He became increasingly busy, started staying out late, gradually ignored my feelings, and we spent less and less time together. His attitude toward me also became increasingly impatient," Niu Hua said with a self-deprecating laugh. I'm not that kind of woman who doesn't understand. I know he's busy with his career, so even if I feel lonely, I won't say anything. I'll just smile in front of him and tell him, "Honey, keep up the good work." But what I never could have imagined was that what was keeping him so busy wasn't work, but the wild parties he was having every night. No wonder, when I wanted to get intimate with him after he came home, he always used the excuse of being too tired and wanting to rest. Now I finally understand it's not about being too tired at all. He has been out with other girls and has no energy left. Oh, right, with a young girl around, how could he possibly still be interested in an old hag like me? Niu Hua said, his earlier self-deprecation gradually turning into madness. He doesn't love me anymore, he doesn't care about me, he broke his vows, so he deserves to die. If I kill him, it will be like drawing a line between us. Our youth and our past will still be beautiful. Lao Zhen listened carefully and jotted down the key points on a piece of paper. How did you kill him? Don't you all know? We used his medicine, ground it into a volatile gas called lidocaine, and applied it to his underwear. All his clothes and pants were washed by me, and he wouldn't notice anything because he's already used to it. So you knew he had a heart condition and did it on purpose, right? That's right. Alright, since you've admitted to all the crimes, I won't ask any further questions. However, we will need to conduct further investigations regarding your children's case. Niu Hua frowned and asked, what does our matter have to do with the children? Besides, all our children are abroad. They won't come back unless it's absolutely necessary. Lao Zhen said, looking at you, are you really unaware or just pretending not to know? Why did your children go abroad? What are the reasons? Do I need to say more? Niu Hua asked in confusion. We send our children abroad for further education. What else could it be? Lao Zhen laughed and said, education? Further studies? It's probably not that simple. We investigated the companies that have collaborated with your husband. The benefits he received from just one company alone exceeded $10 million. And none of this money is in his bank account, most of it is in cash. After our investigation, it is highly likely that this money was taken abroad by your children. The cash was taken abroad and then exchanged for foreign currency. This is essentially money laundering, where illicit income is suddenly made legitimate. Moreover, it cannot be verified domestically. Ask yourself honestly, is the primary purpose of sending your children abroad really to give them an education? It's probably for money laundering, isn't it? Lao Zhen's words made Niu Hua blush. She trembled all over and finally collapsed. It's all that damned Wu Qian's fault. He didn't care about his own life, but he dragged 2 children into this as well. You bastard! Niu Hua complained viciously. Lao Zhen, as an outsider, didn't comment much. In his eyes, the blind Niu Hua was already a bitter woman. Misfortune doesn't affect family members. Your children didn't embezzle or take bribes at most, they were just used by you, their parents, to launder money overseas. The sentence won't be too severe. But in your case, it's going to be tough. Actually, I think there's no need for you and your husband to act this way. Really, if he's willing to hide it from you, in a way, he still loves you. Lao Zhan's kind words fell on deaf ears. Bull. All men are the same. There's not a single good one among them. Lao Zhan shrugged his shoulders, not wanting to argue any further. If that's how you feel, then so be it. There's nothing we can do about it. Especially when the other person is an intellectual. An intellectual who gets the wrong idea can be more stubborn than anyone else. The case has been closed. All that remains is to cooperate with the Economic Crime Investigation Department and the Litigation Department to complete the necessary procedures. This case can now be considered a complete success. Lu Chen had been waiting outside the door for a long time. Seeing the smile on Lao Zhan's face, he knew everything was under control. Everything settled? Yeah, everything's been taken care of. Lu Chen, you're the man. This case wouldn't have been solved without you. We're all following you, and we've scored big again. Chapter 95, I want to be like Bai Shui too, but what do I want from you? After Wu Qian's case was closed, it immediately triggered a chain reaction throughout the county. Especially after the case was made public to the media, it caused a huge stir. Wow, I had no idea there were such unscrupulous practices going on inside a hospital. I'm truly appalled. It's not just the machines, even the disposable needle bags and saline bags are all supplied by medical supply companies to the hospital. The profit margin may not be that high, but the volume is what matters. There are many unscrupulous doctors who, for their own gain, will make you stay in the hospital for several days on an 4 drip even if you just have a minor cold. You should know that what they're giving you is antibiotics. Antibiotics are extremely harmful to the human body. Yes, sacrificing medical ethics for personal gain, what a shame. The world is really going downhill. This must be addressed immediately, otherwise, how will the common people survive in the days to come? Upon seeing the news broadcast on television, viewers at home were discussing it animatedly. Such issues that directly impact people's livelihoods naturally attract a great deal of attention. The Anjiang County Police Bureau also understands that Rome wasn't built in a day. Such deeply entrenched medical cooperation models have been in place for years, and it is difficult for the police department alone to change the current situation. Therefore, all they can do is make the case public and ensure that fairness and justice are brought to light. In society, there will always be those who possess both the ability and the conscience to act, and they will not stand idly by. Of course, how things will unfold from here on out is beyond the control of Lu Chen, a mere ordinary person, or even the police station, a small local agency. They only need to do what they are supposed to do. As a result, after the commotion lasted for 2 days, it gradually died down. The relevant authorities launched an investigation, with the health center taking the lead in implementing rectification measures. As for Lu Chen, after solving this murder case, his personal points were further increased. There's no need to mention that he's number 1 in Anjiang County. He's firmly entrenched in that position. What's important is his ranking in Jinjiang City. Currently, Lu Chen has risen to 2nd place citywide, and he is just 1 step away from overtaking the legendary detective who holds the top spot in the city. If he can solve another case before the new year, Lu Chen's points will surpass his, propelling him to the top of the city's combat rankings. But that's all water under the bridge now. When the Wu Chaogun case occurred, Lu Tianpei was attending a meeting in the city center and conveniently missed the investigation of the case. Upon returning to the Anjiang County Police Bureau and hearing that the case had already been solved, Lu Tianpei merely shook his head slightly. He then walked straight to Lu Chen's desk and leaned against it. Lu Chen, good work. You've once again demonstrated your thorough understanding of a case. You've added another impressive entry to your already distinguished record of achievements. Lu Chen smiled faintly, no big deal. Basic operation, don't worry. Our hard work and efficient case solving are also bringing honor to Captain Lu and the criminal investigation team. Lu Chen, with his silver tongue, handled the conversation with ease while continuing his work. Humph, you're still so eloquent. By the way, I went to a meeting in the city yesterday, and they made some preliminary plans for job reassignments after the new year. You, Lu Chen, are the first on the list for the job reassignments. After the new year, you'll start working at the municipal bureau. The leaders have considered that you may not be accustomed to the new work environment, so they have asked you to prepare everything you need over the next few days and move it to the city bureau's office. The office at the municipal bureau has already been arranged for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but frown and say, wow, the city bureau moves so quickly. It's only been a few days, and they've already cleared out the space? Lu Tianpei laughed heartily, that's not it. The city bureau is currently desperate for talent. Lu Tianpei laughed heartily, that's for sure. The municipal bureau is desperate for talent right now. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't get this treatment, but for you, this little special treatment is nothing. The leaders at the municipal bureau are eager for you to go there as soon as possible. The sooner you go, the sooner they can solve cases and boost their performance for the municipal bureau. Hee hee, and it's not just the municipal bureau, even the provincial department has many leaders who highly regard you. It's just that your current seniority is still too low. Being transferred to the municipal bureau is already an unprecedented move. If you were to go straight to the provincial bureau, that would be a bit too fast. Moreover, the municipal bureau will never agree to let you go to the provincial department. They will insist on keeping you there for a while. So, there's no way around taking the position at the municipal bureau. Lu Chen didn't think much of it. Alright, fine. Anyway, I've almost wrapped up all the pending cases in Anjiang County. I'll organize the remaining documents and finish up the loose ends. Then I can finally head to the municipal bureau. Lu Chen said earnestly. Lu Tianpei looked at Lu Chen with a look of regret. Ah, you're leaving. Who will protect the honor of the Anjiang County Criminal Investigation Team now? And Lu Chen, you're about to be transferred to the municipal bureau. Are you really not going to feel a single pang of regret about leaving us? Once you're at the municipal bureau, don't miss me too much, okay? Lu Chen's lips curled into a smile as he said, I won't miss you, but I'll definitely miss Officer Bai Shui, Lao Zhan, and Lao Wang, especially Officer Bai Shui. Lu Tianpei gave a wooden, fake smile and said, there's no love left. I can understand prioritizing your lover over your friends, but you want to keep old Wang all to yourself and don't want me? What the hell is that supposed to mean? But I don't need you to think about me either, because we'll still see each other every day anyway. Lu Tianpei's words left Lu Chen with a puzzled expression. What? Seeing Lu Chen's surprised expression, Lu Tianpei said with a smirk, I forgot to tell you, as the outstanding criminal investigation team captain of this county. Given my repeated leadership in organizing the criminal investigation team to achieve great feats, the municipal bureau has specially promoted me to the position of captain of the 2nd criminal investigation team of the municipal bureau. And you are the forensic pathologist of the 2nd criminal investigation division of the municipal bureau. Hee hee, which means I will still be your superior in the future. Seeing Lu Tianpei's smug expression, Lu Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. So you've been talking all this time just to mess with me? I can tell you're not here to congratulate me, but to show off in front of me. Lu Tianpei, haha, you figured it out. We've been hoping to become a captain at the city bureau for years, but it never worked out until you came along and made it happen for me. Ha. So, since you're so happy, shouldn't you send me a red envelope? Get lost. You could at least treat me to a meal. That's something I could consider. Actually, I just got a meal card for the canteen at the municipal bureau today. How about I treat you to a meal there? Chapter 96, You're Not That Person, by Lu? The decision to transfer Lu Chen to the municipal bureau has already been finalized. After Lu Tianpei had informed Lu Chen in advance, Lu Chen received the message from the municipal bureau that same afternoon, instructing the personnel involved in the transfer to report to the municipal bureau in advance. Additionally, some work-related materials were transferred in advance, particularly those contained in the archives. The next morning, Lu Chen took the bus to the municipal police bureau. As he stepped off the bus, Lu Chen saw a robbery taking place at the entrance of the police station across the street. A thug was snatching a woman's purse, and he was holding a restricted weapon in his hand. Several city police officers armed with riot control weapons are responding and engaging in a struggle with the criminal. Lu Chen noticed that the criminal was currently facing away from him, and as a righteous forensic doctor. If not now, then when? So, he slowly approached, silently making his way to a spot not far behind the criminal. Then he suddenly sprang into action. He kicked him from behind. Slap! Lu Chen's body, enhanced by the system, delivered a powerful kick that sent the unsuspecting criminal flying face first into the ground. Faced with the sudden ambush, the criminal was completely taken aback. Not only him, but even the police officers present were left speechless and frozen in place. Lu Chen acted swiftly, rushing forward to deliver a follow-up kick as the attacker fell to the ground. Horizontal kick, vertical kick. And he also used a 100% groin kick. The criminals on the ground were screaming in pain. Stop hitting him! Stop hitting him! What are you doing? Who told you to hit him? Seeing this, several police officers rushed over and subdued Lu Chen. Shortly after, a group of crew members also rushed out of the police station. When he saw that there were still people carrying large cameras behind them, Lu Chen seemed to realize something. Hey, buddy, you've got the wrong idea. We're just doing a bomb disposal drill. It's just to help a film company with their publicity. They are not real criminals. Upon hearing the manager's explanation, Lu Chen finally realized what was going on. He said that it was too much to dare to rob and assault someone in broad daylight in front of the police station. This must be a promotional video. I see, this is really awkward. Lu Chen scratched his head and looked at the actor on the ground, who was groaning in pain, with a look of apology on his face. Brother, I'm really sorry. I thought you were a criminal. Lu Chen hurriedly helped the woman to her feet. Goose. Just then, Lu Chen heard the laughter of a woman. It was the female lead participating in the shoot. Lu Chen furrowed his brows, turned his head, and when he saw her face, he couldn't help but stare in shock. What an incredibly beautiful face. Pure, natural fair skin and flawlessly delicate features. When she smiles, she looks pure and innocent, as if an angel is smiling at you. Wait. Why does this person look so familiar? Lu Chen looked closely and realized that this was none other than Bai Lu, the actress who had recently become a sensation. The recently released TV series The Glory of the Police has been a huge hit on all major platforms, propelling Bai Lu to stardom across the country. Lu Chen has also watched the TV series and was immediately drawn in by it, especially by Lu's performance, which left a strong impression on him. He never expected to see her today at the entrance of the city police station. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Since it's a promotional video for the police station, she has the right look and image, and her acting is professional. It seems like the only person who fits the bill is Bai Lu. Jinjiang City truly lives up to its reputation as the higher-level administrative city overseeing Hengdian. They really have the clout to bring in someone like Bai Lu. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Facing Bai Lu's smile, the frown on his brow gradually relaxed. He knew Bai Lu was laughing at him, but he had indeed made a mistake, and there was nothing more to say. After helping the thug to his feet, the police station's superiors also came out upon hearing the commotion. Seeing that Lu Chen had caused trouble, they came out to mediate. In the end, Lu Chen managed to escape unscathed, but he couldn't avoid being scolded by his superiors. Lu Chen, young people with a sense of justice are commendable, but don't be too impulsive. Maybe you've been working too hard on cases lately, which has made you too tense. Lu Chen followed behind with a forced smile, unable to refute it. When someone else cleans up your mess, anything you say at that point is bound to sound wrong. The best approach is to remain silent, bow your head, and admit your mistake. As expected, after mentioning a few things about the incident at the door, the leader shifted the topic to Lu Chen's job assignment. Lu Chen, Director Zhang holds you in very high regard. He specifically requested you for the annual adjustment. He also instructed me to ensure you receive the best possible treatment, so that working in the forensic medicine department of the municipal bureau feels like being at home. The relevant procedures and documents have already been handled by the Human Resources Department, and they should be completed within the next few days. After the new year, you can come directly to start your position. Come on, I'll show you your office and introduce you to a few of your future colleagues. Lu Chen nodded and followed them to the forensic department of the municipal bureau. The forensic department of the municipal bureau was naturally much larger than the county level one, both in terms of office space, equipment, and personnel. The scale was on a completely different level. The Criminal Investigation Division of the Municipal Bureau is divided into 2 criminal investigation brigades, and Lu Chen is set to join the 2nd Criminal Investigation Brigade. He is currently serving as a forensic officer on an interim basis. The specific rank evaluation and position adjustments will be determined during the annual evaluation process early next year. Upon arriving at the Forensic Medicine Department of the 2nd Criminal Investigation Team, Lu Chen immediately recognized 2 familiar faces. This is Wu Ku, the head of the Forensic Medicine Department, and these are Liang Nong, Liang, and Tu Sainan, the forensic pathologists. Upon seeing Lu Chen's arrival, Tu Sainan and Xiong Xiong also wore smiles on their faces. Dr. Lu, it's been a long time coming. Nice to see you again. Hey, we're colleagues now. I've been wanting to work with you for a long time. This is great. The leader who brought Lu Chen over exclaimed, You know each other? Yes, we've worked together on several cases before. That's good. This way, Dr. Lu's work at the Municipal Bureau will be smoother in the future. That's essential. With our support, we'll become Dr. Lu's right-hand men. Deputy Lu, you can rest assured. Of course. With our support, we'll be Dr. Lu's right-hand man. Deputy Lu, you can rest assured. Tu Sainan and Xiong Xiong both knew and understood Lu Chen, but this old forensic doctor was the only one he didn't recognize. Lu Chen extended his hand to shake his hand with a smile, trying to make a good impression. Although his own skills and achievements were outstanding, this forensic pathologist surnamed Wu was, after all, a senior colleague, and the proper respect must be shown. After gaining a detailed understanding of the work environment and reviewing some files, Lu Chen left the municipal bureau. As he was leaving, he saw Bai Lu again. Bai Lu stood out brightly in the center of the crowd. As he looked at Bai Lu, he noticed that she was also looking in his direction. Her face was adorned with a smile and perhaps a touch of curiosity. Chapter 97, New Year's Day, Sweet Love Festival? New Year's Day. Xiao Lu and Xiao Zhu exchanged glances and said with great tact, Well, Mr. Lu, the forensic doctor, and Officer Bai, we have something to do. We'll be on our way. Right, Dr. Lu and Officer Bai, see you later. After saying that, the two of them quickly made their escape. Lu Chen and Bai Shui were helpless. At this point, the entire police station in Anjiang County probably regarded them as a couple. The unique romantic atmosphere of New Year's Day swept in, and the air seemed to be filled with pink bubbles. At that moment, a young woman dressed like a college student walked over, holding a bouquet of roses in her arms. Hey, handsome, why not buy your girlfriend a rose? Lu Chen was about to explain that we weren't, but Bai Shui blushed slightly. At that moment, the young woman spoke again. Look, you two are truly a perfect match, so well suited for each other. Roses symbolize love, so they're the perfect gift for a girlfriend. Your girlfriend is so beautiful. If I were you, I'd want to buy her roses every day. No way. You can't even afford to buy her a single rose? How did you end up with a girlfriend? No, this girl is too talkative. Before Lu Chen could even open his mouth, she was already firing off a barrage of words like a machine gun. Though Lu Chen had just finished a case and was rolling in money, he wasn't a sucker either. Look at those roses, they were clearly plucked from a complete bouquet. They must have been given to her by her boyfriend or someone who was pursuing her. And you have the nerve to sell it for money? Lu Chen glanced at her and said, Did you tell your boyfriend you sold the flowers? The girl was startled. How did you know? Lu Chen gave a devilish smile, his handsome face almost blinding the girl. Look. Your boyfriend is here. The girl was startled and, in her panic, actually believed it was her boyfriend coming. She turned and tried to run away. Lu Chen quickly grabbed the bouquet. Leave the flowers here. I'm not selling them. The girl was in a hurry to leave and didn't have time to argue with Lu Chen. She simply said, Forget it, I'll give them to you. Then she hurried away. Lu Chen quickly handed all the flowers to Bai Shui. Bai Shui's face turned red again. What did Lu Chen mean by that? Why was he giving her flowers? Lu Chen, however, remained calm and said, There seems to be some kind of event up ahead. Let's go check it out. Bai Shui's thoughts had already drifted off somewhere else, and she just nodded blankly. With a touch of innocent cuteness, there was no trace of the poised and confident female police officer she once was. Just then, a commotion erupted ahead, and the crowd suddenly surged backward like a receding tide. People scattered in all directions, and the entire street was in complete chaos. Lu Chen acted quickly, grabbing Bai Shui to prevent her from being knocked over by the crowd. Someone shouted while running, Run quickly! Someone was crushed to death up ahead. Upon hearing this, the scene became even more chaotic, with people crying and screaming as they scattered in all directions. Upon hearing that someone had been crushed to death, the romantic atmosphere between Lu Chen and Bai Shui vanished instantly. The two quickly separated and began to direct the crowd. Lu Chen also dialed Lu Tianpei's phone number immediately. As soon as the call connected, Lu Tianpei's casual voice came through. Chen, I've been good to you, right? How was your New Year's Eve with Officer Bai? Lu Chen didn't have time to waste words with him and spoke directly. Lu team, there has been a severe stampede at the intersection of Longping Mall and Longping Avenue, 200 meters south. The crowd is massive, and there are already reports of deaths due to crushing. To prevent further casualties, please dispatch additional personnel to Longping Avenue immediately to assist with crowd control and evacuation efforts. Without waiting for Lu Tianpei's response, Lu Chen hung up the phone. Because he noticed that many people who had already come out were just standing there motionless, waiting to watch the commotion. Upon hearing the urgency in Lu Chen's voice over the phone, Lu Tianpei also sensed the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, Lu Tianpei immediately ordered first and second teams deploy immediately to Longping Avenue. Although criminal investigators are typically not required in such situations, Lu Tianpei was well aware of how severe stampede incidents involving large crowds had become in recent years. To take a recent example, during the New Year's Eve countdown at the Bund in Shanghai a few years ago, by noon the next day, 36 people had died and 47 were injured. As a result, Lu Tianpei dared not take any chances and was even on high alert. Then, the sound of sirens echoed through the air, and the police cars arrived on the scene. The two criminal investigation teams were highly efficient and arrived at the scene shortly thereafter. By then, the scene had already turned into a chaotic crowd, with people being pushed and tripped, and the air filled with cries of Dad! Mom! Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly jumped onto a nearby elevated platform, waving his arms and shouting, Back up! Back up! The people inside hadn't managed to escape yet, but the onlookers were still gathered around. To prevent a more serious accident, Lu Chen directed his colleagues from the criminal investigation team to first disperse the crowd. At that moment, the fire department received notification and arrived on the scene. The two departments worked together for nearly an hour to evacuate and transfer the injured. By this time, most of the people who had been crushed and unable to move were able to stand up. After standing up, they did not bother to look for their belongings. Once they could move after stretching their bodies, those who were strong enough quickly cried out and left the scene. Those who were too weak to move lay on the ground, waiting for ambulances to arrive and provide medical assistance. Some, however, remain here forever. Following an investigation, the stampede resulted in a total of 6 deaths and 26 injuries. This was despite the timely discovery and swift intervention of Lu Chen and Bai Shui. It is unimaginable how many more casualties there would have been without their prompt action. At that moment, Lu Tianpei also arrived with his men to join Lu Chen and Bai Shui. How are you two? Everything okay? As soon as they met, Lu Tianpei expressed his concern. Lu Chen and Bai Shui shook their heads. After a long time of coordinating the evacuation, both of their voices were hoarse. Lu Tianpei quickly patted both of them on the shoulder. You two should rest up first. I'll give you the day off tomorrow. Hey, this is really rare. Liu Baopi actually has such a humane side. Lu Chen rubbed his aching arms and said tiredly, that's wonderful. I was just worried that I hadn't been getting enough sleep lately. At that moment, the firefighters began to remove the deceased from the scene. One by one, these vibrant lives, now covered in white sheets, departed this beautiful world. At that moment, the wind lifted a corner of the white cloth, revealing a corpse. Lu Chen happened to glance over by chance. No, wait a moment. Chapter 98, such a young forensic pathologist? The firefighters found it odd, but since the man wasn't wearing a police uniform yet was chatting amicably with the Criminal Investigation Division chief, they assumed he was an undercover detective and stopped. Lu Chen took a long stride forward, reached the cart, and abruptly pulled off the white sheet, revealing the entire corpse. Lu Tianpei and Bai Shui saw this and followed suit. What's wrong, Chen? Is there a problem? Lu Chen furrowed his brows and said nothing, then pulled away a few more white cloths, revealing several more corpses. After examining them carefully once more, he finally turned to Lu Tianpei and Bai Shui and said, Lu Team Leader, Officer Bai, take a look at this body. Doesn't it seem different from the others? Lu Tianpei and Bai Shui heard this and immediately gathered around to take a closer look, but they still couldn't discern anything unusual. Both of them shook their heads. Lu Tianpei said, Chen, stop teasing us. They were all crushed to death, what's so different? Lu Chen didn't really expect them to notice, after all, if they figured it out too easily, how could he show off his own brilliance? Lu Chen pointed at the deceased's nose and said, look, the deceased's nose is clean and there is no bleeding. Now look at the other bodies. Since they were all crushed to death, there will be varying degrees of bleeding in their mouths, noses, and outer ear canals. Lu Tianpei looked again and found that it was indeed the case. However, this doesn't prove anything, does it? The body might have died from having its ribs broken by being trampled on. Lu Chen glanced at him and said, you're telling me that as a forensic expert? Come on, take a look. Besides the bruises caused by compression, are there any signs of fractures on the body? Lu Tianpei widened his eyes, then how did she die? Lu Chen replied, I need to perform an autopsy to determine the exact cause of death, but it was definitely not caused by compression. Lu Tianpei said, do you suspect murder? Lu Tianpei asked, do you suspect murder? Lu Chen nodded solemnly and said, yes, so we'll need the criminal investigation team to assist with the investigation. Lu Chen was so certain because the system had prompted him, please solve the stampede case at Longping Mall. Upon resolution, you will be rewarded with 1,000 merit points. Combined with the preliminary assessment of the body's condition, Lu Chen was virtually certain that this was indeed a murder. Lu Tianpei had always felt that Lu Chen was a bit mysterious. If he suspected murder, it certainly wasn't without reason. With that, he gave Bai Shui a nod, and the two began to act. Lu Tianpei immediately ordered his men to seal off the scene, while Bai Shui walked straight toward the firefighters. Where was the body found? I know. I found it. When I found it, it was piled up together with these other bodies. Officer, is there something wrong? Bai Shui said, you can take these bodies away first so their families can identify them. We need to investigate this one further. Upon hearing this, the firefighters no longer asked any questions and pushed the bodies away. Bai Shui, however, took the firefighters who had discovered the bodies to the scene to conduct an investigation. Officer, this is where I found the body. A moment later, the firefighter pointed to a corner of the road and said. Bai Shui looked over and saw that the corner was the turn of a small alley. She guessed that the victims had tried to evacuate into the alley, but there were simply too many people, causing them to be crushed against the corner. Then, Bai Shui had someone draw white lines to mark the positions of the deceased. Lu Chen, who had a toolbox with him, stepped forward and detected multiple fingerprints. Lu Tianpei sighed in relief and said, I thought it was a serious murder case. With these fingerprints, it'll be easier to investigate. First, we'll look into the victim's background, then investigate any conflicts or relationships they had, and finally compare the fingerprints. That should wrap it up. It must be said that lately, working with Lu Chen on cases has been too smooth. The credit feels like it's just falling into his lap, so Lu Tianpei had become a bit complacent. However, Lu Chen didn't let his guard down and said, let's confirm the victim's identity first. Lu Tianpei gave an okay gesture and got to work. It was already 2 a.m., and there was nothing for Lu Chen to do at the moment, so he went back to wait for news. Lu Tianpei had even said he'd give himself and Bai Shui the day off. Well, with this murder case, he'd be lucky to get a full night's sleep tonight. Sure enough, before Lu Chen could even wake up, he was jolted awake by Lu Tianpei's relentless calls. Chen, hurry up and come to work. Lu Chen said lazily, didn't you say I had the day off today? Oh, Chen, please, I'm begging you. The deceased's family came to the police station causing a commotion, saying that the deceased died accidentally. How could it be murder? Lu Tianpei's anxious voice came through the receiver. Lu Chen rubbed his temples and said, did you tell the family that the deceased's cause of death and the injuries from being trampled are different? How could I not explain? But they wouldn't listen. I'm not a professional forensic expert, I couldn't make them understand. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen remained unmoved, but I haven't even woken up yet. Lu Tianpei urged, as long as you come to work, I'll cover all 3 meals today. How about it? Not great. Chicken drumstick rice again? Lu Tianpei gritted his teeth and said, at a barbecue meal. Lu Chen haggled, no, 2 meals. Lu Tianpei sighs helplessly, deal. Deal. Come quickly. Got it. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen shook his head to clear his mind, then got up, washed up, and headed to the Anjiang County Police Station for work. As soon as he arrived at the station, he heard a middle-aged woman cursing angrily. Are you cops just sitting around with nothing better to do? Our daughter was just in an accident, wasn't she? It happened during the stampede. What else could it be? You're just wasting taxpayers' money and resources. Why bother with an investigation? Just close the case already. The one speaking was Zhao Guilan, who claimed to be the deceased's mother. Lu Chen walked into the office, where Lu Tianpei had already retrieved the deceased's personal information. Name, He Jing, gender, female, age, 21. She is a third-year student in the Department of Media Studies at Jinjiang University, a native of Jinjiang City. Her mother passed away when she was young, and her father remarried, leaving her with a half-brother from her father's second marriage. No wonder he doesn't care about the cause of the deceased's death. It turns out she was his stepmother. However, the necessary investigative procedures must still be followed. Lu Chen sat across from the stepmother, Zhao Guilan, and attempted to explain the suspicious circumstances surrounding He Jing's death. Hello, I am Lu Chen, the forensic pathologist from the Forensic Medicine Department of Anjiang County. Lu Chen's professional attire caught Zhao Guilan's attention, but she still looked down on him and said, such a young forensic doctor, you've probably never even seen a few corpses, have you? Chapter 99, Confess and be lenient, resist and be strict. How did you determine that this young woman died from murder rather than an accident? You're still wet behind the ears. What do you know? You're all talk and no action. I don't believe you can determine the cause of death just by looking at her. Lu Chen smiled faintly. From the appearance of the deceased, it can be determined that the cause of death was not due to being trampled. However, the body was found among a pile of trampled corpses, which is a point of suspicion. Since there are doubts, as forensic pathologists, we have the right and duty to speak on behalf of the deceased. Fairness and rigor, making definitive conclusions through autopsies, and pursuing scientific rigor and meticulousness, these are the most basic professional qualities of a forensic pathologist. Therefore, I recommend performing an autopsy to uncover the most accurate truth. Zhao Guilan snorted lightly. Oh, young man, you have such high aspirations. Do you really think you're Conan? I don't agree with an autopsy. Our daughter may be gone, but that doesn't mean you, a young upstart, get to see her naked body. That's really something to say. And judging by her expression, even though she's the stepmother with no feelings for her stepdaughter, not only is there no sadness, but there's even a hint of joy? Just then, Lu Tianpei entered and nodded to Lu Chen, saying, the deceased's father has arrived. Lu Chen smiled at Zhao Guilan and said, by the way, the autopsy requires confirmation from the deceased's immediate family members, but that doesn't include you. Therefore, Lu Tianpei had already conducted a special investigation to obtain the deceased's father's phone number and notified him to come over. It turned out that the contact information the school had on file was for Zhao Guilan, and the deceased's father, He Zhensheng, was still on a business trip and had no idea that his daughter had passed away. Upon hearing the news of his daughter's death, He Zhensheng immediately abandoned a major project he was negotiating and rushed back in a panic. As soon as she saw He Zhensheng, Zhao Guilan changed her expression and wept, saying, Zhensheng, our Jingjing is gone. He Zhensheng had been rushing all the way and could barely stand steady. With tears in his eyes, he said, why didn't you notify me sooner? Zhao Guilan said, our daughter Jingjing was found at the stampede site, but the police insist it was murder and want to perform an autopsy on her body. Our Jingjing was a beautiful college student. Do you think they had ulterior motives toward her? Lu Chen's lips twitched. Though, as a forensic pathologist, he was interested in corpses, it wasn't at all what you're thinking, you know. Fortunately, He Zhensheng still had some sense. He asked Lu Chen, are you a forensic pathologist? Was there anything unusual about Jingjing's cause of death? Lu Chen introduced himself. Hello, my name is Lu Chen. I am the forensic pathologist at the Forensic Medicine Department of Anjiang County. Lu Tianpei added at the right moment, recently, Dr. Lu has assisted the Criminal Investigation Division in solving a series of cases, including a burglary and murder case, a parcel dismemberment case, a human trafficking case, and a venomous snake murder case. He is an extremely experienced and highly professional forensic pathologist. Lu Chen then explained the suspicious circumstances surrounding He Jing's death once more and recommended an autopsy to further confirm the true cause of death. Upon hearing this, He Zhensheng clenched his teeth and said, investigate. We must uncover the cause of Jingjing's death. She cannot die with a wrongful death. Zhao Guilan tugged at He Zhensheng's sleeve and whispered, our Jingjing was still a pure young girl. How could she be seen like that by a grown man? He Zhensheng said sorrowfully, but we can't let Jingjing die without knowing the truth. He Jianqing then solemnly said to Lu Chen, Dr. Lu, thank you for your hard work. You must bring justice for Jingjing. Lu Chen nodded solemnly. Lu Chen and old Zhang placed the body on the autopsy table and began the autopsy. Next, Lu Chen put on a medical head cover and rubber gloves. This time, old Zhang assisted Lu Chen. Although Lu Chen was young, he was highly skilled, so old Zhang did not rely on his seniority to suppress the younger generation but instead respected Lu Chen's opinions. Old Zhang retrieved various specialized tools from the toolbox and handed them to Lu Chen, who then began the process of cleaning and examining the body. Based on the rigor mortis and the condition of the limbs, he preliminarily determined that the time of death was approximately 13 hours, which was consistent with the time the body was discovered. The body exhibits bruises of varying sizes across its surface, which appear to have been caused by compression. The exact cause requires further investigation. Lu Chen carefully avoided the severely injured areas, inserted the scalpel from the side, and cut off a small piece of skin and flesh. The limb was swollen, with indentations on the skin, hardened flesh, subcutaneous bruising, and blisters forming around the compressed skin, all results of gravitational compression. If the condition only progresses to this point, it can generally be determined that this is a body that has been crushed after being trampled. However, the clean mouth and nose of the body remain unexplained. Additionally, the color of the bruises is bright red, while the bruises themselves are hard, indicating that these bruises were caused after the victim's death. Lu Chen continued, let's continue. Lu Chen then opened the deceased's chest cavity, examined the internal organs, stomach contents, and intestines, ruling out the possibility that the deceased had died from food poisoning or internal injuries. Lu Chen furrowed his brows and suddenly noticed that the deceased's respiratory tract seemed slightly unusual. The airway showed signs of edema and depression. This was consistent with death by suffocation. Then Lu Chen noticed something in the victim's airway. He picked up a pair of extremely fine tweezers and carefully removed the object. Under the bright light, it was a tiny yellow particle. Lu Chen examined it further and found many more such particles, so he continued cleaning and eventually collected approximately 10 grams of these tiny particles. Lu Chen then sent the small particles for testing, and the results came back quickly. These small particles were pollen. The Criminal Investigation Division also uncovered the deceased He Jing's medical history, revealing that she had a history of allergic asthma, and the allergen was pollen. Thus, the true cause of death is now largely confirmed. The perpetrator first used a large amount of pollen to trigger the victim's asthma attack, then waited until she suffocated to death before mixing her body into the pile of victims from the stampede, creating the illusion that she had died from being trampled. This must have been an inside job. If it wasn't someone familiar with the victim, they wouldn't have known to exploit He Jing's history of allergic asthma to carry out the crime. Once the test results are out, the scope of the investigation becomes clear. The first step is to screen the people He Jing was most familiar with before her death. Upon hearing that He Jing had died from an allergic asthma attack, Zhao Guilan visibly froze. Lu Chen, of course, didn't miss this detail and gave Lu Tianpei a meaningful glance. Lu Tianpei understood and called Zhao Guilan aside for a private conversation. At the same time, he also sent someone to. Sure enough, when asked about the period around He Jing's death, where Zhao Guilan was and what she was doing, Zhao Guilan began to stammer and hesitate. Lu Tianpei said sternly, Ms. Zhao, please cooperate with our investigation. Be honest and you will be treated leniently, resist and you will face stricter consequences. Chapter 100, You're telling me you had a vasectomy? Zhao Guilan forced herself to stay calm and said, I was at home all last night. I didn't go out. Who can vouch for you? My son was also at home last night, he can testify. Oh, and around 11 p.m. last night, my husband also sent me a video, he can also testify that I was at home at the time. The detectives monitoring the situation outside quickly questioned He Jianshang, who confirmed that he had indeed had a video call with Zhao Guilan around 11 p.m. The background of the call was clearly at home, suggesting it was not fabricated. However, why was Zhao Guilan so nervous? Wu Tianpei dispatched 2 people to Zhao Guilan's residence for an investigation. Soon, news came back from the front. It turned out that He Jing had returned home last night and had an argument with her half-brother He Gang. The noise from their argument even drew the ire of the neighbors. Stop arguing. The elderly are sleeping. It's New Year's Day. Can't you be quiet? A neighbor recalled, the brother and sister often argued and even fought, they didn't get along at all. As for the stepmother, well, she wasn't their biological mother, was she? I vaguely heard something about a company and property. Old He must have started his own company, and it's doing pretty well. Based on the neighbor's questions, Lu Tianpei sat down again in front of Zhao Guilan. Why didn't you mention that He Jing came home last night? Are you hiding something for someone? Zhao Guilan was taken aback. These police sure move fast. She forced an awkward smile and said, I didn't want to cause any misunderstandings, so I didn't mention it. She did go back last night, but she left soon after. There are surveillance cameras in the building's hallway, you can check the footage. Lu Tianpei looked at her and said, after He Jing left, your son He Gang also followed her out the door. Where did he go, and why did he get into an argument with He Jing? Zhao Guilan was getting anxious now, probably worried it might affect her son. He's gone back to school. Yes, he had an argument with He Jing, but isn't it normal for siblings to argue? We can't just convict our family's Gangzi over this, can we? Lu Tianpei said sternly. Why did he get into an argument with He Jing? Zhao Guilan sighed helplessly and muttered, it's just that old. He said his company will belong to He Jing in the future, and Gangzi wasn't happy, so he had a few words with his sister. Lu Tianpei coldly replied, so, He Gang followed He Jing and killed her, and now there's no one left to contest the inheritance with him? Zhao Guilan was so scared her face turned pale. No, that's impossible. That never happened. Gangzi can't even kill a chicken, how could he possibly kill someone? At that moment, He Gang was also brought into the interrogation room and questioned by an experienced senior detective. He Gang, on the evening of January 1st, New Year's Day, between 9 p.m. and 12 a.m., where were you and what were you doing? He Gang was a high school sophomore, still quite young and inexperienced, and had already been thoroughly frightened by the commotion. He hurriedly explained, that night, I went home briefly, then went out with a friend to walk around the streets, and then returned to the school dormitory. My friend can vouch for me. The veteran detective continued, which street did you go to? Which shopping mall? What time did you go? When did you leave? He Gang thought for a moment and said, I went to the Longping Mall on Longping Avenue. We arrived around 9 p.m. and left around 10:30 p.m. The school has a curfew, and the gates are locked at 11:30 p.m., so we were worried we wouldn't make it back in time, so we left early. The veteran detective said, at 8:30 p.m., you had an argument with He Jing at home. Did you follow her out in a fit of anger and take advantage of her asthma to kill her? He Gang collapsed into a chair, panicking and saying, no, I didn't. It wasn't me. I saw her on Longping Avenue, but I only pushed her once. I didn't do anything else. Then, as if remembering something, he hurriedly added, I was with 2 friends. I have witnesses. The veteran detective gave a nod to his teammates outside the surveillance room, and they brought in the 2 witnesses as He Gang had described. He Gang was indeed with us from 9 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. last night. The detectives were taken aback. Could it be that He Gang was really wrongly accused? However, the witness changed the subject and said, after 10:30, we all returned to our dormitories, and we haven't seen him since. This means that He Gang still had sufficient time to commit the crime, and he also had a motive. At this point, Lu Chen had also matched the fingerprints found at He Jing's crime scene to He Gang's. Lu Tianpei was extremely excited and threw the evidence directly at He Gang. The evidence is irrefutable. How dare you try to deny it now? This left He Gang completely panicked. I didn't kill her. I didn't kill her. I only pushed her once. It wasn't me. I'm innocent. No matter how much Lu Tianpei questioned him, He Gang refused to admit that he had killed his half-sister. Zhao Guilan had been crying non-stop, looking completely different from when she first heard about He Jing's death. Gangzi couldn't possibly have killed anyone, old he. Think of a way to save him, don't let him be wrongfully accused. He Jin stared intently at Zhao Guilan. When I wasn't here, you and He Gang were bullying my daughter like this? I've always said that this company was built by Jingjing's mother, and it will always belong to Jingjing. He Gang, is that why you're harming your own sister? Zhao Guilan didn't expect He Jingjing to react so strongly. She wiped away her tears and defended herself. How could that be? Gangzi wouldn't dare to harm anyone. He never knew that Jingjing had allergic asthma. And that company, weren't you the one who co-founded it? Gangzi is your son. Why can't you give it to him? He Jian Shang glared at her angrily. Do you really think I don't know whether Gangzi is my son or not? Zhao Guilan was utterly shocked. What? Gangzi? He couldn't possibly not be your son? He Jianxing closed his eyes in agony. After Jingjing's mother passed away, I had a vasectomy. If it weren't for the fact that you took good care of Jingjing over the years and she depends on you, how could I possibly tolerate you? But I never imagined that my only daughter would die at the hands of your son. Zhao Guilan cried helplessly, no. Gangzi, he couldn't have done it. He Gang, however, remained stubbornly silent, refusing to confess or reveal where he had been after 10:30 p.m. The case had reached a deadlock. Chapter 101, Can someone die during the New Year's holiday? Lu Tianpei slammed the table and said, I'm sure it was He Gang who killed him. The evidence is irrefutable. Lu Chen remained calm and said, don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Perhaps the real murderer is someone else? Lu Chen then pointed out the suspicious details. These pollen particles are extremely fine, indicating they were ground and processed. Without professional techniques, it would be impossible to create powder of this consistency. Look at He Gang's hands, his knuckles are prominent, clearly indicating a rough nature. He probably isn't capable of such meticulous work. Moreover, when grinding pollen, there would inevitably be some powder left between the fingers, right? Yet He Gang's hands, aside from the yellowish stains from smoking, showed no other traces. Lu Tianpei grabbed his hair and exclaimed, if it's not He Gang, then who else could it be? Lu Chen sighed and pointed at Lu Tianpei, saying, you really are relying on me for everything now. How did you, as the former captain, handle cases before? Lu Tianpei thought for a moment. The victim was a third-year student at Jinjiang City University, and the murder was committed by someone he knew. A crime committed by someone known to the victim. I know. We haven't checked He Jing's roommate and classmates yet. Lu Chen looked at him speechlessly. You already know all that, so why are you asking me? Lu Tianpei burst into laughter. Chen, you're right. When you're around, I don't even bother to think for myself. Then Lu Tianpei actually split his forces into two groups, one heading to He Jing's school to investigate, and the other to He Gang's school to investigate, to find out exactly what He Gang had been up to that night. Then Lu Tianpei raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Chen, saying, Don't worry, I'm not just a captain for nothing. I was just testing you. Lu Chen chose to ignore him. He was a forensic pathologist, why would he let a criminal investigator test him on his job? Lu Chen simply ignored him. He was a forensic doctor, how could he be tested on a criminal investigator's job? After the two teams returned, they brought back new information. He Gang's team discovered that He Gang had actually gone gambling that night. Perhaps fearing that his parents would find out about his gambling and he would lose his inheritance, he refused to budge. Meanwhile, the team investigating He Jing's school discovered that she had 3 roommates. Roommate number 1 is named Wu Mengmeng. It is said that she was the closest to He Jing in everyday life. Upon hearing the news of He Jing's death, she was deeply shocked, as she believed He Jing to be a kind-hearted person who had never been involved in any disputes. How could someone have harmed her? According to Wu Mengmeng's account, she also went to Longping Avenue on the day of the incident but returned to the dormitory early. Roommate number 2 is named Zhao Qian, a second-generation wealthy individual. If He Jing was a low-key wealthy individual, then Zhao Qian was definitely the flashy one. Though the two had never openly argued, Zhao Qian privately disliked He Jing's pretentious demeanor. At the time of the incident, Zhao Qian was shopping inside the Longping Mall, reportedly on the top floor, and did not witness the stampede. Room 3 roommate is named Chao Mingjia, an academic overachiever. Her daily routine is straightforward: classroom, dormitory, library. At the time of the incident, she was studying in the library, with classmates and surveillance footage confirming her alibi, thus ruling her out as a suspect. Additionally, He Jing has an ex-boyfriend named Song Ju. It is said that their breakup was very unpleasant. At the time of the incident, Song Ju was with friends on Longping Avenue and narrowly escaped the stampede, sustaining bruises all over his body. Lu Chen casually glanced at the photos listed on the deceased's social media profile. Wu Mengmeng's photo looks familiar. She seems to be the girl who was selling flowers last night. Lu Tianpei, on the other hand, circled the names of Zhao Qian and Song Ju heavily. Conduct a thorough investigation into Zhao Qian and Song Ju. Yes. Next up was the re-interrogation of Zhao Qian and Song Ju. The wealthy second-generation heiress Zhao Qian was extremely arrogant and refused to cooperate. You can investigate the surveillance footage from the mall that day and see when I left. You have no right to demand my cooperation in your investigation. Anyway, I wasn't there that day, so I know nothing about it. Let me make this clear, don't think I don't know the law. I want to see my lawyer. No matter how they questioned her, Zhao Qian refused to cooperate. Lu Tianpei was so angry he slammed the table. You're just nervous. To his surprise, Zhao Qian wasn't the least bit intimidated. I didn't kill anyone, why would I be guilty? In contrast, Song Ju was much more cooperative. He Jing and I broke up a month ago. Yes, I still love her. I'm heartbroken. I didn't even get the chance to tell her one last time, I still love you. As he spoke, the young man began to cry, looking extremely heartbroken. The task force colleagues gathered again for a meeting, and everyone discussed the matter heatedly. I think the murderer is Zhao Qian. Although both of them are second-generation wealthy individuals, He Jing is clearly more attractive and has better interpersonal skills. Out of jealousy, a woman could accidentally kill someone. Additionally, Zhao Qian has been uncooperative during the investigation, which seems suspicious. I actually think Song Ju is the one with the bigger issues. I spoke with his classmates, and they said they broke up because Song Ju cheated on her. If he cheated, that means he no longer had feelings for He Jing, so why would he cry and say he still loves her? He is clearly hiding something. Everyone is arguing back and forth, and it seems like everyone has a point. Lu Tianpei looked at Lu Chen, who was silent beside him, and said, Forensic Dr. Lu, who do you think the murderer is? Lu Chen scanned the room and stated a serious fact. After comparing the fingerprints of Zhao Qian and Song Ju, none matched those collected at the crime scene. Everyone gasped. So that meant both of them were likely not the murderers, right? The case was back to square one. Zhao Qian must have been exhausted from all the turmoil, and finally blurted out a bombshell. He Jing's ex-boyfriend Song Ju had come looking for her a few days ago, begging her to get back together, but she refused. At the time, Song Ju flew into a rage, threatening to make He Jing pay. You should look into him thoroughly. Alright, I've said everything I know. Can you let me go now? Lu Tianpei wouldn't let her go until he had thoroughly investigated the matter. However, what she said still needs to be verified. Song Ju, after you broke up with He Jing, did you continue to harass her? Song Ju said painfully, yes, I didn't want to break up with her at all. He Jing didn't agree, so you got angry and embarrassed? Yes. I was very angry. I only made a mistake that all men make, so why is she holding it against me? So you killed her in a fit of anger? Song-ju said in panic, how could that be? I love her so much, how could I kill her? The interrogating detective pressed him, because you couldn't get back together, you turned your love into hatred, right? Song-ju vehemently denied it. No. No. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. I didn't even see her that night. I had made plans to go out with her to celebrate New Year's Eve, but she didn't show up. Chapter 102, This is Crazy Love. Looking at Song-ju, though he seemed mad, he didn't appear to be lying. So, who is the real murderer? Lu Chen suddenly remembered that there was still a document left with Bai Shui. He got up and went to find Bai Shui to ask for the file. But then he caught sight of the bouquet of roses on Bai Shui's desk. Is this the bouquet that Wu Mengmeng sold to us last night? Bai Shui's face turned slightly red, but she nodded anyway. Actually, that evening had been quite chaotic, but since this was the first time Lu Chen had ever given her flowers, Bai Shui had initially set them aside before going back to retrieve them later. Lu Chen, however, suddenly thought of something. He put on the gloves he carried with him, picked up the bouquet, and examined it closely. He then walked away holding the bouquet, not even pausing to hear his colleagues in Bai Shui's office tease her. Oh, Bai Shui, is that a bouquet of roses from Dr. Liu? Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already arrived at the interrogation room. Song-ju, is the person you had an affair with He Jing's best friend, Wu Mengmeng? Song-ju was so shocked he almost bit his tongue. Yes, it is. How did you know? Lu Chen asked again, did you arrange to meet He Jing through Wu Mengmeng? Song-ju nodded blankly. Yes, to be honest, it was Wu Mengmeng who brought Jingjing and me together. At first, I only saw her as Jingjing's good friend. Who knew that later? Actually seduced me, and I couldn't resist, so I gave in for a moment. Lu Chen took out the bouquet and asked, did you buy these flowers? Song-ju stared at the bouquet in surprise. Yes, I bought them and asked Wu Mengmeng to give them to Jingjing. How did they end up in your hands? Now, Lu Chen was even more certain of his judgment. Lu team, there's something off about this Wu Mengmeng. Look, these are the flowers Wu Mengmeng happened to sell to us last night before the incident. All the pollen has been carefully picked off. Additionally, Song-ju's affair partner is Wu Mengmeng, and these flowers were actually meant for He Jing, as instructed by Song-ju. Therefore, it is highly likely that Wu Mengmeng, out of love turned to hatred, committed the murder. After Lu Chen finished his analysis, Lu Tianpei immediately understood the connections between the events. He immediately made arrangements. A small team will be dispatched to arrest the suspect, Wu Mengmeng. Well, the police car arrived and quickly brought Wu Mengmeng back. Wu Mengmeng was quite surprised to see Lu Chen. You're a detective? Lu Chen nodded and said, sort of. I'm a forensic pathologist at the Forensic Medicine Department of Anjiang County. Wu Mengmeng pouted and said, if that's the case, you should testify for me. You saw me last night, didn't you? I have an alibi. Why are you arresting me? Lu Chen pointed at the flowers on the table and said to Wu Mengmeng, you used the pollen from these flowers to kill your roommate He Jing, didn't you? Following the direction of Lu Chen's finger, they saw a bouquet of roses spread out on the table. Some of them wilted, but the blooming flower buds had no pollen. Wu Mengmeng protested vehemently, what pollen? How could I possibly harm He Jing? I'm her best friend. Lu Chen laid out the evidence directly. There are only your fingerprints, mine, and Officer Bai Shui's on it. So, this proves that this is the bouquet you sold to us, right? And where did the pollen from these flowers go? You better explain that to us. How would I know? Oh, I get it. Does that mean the guy who sold the flowers to my boyfriend at the flower shop is the problem? Seeing that Wu Mengmeng was still stubbornly denying it, it made sense. If her mental state wasn't stable, she wouldn't have been able to kill her roommate and then calmly claim they were good friends. Lu Chen cut straight to the point. Is he your boyfriend, or He Jing's boyfriend? Wu Mengmeng panicked a little. What are you talking about? As he spoke, Lu Chen leaned forward again and stared at Wu Mengmeng, saying, your relationship with He Jing isn't as good as you claim. You're jealous of her. Wu Mengmeng's eyes betrayed her panic. What nonsense are you talking about? Why would I be jealous of her? My parents are both alive and love me dearly, and I have a boyfriend who loves me. Lu Chen directly played Song Yu's recording. This is Song Yu, He Jing's boyfriend. No, I'm not Wu Mengmeng's boyfriend. I've never been with her. Yes, I did cheat with Wu Mengmeng, but I don't like her. Who told He Jing to always act so aloof, while Wu Mengmeng was so enthusiastic? But later I realized that I still love He Jing. I regretted it, so I asked Wu Mengmeng to help me arrange a meeting with He Jing, and I even bought a bouquet of flowers. I want to apologize to He Jing and try to win her back. Upon hearing Song Ju's voice, Wu Mengmeng's eyes turned red. Why? Why can't you see how good I am? Lu Chen said, because Song Ju likes He Jing and doesn't like you, so you killed her. Did you think that Song Ju would be with you now? Wu Mengmeng, however, had already composed herself and smiled slightly. That doesn't necessarily mean I killed him, does it? Seeing that Wu Mengmeng was still stubbornly denying it, Lu Chen showed her a video that the surveillance team had finally managed to find. During the time of the incident, there was a huge crowd, making it extremely difficult to find any useful evidence within a few hours. Fortunately, persistence paid off. Although Wu Mengmeng chose a tricky angle, she was still caught on camera by a hidden surveillance camera at a nearby shop. In the video, Wu Mengmeng was pushing He Jing into the crowd. With irrefutable evidence, Wu Mengmeng could no longer defend herself. She screamed with red eyes. "It's all He Jing's fault. If it weren't for her, how could Song Yu possibly reject me? Ha, I knew it all along. He Jing has allergic asthma. So, when Song Yu gave me a bouquet of flowers and asked me to pass them on to He Jing, I came up with a good idea. I invited He Jing out and gave her the pollen. Ha, using what he gave her to take the life of the woman he loves most, isn't that brilliant?" Originally, after He Jing discovered her asthma attack, if she had the emergency medication, she could have been saved. But how could I allow her to come back and threaten me? I snatched the medication from her and threw it away. Even heaven was on my side. Before long, a stampede broke out, and I pushed her into the crowd. It was as if no one noticed. But damn it! How did you figure out she didn't die from being trampled, but from suffocation? This was supposed to be a perfect plan. Wu Mengmeng screamed wildly, looking like she had lost her mind. All one could say was that it was all a coincidence. If Lu Chen hadn't happened to be there and noticed something unusual about the body, perhaps Wu Mengmeng would have gotten away with it. The net of heaven is wide but does not miss anything. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Those who, like Wu Mengmeng, harbor illusions of impunity will inevitably face the consequences of the law. In this case, from the moment the body was discovered to be suspicious, Lu Chen solved the case in just 15 hours, setting a textbook example of lightning-fast crime solving. After completing the case handover procedures, Lu Chen went straight home to rest. After working non-stop for several days, he finally had a chance to catch his breath. Fortunately, the consecutive successful investigations of several cases had boosted Lu Chen's points. In the internal rankings of the public security system, Lu Chen's personal ranking had risen directly to 4th place citywide. The person currently in 4th place smiled wryly and shook his head. "This guy really is a dark horse. I thought I could hold on for another month before being overtaken." Not only had his ranking within the public security system improved, but Lu Chen's system merit points had also increased to 3,600 points. System, conduct a lottery. Chapter 103, the prize money is enough time to buy a house. Ding, 2,000 merit points deducted. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the comprehensive guide to building construction knowledge. What on earth is this for? It has nothing to do with solving cases. I can't help but complain this skill is really useless. However, Lu Chen is actually considering buying a house next. Perhaps the comprehensive guide to house construction provided by the system would prove to be of great help. Thanks to the rewards from solving several major cases, plus the 10,000 from the airline case company and the several hundred thousand from Yang Boss personally, Lu Chen now has nearly 1 million in savings. The average housing price in Jinjiang City is around 8,000 yuan per square meter. With Lu Chen's savings, he could buy a small 3-bedroom apartment outright, or take out a loan to purchase a larger, open-plan apartment. Lu Chen decided to go house hunting on Sunday when he has the day off. Lu Chen first checked the real estate market in Jinjiang City online, compared the options, and selected 3 properties with relatively good value for money. The first development, Jinsha Yujing. The advantage is that the community planning is excellent, but the downside is that it is a pre-sale property. Second development, Blue Sky Garden. The advantage is that the price discount is quite high, but the disadvantage is that it is far from schools. Third property, Xinyufu. The advantage is that it is a ready-to-move-in property with fully renovated interiors, allowing immediate occupancy. The downside is that the price is slightly higher. However, each of the 3 developments has its own merits, so Lu Chen plans to visit all of them to check them out. First, Lu Chen headed to Jinsha Yujing. The main reason was that the advertising for Jinsha Yujing was simply outstanding. Apparently, the reason this development is called Jinsha Yujing is because golden sand was discovered during the excavation of the foundation, hence the name Jinsha Yujing. This was just a gimmick, but many business owners who value feng shui found it highly appealing. As a result, despite being a pre-sale property, it was so popular at launch that demand far exceeded supply. This was only because Lu Chen had asked an agent online and was told there were still units available, so he came over. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to make the trip for nothing. Upon arriving at the sales office, the saleswoman looked disinterested. The first phase of the development has already been sold out. Lu Chen asked, "Didn't the agent say there were still units available?" The saleswoman finally said, "There are still some units available in Phase 2, but Phase 2 hasn't been launched yet. If you're interested, you can pay a deposit first." That might mean the second phase doesn't have sales qualifications yet. For properties like this that don't have sales qualifications yet, paying a deposit is highly likely to be a loss because you'll never get your money back. Although this developer is well funded and has a good reputation in the industry, there are no guarantees. After all, in the current economic climate, developers are also facing tough times. Lu Chen didn't feel like looking anymore. However, the saleswoman suddenly changed her attitude and enthusiastically invited Lu Chen to take a look at the model home first. Lu Chen turned to look and saw that a man who looked like a manager had walked over. No wonder the saleswoman had suddenly become so enthusiastic. Since he was already there, he might as well take a look at the model unit first, so he'd have something to compare it to later. Lu Chen nodded in agreement. The saleswoman happily led Lu Chen around, introducing the neighborhood. The landscaping in our community is excellent, and it's right next to the zoo, a natural oxygen bar. Just imagine, after a long day at work, you can come home and breathe in that fresh, natural air. How delightful that would be. Lu Chen calmly pulled out his phone, opened the map, and searched. The map showed that the straight line distance from where Lu Chen was standing to the zoo was 3 kilometers. Upon closer inspection of the surrounding area, he noticed that the residential complex was separated from a ring of small factories by just a wall, with sewage, noise, and unpleasant odors in the background. Did the developer think that planting a row of trees along the wall would make it invisible? Really? The saleswoman then led Lu Chen into the model unit. For some reason, as soon as he entered the building, Lu Chen felt an eerie, chilling atmosphere. Just then, a strong wind blew in, making the place feel even colder and more desolate. Lu Chen furrowed his brows. The saleswoman quickly turned on all the lights in the model unit, and the entire space was instantly brightly lit. "Sir, isn't this house warm and bright?" the saleswoman said with a smile, looking at Lu Chen. The decoration of this studio apartment is extremely elegant, yet every detail reveals a touch of ingenuity. Take the second bedroom, for example. Despite its small size, it manages to accommodate both a bed and a desk, yet the space still feels surprisingly spacious. Upon closer inspection, it turns out there's a mirror installed under the desk, visually extending the desk's area. In reality, the desk is only 40 centimeters deep, so if you were to sit inside, your legs would really be cramped. You think the master bedroom looks spacious? It even has a bedside cabinet. But that bed, even though it's piled up so high, is just to hide the fact that it's short. Lu Chen dared to bet 10 packets of spicy noodles that the bed was definitely only 15 meters by 18 meters, while the standard bed size is 18 meters by 2 meters. This made Lu Chen shake his head in disbelief. He politely smiled at the saleswoman and said goodbye, then continued on to the next stop. The second stop was Blue Sky Garden. As soon as he arrived at the sales office, Lu Chen was immediately drawn to a large subway poster. It seems like this development is right next to the subway station. Not bad, not bad. However, Lu Chen remained vigilant and casually checked the subway line plan on the official website of the Jinsha City Rail Transit Group. Good, there was no such station called Blue Sky Garden Station. The saleswoman is still aggressively trying to sell us. "Sir, our property is truly in high demand. If you book today, you can get a 30,000 discount for a 10,000 deposit, and you can also crack open a golden egg on the spot." Lu Chen immediately reported it. This false advertising had gone too far. As a righteous forensic doctor, Lu Chen had simply done what he was supposed to do. Now, only one more real estate project remained, Xinyufu. As soon as we arrived at the sales office, salespeople enthusiastically surrounded us. "Sir, interested in viewing properties? What kind of floor plan are you looking for?" This handsome guy was a genuine compliment. Yeah, Lu Chen is over 1.8 meters tall, with a face that's incredibly handsome, truly tall and handsome. As for whether he's wealthy, just look at how calmly he can look at houses. This guy is definitely not poor. Therefore, the saleswoman's attitude was extremely enthusiastic. Lu Chen nodded casually and said, "Could you give me a brief introduction to your property first?" The saleswoman then began to explain everything to Lu Chen in a professional and detailed manner. Our new Joy Mansion covers a total area of 260,000 square meters and consists of 23 garden-style elevator townhouses. The community is located east of Zizhu Park, north of the Jinsha River, west of the most bustling commercial street in Jinjiang City, and south of the best affiliated primary and secondary schools in Jinjiang City, with a strong faculty. The community boasts a landscape coverage rate of 38%, a floor area ratio of 20%, and an impressive 48-meter wide building separation, significantly enhancing the living quality of the neighborhood. Additionally, the community's landscaping is designed to change with the seasons, offering residents a visually pleasing and comfortable living environment year-round. Therefore, Xinyufu is a highly sought-after residential development. It was snapped up as soon as it was launched, and currently only a few units remain in buildings 2, 5, and 9, including small 3-bedroom units. Buildings 6, 8, and 10 still have large-sized flats available. Most other buildings now only have 2-bedroom units left. The sales representative then led Lu Chen to the model display and pointed to it while explaining to him. "Sir, as you can see, most of these buildings have north-south ventilation. Only a few 2-bedroom units are slightly oriented toward the northeast. The remaining available units are distributed here, here, and here. Please let us know which unit you prefer, and we can arrange a site visit. All units are fully renovated, and you can move in immediately." Chapter 104, Embezzlement and Bribery? Is that even possible? Lu Chen weighed the money in his hand, thought for a moment, and pointed to a place, saying, "Let's take a look at this small 3-bedroom apartment first." The saleswoman said happily, "Sure, handsome. The unit you're looking at is a north-south facing layout with excellent natural light, and it's on the 20th floor." The two then went to view the actual property. The 3-bedroom unit was indeed a 3-bedroom unit, without the exaggerated furniture used in the previous unit at Jinsha Yujing to make the space appear larger. However, it wasn't as narrow and cramped as they had imagined. The only thing that bothered Lu Chen was that the second bedroom was indeed a bit small. Lu Chen's parents had worked hard all their lives, and although they might not move in with him in the future, he didn't want them to feel like guests when they visited, crammed into the small guest bedroom. Besides, Lu Chen wants to show off to old man Lu. "Without your help, we bought a big house on our own." Just imagine the look on the old man's face when he sees it. That'll be so satisfying. The saleswoman noticed Lu Chen's hesitation and asked, "Sir, is there something you're not satisfied with?" Lu Chen hesitated for a moment before saying, "How big are the open-plan apartments?" The saleswoman smiled and explained, "Our open-plan apartments come in 2 floor plans, both with a total area of around 200 square meters. One of the layouts features 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and north-south dual balconies within the unit. The interior space is well separated between living and sleeping areas, with a particularly spacious living room. However, this layout does come at a cost, as only the master bedroom is a suite, while the remaining 3 smaller bedrooms are somewhat cramped. Another floor plan is a standard layout with 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 3 bathrooms. The south-facing balcony spans 4 rooms, creating a particularly spacious and bright visual effect. Additionally, 2 of the 4 bedrooms are en suite, with a separate room for elderly family members, demonstrating thoughtful consideration. The sales agent then opened her iPad and displayed the floor plans for both layouts, allowing Lu Chen to view them directly. Lu Chen immediately fell in love with the second layout, a standard 4-bedroom, 2 living room, 3 bathroom design. At the same time, he did some quick calculations in his head. The original 3-bedroom unit was roughly 119 square meters in size. At an average price of 8,000 per square meter, the total price would be approximately 952,000, which he could afford in full. If he were to buy a larger, open-plan unit, the estimated price would be 200 square meters multiplied by the average price of 8,000 yuan per square meter, totaling approximately 1.6 million yuan. Additionally, he had been selected as one of the top 10 young talents in Jinjiang City, which would entitle him to certain discounts when purchasing a property. Lu Chen clenched his teeth and thought to himself, "This won't work. I'll have to take out a loan for the remaining amount." With his work capabilities, plus some bonuses, he should be able to pay it off quickly. After making up his mind, Lu Chen pointed to the floor plan and said, "Let's go take a look at this layout." The saleswoman smiled politely and said, "Sure, this floor plan is currently available in Building 6, Unit 1, Floor 25, Building 8, Unit 2, Floor 23, and Building 10, Unit 3, Floor 26. Which building and floor would you prefer?" Lu Chen thought for a moment and asked, "Is there any particular reason for that?" The saleswoman replied, "If you believe in feng shui, there are some considerations for choosing a floor. For example, the 5th and 10th floors are considered central, with an earth element, and are suitable for those whose names have an earth element. Meanwhile, the 3rd and 8th floors are considered part of the east, with an element of wood, and are thus suitable for those whose names have an element of wood. The 1st and 6th floors belong to the north, with the element of water, and are most suitable for those whose names have the element of water. Of course, handsome men can also choose based on their personal preferences." This saleswoman was quite honest. The basic information she provided was consistent with what Lu Chen had learned from the Comprehensive Guide to Building Construction. The book also included an introduction to floor-specific feng shui principles. Lu Chen thought for a moment. Dust, with soil, is associated with the earth element. "Well, since that's the case, let's go check out Building 6, Unit 1, Floor 25. The saleswoman didn't say a word. She put on her high heels and led Lu Chen to see the apartment. As soon as they opened the entrance door to Unit 25 on the 25th floor of Building 6, Lu Chen felt as though he were bathed in spring breeze. The floor plan was excellent, and the basic high-end finishes were well done. All that was left was to buy some appliances, and they could move in right away. The sales representative promptly added, "Coincidentally, there's a special promotion during the New Year's period. Purchasing a unit comes with free furniture and appliances, so you'll truly be able to move in with just your luggage." The saleswoman was straightforward, so Lu Chen nodded, "Let's go with this one." Upon hearing that Lu Chen had made his decision, the saleswoman's smile grew even broader. "Please, this way." After handling everything, Lu Chen finally called old Lu Chengfeng. "Dad, your son has bought a house. Please come with my mom to warm up the new place, and we'll celebrate the new year there." Lu Chengfeng never expected that this little rascal would call him with such a huge surprise. "Buy a house? Where did you get the money? Did you steal it from me?" Lu Chen dug in his ears to recover from the loud noise made by Lu Chengfeng. "No way. I saved my bonus money to buy it." Lu's father couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions, thinking about how he had worked so hard for decades just to establish himself in Jinjiang City and buy an old, run-down apartment. Meanwhile, his son had only been working for a little over half a year and had already saved such a substantial bonus. It seems that my son is truly a genius who deserves every bit of it. Lu Chengfeng was extremely pleased, but dared not boast too much and attract attention. He lowered his voice and said, "Good job, you little rascal. Where did you buy it? It's not a small apartment, is it? If it is, don't buy it, it'll be an embarrassment to me. If it's really too small, I'll chip in some money for you." Lu Chengfeng couldn't stand his father's nagging anymore. "Dad, you'll see when you get there. I'll send you the address on your phone. That's it. I'll call my mom and let her know too." Lu Chen couldn't take his father's nagging anymore. "Dad, you'll see when you get there. I'll send you the address on your phone. That's it. I'll call my mom and let her know." He hung up before his father could react. Lu's father smiled as he picked up his phone and looked at the address Lu Chen had sent. Oh, Xingyue Mansion. That's a nice development. However, Lu's father didn't think much of it, assuming that Lu Chen had probably bought a 2-bedroom apartment or something. When Lu's mother received her son's call, she felt both relieved and heartbroken. She was relieved because her son was so accomplished. He had only graduated less than a year ago and had already bought his own home. How many young people his age were still relying on their parents at this age? It's heartbreaking to think about all the effort and risks he must have gone through to make that happen. When old Lu and his wife arrived at Lu Chen's new house the next day, Lu Chengfeng was so surprised that his mouth could fit an egg. Wow, what a big house. How much did this cost? Where did you get the money? You didn't embezzle or take bribes, did you? Chapter 105, the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, a murder in a secret room. Chapter 105, the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, a murder in a secret room. Lu Chen's lips twitched. This old Lu, couldn't he just hope for the best? I used my bonus to pay the down payment and took out a loan for the rest. Now I'll have to work for the bank for the rest of my life. Sigh. Lu Chen feigned a complaint. To his surprise, Lu's mother simply handed him a bank card. Take this money. It's not much, but it's a token of our love for you. We had planned to save up enough for the down payment before giving it to you, but we didn't expect you to be so determined and buy the house on your own. Lu Chen refused to take it, joking, "Oh my goodness, I've never seen you so generous before. There's not just $1 in here, is there?" Lu's mother gave him a disapproving look and said, 50,000 yuan, it's all the savings my husband and I have accumulated in our entire lives. Lu Chen refused to take it. All right, you two keep it for your retirement. Your son isn't the type to rely on his parents." Saying that, he shoved the card back into Lu Chen's hands. Lu's mother sighed helplessly and said, all right. I'll go buy groceries. Invite some of your colleagues and friends over. Let's have a lively hot pot dinner together. But to their surprise, the two father and son spoke in unison. No. The two men certainly didn't want their colleagues to know they were father and son. Lu's mother decided not to bother with them. Anyway, I'm going to show off in front of my old friends. Lu's mother works in human resources at a state-owned enterprise. The administrative department of this state-owned enterprise is mostly made up of the wives of officials and wealthy women who work there to pass the time and expand their social circles. Lu's mother is the only exception. However, Lu's mother has always been very well liked. After interacting with these official wives and wealthy women for decades, she has become close friends with them. As for the house Lu Chen bought, it wasn't exactly luxurious. The official wives preferred to keep a low profile, but the wealthy wives all lived in large villas. But the fact remains that this house was bought with his own hard-earned money and even better, with his bonus. When Lu's mother went to work, she deliberately said, "Oh, you should hear about Lu Chen. He's so disobedient. Buying a house is such a big deal, and he didn't even tell us. He just went and bought it on his own. And he doesn't even want our money, saying he has a bonus. How much bonus could a young person have? Look at him, he's still paying off a mortgage." I told him to take some money, but he refused outright. The old ladies were no fools, they could tell right away that Lu's mother was showing off. Your son Lu Chen is really something, isn't he? So young and already bought his own house. Where did he buy it? How big is it? Lu's mother smiled modestly, Zinyafu. It's only 200 square meters. It can't compare to your big villa. Hey, my place is what old Zhao worked hard for. My son didn't have that kind of ability at his age. Yeah, my son is just good at making me angry. He can't compare to Lu Chen, no way. Everyone was chatting away, almost praising Lu Chen to the skies. One aunt even asked, our Lu Chen is so handsome, doesn't he have a girlfriend yet? When the topic came up, Lu's mother was hit where it hurt, don't even mention it. He's so picky, he hasn't found the right one yet. Hey, old friend, do you know any young ladies you could introduce to my son Lu Chen? The greatest hobby of middle-aged women is matchmaking. Upon returning home, she mobilized all her aunts and cousins to find a suitable match for Lu Chen. One of the aunts even told her husband about it when she got home. The son from the Huangmei family, Lu Chen, is a pretty decent young man. At such a young age, he's already bought himself a big house. This auntie is named Tian Xiujuan, and her husband is Zhu Yuzhong, the director of the Office of the Education Bureau in Jinjiang City. At that moment, he was reading the newspaper when he heard Tian Xiujuan mention Lu Chen, so he put the newspaper down as well. That's pretty good. Oh, by the way, Lin Feng is graduating from university next year and said he wants to come visit us. Tian Xiujuan was overjoyed, this child. He always calls us uncle and auntie on the phone, but never comes to visit us. It's been so many years, and he's like our own child. Zhu Yuzhong added, that's right. Since we're here this time, we should have Yang Yang learn from him properly. Lin Feng is a top student at Hucking University. Originally, Zhu Yuzhong and his wife had only planned to send Lin Feng through high school. Nowadays, college students all work part-time to support themselves, don't they? However, upon hearing that Lin Feng had been admitted to Hucking University, the couple decided that the university's academic atmosphere was excellent and the competition fierce, fearing it might hinder their child's studies. They therefore took on the responsibility of covering Lin Feng's living expenses for the past 3 years. The couple has a son named Zhu Yang, who is currently in his senior year of high school and has excellent academic performance. The couple has been telling him about Lin Feng's story and encouraging him to take Lin Feng as a role model. Upon hearing that Lin Feng was coming, Zhu Yang was overjoyed, finally getting the chance to meet the brilliant older brother his parents had been talking about so much. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, Lin Feng came over, carrying some health supplements in his hands. He was tall and slender, but his complexion was fair and clean, giving him a sunny and handsome appearance. Tian Xiujuan was delighted at first sight. Oh, you just came, why did you buy all these things? It's such a waste of money. Lin Feng smiled shyly, Aunt Tian, I bought these with the money I earned from my part-time job. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. Tian Xiujuan was taken aback, but I told you not to work anymore. Your studies come first. Zhu Yang smiled and chimed in, Lin Feng is in his 3rd year of college. He should be interning by now, right? Then he'll have a salary. Then he turned to Tian Xiujuan and said in a spoiled tone, Mom, then we won't have to give Lin Feng any living expenses. Don't forget to buy me the computer you promised when I graduate. Tian Xiujuan tapped his forehead and said, you're always causing trouble. Go wash your hands and eat your dinner. Zhu Yang went to wash his hands, laughing and joking. Lin Feng sat down and first toasted Zhu Yuzhong and Tian Xiujuan, over the years, you've helped me so much, and I'll never forget it. Rest assured, once I graduate and start earning money, I'll definitely take good care of you. Zhu Yuzhong raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. We don't ask for anything in return. We only hope that you will become a person who is useful to society. Lin Feng smiled and assured him, I will never let Uncle Zhu down. Early on the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, the criminal investigation team in Lu Chen City received a report. A murder had occurred in the Lakeview Garden community. Chapter 106, the first murder case of the new year. The police who responded were from the 2nd Criminal Investigation Team, led by Lu Tianpei, with Lu Chen following behind. Wail, wail. Soon, one police car after another pulled up outside the Huguang residential complex. The detectives got out of the cars and began cordoning off the area. Lu Chen, carrying his toolbox, followed them into the crime scene. At the crime scene, Tian Xiujuan was already sobbing uncontrollably. Last night, old Zhu and I had to go back to our hometown for something. When we returned early this morning, we found Yang Yang lying in a pool of blood. The floor inside the house was clean and tidy, likely because the killer had cleaned up to avoid leaving any traces. Only in the open area of the living room lay Zhu Yang's body. Lu Chen approached to examine it. Zhu Yang had multiple wounds on his body. Based on the shape and force of the wounds, it was determined that they were caused by the same sharp object. The fatal wound was a wound near the heart, suggesting that the assailant had stabbed the sharp weapon into Zhu Yang's chest, causing death due to insufficient blood supply. The deceased's body had begun to stiffen, with the time of death estimated to be less than 10 hours prior, approximately between 10 p.m. on February 22 and 3 a.m. on February 23. There were bloodstains spreading around the deceased. After considering the situation, Lu Chen collected multiple blood samples from scattered locations. If any of the blood belongs to the perpetrator, it can be analyzed through DNA comparison. Next, Lu Chen took out professional tools and evidence bags, attempting to collect any other traces the killer might have left behind inside the house. The area where the knives were stored in the kitchen was somewhat disorganized. Lu Chen put on gloves and picked them up one by one to examine them. One of the boning knives was clearly out of place. Lu Chen picked it up and compared it to the wound, and it matched perfectly. It seems that this is the murder weapon. Lu Chen took out his tools to collect fingerprints and carefully placed them in the evidence bag. He then looked around the area, but unfortunately, the killer's counter-investigation skills were highly advanced, leaving no fingerprints, footprints, or other clues behind. Lu Tianpei continued questioning, did Zhu Yang have any conflicts with anyone before his death? Tian Xiujuan choked out, he was just a high school senior about to take the college entrance exam. How could he have made enemies with anyone? At that moment, Lin Feng's voice came from outside, what's going on? Let me in. This is my foster parents' house. Zhu Yuzhong and Tian Xiujuan recognized Lin Feng's voice and nodded to Lu Tianpei. Lu Tianpei then beckoned Lin Feng to come in. Lu Tianpei continued his questioning. Have you two had any recent conflicts with anyone? Zhu Yuzhong paused to recall, then said, I usually just go to work and come home. My work doesn't involve any conflicts with others. Tian Xiujuan nodded and said, that's right. Our family has always been kind to others, and the neighbors can all vouch for that. Lin Feng also saw the situation inside the house and wept bitterly. Yes, my foster father and mother are the kindest people in the world. If it weren't for their financial support, I would have dropped out of school long ago. Lu Tianpei nodded in understanding, dismissing the possibility of a revenge killing. At that moment, a detective approached. There are signs of disturbance inside the house. It could be a burglary. Lu Tianpei instructed Tian Xiujuan and Zhu Yuzhong to confirm whether any important valuables were missing from the house. Upon entering the house in the morning and seeing Yang Yang's body, the couple was already in a state of shock, and they didn't even think to check the condition of the house. Only now, after the detective mentioned it, did the couple remember to go and check. Lu Chen and several colleagues from the forensic department accompanied them to avoid disturbing any evidence left by the killer. After verification, it was confirmed that the Zhu family had lost 5,000 yuan in cash, which was used for emergencies, as well as some gold and silver jewelry. Additionally, Lu Chen discovered a partial fingerprint on the side of the drawer. There were thread marks next to the fingerprint, indicating that the killer's glove had been torn, leaving behind the incomplete fingerprint. Lu Chen carefully collected the evidence. Once the forensic team had finished collecting information, Tian Xiujuan finally noticed Lu Chen. She rushed over and grabbed Lu Chen, pleading, Chen, please help me. You must help me find the person who harmed Yang Yang. Lu Chen nodded firmly, and Tian, please rest assured. I will do my utmost. Tian Xiujuan thought of her son's tragic death and couldn't help but break down in tears. Zhu Yuzhong patted her shoulder and quietly wiped away his own tears. Lu Chen also felt a heavy weight in his heart. This was the first time he had encountered a case where the victim was someone he knew. Zhu Yang was the only child of Tian Xiujuan and Zhu Yuzhong, an elderly couple in their 40s who had finally had a son after so many years. After raising him with great effort, he is now in his senior year of high school, with consistently good grades. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will likely be admitted to a top-tier university, such as a 985 or 211 institution, after next year's college entrance exams. But Zhu Yang's bright future and promising career were shattered by the hands of a burglar. After analysis by the Special Task Force, this was a typical case of burglary followed by murder. Preliminary findings indicate that the burglar broke into the residence with the intent to steal, but was discovered by Zhu Yang, who had gotten up during the night, leading the burglar to kill him to prevent discovery. After completing the autopsy on Zhu Yang, Lu Chen discovered a few threads of fabric between Zhu Yang's fingers and carefully collected samples. Given that the victim was a high school senior and the manner of death was particularly gruesome, the municipal police department established a special task force to investigate the case. The case was led by Hu Tianming, the director of the municipal bureau, and assigned to Lu Tianpei for investigation, with a deadline of 3 days to solve the case. Lu Tianpei convened a meeting with representatives from all departments. First, Lu Chen reported on the circumstances surrounding the victim's death. The deceased was male, 16 years old, and a senior at Jinjiang No. 1 High School. He was respectful to teachers and considerate to friends, humble in demeanor, and an outstanding student with both academic excellence and moral integrity. The estimated time of death was around 1 to 3 a.m. on February 23. The cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head resulting in brain tissue rupture, and the deceased also had multiple sharp force injuries on the body. Preliminary determination indicates that the perpetrator first used a blunt object, such as a hammer, to strike the head, rendering the victim unable to defend themselves, and then used a sharp object, such as a knife, to inflict additional wounds on the body. A fingerprint and a piece of clothing fiber were found at the scene, suspected to be left behind by the suspect. If the suspect is apprehended, fingerprint matching or fiber analysis can be conducted to confirm the identity of the perpetrator. However, this requires that the fingerprints be restored to at least 50% of their original state before effective comparison can be made. This is not a major issue for Lu Chen, but the main problem is that there is no lead on the suspect's side. After an investigation by the video surveillance team, it was discovered that the surveillance cameras in the building had been damaged on the morning of the 22nd, suggesting that the suspect had already conducted a reconnaissance of the area. Additionally, during the time period from midnight to 5 a.m., the surveillance cameras at the main entrance of the residential complex were also damaged. No suspicious vehicles were observed leaving the area on the video surveillance footage of the road outside the main gate of the residential complex. According to the investigation by veteran detectives, due to the recent crackdown on crime before and after the new year, there have been no reported cases of theft in the city area recently, let alone such a major burglary and murder case. In other words, there are currently no suspects matching the description. Chapter 107. What was the motive for the murder? The criminal investigation team then began screening suspects involved in recent burglaries in residential areas, attempting to identify the killer by comparing relevant fingerprint information. Meanwhile, undercover detectives conducted investigations, attempting to trace the suspect through the channels used to sell the stolen goods. However, after a day had passed, the case remained unsolved. At that moment, Tian Xiujuan and Zhu Yuzhong were still blaming themselves relentlessly. It's all my fault. If I hadn't gone back to my hometown on short notice and left Yang Yang alone at home, this wouldn't have happened. It's my fault. I should have stayed to take care of Yang Yang or tied him up and brought him along. Zhu Yang's grandparents couldn't bear the news of their grandson's murder and were both hospitalized. Lin Feng ran back and forth busily, making sure to bring meals for Tian Xiujuan and Zhu Yuzhong. Uncle and auntie, you must eat something. You need strength to investigate the murderer. Tian Xiujuan sighed and said, thinking about all the suffering Yang Yang has endured, how can I possibly eat? Zhu Yuzhong also sighed, our Yang Yang is such a good child. How could this happen? At that moment, the police called, we have a lead. Zhu Yuzhong and Tian Xiujuan couldn't wait to eat anymore. The two of them hurriedly set off for the police station. Lin Feng was about to follow them, but Tian Xiujuan said, Little Feng, auntie won't treat you like an outsider anymore. Please help us take care of grandpa and grandma. Lin Feng quickly assured them, uncle and auntie, don't worry. I'll definitely take good care of grandpa and grandma. When the two arrived at the police station, they couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. It turned out that the police had discovered some gold and silver jewelry that had been sold on the black market in the past 2 days and had called them in to identify whether it belonged to them. They aimed to trace the stolen goods back to their source to identify the burglar who broke into the house and committed the murder. As one might expect, given that their home had just been burglarized and a murder had occurred, the perpetrator wouldn't have disposed of the stolen goods so quickly. Still, I clung to a sliver of hope and took a closer look. Suddenly, Tian Xiujuan noticed a necklace that looked extremely familiar. Old Zhu, take a look at that necklace. Doesn't it look like the one belonging to Wang Chunfang from next door? Zhu Yuzhong said, how would I know? I wouldn't stare at someone else's neck. Tian Xiujuan thought about it and agreed, but Chunfang's necklace was special. It was reportedly custom made for her by her husband, Old Zhao, with the initials WCF engraved on it in small letters. The police officers at the station put on gloves and took a closer look. Sure enough, it was true. Could it be that the thief didn't just steal from Zhu Yuzhong and Tian Xiujuan's homes, but also from other neighbors' homes? But Wang Chunfang's family hasn't reported it either. Nevertheless, since the stolen items had been found, they naturally needed to be returned to their rightful owner. The police station then called Ms. Wang Chunfang. However, Ms. Wang Chunfang vehemently denied it, claiming that nothing had been stolen from her home. It wasn't until the police officer mentioned the markings on the stolen items that Ms. Wang Chunfang changed her tone and said, oh, so it's that necklace. I lost it while shopping and thought I'd never find it. Thank you so much. It seems like this lead has come to a dead end. Since there was no report of a burglary at Wang Chunfang's house, it means the source of the stolen item isn't connected to the burglary and murder case. Tian Xiujuan and Zhu Yuzhong were also deeply disappointed. They had hoped to find a lead to the killer of their son, only to end up helping their neighbors recover their lost belongings. Tian Xiujuan sighed and was about to leave. Suddenly, she spotted a shiny ring among the pile of stolen goods. The ring also looked familiar, as if it belonged to Wang Chunfang. Tian Xiujuan let out a soft but then feared she might have mistaken it, so she remained silent. However, this expression of surprise caught the attention of the police officer. Ms. Tian, did you recognize this stolen property? Since Wang Chunfang had already said that nothing had been stolen from her home, Tian Xiujuan dared not confirm that what she saw was real. She reluctantly said, perhaps I must have seen it wrong. But the police officers from the municipal bureau had all been through rigorous training and wouldn't overlook any suspicious clues. The officer picked up the ring with gloved hands and said in a firm tone, do you recognize this ring? Tian Xiujuan said, it looks familiar, like it might belong to Wang Chunfang, but their family didn't lose anything, did they? So I guess I must have mistaken it for something else. The police officer examined the ring carefully and suddenly recognized it as a classic design from the M family. The ring was marketed with the slogan a lifetime of love for one person, and it was sold on the emotional appeal of being a ring meant for a single person. I wonder how many rings they sold using that strategy. To ensure exclusivity and maintain the unique selling point, the merchant has stipulated that each man can only purchase one of these classic rings using his ID number. This made things straightforward. The police officer immediately contacted the merchant and obtained the details of the person who had ordered the ring. Shortly thereafter, the merchant provided the relevant information. Orderer, Zhao Deshang, ID number. Recipient, Wang Chunfang, ID number. There is a problem with this Wang Chunfang. The police officer immediately reported the matter to the task force, which launched an investigation into Wang Chunfang. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was asked to conduct another examination of the stolen goods to see if any information related to the suspect could be found. Lu Tianpei also inquired about Wang Chunfang's character and the relationship between the two families from Tian Shoujuan and her husband. Wang Chunfang was a bit cold in her demeanor, but the relationship between the two families was still decent. They would greet each other when they met. But when it comes to theft or murder, that's highly unlikely. Her husband works as a senior executive at a large company, and her family is much better off than ours. Plus, she's in her 50s, and my son is 16 in the prime of his life. She couldn't possibly have killed Yang Yang. Although the couple desperately wanted to catch the murderer as soon as possible, they didn't want to wrong an innocent person. Lu Tianpei asked, were there any conflicts between the two families in the past? Zhu Yuzhong and Tian Shoujuan shook their heads repeatedly. There really hasn't been any. After asking the questions, although they had basically ruled out the possibility that Wang Chunfang had committed the murder, why did she lie? This was the first question the police officer asked Wang Chunfang upon her arrival at the police station. At first, Wang Chunfang denied it. I just lost a necklace. I didn't want to cause trouble for the police station, so I didn't report it. That's why I lied about it. But why did you specifically call me in for questioning? The necklace was already found, wasn't it? The police officer scolded. Aren't you going to tell the truth? Was there really no burglary at your house? No, I already told you. I lost the necklace while I was out shopping. The police officer didn't waste any time with her and immediately showed her the ring. Look at this. What is it? Chapter 108. This is his own brother-in-law. Wang Chunfang looked and was startled. But she quickly regained her composure. This ring looks familiar. It's very similar to mine. The officer said directly, we checked the serial number of this ring, and the merchant's back-end system shows that the owner of this ring is Wang Chunfang. Now, do you still refuse to admit it? Wang Chunfang slapped her head and said, this must be something I lost without realizing it. Thank you so much. Your efficiency is truly impressive. I didn't even report it, and you managed to find it for me. The police officer slammed the table. Are you still not telling the truth? Did your house get burglarized? Why are things disappearing one after another? And why didn't you report it? Is the burglary at the Zhu family's house related to you? The barrage of questions left Wang Chunfang flustered, but she managed to compose herself. What nonsense are you talking about? We're just ordinary people. How could we possibly be involved in the Zhu family's burglary case? Besides, what could they possibly have that I would want to steal? The officer said, do you know what you're doing? You're harboring criminals. Harboring a criminal gang is also a criminal offense. Wang Chunfang refused to admit it, insisting that her home had never been burglarized, and simply remained silent. The police were also helpless, as they lacked direct evidence and could not take any action against Wang Chunfang. At that moment, news came from Lu Chen's side. Lu Chen had extracted 3 incomplete fingerprints from the stolen goods. After fingerprint comparison, 10 people with matching characteristics were identified. By conducting another round of fingerprint comparisons on these 10 individuals, we will be able to identify the true suspect. Lu Tianpei let out a loud cry. Ha, it's you after all. Come on, I'll go catch him right now. Finally, after comparing fingerprints with these 10 people, they identified a man named Huang Hu. Huang Hu is a local resident of Jinjiang City, age 28, who has been idle and unemployed. He has a prior conviction for burglary, and it cannot be ruled out that he committed the murder to cover up the burglary after being discovered. Wail, police cars are on the scene. Soon, they arrived at a mahjong parlor. The people inside were engrossed in their game and didn't pay any attention to the sirens. What case is the police handling this time? I heard there was a burglary and murder case at Lakeview Garden yesterday. What? A burglary and murder at Lakeview Garden? Yeah, my buddy lives in that neighborhood. He told me about it. It's a family of 3, but the parents had to go back to their hometown for something, so there's just a 16-year-old high school senior at home. The child apparently discovered the burglar and was killed. Poor child, apparently he was a good student. The man questioning him turned pale. As soon as he saw the police pushing open the door, he tried to escape through the back door. Huang Hu, stop. The police officer who entered the door saw that the man was trying to escape, immediately confirmed that he was the criminal suspect Huang Hu, and quickly ran out to chase him. Unfortunately, Huang Hu was extremely familiar with the area, darting through alleys and streets, leaving the police struggling to keep up. Just as the yellow tiger darted into an alleyway, about to escape onto the main street, Lu Chen appeared. With a 100% powerful kick to the groin, Huang Hu collapsed to his knees. At that moment, the police officers also caught up. Hey, why is Huang Hu kneeling on the ground? Dr. Lu, the forensic doctor, why are you here too? Lu Chen clapped his hands and said, just passing by. Then he waved his hand and left, keeping his achievements and fame hidden. Upon arriving at the police station, Huang Hu saw that struggling was futile, so he confessed everything clearly. On the night of February 22nd, around 11 p.m., he sneaked into the Lakeview Garden community, scouted the area in advance, and disabled the surveillance cameras. He then proceeded to break into apartment 602 in Unit 1 of Building 3. He had already found out that this was the wealthiest household in the neighborhood. By the time he finished stealing from Unit 606, it was already midnight. As he was about to head downstairs, he was caught red-handed by a young man from Unit 601 who had just returned home with takeout. That guy was also a fool, and immediately shouted, "Catch the thief!" Huang, who was afraid of waking up the couple in room 602, so he quickly turned and ran away. After running for a while and seeing no one chasing after him, he finally relaxed. The next day, Huang, who saw that 602 hadn't made a move or reported the incident, and since he had just lost money gambling and desperately needed cash, he didn't bother to lie low anymore and quickly sold the stolen goods. That was all Huang Hu had to say, but Lu Tianpei wasn't about to believe him. "Was it you who killed the boy from the 601 family?" Huang Hu was so anxious he kept waving his hands. "Officer, I just stole some money." "Is that worth killing someone over?" "Because he saw what you look like, you were afraid the truth would come out, so you killed him." Huang Hu desperately defended himself. "No. After I ran away, he didn't catch up with me. Why would I kill him? Besides, I was wearing a hat and a mask. He wouldn't have recognized me on the street." Lu Tianpei slammed the table. "You dare to argue? We've already extracted your fingerprints from the stolen goods." Huang Hu said, "Yes, I did steal something. I admit that. But I really didn't kill anyone, officer." Seeing that Huang Hu refused to admit it, they had no choice but to find more concrete evidence. Lu Chen carefully compared the incomplete fingerprints left at Zhu Yang's house with Huang Hu's fingerprints and found that they did not match. Could Huang Hu have an accomplice? At first, Huang Hu refused to confess, but after being pressed further, he eventually revealed the name of his accomplice, Daniel. Huang Hu was responsible for theft, while Daniel was responsible for keeping watch. But Huang Hu said, "Daniel has been outside the whole time. He didn't steal anything, so it's even less likely that he killed anyone." Why didn't Huang Hu reveal Daniel's involvement at first? Because Daniel is his sister's husband. Besides, this matter had little to do with the big shot in the first place. There was no need to involve him in this mess. The police wouldn't just take Huang Hu's word for it. They called Daniel in for questioning right away. Daniel naturally refused to admit it at first. "I didn't do anything. I didn't steal anything, and I didn't kill anyone. I was just walking around outside the community wall. If you don't believe me, go check the surveillance footage." The video surveillance team immediately retrieved the surveillance footage mentioned by the senior officer. Sure enough, the expert appeared on the surveillance footage around 10 p.m. on the 22nd and left around midnight. There was no sign of Huang Hu in the surveillance footage either. According to Dania's confession, the two had communicated over the phone, and since Huang Hu had already succeeded, there was no need for him to come to assist. The investigation had reached this point, and the leads had once again dried up. At this point, there were less than 2 days remaining before the deadline for solving the case. Chapter 109, What were you doing at the club? Zhu Yuzhong frowned deeply. Suddenly, Tian Xiujuan screamed, "Ma Fugue is back. This must be his doing, right?" This Ma Fugue is no less than Zhu Yuzhong's sworn enemy. Back in university, the two of them got into a major fight over Tian Xiujuan. Tian Xiujuan and Zhu Yuzhong got married, but Ma Fugue had harbored a grudge ever since, and later kept sabotaging their marriage. Later, it was even rumored that Ma Fugue had joined a criminal organization. If that's the case, then it's quite possible. Zhu Yuzhong didn't dare to delay and immediately reported the matter to the police station. What if this was the clue to solving the case? The police took the lead immediately upon receiving the tip. If Ma Fugue was indeed the person described by Zhu Yuzhong, then there was a real possibility that he was the culprit. Well, the police car rushed out again and caught Ma Fugue red-handed while he was having a gathering with his friends. Ma Fugue was boasting to his friends about how well he was doing and how glamorous his life was, when suddenly a group of police officers burst in, terrifying everyone present. "What's going on here?" "Yeah, what's going on?" Ma Fugue was also confused, and the police walked straight up to him. "Are you Ma Fugue? Come with us." Ma Fugue looked completely bewildered. "Officer, what did I do wrong? I'm an upstanding citizen." The detective who arrested him didn't say anything else. "You'll find out when you get there." And so, with a completely bewildered expression, Ma Fugue got into the police car. Of course, this wasn't his first time in a police car. Just a short while ago, Ma Fugue had just been released from the police station. As soon as he entered the interrogation room, the seasoned senior detective from the municipal bureau, Old Jean, slammed his hand on the table. "Are you going to confess on your own, or do we have to force you to talk?" Ma Fugue said with a bitter expression, "Officer, it's true that I have a criminal record, but I was just released. I really haven't done anything wrong since then." Lao Zhan snorted coldly and said directly, "The burglary and murder case at Lakeview Garden Community, was that you who did it?" Ma Fugue looked even more surprised. "What Lakeview Garden residential complex burglary and murder case? What does that have to do with me? You're not admitting it, are you? Where were you and what were you doing between 10 p.m. on February 22nd and 3 a.m. on February 23rd? Ma Fugue tilted his head in thought for a moment. From 10 p.m. on February 22nd to 3 a.m. on the 23rd, I was asleep. Why wouldn't I be sleeping? Is there anyone who can vouch for that? Mafugue was dumbfounded. Officer, I live alone. My family isn't here. So there are no witnesses? Mafugue desperately defended himself. Officer, that doesn't prove anything, does it? At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Lao Zhan motioned for them to come in. The visitor was none other than Lu Chen. It turned out that after Lu Chen's comparison and analysis, the clothes Mafugue was wearing matched the fabric fibers left at the crime scene exactly. Lao Zhan presented the evidence with a bang. How else do you plan to deny it? Mafugue panicked. This shirt is available everywhere. It's just a coincidence. If I really were the murderer, why would I wear this outfit? I'd be walking into a trap. While that makes sense, it's also possible that Mafugue is using the light under the lamp principle to confuse the police. Lu Chen then compared the fingerprints again and found that the match rate was as high as 60%. That means there's a high likelihood that this was done by Mafugue. Mafugue protested vehemently. Officer, I just got out of lorry. There's no way I could have committed a crime so quickly. Besides, I only had a minor dispute with Zhu Yuzhong. Why would I go as far as to kill him? I'm innocent. Believe me. However, no matter how much Mafugue shouted, the current evidence pointed to him. Although there were still some doubts, he was clearly the prime suspect, so he had to be temporarily detained for now. With only 1.5 days left until the case is due to be solved, if no new leads emerge, it is highly likely that Mafugue's case files will be submitted for further investigation. After Mafugue had been shouting his innocence for a while, seeing that all the evidence pointed to him, he had no choice but to tell the truth. Alright, I'll confess. I wasn't home that night. I went to the Fenghuan Club. What were you doing at the Fenghuan Club? Just relaxing, officer. I was locked up for so long, and I don't have a wife. I have needs too. There are cameras there. If you don't believe me, go investigate. Seeing Lao Zhan looking at him suspiciously, Mafugue shouted anxiously. Seeing that Mafugue didn't seem to be lying, Lao Zhan immediately reported to Lu Tianpei and sent people to investigate at the Fenghuan Club. The people Lu Tianpei called were none other than Bai Shui and Lu Chen. Calling Bai Shui is pretty normal, she's a criminal investigator, after all. But why call her Lu Chen too? As Lu Tianpei put it, with that kid Lu Chen around, solving cases is a piece of cake. Although Lu Chen was speechless, he couldn't resist the temptation of a seafood feast and went along with Bai Shui. In truth, Lu Chen had always been interested in solving cases, but how could Lu Tianpei possibly have noticed? Upon arriving at the Fenghuan Club, Bai Shui entered in full police uniform to conduct the investigation. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, dressed in civilian clothes, entered the club posing as a customer. After entering, the two split up and began their separate missions. Bai Shui went straight to the club's manager. Between 10 p.m. on February 22nd and 3 a.m. on February 23rd, have you seen this person? The photo Bai Shui was holding was indeed of Mafugue. The club manager rubbed his eyes and looked again before saying, Officer, with so many guests coming and going every day, how am I supposed to remember everyone? Bai Shui didn't bother arguing with him. Can you check the surveillance footage? The person in charge was quite cooperative. Sure, come this way. Then he took Bai Shui to the surveillance room. All the surveillance footage is here. Please take a look. Bai Shui directly pulled up the surveillance footage from after 9 p.m. on February 22nd and focused on the entrances and exits. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already arrived at the private room. Normally, this club was not open to the public and required a card to enter. However, Lu Chen had obtained Mafugue's membership card and managed to sneak in, as the card was registered to the cardholder and not the individual. As soon as he entered the private room, Lu Chen said, I'm looking for Miss Mei Mei. This Miss Mei Mei was the woman who had helped Mafugue satisfy his desires that night. Since Lu Chen had a membership card and seemed very familiar with this Mei Mei, the waitress didn't think twice and called Mei Mei over. Mei Mei had thought it was an old customer coming to find her, but when she opened the private room door, she saw a stranger. Nini giggled sweetly. Oh, what a handsome young man. As she spoke, she turned and walked toward Lu Chen, then plopped down next to him. Do we know each other? Chapter 110, this is a reconnaissance mission. Lu Chen smiled faintly. I suppose Miss Mei must be a busy lady and forgot about me, right? Mei Mei giggled. How could that be? You're such a handsome young man, how could I possibly forget you? Then Mei Mei picked up a cup of wine, and the white flower on it accidentally brushed against Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen quickly embraced Miss Mei Mei and secretly revealed a photo of Mafugue. Do you recognize him? Nini, having seen the world, remained calm and asked, who is this person? An enemy? Lu Chen didn't beat around the bush. Is he your old flame? Nini giggled. My old flame? Isn't that you? Then Miss Mei Mei gently tapped Lu Chen with her delicate, boneless hands. Lu Chen grabbed Miss Mei Mei's hand and said with a forced smile, behave yourself, I'm a police officer. Mei Mei was startled for a moment, but only for a moment. She quickly regained her playful demeanor. The police can't get into this private room. Lu Chen also picked up a glass of wine and said casually, I used your old flame Mafugue's card to get in. Nini's face turned pale. What do you want from me? Lu Chen said, I just want to ask you, what were you doing on the 22nd at night? Nini replied, what else could I be doing? Serving customers, of course. What's the customer's name? Oh, you're really nosy. I have several guests in one night. How could I remember them all? Lu Chen coldly replied, you'd better think about it. Otherwise, next time, we won't be asking you here. Nini composed herself and thought carefully. On the 22nd at night, oh, right. On the 22nd at night, wasn't that when I was with my old flame, Mafugue? Lu Chen pressed further, how are you so sure it was Mafugue that night? Nini replied, well, he was released on the 21st, right? So he came to find me on the 22nd. I still remember the date. When did Mafugue leave the club? Nini said, he didn't leave until 7 a.m. the next morning. What's going on? Did he get into trouble again? Officer, this really has nothing to do with me. We just had something to do with each other. Officer, I've already told you everything. On the night of the 22nd, he was really with me. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance footage. It clearly shows when he came in and when he left. At that moment, Bai Shui walked by from outside, heard the commotion, and came in, giving Lu Chen a subtle nod. Lu Chen had already finished recording Mei Mei's statement and stood up to leave with Bai Shui first. Suddenly, Lu Chen caught a faint, lingering fragrance on Miss Mei Mei. What is that smell? Nini tugged at her clothes and said, it's probably the scent of the perfume I sprayed on. Lu Chen gave Bai Shui a meaningful glance, and Bai Shui understood immediately. Hey, where's the restroom? I suddenly have a stomachache. Nini stood up and said, I'll take you there. Bai Shui followed Mei Mei to the restroom. After a moment, she returned and nodded slightly to Lu Chen. The two left without making a sound. As soon as they stepped out, Lu Chen called Lu Tianpei. Lu team. Lu Tianpei burst into laughter upon hearing Lu Fei's voice. Ha, Lu Chen, did you solve another case? Lu Chen looked up at the sky in silence and said, it's an emergency. We've discovered a large amount of Magu traces at the Fingwang Club. I've already confirmed it with Officer Bai Shui. Requesting headquarters support. It turned out that the scent Lu Chen had smelled was not perfume or incense, but the distinctive odor produced after consuming Magu. Generally, people who use meth leave traces in the bathroom, so Lu Chen asked Bai Shui to check the restroom. Although they confirmed that everyone at the gathering had consumed methamphetamine, the two of them were still cautious about alerting the others, so they only called Lu Tianpei after leaving. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianpei immediately took it seriously. Got it, I'll handle it right away. This time, the police car responded without sirens, catching the Fingwang Club off guard. At the scene, authorities seized over 5 kilograms of methamphetamine and detained dozens of individuals suspected of using the drug. Lu Chen, of course, has once again performed a great service. However, this time, through surveillance footage and Miss Mei Mei's testimony, it was proven that Mafugue did not have the opportunity to commit the crime, and the leads in the burglary and murder case were once again cut off. At this point, there was only one day left until the deadline set by higher authorities for solving the case. Lu Tianpei sighed, can the murderer fly through the sky or disappear into thin air? Lu Chen replied solemnly, the net of heaven is wide but never misses its mark. We will definitely find the murderer. Lu Tianpei patted Lu Chen on the shoulder and said, then do your best. Our honor depends on you, Chen. Lu Tianpei patted Lu Chen on the shoulder and said, good luck. Our honor depends on you, Chen. Lu Chen, go to hell. However, Lu Chen still went to the autopsy room to see if he could find any clues. As the old saying goes, the body speaks. Finally, I can meet Lin Feng, the brilliant student from Hucking University. Lin Feng is a junior now, so he should be interning soon, right? Then he'll finally have a salary. Mom, then we won't have to give Lin Feng living expenses anymore. Don't forget to buy me the computer you promised when I graduate. Hearing 3 sentences in a row, Lu Chen was startled. Damn it, that corpse isn't really talking, is it? Lu Chen thought carefully. After solving the major drug case, the reward he received from the system's lottery was 3 important memories from the deceased. It seemed that these 3 segments were Zhu Yang's crucial memories. Who is this Lin Feng? From what Zhu Yang said, is he a top student at Huaqing University? Lu Chen returned to his office and used the hacking system he had obtained from the system rewards to check the information of current students at Huaqing University. After searching, he found that there were 13 alumni named Lin Feng, but all of them had graduated many years ago. Lu Chen remained calm and went to visit the Zhu family again. And Tian, on the day of the incident, did any strangers knock on your door? From what I've seen with theft cases, thieves usually scope out the place on the same day. Tian Xiujuan recalled, no strangers came to the house, did they? Lu Chen grew anxious. He couldn't directly ask about Lin Feng's situation either, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain it. Fortunately, Zhu Yuzhong suddenly said, Lin Feng did come over for dinner that day. Lin Feng is a student we've been sponsoring for years. He came to visit us during the winter break. By the way, he's a top student at Huaqing University. Zhu Yuzhong added. Lu Chen said casually, do you have any information about Lin Feng? Oh, don't misunderstand, I'm not suspecting Lin Feng, it's just part of the process. Zhu Yuzhong didn't suspect anything either. Upon hearing this, he flipped through his phone. Found it. This was 3 years ago when Lin Feng was admitted to Huaqing University and took a photo of the admission notice for us. Chapter 111, The Harshest Punishment. Lu Chen glanced at it and saw Lin Feng's ID number on it, so he nodded and said, this will do. He then took a photo, logged into the hacker system via his phone, and once again secretly infiltrated the Huaqing online student information database. Soon, the search results appeared, no such person found. Lu Chen casually asked again, is he also from Jinjiang City? Mentioning this, Zhu Yuzhong couldn't help but feel a bit relieved. No, that's not the case. He originally came to visit us since we were planning to return to our hometown. However, he heard about the incident at home and that Yang Yang's grandparents are both hospitalized. We've been too busy to handle everything, so he's been helping out at the hospital and taking care of them these past few days. Lu Chen understood and inquired about the hospital where Yang Yang's grandparents were staying, then notified Lu Tianpei to apprehend the suspect. Lu Chen understood and inquired about the hospital where Yang Yang's grandparents were staying before notifying Lu Tianpei to apprehend the suspect. Lu Tianpei was completely baffled. Lin Feng? He has nothing to do with this case, does he? He was just there as a guest, wasn't he? Lu Tianpei was completely baffled. Lin Feng? He has nothing to do with this case, does he? He was just there as a guest, wasn't he? Lu Chen uttered 2 words, intuition. Lu Tianpei, got it, I'll arrange it immediately. Woo-woo, the police car arrived, and several officers blocked Lin Feng outside Yang Yang's grandparents' hospital room. Lin Feng, right? Come with us. Lin Feng was surprised, what's going on? I still need to take care of the elderly. The police officer ignored him, twisted his arm, and forced him into the police car. At the police station, Lin Feng was still uncooperative. You've arrested the wrong person. Why are you arresting me? This time, Lu Chen personally conducted the interrogation. Lu Chen took a long stride and sat down in the chair opposite Lin Feng. His height gave Lin Feng a sense of oppression. Lin Feng, a third-year student at Huaqing University, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, but he forced himself to say, yes, that's right. Is there a problem? Lin Feng thought to himself that even the police wouldn't be able to confirm the information of a student still in school. But Lu Chen said directly, we've checked. There's no one named Lin Feng among the current students at Huaqing University. Lin Feng stammered, but that's impossible. I went to Huaqing University. Lu Chen directly pulled out the admission notice he had previously sent to Zhu Yuzhong and said, this admission notice is from P, right? Tell me, why did you do this? Lin Feng saw that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he said, yes, I forged the admission letter. I really wanted to go to university, but I didn't perform well on the exams, and my family refused to let me retake them. To keep Uncle Zhu supporting me, I lied and said I had been admitted to university. But officer, isn't that legal? Why are you arresting me? Lin Feng shouted. Lu Chen looked straight at him and said, because you killed Zhu Yang. Lin Feng panicked, I didn't. It's a misunderstanding. Zhu Yang was like my own brother. How could I possibly kill him? Because he told his own parents that he was already in his 3rd year of university and doing an internship, so they didn't need to send him any living expenses. Because he also told his parents that the money saved from not giving them living expenses could be used to buy him a new computer when he starts college next year. You're jealous of him and hate him for cutting off your allowance. You hate him for using your living expenses to buy a computer. Lin Feng was in a complete mess. No, that's just your side of the story. You have no proof. You want evidence, do you? Lu Chen waved his hand, and Bai Shui walked in. Lu Chen picked it up and said, this is the fingerprint you left behind when you were forging the theft scene. Your glove was caught on the drawer track and accidentally left behind. Through fingerprint reconstruction, your fingerprint match rate is 99%. That is, a perfect match. This one was found in the clothes you were wearing at the hotel where you were temporarily staying. The fiber structure on the clothes matches the fingerprints collected from between Zhu Yang's fingers at the crime scene. This one was found on the clothes you temporarily stayed at the hotel. The fiber structure on the clothes matches exactly with the fibers collected from the gaps between Zhu Yang's fingers at the crime scene. This one hasn't been washed or destroyed yet, has it? The bloodstains on it were identified as Zhu Yang's through DNA comparison. Do you have anything else to say? Lin Feng saw the irrefutable evidence and could no longer deny it, so he confessed everything in detail. I never intended to kill him, but he wouldn't let me live. I went to see Zhu Yuzhong just to be nice, hoping to find another excuse, like saying I was preparing for the graduate school entrance exam, so he'd keep supporting me. But he actually listened to his son and, using the excuse that I have an internship with a salary during my junior year, wants to cut off my living expenses. He even wants to use my living expenses to buy a computer for his son. What gives him the right? That night, I sneaked into his house, planning to take a quick grab and leave while no one was around. Even the heavens were on my side, the couple wasn't home. There's even someone stealing across the street. I can blame it all on those thieves when the time comes. But I never expected that this kid would notice and even try to chase after the thief. I took the opportunity to grab the item and leave, but I was caught red-handed by him when he returned. He's already seen my face. If I don't kill him, isn't that leaving a loose end? Well, what the hell, I might as well go all out. While he was still stunned, I stabbed him with a knife. Oh, right, the neighbors across the hall seemed to have heard the commotion, but they thought it was those thieves, so they didn't dare show their faces. I didn't bother to silence them either. What does this say about them? They have no integrity. When something happens at home, no one comes to help. Outside the surveillance room, Tian Xiujuan had already been crying uncontrollably, desperate to rush in and beat Lin Feng senseless. She was held back by Zhu Yuzhong. Xiuwan, calm down. Tian Xiuwan beat her chest and stamped her feet, exclaiming, he's not human. Old Zhu, he's not human. All these years, we've been helping such an ungrateful, disloyal, and treacherous person. How could he bring himself to do such a thing? Zhu Yuzhong also wiped away tears. We were blind. We had no idea that all these years we were helping a venomous snake. Inside the house, Lu Chen had mostly finished questioning him. There was no need to say more. What awaited Lin Feng would undoubtedly be the harshest punishment. In truth, the case was nearly closed, but there was still a formal procedure to follow. That is the testimony of the couple next door, Wang Chunfang and her husband. But unexpectedly, Lu Tianpei went there several times with others, but the couple refused to meet them. Lu Tianpei was so angry he was about to smash the door down, but Bai Shui calmed him down, and Wang Chunfang finally opened the door. But when asked about that night, Wang Chunfang still replied, I don't know, I'm not sure, I didn't see anything, and nothing was missing from our house. She simply shut the door. Lu Chen said, a human life, she's probably afraid of taking responsibility. But even so, your neighbors. How could you not hear the commotion? They went to help you chase the thief, and when they were attacked, you didn't lift a finger. Moreover, if they had been honest when first questioned, how much trouble could have been avoided? Lu Chen shook his head. The most unpredictable thing is the human heart. Chapter 112. So the beauty lives right next door to me. The Lakeview Garden murder case was finally closed. This was the first case that Lu Chen, Lu Tianpei, and Bai Shui had handled since arriving at the city bureau, and the three of them had delivered a satisfactory report. The city bureau's leadership also praised the three highly. Originally, the plan was to transfer only Lu Chen, but since Lu Chen was on the team, Lu Tianpei's personal achievements were also continuously improving. Therefore, when the municipal bureau made the transfers, they also included Lu Tianpei in the move. As for Officer Bai Shui, she had recently been transferred from the South City Police Station in Anjiang County to the municipal bureau. However, she had always been quite capable and had already achieved significant accomplishments at the South City Police Station. Following her transfer to work with Lu Chen, she also made notable contributions, which led to her being transferred to the municipal bureau as well. This is probably what they call when one person succeeds, everyone around them benefits. After packing up his things, Lu Chen was ready to head home, naturally heading back to the new house he had purchased in Xinyue Mansion. Xinyufu wasn't too far from the city bureau, about 7 stops away. Unfortunately, Lu Chen hadn't bought a car yet, otherwise he could have driven there in no time. What a pity! Lu Chen could only sigh and board the number 68 bus back home from the bus stop outside the city bureau. As soon as Lu Chen boarded the bus, he noticed that Bai Shui was also on board. Officer Bai Shui, what a coincidence! Bai Shui smiled and replied, what a coincidence! Are you also taking this bus? Lu Chen smiled, yes, I bought a house nearby for convenience at work. Before they knew it, they had arrived at Xinyufu Station. Lu Chen prepared to get off the bus to say goodbye to Bai Shui. Bye, Officer Bai Shui. I'm getting off here. Are you getting off here too? Bai Shui was a bit surprised. So you bought a house in Xinyufu? What a coincidence. I live here too. Really? That's such a coincidence. Let's go home together. This time, we really did go home together. The new apartment complex, Xinyufu, features a layout where each floor has 2 units per elevator. Lu Chen lives in Unit 2501 of Building 6, Unit 1, while Bai Shui resides in Unit 2502 of the same building in Unit. They're actually neighbors living right across from each other. When they reached the front door, Bai Shui smiled at Lu Chen and said, want to have dinner together? Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, sure, I don't really feel like eating alone anyway. Bai Shui smiled and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, a young girl rushed forward and hugged Bai Shui. Sister! You're back! Bai Shui quickly patted her. Lulu, come down quickly, there's a guest. Bai Lu finally noticed Lu Chen following behind Bai Shui and exclaimed in surprise, it's you? Bai Shui was surprised, you two know each other? Lu Chen was speechless, and Bai Lu burst into laughter. No, we don't know each other, ha! Bai Shui gently patted her, at least try to maintain some decorum. She then introduced Bai Lu to the others. This is Dr. Lu, the forensic pathologist from the City Bureau's forensic department. Even when he was at the county bureau, he made significant contributions to solving cases. The recent burglary and murder case at Lake Light Garden Community was also solved by him. Bai Lu's eyes lit up. Wow, so you're a forensic doctor? The other day at the City Bureau entrance, he took down the criminal in one move. I thought he was a criminal investigator. Bai Shui touched her nose. This was truly the case. Lu Chen's skills were something many detectives could only dream of. Turning to Lu Chen, Bai Shui introduced, this is my cousin, Bai Lu. She's staying at my place temporarily because of a promotional video shoot. Lu Chen maintained his smile and said, hello, Miss Bai Lu. I recognize you. I really enjoyed your performance in The Glory of the Police. Bai Lu's eyes lit up. Wow, the renowned forensic pathologist Lu is actually a fan of mine. Bai Shui quickly patted her again. Come on, hurry up and get ready to cook. Dr. Lu is having dinner with us today. Bai Lu rolled up her sleeves. Then I'll have to show off my cooking skills today. Bai Shui, no, I'm afraid you'll burn down the kitchen. Bai Lu pouted. Don't be like that, sis. I've made so much progress lately, really, I have. Bai Shui turned around and smiled at Lu Chen, saying, you rest for a while and watch TV. It'll be fine soon. Lu Chen felt awkward just sitting there. Should I help you with something? The two sisters replied in unison, no need, no need. We'll be done in a moment. It was hard to refuse such kindness, so Lu Chen had no choice but to sit down. The layout of Bai Shui's house was basically the same as his own, except that one was an eastern-facing house and the other was a western-facing house. In terms of soft furnishings and decor, Lu Chen's home has a cooler, more industrial color scheme, while Bai Shui's home has a warmer, more pastel color scheme. So the tough and stylish police officer Bai Shui has this side to her? As they said, it was indeed quick. Lu Chen had only just turned on the TV to watch a little of The Glory of the Police when dinner was ready. 4 dishes and a soup, 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetarian dishes. Bai Lu, as if seeking praise, said to Lu Chen, how about it? How about it? Guess which one was made by my sister? Which one did I make? Lu Chen stroked his chin and pointed at the white-boiled shrimp, saying, this one is yours. Bai Lu exclaimed, wow, you're so talented. You can even guess that? Try guessing again. Lu Chen pointed to a plate of green vegetables and said, this is. Bai Lu thought Lu Chen was going to say it was his, but Lu Chen turned his hand and pointed at Bai Shui. Your sister Bai Shui made it. Bai Lu sighed, and Bai Shui smiled slightly. Lu Chen pointed to the green pepper and pork strips and the tomato and egg stir-fry and said, these are also made by your sister. Then there's the soup, which is a simple cabbage and tofu soup. Though simple, the bright green cabbage floats on top of the snow-white tofu, sprinkled with a bit of pepper, making it incredibly delicious. Lu Chen looked at the soup and said to Bai Lu, you cut the tofu, and your sister made the soup. Over. Bai Lu exclaimed, that's amazing. How did you figure that out? Lu Chen smiled, because the only flavors on your hands are shrimp and tofu. Bai Lu was surprised and raised her hand to smell it herself. There's no smell at all. Bai Shui also laughed, your nose is almost as good as that of forensic Dr. Tu Sainan. Hurry up and wash your hands and eat. I didn't have much time to prepare, so there's nothing special. Just make do for now. If I get off work early tomorrow, I'll cook something delicious for you. As soon as Bai Shui mentioned making something delicious, Bai Lu perked up. Sis, I want your braised pork. And sweet and sour fish. And braised lion's head meatballs. Bai Shui sighed helplessly, alright, whatever you want. Lu Chen smiled along with her. Eating together like this was quite warm and lively, and it seemed pretty nice. After returning home, Lu Chen washed up and lay down on the bed, then called up the system. The system interface currently displayed that Lu Chen had accumulated 5,000 merit points. After some consideration, Lu Chen exchanged 2,000 merit points for 20 points of free attributes, distributing them evenly among strength, agility, and endurance. There are also 2 remaining lottery chances from accumulated cases. System, conduct the lottery. Chapter 113, Voice Print Recognition. Ding, the lottery has begun. As a flash of light appeared, a skill manifested. Ding, acquired voice print recognition skill, skill level max. Voice print recognition is a type of biometric technology. It is a technology that identifies and confirms speakers based on their voices. Speaker identification technology is generally used in criminal investigations, while speaker confirmation technology is required for bank transactions. This feature is indeed quite useful. In the future, if we encounter cases requiring voice recognition or identification, we can make use of it. There's still one more chance to enter the lottery, so I'll save it for next time. After tidying up, Lu Chen fell into a deep sleep. The 2 sisters from the Bai family were still having a bedside meeting at that moment. Sister, tell me the truth, do you like that forensic Dr. Lu? Nonsense, how could that be? Hey, how could it not be possible? Look at the way he's looking at you. I can tell. Is it that obvious? You finally admit it, don't you? Alright, yes, I like him. Yeah, he's so handsome and capable. Who wouldn't like him? Even the police officer Bai Shui isn't an exception. Bai Lu chuckled and said, "Sis, let me help you." "How can you help?" "Just wait and see. But you better not mess around, okay?" "Don't worry, sis, I'm not that kind of person, hee hee." The next morning, as soon as Lu Chen opened the door, he saw the two sisters next door, Bai Shui and Bai Lu, also getting ready to go out. "Good morning." "Good morning, Lu Gu." As soon as she saw Lu Chen, Bai Lu excitedly shouted. Lu Chen was puzzled as to why Bai Lu was so excited to see him, but he smiled and nodded anyway. He then said to Bai Shui, "Good morning, Officer Bai. Let's go to work together." Bai Lu hurriedly said, "You two go ahead. I have something to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, Bai Lu hopped away like a little rabbit, pressed the elevator button, and ran off. She actually ran away. With no other option, Lu Chen could only wait for the next elevator with Bai Shui. For some reason, Lu Chen felt that Bai Shui was looking at him strangely, and the atmosphere throughout the ride felt tense. Finally arriving at the city bureau, Bai Shui dropped a quick, "Call me after work tonight. Let's go home and have dinner together," before rushing back to the criminal investigation team too. These words were overheard by Lu Tianpei. Lu Tianpei turned around, placed his hand on Lu Chen's shoulder, and winked, saying, "Not bad, you two. You're already living together." Lu Chen was speechless. "What are you talking about? We're just neighbors. We just happen to live next door." "Oh my goodness, neighbors. Right across the hall. Oh my goodness, isn't this a match made in heaven?" "Chen, I don't care, you have to treat me to a nice meal at lunch." Lu Chen glanced at him and said, "You still owe me for those 2 barbecues, right?" Lu Tianpei immediately pretended to be very busy. "Oh my, Officer Bai Shui, wait a moment. I have a case to discuss with you." "Well, you can run but you can't hide. Lu Tianpei won't be able to avoid paying for those 2 meals of barbecue." Shaking his head, Lu Chen returned to the forensic science office. Before Lu Chen could sit down, Wu, the section chief, called him to the director's office, saying the director wanted to see him. Lu Chen sighed and headed toward the director's office. Wu Ku, however, was somewhat worried. He had been keeping an eye on Lu Chen for a long time. Given his work ability and past achievements, he was more than qualified for the position of section chief. The director summoning him must be regarding this year's performance evaluation. If that happens, Wu, who has worked for decades as a section chief, would have to report to a young upstart. Wu Ku was spot on. The director summoned Lu Chen for the rating evaluation. As soon as they entered the director's office, the director smiled broadly at Lu Chen and said, "Lu Chen, come sit down." Lu Chen saluted and sat down as instructed. The director got straight to the point. "I called you here to discuss the rating matter. Over the past 6 months, you've solved numerous cases, both big and small, and made significant contributions. I'm sure you've already considered the corresponding promotion in your mind, haven't you?" Lu Chen hurriedly said, No, I will absolutely obey the organization's arrangements." The bureau chief seemed to hesitate for a moment before continuing. "Based on your personal achievements, you would have been eligible for promotion to section chief. However, as you know, promotions are decided based on a variety of factors. You've just joined the forensic medicine department of the municipal bureau, while Mr. Wu, the section chief, has been with the municipal bureau for decades." Lu Chen immediately understood. "Director, I'm still young. Being able to work under Mr. Wu's guidance is an honor for me." The director burst into laughter. "Lu Chen, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Rest assured, I won't let you down either. Although the position is only at the deputy section level, I've secured the same benefits as a full section level position for you. Additionally, you will also serve as the deputy captain of the second team, which entitles you to an extra allowance." Lu Chen quickly stood up and saluted. "Thank you for your recognition, sir. I will work hard." The director stood up, patted Lu Chen on the shoulder, and said, "Do a good job. I have high hopes for you." Lu Chen replied loudly, "Yes." The director was even more satisfied. Young people, the worst thing is to be too proud. Within the system, having ability will indeed be recognized, but one also needs a certain degree of tact in dealing with others. This is something Lu Chen does very well. As for Lu Chen, he naturally has no objections to this deputy section level position. The bureau chief was quite right. He had just been transferred to the municipal bureau and was still quite young. Gaining some experience wouldn't be a bad thing. Besides, the benefits are the same as those of a section chief, aren't they? Besides, Lu Chen's ambitions aren't confined to the small municipal bureau. His goal is the provincial department, and even the Ministry of Public Security. After returning to his office, Wu Ke was summoned to the bureau chief's office. When Wu Ke came out of the director's office, he was beaming with joy, and even the way he looked at Lu Chen was filled with admiration. "Come on, to welcome Comrade Lu Chen to our forensic medicine department, I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight. Welcome Comrade Lu Chen to our city bureau's forensic medicine department." Upon hearing that section chief Wu, the stingy old miser, was actually treating everyone to dinner, Tu Sainan and Xiong Xiong immediately cheered with excitement. "Oh yeah, that's awesome. Mr. Wu, can we skip the Fulling building this time? The food there is really getting old." Don't let the fancy name fool you, it's just a slightly more upscale Sichuan restaurant. The food isn't that bad, but the key is that it's cheap. Since this tightwad is finally willing to part with some money, we can't let this opportunity slip away, can we? Upon hearing Tu Sainan say this, Xiong Xiong immediately chimed in, exactly, Mr. Wu. It's always the Lotus Pavilion. This is for welcoming Brother Lu, so we have to make it special. Wu Ku, having secured his position, naturally wouldn't dwell on it. He laughed and scolded, as if I've ever shortchanged you guys before. Alright, let's go to the Four Seasons seafood restaurant tonight. Lu Chen was about to speak when his phone rang. Chapter 114, The Case of the Richest Man in Xinjiang. The call came from an unknown number. Lu Chen waved to everyone briefly before stepping aside to answer the call. Hello, is this Dr. Lu? Yes, this is Dr. Lu. Please go ahead. Hello, I was referred to you by Mr. Yang from XX Airlines. I have a matter that requires your assistance. Lu Chen was surprised. You should know that I'm a forensic doctor. The person across from him smiled and said, I know. How about we have lunch together and discuss it in person? Lunch? Lu Chen hesitated. He had already agreed to have dinner with Bai Shui that evening, but now Wu Ke was inviting him to a departmental gathering. The person across from him seemed to notice Lu Chen's hesitation. If you can complete this case, the reward is 1 million. And rest assured, whether you take the case or not, we won't let you come here for nothing. Lu Chen understood the implication. Even if he declined the case, they would certainly compensate him for his time and effort. Well, if that's the case, it might actually be worth making the trip after all. Besides, what if Lu Chen is really interested in this case? Even if it's just for 1 million, it's worth the trip. 1 million yuan is enough for Lu Chen to pay off his mortgage early and buy a car for commuting. Upon returning to the office, Lu Chen sheepishly told everyone. Sorry, everyone, there's something urgent at home that I need to take care of. Sorry. I'll treat everyone to a nice meal when I get back. Let's go to Four Seasons Seafood, and it's on me. Since Lu Chen has already said that, everyone else shouldn't insist on it. Everyone quickly said, it's okay. You should go home and take care of your family first. After finishing up at the forensic department, Lu Chen dug out Bai Shui's contact information and sent her a message. I have something urgent to attend to and will be out for a while. I won't be back for dinner tonight. After sending the message, Lu Chen realized it sounded a bit off, like a husband reporting his whereabouts to his wife. Scratching his head, Lu Chen went out to hail a taxi and headed straight to the address mentioned in the call. He had heard of this place before, but had never been there. The landmark building of Xinjiang City, the World Trade Intercontinental Hotel. This hotel is renowned for its luxury and ranks among the top hotels in the country, with a minimum overnight stay starting at 3,000 yuan. The hotel also offers private dining rooms, which are only available to premium members. It is said that the minimum spend for these rooms is 5,000 yuan. After Lu Chen mentioned the name of the private dining room, the server led him to Jin Yuan Chun. At that moment, Lu Chen was unaware that the private rooms at the World Trade Intercontinental Hotel were actually ranked, and Jin Yuan Chun was one of the best private rooms among them. Upon arriving at the private room, Lu Chen glanced around. The private room had a traditional Chinese style, with antique-style furniture. However, Lu Chen knew that the more traditional the Chinese furniture, the more expensive it was. This private room must not be cheap, which clearly demonstrated how much the host valued Lu Chen. At that moment, a man dressed in a suit and tie, clearly a social elite, emerged from behind the screen, extended his hand, and said, "You must be Mr. Lu?" "Hello." Lu Chen thought this was the main person, so he also extended his hand and shook it. "Hello, I'm Lu Chen." The man extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. "Mr. Lu, I am Mr. Zhao's personal assistant. You may call me Mr. Wang. Mr. Zhao has been waiting for you inside for some time." Lu Chen followed him inside and saw a middle-aged man sitting on a traditional Chinese-style armchair, wearing a traditional Chinese-style open-fronted jacket. He must be Mr. Zhao, the host. Although Mr. Zhao appeared to be dressed casually, he exuded an air of authority without needing to raise his voice, a presence that only comes with years of being in a position of power. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Mr. Zhao raised his hand in a gesture of invitation. "Mr. Lu, please sit." Assistant Xiao Wang quickly brought over a Taisher chair and placed it opposite Mr. Zhao. After Lu Chen sat down, Mr. Zhao said, "Mr. Lu, I apologize for calling you over at this time and interrupting your meal. Please accept my apologies. However, this matter is quite urgent. Let's discuss it first, and you can eat afterward. Is that acceptable?" As for the client's requirements, Lu Chen wouldn't dare to disagree. Lu Chen said seriously, "That's perfect. I also prefer to settle things first. Otherwise, I really can't stomach it. Mr. Zhao, please go ahead." Mr. Zhao's lips curled into a satisfied smile, which quickly faded back into a neutral expression. "It's like this, Mr. Lu. My surname is Zhao, and my given name is Zhao Ziyi. If you followed financial news, you should know a bit about the Zhao family." "Zhao Ziyi? The Zhao Ziyi from the Zhao family, the wealthiest family in Xinjiang City?" Upon seeing Lu Chen's expression, Zhao Jiu knew that he had heard about his family's affairs. Yes, it's the Zhao family, you know. Here's the situation: our old master passed away recently, and I was supposed to inherit 90% of the Zhao family's assets, with the remaining 10% to be divided equally among my other brothers and sisters. Now, the Zhao family has built up this fortune, and while I wouldn't dare claim it's all my doing, I do believe I'm the most capable person to manage such a large estate. However, after handling the old master's funeral arrangements, his will stated that my idle older brother, Zhao Zhixiao, was to inherit 60% of the shares, while I received only 10%, and the remaining siblings collectively held 30%. This left me utterly perplexed. I had discussed this with the old man before, and he had clearly expressed his intention for me to inherit the family business. Why would he change his mind at the last moment? Though, given Zhao's abilities, even if he only takes 10%, he's confident he can eventually reclaim the other shares. But it's still a hassle, and I just can't swallow that pride. So I thought I'd ask Mr. Lu to help me investigate and see if there's anything suspicious about this will. Lu Chun understood immediately. Even if it were the richest man in Jinjiang City, let alone a family in a village on the outskirts of the city facing demolition, it wasn't uncommon for siblings or even father and son to become enemies over a house. How much more so for a family like the Zhao family with such a vast fortune? Lu Chun thought for a moment and asked, "May I ask what form the will left by Mr. Zhao's father took?" Mr. Zhao gestured for his assistant, Xiao Wang, to step forward and present the relevant documents. The documents turned out to be a notarized copy of a will, clearly stating the distribution of assets in black and white, consistent with what Mr. Zhao Jiu had stated. A notarized will has legal effect, and the fingerprints and seals would certainly not be forged. If they were forged, Mr. Zhao would have been able to detect it himself without needing Lu Chen. Therefore, Lu Chen couldn't immediately identify any discrepancies. Lu Chen finished reviewing the documents and asked, "Do you have any information on the other stakeholders? Perhaps we can investigate from the beneficiary's perspective." Chapter 115, Mr. Lu is indeed clever. Mr. Zhao smiled. Mr. Lu is indeed clever. Xiao Wang then timely handed over a set of documents, which were precisely the relevant information about the Zhao siblings. Lu Chen took it and gave it a quick glance, already forming a rough plan in his mind. The Zhao siblings were 5 in total, with the eldest being Zhao Zhixiao. As the eldest son and grandson of the Zhao family, he had been raised in luxury from a young age. Additionally, due to the special affection of the elderly patriarch of the Zhao family, he had developed a lazy and indulgent nature. The second son is Zhao Zhiyi, who came to seek out Lu Chen. Although Zhao Zhiyi is also a male grandson, with his older brother Zhao Zhixiao taking precedence, he did not receive much favor. As a result, the second son worked hard from a young age, excelled in his studies, and demonstrated high emotional intelligence. Upon graduation, he joined the Zhao family's company, starting from the bottom, and within a few years, he rose to the position of general manager. Later, he was assigned to a new business division, expanding the Zhao family's business empire. Through his efforts, he transformed the Zhao family's medium-sized enterprise into the wealthiest family in Jinjiang City. Therefore, when Zhao Zhiyi mentioned earlier that the Zhao family's current success is entirely due to his contributions, it is by no means an exaggeration. The third son, Zhao Zil, was also well-educated and intelligent. However, the Zhao family had already been firmly controlled by Zhao Zhiyi, leaving no room for Zhao Zil to make a significant impact. He currently works as a manager in the operations department of the Zhao family's company. The fourth son is named Zhao Zhixin. As the youngest son and the grandfather's favorite grandson, Zhao Zhixiao was the most beloved by the old patriarch Zhao. However, the old patriarch Zhao himself favored this youngest son, Zhao Zhixin. Zhao Zhixin has always been a playboy, with a penchant for a life of debauchery and indulgence. If you ask him about the Zhao family's businesses, he might not know much, but if you ask him about the best girls in Jinjiang City, he'd definitely know. Cough, getting off track. Mr. Zhao also had an elderly daughter named Zhao Baozhu. Though she was a late-in-life daughter, and he had such a daughter, Mr. Zhao had so many children that he felt his youngest son, Zhao Zhixin, was most like him, so he didn't pay much attention to this youngest daughter. However, Zhao Baozhu has everything a young lady from a wealthy family should have. Even though Mr. Zhao doesn't show much affection for her, Mrs. Zhao adores this daughter, and her name, Baozhu, hints at this affection. If we look at the beneficiaries, the eldest son, Zhao Zhixiao, is the most suspicious, as he alone inherited 50% of the estate. The second son, Zhao Ziyi, receives 10%. The third son, Zhao Zil, holds 10%. The fourth son, Zhao Zhixin, holds 10%. The fifth son, Zhao Baozhu, holds 20%. This is a bit subtle. The third son actually received the second largest share of the inheritance. Moreover, everyone's share of the inheritance is higher than that of the second son, Zhao Ziyi. After all, the second son is the pillar of the Zhao family. Even if the eldest son is the firstborn, he should get a larger share. The fourth son is the old man's favorite, so he should also get a larger share. But that doesn't mean the difference should be so huge. Therefore, not only is the eldest brother a suspect, but the other siblings are also suspects. However, we can only make a final judgment after Lu Chen has seen them. Seeing that Lu Chen had finished reviewing the documents in his hands, Mr. Zhao Ziyi continued. Mr. Lu, since the official equity transfer will take place at 9 a.m. 3 days from now, please ensure that the investigation is completed by that date. In other words, Lu Chen only has 3 days to investigate. No, today is already half over, so he only has 2.5 days left. Mr. Zhao Ziyi then gestured again, and his assistant, Xiao Wang, immediately handed over a large manila envelope, taking out stacks of cash and placing them on the table. There were a total of 10 stacks, amounting to $10,000. Mr. Lu, this is your deposit. Regardless of whether you solved the case within 3 days, the deposit will not be refunded. This is a surefire deal with no risk involved. What else is Mr. Lu hesitating about? Just take it. Alright, I'll take it. I'll take a leave of absence and start investigating right away. Mr. Zhao Ziyi smiled, there's no need to rush. Mr. Lu hasn't eaten yet. Let's have dinner together first. Then I'll humbly accept your kind invitation. After all, it's already this late, and the cafeteria has long since closed. What? Go out to eat? Lu Chen is currently burdened with a mortgage. How could he waste money? With someone offering to treat him to a feast, Lu Chen naturally wouldn't pass up the opportunity. It must be said that the food at this top-tier hotel is truly delicious, and the names are elegantly chosen. For example, Mandarin Duck Jade Belt is actually garlic steamed lobster. Starlight Golden Sand fills the hall, which is mushroom tender lamb chops. A bowl of 10 virtues and perfect blessings, that's abalone stewed with northern mushrooms. The brocade of 100 flowers dish is a stir-fried shrimp ball dish with a variety of side dishes. Not only is it delicious and visually appealing, but the presentation is also so elegant that it is a delight to the eyes. After finishing his meal, Lu Chen first asked Mr. Wu for permission to leave, then got to work on his personal tasks. This was purely personal business, and Zhao Ziyi couldn't get Zhao Zhixiao and the others to cooperate with his investigation. So Lu Chen had no choice but to conduct his own investigation in the manner of a detective. Lu Chen found an internet cafe, logged into the hacker system, and first checked the information about the notary office where the old man's video and documents were notarized, as well as the information about the notary public. He then hacked into the accounts of the notary public office staff. If he could find any suspicious transaction information in these accounts, he would be able to pinpoint the suspect. After nearly half an hour of investigation, all the accounts associated with the notary public officers were checked, but unfortunately, no large-scale transaction information was found. Lu Chen tapped the table and thought for a moment. He placed both hands on the keyboard and started typing again. Since he couldn't find the deposit information, it was also possible that the money had been transferred to a third-party account. He could also start with the withdrawal information. So Lu Chen began to investigate the bank account information of the Zhao siblings and checked their recent large transfer records. White characters kept flashing on the black screen. An hour later, the results were in. Zhao Zhixiao, the boss, transferred 300,000 yuan on February 1st. Third son Zhao Jili transferred 200,000 yuan from the account on February 3rd. Fourth son Zhao Jiexayan transferred 300,000 yuan from his account on February 7th. Zhao Baozhu, the fifth child, transferred 250,000 yuan on February 5th. Hey, there are even large transfer records. We'll have to check the recipient information for these accounts next. Lu Chen tapped away at the keyboard, and soon the white characters began to dance across the screen again. This time it was faster. Within 10 minutes, he had identified the information of 4 recipients. The recipient of the funds transferred by Zhao Zhixiao, the boss, is named Wu Peipei, a 23-year-old female college student. Transferring 300,000 yuan to a female college student? That's quite a generous gesture. The recipient of the funds transferred by the third son, Zhao Zil, is a technology company named Sihai. Lu Chen took the initiative to investigate and found that the company's business scope includes technology transfer, technical consulting, technical services, technology development in the field of electronics and information technology, network technology, environmental protection engineering, communication engineering, and network engineering. The recipient information for the transferred funds from the fourth son, Zhao Jiexayan, was Yuan Man, an obscure minor celebrity. It's likely that the fourth son is maintaining her financially. The recipient information for the transferred funds from the fifth son, Zhao Baozhu, is Zhu Zhengyue, a lawyer. Right, a lawyer. Chapter 116, The Details of the Will. Lu Chen immediately started typing on the keyboard, searching for information related to Zhu Zhengyue. Soon, the information about Zhu Zhengyue appeared before Lu Chen. Zhu Zhengyue graduated from Huaguai Judicial University and was a renowned high-achieving graduate. After graduation, he joined one of the Big Four accounting firms. Additionally, he is the contracted lawyer for the Zhao family's company, and the will was drafted by him. Lu Chen checked Zhu Zhengyue and Zhao Baozhu's communication records again and found that the two had been in frequent contact, further deepening his suspicions. Without hesitation, Lu Chen logged off, changed his appearance, and hailed a taxi to the Gongzheng law firm, specifically requesting to consult with attorney Zhu Zhengyue. Generally, legal consultations require an appointment, especially with a well-known lawyer like Zhu Zhengwei. But who can blame Lu Chen for offering more? Generally, lawyers charge between 200 and 2,000 yuan per hour for consultations, and Zhu Zhengwei's fee doesn't even reach 2,000 yuan per hour, yet Lu Chen directly paid 3,000 yuan for Zhu Zhengwei's 1-hour consultation. Of course, Lu Chen's money wasn't spent in vain. Mr. Zhao said that all expenses incurred during the investigation could be reimbursed through him. This also made the law firm deeply impressed by Lu Chen as a promising client. Without hesitation, they had Zhu Zhengwei cancel the case he had already scheduled and sit down in front of Lu Chen. As soon as he saw Lu Chen, Zhu Zhengwei gave him a professional smile and handed him his business card, saying, "Mr. Chen, hello. I am Zhu Zhengwei. Here is my business card." Lu Chen concealed his real name and referred to himself as Chen, so Zhu Zhengwei addressed Lu Chen as Mr. Chen. Lu Chen took the business card, glanced at it, and said, "Hello, Mr. Zhu. I've heard good things about you and would like to consult you about my elderly relative's will." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhengwei smiled and said, "That's perfect, as this is my area of expertise. Just recently, I handled the will of Mr. Zhao from the Zhao family. To avoid wasting your time, please organize your questions and present them to me, and I will analyze and answer them for you." Lu Chen said, "Alright, I'll get straight to the point. Mr. Zhu, what conditions must be met for a will to be valid?" Zhu Zhengwei replied without hesitation, "The following conditions must be met for a will to be valid. First, the testator must have the capacity to make a will. In other words, a will made by a person who lacks legal capacity or has limited legal capacity is invalid. For example, if the testator is in a coma, mentally confused, or in any other condition that impairs their judgment, such a will is invalid. 2. The content of the will must accurately reflect the true intentions of the testator. That is, if the testator made the will under duress, deception, or other similar circumstances, the will is invalid. 3. The property disposed of in a will must be legally owned by the testator. Disposing of another person's property is invalid. This point should be relatively easy for Mr. Chen to understand. 4. The content of a will must be lawful and must not violate public order and good morals. 5. A will may not deprive an heir who is incapable of working and has no means of subsistence of their right to inherit. 6. After making a will, if the testator engages in civil legal acts contrary to the provisions of the will, such acts shall be deemed as a revocation of the relevant provisions of the will. 7. If multiple wills are made and their contents conflict, the latest will shall prevail." Lu Chen nodded and said, "Mr. Zhu is very professional. I have another question. If a testator makes a will that the heirs cannot accept, what should the heirs do?" Zhu Zhengwei replied confidently, "If there is a will and other heirs do not recognize it, they can first try to resolve the matter through negotiation. If negotiation fails, they can file a lawsuit. However, please note that if the will has been notarized, even if the heirs do not acknowledge it, the will remains valid." Lu Chen asked again, "So a notarized will cannot be changed?" Lu Chen hired Zhu Zhengwei's services for 2 reasons. First, he wanted to get to know the man's character through conversation, and second, he also wanted to find out how to go about revoking a notarized will. Zhu Zhengwei replied, "Unless you can prove that the will is forged or falls under the aforementioned categories of invalid wills." "Alright, do you have a will template here that you could provide me with?" Zhu Zhengwei smiled and said, "Of course, that's no problem." Zhu Zhengwei turned to his assistant and asked him to bring over a contract template. Just as Zhu Zhengwei turned around, Lu Chen glanced up and saw a message pop up on Zhu Zhengwei's phone. "Mr. Zhu, please come to the usual place after work." "The usual place? That must be someone you know well." Not long after, Zhu Zhengwei's assistant brought over a framework will template and handed it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen thanked him and glanced at it. The layout of the template was very similar to the one from Mr. Zhao. After chatting for a while longer, Lu Chen could tell that Zhu Zhengwei was very professional but also quite money-minded. Take the will template, for example. Based on Lu Chen's needs, Zhu Zhengwei should have shown more sincerity, such as providing some tailored advice, rather than just handing over a generic framework template. An hour passed quickly, and Lu Chen smiled and took his leave. Zhu Zhengwei didn't insist, merely saying, "Mr. Chen, please feel free to contact me if you have any further needs." After Lu Chen left, he immediately rushed to the car rental agency to rent a car. Not having a car was really inconvenient. He then rushed back to the law firm building to keep watch. Fortunately, there was still time. The lawyer was about to leave work on the dot. Sure enough, I waited until 8 p.m. before Zhu Zhengwei finally emerged from the law firm. Once Zhu Zhengwei had driven off, Lu Chen immediately followed in his car. He guessed that Zhu Zhengwei had been busy with cases all day and was so tense that he hadn't noticed anyone following him. A short while later, Zhu Zhengwei stopped at a tea restaurant that looked low-key and ordinary on the outside. Lu Chen quickly parked his car and followed him inside. Zhu Zhengwei entered the restaurant and headed straight for the private room at the back. Lu Chen glanced at the name on the private room and asked the waiter for the adjacent one. Thanks to the 20 points of free attributes Lu Chen had exchanged for 2,000 merit points earlier, his strength, agility, and endurance were now all at 20 points. Ordinary people only have 10 points, so Lu Chen's 20 points have already far surpassed the level of a special forces soldier. Therefore, while Lu Chen was concentrating intently, the sounds from the adjacent private room were clearly audible to his ears. How about it? Is everything taken care of? It was a woman's voice. Not yet, but it's almost done. Don't worry, as long as the money is in place, everything can be arranged. This was Zhu Jingwei's voice. Zhu Jingwei, let me tell you this, once you take my money, you better do a good job for me. I, Zhao Baozhu, am not someone who can be easily fooled. It's truly a case of searching high and low in vain, only to find it effortlessly. The one who arranged the meeting with Zhu Jingwei is none other than Zhao Baozhu. Chapter 117, it's not just 1 million, it's many millions. Zhu Jingwei's voice came from the adjacent private room again. Don't worry, Miss Xiao. Congratulations on your upcoming massive inheritance. You'll be counting on me in the future. I wouldn't dare offend my own money god. Zhao Baozhu then said, this is the final hurdle. You'd better be careful. Otherwise, the duck that's already in the bag might fly away. Yes, sir. Rest assured, I'll keep a close eye on this matter over the next few days and ensure it's resolved smoothly. Lu Chen caught the key words. He was about to inherit a massive fortune and reach the final hurdle. Could it be that Zhao Baozhu had the lawyer tamper with the will? But there's still the old man's video. Well, how did she manage to do that? With a head full of confusion, Lu Chen heard his neighbors finish their meal and check out, so he also checked out a bit later. He decided to continue following Zhu Jingwei. Since Zhu Jingwei was going to handle some business, he would naturally take action as well. Sure enough, after finishing his meal, Zhu Jingwei didn't go home to rest but instead drove to the hospital again. The hospital? Could it be the same hospital where the old man is staying? Did Zhu Jingwei bribe the medical staff? Lu Chen, who had disguised himself again in the car, quietly followed Zhu Jingwei into the hospital. Zhu Jingwei, clearly familiar with the place, walked straight to the door of a ward in the inpatient department. Lu Chen quickly thought of a plan, slipped into the cleaning supply room, grabbed some spare cleaning uniforms and tools, and went to the neighboring ward. He pretended to clean while keeping his ears open to listen to the sounds coming from the adjacent room. Soon, Zhu Jingwei's voice came from the next room. I'm telling you, Zheng brother, don't be so greedy. The compensation we've given you is already more than enough. Humph. That Miss Zhao is so wealthy. What does this compensation amount to? Let me tell you, without 5 million, this matter won't be settled. 5 million? You're really asking for the moon. If you don't want to give it, then don't. I'll just go tell the judge about this Miss Zhao. What do you think? If I tell the truth, how many years will Miss Zhao get? Zhu Jingwei said again, alright, I really can't give you 5 million. You know, with your injuries, you should have been discharged from the hospital long ago. 500,000, and we'll call it even. 500,000? Are you trying to get rid of a beggar? You should know that someone died here. Zhu Jingwei said again, 1 million, or else we'll see each other in court. I'm sure you can't afford a good lawyer, and you'll probably end up getting nothing. The man seemed to think for a moment. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, alright, 1 million. I want to see the money first before signing the agreement. Otherwise, forget it. Zhu Jingwei agreed readily, deal. We'll exchange the money and sign the agreement tomorrow. Hey, young man, you've cleaned up nicely. That's enough. Go ahead and get back to work. Don't disturb my sleep. The patient in the ward interrupted Lu Chen from continuing to eavesdrop. Lu Chen tidied up and left the ward. He glanced at the neighboring ward on his way out and saw that Zhu Jingwei had already left. Lu Chen didn't rush to change out of his cleaning uniform and tools to follow Zhu Jingwei. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen pushed the tools and went to the ward where Zhu Jingwei had gone. Upon entering the room, he saw a patient lying in bed with his right leg in a cast, one hand eating grapes and the other holding a phone while making a call. When Lu Chen entered, the patient didn't bother to avoid him and continued chatting animatedly with the person on the other end of the phone. Yes, it's 1 million. Now I'm finally rich. What? You mean what can you do with 1 million? Is this really 1 million? This is Zhao. At this point, the patient remembered that Lu Chen was also in the room. He glanced at Lu Chen and said, you can go out first. There's no need for you to clean up here. Great, being a cleaner has already earned me 2 rejections. Anyway, Lu Chen wasn't willing to lower himself to do this cleaning job, so he went straight to the cleaning room to change out of his clothes. As he left, Lu Chen noticed the ward number and name, Ward 1307, Zhangdao. It was already 10 p.m., so Lu Chen drove home, turned on his computer, and began searching for information about Zhang Dao. Through the hospital system's patient records, Lu Chen quickly obtained Zhang Dao's contact information and ID number. Lu Chen then checked Zhang Dao's account and communication records. The account balance was a meager 3,572. Moreover, Zhang Dao had multiple bank credit cards, each with overdrafts ranging from 10,000 to 50,000. A thought crossed Lu Chen's mind, and he checked the websites linked to Zhang Dao's phone number. Sure enough, Zhang Dao had also taken out numerous small loans, with the total amount adding up to a staggering 300,000 yuan. Moreover, Zheng Dao himself was unemployed and had no means of repayment. To settle these debts, he had no choice but to take desperate measures. Zheng Dao and Zhao Baozhu also have call records, specifically on February 3rd. After February 5th, the records show contact with Zhu Zhengwei. It seems likely that after Zhao Baozhu transferred the money to Zhu Zhengwei on February 5th, Zhu Zhengwei took over the matter. Suddenly, Lu Chen noticed that Zhang Dao's hospitalization information listed car accident. Suddenly, Lu Chen noticed that Zhang Dao's hospital admission information mentioned a car accident? Lu Chen checked the traffic accident records before Zhang Dao's hospitalization but found no relevant information about Zhang Dao. Lu Chen furrowed his brows and turned on the listening device. He had stuck it under Zhang Dao's bed while cleaning his room when he wasn't looking. Snoring sounds could be heard from the listening device. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen opened the recording log. The new generation listening device had an automatic recording function, making it convenient for the eavesdropper to monitor in real time. The first recording was the unfinished phone call from Zhang Dao. There was a cleaner around earlier, so I couldn't talk. I'll continue now. This isn't just 1 million, it's many millions. When I run out of money, I can always use this to threaten Miss Xiao, right? I heard that Miss Xiao is about to inherit a huge fortune. At that point, 1 million won't even be a drop in the bucket. What? You mean my wife? It's just bad luck for her, but she's not entirely useless. At least she used her life to earn me 1 million yuan. Ha, let me tell you, I've actually wanted to replace my wife for a long time, but I just didn't have the money. When we were arguing that day, I had a feeling that someone driving such a luxury car must be rich. Sure enough, it was Miss Xiao Baozhu, the daughter of Zhao Shoufu, the richest man in the country. Even heaven is on my side. Somehow, Miss Zhao ended up colliding with my wife, and I got injured too. Hearing this, Lu Chen finally understood. So this was the car accident where the spoiled rich girl killed someone. No wonder Zhao Baozhu was looking for a lawyer to negotiate on her behalf. Today's efforts had been wasted, but Lu Chen wasn't in a hurry. He still had 2 days left. Lu Chen took out paper and pen, listed the names of the Zhao siblings, and drew a circle around Zhao Zhixiao's name. Chapter 118, Autopsy in the Morgue. Zhao Zhixiao received the largest share of the inheritance, making him the prime suspect. Although Old Master Zhao favored this eldest grandson, it was clear that Old Master Zhao preferred his youngest son, Zhao Zhixian. Moreover, Zhao Zhixiao had always led a dissolute life, so it was unlikely that Old Master Zhao would have left him the largest share of the inheritance. With a mind full of questions, Lu Chen drifted off to sleep. The next morning, before dawn, he left home and headed to Jinjiang City Medical University. Zhao Zhixiao's transfer recipient, Wu Peipei, was a fourth-year student at the medical university. Typically, medical students begin their internships during the second semester of their fourth year. Lu Chen couldn't find Wu Peipei's internship location through the hacker system, so he decided to investigate at the university. Fortunately for Lu Chen, Wu Peipei happened to be at the school to submit her monthly internship report. As soon as she appeared at the school gate, she was spotted by Lu Chen. Lu Chen got out of the car, disguised himself, and followed Wu Peipei into the school gate. Wu Peipei first went to the counselor's office to submit her internship materials, then returned to the dormitory once more. Only then did she leave the school gates again, hailing a taxi. Lu Chen immediately got into his car and followed closely behind. Before long, Wu Peipei unexpectedly arrived at a hospital. Lu Chen checked and found that this was the very hospital where Mr. Zhao had passed away. It turned out that Wu Peipei was actually interning at this hospital, which made Zhao Zhixiao's suspicions grow even stronger. Lu Chen followed Wu Peipei into the hospital and saw her greet the staff in the department with ease. The sign hanging at the entrance of the department read, Cardiovascular Internal Medicine. Lu Chen quietly returned to the car, took out his notebook, logged into the hacker system, and retrieved Mr. Zhao's medical records and relevant hospital files. According to the records, Mr. Zhao's attending physician was a renowned expert in cardiovascular medicine named Qinshi, and his intern was none other than Wu Peipei. Lu Chen examined Mr. Zhao's medical records again. The cause of death was diagnosed as acute myocardial infarction. However, strangely, Mr. Zhao did not exhibit any signs of malignant arrhythmia before his sudden death. Although Lu Chen was a forensic pathologist, he was no ordinary one. The volume of medical knowledge he had accumulated in his mind likely surpassed that of many specialists in certain fields, though he lacked practical experience. Generally speaking, in cases of acute myocardial infarction leading to death, there is usually a precursor, which is the patient experiencing malignant arrhythmia. If a patient dies suddenly without experiencing malignant arrhythmia, it is highly likely that the heart has ruptured. Heart rupture is a rare but extremely severe complication in the early stages. It typically occurs within the first week of onset, with most cases resulting from the rupture of the free wall of the ventricle, leading to pericardial hemorrhage, acute cardiac tamponade, and sudden death due to electrical and mechanical separation. Another rare occurrence is ventricular septal rupture, which presents as a loud systolic murmur at the left sternal border at the 34th intercostal space, often accompanied by a palpable thrill, and can lead to heart failure and rapid death. However, regardless of the specific scenario, cardiac rupture is generally subacute, with patients typically surviving for several months. In contrast, Mr. Zhao was admitted to the hospital just 2 weeks prior to his death. Furthermore, there was no mention of cardiac rupture in the medical report. Thinking of this, Lucien called Mr. Zhao Ziyi and informed him of his findings in detail. Then Lucien said, "Mr. Zhao, if we were to investigate the cause of Mr. Zhao's death, then from the perspective of a private detective, I would not be able to get involved in the investigation. Therefore, I suggest reporting it to the police." On the other end of the phone, Zhao Ziyi paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Mr. Liu, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. In less than a day, you've already uncovered the clues. Don't worry, I'll handle the rest. You just continue with your investigation." I wonder how Zhao Ziyi arranged things. Before long, Lu Chen received a call from Lu Tianpei. "Chen, hurry back from your leave. There's work to be done. There's work to be done. The cause of death of Mr. Zhao, the patriarch of the Zhao family, is suspicious. The Zhao family is demanding an autopsy. This job has to be done by you. Hey, isn't this another chance to do some paid side work?" Lu Chen received the relevant documents from Lu Tianpei and said to him, "Bring the people and documents to the hospital. I happen to be nearby. Why is it so difficult to take a day off?" At the end, Lu Chen pretended to sigh. Lu Tianpei scolded him with a laugh. "Do you think you're still living out your retirement days in Anjiang County? Working from 9 to 6 with weekends off? Come on, get to work. With your salary and bonuses, you'll be able to pay off your mortgage sooner, won't you?" "Yes, you're right. I'll go to the hospital right away. Please come quickly." After finishing the call with Lu Tianpei, Lu Chen got out of the car and went to the entrance to wait for Lu Tianpei. Lu Tianpei was quick, and soon he joined Lu Chen, bringing along his toolbox and work uniform, and even assigned Xiong Xiong to assist Lu Chen. Then Lu Tianpei led the way directly to the dean's office, presented their credentials, and explained the purpose of their visit. "Hello, I am Lu, the captain of the 2nd Squad of the Jinjiang City Bureau. I am here to investigate the cause of Mr. Zhao's death. Here is my identification." Upon hearing that we were here to investigate the cause of Mr. Zhao's death, the director was quite surprised. "We have already confirmed the cause of Mr. Zhao's death. It was acute myocardial infarction leading to sudden death. Our professional hospital would never fabricate such information." Lu Tianpei didn't bother to argue. "Whether it is or isn't, we need the police to investigate first. This is Dr. Lu from the Forensic Medicine Department of the Municipal Bureau. We need him to perform an autopsy before we can confirm anything. Here is the approved autopsy request. Please cooperate." Seeing that Lu Tianpei had already produced the authorization order, the director had no further objections. He quickly stood up and said, "Please, this way." Fortunately, Mr. Rao's original plan was to cremate the body in the afternoon, so it was still in the morgue at that moment. Lu Chen dressed appropriately and entered the autopsy room prepared by the hospital alongside Xiong Xiong. Excited to investigate the case with Lu Chen, Xiong Xiong couldn't wait for instructions and immediately handed him the scissors and scalpel he needed. The time of Mr. Zhao's death had already exceeded 3 days, but fortunately, the morgue conditions were still decent, and the body had not undergone significant changes. However, determining the exact time of death is no longer of great significance. The primary focus now is on conducting an autopsy to identify the true cause of death. Lu Chen immediately picked up the scalpel and opened the deceased's abdomen, locating the small intestine around the navel and directly below it. Food takes about 2 hours to be completely digested in the stomach and reach the small intestine. Lu Chen cut open the small intestine, extracted the residue, put it into a test tube, and handed it to Xiong Xiong, who immediately placed it in the test box. Next, Lu Chen opened the deceased's chest cavity and confirmed that the heart was intact with no signs of rupture. Chapter 119. There was hallucinogenic powder inside his body. Now that Mr. Zhao has passed away, it is impossible to determine whether he experienced malignant arrhythmia. The only option is to attempt to analyze samples extracted from his small intestine. Suddenly, Lu Chen noticed that the needle marks on the deceased's arm looked unusual, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what was off. To be on the safe side, Lu Chen cut off a piece of the skin and muscle tissue for further examination. Meanwhile, Lu Tianpei had already begun questioning the attending physician and nurses involved. Mr. Zhao suffers from chronic heart disease, and this was a sudden cardiac arrest. I have verified the relevant medication information from the hospital, and there are no issues. The speaker was none other than Mr. Zhao's attending physician, Dr. Qin Shi. However, Lu Tianpei, who had received the news earlier, did not intend to doubt Qin Shi. Instead, he asked, "Dr. Qin, who is most likely to have access to the medical records or prescriptions you wrote and modify the relevant information?" Qin Shi was surprised. "Are you suspecting my assistant Wu Peipei?" "No way. Peipei is a very professional student. I believe she wouldn't do something like that." Lu Tianpei said, just tell us yes or no. Although Qin Shi trusted his assistant implicitly, he couldn't bring himself to lie. Yes. Lu Tianpei nodded and continued, on the night before Mr. Zhao passed away, where were you? Qin Shi thought for a moment and said, that night, I was on duty until 11 p.m. At midnight, I drove home. There are timestamp records at the hospital, and the surveillance footage shows the time I left. Lu Tianpei handed Qin Shi a prescription and said, now, tell me, what's the story behind this prescription? Qin Shi looked at the prescription and widened his eyes. This prescription? The prescription was signed by Qin Shi, but the time it was issued was midnight that night. What's even more alarming is that Qin Shi never saw this prescription in his computer system, meaning someone logged into his system and deleted the relevant documents. However, the medication on the prescription was not particularly harmful to Mr. Zhao, though the dosage was slightly higher than normal, but it was not life-threatening. Therefore, when Dr. Qin conducted his rounds the next day, he did not notice anything unusual. But who had forged a prescription in his name for Mr. Zhao? Qin Shi broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing that Qin Shi remained silent, Lu Tianpei asked again, do you have any suspects? Qin Shi replied, only Wu Peipei might know my computer password and have had access to these prescriptions. But I really can't bring myself to believe it. Lu Tianpei said seriously, then let the evidence speak for itself. Meanwhile, Bai Shui was interrogating Wu Peipei. Where were you and what were you doing the night before the victim died? Wu Peipei blinked innocently and said, I didn't work overtime that night. I went back to the dorm after work. My roommates can all vouch for me. Bai Shui pulled out the prescription and said, as Dr. Qin's assistant, you should be familiar with all of his prescriptions, right? Do you have any recollection of this one? Wu Peipei picked up the prescription and examined it carefully. I have no recollection of this at all. Plus, look at the time Dr. Qin had already clocked out by then. How could he have written a prescription? Bai Shui asked again, do you know anyone else who could have accessed Dr. Qin's computer or prescriptions besides you? Wu Peipei widened her eyes, you suspect me? Bai Shui replied bluntly, although you provided an alibi, we still need to conduct further investigations. Wu Peipei responded calmly, alright, I truly don't know, but I will comply with the police's arrangements and cooperate with your investigation. This effectively meant that neither side had managed to extract much useful information from their questioning. At this point, the surveillance team also reported that, on the night before Mr. Zhao's death, two individuals wearing white lab coats and masks entered his hospital room after midnight and did not leave until 3 a.m. the following morning. The hospital authorities are actively cooperating with the investigation. The on-duty doctor that night did not make rounds and no one visited Mr. Zhao's ward. Lu Chen said, check all surveillance footage from the time the prescription was issued, especially in the pharmacy. Since the prescription was issued, it must have required access to a computer and retrieval of medication. Focus your investigation on Dr. Qin's office and the pharmacy. The surveillance team replied, we have reviewed the surveillance footage from both Dr. Qin's office and the pharmacy, but no suspicious individuals were identified. Lu Chen thought for a moment and asked, who was on duty at the pharmacy that night? Lu Tianpei immediately reacted and ordered someone to interrogate the nurse on duty at the pharmacy that night, Su Wen. However, Su Wen said, I was in the pharmacy the entire time that night. I didn't go anywhere except to the restroom. You can check the surveillance footage if you don't believe me. Lu Chen whispered something to Bai Shui, who nodded and left. Less than half an hour later, Bai Shui returned and whispered a few words into Lu Tianpei's ear. Lu Tianpei immediately went to interrogate Su Wen again. Su Wen, confess and you will be treated leniently, resist and you will be punished severely. What exactly did you do that night? Su Wen repeated the same thing, I didn't do anything. Lu Tianpei pointed to the lower right corner of Su Wen's white coat and said, when you were climbing through the window, your clothes got torn, didn't they? Su Wen was startled and quickly looked down. In that instant, he realized he had been tricked. But this single action was enough for Lu Tianpei to conclude that there was something wrong with Su Wen. Su Wen also realized he had overreacted and tried to explain, I heard you say your clothes were torn, so I looked down to check. At that moment, Lu Chen handed over a forensic report. Someone climbed down from the window of the women's restroom, which directly leads to Mr. Zhao's hospital room. You were very careful, weren't you? You wore gloves the entire time, right? But you used the air conditioner stand to climb down, and there was a lot of dust on it. Didn't expect that, did you? This is your footprint comparison information. And by the way, I wasn't lying when I said that. Your petite frame is just the right size to fit through that window gap. But coincidentally, we found a piece of torn cloth on the window frame that matched the traces left on the clothes you had hidden in the storage cabinet and hadn't had time to throw away. What do you have to say for yourself now? Seeing that things had come to this point, Su Wen didn't try to argue anymore, but he didn't confess either. I did go to Mr. Zhao's room, but I didn't do anything. I just noticed his breathing was a bit labored, so I gave him the usual medication. Then why did you use Dr. Qin's name to write the prescription? To be honest, I have a dream of becoming a doctor. I've seen Dr. Qin handle similar cases, and by chance, I found out his account and password, so I prescribed the medicine for Mr. Zhao on my own. Besides, Mr. Zhao passed away the next evening. That has nothing to do with me. Lu Chen glanced at Su Wen and said, is that so? Then how do you explain the traces of hallucinogenic agents found in Mr. Zhao's body? Chapter 120, The Will of the Rich. Su Wen was clearly flustered, but he forced himself to remain calm and said, I don't know about that. I only prescribed the usual medication for Mr. Zhao. I know nothing else. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and said, is that so? Let me guess. After you jumped through the window, you first injected the sleeping old man with a hallucinogen, then the people you had arranged in advance entered the ward. Su Wen, you're lying. Lu Chen, sure, listen to me. After Mr. Zhao woke up, you guys tricked him into writing his will, right? I really didn't. After taking hallucinogens, Mr. Zhao collapsed from exhaustion. To cover it up, you pretended to be Dr. Qin and prescribed a higher dose of his usual medication. I did increase the dosage of the medication he usually takes, but I truly did not administer any hallucinogens. Mr. Zhao was already quite elderly, and after taking hallucinogens, his physical condition deteriorated further. Combined with the effects of the high dosage of medication, he did not survive the day and passed away that evening. Su Wen fell silent, unsure of what to say. Lu Chen said, it was you who ruined Mr. Zhao. Su Wen panicked and said, no, it wasn't me. I just increased the dosage a bit. It won't kill him. Lu Chen stared at her and said, whether it's fatal or not, you know in your heart. Because you also used hallucinogens on him. Su Wen grew even more panicked. No, I didn't. Lu Chen said again, I know it wasn't you. It was Wu Pei who told you to do it. Su Wen was startled and blurted out, how do you know? After speaking, he quickly bit his lower lip. Lu Chen smiled, that's right, be honest, Su Wen. The police have already uncovered your transactions and chat messages with Wu Pei. You can't escape. This was a bluff. Su Wen heard that all this information had been verified, so what was there to resist? But he still had to fight for himself. If I confess, they won't sentence me, right? I'm just an accomplice. Lu Chen looked straight at her and said, confess and you will be treated leniently. Confess and you will be treated leniently. Of course, you will be treated leniently. Su Wen believed him and recounted everything in detail. It was indeed Wu Pei who instructed me. It turned out that Wu Pei was not merely the mistress of Zhao Zhixiao, the eldest son of the Zhao family. As Wu Pei had told Su Wen in her own words, she was the only woman Zhao Zhixiao had ever acknowledged as his girlfriend and intended to marry. Moreover, Wu Pei came from a poor family and was only able to attend university with Zhao Zhiyao's financial support, so she naturally felt grateful to him. Furthermore, Zhao Zhiyao had promised that once he inherited the Zhao family fortune, he would marry her in grand style. Wu Pei, of course, was willing to risk her life to fulfill her beloved's wish. Zhao Zhixiao had already learned of the late patriarch of the Zhao family's will, which left him only 25% of the estate. For most people, that would be enough to live off for several lifetimes, but for Zhao Zhixiao, it was nowhere near enough. So he had already bribed 2 notaries and instructed Wu Pei to administer a hallucinogen to the old patriarch, resulting in a flawless will. As for the distribution of the inheritance, Zhao Zhixiao, as the eldest brother, loved his younger sister the most, so she received the largest share, followed by his younger sister, with the other brothers receiving the smallest portions. However, Wu Pei had always dreamed of becoming Mrs. Zhao, so she would never allow herself to be tainted by such a matter. She therefore approached Su Wen, promising that once she became Mrs. Zhao, she would promote Su Wen to head nurse and reward her with a substantial sum of money. Su Wen had an ailing mother at home who was in desperate need of medical treatment, and with no money to spare, she reluctantly agreed to the deal. As for Lu Chen not being able to trace the notary's account transfer information, that was because Zhao Zhixiao was also quite cunning. He used the account of one of his most loyal and trusted subordinates to transfer the funds to the family account provided by the notary. With Su Wen's confession and the transfer information uncovered by Lu Chen, Lu Tianpei immediately summoned Zhao Zhixiao, Wu Pei, and the 2 notary public officials for interrogation. With irrefutable evidence, the suspects could not deny the charges and soon confessed everything in detail. Upon learning that the will had been forged by the eldest brother, Zhao Zhixiao, the Zhao siblings rushed to the police station to confront him. The police station couldn't tolerate their commotion, so Lu Tianpei had them escorted to a meeting room to wait for the case results. By now, everyone had already heard about the situation. Zhao Wuxiao was so angry that she started yelling at Zhao Zhixiao, you have the character Xiao meaning filial piety in your name. How could you do this to your father? The 4th son, Zhao Zhixin, casually remarked, since this will was forged by our eldest brother, it naturally has no legal standing. Father's inheritance besides our eldest brother, can the rest of us divide it equally? At this point, the 3rd son, Zhao Jilu, stood up with a sorrowful expression. Actually, before he passed away, my father entrusted me with a document. This is his true will. When I saw my eldest brother present a will earlier, I assumed he had revised it. It turns out that my father loved me the most after all. Woe is me! As he spoke, the 3rd son, Zhao Jilu, burst into tears. Mr. Zhao Ji frowned, surprised that his father had kept something hidden. When the siblings returned home and sat down, the third son, Zhao Zhili, finally produced the will and said, "Second brother, fourth brother, and fifth sister, take a look. This is our father's will, clearly outlining the distribution of the inheritance." After a pause, the third brother added, "Now that it's been proven that the eldest brother was the one who killed our father, his share must not be given to him. I don't want it either. Let's just split it evenly among the three of you." The siblings took the will and saw that the inheritance distribution ratio was clearly stated as: the eldest, Zhao Zhixiao, received 10%. Second son Zhao Ziyi, 10%. The third son, Zhao Zil, received 60%. The fourth son, Zhao Jixian, holds 10%. The fifth son, Zhao Baozhu, holds 10%. Mr. Zhao Zhiyi almost laughed and asked, "Third son, how do you prove that this will is genuine?" The fourth and fifth sons chimed in, "Yes, third brother, you didn't forge a will too, did you?" "Yeah, third brother, if you say dad loved me the most, then he wouldn't have left me such a small inheritance, would he?" The third son, Zhao Zil, remained extremely calm. He then opened the large screen display on one side and projected a video onto it. As soon as the video started, the first thing that caught the eye was the face of old Master Zhao. Upon seeing old Master Zhao, Zhao Ziyi still felt a pang of sadness in his heart. However, the contents of the will that Mr. Zhao mentioned in the video left Zhao Ziyi feeling as though he had been plunged into an ice cave. Mr. Zhao recited the contents of the will word for word, and it was identical to the will presented by the third son, Zhao Zhili. Zhao Ziyi really didn't want to believe it, but the video showed Zhao Laoya's face and voice, which couldn't be faked. Could this be the old man's true last will and testament? Chapter 121, Something's Fishy. No, there must be something fishy going on. The third son has always been so inconspicuous, why would the old man suddenly give him such a large fortune? Thinking this, Zhao Ziyi composed himself and smiled, saying, "The contents of the will still need to be confirmed. Everyone is tired, let's rest early." These words were exactly what the fourth and fifth sons had in mind. They didn't want such a large estate to go to the third son for nothing, so they quickly nodded and said, "Yes, yes, let's discuss any matters tomorrow." After saying that, they all pretended to go back to their rooms to sleep. The third son, Zhao Zil, stood behind them, staring at their backs and sneering, "Even if you delay any further, you can't change this fact." As soon as Zhao Ziyi returned to the house, he called Lu Chen, "Mr. Lu, I'm sure you've heard the news. My older brother's will is fake, but the third son has produced another will." Lu Chen immediately understood, "This will is also problematic?" Zhao Ziyi replied, "Yes." Zhao Ziyi said, "Yes." He then briefly explained the contents of the will and the usual behavior of the third son to Lu Fa. Lu Chen rubbed his forehead. He never expected that a case involving an inheritance dispute would involve two wills. But since the client had specific requirements, Lu Chen had no choice but to continue his investigation. "Alright, Mr. Zhao, I'll start investigating Mr. Zhao Zhili right away." Zhao Ziyi emphasized, "Alright. Remember, you only have one day. By 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow, the Zhao Group will be changing its equity structure. The shareholders' meeting will not be rescheduled unless there are major circumstances. The third son has presented a strong will as proof. Unless Zhao Ziyi can prove that his will is also forged, there is no possibility of changing the meeting date, which would then allow for the equity transfer." Lu Chen spoke confidently, "Rest assured, Mr. Zhao. As long as there is an issue with the will presented by Mr. Zhao Jilu, I will definitely be able to help you uncover it." Zhao Ziyi nodded and added, "Mr. Lu, please rest assured. Once the matter is resolved, I will add an additional 20% to your original bonus as a token of my appreciation for your efforts." With that, Lu Chen felt even more motivated to get to work, eager to start right away. "Mr. Zhao, please send me the contents of the will and the video so I can see if I can find any loopholes." Shortly thereafter, Lu Chen received an electronic copy of the will and a video file on his phone. Lu Chen opened it and took a quick look. The general content of the will was consistent with what Mr. Zhao Ziyi had mentioned over the phone. Suddenly, Lu Chen noticed something different about the wording. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen took out the contract template Zhu Zhengyue had given him earlier and compared the two. He found it. Zhu Zhengyue's contract template had obvious personal habits, such as habitually using Chinese names in pinyin when referring to property heirs. However, the contract provided by Zhao Ziliu only uses Chinese names. Generally speaking, a will drafted by a lawyer would not have such discrepancies. Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately called Mr. Zhao Ziyi again. Was Mr. Zhao Zi's will also drafted by attorney Zhu Zhengyue? Mr. Zhao Ziyi hadn't noticed this detail. I'll confirm this tomorrow. Generally speaking, it's always drafted by attorney Zhu Zhengyue. Lu Chen then shared the details he had discovered with Mr. Zhao Ziyi, and finally added, I will confirm the will through other channels as well. Then, Lu Chen hacked into Zhao Jilu's account information overnight and discovered that just yesterday, Zhao Jilu had transferred another 200,000 yuan to Sihai Technology Company. Lu Chen furrowed his brows and hacked into the official website of Sihai Technology Company, discovering that on the surface, the company was engaged in software development services. However, there were also secret transactions taking place behind the scenes. No matter how hard Lu Chen investigated, he could only find contact information for the secret transactions, which could only be accessed offline and were unavailable online. Nevertheless, it was still a breakthrough. Lu Chen decided to visit the tech company early the next morning to investigate further. For now, the most important thing was to get a good night's sleep. After waking up, Lu Chen felt refreshed and rejuvenated. He quickly changed into a disguise and headed straight for the Seahai Technology Company. Fortunately, it was Sunday today, so he didn't have to go to the police station for work and wouldn't have to take a day off and lose his wages. However, on the other hand, I guess there won't be many people at Seahai Technology Company either, it's the weekend, after all. Nevertheless, with a try-it-and-see attitude, Lu Chen still made his way to Seahai Technology Company. To his surprise, Seahai Technology Company was bustling with activity, and the employees were all present and working. Lu Chen walked into the company in astonishment. A beautiful receptionist greeted him. "Hello, welcome to Seahai Technology Company. May I assist you with anything today?" Lu Chen nodded and said, "I'd like to learn more about your confidential business." The front desk girl smiled and asked, "Do you have an appointment?" Lu Chen shook his head. "I'm in a hurry and didn't have time to make an appointment." The front desk staff member was highly professional and maintained her smile. "Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment while I confirm that for you." She then escorted Lu Chen to the meeting room and kindly offered him a cup of hot water. They didn't keep Lu Chen waiting long. Soon, a man dressed in casual attire walked in. Upon seeing Lu Chen, he approached and extended his hand in greeting. "Good afternoon, sir. I apologize for keeping you waiting." Lu Chen shook his hand and greeted him. "Hello, my surname is Chen." The man quickly handed over his business card. "I'm the head of business operations at the company." "My surname is He." Lu Chen took the business card and glanced at it. "Hiyoji, general manager of the high-end business department." Lu Chen smiled and said, "I'm curious about the specific areas of high-end business your company specializes in." Hiyoji smiled and said, "That depends on what Mr. Chen needs. There's nothing we can't do if Mr. Chen can think of it." Lu Chen cautiously asked, "Can you do artificial intelligence here?" Hiyoji replied confidently, "The application of AI is extremely broad, encompassing facial recognition, image recognition, text processing, voice recognition, and more. I'm not sure which specific functions Mr. Chen is interested in." Lu Chen asked with great interest, "Does that mean we can create a robot that looks exactly like a real person, just like in the movies?" Hiyoji laughed heartily and said, "The field you mentioned is something we are currently researching, but it is still in the development stage. However, we can achieve holographic projection technology." Lu Chen exclaimed in surprise, "Like Lu Tianwan's Spring Festival Gala concert, where the person isn't present at the venue, but his image can be projected onto two screens?" Hiyoji said proudly, "Exactly. Currently, only our company in Manhwa has this technology." Lu Chen smiled, "Is that so? Then if we use this technology to project images and create videos, would they be indistinguishable from real-life videos?" Chapter 122, Forging Evidence. Hijio thought for a moment and said, "Generally, this technology is only used on stage during performances. It's still a virtual image and can't achieve the effect of a real person." Alright, Lu Chen had assumed that the video of the will was created using this holographic imaging technology. It seems he was on the wrong track. Lu Chen sighed and said, "Well, that's too bad. You probably can't create what I want." Lu Chen sighed and said, "Well, that's a shame. You probably can't create what I want." Hijio hesitated for a moment. "Why don't you tell me your specific requirements? I can have the engineers develop the feature you want urgently." Lu Chen casually asked, "What would the approximate cost be?" Hijio replied, "It really depends on the specific requirements, but if it involves redeveloping features by an engineer, it would start at least $1 million. Lu Chen feigned surprise. "Oh, that's actually pretty affordable. It's just a shame I don't have enough time, I'll have to explore other options." As he spoke, Lu Chen was about to take his leave. Hijio saw that Lu Chen thought $1 million was a bargain, and instinctively knew this was a big fish. He hurriedly called out to Lu Chen and said, "Mr. Chen, we can develop this urgently. As you can see, we are working on Sundays just to meet the client's urgent needs." But Lu Chen didn't have any real demand. He couldn't really ask them to make a fake video of Mr. Zhao's will, could he? That would be obvious. Since Lu Chen found an excuse, he still had to leave. Hijio didn't feel right about pushing him further, so he simply handed Lu Chen a black gold card and said, "This is a customized service our company offers exclusively to VIP clients. If Mr. Chen has any needs, feel free to contact me at any time." Compared to ordinary business cards, this golden card had an additional line of a secret URL. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment before flipping it into his pocket. He then smiled and said to Hijio, "Mr. He, please rest assured. If you ever need anything, I'll come find you anytime." After leaving Seahai Technology Company, Lu Chen found another place to go online and logged into the hacker system to infiltrate the website and see if there were any other leads. Just then, a video news pop-up appeared. Lu Chen casually clicked on it and saw that it was a video interview with Mr. Zhao, the elderly statesman, that had been released earlier by a financial news outlet. The video praised Mr. Zhao for his immense contributions to the economy of Jinjiang City and expressed hopes that he would rest in peace. Oh, right, today was the day of Mr. Zhao's cremation and funeral. Just as Lu Chen was about to close the pop-up window, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Lu Chen reopened the video and watched it again, but he still felt something was off. At that moment, Mr. Zhao Ziyi, sent a message. It has been confirmed that the will in Zhao Jilu's possession was not drafted by Zhu Zhengwei. Zhu Zhengwei did draft a will, but the date on it predates the one in Zhao Jilu's possession. If it cannot be confirmed that the will in Zhao Jilu's possession is forged, then the will in Zhu Zhengwei's possession would be deemed invalid. In fact, when the will of the eldest brother, Zhao Ziyao, was in circulation, Zhu Zhengwei already believed that the will in his possession was invalid, as its date was also later than that of Zhao Ziyao's will. Lu Chen glanced at the information and immediately understood that there was definitely something wrong with the will. Zhao Laoyi had always only worked with Zhu Zhengwei and would never choose an unfamiliar and untrusted lawyer at the end of his life. Just as he was about to close the message and continue checking, Lu Chen caught sight of the video message Zhao Ziyi had sent last night containing the will. Lu Chen suddenly thought of something and quickly opened the video. The will video and the interview video. Lu Chen listened to them repeatedly. The audio in these two videos was different. Lu Chen's voice print identification skills had reached the max level, capable of matching machine recognition in accuracy. These two audio clips, if not analyzed by a machine, would be indistinguishable to the average person. Lu Chen, however, could confirm with absolute certainty that the voice in the will video was most likely synthesized. Lu Chen didn't rush to find Mr. Zhao or Zhao Ziyi to look for other voice recordings of Mr. Zhao, but instead hacked into the website that He Zhio had given him. Lu Chen had a hunch that the video and audio synthesis must have been provided by the technology services of this company called Sihai. No wonder Lu Chen hadn't been able to find any related information earlier. The website was encrypted and had no connection to Sihai technology whatsoever. The website lists the covert services they offer and includes some of their case studies. Among them are videos and audio recordings that resemble the will of Mr. Zhao's grandfather. Lu Chen carefully saved all the relevant information and returned to the police station. Relying solely on his own ears wasn't enough. He needed to use the police station's professional forensic tools to issue a report, as such a report would be authoritative enough. Ultimately, Lu Chen conducted a professional forensic report by analyzing three aspects: voiceprint feature extraction, voiceprint modeling, and voiceprint comparison. Report conclusion: after comparison, the voiceprints from the two videos are inconsistent. After completing all of this, Lu Chen finally called Mr. Zhao Ziyi and explained the situation in detail. Finally, he added, if further investigation is needed, I will have to ask Mr. Zhao to file a police report. Mr. Zhao Ziyi smiled and said, Mr. Lu, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. As it happens, the memorial service has just ended. You can come and arrest him now. With that, Mr. Zhao Ziyi had already made all the necessary arrangements. Lu Chen made a bingo gesture and went to find Lu Tianpei. Lu team, we've got work to do. Lu Tianpei sat in his office chair with his legs crossed, looking quite relaxed. What kind of work? All the work was finished long ago. I just sat down to catch my breath. I'm not trying to criticize you, Chen, but you were late for work by half a day today, weren't you? Lu Chen shrugged indifferently. If you want, just count it as a day off. Anyway, once Mr. Zhao's bonus comes in, it'll be more than half a day's wages. Lu Tianpei said casually, then I'll take the day off too. I'll rest for a bit. Lu Tianpei said casually, then I'll take the day off too. I'll rest for a while. Just then, Lu Tianpei's phone rang. Got it. I'll send someone right away. After hanging up the phone, Lu Tianpei turned back to look at Lu Chen and said, that's amazing. How did you know there was a job coming in? Lu Chen smiled mysteriously, I can't tell you. Lu Chen gave a mysterious smile, I'm not telling you. Lu Tianpei, alright, let's get down to business. We'll interrogate you later. Lu Chen smiled and ignored him. Lu Chen smiled and ignored him. Lu Tianpei worked efficiently. Based on the information provided by Lu Chen, he quickly identified the suspects Zhao Zilu and He Zhio. With the forensic evidence provided by Lu Chen and the transaction records of the two suspects, the evidence was irrefutable, leaving them no room to deny their involvement. He Zhio even admitted that not only the video but also the will had been forged using technical means. This is primarily because the audio in the videos was so lifelike that most people couldn't tell the difference, and naturally wouldn't suspect that the will was forged. Zhao Jilu was completely devastated. How on earth did they figure this out? Chapter 123, System Lottery. Zhao Jilu's doubts could only be pondered by him alone in his cell. Following the police investigation and the evidence provided by Mr. Zhao Jilu was found guilty of forging a will under serious circumstances, coupled with embezzling a large amount of company assets, which was sufficient to warrant a 30-year prison sentence. Meanwhile, Sihai Technology Company was found by the police to be not only involved in the will case of Mr. Zhao's father but also engaged in numerous shady deals. Through transaction records, the police uncovered the root of the problem. As a result, Sihai Technology Company had its business license revoked, and its legal representative, Hijio, was sentenced to life imprisonment. It is truly unfortunate for the engineering developers at Sihai Technology Company, who could have used their code to astonish the world but instead became tools for making money. Additionally, although this case was a private detective case that Lu Chen took on privately, he ultimately assisted the police in uncovering a social menace and severely cracking down on economic crimes. Lu Chen was awarded a second-class merit award, while Lu Tianpei, Bai Shui, and others were awarded collective second-class merit awards. The commendation for the previous burglary and murder case had already been finalized, but Lu Chen had been busy and hadn't logged into the system to check. In the burglary and murder case, Lu Chen was awarded a third-class merit award. Additionally, Lu Chen's current personal combat strength has now ranked among the top 30 in Xinjiang province. Although Xinjiang City is one of the top cities in Zhejiang province, it is still subordinate to Hangcheng, the provincial capital of Zhejiang province. The veterans at the provincial headquarters in Hangcheng are all top-notch professionals in their fields. Especially the drug enforcement and special police departments, they've always been the cream of the crop. And now, Lu Chen, a lowly forensic doctor at the municipal bureau, has actually broken into the top 30 in the province. Provincial Party Secretary Zhou Haiyang had always held Lu Chen in high regard. Upon seeing that Lu Chen had recently been transferred to the municipal bureau and had already solved 2 cases in quick succession, he was eager to transfer him to the provincial bureau as soon as possible. The director of the provincial bureau, Hu Deqing, had been eagerly awaiting Lu Chen's arrival to make a name for himself at the provincial level. However, the municipal bureau had gone to great lengths to secure Lu Chen's transfer, and they were certainly not willing to let him go so easily. As a result, both sides agreed that the provincial bureau would grant the municipal bureau 3 years of preferential treatment, with the municipal bureau required to release Lu Chen no later than 1 year after the agreement was reached. Although the municipal bureau was reluctant, it had no choice. This was already the best arrangement possible. Meanwhile, the merit points in Lu Chen's system had already reached 6,000, and he also had 2 remaining lottery chances. System, initiate the lottery. Ding! Ding, the lottery is starting. As a flash of light appeared, a skill manifested itself. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained the God-tier disguise technique. Wow! If only I had entered the lottery one more time earlier, this skill would have been so useful. When I was helping Mr. Zhao with his private investigation, Lu Chen's disguise technique was really quite poor, and he was constantly worried about being recognized. Fortunately, everything turned out okay in the end. Lu Chen didn't hesitate and started another round of lottery draws. System, start the lottery. Ding, the lottery is starting. Another flash of light appeared, and a skill manifested itself. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained the God-tier password technique. Cryptography? Isn't that a skill for detectives? It seems like this system wants me to continue shining in the detective industry. But that's not so bad. Taking on private jobs means higher bonuses. Just as I was finishing up, Zhao Ziyi called to invite Lu Chen to dinner at the World Trade Intercontinental Hotel. As soon as he saw Lu Chen, Zhao Ziyi burst into laughter. Mr. Lu, you really are something else. Then Zhao Ziyi nodded toward his assistant, and the assistant handed him a briefcase. He opened it and laid it flat on the table, revealing neatly stacked $100 bills. Zhao Ziyi said, "This is 1.3 million yuan. The original bonus was 1 million yuan, plus an additional 200,000 yuan as a bonus. The remaining 100,000 yuan is reimbursement for the expenses Mr. Lu incurred during the investigation over the past few days." Lu Chen said, "It didn't cost that much." Zhao Ziyi said, "This isn't that much." Mr. Zhao Er interrupted him directly, "Take it. Consider it my way of making friends with Mr. Lu." Lu Chen no longer refused and bowed his hands, saying, "Mr. Zhao is truly generous." After leaving the World Trade Center Intercontinental Hotel, Lu Chen headed straight for the bank. He definitely needed to pay off his mortgage early. The original mortgage loan totaled 500,000 yuan. Although it was an early repayment, there were still interest charges. In just over a month, the interest alone amounted to a staggering 40,000 yuan. The bank is really greedy. However, now that the loan is fully paid off, it's a huge relief. The remaining 760,000 yuan, Lu Chen deposited directly into his bank account. Next stop, straight to the 4S store. Lu Chen had already made up his mind. He would first buy an Audi A6 as a daily commuter vehicle, so he wouldn't have to squeeze onto the bus anymore. Although the Audi A6 isn't exactly a luxury car, Lu Chen only had that much budget for now. After all, it's always wise to keep some savings for emergencies, isn't it? Since he had already chosen the model, Lu Chen quickly completed the paperwork and drove home. The salesperson at the 4S store kindly reminded him, "Sir, your new car has little fuel left. We recommend that you stop by a nearby gas station to refuel to avoid any inconvenience if you run out of fuel along the way." Lu Chen glanced at the fuel gauge, which showed that the car could still travel 43 kilometers. It seemed like he really did need to refuel. After thanking the salesperson, Lu Chen drove to the nearest gas station. It was pretty busy there, with cars lined up in a long queue. Lu Chen felt an urgent need to use the restroom, so he parked his car in the nearby parking lot and got out to use the restroom. Upon returning, he suddenly noticed a tightly wrapped package in the car, with only one eye peeking out. Lu Chen jumped in surprise. "Who are you?" The girl blinked her eyes and said, "Don't you recognize me?" Lu Chen replied irritably, "You're wrapped up like a dumpling. Even your own mother wouldn't recognize you." Lu Chen was actually wondering if this girl was planning to perform some kind of shamanistic ritual. The shaman girl blinked her eyes again and took off her hat. "Do you recognize me now?" "To be honest, I can't." The girl took off her mask again. "You can recognize me now, can't you?" "Wow. It's Bai Lu." Lu Chen exclaimed in surprise, "What are you doing in my car? Should I be under the car instead? Stop joking around and be serious." Bai Lu could only whisper, "My chauffeur-driven car seems to be being followed. Just now, while the car was refueling, I caught a glimpse of you. So I took the opportunity when no one was looking and sneaked into your car. How about that? I'm pretty clever, aren't I?" Lu Chen praised, "You're amazing. Let's go home." Bai Lu finally relaxed and took a look at Lu Chen's new car. "Is that your new car? Did you get rich? Or did you embezzle or accept bribes?" "Lu Chen, that line of thinking is just like old Lu's. You both immediately suspected him of embezzlement and bribery." Do I really need to embezzle or take bribes? I bought this with my bonus." Bai Lu immediately lit up with starry eyes. "Wow, you're so awesome." Being stared at with such adoration by such a beautiful woman, Lu Chen felt a slight unease. Chapter 124, Enter the correct password. The two returned home in silence. Bai Shui had already prepared dinner. Today's meal was quite generous, featuring Bai Lu's favorite braised pork, sweet and sour fish, and red braised lion's head meatballs. There's even a dish that Lu Chen loves, garlic-flavored spare ribs. Bai Shui smiled and said, "I noticed you often order this dish at the cafeteria. Try the one I made." Upon hearing this, Bai Lu immediately gave Bai Shui a knowing look. Oh. Ding ding ding, Lu Chen's phone rang. He looked at it and saw that it was Lu Tianpei. "Chen, let's switch shifts tomorrow. Big brother will take you to the escape room." "Lu Chen, you? Aren't you afraid of ghosts?" Lu Tianpei, "Hee, you don't understand. The more I'm afraid, the more I want to go. It's just curiosity, like a cat scratching something." "Lu Chen, I'm not going. It's not that difficult." Lu Tianpei, "Come on, Chen. I heard there's a new place called Songshire Street 33. It's really fun. Let's go. You bring Bai Shui, and I'll bring 2 Sainan and Xiong Xiong. The more, the merrier. After we escape the escape room, I'll treat everyone to dinner. How about it?" Lu Chen covered the microphone and asked Bai Shui, "Lu team leader invited us to go escape the escape room tomorrow. He's treating us to dinner. Are you going?" Before Bai Shui could answer, Bai Lu excitedly nodded and said, "Let's go. Let's go. Let's go." Lu Chen thought she was answering for Bai Shui, so he turned to Lu Tianpei and said, "All right, let's do that. See you tomorrow." But Bai Lu suddenly shouted, "I want to go too." Lu Chen and Bai Shui said in unison, "No way." Bai Lu said with a pout, "Why not?" Bai Shui, Lu, you're a star. Lu Chen, you dare go out and play escape room games?" Bai Lu blinked her big, round eyes and said, "But I really want to go." Bai Shui. Lu Chen. In the end, both of them surrendered. "All right." Lu Chen instructed, "Tomorrow, you must disguise yourself well, understand?" Bai Lu immediately nodded like a chick pecking at grain and said, I know. The next morning, Lu Chen saw Bai Lu dressed in long sleeves and pants, with sunglasses, a hat, and a mask all in place. Lu Chen said speechlessly, "Is this your disguise?" "Yeah, is there a problem with that?" "Lu Chen, unless the paparazzi are blind, they'll definitely recognize you." "Never mind, I'll help you with it." Lu Chen turned Bai Lu into his living room. "Sit down, wait for me to get the tools." Having learned the art of disguise, this was Lu Chen's first time putting it into practice. Lu Chen took out his makeup tools and applied them to Bai Lu's face, patting and blending for a while. To her surprise, Bai Lu discovered that her previously stunningly beautiful face now looked like that of a shy college student. Lu Chen looked at the clothes Bai Lu was wearing. "Change your clothes. It's best to wear jeans or overalls. Also, don't wear high heels. Braid your hair into a cornrow style." "I really don't know how to do that." Bai Lu followed Lu Chen's instructions and redressed herself. When she reappeared before Lu Chen, she had transformed into a vibrant college student. Then Lu Chen tossed her a pair of black framed glasses, and she was all set. If Bai Shui hadn't been there the whole time, she wouldn't have recognized this as her own sparkling cousin. After packing up, the three of them got into Lu Chen's car and headed to the escape room they had planned. On the way, Bai Lu chattered excitedly, Lu Chen, since you've already bought a car, can you pick me up on your way to and from work from now on?" "Lu Chen, call me brother." Bai Lu smiled slyly and said, "No, you can't call me brother yet." Lu Chen was puzzled, "Why not?" "Bai Lu, I'm not telling you. Lu-chan, alright, if you won't call me brother, then I'm sorry, I'm not going that way. Bai Lu grew impatient. No, we're going the same way. I have a series of promotional videos to shoot recently, all at your municipal bureau. Look, the three of us can commute together then. Lu-chan, you have a chauffeur-driven car, right? Lu-chan, don't you have a chauffeur-driven car? Lu-chan, don't you have a chauffeur-driven car? Bai Lu pouted and said, but I don't want others to know where I live. Even celebrities need some privacy, right? Lu-chan sighed helplessly. Alright. The three chatted and laughed as they quickly arrived at the escape room. As soon as they reached the entrance, they saw Lu Tianpei waiting at the door with Tu Sainan and Xiong Xiong. Lu Tianpei was pleasantly surprised to see Lu Chen had brought two girls with him. Oh my, Chen, who are these girls? Tu Sainan and Xiong Xiong also stared curiously at Bai Lu. It seemed that none of them recognized her, which made Bai Lu extremely delighted. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Chen interrupted her. My sister, call her Lu Bai. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Chen beat her to it. My sister, call her Lu Bai. Bai Lu. Alright, Bai Lu could only force a smile and greet everyone. Hello, everyone. I'm Lu Chen's younger sister, Lu Bai. The last two words, Lu Bai, were practically gritted out between her teeth. Lu Chen chuckled inwardly. Hey, little guy, you said you wouldn't call me brother, but I'll see if you dare to call me that now. Lu Tianpei stepped forward and reached out to hold Bai Lu's hand. Oh, little sister. You're so beautiful. But he was suddenly pulled away by Lu Chen, who pretended to introduce them again. After going through the motions, the group finally entered the escape room. As soon as Lu Tianpei entered the room where the escape room game began, he couldn't help but grab Lu Chen's hand. Chen, you have to protect me. You know I'm scared. Lu Chen disdainfully shook off his hand. No way. My sister is scared too. Lu Chen pushed his hand away in disgust. No way, my sister is scared too. Bai Lu quickly nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Right, I'm scared too. I need to stay with my brother. Although following Bai Shui would also work, Lu Chen clearly seemed more reliable. The scene of Lu Chen swiftly subduing the criminals at the police station entrance was still vividly etched in Bai Shui's mind. Lu Tianpei cried out, Xiong Xiong, I only have you left. Xiong Xiong, sorry, I still work better with Tutu. Smiling face. Lu Tianpei turned his attention back to Bai Shui. Officer Bai Shui. Bai Shui said expressionlessly, follow me. I'll try my best. Lu Tianpei said happily, alright. The first level of the escape room game featured a door access code. Only by entering the correct code could one proceed. The screen displays several characters. Forest. Everyone was completely baffled. Lu Tianpei was the first to ask, what does this mean? Xiong Xiong rubbed his glasses and said, this English word means forest, but I don't think it's that simple. Tu Sainan, how about trying Sinlin? Bai Shui, don't look at me, I'm really not good at this. Bai Lu, excitedly eager to try entering Sinlin to crack the password. Lu Chen glanced at it and thought it was too elementary, merely the basics of cryptography. Lu Chen stopped Bai Lu and quickly typed in, KTWJXY. The door slowly opened. Chapter 125, I know this one, let me handle it. Lu Tianpei was dumbfounded. What does that mean? Tutu, Xiong Xiong, Bai Shui, and Bai Lu all looked at Lu Chen with eager expressions. Lu Chen could only explain to the elementary school students, this is merely an introductory course in cryptography. This cipher is called the Caesar shift cipher, which involves shifting each letter in the alphabet by a certain number of positions. The plaintext alphabet consists of 26 letters, A B C D F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z. The corresponding cipher table is F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z A B C D. The password for entering the room is forest, and the corresponding password is KTWJXY. After Lu Chen finished explaining, Tutu and Xiong Xiong looked at him with admiration and said, Dr. Lu Chen, you even know this? Bai Shui and Bai Lu, the two sisters, had already been staring at Lu Chen with starry eyes. Wow, you're so amazing. Lu Tianpei added, Chen, just tell your older brother, is there anything you can't do? Lu Chen simply gave him a look, and you can figure it out yourself. Before entering the secret room, the NPC first gave everyone a brief overview of the story behind the secret room. The story is based on a real event that occurred in Chongqing years ago. There was a village where several families lived, but one day, all the villagers mysteriously died. Players enter the game without assigned roles, they are merely bystanders trying to uncover the truth. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianpei felt a chill run down his spine and gripped Lu Chen's arm tightly. Lu Chen glanced at him, and Lu Tianpei let go of Lu Chen's arm and quietly moved closer to Bai Shui. Then the NPC began to put blindfolds on everyone and lead them into the venue. The background music started, instantly immersing everyone in a terrifying atmosphere. That sound is really creepy. You should have heard Lu Tianpei, he's already started screaming. Bai Lu also tightly gripped Lu Chen. Tutu, Xiong Xiong, and Bai Shui were all fine, but Lu Chen remained calm and expressionless. After taking off their blindfolds, the group arrived at an alleyway. The layout of the alley was exactly like an old village from the 1960s or 1970s, with the scene looking incredibly realistic. Suddenly, everything went pitch black. When the lights came back on, a female ghost drifted toward them from the end of the alley. Lu Tianpei let out a yelp and darted toward Lu Chen, but was roughly pushed away by Bai Lu. Lu Tianpei trembled and said, "Bye-bye, it's not that I don't want you to, but this is way too scary." Bai Lu pointed at Lu Tianpei's back with a pale face. Lu Tianpei turned his head. Oh my god. It turned out that the female ghost had just given Lu Tianpei a head pat. Seeing that she had successfully scared Lu Tianpei, the female ghost excitedly stuck out her long tongue, nearly sending Lu Tianpei flying. The next task was to look inside the house through the broken hole in the window and find the password. Earlier, Lu Tianpei felt it was unbecoming of a squad leader, so he volunteered, "I'll go." However, as soon as Lu Tianpei leaned out the window, a female ghost inside gave him a sinister smile. Lu Tianpei let out a startled cry and jumped back. No, I really can't do this. Chen, you come instead." Tutu pushed him away. "Hey, you call yourself a man? Let me do it." Tutu crawled to the opening and began to look inside. The female ghost smiled at her, and Tutu smiled back at the female ghost. The female ghost made a funny face at Tutu, and Tutu also made a funny face at the female ghost. Seeing that Tutu, this tough girl, isn't afraid at all, the female ghost finds it boring and floats away on her own. Then, Tutu focused on looking at the items in the room. Suddenly, she glanced to the side and noticed that the key was hanging right next to the entrance. After successfully entering the first household's room, it was clearly the home of a couple. The task was to hang the clothes from the basin outside on the clothesline in the alley. The house was filled with an eerie atmosphere. Lu Tianpei was so scared that his legs were shaking. I. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. "You're going?" Lu Tianpei hurriedly said, "I won't go." Tutu rolled his eyes at Lu Tianpei and said, "Captain Lu, this is unbecoming of a captain." Lu Tianpei couldn't take the provocation. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. I'll show you what a squad leader's demeanor really looks like." At that moment, a female ghost's hand emerged from a hole in the ground and grabbed Lu Tianpei's foot. Lu Tianpei jumped in surprise. "Who stepped on my foot?" Everyone looked at each other. "No one stepped on your foot." The mischievous female ghost tugged at Lu Tianpei's foot again, accompanied by her characteristic eerie laughter. Lu Tianpei jumped onto Lu Chen with a startled cry, "There's a ghost! There's a ghost! There's a ghost!" Lu Chen pushed him away in disgust. "Then I'll go hang up the clothes." Lu Tianpei, "No, don't go. I'm scared." Bai Shui glanced at him. "I'll go." Bai Shui grabbed the basin with the clothes and rushed out the door. The lights flickered, accompanied by the terrifying sound of a chainsaw. However, Bai Shui wasn't the least bit afraid. She completed the task with a calm expression on her face. Upon returning, Lu Tianpei couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, a true heroine. The next task was to restore the items based on the photos, and Bai Lu took the lead. "I'll do it." Then Bai Lu and Lu Chen worked together, one holding and the other placing, with remarkable coordination. Bai Lu exclaimed excitedly, "I love playing puzzles the most." Working with Lu Chen gave her a sense of meeting her match. After completing this task, a hole opened under the table, and they entered the second room. Then the group went through tasks such as deciphering a password, plugging in a power source, flipping a circuit breaker, and disabling traps. Cracking passwords and disarming traps were child's play. The other tasks were at most slightly scary. This specifically refers to Lu Tianpei. The final task is to summon a spirit, but before that, you must select a man and a woman to sleep in the bed of the couple's room. Bai Shui glanced at Lu Chen, but Lu Tianpei immediately addressed Lu Chen and Bai Lu. "You two are siblings, you go ahead. We're all single young men and women here, it's not convenient for us." Tutu and Xiong also exchanged glances and said, "Right, you two should go." Through the game, the two of them could tell that Lu Chen and Bai Lu had a good understanding of each other. So Lu Chen and Bai Lu, with everyone's expectations, lay down together on the couple's bed. They had thought that all they needed to do was lie in bed, but little did they know that a female ghost would keep coming to grab their hands and pull their feet, and they couldn't even scream. It made Bai Lu endure it until she was trembling uncontrollably. Finally, Lu Chen couldn't bear to watch any longer and embraced Bai Lu tightly. "Don't be afraid." Listening to Lu Chen's strong heartbeat, Bai Lu felt an inexplicable sense of calm wash over her. Finally, there was one more task left, calling the police. Lu Tianpei finally found a place where he could put his skills to good use. "I'll handle this, I know it best." Everyone burst into laughter. The thrilling and fun escape room adventure came to an end, but this activity left a lasting impression on many people who would remember it fondly in the years to come. Especially Lu Tianpei, who couldn't get enough of it and said, "Hey, now that spring has arrived and the flowers are blooming, why don't we go on a spring outing next weekend?" Chapter 126, The Chest of the Deceased. Bai Lu was the first to raise her hand. Great! 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 We can bring tents, food, and drinks, enjoy the beautiful spring scenery, and have some delicious food. How wonderful that will be. Tutu, who loves to join in the fun, naturally responded enthusiastically. Lu Chen thought about it and realized he didn't have any cases or side jobs lately, so relaxing a bit wouldn't be a bad idea. He agreed. Xiong and Bai Shui, of course, had no objections either. So the group of 6 agreed, and next weekend, it's a spring outing. Just thinking about getting out to play on the weekend gave Bai Lu the motivation to work hard, and she managed to finish all her filming tasks on time every day this week. Meanwhile, Bai Shui didn't have any major cases this week, but there were plenty of case files to organize. To finish early and join everyone for the weekend outing, she had no choice but to work overtime every day. As a result, the only people commuting to and from work were Lu Chen and Bai Lu. The journey wasn't boring. Bai Lu was like a little treasure, teasing Lu Chen so much that he couldn't help but tease her back. Comrade Bai Lu, where's the aura of a big star? Bai Lu gave a proud little snort. Sis, this is called being both salty and sweet, both a little girl and a mature woman. Lu Chen shrugged, clearly not convinced. But Bai Lu suddenly changed her tone and spoke in a different voice. Speak properly. What are you crying about? Look in the mirror. Are you annoying me? Shut up. What are you complaining about? Go play by yourself. Humph. The standard older sister voice scared Lu Chen so much that he jumped, almost thinking it was some famous celebrity. But then Bai Lu's demeanor changed again, transforming into a spoiled little girl. Please, please? Can you do it? Please, please, I'll be your best friend, I don't care, I like you. Baby, kiss me. Who can stand this? Anyway, Lu Chen felt like he was about to melt. If this little devil kept this up, he wouldn't be able to drive the car anymore. Bai Lu said triumphantly, how about it? Isn't she both salty and sweet? Lu Chen laughed, yes. With your skills, it would be a shame not to win a Grand Slam. Bai Lu said proudly, of course. Just wait and see. The Grand Slam is just a matter of time. A bustling week passed, and finally it was Sunday. That day, they split into 2 groups again. Lu Tianpei took one car, and Lu Chen took another. The 2 cars, with 6 people in total, arrived at a secluded spot by Longxi Lake in Jinjiang City. The area was surrounded by the lake on one side and backed by a large mountain on the other, creating a very serene and peaceful environment. The grass is covered with large patches of flowers, giving it the feel of springtime. Lu Tianpei also brought a fishing rod. Today, I'll catch some fish for you guys. Over here, Lu Chen had already set up the barbecue grill and was getting ready to grill. Bai Shui thoughtfully prepared cooked food, fruits, drinks, bread, and more for everyone. Bai Lu also brought a bunch of snacks, including her favorite flower-shaped pastries. Let me tell you, these flower-shaped pastries are absolutely delicious. Seriously, I'd recommend them to anyone. Everyone took a bite and agreed, yes, it's indeed very delicious. Bai Lu said proudly, of course. This is a flower pie made with seasonal flowers, so it's naturally delicious. The group laughed and chatted, enjoying themselves thoroughly. Just then, Lu Tianpei suddenly received a call. Got it. Got it. Let's move out immediately. Then Lu Tianpei looked up at everyone and said, something's wrong. The police station received a report of a food poisoning death, and they suspect someone poisoned the food. Bai Shui, Tutu, and Xiong heard this and immediately started packing their things to leave. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, alright, I'll take Lu Bai home first, then I'll head straight to the crime scene. Tutu and Xiong, you two help me bring the toolbox. That's right, we can't have Bai Lu go to the crime scene with them. So the group split into 2, with Lu Chen driving quickly to take Bai Lu home first. Before getting out of the car, Bai Lu hesitated, then finally said, be careful. Lu Chen nodded and hurried back to the crime scene. By then, Lu Tianpei, Bai Shui, and the others had just arrived. The victim had died at home. According to the person who reported the incident, the victim had been resting after having breakfast with his family when he suddenly began breathing rapidly, feeling dizzy, nauseous, and vomiting. Family members assumed it was a cold and gave the victim cold medicine. However, less than 4 hours after taking the medicine, the victim passed away while lying in bed. At the time of death, the lips were black. The family had seen it on TV and knew it was a sign of poisoning, so they called the police. The breakfast leftovers at home were still intact and hadn't been thrown away, they were still on the kitchen table. Due to the sudden illness and sudden death of the deceased, there hasn't been time to clean up yet. Tutu and Xiong conducted tests with their instruments. Strange, there's no poison. The family members all said, yes, we're all very puzzled. We all had the same breakfast, so why is he the only one who got poisoned? Lu Chen asked, did the deceased eat any other food before his death? The family members thought for a moment and said, no, he only ate what we ate. The child suddenly said, Grandpa ate a piece of flour cake this morning. He said the freshly baked flour cake is the best. The family was so scared that they quickly brought out all the flour cakes. Officer, the remaining flour cakes are all here. Unfortunately, Tutu and Xiong tested them with their instruments and found no toxins. Lu Chen suggested sending the body to the autopsy room first to determine what poison the deceased had ingested, and then trace the source of the toxin. The deceased's family naturally had no objections. During this autopsy, Tutu and Xiong both came along as Lu Chen's assistants. The first reason was to help Lu Chen perform the procedure more smoothly, and the second was for them to observe and learn more. Lu Chen first lifted the deceased's eyelids and took a look. The deceased's eyes had pinpoint pupils. The face was slightly swollen, the lips were cyanotic, and there were ecchymotic hemorrhages on the skin surface. Lu Chen opened the deceased's mouth for further examination and observed that the teeth exhibited a rose-like discoloration and were accompanied by edema. Xiong meticulously recorded the deceased's vital signs. At this point, Lu Chen had already opened the deceased's chest cavity. The deceased's blood was dark red and fluid, with internal organs showing signs of bruising. Additionally, there were symptoms of pulmonary edema and pulmonary edema. These are all symptoms that can occur after poisoning, but there are many toxins that can cause such symptoms. To confirm the cause, it is necessary to analyze the toxins in the deceased's blood. At that moment, Tutu sniffed the air. There was a bitter almond odor. Xiong sniffed. "No, I don't smell anything." Tutu said firmly, "I couldn't have smelled wrong." The three exchanged glances. The symptoms matched those of death, and there was only one toxin that had a bitter almond odor. Chapter 127, Cyanide Poisoning. That's it, cyanide poisoning. To be on the safe side, Lu Chen still extracted some blood and handed it to Xiong, instructing him to analyze the toxins as quickly as possible. An hour later, the results came back. It was indeed cyanide poisoning. Lu Chen submitted the autopsy report, and Lu Tianpei immediately dispatched personnel to investigate the cyanide trade market, aiming to trace the buyer and identify the murderer. After a day of investigation, it was ultimately discovered that all the cyanide had been diverted to several chemical plants, making it highly unlikely that any had been purchased by private individuals. Could it be that the workers at the chemical plants were responsible? Bai Shui went to the deceased's family again to inquire about the situation and asked if the deceased had any connection with the chemical plant. The family stated that the deceased had a severe obsessive-compulsive disorder related to cleanliness and was extremely afraid of chemical pollutants, let alone having any dealings with the factory. The case suddenly lost all leads. To make matters worse, the police station received another report of a death, suspected to be food poisoning. "Whale," the police car responded, and Lu Tianpei led his team to the scene quickly. The deceased was a woman, 28 years old, who had recently gotten married. The deceased's husband wept bitterly. Xiao Jie died under such mysterious circumstances. "Police officers, you must help us find the murderer and bring justice to Xiao Jie." Lu Tianpei followed procedure, questioned the deceased, and investigated her relationships with others. He found that she had not been involved in any arguments or conflicts with anyone, ruling out the possibility of a revenge killing. Tutu and Xiong also completed the residual food analysis with great proficiency. After finishing their work, both of them shook their heads. The deceased's husband was also puzzled. "We ate and slept together. It shouldn't be possible for her to have been poisoned while I'm fine, right?" Lu Chen asked, "Was there any food that your wife ate but you didn't touch?" The deceased's husband thought for a moment and said, "Oh, right. Xiao Jie had a flour cake this morning. She really loves it, but I thought it was too sweet and didn't eat it." "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the flour cake?" Tutu and Xiong pointed to the test report and said, "We've already tested it. The remaining flour-shaped pastries are not poisonous." "That's strange. If the flour cakes are non-toxic, how did the deceased come into contact with the toxin?" Following procedure, an autopsy was conducted on the deceased. After the autopsy, Lu Chen, Tutu, and Xiong were shocked to discover Xiao Jie's symptoms of death were exactly the same as those of the elderly man from yesterday. Toxicology tests also confirmed cyanide poisoning. But they couldn't figure out where the hydrogen was coming from. Lu Chen tapped the table and said, "Check the flour-shaped pastries." Lu Tianpei said, "But didn't you test them? The flour cakes aren't poisonous." Lu Chen explained, "Although the flour cakes we tested were non-toxic, both murders were linked to them. Regardless, we still need to investigate the flour cake shop." Lu Tianpei pondered for a moment and said, "Alright, let's give it a shot. We'll investigate the flour cake shop." After a series of investigations by the police, it was discovered that there were a total of 17 flour cake shops in the city, with the most popular one being called Flour Like Prosperity Flour Cake Shop. It's amazing what you discover when you look into things. It turns out that Flour Like Pastry Shop is actually a popular online store, selling pastries made from various fresh flours. The flour pastries I bought during the spring outing before the Waitu Festival were from this shop. Thinking of the Waitu Festival, Lu Chen couldn't help but call and instruct, "Don't eat those flour cakes for a while." Bai Lu exclaimed, "Why? Flour cakes are so delicious." Lu Chen said, "There have been 2 poisoning deaths in Jinjiang City in the past 2 days, both related to flour-shaped pastries. What do you think?" Bai Lu was so scared that she quickly dropped the flour cake she was holding. "This is too terrifying." After conducting an initial investigation, the police immediately headed to the flour-filled flour cake shop for further inquiry. The owner of the flour-adorned flour cake shop was a man with a rugged appearance, not only in looks but also in temperament. "What? Do you doubt that my flour cakes are poisonous? Go ahead and investigate. If you find any poison, I'll eat it right here." The police sent someone to calm things down, but their men didn't stop their work, testing all the ingredients in the store. The results showed that none of the food was poisoned. Then the boss became even more aggressive. You can't find the real culprit, but you sure have the nerve to bother us ordinary people. Look at what you've done, it's ruining my business. During the investigation, we did indeed waste some time, and customers outside the store who were unaware of the situation pointed and gawked. Lu Tianpei smiled helplessly and said, please rest assured, the police will not wrong an innocent person, nor will they let any criminal go unpunished. Thank you for your cooperation. If we need further information, we will come back to you. The shop owner exclaimed angrily, please, don't come back. The police officers ignored him, packed up their things, and returned to their unit. One officer even muttered under his breath, he looks so rough, I never would have guessed he was selling flour cakes. Yeah, the contrast is just too much. But looking at how fierce he looks, maybe he has a bad temper and offended someone, and they're deliberately framing him, right? You make a good point. But we have no evidence. Upon hearing this, the officer sighed and said, well, we'll just have to continue investigating other shops selling fresh flour pastries. Unfortunately, before the police could finish investigating all the shops, another report came in on the morning of the third day. Another person had died mysteriously, suspected of poisoning. The police rushed to the scene, sirens blaring, and once again, Lu Tianpei, Lu Chen, Bai Shui, Tutu, Xiong Xiong, and others arrived at the scene. The victim was a middle school student, and the procedure was familiar to everyone: questioning, examination, and autopsy. The results were identical to the poisoning case from 2 days ago, once again linked to flour-shaped pastries and cyanide poisoning. 3 consecutive days of flour cake poisoning cases have caught the attention of the city bureau chief, Hu Tianming. Hu Tianming was furious. Such a heinous crime has occurred in our city. I order you to solve this case within 3 days. Lu Tianpei, Lu Chen, and others stood at attention and saluted. Yes, sir. The police then swiftly inspected the remaining flour cake shops, but the results remained the same: no toxins were found. On the 4th day, early in the morning, the police received another emergency call reporting another unexplained death, suspected to be poisoning. After investigation, the deceased was identified as a middle-aged man, who had also died from cyanide poisoning, and the case was again linked to the flour-shaped pastries. However, the police are currently unable to trace the source of the toxin. Lu Tianpei gritted his teeth in frustration and applied to higher authorities to temporarily close all shops selling flour-shaped pastries. On the 5th day, which was also the 2nd day of the investigation, the police received another call. In the Ballet Rain community in South City, a young child was found dead at home under suspicious circumstances, possibly due to poisoning. Chapter 128, this is a blatant frame-up. Chapter 128, this is a blatant frame-up. Lu Tianpei slammed the table. Damn it. This never ends. But the police still had to respond. Wail, the police arrived at the scene quickly. The victim was an elementary school student. As soon as they arrived at the scene, Lu Tianpei and Lu Chen asked in unison, did the child eat flour cakes? To avoid unnecessary panic, the police sealed off information about the poisoning cases that had occurred over several days, so ordinary people had no idea what had happened. The parents of the children asked in astonishment, really? Is there something wrong with the flour-shaped pastries? We all ate them too. Saying this, they brought out the remaining flour cakes. Tutu and Xiong Xiong immediately stepped forward, put on gloves, and began using the instruments for testing. The test results showed non-toxic. Lu Tianpei asked, aren't all the flour cake shops in the city closed? Where did you get these flour cakes? The parent quickly replied, we bought them yesterday and didn't finish them. Officer, is this really a problem with the flour cakes? Lu Tianpei said, the exact cause is still under investigation by the police. If necessary, we will come back to you for further details. Following that, Lu Chen and the others proceeded with the autopsy according to the standard procedure. Sure enough, it was cyanide poisoning. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, we should go to the flour shop and other flour cake shops for a more thorough investigation. Lu Tianpei agreed wholeheartedly. Since it's all related to flour cakes, there must be something seriously wrong with these flour cakes. After a thorough investigation by the police, it was discovered that other flour cake shops, seeing the thriving business of the flour shop, were all sourcing their goods from this shop. As a result, the police conducted a focused investigation into the Flower Blossoms flour shop. The shop owner, Cheng Hu, upon seeing the police again, angrily said, it's all because of you that our shop had to close. Lu Tianpei didn't mince words. Recently, there have been several cases of food poisoning resulting in death in Jinjiang City, all linked to flour-shaped pastries. We're here today to ask you to accompany us to the police station for further investigation. Please cooperate with our inquiry. Upon hearing that he would have to go to the police station, Cheng Hu grew angry. Do you have any evidence? How can you arrest someone without evidence? Lu Tianpei said, we're not arresting you arbitrarily. Please cooperate with our investigation. Cheng Hu refused to back down. Why should I cooperate with you? I have no obligation to do so. Lu Chen directly pulled out the arrest warrant and said, the arrest warrant has been issued. Why waste time arguing with him? With the arrest warrant in hand, Lu Tianpei naturally didn't bother with formalities anymore. He stepped forward and cuffed Chang-hu, declaring, "Chang-hu, you're under arrest." Chang-hu finally panicked. "You're serious?" Lu Tianpei snorted coldly. "I suggest you think it over carefully. When you get to the police station, confess honestly. Confession leads to leniency, resistance leads to severity. Got it?" Chang-hu shouted, "I'm innocent. I don't know anything." Even at the police station, Chang-hu kept repeating the same thing. "I really don't know anything. I don't even know why you arrested me." This time, Lu Chen was the presiding judge. Pointing to the photos of the 5 deceased on the table, he said, "These 5 people all died from eating the flower-shaped pastries sold by your family. How do you explain this?" Chang-hu was stunned. "They all died from eating the flower cakes from my shop. How is that possible?" "Officer, didn't you investigate already? There's no poison in my ingredients. It's just flour and flowers." No, if it was the flower pastries from my house that caused the problem, then the other guests should have been poisoned too. Only 5 people have been affected so far. Did they offend someone?" Lu Chen sneered. "Did these 5 people ever offend you? That's why you specifically sold them 5 poisoned flower cakes. The others were unpoisoned, so they wouldn't cause mass casualties." Chang-hu shook his head vigorously and said, "That's absolutely impossible. I may have a bad temper, but I settle scores on the spot. Why would I go to the trouble of poisoning them? Besides, this flower cake shop is my livelihood. I wouldn't ruin my own livelihood." Chang-hu spoke with genuine emotion, and Lu Chen could tell from his facial expressions that he wasn't lying. Lu Chen changed the subject and asked, "Have you ever offended anyone because of your hot temper?" When asked this, Chang-hu immediately reacted, "You suspect that someone framed me?" But Chang-hu has offended so many people that it might be too many to count. Chang-hu said, somewhat embarrassed, "I guess there might be quite a few, right? You know I have a bad temper. I might have offended someone without even realizing it." Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "Then, list the people you think you've offended the most recently. We'll investigate them." While Chang-hu was racking his brain trying to figure out who he might have offended, Lu Chen had already asked his surveillance team to review the store's security footage. Since it's all related to flower cakes, it's highly likely that the poison was randomly added during the production process, which is why only a few people were poisoned. Chang-hu scratched his head until it bled before finally writing down 3 names. One was his wife, who had a temper but never hit him. Recently, after his wife accused him of having a temper, he argued with her for a few minutes. However, he is the most doting husband, so his wife would never hold a grudge against him. One of them was an employee at his shop named Su Ming. Recently, he had criticized Su Ming for burning the flower-shaped pastries too much, which affected the taste. However, Su Ming probably won't hold a grudge, as his wages, benefits, and overall treatment are quite good, and he's been working for him for over a decade. The last one is the landlord of the flower cake shop. Since the flower cakes are selling well, the landlord wants to raise the rent. Chang-hu isn't going to put up with that, so he just said, "If you raise it again, we're moving out." But the landlord wouldn't dare to frame him, would he? If the landlord were involved in a murder case, how could he rent out the house afterward? Although the 3 people provided by Chang-hu were unlikely suspects, the police department questioned all 3 of them out of an abundance of caution. Chang-hu's wife is a delicate young woman who was completely flustered upon hearing the police's questions. "What? Chang-hu? He does have a bad temper, but he's truly very good to me. Otherwise, how could I have married him? We never argued." "You mean the time he talked back to me a few days ago?" "Oh, I already forgot about that. Don't you know what kind of temper Chang-hu has? He is just a bit hot-tempered, but he is really a good person. So I tried to talk him down and tell him to calm down, but I don't know how he took it as me rejecting him." Chapter 129, Bullying the Honest Ones, huh? The shop assistant, Su Ming, looked like an honest and straightforward person. But when asked about his opinion of Chang-hu, he immediately burst into a mischievous laugh. "The boss is a really good guy. He taught me the trade and pays me a high salary. Where else could I find such a great boss?" "Oh, you mean he has a bad temper and often yells at people?" "That's true. I started as an apprentice, so I've been scolded quite a bit. I'm used to it now." "What? How could I possibly hold a grudge against my boss? He scolds me a lot, but it's all for my own good." The shop landlord is named Qian Fugue. He looks like a shrewd businessman. Chang-hu is very business savvy and runs his business quite well. It's just that his temper is a bit too hot. If he could just be a bit more patient, his business would probably take it to the next level. "We haven't had any conflicts, have we?" "Oh, you're talking about the rent increase, right?" I admit that was a bit underhanded of me, but that's just how the market works. The more bustling and lively the area, the more prices go up. Don't you agree?" "What? Are you accusing me of something? How could I possibly ruin my own cash cow? Think about it, doesn't that make sense?" As the investigation once again hit a dead end, everyone's mood grew somber. Just then, news came from the surveillance team. At 2 a.m. one night, surveillance footage from the store across the street from the flower shop showed a shadowy figure entering the flower cake shop. Lu Chen and the others quickly gathered in the conference room to analyze the footage from the surveillance video. After pausing, a human figure could be seen, though the video quality was blurry, and the figure appeared as a dark, shadowy mass. Vaguely, it seemed as though the person had a slight hunchback. After everyone rewound it several times, they still couldn't figure out who it was. At the flower shop, it seemed like the person had avoided the surveillance cameras. The investigators reviewed the videos from the past 15 days but didn't find any suspicious individuals. Suddenly, Lu Chen remembered something and said to his colleague from the surveillance team, "Play that video again." The surveillance team member complied and played it again. All that could be seen in the video was a shadowy figure entering the flower cake shop. Nothing else was discernible. Just as the figure was about to enter the flower cake shop, Lu Chen shouted, "Stop!" Then he said to everyone, "Did you notice who this person looks like?" Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Lu Tianpei rested his chin on his hand and said, "He looks familiar." Everyone looked at him expectantly. Lu Tianpei added, "But I couldn't remember." Everyone. Lu Tianpei looked at Lu Chen and said, "Who does this person resemble?" Lu Chen stepped forward and circled the photo of the shop assistant Su Ming with a red pen. Lu Tianpei said, "This doesn't look much like him either." Lu Chen glanced at him and asked his surveillance colleague to play a random video of Su Ming working in the shop. After it finished playing, Lu Chen asked, "Did everyone notice anything? This Su Ming has a slight hunchback. And he's left-handed. Take a look at this video of him entering the door from the outside. He opened the door with his left hand. In this video of him at work, it is even clearer and more obvious that Su Ming is left-handed." After a pause, Lu Chen added, "Moreover, there are no signs of the door lock being tampered with, which means this person had a key. As an employee of the shop, Su Ming would have had easy access to the shop keys." After Lu Chen finished explaining, Lu Tianpei hurried forward and watched the video several times. The more he watched, the more it made sense. It was indeed Su Ming. "I hereby order the immediate arrest of Su Ming." Su Ming, who had already finished his interrogation at the police station and returned home, was once again brought back to the police station. Su Ming was utterly shocked. "What's going on here? I've already said everything I needed to say." This time, Lu Chen personally interrogated him. "Su Ming, do you recognize this person?" Lu Chen pointed at the shadowy figure in the surveillance video and asked. Su Ming took a closer look. It looks like our flower cake shop." "Who is this person? What is he doing at our flower cake shop in the middle of the night?" "I know. This is the murderer, right? You guys go catch him." "Why are you arresting me?" Lu Chen sneered, "You're quite the actor, aren't you? This person is clearly you, Su Ming." Su Ming was startled. This can't possibly be me." Lu Chen zoomed in on the figure in the surveillance footage and pointed to his shoulders, saying, "Look, that slight hunchback, doesn't it look like you?" Then Lu Chen pointed to the footage of the suspect opening the door and said, "And this action, recognize it? This reveals that he's left-handed. And you, Su Ming, happen to be left-handed too, right?" Su Ming nervously withdrew his left hand, which had been resting on the table. Lu Chen sneered and asked again, "And you entered the door so easily without even picking the lock? If that's not a key, what is it? In your store, only you and your boss Chang who have keys, right?" The barrage of questions scared Su Ming into breaking out in a cold sweat. "Officer, no, it's not me, I swear it's not me. Officer, no, it's really not me." Lu Chen shouted, "Su Ming! You dare to lie. You'd better confess honestly. Why did you do this?" Su Ming still spoke frantically, "It wasn't me. I'm innocent." Lu Chen read his facial expressions. He was genuinely nervous and afraid, but he didn't seem to have any sense of despair that his secret had been exposed. With Lu Chen's mastery of psychological techniques, Su Ming couldn't possibly lie to him without being detected. Could it be that Su Ming's acting is just too good? Su Ming stubbornly refused to admit it, and the case once again reached a deadlock. At that moment, Cheng Hu's wife and Su Ming's wife both arrived at the police station. Su Ming's wife cried out, "Su Ming is truly an honest and kind-hearted person. He wouldn't even step on an ant. How could he possibly harm anyone?" Cheng Hu's wife also said, "That's right. We've known Su Ming for over a decade. We truly trust his character." Su Ming's wife added, "Officer, Su Ming couldn't possibly be the murderer. You must investigate and uncover the truth. Please don't wrong an innocent person." Lu Tianpei replied with a troubled expression, "But the current evidence strongly suggests that it was Su Ming who did it." Cheng Hu's wife, though she looked delicate and timid, was highly organized. "May we ask what kind of evidence it is?" Lu Tianpei glanced at Lu Chen. According to protocol, the details of the case shouldn't be disclosed. Lu Tianpei raised his eyes to look at Lu Chen. After all, the details of the case shouldn't be disclosed. Lu Chen thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Lu Tianpei then mentioned the video. Chapter 130, 3-Shift Rotation System. Cheng Hu's wife thought for a moment and asked, "What time was this video taken?" Lu Tianpei replied, "The video was recorded at 1 a.m. on March 4th. Cheng Hu's wife hurriedly nudged Su Ming's wife, "Think quickly. At 1 a.m. on March 4th, where was your husband Su Ming?" Su Ming's wife was already panicking. Right, March 4th, early morning. Where is Su Ming? Where is he? Where is he? Shanghu's wife was getting anxious. At this hour, if he's not sleeping, what else could he be doing? Aren't the two of you sleeping together? Lu Tianpei kindly reminded her, as Su Ming's closest family member, his wife cannot provide an alibi for him. Unless you have other evidence. This completely rules out the possibility of Su Ming's wife claiming that Su Ming was with her and sleeping together, as she would be unable to provide any proof. However, if this is the truth, there is nothing that can be done. The police cannot accept this alibi anymore. Shanghu's wife sighed. Well, there's nothing we can do about it then. Suddenly, Su Ming's wife slapped her thigh and exclaimed, I remember. Shanghu's wife was startled and quickly asked, what did you remember? Hurry up and tell us. Su Ming's wife said excitedly, that day, Su Ming and I went back to our hometown. That night, we played mahjong with our family all night long. My niece even took a photo and posted it on her social media. Su Ming's wife eagerly reached for her phone, eager to open her social media feed to prove that everything he said was true. However, several days had already passed, and Su Ming's wife's niece's WeChat moments showed. Friends can only view the past 3 days of WeChat moments. Su Ming's wife was so anxious that she quickly called her niece, little girl, why can only see your WeChat moments for the past 3 days? Hurry up and make your WeChat moments public. Xiaoya was confused, Auntie, why do you need to make it public? What do you need it for? Su Ming's wife didn't have time to explain and could only say, just let go. This is a matter of life and death. The young girl didn't have time to ask more questions, she just nodded and adjusted her social media privacy settings. Done. Su Ming's wife hung up the phone and hurried to check Xiaoya's moments, but she couldn't find that post anywhere. Frustrated, Su Ming's wife called Xiaoya again, Xiaoya, where did that post go? Xiaoya replied, Auntie, which one are you talking about? Su Ming's wife hurriedly said, it was that day when I went back to my hometown with your uncle. We played cards together that night. Didn't you take a photo and post it on your social media? Xiaoya thought for a moment, oh, you mean that one? I forgot to hide that WeChat post from my boss. I remembered the next day and deleted it right away. Su Ming's wife panicked, what about the photo? Do you still have it saved? Xiaoya thought for a moment, the photo is definitely still there. Don't worry, I'll send it to you right away. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoya sent the photo to Su Ming's wife. Su Ming's wife was overjoyed, holding the phone up to Lu Tianpei and saying, Officer, take a look. This can serve as proof that my husband wasn't there, right? Lu Tianpei glanced at the photo and hesitated, but there's no date on this photo. Su Ming's wife was dumbfounded. After thinking for a moment, she said, then, can I ask the people in the photo to come and prove it? We can't have everyone lying for us, can we? Lu Tianpei hesitated, this. Lu Chen said, send me the photo. I have a way to determine the exact time it was taken. Lu Tianpei said, don't you know that the date on a photo can be altered? Lu Chen looked at him with a disbelieving expression and said, you forgot that I have a friend who's an extremely skilled hacker. He can even trace the original time and location of the photo. Lu Tianpei finally remembered, oh, right. Your friend is really that good. When it came to Lu Chen, Lu Tianpei even gave him a thumbs up. Lu Chen returned to his workstation and sent a message from his secondary account, creating the illusion that his friends were helping him. Before long, his friends responded with messages. The photo was taken at 12:30 a.m. on March 4th in a remote county under the jurisdiction of Jinjiang City. This location is 100 kilometers away from Jinjiang City as the crow flies. Given both the time and distance involved, Su Ming could not possibly have been at the location captured by the surveillance video at that time. Therefore, Su Ming cannot be the murderer. Upon seeing the results that Lu Chen had uncovered, Su Ming's wife burst into tears with joy. Thank you, Officer Lu. You're truly a beacon of justice. I must present you with a banner of gratitude. Lu Chen smiled and waved his hand. It's our duty. We won't let a single criminal go unpunished, but we'll never wrong an innocent person either. After Su Ming's wife and Shanghu's wife left, grateful and indebted, Lu Tianpei sighed and said, the lead has been cut off again. With only 1 day left until the deadline for solving the case, this is getting dire. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, I think we should start by investigating the source of the toxin. Lu Tianming looked at her deeply. Chen, do you know how many employees work at the chemical plant? How long will it take us to investigate all of them? Lu Chen also looked back at him deeply. Do you have any other ideas? Lu Chen also looked back at him deeply. Do you have any other ideas? Lu Tianpei shrugged his hands. Not really. Lu Chen, then let's go with my plan. Besides, we don't need to screen everyone at the chemical plant. We only need to screen those who have had contact with drugs. That narrows the scope down, doesn't it? Lu Tianpei's eyes lit up. Chen, you're the one we need. Lu Chen gave him a look and then organized the group to set off. This time, Lu Chen also brought along Tutu and Tu Sainan. If you've ever been involved with drugs and want to cover it up, you'd better ask Tutu's nose if it agrees. Woo woo woo, the police car arrived quickly at the first chemical factory. This chemical factory produces rubber gloves using nitrile rubber as the raw material. Nitrile rubber contains cyanide, but it is non-toxic. However, the production of nitrile rubber requires the use of cyanide compounds. The factory manager, seeing that so many police officers had been dispatched to investigate the cyanide, dared not delay. He personally led them to the warehouse, saying as they walked, "Those who work in chemicals know best that cyanide is highly toxic. Therefore, we have very strict management of cyanide. It is kept by designated personnel and supervised by others, with a 6-person, 3-shift rotation system. All items must be requested and signed for upon pickup. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for cyanide to be mishandled and cause harm to others." Lu Tianpei remained non-committal. "Let us investigate first. Please kindly gather all relevant parties for us." The factory manager was extremely cooperative. All right, I'll gather everyone right away. We guarantee full cooperation." However, shortly afterward, the staff reported back, "There's a technician named Chao Nung who took the day off today." Chapter 131, This is the season when flowers bloom. Lu Tianpei's professional instinct kicked in, and he immediately asked, "Why did this person take leave? Where do they live?" The person replied, "Master Chao suddenly said he had a stomachache and needed to take a day off to rest. He has already returned home." Lu Tianpei and Lu Chen exchanged glances, both feeling that there was something off about this Chao Nung. Why take a day off now, of all times, when an investigation is underway? After confirming Chao Nung's home address and other details, Lu Chen personally led a team of 2 police officers to question the man named Chao Nung. Chao Nung's home was not far from the factory, and the police car arrived in just 10 minutes. Upon arrival, Lu Chen presented his credentials. Chao Nung's family was quite surprised, as Chao Nung was as honest and law-abiding as they come. What could the police possibly want with him? However, although Chao Nung's family was surprised, they cooperated and informed the police of Chao Nung's whereabouts. It turned out that after returning home, Chao Nung had complained of severe abdominal pain and could no longer endure it, so he went to the hospital. This made Lu Chen even more suspicious. This was just too coincidental. Well, the police car set off again, heading straight for the hospital where Chao Nung had gone. Chao Nung claimed to be suffering from severe abdominal pain, so he naturally wouldn't go to a hospital too far away. He went to a nearby general hospital, and within just 5 minutes, Lu Chen and the others arrived at the hospital. However, upon arriving at the hospital, they searched every department but couldn't find a patient named Chao Nung. Lu Chen couldn't help but curse under his breath, "This guy must be up to something." At that moment, a sharp-eyed police officer noticed a person in the corridor holding in 4 bottles and preparing to head toward the ward. The officer quickly reported to Lu Chen, "Captain Lu, take a look at that man. Doesn't he resemble Chao Nung?" Lu Chen glanced over and exclaimed, "Hey, it really is that scoundrel Chao Nung." Lu Chen led the police officers quietly toward the ward, where only Chao Nung was lying alone. Lu Chen shouted loudly, "Police! Don't move!" Startled, Chao Nung jumped back, his face contorted in fear. "No way, are you really going to arrest me too?" Lu Chen snorted coldly, "So you know what you've done, don't you?" Chao Nung hurriedly held up his hand, still pierced with needles, and said, I said, isn't that enough?" Lu Chen saw this and sat down to prepare to question him. One police officer watched over Chao Nung to prevent him from escaping, while another took notes. "Speak up. Tell the truth." Chao Nung sighed and said, "Officer, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have used my brother's medical insurance card. I shouldn't have been greedy, officer. Is using someone else's medical insurance card a serious crime? Why did you come in such a big force to arrest me? Your efficiency is really impressive. I just checked into the hospital, and you're already here." Lu Chen. 2 police officers. What on earth is going on here? No wonder we couldn't find any information about Chao Nung's visit to the hospital. Lu Chen said, "That's not what we're asking. Why did you take a day off from work to come home?" Chao Nung looked innocent and said, "I'm just having stomach pain." "You saw it, didn't you? I'm still hooked up to N4. Lu Chen said again, "Isn't it because you're feeling guilty?" Chao Nung was even more confused. "I already said that earlier. Yes, I used my brother's medical insurance card because his reimbursement limit is higher than mine." Lu Chen bluntly asked, "Recently, there have been several food poisoning-related murder cases in Jinjiang City. Did you do it?" Chao Nung was so frightened that he jumped up and said, "Officer, I really didn't do it." Lu Chen said, "After our investigation, you are the most likely person to have come into contact with the toxin." Chao Nung hurriedly said, "Officer, we work in shifts of 6 people, with 2 people per shift. Even if I did something suspicious, another employee would report me." Lu Chen asked again, "What if you take advantage of someone not paying attention or when they're in the restroom or something?" Chao Nung replied, "Officer, I don't think you're familiar with our procedures here. All toxins are managed with precision down to the milligram, and everyone is subjected to strict physical examinations upon entry and exit. There's simply no way to bring anything out. Besides, the cases you mentioned have nothing to do with me. Why would I harm them?" With 5 consecutive murder cases, the police haven't been able to completely seal off the information. Some people in the citizen group have already obtained the information from the neighborhood group, so it's not surprising that Chao knows about it. Lu Chen observed Chao Neng's expression and noticed that his demeanor had already shifted from initial tension to calmness. Of course, the initial tension was likely due to his belief that the police were coming to arrest him for using someone else's medical insurance card. Moreover, Chao Neng was right. Whether it was the flower cake shop or the deceased, he had no connection to either. Could it really not be him? Then who could have done it? Just then, Lu Tianpei's phone rang. Lu Chen walked outside to a quiet spot to answer it. As soon as the call connected, Lu Tianpei said, "Chen, how's the situation over there? I've finished my investigation. The procedures at these factories are very strict. It's impossible for anyone to carry toxins out." Lu Chen explained the situation here, and Lu Tianpei remained silent for a long time. With only half a day left before the deadline for solving the case, time was running out. Lu Chen returned to the ward and prepared to order the withdrawal of surveillance on Chao Neng. He also reminded him to proactively pay the medical insurance fines. Chao Neng hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "Officer, would you like to investigate from another angle?" "Lu Chen?" Chao Neng mustered up the courage to say, "I studied chemistry, so I have some knowledge of cyanide. Actually, cyanide isn't only found in chemical plants, it's also present in our daily lives. For example, the seeds and pits of fruits we eat daily, such as peaches, apricots, plums, apples, and wild berries, also contain cyanide. However, these are only released when chewed, and the levels are extremely low, but they do exist. Additionally, cyanogenic plants include mahogany, Christmas berries, osmanthus, wild cherries, European cherries, wild black cherries, flax, velvet grass, Sudan grass, and arrow grass. However, these require significant quantities to cause poisoning. Nevertheless, if someone were to use these plants to create poison, it is not entirely impossible. I've also heard about this case. It involved eating flour-filled pastries. We also have osmanthus cherry in Jinjiang City, and it's currently in bloom. Could it be that the owner accidentally mixed in broken fruit shells when using osmanthus cherry? The last sentence is quite diplomatic. Chao Neng has been emphasizing the large quantity all along, but how careless would one have to be to mix in such a large amount of broken fruit shells? However, this is indeed a direction for investigation. After thanking Chao Neng, Lu Chen immediately set off for the flower cake shop to question the owner, then informed Lu Tianpei of the situation. The two agreed to meet at the flower cake shop. Upon arriving at the flower cake shop, they called Cheng Hu down from the upstairs to question him. Upon hearing this, Cheng Hu said, "The ingredients we use for our flower cakes were recommended by the owner of the pancake shop next door. They are all fresh flowers that we grow ourselves." Chapter 132, This is intentionally misleading the police. Lu Tianpei and Lu Chen exchanged glances and continued to ask, "Have you ever had a conflict with the owner of the pancake shop across the street?" "Cheng Hu, there's no conflict, but when you're doing business, competition is inevitable." As he spoke, Cheng Hu looked across at the bustling pancake stall and said, "Before they closed, my business was 10 times better than theirs." Lu Chen was intrigued. "How was the business at the pancake stall before?" Lu Chen asked, "How was the business at the pancake stall before?" Cheng Hu scoffed, "It probably wasn't great. Though I was busy and didn't pay much attention to the place across the street, but judging from the owner's expression, it probably wasn't great. Then there's a possible motive for the crime." After asking more detailed questions about the pancake shop across the street, Lu Tianpei and Lu Chen led their men directly to the pancake shop across the street. To avoid causing unnecessary panic, Lu Tianpei had his men evacuate the customers first before approaching the shop owner and saying, "Police, please cooperate with the investigation." The owner's smile froze slightly, but he said nothing and followed Lu Tianpei and Lu Chen to the police station to assist with the questioning. The owner of the pancake shop was surnamed named Li Shan. Lu Chen cut straight to the point and asked, "The flowers used in the flower-shaped pastries across the street are supplied by you, aren't they?" Li Shan smiled innocently and replied to Lu Chen, "It's a friend of mine who happens to grow flowers." "What's the matter, officer? Is there something you need?" Lu Chen asked. "On the night of March 3rd at 10 p.m. and the early morning of March 4th at 2 a.m., where were you and what were you doing?" Li Shan replied without hesitation, "I was sleeping. What else would I be doing at that hour? I usually go to bed early because I have to get up at 3 or 4 a.m. to knead dough and make pancakes. So I was definitely sleeping at that time, otherwise, I wouldn't have any energy the next day." Lu Chen nodded slightly and said, "Do you have any witnesses or evidence?" Li Shan said, "I was sleeping in my own home, and my wife was there." "Does that count?" Lu Chen laughed. Li Shan seemed honest, and his answer was perfect. But it was precisely because of this that he was even more suspicious. A normal honest person would be nervous upon entering a police station, even if they hadn't committed a crime, let alone under such high-pressure questioning. Lu Chen stared into Li Shan's eyes and said, "You're lying. You went to the flower cake shop across the street, didn't you?" Li Shan still smiled innocently. "What would I be doing there at this hour?" Lu Chen said, "Go poison them. You're jealous that the business across the street is better than yours. A fleeting look of envy flashed across Li Shan's eyes, but it didn't escape Lu Chen's keen observation. Lu Chen continued, "You're very clever. Even the poison is homemade. If I'm not mistaken, you must have a large supply of osmanthus cherry fruit shells hidden away at home, right?" Li Shan's expression flashed a hint of pride, but it vanished in an instant as he returned to his usual demeanor. "Officer, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Lu Chen, of course, noticed Li Shan's expression. Li Shan was just an ordinary person. How could he control his expression so easily? Lu Chen added, "Oh, so it's already been taken care of." Li Shan's eyes flashed with shock. How could that be? He hadn't said anything at all. Lu Chen observed Li Shan's expression and said, "Let me guess, you threw it in the trash can?" "Oh, no, that must mean he buried it in the park near his house?" "Oh, no, that's not right either." "Oh, there's an abandoned little forest near your house. So that's where you buried it." Li Shan panicked. No, that's not it." Lu Chen, that's the place." Lu Chen then immediately notified Lu Tianpei, instructing him to take men to the small forest near Li Shan's house to dig up the tools used in the crime. Tutu and Xiong followed closely behind to collect evidence promptly. Li Shan panicked for a moment before regaining his composure. "Even if you find something, it doesn't prove I did it, does it?" Lu Chen gave him a mocking glance, and Li Shan immediately realized his mistake, wishing he could swallow his own tongue. Wasn't he just admitting it? Was there something buried there? The more he said, the more he risked making a mistake, so Li Shan decided to remain silent. Lu Chen, however, wouldn't let him off the hook. "Let me guess again. After you finished making the poison, you took advantage of a dark and stormy night to sneak into the flower cake shop. Your old neighbors, you know everything about the place across the street, even the blind spots and the surveillance cameras. As for the shop keys, you can easily get a copy made." Li Shan remained silent. Lu Chen glanced at the police officer outside, who nodded slightly to him. Lu Chen continued, "We've already tracked down the locksmith shop where you had the key copied. It's one of your old connections, isn't it? The keys in that shop all look pretty similar, so the locksmith probably thought you were just duplicating your own house keys." Li Shan panicked. "I did have them made for my own home." Lu Chen, is that so? How many keys are there to your house in total? The flower cake shop and the pancake shop both use the same type of lock, which typically comes with 6 keys. If Li Shan's family had one extra key or one missing, he wouldn't be able to explain it. Because if he had already thrown away that key, there should only be 6 keys left in his house. The new key and the original key would naturally have slight differences, which could be easily spotted at a glance. If he didn't throw it away, it would be even easier to determine whether the key belongs to the same lock. Li Shan just pursed his lips and said nothing. After all, he had already thrown away the key. There was no evidence left. Lu Chen continued, "You also deliberately provided the police with a surveillance video where you specifically imitated the appearance of Su Ming, the shop assistant from the flower cake shop, intentionally misleading the police." Li Shan remained silent. Lu Chen said, "Then that must be true." As for whether Li Shan will admit it, Lu Chen has already asked his colleagues from the surveillance team to investigate. They checked the surveillance footage from the pancake shop to the flower cake shop, and there are other surveillance cameras as well. There must be footage that clearly shows Li Shan's face. Combined with the physical evidence from the small forest, if we can collect fingerprints, we'll be able to convict him. Thinking of this, Lu Chen continued, "Let me guess again. How did you manage to kill only one person a day?" A twisted expression flashed across Li Shan's face. No way, he could figure that out too? Lu Chen, observing Li Shan's facial expressions and movements, naturally discerned his thoughts. Lu Chen said, "You're clever. You didn't put the poison in any of the ingredients, but instead placed it in the packaging bags of the flower-shaped pastries. You also calculated the approximate sales volume of the flower-shaped pastry shop and placed one bag every other day. This is also why the police couldn't find the poison at the flower cake shop. They only focused on inspecting the ingredients, and the packaging bags were only randomly checked. With so many bags, it's impossible to inspect every single one." Li Shan was truly shocked. Is this even human? How did he figure out such a detail? Chapter 133, The Murderer Behind It All. No matter how turbulent Li Shan's inner thoughts were, Lu Chen had already made up his mind. This man was the mastermind behind it all. With only 2 hours left before the deadline to solve the case, news came from Lu Tianpei's side. The gooing fruit shell has been found. Xiong also collected Li Shan's fingerprints from it. Tutu, relying on her incredibly sensitive nose, detected a large amount of bitter almonds inside. The surveillance team also reported that they had found the surveillance video of Li Shan's face from that evening, and the time he appeared in the video was exactly when he entered the flower cake shop. The evidence is irrefutable. Li Shan has no choice but to confess. Everything unfolded exactly as Lu Chen had suspected. Li Shan harbored deep resentment toward the flower cake shop across the street for stealing his business, which is why he harbored malicious intent. Once someone dies from eating the flower pastries across the street, no one will buy them anymore. Li Shan's friend specializes in growing flowers, so Li Shan has also learned a lot about flowers and plants from him. He knows which plants are toxic and has taught himself how to extract toxins. As for why the police framed the shop assistant Su Ming, it was because Li Shan had previously gone to dig up the corner of the tiger wall and wanted Su Ming to follow him. But Su Ming refused outright, so Li Shan harbored a grudge against him. So, don't underestimate honest people. When they get serious, they can be truly ruthless. It's just a shame that Li Shan's self-taught skills were wasted. If he had applied them to chemical engineering, he could have become a highly skilled master craftsman. In the final second of the deadline for solving the case, Li Shan signed the confession. The city bureau chief, Hu Tianming, praised them highly. Your second squad did an excellent job. Everyone will receive a bonus this month. The entire second team cheered in unison. Tutu and Xiong Xion looked on longingly from behind. Hu Tianming waved his hand. The forensic department is all here too. Tutu jumped up in joy. The director is so wise. After everyone was ready to leave, Hu Tianming called Bai Shui to stay behind. A report came from Luzhou regarding a major case of human trafficking involving women, and they requested the assistance of an experienced female detective. After much consideration, among the experienced and capable female detectives, you are the only one who meets the criteria. Bai Shui understood the implication immediately. Director, I'll go. Hu Tianming burst into laughter. I knew I didn't misjudge you. And I didn't misjudge the three of you who were transferred here either. Alright, when you return, I'll reward you all together. It was rare for Bai Shui to know the ins and outs of officialdom, so she immediately replied, Director, this is all my duty. Eliminating evils for the people is the responsibility of a police officer. Hu Tianming, of course, was even more impressed. When it was time to pack their bags and prepare to leave, Bai Shui was at a loss. Bai Lu couldn't cook, and they couldn't order takeout every day. For a female celebrity, that was both unhealthy and unsafe. After thinking it over, Bai Shui knocked on the door of Lu Chen's south house across the street. As soon as she entered, Bai Shui asked, Lu team leader, can you cook? Lu Chen smiled slightly. I can cook simple homestyle dishes. Bai Shui said, that's great. I'll be away on a business trip for a while. Could you please take care of Lulu for me? She can't cook, and we can't order takeout every day. Lu Chen naturally wouldn't refuse, sure. Bai Shui had originally thought that Lu Chen would refuse, but she never expected him to be so easygoing. Bai Shui sighed in relief and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you so much, Lu team leader. Lu Chen smiled and said, we're neighbors, no need to be so formal. After Bai Shui returned, her face felt slightly warm. Bai Lu rushed over and laughed. Sister. Bai Shui quickly regained her composure and said, your meal arrangements have been sorted out for the time being. You can eat with Lu Chen when the time comes. He has already agreed. Bai Lu gave a sly smile, but Lu Chen, he didn't take me in because of you, did he? Don't worry, while you're away, I'll definitely speak well of you. Bai Shui said, stop joking around. I don't think Lu Chen has any feelings for me. Bai Lu propped her chin up and said, how could that be? My sister is so graceful and beautiful. What man wouldn't be moved? Bai Shui forced a smile, stop teasing me. Then she made an excuse that she still had to pack her luggage and walked away. For some reason, perhaps it was a woman's innate intuition, but Bai Shui always felt that Lu Chen's feelings for her were not the kind of affection a man typically has for a woman. Admiration might exist, but it's the kind of admiration one feels for a colleague's abilities, regardless of gender. Never mind, never mind. I don't want to think about it anymore. Bai Shui took a deep breath and decided to focus on the case in Luzhou for now. The next morning, Bai Lu arrived promptly at Lu Chen's doorstep. As soon as Lu Chen opened the door, he saw a sweet-looking face smiling at him and greeting him. Good morning, Lu Chen. Lu Chen, good morning. Lu Chen, call me brother. Bai Lu, no, I don't want to. Lu Chen. Lu Chen directly hugged his arms and blocked the door. You don't want to call me brother, do you? If you don't call me brother, then don't even think about eating. Bai Lu pouted. No, how can you bear to starve your little cutie? Lu Chen remained unmoved, his expression unchanged. Call me big brother. Bai Lu suddenly changed her tone and called out in a sweet voice, Lu Gu. Lu Chen startled, his body twitching, and Bai Lu took the opportunity to slip under Lu Chen's arm and into the room. Upon seeing the white rice porridge, steamed buns, and pickles on the table, she couldn't help but express her disdain. Lu Chen, is this what we're having for breakfast? Lu Chen looked at her with a disgusted expression. You're a female celebrity, and all you think about is meat. By the way, do you still want the flour cake? At the mention of flour cakes, Bai Lu immediately thought of the recently solved poisoned flour cake case. There was no way she dared to eat them now. She shook her head repeatedly and said, I won't eat it, I won't eat it. Hey, this white rice porridge actually tastes pretty good, doesn't it? Lu Chen said triumphantly, that's because you didn't see who made it. Lu Chen had previously used his merit points to enhance his physical abilities, so his mastery of heat control was flawless. Naturally, the flavor of what he cooked wouldn't be anything to complain about. Bai Lu ate a bowl like a little pig and wanted more. Lu Chen served her another bowl, and she gobbled it down in no time, and still wanted more. Lu Chen couldn't help but grimace. Lu, you're a celebrity. Don't you need to watch your weight? But Bai Lu just chuckled. Sis, with my metabolism, I can eat whatever I want and never gain a pound. Lu Chen tapped her little head. You're so childish. Seeing her eagerly looking at the porridge, Lu Chen took a bun and handed it to her. Have a bun instead. Buns are also delicious. Bai Lu rolled her eyes and said, I won't eat it. This bun looks like it was bought from outside. Lu Chen, hey, you little brat, you've got a sharp tongue, don't you? Do you want me to steam some buns for you myself? Lu Chen had meant it as a joke, but to his surprise, Bai Lu looked at him with delight and asked, Can you? Chapter 134, Major Crimes Unit. Bai Lu had fair skin and large eyes. When she looked at Lu Chen with that expression, he couldn't resist at all. Lu Chen swallowed hard before finally saying, Tomorrow, okay? I'll steam some buns for you tomorrow. Is that all right? Bai Lu jumped up excitedly. Wow, that's great. Lu Chen, you're so kind. Lu Chen chuckled and shook his head. Just one meal, and you're already so grateful? This girl is way too easy to fool. But then Bai Lu suddenly gave Lu Chen a knowing look and said, My sister is also an amazing cook. You've eaten her food recently, right? How's her cooking? Lu Chen felt that her question was a bit odd, but he still replied, Your sister's cooking is pretty good too. Bai Lu chuckled. After returning to work, Lu Chen resumed his calm yet boring routine. Out of boredom, he opened his system page and discovered he had already accumulated 7,000 points, along with one remaining lottery chance. System, proceed with the lottery. Ding, the lottery is starting. Another flash of light appeared, and a skill manifested itself. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained the God tier tracking technique. Well, it seems like this system is determined to turn me into a detective who can never go back. With 7,000 points remaining, Lu Chen currently has no immediate need to exchange them for skills, so he'll keep them for future use. After handling the system matters, Lu Chen felt bored again and was about to open the novel website to read a novel to pass the time when his phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Lu? Lu Chen replied, It's me. The person across from him continued, Hello, Mr. Lu. My name is Qian Fuka. Mr. Zhao Ziyi recommended you to me. I have an urgent matter that requires your assistance. If you are available, please come over for a discussion as soon as possible. Oh, and the reward is 2 million yuan. A 2 million yuan bonus. If Lu Chen doesn't take it, he's such a pushover. However, Lu Chen couldn't afford to show too much excitement. He spoke in a calm tone. Please send me the address, Mr. Qian. I'll be right over. Ding dong. Mr. Qian immediately sent a location message to Lu Chen. The location was in the most expensive villa district in the city. Mr. Qian repeatedly emphasized that the matter was extremely urgent, so Lu Chen dared not delay. He quickly gathered his belongings, took a leave of absence, and drove off. Of course, before leaving, he couldn't help but send a message to Bai Lu. I have something to do today and might not be able to come back. If I don't return, just order takeout yourself. Bai Lu pouted and replied, Got it. This made the assistant next to her stop and ask, Sister Lu, what's going on? Bai Lu regained her goddess-like composure. Nothing's wrong. The assistant dared not ask any further questions. At that moment, Lu Chen drove quickly to the location Mr. Qian had sent, and it turned out to be Mr. Qian's home. Upon entering, Mrs. Qian, with tears in her eyes, rushed over immediately. Mr. Lu, I heard you're a man of ability. I beg you, please save my daughter. Lu Chen asked, What has happened? Mr. Qian, who was standing nearby, sighed and, without bothering to invite Lu Chen to sit down first, explained the situation to him in detail. It turned out that Mr. Qian had just received a text message, Your daughter is in our hands. Prepare 10 million immediately. Remember, under no circumstances should you call the police. Once the money is ready, we will contact you. Mr. Qian initially thought it was a scam and ignored it. However, the criminal then called his phone, and his daughter's voice came through, causing Mr. Qian to panic. After checking with his family, he confirmed that his daughter was indeed missing. Mr. Qian finally realized that someone had truly kidnapped his beloved daughter. Mr. Qian wanted to call the police immediately, but Mrs. Qian refused outright, fearing that the kidnappers might harm their daughter. Mr. Qian recalled Mr. Zhao Ziyi mentioning Lu Chen earlier, so he called Lu Chen to see if he could rescue his daughter from the criminals. Upon hearing that it was a kidnapping case, Lu Chen furrowed his brows and asked, How long ago did the kidnapping occur? Mr. Qian replied, Less than 2 hours. That should still be in time. Lu Chen asked again, Would it be convenient for you to check the text messages on your phone? Mr. Qian naturally agreed, unlocked his phone, and handed it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen opened the text message and glanced at it. The sender was a long string of numbers. The criminals were clever. They had even used a virtual number to send the message, making it impossible for the police to track them down through the phone number. However, who was Lu Chen? He was a hacker among hackers. Lu Chen asked, Do you have a computer? Mr. Qian hurriedly replied, Yes, please follow me to the study. Lu Chen followed Mr. Qian into the study and immediately logged into the hacker system to begin tracking the location of the virtual number. At the same time, Lu Chen asked Mr. Qian for Miss Qian's phone number, attempting to locate the phone's current location. White characters flashed rapidly across the black keyboard. Although Mr. Qian couldn't make out what they said, he knew that Lu Chen must be quite skilled. After a moment, Lu Chen said, "The results are in. Mr. Qian, the virtual number is located in a factory in the suburbs. The specific address is number 122 Wenming Road, Shaoyang District. Miss Qian's mobile phone number was last located at number 26 Guanhua Road in Nanwan District. These two locations are south and north of each other, so it may be necessary to send two teams to investigate." Mr. Qian squinted his eyes and thought for a moment. Number 26 Guanhua Road in Nanwan District is where Manman's school is. Lu Chen spoke bluntly. To kidnap Miss Qian from her school without a trace, this must be the work of someone familiar with her. I suggest you report it to the police. They will dispatch two criminal investigation teams, one to go to Miss Qian's school to conduct a covert investigation, and the other to check the situation at the suburban factory. Before Mr. Qian could respond, Mrs. Qian exclaimed, "No. No way. What if those people harm Man? Upon hearing this, Mr. Qian also looked at Lu Chen and asked, "Is there any other way, Mr. Lu?" Lu Chen furrowed his brows. This was precisely why kidnapping cases were so difficult to solve. The family members were always hesitant to report the crime, fearing that it might harm their loved ones, which gave the criminals an opportunity to exploit the situation. However, Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "If they really don't want to report it to the police, we can only prepare the ransom and rescue them during the handover. But Mr. Qian, you should be aware that without police assistance, the chances of a successful rescue are quite low. I also need some help on my end." This time, Mr. Qian furrowed his brows. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Mr. Lu, you can ask a few colleagues to assist you. I will cover the expenses and provide them with 10% of your compensation. However, we must not alert the police." Lu Chen thought for a moment. Bai Shui was on a business trip, otherwise, she would have been an excellent assistant. Tu and Xiong were forensic pathologists, not criminal investigators. They wouldn't be of any use in this case. The only one who can help is Lu Tianpei? Chapter 135, The Abandoned Building. Chapter 135, The Abandoned Building. As for his father Lu Chengfeng's name, it was merely a fleeting thought in his mind. Joking aside, if Lu Chengfeng found out he dared to take on private work, he'd probably break his legs. In the end, Lu Chen could only reply, "Mr. Qian, the only person I trust and can rely on here is the captain of the second criminal investigation team of this city, Lu Tianpei." Mr. Qian asked, "I can provide you with another person. Is that sufficient?" Lu Chen replied, "If they're exceptionally skilled and good at tracking, then that's acceptable." Mr. Qian smiled rarely. "He's the person I trust most. He used to be a special forces soldier." Lu Chen said, "I trust Mr. Qian's friend. Now, please prepare 20 million yuan as ransom." Mr. Qian smiled, naturally understanding Lu Chen's meaning. Next, Mr. Qian pretended to rush around to various banks, and when he emerged from each one, he was carrying a small box in his hand. Meanwhile, Lu Chen also contacted Lu Tianpei and asked him to take a day off to come and help. Lu Tianpei was initially reluctant, but Lu Chen cut straight to the chase, 200,000 yuan. "Are you in or out?" Lu Tianpei immediately changed his earlier remark, "Whoever comes as a grandson," to "Whoever doesn't come as a grandson." After Lu Tianpei took leave, Lu Chen directly instructed him to go to Miss Qian's school to conduct an investigation and gather information. Although Mr. Qian had not reported the incident to the police, according to procedure, Lu Tianpei was not authorized to respond. However, going to investigate the situation would not constitute a violation of protocol. After returning home from the various banks, Mr. Qian replaced the small box with a larger one. Before long, the criminals called back, "Mr. Qian, you're quick. You got the ransom together so fast." Lu Chen signaled to Mr. Qian to keep talking to the criminals while he opened the hacker system and began tracking their location. Mr. Qian angrily said to the criminals, "The money is ready. You must at least let me know that my daughter is safe." Mr. Qian's anger was half an act and half genuine. These signs clearly indicated that even if Mr. Qian were as naive as a child, he would know this was an inside job. How else would the criminals know he had already gathered the ransom? However, this acquaintance probably isn't someone he's particularly close to, otherwise they would have known about him hiring Lu Chen. Upon hearing Mr. Qian's words, the criminal didn't seem to care, laughing heartily and saying, "As long as Mr. Qian pays the money, everything can be discussed." After a moment, the voice of Mr. Qian's daughter came through the speaker, "Dad, I'm scared. Come save me." Mr. Qian exclaimed excitedly, Man, how are you now? Have they hurt you?" The voice on the other end of the phone changed to that of another criminal, "Don't worry, Mr. Qian. As long as you obey our instructions, we won't harm Miss Qian. But if you try any tricks, don't blame us for being harsh with Miss Qian." Mr. Qian repeatedly assured them, "The money is ready. Please don't harm my daughter." The criminal continued, "All right, I'll give you an address. You must deliver the money there within an hour. Otherwise, you'll be burying your daughter." Mr. Qian hurriedly asked, "What about my daughter?" The criminal said, "Mr. Chien, please rest assured. Once we receive the money, we will release your daughter." Mr. Chien hesitated for a moment before saying, "But what if you take the money?" The criminal laughed loudly. "You have no choice, you must do as we say." The thugs burst into laughter. "You have no choice, you must do as we say." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Mr. Chien was at a loss and could only pin his hopes on Lu Chen. Lu Chen glanced at the location information of the call. Fortunately, he acted quickly and soon pinpointed the location of the criminal's call. It was in a dilapidated building in Dongcheng district. Of course, Lu Chen didn't dare to take any chances. He first asked Mr. Chien, "Has there been any news from Mr. Hanwu?" Mr. Hong was the special forces friend Mr. Chien had mentioned, who had already been sent to the factory in the suburbs to secretly investigate the situation. Mr. Chien glanced at his phone and said, "He hasn't contacted me yet." Lu Chen called Lu Tianpei again and asked him about the situation on his end. Lu Tianpei replied, "We're getting somewhere. When Chen Manan left school, she was with her closest female classmate. I've already tracked down the girl's home address, and I'm heading there right now." Lu Chen asked, "Is there anything suspicious about this female classmate?" Lu Chen knew that if there were no suspicious points, Lu Tianpei wouldn't be wasting his time. Sure enough, Lu Tianpei continued, "This female student has a father who is said to be a gambler. Every time he loses money, he either beats or scolds his daughter when he returns home." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen understood. It was highly likely that the gambler father had found out that his daughter's classmate came from a wealthy family and, unable to repay his gambling debts, had resorted to desperate measures. However, there was no time to wait for news from Lu Tianpei's side. Lu Chen decided to split the troops into 3 groups. Lu Tianpei continued to track down information about Chen Manan. If they couldn't find anything at Mr. Hongwu's abandoned factory, they would go to the abandoned building in Dongcheng that had been relocated to check the situation. Meanwhile, Lu Chen accompanied Mr. Chien to the location where the criminals had sent the ransom to deliver the money. The criminals were clever. They demanded that the ransom be placed in a trash bin at Green Square. Green Square is a fairly bustling square in the area, with a constant flow of people. Throwing something into a trash bin there wouldn't exactly attract much attention. Lu Chen and Mr. Chien finished cleaning up and set off for Green Square. The car was parked in a corner of Green Square, and Mr. Chien personally dragged the large suitcase toward the trash bins. Just as he reached the center of the square, Mr. Chien's phone rang again. It was the criminals again. Mr. Chien had indeed kept his promise. However, the location had changed, and they would need Mr. Chien to come to this new location. After saying that, the criminal hung up the phone and immediately sent another text message. "The new address is in front of the South City Sports Center. Someone will come to handle the transaction with Mr. Chien at the designated time." Mr. Chien muttered under his breath and walked toward the car. Lu Chen had been watching Mr. Chien's movements closely. Seeing his reaction, he thought to himself that the criminal must have changed addresses. Sure enough, after getting into the car, Mr. Chien told Lu Chen everything that had happened. At that moment, Lu Tianpei also called, reporting that the female student had gone missing. At the same time, the female student's father had also disappeared. This clearly indicates that it is highly likely that the female student's father is responsible. Without needing Lu Chen to give orders, Lu Tianpei, as an experienced detective, had already quietly mobilized police resources to begin reviewing surveillance footage around the school and the female student's home. Meanwhile, Mr. Hanwu also responded. There were signs of human activity at the abandoned building, but the individuals had already left. Chapter 136, Stirring Up Trouble. Lu Chen had no choice but to call Hanwu and have them meet up with him, then rush together to the new transaction location. After all, the more people, the safer it would be. The South City Stadium isn't too far away, so we arrived quickly. Mr. Hanwu had also arrived at the South City Sports Stadium, but he pretended to be a passerby, merely exchanging a brief nod with him when their eyes met. This time, Lu Chen had installed a listening device on Mr. Chien, so that he could hear anything happening on Mr. Chien's side in real time. At the same time, Lu Chen also turned on his computer in the car, ready to check the criminal's location information at any time. Mr. Chien, meanwhile, dragged the large suitcase and stood at the entrance of the stadium. The South City Stadium was very large, with 4 entrances. The entrance the criminals had specified was at entrance 1. About 20 meters from entrance 1, there is an exit, which was likely chosen by the criminals to facilitate their escape. Mr. Chien waited for quite some time, but no one came to meet him, so he began to feel a bit anxious. Just as Mr. Chien's patience was about to run out, the criminals called. "Mr. Chien, did you call the police?" Mr. Chien was terrified. "I really didn't do it. Please believe me." The thug sneered. "Then how come there are signs that someone has been there where we were earlier?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen started thinking. Could the criminals have returned to the abandoned building? Or had they gone back to the abandoned factory? No, maybe the criminal was trying to confuse us. Mr. Chien, after all, had weathered many storms in his life and did not panic or give himself away at this critical moment. "I really don't know. If I knew where you were, wouldn't I have gone to save my daughter long ago?" By the way, how is my daughter now? Have you given her anything to eat? My daughter has a weak stomach. Perhaps Mr. Xian remembered Lu Chen's instructions and spoke more with the criminals, making it easier for Lu Chen to track and locate them. Lu Chen's fingers danced swiftly, and he quickly pinpointed the criminal's current location. It was in a residential house in Haicheng District. Haicheng District is located at the northernmost part of Jinjiang City. Why did the criminal send them to the southern part of the city? At that moment, the criminal's voice came through the receiver again. Mr. Qian, you are no longer trustworthy. Since that is the case. Mr. Qian was truly desperate at this point. Honest man, I truly did not call the police. If you have connections at the police station, you can ask them yourself. I am telling you the truth. There was a noticeable pause on the other end of the line before the voice continued. Alright, just wait a little longer. We'll send someone over shortly. Mr. Qian quickly replied, alright. I'll wait as late as necessary. Lu Chen thought for a moment, then told Hongwu to stay behind and keep an eye on things while pretending to be a passerby. After saying goodbye to Mr. Qian, he drove off to Haicheng District. As he neared Haicheng District, Lu Chen got out of the car to use the restroom. After coming out, he changed into a different outfit. With Lu Chen's now masterful disguise skills, even his own mother might not recognize him as her own son. Lu Chen then got back into the car and set off again, quickly arriving at a location approximately 10 kilometers from the residential area. Fortunately, Lu Chen had already made plans in advance, and the car he was driving this time was his own A6, not Mr. Qian's car. Since they suspected the criminals were acquaintances, the perpetrator must be familiar with Mr. Qian's license plate number. Using Mr. Qian's car would be too inconvenient. Then Lu Chen pulled out the super-powered telescope he had just exchanged from the system store. Compared to ordinary military-grade telescopes, this super-powered telescope could see much farther and with greater clarity. Military binoculars typically have a range of 7 kilometers, as the human eye can only see clearly up to about 7 kilometers. However, Lu Chen's body has been enhanced, so his visual range is naturally much greater than that of an ordinary person. Therefore, this super-powered telescope is perfectly suited for Lu Chen. Lu Chen stopped at a location 10 kilometers away from the target's position, but this does not mean he can only see up to 10 kilometers through the telescope. Rather, if the distance is too great, it would be inconvenient for Lu Chen to arrive in time. After preparing, Lu Chen used the telescope to look toward the residential house. Although the distance was far, the situation inside the house was clearly visible to Lu Chen. The residential house was a typical rural courtyard, consisting of 3 main rooms and 1 side room. A person was standing on the roof, seemingly admiring the scenery, but Lu Chen knew that the person was likely keeping watch. Looking down, sure enough, the main house had its windows open, and 2 people could be clearly seen talking to each other. Each of them was holding a gun in their hands. It seems that this is indeed the criminal's hideout. I just wonder which room Miss Qian is being held in. The left room had no open windows, and the right room's windows were also tightly shut. The side room looked like a kitchen. Right, the kitchen. Lu Chen focused his attention on the kitchen, which was filled with smoke. It must be time for the criminals to eat. They wouldn't let Miss Qian go hungry either, so all he had to do was watch which room they delivered the food to. Additionally, there were already 3 criminals visible on the surface. There was likely 1 guarding the house, and another in the kitchen preparing food. That makes a total of 5 people. However, when it comes to fighting, even 10 people wouldn't be a match for Lu Chen. But what can you do when they have hostages? After thinking it over, Lu Chen called Lu Tianpei. Lu team, I need some help here. Could you come over? Lu Tianpei replied, what can't you handle? Let me tell you, the video surveillance has identified a suspicious vehicle heading toward West City. Lu Tianpei said, what can't you handle? Let me tell you, the video surveillance footage is out. There's a suspicious vehicle heading toward West City. Lu Chen said, hand these matters over to others to follow up on. I think I've found the criminal's hideout. There should be 5 of them, all armed with firearms. Upon hearing Lu Chen's report, Lu Tianpei also dared not take it lightly. Just the 2 of us? Is that okay? Lu Chen said, don't worry. Having more people makes us an easier target and could alert the enemy. I'll send you the location. Hurry over and meet me there. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianpei didn't hesitate further. He gave a quick order and drove his tank 300 to meet up with Lu Chen. Since Lu Chen said it was okay, Lu Tianpei naturally believed him. This kid was no ordinary person. Soon, Lu Tianpei successfully reunited with Lu Chen. At this point, Lu Chen had also confirmed that Miss Qian was likely locked in the room on the right. Earlier, the criminals had gone to this room to deliver food, and when they came out, they had replaced one of their men. Sure enough, there was someone inside the room keeping watch over Miss Qian. Lu Chen disguised Lu Tianpei and instructed him to find a way to attract the attention of the criminals on the roof, allowing him to quietly knock them unconscious and then sneak into the room on the right to rescue Miss Qian. Meanwhile, Lu Tianpei needed to cooperate by diverting the attention of the criminals outside. After the 2 brothers made their plans, they counted down from 3, 2, 1, and began their operation. Chapter 137, The Meeting. Lu Tianpei was also a talented individual. Lu Chen had merely given him a quick makeover to blend in as a passerby. He then hopped onto a nearby tricycle and rode it to the front of the residential house, calling out as he went through the streets, "Scrap metal for sale! Scrap metal for sale!" The criminal on the roof, marked as number 1, was indeed drawn to the commotion. At this critical moment, anyone who appeared would be considered a suspect. As a result, the first criminal stared at Lu Tianpei for several seconds. Within those few seconds, Lu Chen climbed onto the roof from behind and delivered a swift knife strike to the first criminal, successfully taking him down. Lu Tianpei muttered under his breath, "That's impressive. Lu Chen really knows his stuff." Following the scenes from TV dramas, Lu Chen quietly lifted a corner of the roof tile on the right side of the roof. But in that instant, the bandits inside the house seemed to sense something and glanced up at the roof. Lu Chen reacted swiftly, quickly replacing the roof tile, and the bandits noticed nothing. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen had already surveyed the layout of the room. The criminals were standing near the front window, presumably ready to provide backup or carry out their plan at the slightest sign of trouble. In the center of the room stood an old-fashioned armchair, with a masked girl bound to it. She must be Miss Qian. The room also has a back window, but it is extremely narrow, barely wide enough for an adult to squeeze through, though it would be quite difficult. Therefore, it was virtually impossible for Lu Chen to crawl through this window without alerting the criminals. Lu Chen thought for a moment and quietly exchanged an item for a hidden weapon in the mall. This weapon had a button. Pressing it once would fire a silver needle, and pressing it 3 times in quick succession would fire multiple needles simultaneously. Additionally, the poison on the needles could be replaced, with options including poison that could cause poisoning, poison that could cause unconsciousness, and poison that could induce hallucinations. It was like an upgraded version of the Rain of Pear Blossoms technique from wuxia novels. Lu Chen chose a potion that would knock someone unconscious, quietly grabbed hold of the back window, timed it perfectly, and pressed the button. The silver needles fired, and the second criminal inside the house collapsed unconscious before he could react. Lu Chen quickly climbed through the back window and sent a message to Lu Tianpei, "Okay." Lu Tianpei knew that Lu Chen had successfully rescued him. Since that was the case, the criminals outside were no longer a threat. He kicked open the door and shouted, "Don't move! Police!" In an instant, the remaining 3 criminals stood before Lu Tianpei, who still had the presence of mind to smile at them. Because he had already spotted Lu Chen coming to his aid from behind. Sure enough, the 3 thugs didn't have time to react before Lu Chen struck from both sides, knocking 2 of them unconscious. Lu Tianpei couldn't help but grimace. Though these criminals weren't as physically fit as police officers, they were still stronger than ordinary people. Yet Lu Chen dispatched them as easily as slicing vegetables, striking swiftly and decisively to take down 2 of them. The remaining criminal, upon realizing that all his teammates were down, hadn't even had time to react before Lu Chen took him down as well. Lu Tianpei simply arranged the 5 unconscious criminals in a row and handed each of them a pair of handcuffs. Then Lu Chen entered the room on the right, untied the ropes binding Miss Qian, and removed the veil covering her face. Lu Tianpei finished tidying up and came over to take a look. "This isn't Qian Manan, is it? Lu Chen?" Lu Tianpei took out his phone and said, "Look, this is Qian Manan's photo." The girl also started crying and said, "I was kidnapped with Man. Please save Man." Lu Chen was startled. "Tell us everything you know." The girl sobbed and stammered, finally revealing that she was the female classmate who had last been seen with Qian Manan. It wasn't her who led her father to Man, they were both kidnapped together. She remembered that she and Qian Man must have gotten into 2 separate vehicles, as there were 5 people holding her captive, and the criminals were driving a 5-seat compact car. The trunk could only fit 1 person, so Man must have been in the other car. After that, she didn't know where she was taken. They didn't stay long, and it seemed like they got back in the car and went somewhere else. The second place seemed cooler, and she kept her face covered the entire time. She really had no idea where it was. They didn't stay long at the second location either. After a considerable amount of time had passed, they got back into the car and moved to another location, which is where they are now. Lu Chen sorted out his thoughts. In other words, all the locations he had tracked the criminals to were correct. However, the criminals had hidden the real Qian Manan elsewhere and were likely planning to hand over this female student, who was posing as Qian Manan, to Mr. Qian. Thinking of this, Lu Chen hurried his actions and said to Lu Tianpei, "Quick, seize all their communication devices. We need to disguise ourselves as these criminals to rescue the real Qian Manan." Lu Tianpei had also thought of this. Since they had found the fake Qian Manan, the real Qian Manan was now in grave danger. There was no time to waste. Lu Tianpei and Lu Chen split into 2 cars, taking the 5 thugs and Qian Manan, the female student, back to the police station. They immediately dispatched 5 criminal investigators, who, with Lu Chen's assistance, successfully disguised the 5 men as the 5 criminals who had been arrested. The 5 returned to the criminals' original hideout, taking their phones with them to prevent another group of criminals from contacting them. To avoid arousing suspicion from other criminals, Qian Manan's female classmate must also follow along. At that moment, Mr. Qian received another call instructing him to head to West City International, where someone would be waiting to assist him. Mr. Qian muttered under his breath. However, he had no choice but to head to West City International obediently. At least Mr. Hangwu would be there to assist him, so Mr. Qian wouldn't have to go on foot. Lu Chen received the news and immediately drove to West City International with Lu Tianpei. Soon, the two groups met near West City International. To avoid attracting the criminals' attention, they did not merge and instead pretended to be strangers, wandering around the area. At that moment, Mr. Qian received another call. Mr. Qian is indeed a man of his word. He's run all over the city north, south, east, and west and hasn't complained once. Mr. Qian sighed wryly. For my daughter, I'd be willing to go through anything. Brother, I've been carrying the money around all day. When can you receive it? The criminals burst into laughter. Given Mr. Qian's cooperation, we're satisfied. Here's what we'll do, go to the underground parking lot of West House International, parking spot C66, there's a large trash bin. Mr. Qian, just put the money in the trash bin. Mr. Qian immediately replied, alright, I'll go put the money there right away. Brother, when can you release my daughter? The other person replied, once you've paid the money, we'll naturally let you see your daughter. Mr. Qian had no choice but to agree reluctantly. Just as Mr. Chen looked up, he saw Lu Chen nodding slightly at him. Chapter 138, this guy is really rich. Seeing Lu Chen nod at him, Mr. Chen felt reassured and dragged his large suitcase toward the underground parking lot. Lu Chen had already pinpointed the location of the gang members. They were inside West City International. The real Miss Chen was likely being held captive there as well. At this point, Lu Chen and Lu Tianpei had already notified the municipal police department, secured the surrounding traffic around West City International, and were monitoring all surveillance cameras in the underground parking lot. They had also completely surrounded West City International and the underground parking lot, leaving the criminals with no chance of escape, even if they had wings. Of course, none of this was told to Mr. Qian, as we feared he might panic and expose himself, which would be disastrous. After arranging everything, Lu Chen took out his super-powered telescope and tried to locate the criminal's hiding spot from the West House International building. At that moment, Mr. Qian had already nervously made his way to the underground parking lot and arrived at parking spot C66. Mr. Qian looked around and noticed that there was indeed a large trash bin next to the parking spot. Without thinking twice, Mr. Qian opened the large trash bin and threw the luggage inside. Mr. Qian dared not leave either, as he had no way of contacting the criminals and could only wait for them to contact him. They didn't make Mr. Qian wait long. Just half a minute after he had placed the money box, the criminals called him back. Mr. Qian, you did well. Once we've verified the goods, we'll release Miss Qian naturally. Mr. Qian sighed in relief. Alright, as long as my daughter is safe, everything else can be discussed. The criminal laughed loudly. Alright, go home and wait for our news. Mr. Qian hurriedly asked, brother, you've received the money. Can you release my daughter now? The criminal replied, don't worry, go home first. Maybe your precious daughter is waiting for you at home. Mr. Qian dared not linger any longer and hurried back to the ground. Seeing Lu Chen looking over, he nodded slightly. At that moment, the criminals were busy counting the cash. Mr. Money really is wealthy. 20 million, he can just pull it out like that. That's not something an ordinary wealthy person could do. Yeah. So, what about Miss Qian? Of course it's a ransom note. You didn't really think they'd just give it back, did you? Ha! The gang leader then made a video call to his brothers in the northern residential area to report the good news. The undercover police officers disguised as criminals at the northern residential house perked up upon hearing the call and quickly answered the video call. Old Six. We've got the money. We're ready to kill the hostage. Take care of the woman on your end too. The detective playing Old Six quickly interjected, no, boss. Mr. Qian managed to gather 20 million so quickly. Gathering another 20 million shouldn't be too difficult, right? Keeping Miss Qian around could be very useful. The gang leader paused. Old Six, you do have a point there. The detective playing Old Six added, yeah, why bother with the ransom? I know a kidnapper. These two girls are so pretty we could get a good price for them. And there's old Guai, he's in the organ trafficking business, isn't he? The gang leader laughed heartily. You're the one who thinks of everything, Old Six. That's a good plan. Alright, let's find a buyer and send those two girls over. Old Six quickly replied, yes, boss. Should we meet up first? The gang leader laughed and scolded, what? Can't wait to split the money? Do you think I'd shortchange you? Old Six chuckled, not exactly. The gang leader said, forget it, let's go find them. This is the place where the deal was supposed to happen. Who knows, maybe the guy with the money will go back and realize something's wrong and call the police. Then we're done for. Lao Lu praised him, you really think of everything, boss. As soon as he hung up the phone, the detective playing Old Six role changed his expression. Quickly secure all entrances and exits of West House International and report the situation at the scene to Lu Team and Lu Team. Immediately, detectives followed orders and began making arrangements. The detective playing the role of the sixth gang member was skilled at altering his voice and could imitate others' speech, which is why the gang leader didn't notice anything amiss. As for appearance, under Lu Chen's disguise skills, it was already 78% accurate. Plus, after a long day, it was getting late, and the old house was poorly lit, so the gang leader didn't notice anything either. Lu Chen and Lu Tianpei were also very nervous upon receiving the news. After all, if the criminals were cornered, they might resort to killing the hostages, which would render all their efforts useless. Therefore, although the police had set up a tight perimeter, they also had to ensure that their presence remained undetected, which made the situation extremely challenging. A large number of detectives were scattered around the perimeter, with Lu Chen, Lu Tianpei, and Mr. Hangu each responsible for a separate entrance or exit. As they exchanged information, Lu Chen finally learned that the criminals had already obtained the money. But the surveillance cameras didn't detect any movement at all. How did the criminals manage to do that? Unable to figure it out, Lu Chen thought for a moment and quietly went down to the underground parking lot, instructing the police to temporarily shut down all video surveillance. This was Lu Chen's way of preventing the criminals from accessing the surveillance footage and detecting his movements. Then, taking advantage of the absence of others, Lu Chen found the trash bin labeled C66, opened it, and looked inside carefully. To his surprise, the bottom of the trash bin had been cut open, and the ground beneath it was also dug out. Earlier, there had probably just been a thin sheet of plywood covering it, and the heavy money box fell through when it was placed inside, landing on the lower layer below. No wonder the surveillance team didn't notice anything. The criminals got the money. Fortunately, Lu Chen had anticipated this and made sure that Mr. Qian prepared real money. Otherwise, if the criminals had checked and found that the money was counterfeit, they might have killed the hostage on the spot. After informing Lu Tianpei and Hong Wu about the situation, Lu Chen instructed them to mobilize personnel to secure the entrances and exits, while he prepared to personally investigate the matter further. Lu Tianpei nodded and said, "Be careful," before making the necessary arrangements. Given Lu Chen's capabilities, Lu Tianpei had no reason to worry. After jumping down into the cave, Lu Chen found that the underground level was a storage room. There was some dust on the ground, so he could vaguely make out footprints, which he assumed were left by the criminals who had come to assist. At that moment, Lu Chen didn't have time to collect evidence. He wanted to follow the footprints to see if he could track down the criminals' exact location. Although the phone could pinpoint the address, Xiqing International was an entire commercial building, so the specific floor and door number were obviously impossible to locate. Unfortunately, after leaving the storage room and arriving at the elevator lobby, the footprint disappeared completely, leaving no trace behind. Lu Chen thought for a moment, then took out a flashlight-like tool from his pocket and pressed the elevator button. He then shone the flashlight-like tool at the elevator buttons. A blue light flashed, and the buttons began to glow blue in varying intensities. Chapter 139, Raise Your Hands. Lu Chen quickly thought for a moment and chose button 28. In other words, Lu Chen had chosen the 28th floor and believed that the criminals were also on the 28th floor. Why is that? Because the elevator buttons display the floor numbers, and the colors for floors 3, 6, and 8 are the darkest, meaning these three floors are most likely the ones that were recently pressed. Lu Chen estimated the time and, based on the information from the surveillance team, no one else had used the elevator in the short time since. This could basically be concluded as the button being pressed by the criminals. Additionally, the 3rd and 6th floors are too low, making it difficult for criminals to observe the situation from above, so it must be the top floor, the 28th floor. The elevator quickly brought Lu Chen to the 28th floor. The building was laid out with 2 apartments per floor, and Lu Chen quickly identified the eastern apartment. The western unit had a shoe rack at the entrance, with shoes that were neither new nor old, and a small shopping cart for buying groceries. This indicated that the family was a regular resident, while the eastern unit was cold and empty, with nothing inside. Lu Chen then knocked on the door of the western-facing house. He didn't knock on the east door because Lu Chen knew that there was a criminal peering out through the peephole on the east door's security door. Therefore, Lu Chen knocked on the door of the western house, hoping to find a way in from there. The one who opened the door was a middle-aged man. Lu Chen covered his ID with his clothes and showed it to the man, then mouthed the words, "Let me in." The middle-aged man understood immediately, quickly invited Lu Chen inside, and locked the security door tightly. At that moment, the middle-aged man was drenched in cold sweat. "Officer, what's going on?" Lu Chen made a shushing gesture with his hand, signaling him to gather his family inside the room and not come out. Then Lu Chen peered out through the peephole of the west door. Seeing no one coming out from the east door, he finally asked the male owner of the west door, "Do you know who is across the street?" A middle-aged man adjusted his glasses on his nose and said, "There aren't many people living across the street. Occasionally, a few young people come by. I assumed they were renting, so I didn't pay much attention." Lu Chen asked again, "Has anything unusual happened there in the past few days?" The middle-aged man frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "There seem to be more people staying there lately because they order takeout every day, always 6 portions. They don't go out much otherwise, and that's all I've noticed." Lu Chen nodded and said, "I'll need to borrow your computer for a moment." The middle-aged man didn't say a word, went to the study, and handed his computer to Lu Chen. Lu Chen immediately logged into the hacker system, infiltrated the food delivery platform, and searched for the order number of the resident in the West Unit on the 28th floor of West City International. Although the food delivery platform has number protection, for Lu Chen, infiltrating the backend to view the real order numbers was no problem at all. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Lu Chen to effortlessly track down the real phone number of the person who placed the order. The criminal probably wouldn't use a virtual number to register again, so Lu Chen decided to give it a try and used the hacker system to look up the verification information for this phone number. Soon, the relevant information was retrieved. The registrant was Mao Dagwa, with ID number 330. Lu Chen then retrieved Mao Dagwa's ID photo and pointed to it, asking the middle-aged man, "Has anyone in the household seen this person?" The middle-aged man looked closely and said, "His eyebrows and eyes look a lot like the young man who often delivers takeout. They always wear masks when they go out, so I'm not sure exactly what he looks like." Lu Chen, however, was almost certain that this man was indeed Mao Dagwa himself. Lu Chen then called Lu Tianpei and instructed him to carry out the plan as he had devised. At that moment, inside the eastern room, "Big brother, shall we go find old Six to meet up? What are you waiting for?" "The leader of the gang, I just feel something's off. The money's already in our hands, and no cops have shown up." "What are you worried about?" "Yeah, didn't you video call old Six? He didn't mention anything either, did he?" The leader signaled, "Alright, let's split into 5 groups and act separately. Second, you take Miss Qian and pretend to be a couple. Make sure she stays close to you and doesn't show her face. Third, fourth, and fifth, each of you take an empty box and leave in different directions." "Yes." Before he could finish speaking, Old Five's phone rang, startling everyone. Who could be calling at this hour? The gang leaders signaled to Old Five to answer the call. After the call connected, a voice came from the other end. "Hello, is this Mr. Mao? Your takeout order has arrived. Please come down to pick it up." Lao Wu was about to say, "I didn't order any takeout." The third one's stomach growled. The gang leader didn't scold him too harshly, assuming he had ordered takeout and forgotten about it. He told him to go get it since he had already ordered it. The third guy, however, was a bit hesitant. "Boss, I really didn't order any takeout. Is this a police trap?" The eldest brother thought for a moment and said, "Alright, call him back and tell him to bring it up. We'll pay extra." The third brother quickly said, "Alright." However, the delivery person refused to deliver it, claiming that he had other orders that were about to be late. The third one said directly, "Delivery to the door for 50. The delivery guy immediately changed his words to "Sure." Everyone in the house sighed in relief. It seemed like this was really a delivery person and not a cop. As for how the order came about, after everyone checked the third brother's delivery history, they all scolded him. "You ordered delivery yourself and don't even remember? What's wrong with you?" The third brother felt wronged and rubbed his head. He really did remember that he hadn't ordered any takeout. Actually, the third son was truly innocent, because the order information had been planted there by the hacker Lu Chen. The purpose was to use the delivery service as a cover to enter the house and observe the situation. What if the criminals come down to collect the order? First of all, at this critical moment, the criminals wouldn't dare to complicate matters further. They're afraid too. Second, if they do come down to take it, we can handle them one by one. The delivery man was, of course, Lu Chen in disguise. When he delivered the package, he quickly scanned the room and got a clear picture of the situation inside. All 5 criminals were in the living room of the house. They probably suspected that the delivery man was a police officer, so they were all on high alert, sitting casually but ready to stand up and draw their weapons at any moment to eliminate Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled as he received his 50 yuan delivery fee. Just as the criminals were about to close the door, Lu Chen kicked out with his long leg, sending the third criminal standing at the door crashing to the ground. The other criminals leaped to their feet, drew their guns, and aimed them at Lu Chen, ready to open fire. The detectives had already dived in. "Police! Freeze!" Faced with such overwhelming numbers, the criminals had no choice but to lower their guns and raise their hands. Just as the detectives let their guard down, the bedroom door opened from the inside. Chapter 140, We Forgot About This Little Brat. A man with a scar on his face emerged, holding a gun pressed against Miss Qian's forehead. After stepping out, the scar-faced man chuckled and said, "These cops are something else. They found us so quickly." Then, with an extremely contemptuous glance at the room filled with detectives, he said, "Let us go. Don't follow us. Otherwise, I can guarantee you that my gun will be faster than yours." As he spoke, he pressed the gun heavily against Qian Manan's forehead again, scaring her so much she almost lost her balance. Lu Chen gave Lu Tianpei a look, signaling him to retreat with his men. Lu Tianpei waved his hand, and the detectives withdrew. The remaining criminals quickly picked up their guns and surrounded the scar-faced man, rushing out. The detectives didn't go far either, following closely behind at a steady pace. Just as the criminals were about to get into the elevator and leave, Lu Chen smiled slightly and pressed the elevator button. "Mind if I join you?" The scar-faced man raised an eyebrow and said, "You've got some guts. Since you want to come, then come on. As soon as Lu Chen stepped into the elevator, all the thugs' guns were aimed at him, but Lu Chen remained unfazed, staring at the numbers on the elevator display. In fact, Lu Chen could have easily used his upgraded version of the heavy rain lotus needle technique to take them all out with a single strike, but explaining it would be too troublesome. Unless absolutely necessary, Lu Chen didn't want to reveal his weapon too soon. At that moment, the third criminal gritted his teeth and said, "Boss. If he hadn't disguised himself as a delivery man, we wouldn't have fallen for it. Let's just shoot him." The gang leader, however, looked at the scar-faced man, who shook his head. "Don't complicate things." At that moment, outside the elevator, the detectives split into two teams. One team used climbing ropes to slide down from the outside of the window, while the other team rushed down the stairs. Their speed was astonishingly on par with the elevators. By the time the elevator slowly descended to the first floor, all three groups arrived almost simultaneously, before the others could reach the ground-level parking lot. Lu Chen, Lu Tianpei, and Mr. Hangu acted in perfect unison. Lu Chen, who was closest to the scar-faced man holding Qian Manan hostage, swiftly struck out with his hand, disarming the scar-faced man of his gun. He then executed a perfect groin kick, leaving the scar-faced man no time to react before he collapsed to his knees. Lu Chen seized the opportunity, grabbed Qian Manan, and shielded her. At the same time, Mr. Hangu managed to subdue two thugs. Lu Tianpei subdued one of them, while the other two criminals, seeing the situation was dire, turned to flee but were swiftly surrounded and apprehended by the police officers who had been lying in wait on the outskirts. The arrest operation was successfully completed, and Lu Chen and Mr. Hangu exchanged glances, both seeing admiration in each other's eyes. Next, Lu Tianpei wrapped up the operation, while Lu Chen and Mr. Hangu first escorted Qian Manan back to the Qian family. Mr. Qian and Mrs. Qian were overjoyed to see Qian Manan and embraced her tightly, refusing to let go. Qian Manan had also been crying so hard that she was a mess, clearly shaken by the harrowing experiences of the past few days. Mr. Qian quickly composed himself and addressed Lu Chen and Mr. Hangu. "Please forgive us for causing you trouble." He then extended his hand, inviting Lu Chen and Hongwu to the study for a private conversation. Mr. Hangu waved his hand and said, "I have something else to attend to, I'll take my leave." Without waiting for Mr. Qian to try to keep him, he walked away in large strides. Mr. Qian knew that he was afraid Mr. Hong would offer him compensation, which might strain their relationship. Mr. Qian shook his head and could only let it go. After inviting Lu Chen to sit down in his study, Mr. Qian directly handed him a small leather case. Inside were 2.2 million yuan, 2 million for you and 200,000 for your friend. "Mr. Lu, I truly cannot thank you enough for successfully rescuing my daughter." Lu Chen accepted it without hesitation and then said, "Mr. Qian, the 20 million yuan must now be submitted to the police station as evidence. Once the case is resolved, it will be returned to you in full." Mr. Qian only then realized that the police had actually gotten involved in this matter. Lu Chen explained the entire situation to Mr. Qian, who felt a chill run down his spine. "Thank goodness Mr. Lu handled it so well, otherwise, my daughter might have been in serious trouble. By the way, Mr. Lu, weren't the criminals familiar with the victim? May I go and check on the progress of the investigation?" Lu Chen nodded. As the victim in this case, Mr. Qian has the right to know the truth. At that moment, Lu Tianpei had already brought the suspects to the police station and begun questioning them. With the criminals caught red-handed, they had nothing to hide and confessed everything in detail. The 6 people from West City International and the 5 from the northern residential area were all part of the same gang, acting under the orders of the gang leader. The man with the scar on his face is the gang leader's older brother. He had been in prison for several years after committing a crime and had only recently been released, so he has been keeping a low profile and has always been handled by the gang leader. The incident began with the third in command of the gang, known as Mao Dagua. Mao Dagua used to be Mr. Qian's driver but was fired for embezzlement. After being dismissed, he drifted aimlessly until he joined this criminal organization. The gang primarily survives by extorting protection money, and their lives were relatively comfortable until recently. However, due to a recent crackdown, they haven't been able to operate for quite some time. So this Mao Dagua set his sights on Mr. Qian. Mao Dagua knew that Mr. Qian cherished his daughter deeply. He had previously picked her up from school and knew that Qian Manan had a close female classmate. In fact, Mao Dagua had even helped Qian Manan drop off this female classmate, which led him to discover that the girl had a father who was a gambler. So the group set up a scheme, kidnapping both girls to confuse the police and also test whether Mr. Qian had reported the incident. The real Qian Manan had been tied up at West City International the whole time. As for why there are always only 6 takeout orders, that was the idea of the guy with the scar on his face. Ordering 6 orders makes it easier for people to guess there are 6 people inside. Anyway, old 5 doesn't eat much, so as long as Qian Manan doesn't starve, it's fine. By this point, everything was clear. Mr. Qian never expected that Mao Dagua, who seemed so honest, would bite him again after all he had done for him. This can only mean one thing: you can't judge a book by its cover. After work, Lu Chen invited Lu Tianpei to a big meal. Lu Tianpei initially wanted to refuse outright, but Lu Chen made a hand gesture indicating 200,000 yuan, and Lu Tianpei's words turned into, sure. The two then went to a well-known private dining restaurant in Jinjiang City, reserved a private room, and after eating and drinking their fill, Lu Chen tossed a large envelope to Lu Tianpei. Take a look. Lu Tianpei's eyes lit up as he counted the money and said, Chen, no. Lu Lauda, from now on, you're my boss. If there's ever another opportunity like this, remember to bring your brother along. Lu Chen gave him a disdainful look, and the two of them laughed and headed home. As Lu Chen reached the front door of his house, he saw Bai Lu open the door across the street and gaze at him with a look of resentment. Lu Chen slapped his forehead. Oh no, how could I forget about this little angel? Chapter 141, Bai Shui returns. You finally decided to come back? I was starving at home. Bai Lu's face was filled with resentment. Every time Lu Chen went on a long trip before, he would take care of everything, but this time he just left her at home and disappeared. Lu Chen awkwardly laughed a few times. It's my fault. I'll cook for you now. He didn't try to defend himself. Regardless of the reason, he had left Bai Lu alone at home without checking on her, and that was an undeniable fact. Then why aren't you going? Bai Lu finally spared the man in front of her, thinking of how much her sister liked him. Lu Chen hurriedly got up and went to the kitchen. Bai Lu watched his back, waited for a moment, then spoke, My sister is coming back. Really? Lu Chen turned around, his expression filled with surprise. He was finally going to be rid of Bai Lu. The past few days had been exhausting, and with the case on top of that, he felt like he had lost more than 2 pounds. What's that look on your face? Bai Lu's originally cheerful expression turned sour the moment she saw the expression on Lu Chen's face. Lu Chen coughed twice. Nothing. I'm just too happy. Bai Lu's eyes narrowed in suspicion, but she didn't call him out on it. You should be fine lately, right? Lu Chen thought for a moment. The biggest case at the police station had been closed, and as long as no new cases came up, he would be able to free up some time. He spoke with unwavering certainty, as long as there's nothing going on at the police station, I'll be able to make time. Although the answer wasn't what she wanted, Bai Lu also knew that getting the other person to make time was a very rare thing. So she reluctantly nodded and said, Alright, then let's go to the airport together tomorrow to pick up your sister. Sure. Lu Chen didn't even think twice before agreeing. Although tomorrow was one of his few days off, he was more than willing to go out if it meant getting rid of this little brat. Bai Shui's flight arrives at 11 a.m., and it takes an hour to get to the airport from here. The two of them left at 9:40 a.m., but Bai Lu still had traces of sleep on her face, clearly not fully awake. Lu Chen couldn't help but find it a little amusing. You were the one who said you'd come to pick up your sister, but I couldn't sleep in, and now you look like you didn't get enough sleep. Bai Lu took a bite of the steamed bun and couldn't resist retorting. I miss my sister so much that I couldn't sleep last night, which is why I'm so tired. Lu Chen didn't believe a word Bai Lu said, but he just grumbled a few times and didn't continue. By the time he arrived at the airport, Bai Lu had perked up, pacing back and forth and glancing constantly toward the distance. As soon as she spotted the familiar figure at the exit, Bai Lu didn't hesitate for a moment and rushed over to embrace him. Sister, I missed you so much. Before Bai Shui could see who it was, she was suddenly embraced. But upon hearing that familiar voice, her heart softened instantly. She whispered in response, I missed you too. Lu Chen watched the sisters' deep affection and didn't interrupt them right away. He waited until they had let go of each other before walking over. Bai Shui had several pieces of luggage beside her, many of which were items she had brought back this time. It was hard to imagine how someone so slim and petite could carry so much. Lu Chen helped her pick up some of the heavier items and then said, Let's go, my car is parked over there. Bai Shui didn't make a fuss. Seeing that he had helped her carry the items, she softly said, Thank you for taking care of Bai Lu during this time. It's been a lot of trouble for you. No trouble at all, sister. I've been very obedient. Before Lu Chen could say anything, Bai Lu answered for him. Lu Chen recalled the ordeal he had endured in recent days, grunted, and said, You? Aren't you the one causing trouble? Bai Lu immediately turned her head and glared at him, Who are you calling a hassle? A real man doesn't fight with women. Lu Chen waved his hands helplessly and said, Alright, little princess, you're the princess, not the trouble. Is that okay? You're not a little ancestor, you're a little devil. Bai Lu could easily discern the mockery in his words. Aren't these two the same thing? She grew even angrier and was about to give him a taste of his own medicine when she was stopped by her older sister. Alright, Lulu, what are you usually like? Your sister knows you well enough. Bai Shui watched the two of them bicker and couldn't help but find it amusing. But deep down, she felt a touch of envy, wondering when Bai Lu and Lu Chen had become so close. I'm not going to compete with you. Bai Lu immediately returned to her sister's side and stuck out her tongue at Lu Chen. Lu Chen was just teasing and didn't take it too seriously. Bai Lu's attention returned to her sister, and she noticed that her sister was wearing a white dress this time, with flowing sheer fabric, looking absolutely stunning. Sister, did you buy this dress for this occasion? Bai Lu's voice grew softer. A celestial maiden like her shouldn't have such a boisterous younger sister. When asked about the dress, Bai Shui felt a bit uncomfortable. She had bought it because it looked nice at the time, and everyone else had complimented it, but she couldn't help feeling a little insecure. Now that her sister had brought it up, she felt even more anxious. Is it nice? It's beautiful. Bai Lu gave her a positive response, and her eyes lit up as she suddenly came up with an idea. She quickly ran behind Lu Chen and tapped him on the shoulder. What's wrong, little darling? Lu Chen didn't even turn his head, knowing that it must be Bai Lu. Turn and look at my sister. This command was a bit strange, but Lu Chen still obeyed, glancing back briefly before quickly turning back around. He asked, how many pearls are on my sister's dress? Lu Chen had never looked that closely before. He turned his head again and examined it carefully once more, then glared at Bai Lu with a suspicious expression. There are no pearls on your sister's dress. How about it? Is the dress pretty, or is my sister pretty? Lu Chen paused for a moment, and the scene he had just seen flashed through his mind. The white dress looked perfect on Bai Shui. Her skin was snow white, her body slender, and she was extremely beautiful. With the white dress, one couldn't tell if she was from heaven or earth. Your sister is beautiful. Lu Chen replied softly. He didn't know what was wrong with him. All he could think about on the way there was Bai Shui wearing that white dress. When they got off the car, Bai Shui thanked Lu Chen once again. Lu Chen finally snapped out of his daze. It's no problem. We're neighbors, and neighbors should help each other. Well, I'll head back then. Thank you. Wait, let me help you carry your things upstairs. Lu Chen watched as the other person tried to lift the heavy objects again, frowned, and spoke up proactively. Chapter 142, A New Case. All right. Bai Shui wasn't good at refusing, and he wouldn't refuse Lu Chen either, so he watched as the other person helped him carry everything upstairs. As for how to thank him later, he remembered that the other person really liked the food he made, so he'd make extra for him then, as a token of his gratitude. Lu Chen watched her enter the room, then closed the door, and stood there for a moment, dazed. It wasn't because she hadn't called him in, but because he was thinking about what had just happened. It felt as though those events had taken up residence in his mind, impossible to forget. Before long, his phone rang. He answered it and found it was Lu Tianpei. Lu Chen, there's a case in the southern part of the city. Come over quickly. Lu Chen snapped back to reality, putting aside his thoughts, and replied loudly, all right, I'll be right there. The southern part of the city was quite far from where he was, so it took Lu Chen some time to get there. By the time he arrived, Lu Tianpei was already there. Upon seeing him arrive, Lu Tianpei hurriedly greeted him. Lu Chen, come over here quickly. Lu Tianpei had never underestimated Lu Chen. Every time he thought this kid could only go so far, he would surprise him time and time again. So when he received this case, his first thought was to bring Lu Chen in for a visit. Lu team, what kind of case is this? Lu Chen arrived at the scene and immediately got into work mode. And had completely set aside all matters unrelated to work, no longer giving them a second thought. We received a report and arrived at the scene to find a young woman tied to a chair inside the house with a rope. There were two bodies in the backyard, one in the water and the other on the ground nearby. Lu Tianpei briefly briefed him on the current situation. What about the girl? Lu Chen immediately noticed the key point of the case. If the girl remembers anything, it would be extremely helpful for solving the case. The girl has already been taken to the hospital. The team has sent others to comfort her. Once she calms down a bit, we might be able to get some information from her. Lu Chen had already considered everything Lu Tianpei had thought of, and everything had been arranged accordingly. Lu Chen nodded and did not inquire further, instead turning his attention to other matters. This is the outskirts of the city, isn't it? That person sure knows how to pick a place. Lu Tianpei smiled. You're right. If it were just a little closer to the city, we wouldn't have had to wait for someone to report it before finding out about this. Where are we going now? Lu Chen turned to ask. It doesn't really matter which place we check first, all the sites will eventually need to be thoroughly inspected back and forth. Lu Tianpei thought for a moment and said, let's go check the inside of the house first, then we'll look at the body in the backyard. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to eat after seeing it. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh and said, even if we go see the bodies last, we'll still lose our appetite. We can eat after we've seen the scene. Lu Tianpei laughed a few times, but he still didn't change his original plan. The room was simply furnished, with a few wooden tables and a chair in the middle. There were ropes lying on the ground, which looked like they had been used recently. Lu Tianpei walked over and began to explain to Lu Chen, this is where we first discovered the girl. At the time, this rope was tied around her body, and we were the ones who untied it. If I'm not mistaken, this chair was likely used by the suspect to kill many people. There are fingernail marks all around the chair, each one different. Samples have already been taken, and it will probably take some time before the results come back. Lu Chen walked over and examined it carefully. Just as Lu Tianpei had described, the chair did not appear to have anything unusual about it. So he only glanced at it twice before withdrawing his gaze. As he turned his head, he noticed a faucet in the corner of the room. He walked over and turned it on. It was clear that the faucet had been in use for many years, with the pipes exposed and showing signs of wear and tear. The water coming out of it isn't very clean. Lu Chen took a closer look and reached out to catch some to see more clearly. Lu Tianpei hurriedly stopped her. Lu Chen, don't touch the water here. I'm afraid you'll have to wash your hands afterward. Lu Tianpei hurriedly stopped her. Lu Chen, don't touch the water here. I'm afraid you'll have to go wash your hands later. Lu Chen looked at him in confusion. Isn't water used for washing hands? Why do I have to wash my hands again after using this water? Lu Tianpei looked at Lu Chen's confused expression and knew he hadn't taken his words to heart. With a hint of resignation, he spoke again. Did you forget what I just said? Lu Chen stared at him with wide, innocent eyes, completely clueless. He had just said so much, and now he couldn't quite follow the thread of the conversation. And besides, was any of that related to water? Lu Chen suddenly remembered that Lu Tianpei had mentioned earlier that there was a body submerged in water. Could the phrase submerged in water be related to this? Seeing Lu Chen's body stiffen suddenly, Lu Tianpei knew he must have remembered, so he spoke with a hint of schadenfreude. You finally remembered. I told you earlier that there's a corpse lying in the water. Now you're using the water from the faucet. Isn't that the same water he used to bathe in? Lu Chen's face turned pale, and he hurriedly stopped Lu Tianpei from continuing. Enough, don't say anymore. If you keep going, I won't be able to eat a single bite during dinner. Lu Tianpei felt a bit helpless, but he didn't continue either. You've seen everything in the room. Do you want to go outside and take a look around? Lu Chen hesitated for a moment but nodded in agreement. Of course he would go. He walked outside and found a lake behind the house. It was close to the mountains, and the water was quite clear. However, when he saw the corpse inside the pot, Lu Chen's expression changed slightly. Lu Tianpei laughed heartily beside him. I told you not to touch the water from that faucet. You'll regret it. Lu Chen's expression changed, followed by a look of helplessness. Even if I don't touch it, I'll still have to touch this corpse later. There's not much difference. Even if I don't touch it, I'll have to touch this corpse anyway. There's not much difference. Lu Tianpei pondered for a moment and realized that he was indeed right. Lu Tianpei pondered for a moment and realized that was indeed the case. Lu Tianpei pondered for a moment, realizing that it was indeed true. Lu Chen shook his head, feeling a bit helpless. Chapter 143, Wu Shunan. He looked at the body in the lake. It was a woman, with her hands still manicured. She was face down, and it was impossible to determine her condition. The exact cause of death will only be determined after the body is recovered and examined. Lu Chen did not dwell on the matter further. He turned his gaze to the body lying on the ground. He was wearing gloves on his hands as he flipped the body over. The corpse's face had a bluish-white hue, indicating it had been dead for several days. The body appeared to be that of a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, but the exact age would need to be determined after an autopsy. Lu Chen released him. He turned to look at Lu Tianpei. The basic information at the scene was limited, and nothing significant could be discerned. If they truly needed to find something useful, they might have to examine the young girl and see if they could elicit any information from her. Lu Tianpei nodded in agreement. He had the same idea, so he spoke up. Then I'll arrange a car, and we'll go to the hospital together to take a look. Lu Chen nodded in agreement. When they arrived at the hospital, the girl was sitting in the ward. She smiled when she saw them, but her face was a little pale. Hello, are you Wu Shunan? Lu Tianpei took a chair and sat down in front of the bed. Wu Shunan nodded slightly, not very much, but enough for everyone present to see clearly. Do you recognize the person who kidnapped you? The questioning was conducted by Lu Tianpei, and Lu Chen simply sat beside him and observed. Wu Shunan shook his head, his face still pale. Her voice was soft, but everyone present could hear her. I don't know the person who kidnapped me. Lu Tianpei nodded. This was expected, as they had speculated that the kidnapper was likely a serial killer, so it was normal that he didn't recognize her. As for why the murderer targeted Wu Shunan, there might be a reason, or there might not be. However, since Wu Shunan has stated that he does not know the killer, it is difficult to determine the motive. Have you noticed anything unusual happening around you in the past few days? Lu Tianpei asked again. Wu Shunan thought carefully for a moment and shook his head. She knew nothing. Lu Tianpei sighed, but it was to be expected. Victims usually provide very little information, and if that's the case, this case is going to be another complicated one. Do you have any impressions of the suspect? Say whatever comes to mind, the rest no need to hold back. Wu Shunan thought for a moment before speaking. He was probably in his 20s, with a very young-sounding voice. There were several people around him, but I couldn't see much else because my eyes were covered, and I could only rely on my hearing to sense what was happening around me. In his 20s? Lu Tianpei furrowed his brows immediately. Lu Chen also sensed something was off. He took out the photo of the 50-year-old man's body from his backpack and placed it in front of Wu Shunan, asking her about it. Is this not the person who kidnapped you? Wu Shunan examined the photo carefully and shook his head vigorously. This isn't him. Although I couldn't see his face, he touched me with his hands at the time, and they weren't this rough. His hands had calluses. Lu Tianpei and Lu Chen exchanged glances, suspecting that the body might belong to one of the murderers, and that this case was likely the work of a group. They gathered their belongings and decided not to disturb Wu Shunan any further. But the next moment, a crowd of people rushed into the ward in a hurry. Wu Shunan, what the hell have you been up to all day? Kidnapping? How could you even think of something like that? The woman who entered immediately launched into a barrage of sharp, biting accusations. Wu Shuanan's face turned even paler. Lu Tianpei hurriedly stopped the woman. He said, Wu Shunan has just been through a kidnapping incident and is currently in an unstable mental state. Please do not provoke him. Also, who are you? The woman finally looked up at Lu Tianpei. Who am I? I'm his mother. You've all been deceived by him. What kidnapping case? It's just a lie she made up. This is our family matter. Mind your own business. The woman turned to look at Wu Shunan, her gaze sharp and piercing. Hurry up and get out of here. Stop lying on the bed pretending to be dead. Get up. Wu Shunan was taken away like that, and Lu Tianpei had no reason to stop them. After all, they were Wu Shuanan's family. Are you just going to let them take him away like this? Lu Chen watched from the side. After everyone had left, he finally looked up at Lu Tianpei. Lu Tianpei gave a helpless smile. When on a mission, the last thing I want to deal with is family like this. But there's nothing we can do. After all, we're police officers, not thugs. We can't just keep them here forever. Lu Chen shrugged his shoulders, adopting an indifferent attitude. However, since Lu Tianpei had already said that, he didn't feel it was appropriate to say much more. Alright, since they've already taken the person away, we should get back to our own business. Should we investigate this girl's identity? We definitely need to investigate and see if we can find out anything. Lu Tianpei answered firmly, but he glanced at Lu Chen before speaking. I'll handle this investigation. You can check the scene for any additional clues. Once there's progress, I'll come find you. Alright. Lu Chen agreed immediately. Alright. Lu Chen agreed immediately. The two of them hadn't eaten yet, and there happened to be a cafeteria at the hospital. They weren't picky, so they decided to eat there. However, Lu Tianpei couldn't help but sigh when he looked at the simple meal on the table. The hospital food was so bland it was almost scary. Looking at these dishes and thinking about the scene I had witnessed that morning, I couldn't bring myself to take a single bite. Lu Tianpei held his meal in his hands, sitting there sighing, while Lu Chen across from him was eating with obvious enjoyment. Don't think about it so much. Those things are just lifeless objects. How could the dead be more terrifying than the living? In the end, it's the living who are truly terrifying. As he spoke, Lu Chen stuffed another mouthful into his mouth. You're right. Lu Tianpei didn't think about it anymore and started eating as well. In the afternoon, the two parted ways to attend to their respective tasks. Lu Chen spent the entire afternoon in the laboratory, but in the end, he didn't make any progress. While thinking about this, he slowly made his way back. Less than 2 minutes after returning, the door to his room was knocked on. Lu Chen went out to see and found it was Bai Shui. Chapter 144, Trouble again? Why are you here? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and asked. Bai Shui picked up the item in her hand and gestured for him to look at it. I heard you were back. I stewed some pork ribs today. Here, try some. Bai Shui was a skilled cook, and Lu Chen wouldn't refuse. He smiled and said, then I won't be polite. Bai Shui shook her head, placed the bag in Lu Chen's arms, and said, you don't need to be polite with me. I heard you have a case today. You must be very busy tonight, so I won't bother you anymore. Go ahead and get back to work. It must be said that sometimes Bai Shui is still quite considerate. Lu Chen does indeed have things to attend to and doesn't have time to take care of Bai Shui. So he didn't say anything, just nodded in acknowledgement that he was indeed busy at the moment. The next morning, Lu Chen had just arrived at the lab when he heard Lu Tianpei calling him. Lu Chen, come quickly. We have another mission to undertake. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. This time, it was in a residential building. Someone reported that a stench was coming from the neighboring apartment, but no one answered the door. Since the residents were elderly, they decided to call the police. Upon investigation, it was discovered that the elderly person living there had indeed passed away, and the body had already begun to decompose. Lu Chen entered the scene wearing a mask and gloves, with a look of confusion on his face. Lu team, this isn't something we should be handling, is it? Don't we have a major case on our hands? Cases like this are usually handled by others. Lu Tianpei glanced at her with a hint of fatigue. It wasn't originally our case, but there's a curious coincidence. The suspect from the previous case lives in this building, and he's actually on the floor above us. Lu Chen's expression immediately turned serious. Are you saying you think the old man's death is connected to the suspect? Lu Tianpei nodded and then corrected her statement. At present, we can only say that we suspect it, but we cannot confirm it yet. Let's observe the scene first. After examining the entire scene, Lu Chen did not find anything particularly unusual. It was just the room of a single elderly man, with some basic necessities scattered about. On the bedside table was a bottle of heart medication, suggesting that he likely suffered from heart disease. His complexion is pale, and based on initial observations, it appears he passed away due to heart disease. I didn't find anything particularly useful. This elderly person appears to have passed away due to heart disease. Did you notice anything else? Lu Tianpei also shook his head. No. Let's put this aside for now and go check out the place where the suspect used to live. We might find something unexpected. Lu Chen looked around but didn't find anything, so he decided to move to the upper floor to take a look. Lu Tianpei didn't object to her idea and followed him out. The rooms upstairs were larger than those downstairs, and Lu Chen couldn't help but joke at that moment. It seems like this suspect really cares about quality of life. This place is way bigger than the one downstairs, isn't it? Lu Tianpei smiled. This wasn't just some random hideout for the suspect, this was his main base. The person might have fled, but there should be plenty of valuable items left behind. Lu Chen nodded. As soon as he entered, there was a cabinet with many books on it, and a skull. At first, Lu Chen thought it was a model, but when he picked it up, he felt that the weight was off. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the real thing. This person is really bold, keeping a skull in their home without fear that it might come to their bedside in the middle of the night. Lu Chen took a look and put the skull back where it was. Lu Tianpei didn't find it strange. After all, murderers were often like that. There were plenty of people like her out there. He casually opened the refrigerator beside him and saw 3 human heads inside. He called out, "Lu Team, come over here and take a look. There's something fresh here." When Lu Tianpei arrived, he saw the items and his face turned a bit pale. He glanced at Lu Chen with a hint of amusement. "This is really the new thing you were talking about, isn't it?" Lu Chen smiled. "This is indeed something new. Quickly check it over and make sure nothing is missing." Lu Tianpei opened other compartments and discovered a large quantity of frozen meat inside. Judging by the color and appearance, it didn't seem to be pork, lamb, or beef, it must all be human flesh. The only question was which body parts they came from. Lu Tianpei couldn't help but marvel at the sight. This was truly something else. Not all murderers are like this. Lu Chen, however, was used to such things and showed little reaction on his face. He repeated exactly what Lu Tianpei had just said back to him. Lu Chen picked up the severed head, took a look, and didn't forget to inform Lu Tianpei of the results. Judging by the appearance of the head, it had been dead for some time. The freezing duration was likely over 2 months. The side of the head was exceptionally neat, indicating it was not killed with an ordinary knife. Even an ordinary knife would leave fragments, but this resembled an ancient side knife used for decapitation. Lu Tianpei walked over to the side and began examining the refrigerator. Lu Chen continued speaking. "Looking at the slightly rotten edge, I wonder if it was already rotten when it was put in the refrigerator, or if it was taken out of the refrigerator later. It must have been because the power to the refrigerator was cut off for a while," Lu Tianpei said suddenly from below. Lu Chen also squatted down. "What did you find?" Lu Tianpei pointed to the marks on the refrigerator and said, "Look at this part of the refrigerator. There are already signs of corrosion. This is clearly leaking from inside. What kind of situation could cause this?" Lu Chen blurted out without thinking, "Power outage." Lu Chen blurted out instinctively, "Power outage. Right, just wait a moment, I'll make a call to check." Lu Tianpei took out his phone and went to make a call nearby, while Lu Chen continued to observe the traces here. The liquid from the refrigerator flowed out and stopped at a spot on the floor, which was slightly indented, as if something heavy had hit it. Will the liquid continue to flow down? Lu Chen suddenly had this thought pop into his head. At that moment, Lu Tianpei returned, bringing back some news. This place had indeed experienced a power outage recently, just a week ago, lasting the entire day. Lu Chen nodded. Then these heads must have rotted during that time. Lu Team Leader, I also discovered something rather peculiar. Come over here and take a closer look. Chapter 145, The Logic of the Case. Lu Tianpei squatted down as instructed and also saw the indentation on the floor. Lu Tianpei squatted down as instructed and also noticed the indentation on the floor. He was smart and immediately understood Lu Chen's meaning. "You mean that these things might have flowed down this way to the floor below, so the death of the person downstairs wasn't an accident, but someone did it on purpose?" Lu Chen nodded. Lu Tianpei immediately took out the corresponding blueprints for the first and second floors and found that the spot on the first floor was right next to the bed. If that's the case, the suspect, fearing that their actions would be discovered, might have fabricated the accidental death downstairs. This line of reasoning is entirely plausible and reasonable. Inducing someone with a heart condition to die is a relatively straightforward matter. Lu Chen stood up, reflecting on the commonalities between the two incidents. This makes things complicated. We might have more work to do later. Lu Tianpei smiled wryly, but his eyes had brightened considerably. With all this information in their hands now, they were in a much better position than before and wouldn't be too passive. That was enough. It will be okay. Lu Chen could only comfort him in this way. They returned to the station with the remaining evidence. Lu Chen began to dissect the bodies downstairs, while Lu Tianpei went to a meeting. Lu Chen finished the autopsy. There were still many maggots on the bodies, which was truly disgusting to behold. He could only pretend not to see it, quickly cleaning everything up and conducting an analysis. Even so, it took several hours to handle the body. By the time he took off his gloves, it was already night. He walked out and saw Lu Tianpei sitting outside. Upon seeing him come out, Lu Tianpei hurriedly greeted him. Lu Chen, you finally came out. I've been waiting for you. Lu Chen was a bit confused. What were you waiting for me for? I only dealt with one body. The rest will have to wait until I come back tomorrow. Lu Tianpei waved his hand, signaling him not to mention work-related matters anymore. I'm definitely not here to talk about work. Let's not talk about that. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. I don't have any definite news yet. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. This matter wouldn't be resolved anytime soon. He'd probably have to wait a while longer. Well, there was nothing else to do but wait. Come on, I'll take you out to eat. Let's not discuss work for now. Lu Tianpei walked over and tried to put his arm around Lu Chen's shoulder, but Lu Chen took a step back. Lu Tianpei walked over and tried to put his arm around Lu Chen's shoulder, but Lu Chen took a step back. Lu Tianpei looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Lu Chen felt a bit helpless. Can't you smell the odor all over me? How are we supposed to go out now? Wait here, I'll go take a shower and change clothes first. Lu Tianpei had been running around in such a scene all day and had already gotten used to it. Hearing her say that, he realized his body really did smell. Lu Tianpei couldn't help but smile, but he quickly nodded. Go ahead, I'll wait here for you. All right. Lu Chen turned around to deal with the smell on his body. It was evening now, and the night market was already open. Lu Tianpei found a barbecue restaurant nearby, sat down inside, and ordered a few items. As the grilled food touched his lips, Lu Chen finally felt like he was coming back to life. Though his body still carried a lingering odor, it was much better than before. Although they had come out with the intention of not discussing work-related matters, since they were already there and their current projects were urgent, they couldn't help but end up talking about work. How's the manhunt going over there? Lu Chen took a bite of chives and asked casually. When Lu Tianpei mentioned this matter, he sighed. It's still early days. We managed to discover this hideout by tracking someone who seemed promising, but we haven't heard anything since. When will your analysis of the body be ready? Lu Tianpei asked casually. Lu Chen thought for a moment. Tomorrow, then. Have someone come by in the morning to pick it up. All right. As promised, the next morning when Lu Tianpei came over, Lu Chen directly handed her the documents he had organized. He also circled several potential weapons that the suspects might have used. Lu Tianpei looked at the weapons and smiled. We've already found the weapons. They were found at a pork shop. However, the ones you drew are quite accurate. That's good. Lu Tianpei couldn't help but marvel. Lu Chen truly has his own unique skills. He was able to find them like that. Lu Chen smiled and said nothing. Since the other party had already found it, it seemed that he had been a bit redundant after all. Have you found the suspect yet? Lu Chen asked casually. Lu Tianpei frowned and said, we found it, but something about this feels off. Lu Chen immediately looked at him, wondering what he meant. It's a university professor. Lu Tianpei sighed. The person he found was a university professor. Lu Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. Didn't you just say that the murderer's weapon was found in a butcher shop? How is this connected to a university professor? The butcher shop is run by his wife, and it's said that she was involved in this matter. However, the details haven't been clarified yet. The suspect has already been brought back to the station, and the investigation is underway. Lu Chen nodded and didn't ask any further questions about the matter. Lu Chen nodded and did not ask any further questions about the matter. Lu Tianpei had many other matters to attend to, so after exchanging a few hurried words, the two parted ways. Lu Chen couldn't stop thinking about what he had just said. How could this be such a coincidence? The murderer had killed two people in total, a man in his 20s who was a teacher, and a man in his 30s who was a civil servant. There was also a young woman in her 20s who was a doctor. It's hard to imagine any connection between them, but why did the killer target the young woman? If he had a set of criteria for choosing his victims, what were those criteria? Moreover, the murderer eats meat. What is the meaning behind this act? Why do it? Why put the head in the refrigerator? Is it for display? There are many unresolved questions in this case. What Lu Chen can think of, Lu Tianpei must also have considered. Therefore, Lu Chen did not dwell on it further. If he wanted answers, he would wait until the truth was revealed and then ask Lu Tianpei directly, which would yield the same result. Therefore, it was best to focus on his own tasks for now and put other matters aside for the time being. With that thought, Lu Chen put everything else out of his mind and focused on his own tasks. Chapter 146, A Series of Cases. After finishing his tasks, Lu Chen went to find Lu Tianpei and saw him sitting there with a worried expression on his face. He couldn't help but find it a bit amusing and walked over to ask, "Why the long face?" Lu Tianpei replied irritably, "A few newbies in the team couldn't even keep an eye on someone, and they let the suspect get away. Now the suspect is probably long gone." Lu Chen listened to everything and roughly understood why the other party was so angry. This kind of thing would make anyone furious. But that wasn't the most urgent matter at hand. Calm down first. Have you found out his background and credentials? Lu Tianpei handed the documents he was holding to Lu Chen. They're all here. You can take a look. Lu Chen didn't beat around the bush. He picked up the documents and started reading them right away. Upon closer inspection, the suspect seemed to have led a fairly decent life, but it was unclear why he would do such a thing. It's not just good, it's been smooth sailing all the way. He excelled academically from a young age, went on to graduate school and earned a PhD, and eventually secured a teaching position at his alma mater. This is the kind of life most people can only dream of. Lu Tianpei couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Lu Chen found it a bit amusing. Are you jealous? Don't you also want to live such a life? Lu Tianpei shook his head. It's not like that. It's just that I feel a bit disappointed. With such a bright future and all the right cards in your hand, you've managed to mess it all up. He has 2 children. What will become of them? His parents must have been involved in this as well. Lu Chen looked at the resume and finally said, "It looks pretty good. The only flaw is his wife. His wife only has a junior high school education and works as a pig butcher. She doesn't match him at all." Lu Chen looked at the resume and finally said, "It looks pretty good, but the only flaw is his wife. She only has a middle school education and works as a butcher, which doesn't match him at all." Mentioning this, Lu Tianpei nodded vigorously, his expression turning serious. "Yes, that's exactly how I feel. I think the breakthrough point for this entire matter must be here, but no matter how much I think about it, I can't figure out why the other party would act this way." However, getting back to the matter at hand, Lu Tianpei couldn't help but sigh, wondering when they would finally be able to catch the person responsible. So sometimes I really hate these highly intelligent criminals because they are just too clever, especially when it comes to hiding. If we can't catch them now, then later on, we won't even be able to see their shadow. Lu Tianpei said this sincerely. He wasn't trying to praise these criminals. He was just saying that under these circumstances, catching them is really a very difficult task. Lu Tianpei said this with genuine concern. He wasn't trying to praise these criminals, he was just stating that under these circumstances, catching them is an extremely difficult task. Lu Chen could understand this to some extent, so he could only look at Lu Tianpei with a sympathetic expression. After all, he was just a forensic pathologist, and there wasn't much he could do in such a situation. Lu Chen casually flipped through his files and suddenly noticed an interesting detail. Sure enough, he was a highly intelligent criminal mastermind. He had even published a book titled Self-Rescue. It was truly a pity that someone capable of writing such an insightful book was a criminal. Lu Tianpei heard the title of the book and felt an immediate sense of familiarity, but he couldn't quite place it. He suddenly remembered something and quickly found the notebook where he had made the entry. Looking at the entry, he spoke excitedly. "I know now. I know why he grabbed Wu Shunan." Lu Chen looked at Lu Tianpei, who was so excited, and didn't find it strange. Sometimes, when they receive important news, they express their excitement in this way. If the other party could truly gain some insight from this, he would be happy for them as well. After all, solving each case was no easy feat. However, he couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "Did you notice?" Lu Tianpei looked at Lu Chen with a touch of gratitude. "It was all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I never would have thought of that." Wu Shunan bought a book, and that book was called Self-Rescue. Lu Tianpei looked at Lu Chen with a touch of gratitude. "It's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I never would have thought of that." Wu Shunan bought a book, and it's called Self-Rescue. Lu Tianpei was truly grateful to Lu Chen. Without him, he wouldn't have known when he would have discovered this on his own. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. The matter was indeed too coincidental, but when handling cases, one couldn't rely solely on coincidence, one had to be more careful. Sometimes, being meticulous can yield a lot of valuable insights. If I'm not mistaken, that person is very likely to find Wu Shunan again. Mentioning this matter, Lu Tianpei's expression darkened. If that were the case, Wu Shunan would be in great danger. No, he must find Wu Shunan immediately. He stood up and addressed Lu Chen, "We must find Wu Shunan immediately. If the suspect discovers him, he will be in great danger." Without Lu Tianpei needing to say anything, Lu Chen already knew how dangerous the situation would become. If the suspect discovers that Wu Shunan is unsuitable, could Wu Shunan become the next victim? Where is Wu Shunan now? Lu Tianpei walked out and shouted to his team members. The team members looked puzzled, unsure why they were being asked to find Wu Shunan at that moment. Lu Tianpei saw them standing there dumbfounded and felt the veins on his forehead bulging. He shouted, "Hurry up and find out where she is. If you're late, she'll be in danger if the suspect finds her." The team members finally snapped out of their daze and rushed off to search for Wu Shunan. Lu Chen patted Lu Tianpei reassuringly. "It'll be okay. Don't worry so much. Where do you think that person might be hiding now?" His men had already gone to look for him, and Lu Tianpei still had some confidence in their abilities. If they can't even handle something this simple, then they really aren't suitable to stay here any longer. Therefore, he felt completely at ease as he began analyzing with those around him where the suspect, Yu Huachi, might possibly be. Lu Chen put himself in the suspect's shoes and thought about it. If he were in such a dangerous situation, running outside would not be a rational choice. Therefore, he finally came up with an answer. Yu Huachi should still be here and hasn't gone far. If he wanted to get out, with the area sealed off so tightly, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. His own identity was a major issue. As a highly intelligent criminal, he is unlikely to make such a minor mistake. Therefore, if we want to confirm his location, it is highly probable that he has not left the area. Chapter 147, Arresting the Suspect. Lu Tianpei nodded in agreement with Lu Chen's viewpoint, as their perspectives were aligned. Lu Tianpei looked at Lu Chen with a slightly admiring expression. He had indeed not misjudged this man, only he could follow his line of thinking so smoothly. As for the other few brats, Lu Tianpei really didn't want to say anything more. He felt that every extra word he spoke to them might shave 10 years off his life. So what should we do next? Lu Tianpei began to ponder the next question. Lu Chen, however, was much more composed. Yu Huachi's target was Wu Shunan. If Wu Shunan hadn't gotten into trouble, he would definitely come looking for him. If something really happened to Wu Shunan, then they would definitely have their hands full. Let's wait for more information first. See if your men can locate Wu Shunan. If they can't find him, then you may need to hold another internal meeting. As for the agenda of the meeting, it will naturally be focused on locating Wu Shunan. Lu team, we haven't found Wu Shunan, he must have been arrested. The team members returned feeling very discouraged and reported to Lu Tianpei. Lu Tianpei sighed. Lu Chen had been right after all. If there was any possibility, he would have preferred the other party to have been wrong. You go ahead and get back to work. Lu Chen shared the same sentiment, but since the situation had already unfolded, Lu Tianpei decided to focus on his tasks first. Lu Tianpei instructed his subordinates to investigate whether there were any unusual occurrences in the vicinity. Sure enough, they found something. In the southern part of the city, there was a young boy who witnessed the incident. At that time, I was getting ready to go play ball when I heard someone shouting for help. When I ran over, I saw it was a girl, but she said she was fine and told me to leave quickly. I was very angry at the time, thinking he was playing with me. But then I realized he must have already noticed that the person was a murderer and didn't want to involve me, so he wanted me to leave quickly. The young man still feels a bit guilty about this incident. If he had noticed sooner, perhaps the girl wouldn't have been taken so easily. Lu Tianpei patted him on the shoulder, said a few comforting words, then took out a photo and asked, "Is the girl you saw back then the one in this photo?" Lu Tianpei was holding a photo of Wu Shunan. Upon seeing the photo, the young man couldn't help but nod repeatedly. After confirming it was him, Lu Tianpei stood up and saw that the young man still looked very dejected, so he said a few more words. "Don't be too upset. You did a great job. If you could have saved him, then what would we police be here for? We're very grateful that you provided us with these clues, so don't feel too guilty. Leave the rest to us." The teenager was clearly comforted by these words, and his spirits began to lift. He looked at Lu Tianpei and nodded firmly. Then he spoke up, "I won't stay sad forever. I hope you can rescue that young lady soon. She looked really scared at the time." Lu Tianpei nodded. "We will definitely do our best. Do you remember the license plate number of that car?" The teenager thought for a moment and then said, "Li T2546. Lu Tianpei had only asked casually, not expecting the other person to actually give the answer. His eyes betrayed his obvious surprise. The young man seemed to notice Lu Tianpei's astonishment and spoke with a touch of pride. "I didn't originally intend to remember the license plate number, but when I saw the girl get into the car, she suddenly became disoriented and motionless, so I suspected something was amiss and decided to jot down the license plate number." Lu Tianpei couldn't help but give the young man a thumbs up. "Well done, that's impressive." As for the rest, he didn't continue, as he had many tasks to attend to. He immediately returned to the police station. Yu Huachi clearly had the chance to leave, but he didn't leave right away. However, after finding Wu Shunan again, he didn't go look for his wife. This clearly indicates that Wu Shunan holds a special and extremely important place in his heart. Therefore, at least in the short term, Wu Shunan's safety is assured, and there is no need for excessive concern at this time. However, what will happen afterward is uncertain, so it is crucial to make the most of the time available. He immediately returned to find Yu Huachi's wife and questioned her. Since Yuhuachi had used a car to take Wu Shunan away, he would definitely not leave any traces behind, as that would be far too obvious and foolish. Yuhuachi is a highly intelligent criminal, he would never leave something so obvious behind. So there's only one option left, try to get some information out of Yuhuachi's wife. Although Wu Shunan is not in immediate danger, if this drags on for too long, there is no guarantee that he won't lose his life over this matter. Lu Chen has been following Lu Tianpei closely, and when Lu Tianpei went to find Yuhuachi's wife, Niu Jianan, he followed closely behind as well. Niu Jianan was in her 40s or 50s, dressed in clothes used for slaughtering pigs, looking very plain, and her body still carried the distinctive pungent smell of pork. No matter how one looked at it, he and her university professor husband were completely mismatched. However, Niu Jianan was truly very kind to Yuhuachi. No matter what the police asked him, he claimed to know nothing and refused to say anything. Lu Tianpei didn't consider asking him harshly, as that would likely have the opposite effect. Instead, he simply sat across from Niu Jianan. As soon as Lu Tianpei sat down, Niu Jianan began to speak. None of you should expect anything from me. Yuhuachi hasn't done anything wrong, he's been wrongly accused. Why are you all so fixated on him? Lu Tianpei heard this and couldn't help but laugh. If Yuhuachi was innocent, then what about all the people who died? But there was also the possibility that he was innocent. However, that would mean there was another suspect. Moreover, this possibility is extremely unlikely. Yuhuachi has been on the run and evading capture, so it can be virtually confirmed that he is the one responsible for this incident. Sister, you say he didn't do anything? Then why is there fresh human blood on the side knife in your store? Niu Jianan's eyelashes fluttered. Hearing this, her expression was very strange, as if she was surprised but not quite. Chapter 148, Interrogation Under Torture. What nonsense are you talking about? This never happened. There was no blood, and that knife has always been used for slaughtering pigs. You're the police, you can't talk like that. Niu Jianan is still stubbornly denying it. Lu Chen walked over to him, took out a stack of documents, placed them in front of him, and began to speak. This is the results of the blood sample taken from the side of the knife. Whether it's human blood or not, you can check this test report. What's the matter? Aren't you going to take a look? Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He had already seen the contents of the report. He knew that the blood on the knife was indeed human blood. However, he did not want to reveal his true intentions just yet. Niu Jianan dared not even glance at the test report. He stubbornly replied, even if it is human blood, so what? Maybe they snuck into my shop at night and used that knife. That knife isn't under my watch all the time, I must have been negligent at some point. Maybe they snuck into my shop at night and used that knife. That knife isn't under my watchful eye all the time, I must have been negligent at some point. Lu Chen smiled, took back the test report, and spoke slowly. That wasn't a test report at all. Blood test results don't come back that quickly, yet you've already admitted it's human blood. You're trying to frame me. Niu Jianan knew they were trying to get him to say something, and since he didn't know anything, he might end up saying something incriminating. So he decided to say nothing at all and pretend he was mute. But sometimes, even if he wanted to be a mute, others might not be willing to let him be the one to stay silent. I remember you have 2 children, right? Lu Tianpei mentioned Ni Jianan's 2 children. Niu Jianan immediately looked up at Lu Tianpei, his eyes sharp and even tinged with fear, but he suppressed it all and asked coldly. Why are you bringing up my 2 children? What do you want? Lu Tianpei smiled and said, don't be so tense. We are here to serve the people. We certainly won't harm your children. But I'm wondering, how exactly do you plan to let them know about this? Niu Jianan's heart immediately began to race, and his voice trembled slightly. Why did you tell them about this? This has nothing to do with them, they don't need to know. Lu Tianpei smiled. Whether or not this matter concerns them is not something you can decide. Legally speaking, they are your children, and children have the right to know what happens to their parents. Niu Jianan fell silent. In truth, he had always known who was responsible for this matter and who it was connected to. However, he had always refused to speak up, one of the reasons being that he had 2 children. He didn't know how to explain this matter to them, as revealing it would make anyone think it was absurd. Not only his children, but even he himself found the matter utterly absurd. I heard that your child is now planning to take the civil service exam. I wonder if they still want to pursue that path once they find out about this. Lu Tianpei noticed that although Niu Jianan still had the same expression, his emotions were clearly fluctuating, and his attitude had softened slightly. Therefore, he pressed on and continued speaking. Niu Jianan's emotional fluctuations were even more pronounced. The reason he had always refused to acknowledge this matter was because his child was preparing to take the civil service exam. If this matter were to be discovered, it would be disastrous. There would definitely be a criminal record, and with a criminal record, passing the political review for the civil service exam would be impossible. His child's future would be ruined. This is what he fears most and what he least wants to see happen. As parents, who would want to see their own child fall into a deep abyss? But when one becomes that abyss, what should one do for their child? That's why he has always refused to acknowledge this fact. As long as Yu Huachi isn't caught, this case can never be successfully prosecuted. His own child could hide for a while. Although he was indeed harboring a sliver of hope, maybe it would work out this time? Maybe this time would be the one? Niu Jianan knew he was taking a gamble, but he had no other options left. Niu Jianan remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. You can't influence him. His father hasn't been convicted yet, and you can't find Yu Huachi right now, so he can't be convicted. This was Niu Jianan's final insistence, and also the last shred of hope he clung to in his heart. Even if this matter sounds unpleasant when spoken aloud, what can be done about it? The matter is not yet settled in stone. Yu Huachi is not yet a murderer. As long as he is not, that is sufficient. Lu Chen stood beside him, helping Lu Tianpei speak up. Lu Tianpei had already said a lot, and if he continued, he might end up losing his voice. Lu Chen stood beside Lu Tianpei and spoke up for him. Lu Tianpei had already said a lot, and if he continued, he might end up losing his voice. That's not necessarily the case. Although we don't currently have any concrete evidence, the crime scene is littered with his fingerprints. If we want to arrest him, it's only a matter of time. Lu Chen walked up to Niu Jianan, sat down, and stared into his eyes as he spoke. And if it really comes to court, you will definitely have to compensate. To put it more seriously, you are also a criminal, an accomplice to Yu Huachi. At that point, all of your assets and property will have to be used to compensate the victim. Think about it, your children won't receive a single penny of the inheritance you left them. Lu Chen stood up and began to tell him the very thing that Niu Jianan feared most, breaking down every detail of his fears and laying them bare before him. Not only that, but his parents were both murderers. Would he have to spend the rest of his life under the strange glances of others, and perhaps never have a chance to turn his life around? Every time Lu Chen spoke, Niu Jianan's face grew paler. Every word Lu Chen spoke was the very thing he feared most in his heart. Having lived this long, the only thing he cared about and could not let go of were his two children. Now he says that his children have no future at all. Who could truly let go of that? Who could truly bear such a burden? Lu Chen looked at his mental state, which seemed on the verge of collapse, and pressed on. Your child should have had a bright future ahead of him. He could have passed the civil service exam and done many things, but now, everything has been ruined. Chapter 149, Now, you must cooperate with us. As parents, what they care about most is their children's future. Niu Jianan's actions speak for themselves, it's clear who she's doing this for. Therefore, by focusing on this aspect, we have no reason to fear that Niu Jianan will refuse to reveal the truth. Lu Chen didn't continue speaking. The underlying issues needed to be resolved by Niu Jianan himself. However, at this point, he still needed to give him a little push. You can take your time thinking about this, but you might not have many opportunities. So many of us are searching for him right now, we might find him at any moment. Lu Chen turned to leave, but at that moment, Niu Jianan suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment. Isn't it the process you want to know? I can tell you. Lu Chen's lips curled slightly. The other party had taken the bait at this moment. However, the other party had made one mistake. What they needed was not the process, they already knew the process. What they needed now was to rescue Wu Shunan. Therefore, they now need to know exactly where Wu Shunan is. Lu Chen walked up to Niu Jianan and looked at him as he spoke. We are no longer interested in how Yu Huachi did it. We already know everything that happened. What we want to know now is where Yu Huachi might go. It is possible, but not necessarily an answer. Because deep down, they also know that Yu Huachi might not stay there permanently and is likely to move to another place. However, what Niu Jianan said should also be useful to them, and it is currently the only breakthrough. Niu Jianan fixed his gaze on Lu Chen and said slowly, I can tell you where he is, but you must promise me that I won't be implicated in this, and that my family's property will be spared. Lu Chen did not agree immediately but spoke slowly. This matter is not up to me. It depends on how the judge rules in court. Do you have anything else to say? Upon hearing this, Niu Jianan's eyes betrayed a hint of despair, but he did not back down. He simply blurted out the address. If I'm not mistaken, he should be in a small wooden house on the mountain after leaving the city. Niu Jianan said this because, first, he had no way out now. Not to mention that he would definitely be sentenced, which was far from what he had in mind. Therefore, he can only take a gamble, hoping that if he speaks up, the sentence might be lighter, and perhaps he could even keep something. However, as Lu Chen mentioned, this is ultimately up to the judge's discretion. Hearing this answer, Lu Chen shook his head slightly in disappointment. Isn't that the first crime scene? That place has already been completely secured by them. Even if Yu Huachi had nowhere else to go, he wouldn't dare go there, because once he set foot there, it would be like walking into a trap. So this answer is useless to them. Does Niu Jianan really only know this much? That place had already become a crime scene earlier, and now all of us are there controlling the area. It can't be that place. Niu Jianan said excitedly after hearing this. No, it's not that place. It's another place. He went there a few years ago, and he's been going there often in recent years. He usually spends a long time there, but every time he comes back, he seems pretty happy. Lu Chen's eyes suddenly became sharp. If that's the case, then it seems there are other places on that mountain that are his hideouts. Lu Tianpei also heard about this and immediately dispatched his men to search the area. Make sure to thoroughly question every household and do not overlook anything. However, the most important thing now is still Niu Jianan. Since Niu Jianan knows this, he might know more. The information that can be obtained from her is more important than anything else. Lu Chen stared intently at Niu Jianan and asked the next question. You mentioned a few years ago, but that time frame is too vague. Please think carefully. Has anything significant happened in the past few years, or has Yu Huaqi's attitude toward you suddenly changed? When the topic came up, Niu Jianan's expression changed abruptly. He remembered something, but this matter was too important to him, and he didn't want to talk about it. It was something that couldn't be easily discussed. Lu Chen noticed this and quickly interjected, You must cooperate with us now and investigate this matter thoroughly. The matter involving Yu Huaqi is of the utmost importance. Your child will need you in the future. Mentioning the child, Niu Jianan's expression wavered again. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes were filled with determination. Alright, I'll tell you everything. But you must promise me that you won't tell anyone else. Alright, I'll tell you about this matter, but you must never tell anyone else. Lu Tianpei and Lu Chen exchanged glances and directly told them that this matter was likely of great importance, and that Yu Huaqi's transformation might very well stem from this incident. Therefore, they nodded in agreement. Even if Niu Jianan didn't say anything, they would never reveal this matter to others. They were bound by confidentiality regarding such matters, which were only recorded in official documents and would never appear elsewhere. Niu Jianan saw them nod, and only then did he bring up the matter he had kept buried deep in his heart for a very long time. He had originally believed he would never speak of it again, but now, he felt compelled to reveal everything. When my child was very young, his health wasn't good. It wasn't so much his body as his mind. He had some issues with his brain, making it difficult for him to read and write. Medically speaking, it's called dyslexia. Because of this, my daughter felt very insecure when she was young, and her grades weren't very good either. I didn't have time to teach her, and Yu Huaqi was simply too busy. Later, through her own efforts, coupled with Yu Huaqi pulling some strings for her, she managed to get into a university. At the time, I thought my daughter finally had a way out. At least she wouldn't have to end up like me, slaughtering pigs for a living. But what I didn't know was that this was the beginning of my daughter's nightmare. There was a girl in her dorm who was very close to my daughter. Chapter 150. I don't want you to think that I want you to think what I think. However, his relationship with my daughter has always been motivated by ulterior motives. He looks down on my daughter, and after discovering her dyslexia, he offered to read books to her. One time, he gave my daughter some letters, claiming someone had asked him to pass them on to her. He said they were love letters and encouraged my daughter to bring them to class. He was so naive at the time that he took them, but in fact, the letters were filled with obscene content. My daughter became the laughingstock of the entire school, and even when she walked down the street, people pointed and whispered about her. Niu Jianan couldn't help but wipe away tears when talking about the past. Every child is the apple of their parents' eyes, their precious treasure. Who would want their child to be bullied or humiliated by others? For any mother, this is an unbearable ordeal. Lu Chen could understand this. He took a pack of tissues and placed it in front of Niu Jianan, but he did not comfort her. He didn't need comforting right now. He needed her to explain everything clearly. Fortunately, Niu Jianan's emotions quickly stabilized. He continued to talk about the past, though these matters were like a knife, constantly piercing Niu Jianan's heart. Sometimes, just thinking about them would cause him to feel a sharp, stabbing pain, making him feel even more inferior. Later, Yu Huaqi found out about this, and he was furious. He believed that his daughter was in this state entirely because of me. We had a heated argument, and my heart was also in agony. But what I never expected was that my daughter would attempt suicide. Before doing so, she told me she hated me, that she didn't understand why I had brought her into this world or why she had to endure all of this. Yu Huaqi also hated me. He believed it was because of my intelligence issues that I had such a daughter. Over time, I began to feel that everything was my fault. Niu Jianan finds it painful to talk about it. He even thinks now that maybe it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, why would my daughter be like that? He wasn't supposed to be like that. He was supposed to be sunny and confident. But saying all this now is too late. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianpei sighed, and Lu Chen was at a loss for words for a moment. It turned out that the woman before him was also a very pitiful woman. She had spent her entire life sacrificing herself for her family. Even though the woman hated him and Yu Huaqi also hated him, she continued to sacrifice herself in silence. He always felt that he could salvage everything. Perhaps that was how he thought. Even if Yu Huaqi was angry or didn't like him, what could she do? As long as he was willing to stay with her, the family would remain intact. Do you think that as long as Yu Huaqi hasn't left this home, this family won't fall apart? Nyo Jianan looked up at him, a bit confused, and said, "Isn't that right?" Lu Chen really didn't know what to say this time. Everyone in the world has their own hardships, and everyone has their own choices. But even in the face of such suffering, he couldn't help but feel sympathy for the other person, sympathy for having to endure something that shouldn't have been their burden to bear. Nyo Jianan was also utterly despairing inside. I really have no other options. I'm already in my 40s. Even if he wants to find someone new outside, what can I do? I have no way out. I always thought that if he wasn't satisfied with me and wanted to go out and find someone else, then he should just go ahead and do it. But I never imagined he would go as far as killing someone. When I first found out, Nyo Jianan was speechless with shock, but more than that, he was filled with dread. He didn't know how to face it. He also had no idea how this would ultimately impact his life. Was he committing murder? Lu Chen silently shook his head in his mind. I think he's not just killing people, I feel he's searching for someone to replace you. If he finds that person, the next one to die might just be you. Nyo Jianan looked up at him in astonishment, her eyes filled with disbelief. No, he wouldn't do this to me. We've been together for so many years. Nyo Jianan didn't know if he was trying to convince the other person or himself, or perhaps he couldn't convince either of them, because deep down he knew he was starting to waver. He was beginning to think that the other person was right. Yes, perhaps that was indeed the case. He felt he didn't deserve him, that he didn't deserve such a good life, so he had always been thinking about finding someone else, someone who could replace him. Find someone to replace him, take care of his children, and ensure they don't end up in the same situation. You must carefully recall everything that happened before. Whatever I tell you to do, you must do it. Only then will you have a chance to save your own life. Lu Chen said this with a very serious expression on his face. Nyo Jianan nodded after hearing this, his face filled with fear. I understand. I will cooperate fully with you. I will think about what happened before and will definitely cooperate fully. Nyo Jianan kept repeating these few sentences because he didn't know what else to say. To say that he hadn't been a good wife wasn't entirely true. He had given him everything he could, helped him in every way possible, and had always done his best to raise their child. But he doesn't see it that way, and neither do his children. To her, her entire life feels like a joke. If he was happy there, does that mean he is in a good mood when he comes back? Nyo Jianan recalled how Yu Huachi looked every time he returned and nodded firmly. Yes, he was always happy when he came back, and he would speak to me in a gentler tone. Did he say anything? Or did he bring anything back from that place? Nyo Jianan took a longer time to think this time, then hesitated before speaking. I remember he once came back and said that life there was particularly wonderful. He longed for that life and wished he could live there forever. If he could live there even in his old age, that would be wonderful. Chapter 151, Don't Move a Muscle. Lu Tianpei and Lu Chen exchanged glances, and Lu Chen spoke up. Do you remember which place he was referring to? He didn't specify the exact location, but it should be on that mountain. He had previously brought back a lot of oranges from the mountain, and they looked particularly good. At first, I thought he was going to give them away. Nyo Jianan thought back to past events and began to recount them slowly. But in reality, that wasn't the case. He brought those things back and just left them there. He didn't eat them, and he didn't allow us to touch them either. They were just left there to rot. No one knew what he was really thinking inside. Lu Tianpei suddenly thought of something and went out to make a phone call. Go to the mountain immediately and search all the orange orchards. Any place where oranges are growing must be thoroughly checked. If I'm not mistaken, Yu Huachi should be hiding there right now. It seems like they made the right decision coming to find Nyo Jianan. He really knows a lot, like this orange grove. If he hadn't mentioned it, no one would have known that Yu Huachi was living such a life. The remaining items weren't of much value, so Lu Tianpei and Lu Chen decided to go to the mountain themselves to see how long it would take to find Wu Shunan. After walking all afternoon, it was nearly evening, and they still hadn't found anyone. Lu Tianpei couldn't help but feel a bit anxious, pacing back and forth. After receiving the news, he headed to the next orange grove. Taking this opportunity, Lu Chen walked over to him and tried to persuade him. Don't be too impatient. The more you rush, the harder it will be to find them. They are currently in this orange orchard, probably hiding in the basement. Just focus on searching the ground thoroughly. Lu Tianpei sighed. How can I not be anxious? Yu Huachi is a madman. The longer Wu Shunan stays in his hands, the more dangerous it will be. I really don't want to see anyone else die because of this. So what we need to do now is find him as soon as possible. Lu Chen nodded. He could actually understand Lu Tianpei's feelings. They arrived at another orange orchard. Lu Tianpei asked his men, how's it going? Have you found anything yet? The team members scratched their heads and replied, not yet. We've searched all the cellars here, but there's no news so far. There seems to be another cellar in another area. Should the captain go take a look? Lu Tianpei didn't say anything. He felt that the soil under his feet felt a bit off, as if it were hollow. He waved his hand to signal to his teammates, who immediately went to the side to look for a spot and see if there was an entrance. As for Lu Tianpei and Lu Chen, they continued their normal conversation to confuse Yu Huaqi below. If there really was a cellar down there, Yu Huaqi was likely listening in, and they absolutely couldn't let him sense anything amiss. Otherwise, the enemy might become more vigilant. This would be detrimental to their capture operation. We still haven't caught anyone yet, which is really frustrating. Lu Tianpei sighed dramatically. Lu Chen also pretended to comfort her beside her. Don't worry, they said there's another cellar over there, right? Let's go check it out. Lu Tianpei saw that the team members had already found the entrance, so he agreed with Lu Chen's suggestion. Alright, let's go there now. Yu Huaqi, who was hiding below, let out a sigh of relief. Beside him was Wu Shunan, who was tied up. He glanced at Wu Shunan but said nothing, continuing to listen to the sounds above. The next moment, he was completely surrounded by the gunmen. Don't move. Faced with this situation, Yu Huaqi really dared not make a move. He raised his hands and looked at the two men walking down, his face filled with hatred. Yu Huaqi was quickly taken away by others. Lu Chen looked at Wu Shunan, who was bound, hurried over to loosen the ropes, and then began observing the scene. He noticed a math problem on the table nearby and couldn't resist picking it up to take a look. Then he turned to ask Wu Shunan, "Did you do this math problem?" Wu Shunan timidly nodded. Yes, he dragged me over and insisted that I solve an Olympiad math problem. I had studied a little bit, so I slowly wrote it out, hoping to stall for time. Later, he grew impatient and urged me, so I wrote down the answer. I didn't expect it to be correct. When talking about this incident, Wu Shunan felt that he was both lucky and unlucky. The good luck was that he had just written the correct answer, but the bad luck was that he had been caught again and brought to this place, which was truly unlucky. If she had been given a chance, she wouldn't have gone out these past few days and wouldn't have been dragged back by this person. Just thinking about it makes one feel extremely frustrated, but since it has already happened, and she has been rescued, it is best not to dwell on the past. Instead, she should consider it a lesson learned, even though the price paid for this lesson may have been a bit steep. Well, you were still pretty lucky. If you hadn't written that math problem, you might not be in such a good situation right now. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Although they had come to rescue Wu Shunan as quickly as possible, they had still almost let him get killed. However, he was truly lucky to have been able to come up with an Olympiad math problem. That said, if he didn't have that ability, Yu Huaqi wouldn't have been able to catch him either. It's hard to say whether that's a stroke of luck or a misfortune. Did he say anything to you? Lu Chen asked curiously. Someone with such high intelligence and criminal talent would never kill someone without making sure they understood why first. Although he didn't intend to kill Wu Shunan, he believed that Wu Shunan and she were the same kind of person, and there was a connection between them. Could there be a possibility? In this situation, Yu Huaqi would talk more with Wu Shunan. Wu Shunan thought about the things he had been told, and his expression grew a bit unpleasant. However, when Lu Chen asked him, he still nodded. He told me a lot, but those things might make that person seem mentally unstable. Do you want to hear them? Wu Shunan turned to ask. Lu Chen nodded. Of course we need it. Everything you've mentioned, we'll need to document it all. However, the current setting wasn't suitable. Lu Chen and Lu Tianpei took Wu Shunan back, found a clean office, poured him a cup of tea, and prepared to listen to him speak at length. Chapter 152, There are just too many perverts in this world. Chapter 152, There are too many abnormal people in the world. Wu Shunan thought about those things and didn't know where to start. He thought about what Yu Huaqi had told him at the beginning and decided to start with Yu Huaqi. At the time, I had been arrested and taken away. Yu Huaqi pulled out an advanced math problem and asked me to solve it. I managed to solve it, and his expression became extremely excited. He grabbed me and said, "You're the person I've been looking for. You're the one." When mentioning Yu Huaqi, Wu Shunan couldn't help but show a disgusted expression on his face, but he continued speaking. From him, I learned that he and his wife were never married voluntarily. His wife had helped his family in the past, and later his father insisted that he marry her. Yu Huaqi refused, but there was nothing he could do. After getting married, Yu Huaqi actually wanted to live happily with his wife, but then something happened that changed his mind. He has a daughter who has a reading and writing disability. When mentioning this incident, Wu Shunan felt a bit conflicted. He didn't know where to begin, as the matter was particularly complicated if it were to be fully explained. Lu Chen saw her like this and stepped in to break the ice. "We know about your daughter's situation, so feel free to say whatever you want. Don't hold back." Wu Shunan finally nodded and continued speaking. Because his daughter had dyslexia, Yu Huaqi believed that it was all his wife's fault, thinking that it was because his wife's genes were too bad that she gave birth to such a child. When discussing this matter, Wu Shunan couldn't help but feel a bit unfair. Genes are something both spouses are responsible for. How could he possibly blame everything on his wife? He actually wanted his daughter to die because he believed those were defective genes. He had chosen me, wanted to abandon his child and be with me, and had made many promises to me. When he mentioned this, Wu Shunan felt utterly disgusted. How could there be such a person? Lu Chen nodded and continued, he selects people based on their intelligence. So why did he choose you? Why does he think you're the one he's looking for? Wu Shunan suddenly remembered another matter. Earlier, I went to the bookstore to buy some books. At the time, the bookstore was running a promotion where you could get a discount if you spent a certain amount. I had already bought all the books I needed, but I was still one book short of qualifying for the discount. So I picked up a novel titled Self-Rescue, written by a German author. However, I didn't realize it at the time because I was in a hurry to leave, so I didn't open it to check the contents. When I got home, I discovered that I had picked up the wrong book. Later, I thought about how I had bought it just to participate in the promotion, so I felt awkward asking the owner for a refund. I never imagined that this book was written by Yu Huaqi. I have no idea how he found out about me, but it seems like that book brought me nothing but trouble. Wu Shunan couldn't help but sigh when he mentioned this incident. He should have known better than to buy that book, or at least he should have checked it before buying it. If he had known that the book wasn't the novel he wanted, he wouldn't have bought it in the first place, and none of the subsequent troubles would have occurred. If this keeps up, he'll start developing a fear of buying books altogether. Lu Chen had another question. Earlier, in that wooden house, the owner of the house is already dead. Was it Yu Huaqi who did it? Did he mention it to you? Wu Shunan nodded, but his expression was a bit peculiar. He told me that, but he said it like this, he said he killed that person for me. What do you mean? Lu Chen's expression suddenly turned serious. How could this matter be connected to Wu Shunan? However, there should be no direct connection between the two matters. If there is a connection, it must be Yu Huaqi who forcibly linked the two together. Just as he had imagined, the reasons Yu Huaqi gave were utterly absurd. That person enjoyed killing and eating human flesh, but Yu Huaqi didn't. He said he preferred things with aesthetic value, and he collected human heads because he believed they were the most intelligent part of a human being. Then, that person wanted to kill me and eat me, but Yu Huaqi refused. A fight broke out between them, and in the end, Yu Huaqi killed that person. However, by that time, Yu had already come looking for me. Yu Huaqi was afraid of being discovered, so he hurriedly fled the scene. When Wu Shunan mentioned this incident, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. One incident after another clearly showed that Yu Huaqi was a truly despicable person. No normal person would ever do such things. Lu Chen nodded. Lu Tianpei finished taking notes, and the group escorted the young girl away. Lu Chen joked half-heartedly, after going through something like this, you won't develop a psychological aversion to buying books, will you? Wu Shunan couldn't help but smile wryly. It's really hard to say. I think I'm starting to develop a psychological aversion to going out to buy books. I really don't want to go through what happened at the bookstore again. That's definitely not going to happen. The person has already been arrested, and there aren't that many perverts in the world. Lu Chen patted the young girl on the shoulder to comfort her. Lu Tianpei and Lu Chen personally escorted Wu Shunan home and then carefully instructed his mother to pay extra attention to him. After going through something like this, he must be terrified. Wu Shunan's mother had refused to believe him last time, and now she had encountered something like this again. Even if she didn't want to believe it, she had no choice but to believe it. He was terrified inside. Upon seeing Wu Shunan return, she embraced him tightly, as if leaving him would cause him to vanish. After Wu Shunan left, Lu Chen mentioned this incident, feeling a bit emotional inside. Earlier, I had thought that Yu Huaqi had some fatherly qualities, at least enough to love his own daughter. But it turned out he had no such feelings at all from start to finish, he had only thought of himself, selfish and self-serving. Lu Tianpei couldn't help but shake his head in disapproval when he spoke of such a person. In truth, he was kind to his children because he likely felt that his reputation outside the family couldn't be too bad, so he acted this way. However, this also aligned with his personality. If he weren't self-centered, he wouldn't have done such things, as these are not the kind of things normal people would do. Lu Chen smiled and nodded in agreement. Chapter 153, Rumors Are the Deadliest. When Lu Chen arrived the next day, Lu Tianpei was already gone from the police station. He had someone come and call Lu Chen, telling him to go to the orange grove. What? A body was found in the orange grove? Lu Chen raised his eyebrows and asked in return. That person doesn't know either, he just said Lu Tianpei told him to come over. Actually, even if he didn't answer, Lu Chen would probably understand. Yu Huaqi had done so many things, and he still had a companion who liked to eat human flesh. So there must be a lot of bodies buried there, but when he arrived at the scene and saw the number of bodies, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel shocked. A total of 20 bodies were found in various parts of the orange grove. Lu Chen walked around the bodies, examining them closely. This Yu Huaqi and that person are really the same person. I never expected them to kill so many people. Lu Tianpei looked at the dead bodies, and pity flashed in his eyes, but in the end, he could only sigh. They were all pitiful souls. Alright, you should get to work as well. I'll lead the team over to check if there are any other bodies we missed. Whether any more bodies were found afterward, Lu Chen didn't know. In any case, no more had been brought over to her side for the time being. It was clearly impractical for him to handle all these bodies alone. Many were assisted by forensic experts from the medical examiner's office. When he emerged, he saw numerous news vehicles parked nearby, continuously photographing the area. Lu Tianpei happened to walk over, patted Lu Chen on the shoulder, and seeing him frown, couldn't help but ask, "What's with the expression? Did you run into some trouble?" Lu Chen shook his head. "Nothing, just a bit ironic. These reporters are really too quick. When we went in, there was no one outside, but now that we've come out, they're all gathered here." Lu Chen shook his head. "Nothing. It's just a bit ironic. These reporters sure showed up quickly. When we went in, there was no one outside, but now that we're out, they're all gathered here. Some things they didn't bother to pay attention to, but on this matter, they're unusually proactive." Lu Chen said this with a touch of sarcasm. Lu Chen's words were quite ironic. Lu Tianpei shook his head helplessly. This was something he couldn't help. They must have gotten their information from somewhere, which is why they were able to arrive so quickly. "Don't think too much about it. These matters have nothing to do with us anyway." Lu Tianpei patted Lu Chen on the shoulder. Lu Tianpei patted Lu Chen on the shoulder. Lu Chen nodded, and the two of them returned to the police station together. They saw Niu Jianan standing in the empty space by the entrance, looking somewhat peculiar. The two exchanged glances, unsure of what Niu Jianan was up to. After the previous matter had been investigated, Niu Jianan had already been released by them. His expression at the time made it clear he never wanted to set foot in this place again. Yet here he was, just a couple of days later? Lu Tianpei watched him standing there, feeling that it wasn't a good influence, so he walked over to her side and patted his shoulder. "Why are you standing here? Is there something wrong? If there's something you want to tell us, let's go inside and talk about it." Niu Jianan was fairly familiar with Lu Tianpei, and a look of timidity flashed across his face, but he still followed him inside. Lu Tianpei led him to his office and poured him a cup of tea. "What happened? Why were you standing there alone? Now you can tell us what happened, can't you?" When the topic turned to this matter, a hint of anger couldn't help but flicker across Niu Jianan's face. "Didn't you all promise that if I revealed everything, my son and daughter would never leave me? Why do they want to leave now?" Lu Tianpei and Lu Chen exchanged glances, completely clueless about what the person in front of them was talking about. If their child wanted to leave, it must have something to do with her. The two of them couldn't possibly decide such a matter. Lu Tianpei and Lu Chen exchanged glances, completely clueless about what the person in front of them was talking about. If their children wanted to leave, it must have something to do with her, and the two of them couldn't make that decision. Moreover, the two of them had no idea about this matter from the very beginning. However, these things couldn't be said directly to Niu Jianan, so they had to use a more roundabout method. "If you put it that way, we don't know what you're trying to say. Why don't you tell us the whole story from beginning to end so we can understand what you need?" Lu Chen took the initiative to communicate with Niu Jianan. Niu Jianan had calmed down slightly by this point. He looked up at Lu Chen and then slowly began to speak. "Yu Huaqi has already been arrested, hasn't he? I was thinking of hiring a lawyer for him, but when my children heard about this, they became extremely upset, saying they wanted to cut off all ties with me and with Yu Huaqi, and even wanted to move to another province." Niu Jianan couldn't help but wipe away tears when mentioning this matter. It seems this incident has indeed had a profound impact on him. Lu Tianpei and Lu Chen exchanged glances, their eyes filled with helplessness. This was clearly an issue within their family. How could they possibly intervene? If they did get involved, the situation would only become more complicated. Moreover, they believed that their son and daughter's choice was not wrong. In fact, it was a fairly reasonable decision at this point. Now, Yu Huaqi's case has made the news, and it's unclear how many people are seeking to interview him. However, Yu Huaqi is currently under control. If journalists want to interview him, it won't be as simple as just asking. They might even need to provide numerous documents. This is quite a hassle for them, and they don't necessarily need to interview the other party, they just want to ride the wave of publicity. There are other ways to ride the wave of popularity. For example, contacting Yu Huaqi's family would be a very unfriendly move toward Niu Jianan and her daughter and son. If the other party were to go out at this time, at least those people wouldn't be able to find their exact location, and there would be fewer rumors circulating around them. This seems like a good thing, so even they can't assume that staying here is necessarily the best option. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Actually, you could consider it from another angle. Perhaps leaving here isn't necessarily a bad thing for you." Lu Chen carefully considered his words before speaking. "Actually, you could look at it from a different angle. Perhaps leaving here isn't such a bad thing for you. Staying here will have a certain impact. Many reporters have already taken notice of this incident, and you probably know how crazy they can be. They might end up disturbing your family's normal life. If you go to another province, at least there won't be as many reporters, and the people around you won't have many who know about this matter." Chapter 154, Unraveling the Knot. This will be of great benefit to your mental and physical health, so I sincerely advise you to give serious consideration to your children's thoughts. Lu Chen tried to persuade them, but it seemed to have little effect. Niu Jianan remained steadfast in her own convictions. But we were born and raised on this land. How can they just leave now? Niu Jianan was quite stubborn, clinging to these old-fashioned ideas. Lu Chen listened, feeling a sense of helplessness, but he had no power to change the other person's mind. He suddenly thought of another matter, something Wu Shunan had mentioned to him earlier, which might prove useful at this moment. Actually, I think the reason your child is thinking this way is most likely because of Yu Huaqi. They can't accept that their father is a murderer. To be honest, I can understand that, because few people would truly want to accept such a reality. Lu Chen pondered carefully on how to explain this to Niu Jianan. This was truly challenging for him, as he was accustomed to dissecting corpses and had little experience communicating with people. Such matters were typically handled by Lu Tianpei. He turned to look at Lu Tianpei and noticed that the latter was staring at him with great interest. Since he had noticed him looking over, Lu Tianpei waved his hand, signaling him to go back and continue speaking, and not to look at him. Lu Chen suddenly felt a pang of regret. Perhaps he shouldn't have taken on this task in the first place. He should have let Lu Tianpei deal with it himself, so he wouldn't have to keep mulling it over here. But he was indeed his father and my husband. I had been married to him for over 20 years, and I had never looked down on him, not even now. Niu Jianan spoke with unwavering resolve, but from his words, it was clear that he was a traditional man who placed his wife above all else. She could overlook whatever her husband did and forgive him, but it was precisely such a person who was easily tempted to aid and abet evil. Lu Chen felt it was necessary to thoroughly change his way of thinking. Do you really like Yu Huaqi? Yes. Niu Jianan's life answers this question with conviction, and his words are very firm. Do you want to know how Yu Huaqi really sees you? When the topic came up, Niu Jianan paused for a moment. How else could he see her? She was his wife. He had married her, so he should take responsibility for her for the rest of his life. As for how the other person truly viewed her, Niu Jianan had never given it a thought, nor would she ever consider it. Because this question holds no meaning for him. No matter how the other person views him, he will always be her husband, and she will always be his wife. Lu Chen saw that he wasn't speaking, so he stepped in to answer the question for him. Yu Huaqi kidnapped a girl and was very obsessed with her. I think you know about this incident, so I managed to get some interesting information from him about his views on the entire family. Lu Chen repeated what Wu Shunan had said at the time, added a few details, and then told it to Niu Jianan. He married you not because he likes you, but because you once helped his family, so his father demanded that he marry you. In reality, Yu Huaqi himself looks down on you. He doesn't like you and finds you utterly boring and unremarkable. He believes it is because your genes are of poor quality that your daughter turned out the way she did. He probably mentioned this to you before, but in reality, it may not have much to do with your genes. It can only be attributed to a congenital defect. He said that when your daughter attempted suicide, he actually wanted her to die, hoping she would die, because that way no one would know he had such a disgraceful daughter. The kindness he showed them was just an act. He didn't want others to think he was too cruel. In fact, even now, Lu Chen feels a pang of guilt in his heart when he speaks of these matters. Niu Jianan may not have done things perfectly, but he was sincere. Yu Huaqi is different. He is just. I've only mentioned these few things, and I only know these few things. As for Yu Huaqi, you know even more about him. You know better than anyone else how he has treated this family and how he has treated you. So I hope you will take the time to think it through carefully and come to your own conclusions. Yu Huaqi is determined to elope with that person, to leave and start a new family with her. He has never once considered the fact that you have 2 children. After Lu Chen finished speaking, Niu Jianan sat there for a long time, unable to come to her senses. He knew that Yu Huaqi had always been ruthless, but he never imagined he could be this heartless. Weren't his 2 children not lives? Why did he want them dead? Does their family really bring such shame to the world by existing? Niu Jianan kept asking himself these questions in his mind, but deep down, he already knew the answers. He just didn't want to face this reality, because it was simply too cruel for him to bear. After a long time, Niu Jianan finally lifted his head and spoke. His eyes were red, as if he was deeply saddened by what had happened. But it was indeed understandable. No one could remain so calm in such a situation. Those who were too calm were definitely not ordinary people. I understand. Thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I might still be stuck in the same place. I know what I need to do now, and I'll give it some serious thought. As for whether what they said was true or not, Niu Jianan didn't even need to ask. Because with just a moment's thought, he could figure it out. Yu Huaqi was definitely the kind of person who would say such things. He could even imagine the expression on Yu Huaqi's face when he said those words, and the tone of his voice as he spoke them. It was precisely because he was so familiar with Yu Huaqi that, when he recalled these events now, Niu Jianan felt an overwhelming sense of irony so intense that he found himself at a loss for words. As long as you understand, even without him, you must live well. Life is your own, and no matter what difficulties you encounter, you must always look forward. Chapter 155, I'm really not involved in a pyramid scheme. Lu Chen felt that what he was saying sounded exactly like a pyramid scheme, but even if given the chance, he never would have imagined that he would end up saying such things. But since he had already said it, and his original intention was to try to persuade Niu Jianan, if the other person could take it to heart, that would be best. If not, then it could only be said that everyone had their own destiny, and he could only choose to respect that. There was nothing else he could do. Will he be sentenced to prison? Niu Jianan murmured. Yes. Previously, Lu Chen might not have been able to answer her question, but now he could confidently tell her that Yu Huaqi would be sentenced. Having done so many things, Yu Huaqi can be described as utterly depraved. Such a person deserves to be in prison. Niu Jianan didn't say anything else and left quickly. Earlier, when he had been looking at him, he had been standing straight as an arrow, but now he was slouching, as if he had been dealt a severe blow. Lu Tianpei saw him leave and turned to Lu Chen, saying, "Actually, you didn't need to say so much to her just now. He said that Yu Huaqi committed a crime, but in fact, he is also guilty." He shielded Yu Huaqi. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head slowly. "How do you know for sure? Maybe it's not the case." Lu Chen smiled and shook his head slowly. "How do you know for sure? Maybe it's not true." Lu Tianpei smiled. "Do you think that after Yu Huaqi did all those things, Niu Jianan really didn't know anything about it? The two of them spent day and night together. If one of them did something, the other would know about it to some extent, even if he didn't want to say anything. Moreover, you saw how he behaved when he first arrived. He always appeared to trust Yu Huaqi completely and was unwilling to pursue those matters. Even if someone had died, in his eyes, it wasn't a big deal." Lu Tianpei saw through him completely. He knew exactly what kind of person Niu Jianan was, and he couldn't be any clearer about it. It was precisely because he understood him so well that he found him a little terrifying. Therefore, he felt no sympathy for him. Niu Jianan had ended up in this situation, and it was ultimately his own doing. He chose to end up in this situation, and no matter what anyone says, it won't make a difference. I'm not sympathizing with him, I just think that everyone has the right to know the truth. Even if he once protected Yu Huaqi, he should know how Yu Huaqi truly views this family. Lu Chen spoke these words with great seriousness. Lu Tianpei stared at him for a long time before finally smiling helplessly. "Alright, anyway, every time you speak, you always have your own reasons. You can believe these words if you wish." Lu Chen smiled. Some things are best left to one's own belief, there's no need to force others to believe them. After all, everyone has different perspectives on every matter and will inevitably form different impressions. In the afternoon, Lu Chen had been busy for a long time. When he came out to pour himself a glass of water and relax, he saw Lu Tianpei hurrying by, walking very quickly. "Lu team leader, where are you going? Why do you look so rushed?" Lu Tianpei sighed helplessly. "You know about Yu Huaqi's situation. We've already started interrogating him, but he's refusing to say anything. He insists on seeing Wu Shunan." Wu Shunan. Lu Chen couldn't help but frown. After thinking about Lu Tianpei's earlier plan to go out, he blurted out his own intentions. "So you're planning to go find Wu Shunan and ask him to cooperate?" Lu Tianpei nodded. This was a last resort. If I hadn't been completely out of options, he wouldn't have thought of this either. Because involving Wu Shunan was a very troublesome matter. At this point, if you involve Wu Shunan, can you guarantee his safety? Lu Chen hesitated slightly. "You can rest assured on that. Yu Huaqi is currently detained there and cannot go anywhere, so he is definitely safe. However, we now need to apprehend another individual. I'll go with you. I've finished everything I was working on." Lu Chen didn't have anything to do, so he wanted to go, and Lu Tianpei naturally wouldn't stop him. They found Wu Shunan and explained their purpose. A look of difficulty flashed across Wu Shunan's face. He wanted to agree to this request, but he had reservations. Lu Chen noticed this and spoke up. "If you have any reservations, just say so. We won't force you to agree. It's entirely up to you." Wu Shunan glanced at Lu Tianpei. "If I don't go, will it have any impact on you guys?" Lu Tianpei replied confidently, "It won't have much of an impact. It will just take a bit more effort. Anyway, he'll eventually say it." Lu Tianpei spoke with great confidence, saying it wouldn't have a significant impact, just that it would take a bit more effort. After all, he would eventually say it anyway. Wu Shuanan's mother was also present and, upon hearing her say this, urged her daughter to act. "There's nothing to it. If you want to go, just go. It won't endanger your life, right, Lu team leader?" Lu Tianpei turned to look at Wu Shunan, his expression very serious. He spoke earnestly. "If you really insist on going, then I assure you that your life will be absolutely safe. Yu Huaqi poses no threat to your life." Hearing her say this, Wu Shuanan's heart settled a little, and in the end, he nodded. "Then I'll go with you." Lu Tianpei's face lit up with surprise. He did indeed have a way to get the result he wanted from Yu Huaqi, but it would be quite troublesome. If Wu Shunan was willing to cooperate, then many steps could be skipped, and he could directly obtain the answer he wanted from Yu Huaqi's mouth. That would obviously be better. There's no time to waste. Let's go now. Seeing that Wu Shunan had agreed, Lu Chen hurriedly spoke up to urge him on. On the way, Lu Tianpei roughly told Wu Shunan the things to pay attention to. We have already apprehended Yu Huaqi, but he has an accomplice who is currently at the Orange Orchard. This is the elderly man who originally rented out this area of orange orchards. Yu Huaqi paid him to secure the lease. Then, when we were arresting him yesterday, he had already left early. After returning, he heard that Yu Huaqi had been arrested, so he quickly left again, and we have not been able to find him since. When mentioning this incident, Lu Tianpei felt a slight headache. They had thought the case was almost closed, but unexpectedly, an old man had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 156, You two are truly a perfect match. The old man's sudden appearance immediately prolonged the entire situation, leaving Lu Tianpei at a loss for words, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Lu Tianpei thought to himself, Yu Huaqi and she were of the same kind, he must have known where she might appear. If they could obtain information from Yu Huaqi, it would save them a lot of effort. Others felt the same way, which is why they had Lu Tianpei approach Wu Shunan. They wanted Wu Shunan to extract information from Yu Huaqi. Wu Shunan had never encountered such a situation before, so he could only nod along while listening, his eyes still a bit dazed, unsure whether he had understood anything Lu Tianpei had said. Lu Tianpei sighed upon seeing this. After all, he wasn't professionally trained, so he couldn't expect too much. After thinking for a long time, he finally gave up and said, he had always regarded you as his partner in his heart, so you must remember this identity and keep all the initiative in your own hands. Don't let him gain the upper hand. This is the most important point Lu Tianpei emphasizes. Although he has absolute confidence that Yu Huaqi won't escape, I still want Wu Shunan to be cautious and avoid any unexpected incidents. Wu Shunan nodded firmly. Although he had never experienced such matters before, he had already agreed to take on the responsibility and would do his utmost to ensure its successful execution. He soon met Yu Huaqi. As soon as Yu Huaqi saw him, he became extremely excited, his eyes fixed intently on Wu Shunan, not sparing a single glance for anyone else nearby. Wu Shunan, do you remember me? I'm Yu Huaqi. Wu Shunan looked at him and immediately recalled that day, feeling a wave of disgust. However, he reminded himself that he had a mission to fulfill, so he forced himself to suppress the nausea rising within him. Of course I remember you, Yu Huaqi. But what I'm curious about is why you insisted on seeing me. Wu Shunan really couldn't figure it out. What was so special about him that the other person had to keep thinking about him like this? If there really was something exceptionally appealing about him, then he should please tell him, and he would definitely make an effort to improve that aspect of himself. Yu Huaqi's expression turned strange. If I don't want to see you, then who else could I possibly want to see? In this world, you are the only one who can talk to me. Yu Huaqi probably thought this statement sounded particularly heartfelt, but to Wu Shuanan's ears, it only made him feel like vomiting. Yu Huaqi was truly disgusting. How could he say those words without batting an eyelid? It was truly terrifying. The people listening nearby also looked extremely peculiar, unable to help but feel a little sympathy for Wu Shunan. Listening to someone speak like that made them feel like each sentence was shaving a year off their own life. Wu Shunan suddenly felt a bit sorry for Niu Jianan. Lu Chen looked at Yu Huaqi like this and couldn't help but say something. Yu Huaqi, do you know that Niu Jianan came to see me 2 days ago? He said he wanted to hire a lawyer for you. He has always been so sincere toward you. How can you treat him like this without feeling even a shred of guilt in your heart? Lu Chen was asking Yu Huaqi this, but he also felt a bit unfair for Niu Jianan. Why does someone like him get to live in this world? Yu Huaqi looked down on Lu Chen's words. I don't need him to do these unnecessary things. I just want him to disappear from my side, disappear from this world, and never let me see him again. Lu Chenyang shook his head. He couldn't understand Yu Huaqi's thoughts. He even thought the other person might be a little crazy, too obsessed, which was why such thoughts had come to mind. However, your 2 children refused to acknowledge you, so they must have been deeply hurt by your behavior. Yu Huaqi wore an indifferent expression on his face. Let them think whatever they want. I don't want to see them, and I don't want to have anything to do with them. If they want to leave, then let them go. The farther they go, the better. I never want to see them again. After saying that, Yu Huaqi refused to mention those matters again, as if bringing them up was an insult to him. He turned to look at Wu Shunan, his eyes seeming to radiate a glow of affection. Wu Shunan, you must have seen the masterpieces I made, right? Have you seen them? You have, haven't you? What do you think of the things I made? Wu Shuanan's eyes revealed confusion. He had no idea what he was talking about. He looked up at Lu Tianpei, who winked at him and then took out a large sign with a prompt written on it. Wu Shunan looked at the prompts and slowly repeated them in his own words. I've reviewed what you did, but the manner of death for some of the bodies seems different from the others. Did you dispose of them at the orange grove? Yu Huaqi took a deep breath. He hadn't expected him to notice such a detail. It was just as he had imagined the 2 of them were meant to be together. He smiled, revealing his snow-white teeth. Yes, there was indeed someone special among them. He had come here to apply for a job and wasn't a local. He was from out of town. Before he died, he kept telling me he would work hard. He was so naive and adorable. I didn't need him to work hard, I just needed him to become my collection. Wu Shunan felt sick to his stomach from what he said. How could there be such a person? He didn't want to bring up this topic again. Such scum shouldn't even exist in this world. After Yu Huachi finished speaking, he suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned to look at Lu Tianpei and broke into a smile. Lu team leader, you didn't remind me either. I said I forgot something, but it turns out I forgot to tell you what you needed. Thank you for bringing me Wu Shunan. I'll tell you where he is now. Yu Huachi spoke without hesitation, and Lu Tianpei listened while raising his eyebrows slightly. The other party wasn't stupid either. You've already been arrested. Are you really sure they'll definitely show up there? What if they escape? Lu Tianpei couldn't quite understand Yu Huachi's thinking. Chapter 157, Is everyone in the world deceiving you? Yu Huachi just smiled. I did tell you that I would tell you where he was, but I never said that what I said would be correct. He did say he would tell them the answer, but he didn't say it would be correct, and he didn't say that going there would definitely lead them to that person. So how could this be his fault? It was clearly the other party who didn't ask clearly. Lu Tianpei's expression turned cold in an instant. Yu Huachi was really too cunning. He had so many schemes up his sleeve that it was truly difficult to get anything good out of him. However, he didn't feel angry. Instead, he decided to take his men to that place to investigate further. He couldn't fathom Yu Huachi's thoughts. Perhaps that place was the right one after all, or perhaps it would prove useful. Better to go than not go at all. Wu Shunan saw them about to leave and closely followed behind them, also wanting to take this opportunity to leave. However, at that moment, Yu Huachi spoke up. Lu team leader, I've already told you the news. Can the person stay? I have something else I want to talk to her about. Yu Huachi said this while speaking, but his eyes were fixed on Wu Shunan. He simply didn't want to let Wu Shunan leave. The last words he spoke were filled with such tenderness, as if the person before him was the lover he had loved for many years. Wu Shunan couldn't help but shiver. Being loved by such a twisted individual would truly haunt him in his nightmares. Lu Chen smiled. Whether he chooses to stay or not is entirely his decision, we have no right to interfere. Yu Huachi wanted to say something, and whether Wu Shunan wanted to listen was entirely up to them. They would not interfere. Unless this matter involves Wu Shunan's personal safety, they would not intervene. Yu Huachi stared intently at Wu Shunan, his expression carrying a hint of pleading, as if he were begging this person to stay and accompany him. Wu Shunan looked at her expression and couldn't help but feel a hint of irony, but he decided to stay anyway. He wanted to hear what Yu Huachi had to say, and he also had something he wanted to clarify with her. Lu team, I'll stay here for now. If you have something to do, go ahead and take care of it. Wu Shunan spoke up first and addressed Lu Tianpei. Yu Huachi heard this and his eyes lit up. He looked at Wu Shunan with growing eagerness. Lu Chen nodded and went out with Lu Tianpei. As soon as they stepped out, he couldn't help but speak up. Lu team leader, the other party revealed that address so easily. I can't shake the feeling that they have ulterior motives. Could there be a trap involved? Lu Tianpei smiled. Even if it's a trap, we must go. I'm quite curious to see what he's up to. Lu Tianpei smiled. Even if it's a trap, we have to go. I'm quite curious to see what he's up to. Besides, someone like Yu Huachi probably wouldn't let others off easily, but he's in prison himself, so he might actually be telling the truth. Let's go and see for ourselves. Since Lu Tianpei had already spoken so decisively, Lu Chen couldn't stop him. Moreover, if it were him, he would definitely go and check out that place himself. Therefore, he didn't say anything else, only reminding Lu Tianpei to be careful. Alright, Lu team leader, go ahead. Be sure to stay safe. I'll wait here for you. Lu Chen had no intention of going, and Lu Tianpei wouldn't let him go either, because Wu Shunan was still here. He needed to take care of Wu Shunan and couldn't give Yu Huachi any opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Lu Tianpei nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Lu Chen returned to the small room once more. Yu Huachi gazed at Wu Shunan with a deeply affectionate expression, his eyes filled with adoration. Wu Shunan, if I could get out of here, would you be willing to be with me? Would you stay with me forever? Wu Shunan immediately furrowed his brows. Such a life would be nothing but a nightmare for him. However, he was even more concerned about the other thing the other person had mentioned. Are you kidding me? Do you really think you can go out now? Wu Shunan felt a little uneasy, but at the same time, he was certain that Yu Huachi had no way of getting out. Therefore, when he spoke those words, his tone was extremely harsh. Yu Huachi didn't pay much attention to this. In his view, it was perfectly normal for his beloved to have a little temper. Everyone has their quirks, and he loved Wu Shunan just the way he was. Let us not discuss this issue for now. First, tell me, if I can get out, would you be willing to stay with me forever? Being treated this way was making Wu Shunan feel utterly disgusted. His patience was reaching its limit. Since the other person couldn't leave anyway, he decided to speak his mind honestly. Be with you? Yu Huachi, what kind of fantasy are you living in? I have never liked you, and I would never want to be with someone as twisted as you. Everything you do makes me feel utterly disgusted. Wu Shunan no longer held back, pouring out everything he had been thinking. He felt incredibly relieved and at ease. Yu Huachi, you think I understand you so well, saying that I bought your books before, but let me tell you the truth, I was looking for a novel by a German author. I didn't realize your book had the same title as hers. I was in a hurry at the time and didn't look closely. Plus, that book was just something I bought to meet the minimum purchase requirement. It wasn't something I absolutely had to find. Wu Shunan spoke while a very malicious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You're so concerned about that book because it's unsellable, and only someone as bitter as me would fall for it and buy it back, right? But then again, someone like you couldn't possibly write a good book, could you? Seeing that Yu Huachi hadn't said a word, Wu Shunan felt even more satisfied inside. Do you think that your misfortune is everyone else's fault? People like you are sick. Not a single word I've said to you is true. I've been lying to you from start to finish. Yu Huachi listened until the end and couldn't help but laugh. His expression grew increasingly dark and menacing. Wu Shunan, have you been deceiving me all along? Wu Shunan replied very frankly, yes, I have been deceiving you all along. Yu Huachi suddenly burst into laughter, his voice so loud it sent a chill down one's spine. Even Wu Shunan, hearing it, felt as though the person before him was suffering from some serious illness. His gaze toward Yu Huachi grew even more unsettling, filled with growing disgust. Chapter 158, a classic case of psychological abnormalities. Yu Huachi suddenly stopped and turned to look at Wu Shunan. Wu Shunan, do you know what I would do to someone who deceived me? Wu Shunan rolled his eyes. He knew the other person was trying to say something threatening, but at the time he had been kidnapped, so it didn't matter. Now that he was out, it was different. He couldn't threaten him anymore, yet he was still saying such things. Should he call him naive or foolish? Yu Huachi, do you not find it ridiculous to say such things to me now? Do you really think you can threaten me? I do not wish to hear your words, nor is there any need for them. Yu Huachi smiled and didn't bring up the topic again. Instead, he turned his head to look at Lu Chen. Forensic Dr. Lu, Officer Lu should have arrived at the scene by now. I wonder if he noticed the surprise I left for him. Lu Chen heard him say this, and a sense of tension immediately arose in his heart. What had Yu Huachi done? Was there an ambush there? He glared at Yu Huachi with piercing eyes. What had he done? Yu Huachi didn't answer his question directly. Instead, he smiled and said, if Dr. Lu is really curious, why doesn't he go and see for himself? Yu Huachi. Lu Chen had no time to continue arguing with her here. He walked out and called Lu Tianpei. The first call went unanswered, and the second one too. Lu Chen felt cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Fortunately, when he made the third call, Lu Tianpei finally answered. Lu Chen, what happened? Lu Chen hurriedly asked, how's it going over there? Yu Huachi seems to have left a trap over there. He asked me if I found any surprises. Lu Tianpei sneered, indeed, we did find some surprises. His accomplice is already dead. Lu Chen was taken aback, a bit confused. The man had been fine yesterday, why had he suddenly died? How did he die? Was he attacked by someone? Was it Yu Huachi who did it? How did the other person die? Lu Tianpei didn't keep her in suspense and told her directly. This place has 2 doors, the second one is a password-protected door, and the environment here is sealed. Yu Huachi must have done something to it. If the password isn't entered in time, carbon dioxide will be released inside, and the person will suffocate to death. Lu Tianpei mentioned this incident and felt a bit regretful. Now the leads have dried up, and the entire matter seems to be tied solely to Yu Huachi. Now it all depends on whether Yu Huachi can come up with anything. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen decided to go in and have a chat with Yu Huachi, hoping to provoke him a bit and perhaps uncover something else. Yu Huachi sat in the middle, his expression extremely relaxed, as if he had already decided that Lu Tianpei was as good as dead. Lu Chen found it a bit amusing, but he still told Yu Huachi everything. Yu Huachi, your plan has failed. Lu Tian discovered the secret room, and it emits carbon dioxide, right? That's quite surprising. Yu Huachi's smile froze on his face, and he stared wide-eyed in disbelief. How is that possible? How could you possibly have found that place? Lu Chen sneered. What do you think? Did you do something to that place? Were you planning to leave Lu Tian there? Unfortunately, your plan was discovered. Yu Huachi's face twisted in anger. Did someone tell you, so you know about it? Who could have told you? Lu Chen revealed another piece of information at this moment. Who else could have told us? Your accomplice isn't already dead because of your actions? You all. Yu Huachi glared at them fiercely. Lu Chen looked at her like this and suddenly smiled. Yu Huachi, have you always thought you were so smart, that everyone else is just a cute little thing? Only you could pull this off, only you could keep everyone in the dark while doing whatever you wanted. Lu Chen thought about that room and then considered Yu Huaqi's attitude toward Niu Jianan. Suddenly, he realized something. Yu Huaqi, that room, are you planning to leave it for Niu Jianan and your child? Yu Huaqi had been looking down, but upon hearing this, he suddenly looked up at Lu Chen, his eyes betraying his surprise. How did you know? Lu Chen smiled sweetly on the surface, but inside he was cursing Yu Huaqi, thinking, what an idiot. I guess someone like you wants to find someone compatible with you, but I don't think you'd just let your wife and children stay in this world because you see them as a stain on your reputation. Am I right? Yu Huaqi stared at Lu Chen for a long time, then smiled. Yes, you're right. It seems you know me well. Lu Chen wiped the smile off his face. I've read about people like you in books. You're a classic psychopath. It seems that losing sometimes has its uses. Yu Huaqi looked at him, and a hint of ferocity slowly emerged in his eyes. It seemed that the words he had just spoken had not been entirely without effect on him. Yu Huaqi remained silent afterward, unmoved by whatever Lu Chen said. Seeing that he couldn't get any more information out of him, Lu Chen walked out. Lu Tianpei hadn't returned yet. Later that evening, Lu Chen was sitting in his office when Lu Tianpei knocked on the door. Lu Chen looked up at him. How was it? Everything went smoothly on the way, right? No, everything went smoothly. Lu Tianpei shook his head. Everything went smoothly, there were no issues. However, he had been on guard against Yu Huaqi from the start. He knew the other party wouldn't just hand over the information so easily, which is why he was able to uncover the secret behind those two doors. Fortunately, he was unharmed, and his team members were also safe. Yu Huaqi isn't a good person, so I naturally don't believe everything he says. I just checked the surveillance footage, and it seems like you were trying to get him to talk the whole time. Lu Chen nodded, but the expression on his face didn't seem any less tense. I had originally intended to get him to talk, because when people are angry, they gradually lose their rationality. I thought that perhaps I could get some information out of him. However, in the end, I was disappointed. Even when angry, Yu Huaqi didn't say anything he shouldn't have. He's a very cautious person and highly guarded around others. Chapter 159, Crocodile Tears. Lu Chen could only come up with these conclusions. After all, Yu Huaqi was, after all, a murderer, and his thoughts were beyond anyone else's comprehension. It doesn't matter. We'll have to deal with her for a long time, so we can ask about this later. Lu Tianpei didn't take this matter to heart, because there were still many unresolved issues in this case, and it was impossible to solve it in such a short time. However, he never anticipated that within just 2 days, another unexpected turn of events would occur. When Lu Chen received the news, his expression turned extremely serious. How could Yu Huaqi have run away? Lu Tianpei recalled this incident and couldn't help but sigh. Since the follow-up wasn't his responsibility, he had handed the matter over to someone else. Yu Huaqi was already on his way to court for the final hearing, and he never expected such a thing to happen. This could be considered a very serious oversight. Yu Huaqi attempted suicide at the time, bleeding profusely, and others rushed him to the hospital. However, during this incident, he killed a nurse and the police officer guarding him before escaping. Lu Chen heard about this incident and couldn't help but furrow his brows, wanting to say something, but since the incident had already occurred, there was no point in saying anything more. Lu Tianpei saw her looking so troubled and patted her on the shoulder to comfort her, saying, "Don't worry too much. Yu Huaqi will definitely be caught. All the places he could possibly go have already been secured by us. He can't escape this city. Catching him is just a matter of time." Lu Tianpei nodded. The facts were indeed as he said, but upon hearing the details of the incident, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness in his heart. Lu Chen nodded. The facts were indeed as such, but upon hearing about this matter, aside from the other oversights, he still felt a pang of sadness deep within his heart. After all, everything had been going smoothly and the case was almost closed. Now that things had turned out this way, there would undoubtedly be a lot of trouble ahead. Everyone else has gone out to arrest Yu Huaqi, but Lu Tianpei didn't go. Instead, he brought Lu Chen to the prison. Lu Chen was a bit confused. Everyone else had gone to arrest someone, so why would Lu Tianpei come to the prison at this time? Even if he wanted to take him to help catch people, they should have gone to the orchard or the crime scenes by now. What could possibly need him here at the prison? Lu Tianpei brought him to the place where Yu Huaqi had once lived. The walls of the prison were covered with names, 2 of them. One was Lu Chen, and the other was Wu Shunan. These words weren't written with ordinary ink, they were written in blood. It's clear that Yu Huaqi truly hates these 2 people. Lu Chen's expression changed instantly. He turned his head to look at Lu Tianpei. If Yu Huaqi hates Wu Shunan so much, can Wu Shunan's safety be guaranteed? Lu Tianpei had already considered this issue long ago, otherwise, she wouldn't have brought people to the prison to visit him at this time. Therefore, she merely sought to reassure him. Don't worry too much. I've already arranged for someone to pick her up from Wu Shunan's place. She'll be with you for the time being. Lu Chen gave Lu Tianpei a puzzled look. Why did you arrange it this way? Couldn't you just assign someone to protect him directly? Lu Tianpei replied with a hint of resignation, have you forgotten who you are? You don't need protection either. I don't need protection. Lu Chen said this nonchalantly. He was currently leading a monotonous life, spending most of his time at the police station, so it was unlikely that anything unexpected would happen. Besides, even if something did happen, he had the ability to protect himself, so there was no need to worry about his safety. Lu Tianpei truly felt a bit helpless this time. Lu Chen didn't seem to care about his own safety at all, but he could understand it. After all, people always have a bit of confidence in themselves. So he explained why he had acted that way. This is how I see it, since Yu Huaqi was able to write both of your names all over this wall, it means he will never let you off the hook. In that case, both of you will definitely be in danger. Wu Shunan should come over and stay with you. That way, the same group of people can protect both of you, which will save everyone a lot of energy. Moreover, if you really encounter Yu Huaqi, Wu Shunan won't know what to do. You can protect him at that time and prevent him from panicking too much. After Lu Tianpei finished explaining his thoughts, Lu Chen nodded. Actually, her arrangement was quite good. At least, Wu Shunan wouldn't have any problems. Therefore, he naturally had no objections. Lu Tianpei's arrangements had their own logic, and all he needed to do was follow them carefully. Lu Chen, are you afraid of Yu Huaqi? Upon hearing this question, Lu Chen cast a slightly puzzled glance at Lu Tianpei. Why would he be afraid of Yu Huaqi? Of course I'm not afraid. Really? Really? Although he didn't know what Lu Tianpei was up to, Lu Chen emphasized once more that he was truly not afraid of Yu Huaqi. Lu Tianpei smiled. In that case, I might need your help with something. Lu Chen turned to look at him. What kind of favor? Leaving Yu Huaqi like this, not knowing when he might suddenly appear and bite someone, I just can't feel at ease. So I have an idea. Lu Tianpei stopped mid-sentence and turned to look at Lu Chen. Lu Chen immediately understood what she meant. So you want me to be a decoy to find Yu Huaqi? Although it was a question, Lu Chen was already certain in his heart that Lu Tianpei had exactly that in mind. Sure enough, upon hearing his words, Lu Tianpei nodded in agreement. Yes, I do have such an idea, but I don't know if you're willing. If we let her continue like this, Wu Shunan might be in danger. Lu Tianpei stopped speaking at this point. Lu Chen couldn't possibly stand by and watch Wu Shunan get into danger, so there was an 80% chance he would agree. Lu Chen could see through Lu Tianpei's thoughts. He gave her a half smile, but in the end, he agreed. All right. Just as Lu Tianpei just said, continuing to let Yu Huaqi run wild is actually quite dangerous. It would be better to set a trap and lure Yu Huaqi out directly. This way, at least they can take the initiative and avoid panicking. Lu Chen naturally had no reason to disagree. Lu Tianpei smiled happily and said, all right, let's decide on that then. Let's discuss the specific plan. Chapter 160, The Gentle Trap. What do you plan to do? Lu Chen was a bit curious, though their initial plan had been to lure Yu Huaqi out. But what method should they use? Would Yu Huaqi fall for it? Could he really not see that this was a trap? Or would he come even if he knew it was a trap? Lu Tianpei smiled. All right, go out and call Niu Jianan. Arrange to meet her at a specific location, and bring Wu Shunan with you. Lu Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. Why are we going to look for Niu Jianan? There are still some details of this case that he doesn't fully understand, so he really doesn't know why certain strategies were employed. Fortunately, Lu Chen will ask for clarification himself. Lu Tianpei wouldn't refuse to answer him. Instead, he would explain it clearly to him. If Yu Huaqi were to leave the city now, he would certainly need money, but he currently had not a single penny to his name. He definitely needed money.